Chapter 001 The Abandonment of Yu Xiaogang. In the world of Douluo Continent, in the city of Notting, a 6-year-old Ming found herself in high spirits, for she had unexpectedly traversed into this captivating realm. Her previous life had been monotonous, filled with the drudgery of daily studies and the relentless cycle of work that offered little excitement. In contrast, the world of Douluo was vibrant and exhilarating, where strength reigned supreme and numerous divine beings roamed. Naturally, in such a world, prowess was essential to experience its wonders, and as a transmigrator, Ming was endowed with a unique advantage. However, the name of her system was rather displeasing. Whoever offends me, I will punish. Ding! The system has been activated, allowing the host to awaken their martial soul. This announcement filled Ming with anticipation. It seemed she would not need to seek out someone to awaken her martial soul, as the system would handle it. In truth, Ming had initially wished to approach Su Yuntao for her awakening as a transmigrator. She hoped that if Su Yuntao were to utter the phrase waste martial soul during her awakening, she would be assured of her divine potential. Since the system could facilitate this process, she decided against visiting him. Ming was eager to discover the nature of her martial soul, knowing its significance. Ding! Martial soul awakening complete. Host. Innate soul power level 20. Martial soul. Primary martial soul. Summoning divine eye. As Ming activated her martial soul, her dark eyes transformed, her pupils turned golden, while her sclera was replaced by an expanse of deep blue, reminiscent of the starry sea. Ding! The host possesses a twin martial soul. The second martial soul will awaken at the rank of soul saint due to its immense power. Ming's heart surged with waves of excitement. Twin martial souls. The first was clearly her primary martial soul. What could the second entail? It must be an extraordinary soul, perhaps even divine or beyond, which thrilled Ming immensely. Affirming her exceptional aptitude, she began to familiarize herself with her martial soul, noting that, like Huiyuhao, her primary martial soul was indeed related to her eyes. However, unlike others, her martial soul was not offensive, nor controlling, nor supportive. It was summoning. Summoning divine eye, as the name implies, summons soul beasts for battle. Of course, her strength would also be formidable. After a brief exploration, Ming's curiosity piqued. System, why the name whoever offends me, I will punish? The system's existence is also tied to your will, host. This revelation led Ming to believe that her own intentions influenced its creation. Certainly, in such a world, strength was paramount. Ding! System gift package has been released. Ding! The package has been delivered. Ming focused her thoughts and beheld a system space in her mind, revealing the gift package, which she eagerly opened. Ding! Package opened. The host has received a one-time opportunity for the sacrifice of a top-tier soul beast of 100,000 years. Ming was astonished. The sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast was extraordinary. This indicated that her first soul ring would be of 100,000 years, along with the potential to acquire a 100,000-year soul bone. She was untroubled by the prospect of being overwhelmed by the explosion, as the soul beast sacrifice posed no difficulty whatsoever. Remarkable, truly worthy of the whoever offends me, I will punish system. One must possess strength to reap such rewards. That Ming would naturally not engage in this matter in a public space. Now at level 20, he could directly absorb 2 soul rings. For the first soul ring, Ming intended to seize this opportunity, not overly concerned about it being a century or even a millennium old, as such would diminish its prestige. The first soul ring, ideally, should be 10,000 years old or more, with the expectation that the higher the level, the better the quality. Yet, even with his exceptional talent, it was improbable to acquire soul rings exceeding 10,000 years through mere hunting. However, future acquisitions could be facilitated by completing tasks assigned by the system. Each time, 2 tasks would be issued, and upon successful completion, 2 more would be presented. The reward for these tasks were exceedingly generous. Curiosity piqued. Ming wondered what sort of tasks such a system would propose. What is that? Ming noticed in the distance, at the entrance of the Notting Junior Academy, an elderly man and a young boy were in a heated argument with the doorman Tang San and old Jack. From afar, Ming observed Tang San slightly raising his left hand, the safety mechanism of a hidden weapon disengaging that moment. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Tang San's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the doorman. This individual posed a lethal threat. According to the 3rd principle of the Shintian treasure record, once an enemy was confirmed, one need not hold back if they possessed a lethal intent, for mercy would only invite further troubles. Just as Tang San prepared to take action, the master appeared, diffusing the altercation. Tang San expressed his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Yu Xiaogang replied coolly, I am not a teacher of the academy. I am merely a resident here, enjoying the hospitality. You may address me as master, for there is a vast difference between master and teacher, though not heir in your titles, unless. Having reviewed Tang San's background, Yu Xiaogang felt a surge of interest, believing an opportunity to prove himself had arrived. Tang San inquired, "Will you teach me how to cultivate? Are you willing to learn?" Yu Xiaogang felt a surge of excitement within. Tang San did not explicitly agree nor refuse, which only reinforced Yu Xiaojiang's belief that he was a clever child. With proper guidance, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence and perhaps even become formidable. This way, the world would recognize that he was no mere joke but a true master. Yu Xiaojiang felt it was time to make an impression in the eyes of others. You may seem like a waste, but to me, you possess extraordinary talent, one of only 3 dual martial souls in a century. This revelation sent a shock through Tang San. Realizing that his dual martial soul was indeed exceptional, that a moment later, Ming observed from a distance as Tang San knelt before Yu Xiaogang, performing 3 respectful bows. Clearly, he had become a disciple. Yu Xiaogang smiled with satisfaction, feeling elated and silently mused, "Having you in this world is truly wonderful. You have become my disciple, and my fortune has arrived. I, Yu Xiaogang, shall rise again. Though I am deemed a waste incapable of cultivation, I must earn a reputation and declare myself a master. Yet to everyone else, it has been a jest. Therefore, I must diligently guide Xiao San to become strong and prove that I am indeed a true master." However, with Yi Ming's arrival in this world, would things unfold as he envisioned? Yi Ming would not, like the protagonist of certain fanfiction novel from a previous life, mindlessly seek to apprentice under Yu Xiaogang. In fact, she held no fondness for either Yu Xiaogang or Tang San. Here it comes. Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The system was about to issue a task. Ding! The task is now being released. 2 tasks will be issued each time, with generous rewards upon completion, followed by further tasks. Ding! The first task. Present Tang San with a green hat. Not an actual hat, of course. Ding! The second task. Castrate Yu Xiaogang. Render him a eunuch. In that moment, Yi Ming comprehended fully why this was dubbed the "Whoever displeases me, I shall deal with" system. These tasks were formidable indeed. Yi Ming mused to herself, setting aside the bountiful rewards. "I find these tasks to my liking and must see them through." Ding! Upon completion of the first task, the power of all soul skills will be doubled. Ding! Upon completion of the second task, a random top-tier soul beast from a span of 100,000 years will be offered as a sacrifice. Yi Ming could hardly contain her excitement. These tasks are not difficult, especially the second one. With a useless individual like Yu Xiaogang, I can act swiftly. Now, let's prepare for the castration. Chapter 002, the title function. Yi Ming also enrolled in the Nodding Junior Academy, as the first task involved placing a hat on Tang San, necessitating her presence in the academy. At this moment, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were on their way to complete enrollment procedures, continuing their conversation. Tang San was increasingly elated, convinced he had not erred in choosing this teacher, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a mentor. Yu Xiaogang, in turn, grew ever more optimistic about his apprentice, believing that a turnaround was imminent, his heart filled with joy. How wonderful! Little San is bound to become a formidable powerhouse. Under my guidance, he will undoubtedly become a monster. I have every confidence. This also signifies my own strength. I am not utterly useless. If I cannot become a strong individual, I shall attain the status of a renowned master. Shortly thereafter, Yi Ming completed her enrollment formalities. Given her qualifications, even while concealing certain aspects, the academy was eager to have her as a student. Yi Ming requested to become a work-study student, and her wish was readily granted. That moment, Tang San had just finalized his own enrollment, holding the school uniform in hand. As he approached the door, he overheard a conversation among the teachers inside, laced with derision. Think he would choose a master like that? How foolish. This so-called master is merely a failure, lacking in strength. While his theories are hailed as invincible, they require practical application. And what of his so-called 10 core competencies of martial souls? Truly laughable. Indeed, a complete farce. I've heard whispers that his theories may even be plagiarized, especially given his connections with the Spear Hall. That truly reflects his ineptitude, unable to achieve strength. He seeks to find success through knowledge, yet dares to call himself a master? I would say he is more of a pseudo-master. Enough of this talk, nothing has been confirmed yet. Besides, this master is a friend of the dean, so let's leave it at that. In that moment, Tang San paused, his countenance darkening, clearly displeased. My teacher cannot possibly be a pseudo-master. Tang San firmly believed in his teacher, discerning at a glance that he possessed twin martial souls, concluding that his other martial soul was exceedingly formidable. Thus, his teacher could not possibly be a charlatan as for accusations of plagiarism. They were uncertain, yet they chose to believe that their mentor was not such a person. Tang San would never perceive his teacher as inept, although his power might be lacking. The strength of a teacher cannot be imparted to students, but knowledge can. Therefore, Tang San felt fortunate to have the master as his mentor. He murmured softly, "Once a teacher, always a father. Thus, my teacher is akin to a father figure to me, and these individuals tread a perilous path." Of course, Tang San would not resort to violence. He still considered himself too weak. Why Ming chuckled. "You speak of perilous paths. If you possess such a path yourself, would it not lead to your own demise?" Ming's murmurs darkened Tang San's expression, and he felt a jolt within his whispered words, though faint, had reached his peers who were a good 20 meters away. With a huff, Tang San departed, mentally noting Ming. Why Ming was about to head to the dormitory when suddenly a system notification chimed. Ding. "Whoever displeases shall be dealt with." As the dissatisfaction towards Yu Xiaogang and Tang San grows, a new feature has been activated. Ding. The new feature is the title system. The first title, Pseudo-Master, can be obtained once the host becomes a Soul Master. With each elevation in rank, a new title is granted. The host may freely bestow this title upon any individual who fits the designation, and it will be announced throughout the continent. Title holders will face various penalties. This revelation sparked a glimmer of interest in Ming's eyes. It was decidedly aimed at Yu Xiaogang. Without a doubt, once you became a first-string Soul Master and acquired this title, it would naturally be placed upon Yu Xiaogang's head. It seems that the system reacted to Tang San's previous thoughts, sensing that Yu Xiaogang was not as the world claims, and thus decided to rectify the situation. Moreover, Ming found this to be quite reasonable. Yu Xiaogang's theories indeed plagiarized a considerable amount of knowledge from the Spirit Hall, laden with numerous erroneous and laughable assertions, the most absurd being the notion that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Why Ming found a title function intriguing. Would there eventually be a title for hypocrite? If so, it would undoubtedly be bestowed upon Tang San. Arriving at the dormitory, which consisted of 7 rooms, she quickly approached the entrance of room 7. That moment, Tang San had just concluded his battle with Wang Sheng. Noticing Ming's arrival, Tang San found the established rules rather agreeable. Wang Sheng blocked Ming's path, explaining, "In our room 7, there is a tradition. New students must spar with the dormitory leader. If victorious, they may claim the title of dormitory leader. Just now, Tang San defeated me, and he is now the new leader of room 7. Therefore, you must spar with him." Ming nodded. "Very well, let us proceed." Tang San immediately took action, driven by a personal grudge, recognizing that Ming was extraordinary. Thus he approached the match with utmost seriousness, employing the ghost shadow perplexing steps. Wang Sheng watched in astonishment, realizing that Tang San had not exerted his full strength during their earlier bout. Tang San's movement technique was swift and elusive, yet to Ming, who possessed the beast spirit of the divine eye, his actions seemed to unfold in slow motion. Despite the nature of his spirit being summoning, he remained extraordinarily perceptive. As Tang San approached Ming from behind, he unleashed a powerful punch, convinced that he would send her flying. His father often spoke of his innate strength, having wielded a forging hammer that significantly enhanced his power. However, Ming swiftly reacted, pivoting to deliver a formidable counterpunch. Tang San felt no trepidation, for it was merely a collision of fists. Bang! The 2 fists collided with a resounding crack, startling Tang San, who quickly employed the Xian Yuhan technique. Nevertheless, he still felt a jolt of pain as he was forcefully repelled. Seizing the opportunity, Ming surged forward and executed a flying kick. Tang San found himself unable to evade, his ability to retaliate hampered by the force of the recoil. He crossed his arms to block, yet the overwhelming strength sent him soaring through the air, crashing to the ground, with his arms and chest aching. Wang Sheng was astonished. This year's newcomers were impressively formidable. Although Ming's spirit was the beast spirit of the divine eye, her personal strength was remarkable, perhaps attributable to her mysterious second spirit. Wang Sheng marveled, "Impressive. You are now the leader of the 7th dormitory." Tang San's frustration deepened. It was one thing to be defeated by others, but to be bested by someone he found irksome, someone who had just ascended to leadership not a minute ago, was intolerable. He had contemplated teaching Ming a lesson, only to find himself schooled instead. Tang San conceded defeat, yet with the guidance of a master like his teacher, he firmly believed he would one day surpass Ming. At that moment, A melodious voice chimed, "Is this the seventh dormitory?" Turning towards the sound, a young girl approached, her delicate face radiating a rosy hue, her long black hair styled in a scorpion braid cascading down to her waist. Clutching a pristine school uniform, her sparkling, curious eyes were full of wonder. The girl introduced herself. "Hello, I am Xiao Wu," as in dance. Wang Sheng urged, "Leader, it's your turn." Yu Ming nodded. "Naturally, I shall take my turn." Xiao Wu blinked in confusion. "Take your turn at what?" Wang Sheng began to explain, and soon Xiao Wu grasped the rules, finding them quite appealing. She looked eagerly at Yu Ming. Then, "Please proceed." Chapter 003. Inviting Tang San to eat 9 turn intestines. Yu Ming and Xiao Wu commenced their sparring session, much to Wang Sheng and the others' astonishment, as Xiao Wu displayed remarkable prowess with an unconventional style. Before long, her legs entwined around Yi Ming's neck. Yi Ming felt an urge to proclaim a slogan. "I know the taste of the sea." With her upper body leaning back, Xiao Wu supported herself with her hands on the ground, exerting force from her waist to attempt to throw Yi Ming backward. Tang San observed with wide eyes, pondering that he might have been flung away had he been in her position. Her method of exertion was somewhat akin to swinging a hammer, only utilizing the lower legs. However, to Xiao Wu's surprise, Yi Ming remained steadfast, immovable as a mountain, unable to be dislodged. How is this possible? As Xiao Wu gazed in astonishment, Yi Ming raised both hands to grasp her petite feet, exerting a powerful tug that aligned her legs in a straight line before him. Xiao Wu intended to employ her graceful techniques to ensnare Yi Ming, but there was no time. Yi Ming released one hand and, with a swift motion, sent Xiao Wu soaring through the air. The force was so immense that it was utterly irresistible. Accompanied by the whistling rush of wind in her ears, Yi Ming swiftly maneuvered and caught Xiao Wu, gently lowering her to the ground. Xiao Wu marveled, "Impressive. I concede you are now my superior." However, her spirit rekindled. She declared, "I shall continue to challenge you. On the day I triumph over you, I shall become the new leader." Yi Ming nodded in agreement. Naturally, upon entering the dormitory, Yi Ming began to spread out the bedding, having purposefully purchased a generously sized set meant for 2. Wang Sheng remarked, "Boss, you bought a double bed set, haven't you?" Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight, for she herself lacked any bedding. Xiao Wu proposed, "Boss, your quilt is so large, it's meant for 2. What a coincidence. I don't have a quilt, so if we combine our beds, I could use it too. Is that all right?" Tang San was initially startled, finding the suggestion inappropriate. "Share a bed? That seemed rather improper." "Humph, it's none of your business. I didn't ask for your opinion." Xiao Wu shot Tang San a glare, her hopeful gaze directed at Yi Ming. Understanding the dynamics of the situation, Yi Ming, who was in on the plot to tease Tang San, nodded in agreement. "All right, let us push our beds together and share a quilt." As night fell, Yi Ming and the others prepared to head to the dining hall. Yi Ming proclaimed with bravado, "Let us go. It's on me." Since Tang San was quite impoverished, the system had granted Yi Ming 100 gold soul coins, ensuring that he wouldn't fall short in any regard compared to Tang San. Yi Ming relished this system. Naturally, Tang San was reluctant to join. Even if he had been willing, Yi Ming would have excluded him, so he chose to go to the dining hall alone. The cafeteria at Notting Primary Academy was spacious, with 300 seats on the first floor alone. Tang San thought to himself that a simple meal of steamed buns and pickles would suffice, given his limited funds. Yi Ming led Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng to the second floor, where Xiao Wu was elated. For the food, there was notably better. Wang Sheng was also thrilled. As a work-study student, he had never dined on the second floor before. The prices there were higher than on the first. In the cafeteria, Tang San encountered Yu Xiaogang, who intended to take him to the second floor for a meal. Unable to join Yi Ming and the others, Tang San opted to accompany his teacher instead. Upon reaching the second floor, Yu Xiaogang went to procure the food, and at that moment, Wang Sheng approached Tang San, whispering, "Do you know the master?" "Yes, he is my teacher," Tang San replied. Wang Sheng was astonished. "You apprenticed under the master? Your abilities are impressive. It's a pity to study under him." Although referred to as a master, he was merely a guest lecturer at the academy, and some might say he was living off others' generosity. Approaching 50 years of age and still only a great soul master, it was somewhat laughable. Tang San furrowed his brow, his voice growing somber. "If you don't wish to spar with me again, refrain from commenting on my teacher." Wang Sheng walked away, muttering, "What a weirdo." Tang San could not tolerate such remarks. Once a student, a teacher is forever a guardian. Having chosen the master as his guide, he felt a deep-seated respect. Before long, Yu Xiaogang returned with some food. indeed reflecting his modest means. Even on the second floor, he could only afford the cheaper options. Recognizing Tang San's need for nourishment, he brought him to the second floor to eat. "Thank you, teacher," Tang San said, voraciously devouring his meal, his eyes sparkling. Even the cheapest offerings were delightful. "Teacher, want to you eat? I'm not hungry. You should eat more. It's important to nourish yourself while growing," Yu Xiaogang replied. Tang San felt warmth in his heart, vowing that when he became powerful, he would repay his teacher's kindness. Presently, Tang San had three significant figures in his life: his father, his teacher, and old Jack. Tang San vowed in his heart that he would repay those who had helped him in the future, even the village chief, old Jack. He assured his teacher, "Master, once I achieve success, I will definitely repay you." Yu Xiaogang smiled with satisfaction, pleased by his earnestness. At that moment, Ming and the others took their seats, ordering an array of the most sumptuous dishes available on this level, and began to feast. Xiao Wu, enchanted by the delightful flavors, mused inwardly. The cuisine of humanity is truly exquisite. Meanwhile, Ming approached a window, captivated by a dish labeled 9-turn intestines. The chef, a plump little fellow, hurriedly boasted upon her arrival. "Would you like to try a portion? You won't be disappointed. I have removed the unpleasant odor while preserving a hint of the original flavor, allowing you to truly appreciate the essence of the intestines. During the cleaning process, I intentionally retained a portion for this very reason." Upon hearing this, Ming glanced at Tang San and Yu Xiaogang before making her decision. "I shall purchase a serving for them as an apology for my earlier remarks. After all, we are roommates and will share the same dormitory for the next 6 years. It is only fitting to treat them to a meal." The little chef beamed with delight at the sale, exclaiming, "You are indeed generous. This dish is not cheap, costing 1 silver coin. I'll bring it right over." In no time, the chef delivered the 9-turn intestines to Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Both men looked puzzled. "What is going on?" The chef explained, "This dish is a treat from that classmate over there, as an expression of apology. After all, you will be roommates for the next 6 years, so she wanted to share this 9-turn intestines with you and your teacher." Tang San understood the situation, and Yu Xiaojiang's eyes lit up as he caught Ming's gaze, nodding in gratitude. Yu Xiaojiang sighed softly. "This dish is quite expensive and nutritious. Tang San, I know that what I have provided is insufficient for your age. You must not leave your roommate's kindness unacknowledged." Tang San nodded, picking up his chopsticks to serve a piece to his teacher. Yu Xiaojiang, feeling touched, also took a piece. Both men synchronously placed the morsels in their mouths and began to chew. However, their expressions soon soured drastically, their fists clenched, and their brows furrowed in distress. It was utterly revolting. The stench was unbearable. Unable to contain themselves, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang bent over and retched, expelling the food they had just consumed. Tang San, feeling nauseated and enraged, exclaimed, "It's foul. Did you not clean it properly?" The little chef defended himself. "It's not that it wasn't cleaned. It's simply unclean. I deliberately left some parts unwashed to ensure you truly understood that you were eating intestines." "You." Tang San rose to his feet, his countenance exceedingly grim, while Yu Xiaojiang, upon hearing this, was equally incensed. Both men bared their teeth, glaring fiercely at the chubby boy. At that moment, Ming, observing this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of delight bloom within her heart. Chapter 004. Preparing for action. Yu Xiaojiang deemed it imperative to have a conversation with the principal. This chubby boy must be expelled. Tang San cast a sidelong glance at Ming, sensing an intentional provocation. "Ming, was this deliberate?" he inquired, his expression dark and his gaze heavy. Ming, with a sense of helplessness, replied, "Was it intentional? I kindly invited you to dine, and yet you are displeased. If the food was unpalatable, do not blame me. I am not the cook." This left Tang San at a loss, his frustration palpable. Yet he found himself unable to retort effectively. Yu Xiaojiang gestured for Tang San to calm down. Although he too felt a surge of irritation, he spoke softly. "Bear with it for now. You are not his match. Once you acquire your first spirit ring, we can address this matter then." Yu Xiaojiang had already heard from Tang San that in their exchanges with Ming, he had proven to be no equal. This revelation astonished Yu Xiaojiang. Considering Tang San was the son of Tang Hao, undoubtedly extraordinary, yet he had succumbed to Ming. Intrigued by Ming, Yu Xiaojiang believed it wise to transform hostility into harmony and stepped forward to offer his admiration. "You possess remarkable potential. You may call me master. I believe you require a mentor to facilitate your development." Ming discerned instantly that this man sought to take her as his apprentice. She promptly declined. You wish for me to become your disciple? Yu Xiaogang chuckled. You are an astute child, not wishing to be taught by a mere charlatan. Furthermore, you seem to think that if your own strength is lacking, you can gain renown by cultivating a talented pupil. On one hand, you proclaim that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, yet you seek out prodigies as your disciples. How ludicrous! Do you possess the capability to guide a true inept into becoming a powerhouse? A monstrous genius is destined to be formidable. Do you truly believe they require your instruction? This left Yu Xiaogang momentarily speechless, for Yi Ming's candid disapproval unsettled him, and her words flushed his face with indignation. Tang San, infuriated, exclaimed, Yi Ming, you have gone too far. If you possess the ability, never become an apprentice. Let us see who will emerge stronger in the future. Only then shall we comprehend the true significance of a teacher. Yi Ming nodded affirmatively. That proposal is quite agreeable. Just wait and see. As Tang San and Yu Xiaogang departed, he vowed within himself to become a formidable force, surpassing Yi Ming and striking back at her. Yu Xiaogang, equally displeased by the derogatory assessment of himself as a charlatan, resolved to ensure Tang San's ascendance as a powerful soul master. Little San, I shall make him regret this. When he finds himself far inferior to you, he will lament his decision made today. Tang San nodded emphatically. Indeed, I shall strive diligently to enhance my skills. Excellent. Tomorrow, I shall take you to obtain your first spirit ring. I hold high expectations for you. The optimal configuration for your spirit ring must be a century old. It is evident that Yi Ming's conflict with Tang San has prompted Xiao Wu to keep her distance from him. Wang Sheng, feeling discontented by recent events, also resolves to maintain distance from Tang San. Consequently, the entire dormitory refrains from engaging with him. As night falls upon the back mountain, the air turns crisp, and a multitude of stars adorns the sky. Xiao Wu and Yu Ming arrive at this serene spot to gaze at the Milky Way. Yu Ming inquires, Xiao Wu, did you bring me here merely to stargaze? With enthusiasm, Xiao Wu replies, no, the primary intention is to engage in combat with you. I intend to unleash my full potential. Very well, let us begin, Yu Ming responds. With that, the two engage in a fierce battle. Xiao Wu gives her all, employing not only her hands and feet, but also her scorpion braid, functioning as her third limb. The sound of their clash resonates through the night as the battle intensifies. A female instructor, hearing the commotion, furrows her brow, wondering if there are students engaged in an illicit skirmish. Upon closer inspection, she realizes they are merely practicing and feels somewhat misguided in her assumptions. After 5 minutes, Xiao Wu finds herself utterly exhausted, recognizing the substantial gap in her abilities compared to Yi Ming. I'm so tired. You are truly formidable. Let us return to rest, she says. Indeed, let us go. Yi Ming agrees. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Ming and Xiao Wu share a bed for the night. The following morning, Yi Ming is aware that Tang San has risen and exited the dormitory, not for training, as the sun has already risen, but to accompany Yu Xiaogang in hunting soul beasts for his first soul ring. Yi Ming feels it is time for her to take action against Yu Xiaogang. At the school gate, Yu Xiaogang awaits Tang San's arrival, and once he appears, they set off for the soul-hunting forest. As they walk, Yu Xiaogang explains, although this is a domesticated soul beast forest, it contains some remarkable soul beasts. A century-old soul beast yields a yellow soul ring. A 1,000-year beast produces a purple ring. A 10,000-year beast offers a black ring, and a 100,000-year beast results in a red ring. However, these are still distant prospects for you. It is exceedingly rare for a titled Douluo to possess a 100,000-year soul ring. In the soul-hunting forest, beasts over 1,000 years old are nearly non-existent. But it will suffice for you to acquire your first soul ring. Tang San eagerly anticipates the enhancement of his strength upon obtaining a soul ring, envisioning a future confrontation with Yi Ming. Soon, Yu Xiaogang leads Tang San to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, where 100 soldiers, clad in full armor and wielding long spears, stand guard. Presenting a black token, Yu Xiaogang is met with respectful salutes from the soldiers, who grant them passage. Yu Xiaogang, harboring animosity towards the spirit hall, is aware of Tang San's inevitable opposition to it, even considering them as adversaries, given the enmity between the spirit hall and Tang Hao. Nevertheless, he is determined to cultivate Tang San, even while leveraging the privileges afforded by the spirit hall. Not long after Yu Xiaogang and Tang San enter the forest, Yi Ming follows suit. Upon entering, she seeks out a secluded spot to commence her sacrificial offering to the soul beasts. During this time, several soul beasts, some several decades old and others over a century, attempt to attack Ming. However, upon unleashing her martial spirit, her eyes shimmering with gold, these beasts are immediately frightened away. With her current spirit power at level 20, the manifestation of her martial spirit proves sufficient to intimidate these century-old soul beasts. This shall suffice, she declares. Ming eagerly anticipated the commencement of her first soul ring. With a mere thought, she activated the sacrificial opportunity granted by the novice package. Ding. The process began. Ding. She randomly drew one of the most formidable soul beasts, the 100,000-year Titan ape. Ming's heart trembled at the sight of the Titan ape. It was indeed impressive. Her excitement was palpable, for her first martial soul, the divine eye of summoning, possessed the ability to summon the source of her soul ring. Naturally, the stronger the soul beast, the better. Top-tier soul beasts possess the capability to surpass ordinary levels in combat. The Titan ape was no exception. A century-old Titan ape could contend with a millennium-old common soul beast. While a millennium-old Titan ape boasted the combat prowess of a 10,000-year common soul beast, the sacrificial process commenced. The 100,000-year Titan ape gradually faded away, and crimson soul energy surged into Ming's body, rapidly enhancing her strength and physique. Soon, the sacrifice was complete, devoid of any difficulty or pain. Ming's eyes sparkled with a golden glow, and a soul ring encircled her, a blood-red 100,000-year soul ring. Anyone who beheld it would think they were dreaming. Her first soul ring was indeed a 100,000-year one. At merely 6 years old, she was already enveloped by a striking blood-red 100,000-year soul ring, exuding an extraordinary aura. Before long, Ming comprehended her inaugural soul skill, leaving her astounded. How powerful! Chapter 005, Confronting Yu Xiaogang. Her first soul skill allowed Ming to summon the Titan ape, unleashing 10% of the Titan ape's 100,000-year combat power. Upon reaching the 9th ring, this would significantly increase, enabling her to harness 200% of the Titan ape's power, doubling her combat strength. This revelation left Ming in awe. It was overwhelmingly strong. Originally possessing the ability to exceed her level in combat, now with such a formidable soul skill, her strength had grown immensely. Moreover, there was a terrifying aspect to it. After utilizing her first soul skill, she could tap into 5% of the Titan ape's power herself. Upon achieving the 9th ring, she would possess 100% of that power. Furthermore, she would acquire this skill with her subsequent soul skills as well. Ming sighed inwardly. As a 20-level, 1-ring soul master, if she exerted herself fully, her combat strength would surpass that of even a 3-ring soul elder. However, despite her formidable strength, the duration of her summons would be limited, although higher soul rings consumed less soul energy. The immense power of the summoned entity would inevitably drain her soul energy more rapidly. Ming pondered that if her first soul ring were not a 100,000-year one, she might struggle to maintain the summoned Titan ape at 10% of its combat strength for even 3 seconds, given her 20-level soul energy. After the thrill of excitement subsided, Ming began to examine the 100,000-year soul bone she had acquired. The Titan giant ape's left arm bone possesses 2 remarkable abilities: Titan Skybreaker, which harnesses the might of the Titan giant ape to unleash a devastating punch, and Gravitational Quagmire, which imposes a gravitational effect within its range. Such soulbone skills are formidable. They do not adversely affect the user or the summoned soul beasts, thereby enhancing the user's combat power beyond their level. Presently, at the rank of a 20-level soul master, Ming believes she can triumph over soul sects. Considering her first soul ring is 10,000 years old, complemented by a 10,000-year soul bone, such elevated combat prowess is indeed expected. However, her current low rank results in substantial energy consumption. She would refrain from exerting her full strength unless absolutely necessary, as an overexertion would quickly deplete her soul power. Without adequate soul energy to sustain even the most formidable skills, they would be rendered ineffective, akin to a mage with a plethora of powerful spells rendered useless without mana. Retrieving her martial soul, her eyes returned to their natural state, and the 10,000-year soul ring enveloping her dissipated. Ming donned a prepared black hooded cloak. Securing a sharp dagger at her waist, her eyes glimmering with a chilling light, she was set to commence her second task. Yu Xiaogang, prepare to be silenced. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were engaged in a perilous battle, encountering the mandala snake. Naturally, Yu Xiaogang proved no match for it. In a moment of crisis, Tang San employed hidden weapons, utilizing the techniques of Ghost Shadow Perplexing and Xian Jade Hand, ensuring nothing was concealed. With all his might, he ultimately vanquished the mandala snake. At this juncture, Tang San's thoughts raced. Should he eliminate the master to ensure silence? The master had witnessed everything that had transpired. His soul was not of this world, a fact that must remain concealed from all. Tang San was confident that even against the master, he could prevail. With the silent sleeve arrow, he felt a 70% certainty of being able to eliminate the master. Had Yu Xiaogang been aware of Tang San's fleeting thoughts, he would undoubtedly have been astounded. Rebuking him, "Did you not vow that a day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father? When someone insults me, you stand up for me, which brings me comfort. Yet now you contemplate silencing me. How hypocritical." However, Tang San's thoughts at that moment were unbeknownst to Yu Xiaogang. After some inner turmoil, Tang San dismissed the notion. The master spoke earnestly. "This mandala snake would be an excellent choice for your first soul ring. Moreover, it is nearly 400 years old." Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a surge of excitement. If the master deemed it suitable, it surely aligned perfectly with his martial soul. Furthermore, its age of nearly 400 years was significant. Remembering Yi Ming, a surge of determination filled Tang San. He must surpass her. Acquiring this nearly 400-year soul ring would elevate him far beyond her. Yu Xiaogang believed, should the absorption succeed, Tang San would undoubtedly be able to defeat Yi Ming, as the soul skill might bestow resilience and even toxicity upon the blue-silver grass. Yet, these theories remained untested. "Xiao San, do you trust my theory?" Observing the fervor and anticipation in Yu Xiaogangs eyes, Tang San nodded emphatically. "I believe, master. Allow me to assist you in putting this into practice." "Very well." Yu Xiaogang was filled with joy, for it seemed that the fortune he had long awaited in his life was finally arriving. Tang San sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of the mandala serpent's soul ring. If he were to acquire a remarkable soul skill, it would justify the perilous encounters he had endured while confronting the serpent. Soon, Tang San was elated. He succeeded, and he had finally broken through the bottleneck of the first level of Xiantian. Gazing at the yellow soul ring enveloping him, Tang San felt a surge of pride. This was a soul ring, indeed, a 400-year soul ring. He couldn't help but feel a sense of self-satisfaction. Truly, whether in this life or the previous, he was exceptional. "Yi Ming, my first soul ring is 400 years. What about yours? 100 years, or perhaps just 10? After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang San opened his eyes, sensing an unusual stillness, despite his teacher being nearby. "Teacher," he looked over, and his expression changed dramatically. His teacher lay on the ground, body stiff and immobile, a layer of dark energy enveloping his face, rendering him weak. "Oh no, my teacher has been poisoned." Tang San swiftly examined him and soon breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his teacher had managed to halt the spread of the toxin. There was still hope, especially since it was he who had encountered this situation. Confidence surged within Tang San as he promptly began to address the issue. Half an hour later, wiping the sweat from his brow, Tang San completed the necessary treatment and was ready to carry his teacher back. A few days of rest would lead to recovery. However, just as he prepared to shoulder Yu Xiaogang and depart, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. A shadow clad in black, towering over him, approached. Initially, Tang San was on guard, but the ensuing events filled him with despair. In the dimly lit woods, the scene that unfolded was terrifying. A soul ring descended from the figure's head, illuminating the dark surroundings in a crimson hue. This was a 100,000-year soul ring. The figure was none other than Yi Ming, who wasted no time and swiftly unleashed the first soul skill. First soul skill, summon, Titan Giant Ape. Yi Ming's eyes shone with a brilliant golden light, and a blue-gold radiance erupted forth. In an instant, a 3-meter-tall Titan Giant Ape, its body adorned with powerful muscles, materialized. The terrifying aura instantly instilled fear in Tang San, who realized that this was far beyond the previous mandala serpent. Facing this would be certain death. In this critical moment, Tang San hesitated not for a second and made the wisest choice. He dropped his teacher and, employing the ghost shadow misty steps, fled rapidly. The thud upon landing caused Yu Xiaogang to feel pain, and having had the toxin treated, he groggily began to regain consciousness, his eyes struggling to open. What greeted his vision startled him momentarily, only to be followed by a bitter smile. The figure before him was a black-clad, masked individual, appearing relatively young, possessing only one soul ring, yet it was a 100,000-year soul ring. Moreover, there was a 1,000-year Titan Giant Ape present in the soul-hunting forest. Everything felt surreal, and he couldn't shake the feeling that this was all a dream. In the next moment, Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned serious as he noticed a dagger materialize in the opponent's hand. Why was he dreaming such a dream? What did this figure intend to do? A profound weakness enveloped him, rendering him utterly immobile. This dream felt excessively vivid. Chapter 006. Yu Xiaojiang becomes a eunuch. Yu Xiaojiang perceived this dream as strikingly real. Had it not been for the youthfulness of his counterpart and the presence of a 100,000-year spirit ring, he might have believed it to be true. However, upon further reflection, he recognized the impossibility of such events. Moreover, the notion of Xiao San abandoning him was an occurrence that could only manifest within a dream. Resigned to his fate, Yu Xiaojiang relinquished his struggles, recognizing their futility due to his frail state. Yet, as he observed the approaching figure, a sense of unease gripped his heart, prompting him to inquire anxiously, "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Although it was a dream, it must progress. Yi Ming's voice feigned a deep, resonant timbre, cold and unyielding as he raised the dagger in his hand. "Rest assured, I shall not take your life." This declaration alleviated some of Yu Xiaojiang's internal tension. Even in a dream, he wished to avoid being slain. Yi Ming had no intention of killing Yu Xiaojiang, not now. At least, considering his affiliations with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and Bibi Dong. Should Yu Xiaojiang perish, both factions would undoubtedly seek retribution. Furthermore, there might be subsequent tasks aimed at tormenting Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, mercilessly extracting rewards from their suffering. Such a fate would be the most heart-wrenching. In the next moment, Yu Xiaojiang's legs tightened, his complexion shifted in horror, fear coursing through him as he yearned to struggle, trembling uncontrollably. Despite the dreamlike nature of his predicament, it felt achingly real, especially as the tone of his interlocutor shifted. "I do not intend to kill you. I merely wish to castrate you." This revelation instilled terror within Yu Xiaojiang, his body quaking, his gaze wide with dread, unable to regain composure. "No, please. Even if this is a dream, I refuse to experience such a nightmare. I do not wish to endure castration in my dreams. Prepare to become a eunuch." Without hesitation, Yu Ming lunged forward, gripping the dagger tightly. Yu Xiaojiang's terror escalated, his unease intensifying, and he screamed, "Why? Why must you do this to me? You are repulsive." "A mere scoundrel," Yu Ming mocked, and in the next instant, he pressed his foot against Yu Xiaojiang's chest, immobilizing him further, the dagger poised to strike. "No, please. Even if this is a dream, it feels too real. No." Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to resist, even as he attempted to console himself amid his fear. "It is just a dream. Although it appears real, the pain cannot be, however." Before he could complete his thought, a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from him. At that moment, Tang San, fleeing for his life, caught wind of that heart-wrenching wail, causing him to shudder. What kind of agony must one endure to emit such a lament? "Teacher, forgive me. I shall not flee. We shall both face our demise." Yu Xiaojiang's cries echoed with sheer desperation, writhing in agony, unable to resist as he succumbed to the excruciating pain. "It hurts. It hurts so much." Yu Xiaogang felt an overwhelming rush of blood, accompanied by an unsettling sensation of loss. Lowering his gaze, he discovered his trousers soaked in crimson, with a dagger embedded within. The horrifying realization struck him. He had been castrated. Why did the pain persist? It hurt so much. This must be a dream. This perplexity left Yu Xiaogang utterly bewildered, robbing him of any solace. At that moment, Yu Ming's mind echoed with the system's notification sound. Ding. The second task has been completed. Yu Xiaogang has been successfully castrated. Ding. Upon the completion of the first task, rewards shall be granted. Observing Yu Xiaogang's anguished screams filled Yi Ming with a sense of exhilaration. The decisive strike had been executed with precision, rendering Yu Xiaogang powerless. To Yi Ming's ears, the cries of despair were melodious. Why is it so painful? Yu Xiaogang's face turned pale, his already frail form drenched in cold sweat. Yi Ming remarked, "Because this is no dream." "No, it cannot be. This must be a dream." Yu Xiaogang clung to the belief that he was merely dreaming. After all, the first spirit ring was 100,000 years old, and the appearance of the millennia-old Titan Great Ape made everything seem surreal. It had to be a dream. How could he possibly be castrated? How could he truly become a eunuch? Absolutely impossible. This had to be a figment of his imagination. It must be a dream. In the throes of his screams, Yu Xiaogang succumbed to unconsciousness. Task completed, Yi Ming summoned the Titan Great Ape and vanished like a shadow from the scene. Before departing, Yi Ming cast a glance at the ground, raising his right foot and forcefully stamping down, reducing the bloody remnants to a mushy pulp. At that moment, Tang San paused. The commotion had ceased, and the menacing aura had dissipated. Rather than returning immediately, he waited a moment, stealthily approaching to observe from a distance. After confirming that the adversary had departed, he moved forward. Was it an enemy of the teacher? Had the teacher been slain? Tang San found Yu Xiaogang lying on the ground, blood staining the earth, igniting a sense of dread within him, fearing for his teacher's life. However, upon closer inspection, he detected a faint breath. The teacher had not suffered a fatal wound, merely having been castrated. Why would someone target the teacher, resorting to such a brutal act? What immense hatred could lead to the teacher becoming a eunuch in such a manner? Tang San hastily searched for any means of reattachment. But upon seeing the extent of the injury, his pupils contracted, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Such cruelty, leaving no room for mercy. He swiftly tended to the wounds before carrying Yu Xiaogang away, returning to the Notting Junior Academy. Upon arrival at the academy, he contacted the principal. As a friend of the teacher, the principal immediately summoned the finest physician in Notting City for treatment. "Doctor, how is he?" Tang San inquired anxiously. "In the next life? He can only be a eunuch. We have done the best we can under the circumstances. He has been stitched up, leaving only one opening for convenience. Even if he awakens, he will not feel pain. This is the best I can offer." "Thank you." Tang San sighed. "Alas, master, although I have become a eunuch, my life remains, granting me the opportunity for vengeance." Soon, 3 days passed. Yu Xiaogang, still frail, had awakened, his eyes slowly opening. "Master, you are awake." Tang San exclaimed joyfully as he hurried over. "What happened to me?" Yu Xiaogang murmured in confusion. "Master, you were poisoned, but the toxin has been expelled. With a few days of rest, you shall recover," Tang San reassured him. Yu Xiaogang let out a sigh of relief, gradually recalling the events and feeling fortunate. "During my unconsciousness, I had a dream, and I am relieved it was merely a dream. Yet, it felt so vivid, almost as if it were real. In the dream, a masked figure appeared, seemingly of your age. I deemed it a dream because upon seeing me, you fled without a second thought." Tang San reflected, moreover. The first spirit ring was 100,000 years old, accompanied by a Titan great ape, which spared my life but aimed to castrate me. It all seemed too absurd, yet so real. The pain of that moment was excruciating. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Tang San hesitated, feeling the weight of the truth that needed to be revealed. "Master, perhaps you should lower your gaze," he suggested gently. Yu Xiaogang, perplexed, responded, "Huh?" Chapter 007, The Devastation of Yu Xiaogang before Yu Xiaogang could comprehend. Tang San had reached the foot of the bed, assisting him in removing his trousers. A wave of unease washed over Yu Xiaogang, prompting him to glance down instinctively. In an instant, his eyes widened, pupils constricting in disbelief. "Why is it gone?" He gasped in horror, awakening to the realization that it was no longer there. Tang San, concerned for his master's acceptance of this reality, gently restrained him. "Master, this is not a dream. What you witnessed, and what you now hear, is the truth." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang was left in a daze, shaking his head repeatedly. "Impossible. How could it not be a dream? A spirit master with a first ring of 100,000 years is beyond belief, and the Titan great ape appearing in the soul hunting forest is equally inconceivable. No, it cannot be true." Yet, despite his disbelief, the undeniable reality stood before him, stark and unforgiving. He had become a eunuch. Tang San, though astonished, recognized the gravity of the situation. "Though it is hard to accept, it has indeed occurred. While the reason for your suffering eludes me, as long as you live, there is still hope. I shall seek vengeance for you." Yu Xiaogang, utterly stunned, confronted the truth. I have become a eunuch." Yu Xiaogang began to clutch his head in agony, letting out anguished cries. Tang San, standing beside him, chose to remain silent, allowing his teacher a moment to vent. After all, this was an ordeal that no one could bear. Awakening from a coma only to find oneself irrevocably altered was a harrowing experience. Once the initial outburst of despair subsided, Yu Xiaogang remained there, lost in a daze, reflecting on the events that had transpired. It was no wonder it felt so vivid. No wonder the pain resonated as if he had truly been castrated, for this was no mere dream, it was reality. How could such cruelty be inflicted upon him? His teeth clenched in fury, he expressed his deep resentment. "Teacher, do you have any enemies?" Tang San inquired. Yu Xiaogang shook his head. "I have no foes that I can think of. No one comes to mind who would do this to me. They did not kill me, but left me to live as a eunuch. How despicable." He felt that this was an act of unparalleled cruelty and could not fathom who could be behind it. Teacher, I'm sorry I ran away, Tang San said, his face filled with remorse. Yu Xiaogang sighed and shook his head. It would have made no difference if you hadn't fled. Although your opponent was also a first-ring soul master, the disparity in combat power was insurmountable. To confront them would have been akin to seeking death. I do not blame you. Tang San felt a sense of relief wash over him and vowed, Teacher, I will surely track down that individual and avenge you once I become stronger. Yu Xiaogang's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, despite his current predicament. There was one thing that kindled his spirit, Tang San. The reality was now set in stone and could not be altered. He could only accept it. Although he felt a deep sense of frustration at having returned as a eunuch after leaving in good spirits, he understood that strength was essential for vengeance. While he longed for retribution, he felt powerless to achieve it. Seeking assistance from his family was out of the question, as those ties had been severed. Turning to the spirit hall was even less feasible. Thus, he could only rely on Tang San. Yu Xiaogang inquired with anticipation, Tang San, have you succeeded? Tang San smiled and nodded. Yes, I have succeeded. Teacher, look. With that, Tang San summoned his martial spirit, raising his right hand as deep blue-silver grass emerged. Swirling around him, Yu Xiaogang was taken aback. The blue-silver grass appeared significantly sturdier, resembling vines yet evoking the image of a true serpent, exuding resilience and barbed thorns. Yu Xiaogang speculated it must possess some toxicity, with those barbs enhancing its potency. How resilient is it? Yes, it is toxic and paralyzing. Its resilience is formidable. Even I struggled to tear it apart with all my strength, Tang San elaborated. My first soul skill, entanglement, has been tested on weaker 10-year soul beasts over these past days. The blue-silver grass is indeed toxic, and combined with its durability, it renders the ensnared 10-year soul beasts completely immobile. By concentrating my will, I can constrict the blue-silver grass, crushing these soul beasts to death. Yu Xiaogang expressed his delight, exclaiming, Excellent. My theory was correct. I am indeed a master, merely lacking practical application. Yu Xiaogang felt an overwhelming sense of fortune in encountering the third party. If he had not been rendered impotent this time, it would have been utterly perfect. At that moment, Xiao happened to pass by and was jolted by Tang San's words, uttering a low curse, trash. Tang San, however, paid her no mind. His hypocrisy manifested once more, as he would later speak of the cruelty of the spirit hall, denouncing the slaughter of spirit beasts as wicked, while justifying his own actions without remorse. Meanwhile, in the 7th dormitory, Ming felt a wave of exhilaration. Yu Xiaogang must have awakened. The thought of him feeling both frustrated and powerless filled her with delight. Now, only the first task remained, and upon its completion, a new mission would commence. Additionally, there was the title feature. As a first-ring spirit master, she had acquired the title of pseudo-master, which she could affix to Yu Xiaogang. She also aspired to swiftly obtain the title of pseudo-gentleman to bestow upon Tang San. The mere thought of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San forever bearing such titles brought Ming immense joy. At this juncture, Yu Xiaogang had come to a realization and felt elated. The third party represented his hope. Third party, please assist me to the restroom. I am in urgent need. Yu Xiaogang struggled to voice his request, his expression grim as he pondered whether it would be more convenient to stand or squat. The thought of squatting like a woman to relieve himself only deepened his anguish. A constant reminder of his current state, he had become a eunuch. Tang San helped Yu Xiaogang to the restroom, the campus having only one. Upon arrival, they found several students attending to their needs, making it impossible for him to use the urinal without drawing attention, which would quickly spread throughout the academy, exposing his condition. Yu Xiaogang was relieved to find that the restroom stalls were individually enclosed. He entered one and locked the door. As he began to relieve himself, he felt a profound sense of humiliation, forced to squat like a female. At that moment, Ming entered with Wang Sheng, also seeking to use the facilities. Tang San glanced at them but did not engage, contemplating a future opportunity to confront Ming again. Ming began checking each stall to see if it was occupied, applying a bit of force. Suddenly, with a click, she yanked open the door to Yu Xiaogang's stall. In an instant, Yu Xiaogang was left in a state of shock. And all the students, including teachers, froze in disbelief. In that fleeting moment, Yu Xiaogang's gaze met with a dozen others. Ming inquired, Master, why are you squatting to urinate? Yu Xiaogang could only respond, while Wang Sheng's eyes widened in realization, exclaiming, My heavens, the master is a eunuch. Instantly, Everyone present was made aware of the revelation. The campus erupted in a chorus of gasps and exclamations. The master is, indeed, a eunuch, as the outcry reverberated through the campus at lightning speed. Yu Xiaogang's world crumbled around him. Chapter 008. Tang San, the hypocrite. At this moment, the campus was in a frenzy. The master was, astonishingly, a eunuch master. Not only was he devoid of power, but he was also lacking in manhood. Ha ha ha. It brought a certain satisfaction, for I had never held any regard for this so-called master. Both students and teachers engaged in lively discussions filled with merriment. At this time, Yu Xiaogang's countenance was exceedingly grim. He felt as if he could plunge headlong into a latrine, utterly humiliated. He wished to remain incognito. Yet the truth was swiftly laid bare. Tang San, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Yi Ming, this was deliberate." Wang Sheng interjected, "How could it be intentional? To be deliberate, one must possess prior knowledge." This left Tang San with a sour expression. The disgrace endured by his teacher weighed heavily on his heart. "Teacher, allow me to assist you back," he urged, hastening to support Yu Xiaogang as they returned to the room. Along the way, Yu Xiaogang's expression grew increasingly bleak. Acutely aware of the derisive gazes cast his way, which only deepened his discomfort. Upon reaching the sanctuary of their quarters, Tang San ground his teeth in fury. "Teacher, I shall confront Yi Ming. Old grievances and new shall be avenged together." Yu Xiaogang nodded in agreement, equally incensed. Had it not been for Yi Ming, the entire school would not have been privy to this humiliation. He now had faith in Tang San's abilities, confident that his disciple could indeed triumph over Yi Ming. Yu Xiaogang mused. Though the shame was known solely within the small city of Notting, it was still intolerable. This matter must never reach their clan or the spirit hall, especially not to Erlong or Bibidong. At this juncture, Yi Ming returned to dormitory 7, where the system's prompt resonated. Ding. The achievement function has been activated. The achievement function bestows titles. Ding. The host has accomplished the feat of rendering Yu Xiaogang a eunuch and may now bestow upon him the title, the Grand Eunuch. Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with delight, exclaiming, "Ah, system, you never cease to impress." Although Yu Xiaogang had been emasculated, Yi Ming understood that with some caution. It would be difficult for others to discern, as his clothing concealed the truth. However, with the title hovering above his head, there would be no hiding it. Yi Ming soon realized he could proclaim this title to the world and promptly initiated the announcement. In the next instant, the entire world trembled, including all formidable beings. A divine voice resonated throughout the Douluo Continent. "I am the god of titles, and I can bestow negative titles upon those who deserve them. These titles will permanently hover above their heads and come with varying penalties. Let us commence by bestowing 2 negative titles." In that moment, the continent quaked even more violently. For 2 titles of a putrid green hue manifested in the sky. Though distant, all eyes on the continent could clearly see them. The 2 titles were Hypocrite Master and Grand Eunuch. The entire continent was rendered incredulous. A miracle. Such an extraordinary event had transpired, echoing across the land. The imposition of negative titles suspended above one's head. How marvelous. It is these 2 titles that will hang over someone's head, the Pseudo-Master and the Grand Eunuch. The selection will undoubtedly come from the ranks of the Pseudo-Masters and Eunuchs. At this moment, the greater tremors are felt among the formidable forces and the powerful, including the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Haotian School, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Tiando Royal Family, the Xingla Royal Family, and the Spirit Hall. Even the title Douluo are shaken, such a divine phenomenon, even they find astonishing. Truly, it is the manifestation of divinity. With a voice resonating throughout the continent and such extraordinary capabilities, even the title Douluo would find it impossible to resist the arrival of these negative titles. Yi Ming's disguised divine voice reverberated once more. The continent's pseudo-masters and eunuchs are not limited to just a few. Thus, these 2 titles will be assigned at random. This leaves everyone aware that it is all a matter of luck. Meanwhile, at the Notting Junior Academy, discussions arose. Haha, what a coincidence. Just as we learned that Yu Xiaogang is an eunuch, such a divine phenomenon occurs. Will Yu Xiaogang receive the title of Grand Eunuch? And in our eyes, this Master Yu Xiaogang is nothing but a joke. Could he also receive the title of Pseudo-Master? That would be amusing, one person possessing both negative titles. Upon receiving these titles, one would also incur associated penalties. Clearly, no one desires such titles, as they are not only humiliating but also come with repercussions. Outside of the 7th dormitory, Yi Ming, Xiao Wu, and the others stepped out, gazing at the sky. Xiao Wu exclaimed, "How wondrous! Wang Xing remarked, "After all, it is a divine phenomenon." Tang San supported Yu Xiaogang as he emerged, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. The master has arrived. Surely, he must be feeling anxious. He is connected to both titles. Initially, Yu Xiaogang felt a wave of panic, especially shaken by the situation. After all, he is currently an eunuch. However, upon hearing that the selection is random, he breathed a sigh of relief. He is not the only eunuch on the continent, with such a vast population. Some must share his fate. Even if there are only 10,000 eunuchs across the continent, the odds are still 1 in 10,000. It is unlikely that the title would fall upon him. As for the title of pseudo-master, Yu Xiaogang harbored no concerns, as it bears no relation to him. He is a true master, and how could he possibly attain the title of pseudo-master? Tang San remained unperturbed, not believing that his teacher would inevitably receive the title of eunuch. He reassured, "Teacher, even though you are, there is no need to worry excessively." Yu Xiaogang nodded, "Indeed. The probability is too low. It is unlikely I would be that unfortunate." The two gazed into the heavens, with Yu Xiaogang murmuring in anticipation. If those who bear negative titles incur penalties, might there also be positive titles? If so, surely a positive title would not entail punishment, but rather a reward. What would such a reward from the divine be like? If it exists, he hoped for the title of master. Thus, with the title of master hanging above his head, there would be no need for personal validation, as the divine would have provided the answer. Moreover, it is universally acknowledged that the title of master shines above my head at all times. Contemplating this, Yu Xiaogang felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. If such a title were to manifest, it would bring him immense pride and eliminate any ridicule directed towards him. The title of master, prominently displayed above him, seemed to hold greater significance than even 100,000 years of soul rings, exuding an undeniable charisma. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes sparkled with hope. Perhaps there would indeed be a commendable title, one that includes noble distinctions such as gentleman. He considered himself to be the pure and virtuous Tang San. Ugh! Yiming nearly retched at the thought. Tang San frowned deeply, casting a somber glance at her. "Yiming, what do you mean by that?" Yiming bluntly replied. "I felt nauseated by your disgusting words." This caused Tang San to clench his fist in anger, interpreting her words as an implication that his speech was repulsive. "Humph. Do you truly believe that?" Yiming speculated, "You might as well abandon hope for any positive titles, if there are negative ones. Perhaps the title of hypocrite might be bestowed upon you." Tang San's anger flared even more. How could she suggest that he might receive a negative title? And a hypocritical one at that? It was utterly absurd. He found her statement laughable, scoffing. "You think? Humph, your opinion is of no consequence." Yiming chose to ignore him and gaze towards the sky. The title of Grand Eunuch was about to descend. Chapter 009. Yu Xiaogang struck by lightning at this moment. Everyone on the continent looked skyward, their eyes fixed upon the grotesque green title of Grand Eunuch, which began to waver ominously. A divine voice reverberated. "The negative title of Grand Eunuch is now descending." Instantly, many eunuchs across the continent felt a surge of panic, fervently praying that it would not land upon their heads. Yu Xiaogang felt a twinge of anxiety, though he reassured himself that misfortune would not befall him. The penalty attached to the Grand Eunuch title was to be struck by lightning. The probability of the holder being struck was 50%. Furthermore, with each subsequent negative title acquired, the likelihood would increase by 50%. Upon reaching 100%, the individual would be struck once daily, at 200%. Twice daily. Yu Xiaogang muttered to himself. The punishment is not severe. After all, even I, when faced with lightning, could have San Pao intervene. As a level 29, I should be able to withstand the strikes. However, in the next instant, the entire continent collectively dreaded the prospect of acquiring negative titles. For it was not as simple as it seemed. If the holder was an ordinary person, they would face normal lightning strikes but would not be killed. And there would be no means of evasion or assistance. Conversely, if the holder was a soul master, the lightning would negate all of their soul techniques. In the face of such electrical fury, even the strongest body would be no different from that of an ordinary person. This revelation sent shockwaves through everyone. Be they commoners or the weak, even the powerful would inevitably suffer severe injuries. Yu Xiaogang was not overly alarmed, with so many people. How could it possibly single me out? The descent has begun. In the next moment, the title of Grand Eunuch stirred, and everyone silently prayed that it would not come flying in their direction, including Yu Xiaogang. However, to Yu Xiaogang's astonishment, the title was indeed heading straight towards him. This revelation brought a sigh of relief from those in other directions. It was not them. At this moment, the expressions of the students from Nodding Academy became quite animated. Ha ha ha, it is indeed coming our way. Could it truly be the master? The probability seemed high. At this moment, the master felt a rush of panic and instinctively stepped back. Tang San's anger flared up as he scolded, "Silence! Although it is coming in this direction, it encompasses too many possibilities, and undoubtedly, there are many who are eunuchs. Even if there are only 1,000, the odds remain 1 in 1,000, which is quite low. Do not assume it must be my teacher." Tang San's rebuke was directed at the students, but also intended for Yu Xiaogang. This provided Yu Xiaogang with a measure of comfort. Indeed, just because it was in this direction did not guarantee it was so. However, in the next instant, Yu Xiaogang's eyes widened, his pupils constricting in fear as he retreated incessantly. The title had already arrived in Nodding City and was now soaring towards the academy. Tang San's expression also shifted in shock. Could it truly be the teacher? In an instant, everyone present realized the truth. For the title of Grand Eunuch was now hovering ominously above Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang, in terror, stumbled backward, casting a pleading glance at Tang San. Yet, Tang San understood that there was nothing he could do. Even if he possessed the strength to intervene, he dared not, fearing divine retribution for obstructing a god's decree. Whoosh! A flash of excremental green light appeared, coming to a halt and floating above Yu Xiaogangs head. A verdant hue enveloped Yu Xiaogangs crown, staining his hair a deep green. All eyes turned to him, where 3 large excremental green characters adorned his head. Grand Eunuch. No. Yu Xiaogang completely broke down. The title had truly descended upon him. With so many eunuchs in the continent, why was it he who had to bear this misfortune? Was it mere bad luck, or was the divine targeting him? At this moment, the students of the academy erupted in laughter. Yu Xiaogang had genuinely received the title. How fortunate we are to witness such an event. For Yu Xiaogang, however, it was sheer misfortune. Ha ha ha, how delightful it was. Yu Xiaogang, filled with dread and unease, realized he had been bestowed the title of Grand Eunuch. This meant that everyone would come to know of his status, and he would face the peril of being struck by lightning. A 50% chance. Tang San's expression darkened as he quickly helped Yu Xiaogang to his feet. Yu Xiaogang gazed fearfully at the sky, terrified of the impending lightning. Tang San comforted him, saying, "Teacher, there is no need to fear now. Since it is not a certainty, it will only manifest during a thunderstorm. Moreover, even in a thunderstorm, the chance remains 50%. Thus, you are unlikely to be struck by lightning at this moment." This brought a slight sense of relief to Yu Xiaogang. Yet in the future, rainy days would become his least favorite weather, for there existed a 50% chance of being struck by lightning. Yu Xiaogang, in a state of despair, cast a glance at the sky above, feeling utterly humiliated. Becoming a eunuch was one thing. At least he could keep it to himself, and others would remain oblivious. However, now, the negative title had descended upon him, and not just any title, but that of the Grand Eunuch, which struck him as an uncanny twist of fate. Was this deity targeting him, or was he simply plagued by misfortune? Yu Xiaogang dared not ponder the notion of divine persecution. Yet he harbored an intense loathing for the one responsible for his fate, the very individual who had rendered him a eunuch. How infuriating! Had it not been for him, he would never have become a eunuch, nor would he have acquired this disgraceful title. Consumed by rage and profound hatred, Yu Xiaogang shouted at Tang San, "Little San, when you find him, you must avenge me." Tang San, too, felt a deeper animosity towards that individual, who had caused their teacher to become the first on the continent to bear such a humiliating negative title, one that would bring shame wherever he went. Tang San nodded emphatically, "Teacher, I will. You are my mentor and akin to a father to me. I shall surely repay this grievance." The flames of anger within Yu Xiaogang subsided slightly as he placed his trust in Tang San's resolve. At this moment, some students in the academy felt a pang of disappointment. Alas, today was not a stormy day. They could not witness Yu Xiaogang being struck by lightning. Indeed, they were curious to see the calamity that would ensue from such an event. Moreover, there remained another negative title, the title of pseudo-master. Hadn't it been mentioned earlier that the punishment for the eunuch title carried an additional consequence, increasing the probability by 50% for each additional title? Thus, should Yu Xiaogang acquire this pseudo-master title, the likelihood would escalate to 100%, ensuring he would be struck by lightning daily, rendering stormy weather unnecessary. Indeed, the students felt a renewed sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang exuded an air of confidence, untroubled by the prospect. The Grand Eunuch title was merely a stroke of bad luck. He had indeed become a eunuch, and fate had whimsically singled him out. However, he was not a pseudo-master. He was a true master, destined only for positive titles, incapable of receiving the pseudo-master designation. Therefore, even if there were 100,000 pseudo-masters across the continent, he would never be among them. No matter how unfortunate, it could not be him, for he simply did not belong to that multitude. Tang San felt no concern either. He understood his teacher well, and during their time together, he had grown increasingly aware of his teacher's remarkable prowess. He was indeed a master. The divine sound resonated, heralding that soon, a positive title would follow. This brought a sense of joy to Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, as it indeed seemed possible. Yu Xiaogang felt elated at the prospect of potentially earning a positive title. If there exists a negative title of pseudo-master, then surely there must also be a positive title of master. However, in the next moment, the smile on Yu Xiaogang's face froze, and his eyes widened in shock. Another negative title, that of pseudo-master, descended from the heavens, approaching from the same direction as before. Chapter 010. Common knowledge. Yu Xiaogang found it inconceivable and shook his head vigorously. Even though it was from the same direction, it could not possibly refer to him. He could not be a pseudo-master. Tang San also believed it was absurd to think it could be their teacher. Although the title of master was not widely acknowledged, it was impossible for it to be pseudo-master. The students watched in anticipation, their eyes gleaming. Perhaps Yu Xiaogang was not the most incompetent pseudo-master, but one must understand what constitutes a pseudo-master. The more one pretends to be a master, the more they embody the essence of a pseudo-master. It is not merely about being the least capable. Indeed, Yu Xiaogang did just that, branding himself as a master and demanding others address him as such. So it was hardly surprising that he received the title of pseudo-master. This incited Tang San's ire, as he clenched his teeth in anger, feeling that these individuals were courting their own demise. Yu Xiaogang, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed. I consider myself a master. I have faith in myself. It cannot possibly be me. Although one of the penalties associated with the title of eunuch was the acquisition of another negative title, increasing the probability of being struck by lightning, Yu Xiaogang felt that no matter how many titles might descend upon him in the future, it could never pertain to him. Thus, he need not worry about a 100% chance of being struck. It would remain at 50%, only occurring during thunderstorms. Before such weather arrived, he could simply relocate to another city to avoid it. However, should he acquire yet another title, the likelihood would become 100%, resulting in being struck daily. Ming remarked, Tang San, do not console yourselves. Look, the title of pseudo-master is drawing ever closer. This caused Tang San to feel a twinge of panic. But as long as they had not reached Nodding City, there was still hope. Yet, in the next moment, Tang San's heart sank. For they had already arrived in Nodding City. Yu Xiaogang was not overly anxious. Even in Nodding City, it could not possibly refer to him. The Spirit Hall's library, renowned for housing the most extensive collection of works on the Douluo Continent, even containing many rare tomes, was the setting. The librarian gazed in the direction from which the title of pseudo-master was descending, murmuring to himself. He pondered whether Yu Xiaogang would indeed receive the title. In his youth, Yu Xiaogang had sneaked into the library, perusing its volumes and even pilfering some works. Having ventured to the highest levels to view some sealed texts, knowledge that was scarcely known even across the continent. However, rather than studying or improving, Yu Xiaogang had resorted to plagiarism, penning a work titled The 10 Core Competencies, which was nothing more than a patchwork of plagiarized and altered content, riddled with several laughable theoretical errors. The most shameless aspect is that he dares to call himself a master. I initially intended to expose him, but out of respect for the Pope, I refrained. I believe the divine is all-knowing, and this title is exceedingly fitting for Yu Xiaogang. The patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Xiaogang, gazed at the sky, filled with joy. There will undoubtedly be positive titles as well. I wonder what they might be. However, since there exists a negative title of pseudo-master, it follows that positive titles will also emerge, and Xiaogang is certain to acquire one. Yu Xiaogang, a level 95 titled Douluo, despite his formidable strength, feels a sense of guilt towards his son, Yu Xiaogang. He prays in his heart, I trust that Xiaogang will succeed. As this will allow him to return, he will not be a disgrace to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, but rather a source of glory. At this moment, the title of pseudo-master has already descended upon the skies of Nodding Academy. Yu Xiaogang is completely flustered, watching as the murky green title hurtles towards him, leaving him in a state of shock. In an instant, the green above his head intensified, for no longer was it merely one title. Atop the eunuch title, another emerged, pseudo-master. Tang San was astonished. How could it be that the teacher is a pseudo-master? Clearly, the teacher excels in martial soul knowledge. This cannot be false. Tang San could not comprehend this, convinced that there must have been a mistake, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. Yu Xiaogang was devastated, his expression blank. Although receiving the title of eunuch was humiliating, it did not completely shatter him, as he accepted that it was his reality. What troubled him most was the identity of master. Unable to cultivate and feeling powerless, he delved into the study of martial souls, calling himself a master. This was his greatest concern. Otherwise, he would not have sought disciples to validate his status. Yet now, it was he who had received the title of pseudo-master. Why? In the future, as he walks the streets, everyone will not only know him as a eunuch but also as a pseudo-master. Observing Yu Xiaogang's collapse, Tang San felt a pang of unease and concern. Teacher, even though you have been bestowed the title of pseudo-master, what truly matters is that you are aware of your own worth. This thought illuminated Yu Xiaogang's eyes momentarily. Indeed, as long as he knew in his heart, even if such a title was conferred upon him, it would suffice. Meanwhile, the students were mocking him. This time, both negative titles had fallen upon Yu Xiaogang. Truly, he has become the pseudo-master. Given this, the likelihood of being struck by lightning is now a certainty. He who once confidently claimed to be a master now faces a harsh reality. With the title of pseudo-master above his head, how will he ever have the audacity to call himself a master again? The sound of divine resonance echoed. The arrival of these negative titles had come to an end, all bestowed upon the same individual. This caused a stir throughout the continent. Goodness, with so many people across the land. It is remarkable that both negative titles were awarded to this one person. Not merely a eunuch, but also a false master. Who could it be? Will the name be revealed? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Yu Xiaogang scoffed. Who could possibly earn two negative titles at once? If his parents were aware, they would undoubtedly regret bringing him into this world. If it were me, I would certainly not bring forth such a disgrace. In the Spirit Hall's library, the librarian sighed. The individual in question, Yu Xiaogang, is not a eunuch, hence he cannot be labeled a false master. Yet, this does not alter my perception. Yu Xiaogang embodies the essence of a false master, a truth known solely to me. It appears he has merely experienced a stroke of luck. For there are even more fraudulent masters in this continent. At this moment, across Douluo Continent, regardless of location, people were consumed by curiosity, eager to uncover the identity of the individual who had simultaneously acquired these two negative titles. Such a disgraceful person should be kept at a distance. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang was once again gripped by anxiety and unease. Surely, they would not disclose his name? Although bearing these two titles is humiliating. If he refrains from frequenting crowded places, fewer people would recognize him. However, the words of Shin'in hinted at the possibility of a name revelation. He reflected on his family, which was already a source of shame, bringing disgrace upon them. Thoughts of his father, Erlong, and Bibi Dong flooded his mind. If they were to discover this, Yu Xiaogang continued to shake his head, murmuring to himself, they must not reveal my name. I cannot let my loved ones and family find out. Yet, in the next moment, Yu Xiaogang was overwhelmed once more, his face ashen. The voice of Shun Yin resonated, announcing across the continent, the one bearing the titles of Grand Eunuch and False Master is none other than the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Named Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 011. Ineffectual healing. Instantaneously, Yu Xiaogang collapsed onto the ground. As the entire continent was informed, those he most wished to keep in the dark were now aware. The students felt exhilarated, appreciating the artfulness of Shun Yin's proclamation. Throughout Douluo Continent, everyone instantly recognized the name Yu Xiaogang. They committed it to memory, the first individual to receive negative titles, no less two at once. This fellow would surely face a grim fate, perpetually struck by misfortune, yet he would undoubtedly garner no sympathy. What consequences would accompany the second title? That of a false master? In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Xiaogang could scarcely believe the news. Had the announcement referred to anyone else, he might have thought it a case of a namesake, but with the addition of being his son, it was indeed Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang was incredulous. How could Xiaogang possibly be a false master? Clearly, he is learned and wise, and he is not a eunuch. Yu Xiaogang struggled to accept this revelation, as those nearby reminded him, Patriarch, the divine cannot err. Yu Xiaogang's expression darkened in an instant, filled with concern. How could Xiaogang have become a eunuch? What could he have endured? I must find Xiaogang and bring him back. Yu Yuanzhen could well imagine the turmoil within his son. Xiaogang. To become a master was the sole purpose for Xiaojiang's existence, and yet now he bore the ignominious title of a false master, a reality that shattered his spirit. The entire world was now aware of this disgrace. Patriarch, this cannot be, he argued. This only serves to deepen Xiaojiang's shame upon our family. We must publicly sever ties with him across the continent. Otherwise, our entire clan risks bearing the brunt of this calamity. Patriarch, we must prioritize the greater good. We cannot allow Xiaojiang's misfortune to spell ruin for us all. This sentiment only fueled Yu Yuanzhen's anger and helplessness. The repercussions were certain. They would be met with hostility from the continent, leading inevitably to their downfall. If the Spirit Hall were to eradicate them, it might even bring a twisted sense of satisfaction to the continent's populace. Bibi Dong, taken aback, pondered the absurdity of the situation. She understood Xiaojiang's plight. Being labeled a false master was a heavy burden. Yet, the circumstances of his emasculation were beyond her control. The elders advised, Your Holiness, it is imperative to distance yourself from Xiaojiang. After all, he is tainted by 2 negative titles. Associating too closely with him could draw the ire of that terrifying deity. We must think of the greater picture. Bibi Dong steadied herself. Being viewed with hostility could potentially affect her ascension to divinity. Meanwhile, at the Notting Junior Academy, Tang San found himself beset by doubt. Why would the teacher be deemed a false master? Could I have misjudged him? No, that cannot be. Under his guidance, I have grown stronger. He cannot possibly be a false master. I must not doubt him, especially now when he needs my support more than ever. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was engulfed in despair and fear. Receiving a second negative title meant the likelihood of being struck by divine retribution was now a certainty. Teacher, we must swiftly find a healing spirit master. Once struck, quick healing will alleviate the torturous agony that awaits. Tang San's suggestion jolted Yu Xiaogang into action. He turned to the headmaster of the Notting Junior Academy, seeking assistance. Old Ma, as the headmaster, you must know many spirit masters. Can you urgently find a healing spirit master? The headmaster, understanding the urgency of Yu Xiaogang's predicament, hesitated, unwilling to assist. I do not know any, he replied, shaking his head. Yu Xiaogang pressed on, then perhaps you could inquire with the headmaster of the Notting Intermediate Academy. He surely knows more spirit masters. However, the headmaster remained resolute in his refusal. After all, Yu Xiaogang was burdened with 2 negative titles bestowed by the deity. Aiding him could invite misfortune upon himself. With finality, the headmaster declared, Yu Xiaogang, do not harbor such hopes. I cannot assist you, and we are no longer friends. I once believed in your genuine talent, but I never anticipated you would be a false master. From now on, cease your indulgence in our academy and leave immediately. This pronouncement weighed heavily on Yu Xiaojiang's heart, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. The students erupted in applause, commending the dean's decisive action. It was indeed fitting to expel this pretentious master who sought to benefit without merit. Tang San seethed with anger, observing how swiftly the crowd turned against him. Yu Xiaojiang realized he must secure the presence of a healing spirit master by his side, for he would soon face relentless lightning strikes, enduring unimaginable agony. He contemplated the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the Spirit Hall, knowing that if the situation became dire, he would have to seek their assistance. Surely, his father and Donger would lend him their support. Furthermore, he had his steadfast friend, Flender, whom he would approach first. As reaching out to the other 2 felt somewhat embarrassing. The students were eager, anticipating the spectacle of Yu Xiaogang being struck by lightning, curious to witness the ensuing chaos. Yu Xiaogang deserved this fate for daring to proclaim himself a master. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Yuanzhen felt compelled to assist Xiaojiang in finding a healing spirit master, fully aware of the impending torment his son would face daily from the lightning. Upon learning of this, others cautioned him. Patriarch, this is unwise. You mustn't involve yourself with Yu Xiaogang. He has friends. Let them help him. We cannot allow one individual to jeopardize the entire clan. Humph. I am his father. I cannot stand idly by. Yu Yuanzhen was resolute in his decision to provide aid. At the Nine Heart Sea Peach sect, Yi Lingling's mother, a healing spirit saint with unparalleled abilities on the continent, believed that her daughter would soon surpass her. Lingling, you must not extend your healing to those bearing negative titles. The girl, adorned in black with cascading blue hair and striking blue eyes, nodded in understanding. Indeed. It was Yi Lingling. Mother, I comprehend. At Shrek Academy, Flender was incredulous. How could Xiaojiang be a pretender? This is inconceivable. Yet, the reality was that Xiaojiang had indeed earned such a title. Zhao Wujing, having heard the dean speak of masters, began to doubt. Could it be that the boss has misjudged him? Zhao Wujing cautioned, "Boss, you must consider your association with Yu Xiaogang." Flinder furrowed his brow with determination. "Xiaojiang is my dear brother. I will not distance myself from him. He is suffering immensely, and I must find him a healing spirit master." Zhao Wujing felt helpless. Having intended to remind Flinder to prioritize the academy's interests, the academy was inherently lacking in students, and with the association with Yu Xiaojiang, it only worsened. However, Zhao Wujia understood that any warnings were futile. One could not alter the situation, being well aware of Flinder's temperament. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang had no choice but to irritate those around him. "Do not presume that I, Yu Xiaojiang, am friendless. I am acquainted with numerous formidable individuals who will assist me in locating a healing spirit master. In time, I may not have to endure the excruciating agony of being struck by lightning every single day, for I shall be healed immediately afterward." After speaking, Yu Xiaojiang observed the grim expressions of the students and teachers, which alleviated his heart somewhat. Tang San glanced at Ming, echoing Yu Xiaojiang's sentiments. "What's wrong? Can't you muster a smile?" Yet, in the next moment, a divine sound resounded as the punishments imposed by the so-called false master were announced. 2 penalties were declared. The first of which stipulated that any healing spirit master's attempts to heal Yu Xiaojiang would be futile. Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, everyone, ha ha ha. Chapter 012. Severing ties. The expressions of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San turned exceedingly grim. One of the penalties associated with the title of false master rendered healing spirit techniques ineffective. Hence, even with a spirit master's assistance, there was no hope for Yu Xiaojiang's healing. His complexion turned ashen. He had initially felt a sense of relief at the prospect of receiving care, believing the pain to be temporary. Yet, with the realization that it would be of no avail, the torment became immeasurable. Moreover, it would be a prolonged suffering, a constant ache. And even the best physician would be incapable of providing swift relief. Thus, must he forever endure this agony confined to his bed? The students erupted in cheers. The divine retribution is splendid. Evil begets evil. It serves him right. At this juncture, Yu Yuanjin's face was etched with profound sorrow. "My son, how could you endure such misfortune?" The desire to help was utterly futile. Flander also felt a heavy heart. This was excessively targeted. The people of the continent believed such targeting was justified, considering it a means of punishing the wicked and promoting virtue, hoping for a reduction in malevolence across the land. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted dramatically. While Tang San raised his head, his brow furrowed, instinctively retreating from Yu Xiaojiang. Dark clouds gathered ominously above, specifically above Yu Xiaojiang's head, and as the thunder roared, brilliant blue lightning wreaked havoc within the clouds. The clouds spiraled like a vortex, the blinding blue lightning about to culminate in an explosive outburst. The surrounding individuals quickly distanced themselves from Yu Xiaojiang, fearful of being caught in the fallout. Tang San also kept his distance, while Yu Xiaojiang, though terrified, realized evasion was futile and resistance was impossible. He could only endure. The students watched expectantly. It was imminent. To be struck by lightning every single day, how dreadful that would be. Yu Xiaojiang, in despair, gazed helplessly at the sky, seeking assistance, yet even if it were forthcoming, it would be in vain. "Teacher, hold on," Tang San called from a distance, offering reassurance. "Teacher, you still have me." The sole glimmer of hope for Yu Xiaojiang lay in the hands of his third partner, as he gritted his teeth, bracing himself for the impending storm. Thunder rumbled ominously. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck Yu Xiaojiang. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as he collapsed, enveloped in a haze of black smoke. His hair standing on end, his face charred, and his body grotesquely marred, emitting the acrid scent of singed flesh. The sight of Yu Xiaojiang in such a lamentable state sent shivers down the spines of many onlookers. His cries of agony were deafening. The pain coursed through every fiber of his being, with no part of his skin left unscathed, all scorched and smoldering. While a mere mortal would have succumbed to such a fate, Yu Xiaojiang, a level 20 soul master, found himself suffering the same torment as an ordinary person when faced with divine retribution. His torment echoed in the ears of all present, evoking no sympathy, only a grim satisfaction. Yu Xiaojiang's despair deepened, for this was not a singular occurrence. Each day would bring forth the same torment, a suffering more excruciating than hell itself, leading him to contemplate that death might be a more merciful release. Tang San, ever the beacon of encouragement, reminded him, "Teacher, a positive title will soon descend upon you. Perhaps it could mitigate this punishment. Do not relinquish hope." This flicker of hope ignited within Yu Xiaogang. Despite the overwhelming pain, he resolved to endure. Convinced that he would earn a positive title and that he still had his third partner by his side, Tang San dashed out, seeking a physician to aid in his teacher's recovery, yet found himself woefully short of funds. Even the promise of vast riches could not entice a healer to treat one marked by divine punishment. After all, life was deemed more precious than wealth. Returning hastily, Tang San realized he must tend to his teacher himself. He began to disinfect and clean the wounds, meticulously wrapping Yu Xiaojiang's body in white bandages. In the blink of an eye, Yu Xiaojiang resembled a mummy. Yet, despite this, the agony remained unbearable. Meanwhile, in the library of the Spirit Hall, the director reveled in his delight, marveling at the might of the divine. The so-called master was indeed Yu Xiaojiang, proving yet again the omniscience of the deity. However, a curious thought crossed his mind. When had he become a eunuch? The curator, feeling quite pleased, reflected that evil begets evil. Had there been no theft or plagiarism? And had one not falsely claimed the title of master, they would not have been bestowed the title of the pseudo-master. Meanwhile, other factions fervently hoped to avoid negative titles, striving for positive recognition instead. Even the title of Douluo was not exempt from this, for the penalties associated with negative titles were exceedingly grave, causing even the most formidable Douluo to suffer. In a secluded valley, a unique blue-silver grass flourished, distinct from ordinary specimens. Its leaves bore golden veins and exuded a gentle vitality, swaying softly in the breeze. This was, unmistakably, Ayin. Before the blue-silver grass stood a middle-aged man, tall and robust, clad in a tattered black robe, with disheveled hair and an air of unkemptness. He was Tang Hao. He was struck by awe at this divine phenomenon. He yearned for a positive title, hoping it would bestow the power of resurrection, for he was determined to revive Ayin. Tang Hao's heart brimmed with anticipation as he mused, "Surely, I could attain the title of devoted lover." Furthermore, he wished for his son to acquire numerous positive titles, firmly believing in his potential, for he was destined to become a soul master and must grow strong, especially with the Spirit Hall as their adversary. Tang Hao aspired to gain positive titles himself, to enhance his strength and seek vengeance without involving his son. The powerful figures of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the Haotian School all sought positive titles to elevate their prowess, knowing that the Spirit Hall would eventually strike against them. They were equally averse to the Spirit Hall obtaining positive titles, which would only bolster their strength. The Spirit Hall, naturally, wished to acquire positive titles as well. But the outcome remained uncertain. Ming reveled in the unfolding events, relishing the satisfaction of seeing the results of her efforts. She acknowledged the system's formidable capabilities, having dealt a severe blow to Yu Xiaojiang, though this was merely the beginning. With each elevation in rank, upon completing the preceding level, new tasks awaited, accompanied by generous rewards. The title feature also granted her a new title with each progression, rewarding those who resonated with her. Notably, the Grand Eunuch, the Pseudo-Master, and Yu Xiaojiang all fell within her sphere of influence. Ming could easily surmise that at this moment, powerful individuals across the continent were eager to attain positive titles while shunning negative ones. Tang San helped Yu Xiaojiang, who had been struck by lightning, daring to approach him. "Teacher, you still have me. You must hold on. I will become a formidable force. At that time, everyone will know that I am your disciple, thus proving your greatness." Yu Xiaogang nodded with a sense of relief. Although he felt frail and in agony, a faint smile struggled to appear at the corners of his mouth. For he still had Tang San. At that moment, Ming had already comprehended the second punishment associated with the title of the false master, and her eyes sparkled with realization. The divine voice resonated. The second punishment bestowed by the title of false master is that Yu Xiaogang's disciple, regardless of their cultivation efforts or the great opportunities they might acquire, will ultimately be unable to attain divinity. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression changed dramatically. He quickly released Yu Xiaogang and retreated to the side, causing Yu Xiaogang to collapse painfully onto the ground. Tang San resolutely severed a piece of his clothing, as if declaring an unbreakable bond. "From this day forth, I, Tang San, hereby sever our master-disciple relationship." Yu Xiaogang, Chapter 013, The Hypocrisy of Tang San. In that instant, Yu Xiaogang was left in a daze, unable to process the situation. His body trembled convulsively, not knowing whether it was due to the excruciating pain or the anger, Or perhaps a combination of both. Little San, Yu Xiaogang struggled to believe that Tang San had severed their master-disciple bond. Laughter erupted around them. Haha. This is too hilarious. The speed at which he cut ties is unprecedented. Just a moment ago, he was speaking of his hopes for his teacher. And in the next breath, he declares the end of their relationship. Truly, Tang San is something else. How hypocritical. They questioned whether Tang San would be awarded the title of hypocrite in the future. Upon hearing these remarks, Tang San erupted in fury in the current Douluo Continent. The last thing anyone wanted to hear was the possibility of being labeled with a negative title. Tang San's voice darkened. Be silent. He believed this to be entirely reasonable. A hypocrite? Certainly not himself. Yu Xiaogang, in disbelief, exclaimed, Little San, surely you can't mean this. Did you not say that once a teacher, forever a father? Tang San replied coldly, Mind your words. From now on, we have no connection. You are no longer my teacher. Yu Xiaogang felt utterly despondent. Tang San was his sole hope. Tang San asserted, Seek others to prove yourself. I shall not be your disciple. Yu Xiaogang's heart ached. The inability to achieve divinity did not equate to an inability to become a titled Douluo, and besides, attaining divinity was no easy feat yet. Tang San thought to himself that the stronger one became, the better. Without divinity, one would inevitably be constrained, especially with such a powerful title as a god. Xiao Wu, witnessing this, grew increasingly disdainful, so hypocritical. Ming observed the unfolding drama with satisfaction, applauding and expressing her admiration, albeit laced with sarcasm. Tang San, you executed that beautifully. Tang San's expression darkened as he said nothing, crouching down before Yu Xiaogang and leaning in closer. Though we have severed our ties, our friendship remains. I shall continue to stay in contact, but I will no longer refer to you as my teacher. Instead, I shall call you master. Master, do not hold it against me, for as your disciple, the aspiration to attain divinity seems unattainable, though I cannot fathom the arduous journey to such a state. Being your apprentice offers no glimmer of hope for transcendence. Thus, I am compelled to act in this manner, and I hope for your understanding. This thought eased Yu Xiaogan's spirit slightly, as he found it somewhat reasonable. Then, Little San, it appears we shall no longer maintain a master-disciple relationship. Yu Xiaogang recognized that it was improbable for anyone to be his disciple. His heart grew heavier with frustration, feeling as though the divine was targeting him. Nevertheless, he was indeed a eunuch, and the punishment bestowed by this title was unalterable. Yet, to label himself a false master was something he could not accept. Yu Xiaogang cried out in desperation, proclaiming that he could not be a false master. It was an injustice. This audacity drew scorn from the surrounding students and teachers. Was he questioning the divine? Such boldness! He refused to acknowledge the truth. While the title of eunuch was a reality he could not deny, he adamantly rejected the notion of being a false master. At that moment, Ming found amusement in his defiance. Unyielding? Very well. The divine voice resonated. Due to Yu Xiaogang's doubts regarding the title of false master, the reasons for his designation will now be revealed. Yu Xiaogang remained unperturbed, eager to hear what the divine had to say. Yu Yuanjun was equally curious to discover the rationale behind this decision, convinced that an error must have occurred. This sparked intrigue across the continent. How could Yu Xiaogang refuse to accept it? Such audacity to question the divine, whether in defiance or desperation. It would only lead to greater humiliation. Was he seeking public condemnation? How amusing. Soon, the truth behind his title of false master would be unveiled. However, Yu Xiaogang maintained his composure, certain that a mistake had been made. Tang San was also eager to hear the divine's explanation, knowing that any inconsistency would be hard to justify. At this juncture, Ming sighed softly. If the divine's words hold true and Yu Xiaogang is not wrongfully accused, he may very well earn a further negative title in the future. This piqued the curiosity of Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and their peers. What title could that be? Ming replied, the title of the most shameless. This revelation sparked a glimmer of realization among Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and the surrounding students. If he were to be given a negative title of false master and still refuse to acknowledge it, claiming instead to be a true master, that would indeed be most shameless. Tang San felt compelled to take a stand, as the recent severing of their master-disciple bond must have struck a significant blow to the master. Master, there is no need for alarm, he reassured Yu Xiaogang. Turning to Ming with a somber tone, Ming, do you consider yourself the arbiter of titles? Just because you assert something will be, does not mean it will be. Ming shrugged, nor does your denial guarantee it won't. At this moment, the continent fell silent, for the reason was about to be unveiled. Flinder furrowed his brow, expressing disbelief that a just cause could be articulated. Meanwhile, at the spirit hall, Bibi Dong gazed at the sky, pondering whether little Gang had been wronged. The librarian, filled with anticipation, mused that it would be best to present footage of the past when Yu Xiaogang plagiarized and stole books from the spirit hall library, thus further tarnishing his reputation and exposing him to the entire continent. The librarian felt a sense of vindication, believing that revealing the truth would enlighten everyone. A divine voice resonated. We shall now commence the announcement, accompanied by visuals that will illustrate the reasons behind Yu Xiaogang being labeled a false master. This revelation astonished the librarian, who marveled at the divine capabilities at play. Yu Xiaogang, however, appeared somewhat pallid, yet remained steadfast in his belief that an error had occurred. Though he acknowledged certain flaws within himself, he was confident in his genuine talents and knowledge. The continent trembled in anticipation as the visuals were projected. Indeed, the divine presence proved omnipotent. Among the 10 core competencies that Yu Xiaogang prided himself on, numerous errors were revealed. The first erroneous theory proclaimed that there were no worthless martial spirits, only worthless soul masters. As the divine words echoed, the entire continent erupted in laughter. Yu Xiaogang had indeed revealed himself to be a fool, a true false master. How could one utter such absurdities? It was well known that he was inept. If he was not a strong individual, how could he make such contradictory statements? Even a child of 3 would find it laughable. At that moment, Yu Yuanjin, Flinder, and Bibi Dong all bore grim expressions, fully aware that this theory was indeed a summary by Yu Xiaogang. The students at Notting Junior Academy laughed heartily at such foolishness. Master, if you truly believe this, then teach me. My martial spirit is rather ordinary. Help me become strong. How ludicrous. Amidst this, Tang San stepped forward. It is not necessarily wrong. Watch me. He unleashed his martial spirit, and the first soul ring emerged, causing a stir. He signaled for a senior student to engage him in battle. In a short time, he decisively defeated the senior, leaving the students in shock. How could Tang San, with a seemingly worthless martial spirit of blue-silver grass, be so formidable? With a sense of pride, Tang San relished the moment, while Yu Xiaogang lifted his chin. Mistakes? Not at all. Little San is my proof. He was once my disciple, and through my guidance, he has grown strong despite having the blue-silver grass as his martial spirit. Can you still claim that the assertion of there being no worthless martial spirits, only worthless soul masters, is incorrect? This left the students exchanging incredulous glances. How could it be that Tang San was so powerful, despite his martial spirit being blue-silver grass? Is it possible that Yu Xiaogang truly possesses remarkable skills? This statement, though not entirely incorrect, incited a sense of pride in both Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, who were eager to hear what the divine voice would proclaim. The higher one's status and strength, the more embarrassing even the slightest mistake becomes, for they are held in such high regard by the populace. When the divine voice resonated, both Tang San and Yu Xiaogang's expressions shifted dramatically. Yu Xiaogang believed that he had transformed Tang San, whose martial spirit was blue-silver grass, into a formidable force with a first soul ring of 400 years. He felt vindicated in his theory. This revelation sent ripples across the continent. Could it be true that Yu Xiaogangs pupil, with the blue-silver grass martial spirit, possessed a first soul ring of 400 years? Was his strength indeed not to be underestimated? However, everyone thought it impossible, for the titled deity could not be mistaken. Anticipation filled the air as all awaited a reversal of fortunes. Yet, Tang San was no ordinary child. He was a twin martial spirit wielder, with a powerful second martial spirit and innate full soul power. The acquisition of a 400-year soul ring was not attributable to the blue-silver grass, nor solely to diligent teaching, but rather to the unique nature of his physique resulting from a special cultivation method. In an instant, laughter erupted across the continent. So it was that Tang San was not a failure after all. Yu Xiaogang found himself soundly rebuked, exposed for the charlatan he truly was, displaying utter shamelessness. Both Yu Xiaogang and Tang San wore grim expressions, having been unmasked. Chapter 14. The Rat in the Street. Yu Xiaogang. Was Tang San truly a talentless individual? No, he was a genius. Although Yu Xiaogang's theory had been disproven, he clung to the notion that the other 10 theories could still validate his own competence. The continent mocked him, confirming his errors. If he truly wished to prove his theory correct, he ought to take on a true waste of talent, one with 0 innate soul power and a martial spirit akin to a farming tool. How laughable it was to claim mastery by transforming a genius into a strong individual. In an uproar, the people of the continent began to denounce Yu Xiaogang. Yin Yuanjin and Flinder found themselves at a loss for words. Yet they remained convinced that the other theories must hold truth. The divine voice continued to proclaim, asserting that erroneous theories regarding soul masters' soul skills, martial spirits, and soul rings were indeed interconnected. Different soul beasts yield different soul skills, a notion that filled Yu Xiaogang with unwarranted confidence. Surely, this was not incorrect. Many across the continent paused, pondering, was there truly any fault in this? What I learned aligns with this understanding. Even if he were correct, it would not elevate Yu Xiaogang to the status of a master, a fact well known to all. Truth lies in the hands of the few, and it is certain that errors abound. Meanwhile, at the Nine-Heart Sitang sect, Yi Lingling's mother smiled, affirming that Yu Xiaogang was indeed a man of empty renown. At this moment, Yu Yuanjin's expression darkened, for he was well aware of the Nine Hearts, Si Do's martial soul. The divine voice resonated. There exists a martial soul that, regardless of the soul rings it acquires, possesses but a singular soul skill, that being healing. This martial soul is the Nine-Heart Si Do. This revelation left Yu Xiaogang in a state of shock, for it meant that his theory was fundamentally flawed. The continent buzzed with chatter, confirming their previous ignorance. Indeed, it was a mere facade of knowledge, a mockery, as the public execution of Yu Xiaogang unfolded, a consequence of his own making. His erroneous theory posited that the absorption period of soul rings was contingent upon the martial soul's rank, the physical body, and the strength of one's spiritual power. Yet, there exists an upper limit to soul ring absorption, rendering his theory incorrect. Upon hearing this, the entire continent ceased to question. Although it remained common knowledge that there were limits to soul ring absorption, the belief in the title of God persisted. Yu Xiaojiang's countenance grew grim. Was this yet another miscalculation? The divine voice echoed again. If the three criteria are sufficiently exceptional, then it is indeed possible for the first soul ring to be a millennium, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years old. This notion shook Yu Xiaogang to his core, as the populace of the continent found it reasonable, though such occurrences had yet to manifest. Their absence did not equate to impossibility. While the optimal configuration of soul rings appeared to be the limit for all, they believed that with enough strength, the first, or even the second soul ring could indeed be of a millennium's age. Yu Xiaojiang's flawed theory suggested that martial soul mutations were random, akin to the outcomes of inbreeding, leading to a greater probability of producing fools than geniuses. He perceived his martial soul's adverse mutation as mere misfortune rather than a minuscule possibility. However, it was not akin to the offspring of closely related individuals. Provided that the body was sufficiently robust or aided by rare treasures, mutations could evolve favorably. His unfavorable mutation stemmed from his own inadequacy. This revelation left Yu Xiaogang astounded. Was it truly so? The continent erupted in scorn. Another error. This self-proclaimed master, devoid of shame. No wonder he earned the title of pseudo-master. The title of eunuch was merely a stroke of bad luck, as he was selected among the eunuchs of the continent, yet the title of pseudo-master was indeed well-deserved. The divine voice resounded once more. Other theories posed no significant issues, causing a flicker of hope in Yu Xiaojiang's expression, the sole glimmer of good tidings. Although he had erred in 4 aspects, 6 remained correct. Perhaps he possessed some genuine talent. He felt wronged. However, the subsequent words of the divine voice cast a shadow over his heart. Next, a visual display would elucidate why Yu Xiaogang was bestowed the title of pseudo-master. And it was indeed fitting. This intrigued the crowd. What sort of imagery would unfold? What events had transpired in the past? High above, an image materialized, visible to all. The populace could clearly see Yu Xiaojiang's remaining theories, such as the origins of martial souls, the reasons for innate soul power levels, the accumulation of soul power, the explosion of soul bones, and the classification of martial souls into 2 major categories. Upon hearing this, the people of the continent erupted in laughter. Were these not well-known facts? Had he merely altered them to claim as his own? It is truly shameless. Being a wastrel himself, he aspires to become a master in the realm of martial spirits, yet one must possess genuine talent and knowledge. Alas, his theories are either erroneous or widely recognized as plagiarized. In the next moment, a vision materializes in the sky, revealing a library adorned with the 6 prominent characters, Martial Spirit, Hall's library. All eyes are transfixed as Yu Xiaogang enters the repository of knowledge. Unable to cultivate, he resolves to become a widely acknowledged master in the field of martial spirits. I must extend my gratitude to Donger, for it is through his connections that I have gained access to this place. Although it is confidential, I surmise that the director here cannot object to my presence. As he peruses the tomes, Yu Xiaogang muses, "This knowledge is insufficient for me to attain mastery. I must seek higher realms where the wisdom is surely less known. And I shall learn from it." Stealthily, Yu Xiaogang ascends to the upper levels, gazing at the books with astonishment, marveling at the intellect of ancient sages. Unable to absorb it all at once, he discreetly takes a few volumes to study at home. Before long, Yu Xiaogang ceases his visits to the library. Feeling he has learned enough, "I shall author my own texts. I will distill my own theories. Let me call it the 10 core competencies of martial spirits." Thus, Yu Xiaogang begins to write, simultaneously referencing the books he has copied from the library, embarking on a process of summarization. In this manner, he amalgamates borrowed ideas with his own, producing a work of which he feels immensely proud. Henceforth, I shall declare myself a master and compel others to address me as such, aiming to earn the world's respect and prove that I, Yu Xiaogang, am no wastrel. If I lack in strength, then I shall become a renowned figure through my knowledge. Indeed, I shall lead the empire to believe that whoever possesses me, the master, shall conquer the world. At this juncture, the scene concludes. In an instant, the entire continent erupts in uproar, unleashing a torrent of vitriol directed at Yu Xiaogang. He has swiftly become the most despised and reviled person on the continent. Ha ha ha, what a self-inflicted public execution. Had he merely acknowledged the truth, it would have sufficed. But his refusal to admit it has led to his disgrace being unearthed, rendering him a laughingstock across the land. How shameless, how revolting. A master indeed? Huh. It has become evident that the theories he summarized, infused with his own notions, are fundamentally flawed, while the correct theories are all derived from others. Truly a pseudo-master. And there is no injustice in this accusation. Yu Xiaogang crumbles under the weight of disgrace, his countenance paling as the entire city of Notting reverberates with scornful shouts directed at him. He has instantaneously become a pariah, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Tang San struggles to comprehend. Is this truly how a master behaves? Yu Yuanjin's expression darkens, aghast at the revelation of his son's character. The clan leader must now sever all ties with Yu Xiaogang. He has indeed become a target of universal contempt. We cannot allow Yu Xiaogang to tarnish our reputation. This is an utter disgrace to our family. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was utterly shattered, pondering his uncertain future. Chapter 15. The title of the chosen one. The members of the academy reveled in their delight, laughing uncontrollably. How utterly humiliating. Had there been any dissent? The reasons would not have been publicly disclosed, nor would previous scenes have been projected, yet dissent was present. Choosing to humiliate oneself before the entire continent was indeed a grave mistake. The entire continent bore witness to Yu Xiaogangs disgrace. How could he ever claim to be a master again? Should he continue to do so, he would undoubtedly earn the most shameless of titles, accumulating 3 negative titles in total, rendering him even more ridiculous. It was not merely his head that was green. His entire being was cloaked in a shade of disgraceful green, eliciting laughter from all. As they observed Yu Xiaogangs moment of trepidation, Tang San shouted in anger, "Silence! A master cannot acquire any further negative titles." Yi Ming sighed softly. To still refer to oneself as a master. Do you not fear acquiring the title of disgrace? This statement rendered Tang San's expression grim. The entire continent was now aware that the master was a mere pretender, publicly proved by the god. And continuing to proclaim himself a master was indeed perilous. Tang San had to steel himself, forcing the words out, "Yu Xiaogang, as long as you live, there is hope." A bitter taste filled Yu Xiaogangs heart. From being addressed as teacher to master, and now by his given name, he felt the weight of his fall from grace. Yet, these titles paled in comparison to the humiliation he faced today. His titles of great eunuch and pseudo-master, coupled with divine judgment, had exposed him to the entire continent, revealing the reasons behind his designation as a pseudo-master, an utter disgrace. He contemplated suicide, yet his heart wrestled with the desire to not let this be the end. Regardless of whether Tang San was a genius rather than a fool, he resolved to nurture Tang San's strength. Tang San represented his hope. Perhaps one day, as Tang San became a formidable force, achieving the title of Douluo or even ascending to divinity, he might assist him in erasing this shame. Thus, Yu Xiaogang clung to a flicker of hope. Meanwhile, the continent remained in an uproar, continuously denouncing Yu Xiaogang, for he had indeed become the object of universal disdain. Curiosity soon arose across the continent regarding the next title to be bestowed. Would it be another negative title or perhaps a positive one? The strong yearned for positive titles, believing they could significantly enhance their power. Naturally, no one wished to receive a negative title. Ding. The title function package is being crafted and will be distributed in 3 days. This news brought joy to Yi Ming, as it appeared that each time a new function was activated, a package would accompany it. The first package was generously bestowed by the task system, featuring an impressive offering of 100,000 years of top-tier soul beast sacrifices. What, then, would the second package entail? Yi Ming contemplated that it could indeed be a positive title, accompanied by commendable rewards. After all, this gift package required 3 days of crafting and was a result of unlocking the title function. Thus, Yi Ming surmised it must be a favorable designation. Soon, Yi Ming learned of the title being forged, known as the Child of Destiny. Negative titles were depicted in a murky green, while positive titles gleamed in red. However, this unique title, the Child of Destiny, shone resplendently in gold. Furthermore, Yi Ming had already discovered the formidable rewards associated with the title. Ding. The host could announce this title to the entire world. Naturally, Yi Ming felt compelled to proclaim it. Otherwise, it would appear above their head without explanation, which was unacceptable. The divine sound resonated, leaving the continent in astonishment. Was it not yet over? But in the next moment, the continent erupted in fervor. The arrival of this negative title had concluded, and in 3 days, a new and exceptionally rare title would emerge. It could be regarded as a positive title, or perhaps even one that surpassed all others, a unique positive title, singular in its existence. This revelation sent ripples across the continent. It was, after all, a precursor to the new title set to arrive in 3 days. Everyone yearned for a positive title, especially one that eclipsed all others, suggesting that the rewards would undoubtedly be extraordinary. What manner of title could it be? Tang San gazed with anticipation, eager to uncover the truth, for in this world, strength held paramount importance. The divine voice reverberated. The negative title comprised 3 characters, tinted in a murky green, while the positive title consisted of 2 characters, adorned in red. Regardless of whether they were positive or negative, it was indicated that there could be more than one in the future. This enlightened the people of the continent, implying that the same negative or positive title might not be singular but could manifest as 2. The exclusive positive title, however, consisted of 4 characters and shimmered in gold. The exclusive positive title set to arrive in 3 days was none other than the Child of Destiny. This revelation sent a wave of excitement through the populace. Child of Destiny sounded remarkably prestigious, and the rewards were bound to be bountiful. Moreover, if it were to hover above one's head in its brilliant golden hue, it would be exceedingly eye-catching, enviable, and undeniably stylish. However, the majority of the populace harbored little hope. The Child of Destiny would surely not be bestowed upon ordinary individuals, but rather upon soul masters, those of exceptional talent and fortuitous fate. At the Spirit Hall, Bai Bai Dong's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Child of Destiny, could it be me? I, Bai Bai Dong, with my dual martial spirits, achieved the rank of title de law at a young age, possessing a 100,000-year soul ring. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I am destined for divinity. I wonder if the title of Child of Destiny will grace me. Naturally, Bai Bai Dong yearned for it would undoubtedly augment her strength. In the Tiando royal family, Qian Renxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe, also felt a surge of expectation and desire. Could I be the Child of Destiny? After all, being the sole individual on the continent with an innate full spirit power of level 20, and possessing a divine-grade martial soul, the 6-winged angel, it is conceivable that I might attain this. In an instant, the continent's prodigies yearned to obtain this prestigious title. At this moment, Tang San was the most exhilarated, secretly elated within his heart. Is not the title of the Chosen One crafted especially for me? Tang San felt he was not indulging in fanciful thoughts. This title could indeed belong to him. After all, as a transmigrant, he was uniquely distinct in this world, akin to a protagonist. In his previous life, he was exceptionally gifted, and in this life, he remained a genius, possessing dual martial souls, innate full spirit power, and mastery over hidden weapons. Who could possibly compare to him? Thus, it was inevitable that he was the Chosen One. Tang San was overjoyed. Perhaps it truly could be me, to hold the title of the Chosen One. I, Tang San, am undoubtedly the protagonist of this world. It is highly likely that it is I. Yi Ming observed Tang San's animated expression and discerned his thoughts. Both Tang San and Yi Ming recognized him as a transmigrant, but only Yi Ming was aware of her own status as such. Yi Ming chuckled inwardly. Tang San, you are overthinking it. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was also filled with anticipation, yearning for a turnaround, longing to receive the divine rewards, muttering to himself, "Will I, Yu Xiaogang, obtain the title of the Chosen One?" Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's murmurs, Ming laughed. "You are merely daydreaming." This only served to further irritate Tang San, who retorted angrily, "Is it not permissible to think? What if it is possible?" Ming replied, "I do not believe the title of the Chosen One would be bestowed upon a eunuch or a pseudomaster." This remark struck Yu Xiaogang even harder. Tang San's voice grew somber. "You are not the god of titles. Just because you say it is impossible does not make it so." The dean's disdain for Yu Xiaogang intensified. He truly was like a lazy frog aspiring to devour a swan. The dean spoke sternly, "Yu Xiaogang, leave my academy at once. You are no longer welcome here." The dean did not expel Tang San from the academy, for he had already severed his master-disciple relationship with Yu Xiaogang. And Tang San was a genius with innate full spirit power. At this moment, one individual was profoundly disheartened, the blind Douluo Continent. How could Tang San possess a second martial soul? I failed to notice it back then, thinking him to be worthless. Alas, I have missed an exceptional talent. Tang San helped Yu Xiaogang to his feet, preparing to depart. Yet, at that moment, Tang San, brimming with excitement, paused in anticipation. In an instant, the continent fell silent. For the announcement of the title rewards for the Chosen One was about to commence. The title of the Chosen One grants its bearer 3 rewards. Conversely, the bearer of a negative title incurs 2 punishments, while the bearer of a positive title receives 2 rewards. This revelation clarified for all. Recalling the title of eunuch bestowed upon Yu Xiaogang, as if struck by lightning, with each additional negative title increasing the likelihood of such a fate. The title of pseudomaster rendered healing skills ineffective against Yu Xiaogang, and his disciples were destined to remain mere mortals. In contrast, the singular positive title, accompanied by 3 rewards, ignited the fervent aspirations of many prodigies, filling their hearts with yearning. Remarkably, the pinnacle of the Soul Master Dream list was no longer the coveted 10,000-year soul ring, but rather the title of the Chosen One, which undoubtedly surpassed the former. The first reward of the Chosen One title promised a staggering 100 increase in strength for its possessor. This initial reward sent shockwaves through the crowd, as it implied a direct doubling of combat prowess. At that moment, Bibi Dong felt a surge of excitement and desire. If she were to obtain even just this first reward, it would render her formidable power exponentially greater. The continent trembled at the awe-inspiring nature of the Chosen One title. Such strength was undeniable, and while many wished to attain it, they understood their own limitations. At this juncture, Qian Rinxue also felt an intense longing. It was only through immense strength that one could pursue their desires. The divine sound resonated, announcing the second reward, the other half of the Chosen One, destined to ascend to divinity. Furthermore, upon achieving godhood, their power would double. This second reward sent the continent into a frenzy. What a terrifying prospect it was. Although it held no relevance for most, it was immensely alluring for the celestial women of the realm. Indeed, the other half of the Chosen One was destined to become a deity, a formidable power beyond imagination, and upon achieving divinity, their strength would double. The Chosen One was fearsome beyond measure. If only there were no prerequisites. For then every woman across the continent would aspire to be the other half of the Chosen One. However, the reality is that not just anyone could be chosen. Compatibility was essential, and the Chosen One's affections could not be easily won. Simultaneously, this second reward indicated that the title of Chosen One was bestowed upon males, thereby excluding many potential candidates. This reward was reasonable, after all, as it pertained to the woman of the Chosen One. Within the spirit hall, Bibi Dong briefly experienced a sense of despondency before her eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, her exquisite countenance reflecting sheer astonishment. The second reward was overwhelmingly powerful and held great allure for her. The certainty of becoming a deity was indeed enticing. But the most captivating aspect was the prospect of having her strength doubled upon ascension. Bibi Dong contemplated that if she were to discern the identity of the destined child, she would undoubtedly seek to recruit them, for the destined child was destined to become a formidable force in the future. Qian Rinxue was keen to discover who this destined child might be. In terms of both appearance and prowess, she was exceptionally outstanding. Yet she had never pondered who her future partner might be, believing perhaps that no one could match her caliber. However, should it be the destined child, they would surely be the most remarkable, and Qian Rinxue naturally wished to make their acquaintance. At that moment, Ming silently sighed. This is for the best. My woman must shine by my side and undoubtedly ascend to divinity, her strength multiplying thereafter. Meanwhile, Tang San regarded the second reward as rather mediocre, as it offered no enhancement to his abilities. The continent fell into silence once more as anticipation built for the final reward, which was bound to be the most formidable. To be regarded with hostility by the destined child meant that, regardless of who it was, the individual would endure 2 hours of being treated like a dog daily. Limited to a choice of 3 people. This revelation sent shockwaves across the continent. Thus, while it was permissible not to befriend the destined child, it was absolutely unacceptable to be viewed as an adversary. The continent buzzed with discussion about being treated like a dog, implying that even speaking would be akin to barking. Furthermore, during the 2-hour interval when one was treated as a dog, one might even suffer the indignity of being devoured. How tragic. At that moment, Tang San's yearning intensified. The destined child must be me. Then, Yi Ming, you shall be regretting your enmity towards me. Tang San could hardly contain his eagerness. The third reward was far from over. It was revealed that the friends of the destined child would experience a 50% increase in their cultivation speed. The continent trembled once more, for to befriend the destined child meant that one would ascend alongside them. Tang San gazed at Yi Ming, envisioning himself as the destined child, eagerly anticipating the events of 3 days hence. Once I attain the title of the destined child, Yi Ming, you shall find yourself crawling and rolling before me, pleading for reconciliation and friendship. At that moment, Qian Rinxue resolved that she must become acquainted with the destined child. Within the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji looked at his daughter Ning Rongrong and advised, Rongrong, you must keep your distance from those bearing negative titles. It would be ideal if you could befriend the destined child. Friendship with the destined child would enhance your cultivation speed by 50%. And, should you become the destined child's wife, that would be even more fortuitous. Though your martial soul is not the 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda, aligning yourself with the destined child may bring you good fortune and the potential for your martial soul's evolution, thereby granting you the potential to become a titled Douluo. Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding. I comprehend, father. Meanwhile, the ambitious Zhu Zhuqing harbored the desire to meet the destined child. Observing Tang San's impatient demeanor, Yi Ming chuckled inwardly. Tang San, I am quite curious to see your true colors in 3 days. Chapter 17. The miserable Yu Xiaogang. The divine proclamation resonated as it continued to unveil the third reward associated with the title of the Chosen One, revealing the final 2 components. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, for the third reward encompassed such vast potential. No faction could forcibly coerce the Chosen One. Everything would hinge upon the Chosen One's personal volition. Any attempt at coercion would render one incapable of attaining divinity. Instantly, the major factions abandoned their ambitions to compel the Chosen One, recognizing that the decision lay solely with the individual. Qian Rinxue felt it was imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Chosen One, while Bibi Dong shared a similar sentiment, realizing that coercion was futile. The last component granted the Chosen One the ability to eliminate misfortunes, offering 2 opportunities for such. This revelation left the entire continent in a state of bewilderment. What exactly did it mean to erase misfortune? What kinds of misfortunes could be eradicated? The divine voice echoed. It could pertain to any misfortune affecting oneself. Should the loss of a loved one be regarded as misfortune, then upon elimination, that loved one would be resurrected, albeit only one could be brought back. Misfortune also encompassed adversities encountered. A brief silence enveloped the continent, soon followed by an uproar. How terrifying. It was tantamount to possessing the power of resurrection. In that fleeting moment, Xiao was shaken, her excitement rendering her speechless. I must get to know the Chosen One. I implore him to help me eliminate my misfortune. That way, my mother could be revived. Tang San, upon hearing this, chuckled. I could never agree to that. This caused Xiao Wu to frown in discontent, her disdain palpable. Do you consider yourself the Chosen One? Tang San replied with confidence. It's quite possible. How arrogant. Xiao Wu thought Tang San's self-assuredness was excessive. However, Tang San believed his confidence was warranted, considering he was a transmigrator. Were he in Xiao Wu's position, she would not seek assistance from someone like him. The divine voice resonated once more, marking the conclusion of the title's announcement. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Though the announcement had ended, discussions across the continent intensified. Who could the Chosen One truly be? A twinge of envy stirred within. The title of Chosen One was undeniably formidable. The announcement was merely the prologue, leaving one to ponder the subsequent positive and negative titles that might emerge. Meanwhile, other significant factions had already resolved to meet the Chosen One in 3 days, hoping to foster favorable relations. At that moment, Tang San envisioned himself surrounded by various renowned powerhouses in 3 days' time. The students engaged in animated discussions. Tang San considered the possibility of being that person. Although reluctant to admit it, he was indeed a prodigy, innate full soul power, dual martial spirits, and a first-ring soul master by the age of 6. With his first soul ring being 400 years old, it was a distinct possibility. Damn it, I don't want that guy, Tang San, to become the chosen one. There was a vague aversion towards him. Tang San, unfazed, supported Yu Xiaogang. Uncle Xiaogang, let me escort you out. Tang San felt the need to change his form of address. He could no longer call him teacher or master, but would instead refer to him as Uncle Yu Xiao. Yu Xiaogang was still racked with pain, unsteadily moving forward like a mummy, his pace excruciatingly slow. As they watched Yu Xiaogang depart, the students erupted in cheers. The foe master, who had been shamelessly indulging in free food and drink, had finally left. Thankfully, the title of God had emerged. Otherwise, one could only imagine how long Yu Xiaogang would have continued to sponge off others. Indeed, he was quite the pariah, the sole bearer of a negative title in these times. At that moment, Yiming turned to Xiaowu and Wang Xing, suggesting, "Let us go to the school gate and observe." Wang Xing, puzzled, asked, "Boss, are we going out?" Yiming smiled. "Do you think Yu Xiaogang will find peace once he steps outside? Don't you wish to witness the crowd's reaction upon seeing him on the street?" This sparked a glimmer of curiosity in Wang Xing's eyes. Of course, he wanted to know. The students and teachers, equally intrigued, decided to follow suit. Meanwhile, Tang San supported Yu Xiaogang as they approached the school gate. Upon their exit, Tang San was taken aback and breathed a sigh of relief. For the street ahead and the surrounding area were devoid of any people. Yu Xiaogang, too, felt a sense of relief. After all, his reputation had soured, and he was loathed by the entire continent. Seeing the absence of a crowd outside allowed him to relax. However, just as Tang San prepared to help Yu Xiaogang move forward, his steps suddenly faltered. Confused, Yu Xiaogang wondered why Tang San had come to an abrupt halt. In the next instant, Yu Xiaogang's eyes widened in horror as he perceived an alarming sight. From the alleys flanking the street, a throng of people surged forth, rapidly filling every inch of the thoroughfare. Each individual carried baskets or buckets, the contents unknown. Yet, it was unmistakable that every gaze directed at him radiated disdain and fury. Although these people were strangers, their expressions were unmistakably filled with wrath directed at him. Tang San, sensing the danger, urged, "This is not good. We must retreat." A foul odor wafted from a distance, reminiscent of rotten fruits, spoiled eggs, putrid fish, and even excrement. In an instant, both Tang San and Yu Xiaogang understood that the unpleasant scents emanated from the items in the baskets and buckets. As the densely packed crowd erupted in shouts, "It is Yu Xiaogang." A few among them recognized him, but in his bandaged, mummy-like state, he was hardly recognizable. Nevertheless, even those unfamiliar with him could identify him at a glance, for the garish, excremental green title above his head rendered him conspicuously visible, both day and night, especially at dusk. Thus, anyone on the continent would have no difficulty recognizing Yu Xiaogang. At that moment, the academy students gathered, laughing heartily. One could only imagine the spectacle, though the magnitude of it was unexpected. It was a consequence of his own arrogance, leading to the divine proclamation that incited the continent's disdain for Yu Xiaogang. He truly had it coming. Step back. Do not let yourself be caught in the chaos. Indeed, the stench is overwhelming, and even from a distance, it induces nausea. Tang San realized he must flee, but forward movement was impossible. The crowd was immense, stretching endlessly before him, as if the entire city had gathered. Thus, he could only retreat with his teacher. At that moment, the dean spoke sternly, "Leave immediately. I will not allow Yu Xiaogang to tarnish my academy." The dean was determined to expel Yu Xiaogang. Otherwise, the entrance would soon be a scene of utter disorder, reeking beyond comprehension, rendering it impossible for either Yu Xiaogang or Tang San to return. The dean positioned himself directly in front of Tang San, unleashing his martial spirit. A radiant display of white, yellow, and purple, embodying a formidable level of 42 soul ranks. Naturally, Tang San was no match for him and was swiftly enveloped by the dean's oppressive aura, rendering him nearly immobile. Yet, the dean was somewhat surprised that Tang San did not collapse under the pressure. At that moment, Ming shouted, "We cannot allow Yu Xiaogang to turn our esteemed academy into a refuse heap, even more repugnant than one. For that would hinder our ability to learn and reside here. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang must go." With that, Ming suddenly sprang into action, moving with unparalleled speed, faster than a cheetah, and delivered a flying kick to Yu Xiaogang. Tang San's expression changed drastically. "Teacher!" A piercing scream escaped Yu Xiaogang as he was sent flying over 100 meters, his cry echoing in despair. The students and teachers of Notting Academy erupted in applause. "Well done." In an instant, the crowd surged towards the direction where Yu Xiaogang had been kicked, shouting excitedly, "Yu Xiaogang has been sent flying. Quick, throw things at him." What a repulsive individual. Witnessing this scene, Tang San's face turned pale with rage as he glared fiercely at Ming. However, this was not the time to confront her. Seeing Yu Xiaogang propelled through the air, the dean retracted his pressure, and Tang San dashed forward. Yet, it was too late. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yu Xiaojiang's agonizing screams reverberated as he crashed to the ground, his body racked with pain. For an ordinary person, such injuries would surely be fatal. But Yu Xiaojiang was a level 29 soul master. Yet, perhaps it was better this way. A swift death would be too merciful. What followed was a chorus of his harrowing cries. Bang, bang, bang. Oh. Hundreds of individuals began to hurl foul items from their baskets. Rotten eggs, decayed apples, putrid fish, anything as rancid and decomposed as imaginable, bombarding Yu Xiaojiang incessantly. The sheer volume quickly buried him, leaving him in a state of utter disgrace. The overwhelming stench caused Yu Xiaojiang to retch continuously while he screamed in agony. It hurts. It stinks. Xiao San, please save me. Tang San was his only lifeline. Although surrounded by commoners, in his current state, he was utterly defenseless. As he approached, Tang San halted, overwhelmed by the foul stench and the horrific scene before him. Yu Xiaojiang was treated like a sworn enemy, with various disgusting items hurled in his direction. Every part of Yu Xiaojiang's body ached, battered by the onslaught. Xiao San, Yu Xiaojiang cried out in agony. Tang San, steeling himself, rushed forward to shield Yu Xiaojiang, simultaneously unleashing his martial spirit. The blue-silver grass erupted forth, encircling their assailants under Tang San's command, effectively mitigating some of the incoming debris. At that moment, a group of people shouted, "Let us have a turn." The crowd ahead parted with remarkable coordination, revealing them holding wooden buckets filled with excrement. Tang San's expression changed drastically. "Stop." "No." As he spoke, the revolting stench nearly made him retch. The smell alone was enough to terrify him. Yet, they paid no heed. With a splash, the contents were hurled toward Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. Even with the blue-silver grass as a barrier, it was not impervious. Instantly, both Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang were drenched. The students in the campus watched this spectacle with unrestrained delight. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. So satisfying. He totally deserves this. Although they anticipated that Yu Xiaojiang would soon be reviled like a rat in the street, they never imagined it would be this outrageous. It seemed everyone was united in their disdain for Yu Xiaojiang, who was loathed across the continent. Yu Xiaojiang was in excruciating pain, feeling the need to distance himself from his family. "Stop this at once. I am the son of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. You will regret this." His declaration caused the crowd to gradually halt. Some had indeed heard of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, one of the 3 great clans. "That's enough. We've had our fun. Let us go now. Our anger has subsided." The crowd quickly dispersed. Yu Xiaojiang, utterly devastated and overwhelmed by pain and stench, lamented his misfortune. He had thought meeting Tang San would herald a turn of fortune, yet it had become a nightmare. First, he faced humiliation, followed by a demotion in status. His plight was unbearable. Tang San's stomach churned violently, but he suppressed his nausea and hastily carried Yu Xiaojiang away. However, Yu Xiaojiang was still retching, and as he was being carried by Tang San, he unfortunately expelled his stomach contents all over Tang San. This left Tang San feeling utterly nauseated, yet he had no choice but to endure it. The academy had dispersed, and the students felt that the day had been truly exhilarating. Ming, Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and others returned to their dormitory. Xiao Wu appeared somewhat distracted, filled with both anticipation and anxiety. Ming was acutely aware that Xiao Wu yearned for the assistance of the Chosen One. Ming believed that when the time came, he could help Xiao Wu dispel her misfortunes, thereby not only resurrecting her mother, but also gaining formidable strength on his side. In that scenario, Ming and Ming would undoubtedly bolster his power as well. Although the Chosen One could not be forcibly swayed by large factions, it was still essential to possess substantial strength as a safeguard. The title of Chosen One could not guarantee absolute safety. Though he faced hostility, Enduring 2 hours of torment each day like a dog was a constraint that could only be imposed on 3 individuals. Hence, until he matured. He needed powerful allies as a foundation. Of course, he could also freely choose his affiliations. After ensuring Yu Xiaogang was settled, Tang San began to tend to his wounds, meticulously cleaning them. The pain caused Yu Xiaogang to faint several times, teetering on the brink of life and death. Uncle Xiaogang, you must hold on. Yu Xiaojiang's only hope rested upon Tang San. He had to persevere. Once he completed the arduous task, Tang San set about cleaning up the foul mess. His heart ablaze with anger, intensifying his animosity towards Ming. When I obtain the title of Chosen One, Ming, you shall deeply regret your actions. As Tang San seethed with rage, he could hardly wait for the imminent arrival of that day, just 3 days away. The following morning, at dawn, Tang San planned to take Yu Xiaogang to seek refuge with his friend, who had mentioned a place called Shrek Academy the previous night. Xiaogang. At that moment, Flender arrived in Notting City, having activated his martial soul and rushed over at full speed. Yu Xiaogang, adorned in white bandages, was unrecognizable. Yet the 2 conspicuous dark green titles atop his head were unmistakable. Yu Xiaogang felt a flicker of safety within as his good brother Flender had arrived. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down Yu Xiaojiang's face. The weight in his heart had been unbearable. Flender, witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's dire condition, felt a pang of sorrow and concern. Xiaogang, you have suffered greatly. With your injuries, you should stay here. Once you improve, I will take you away. Tang San let out a sigh of relief, realizing he had an important task to attend to. You take care of him. I must head to the academy. Before Tang San could finish, Yu Xiaogang interjected. We must teach Ming a severe lesson. Yu Xiaogang harbored intense hatred towards Ming for that kick which had sent him flying, igniting his rage. Fear not, teacher. I shall deliver a resounding thrashing. Tang San felt an overwhelming surge of anger, a tempest that mirrored his teacher's wrath, yearning for release. Upon acquiring the soul ring, he resolved to confront Ming, confident that he had surpassed her in strength under his mentor's guidance. Now, he intended to settle old scores along with new grievances. Yu Xiaogang experienced a moment of satisfaction, envisioning the imminent thrashing that Ming would undoubtedly endure at the hands of Tang San. Tang San's prowess had indeed grown formidable, granting him the ability to challenge opponents beyond his current level. However, as Yu Xiaogang reveled in this misfortune, his expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm. Boom! A torrent of ominous clouds swirled above, crackling with violent lightning. The storm had arrived. Yu Xiaojang's heart sank. No. Chapter 19. Tang San sleeps in the pigsty with the sound of thunder echoing. The townsfolk poured out to witness the spectacle. A new day dawned, and once again, Yu Xiaogang was destined to be struck. The daily ritual had become a source of amusement for many, despite the temptation to hurl objects at him. Fear of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan held them back. Nevertheless, witnessing Yu Xiaogan's daily tribulations had its own twisted charm. Yu Xiaogang felt utterly despondent. It was only the second day, and he was already struggling to cope, dreading the relentless cycle ahead. Flender wished to assist. Yet all soul skills proved ineffective against the tempest. Xiaogang, endure the lightning strikes daily. Healing abilities will not aid you. I will seek the finest physician, and if none are available, I shall teach myself. Tang San replied earnestly, Uncle Xiaogang, I will find a way to help you in the future. I will also study medicine. Yu Xiaogang found a sliver of solace in Tang San's words, steeling himself to face the inevitable. Soon, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout Notting City as Yu Xiaogang, still nursing old wounds, succumbed to the fresh agony of the lightning strike, fainting from the pain. Flender, filled with sorrow, supported him. I will take Xiaogang for treatment. You return to the academy. Tang San nodded, hastening toward the academy, his fury boiling within him. Ming, it is time you face the consequences. Before long, Tang San arrived outside the 7th dormitory, preparing to enter, only to be halted by Ming. Wait, don't go in. I knew it was you, given the overwhelming stench surrounding you. Ming pinched her nose, and Xiao Wu along with Wang Sheng grimaced, clearly disturbed by the odor. This provoked Tang San, who gritted his teeth. Is it truly that foul? I have washed numerous times. In a low voice, he challenged. Ming, do you dare accept my challenge? Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, understanding the implications. They recognized Tang San was now a one-ring soul master, with his first soul ring being 400 years old, which sparked their concern. If Tang San were to defeat Ming, he would ascend as the new leader of the 7th dormitory, a prospect they were reluctant to accept. Ming nodded defiantly, Of course I dare, Tang San declared. Very well. Should you lose, you must bow and apologize to Yu Xiaogang. Tang San believed that only through this could he alleviate some of the fury harbored within him and Yu Xiaogang. Yi Ming inquired, a wager battle, is it? Should you lose, you shall be expelled from the 7th dormitory. It is too foul for your kind. You belong in that place. She gestured towards the distance, causing Tang San's expression to darken. There lay the pig pen. Numerous pigs were grunting within, and the stench was unbearable. Dare you? Should you lose, as promised, you will vacate the 7th dormitory and take residence in the pig pen. Moreover, from now until graduation, you shall remain there. If you fear this, we can forget it. This proposition rendered Tang San's countenance grim, yet he remained exceedingly confident. Yi Ming, under Yu Xiaojing's tutelage, I have grown stronger. Although he is a pseudo-master, his teachings, albeit plagiarized, have been beneficial to my development. I desire to fight you primarily to demonstrate that, through Yu Xiaojing's guidance, I can surpass you. This shall serve as a true lesson for you, compelling you to reckon with your disdain for Yu Xiaogang. Previously, Yu Ming had mocked Yu Xiaogang and had made him consume a dish of 9 turned intestines in the cafeteria. At that time, he could not contend with Yu Ming. But now, he was determined to teach her a lesson, settling both new and old scores. Thus, Tang San was bound to agree, his strength assuredly sufficient to prevail. Furthermore, he had not heard that Yu Ming had acquired her first spirit ring, so perhaps she was still without one. Come on. Yi Ming beckoned Tang San to make his move. Tang San ceased his prattle and unleashed his martial soul, blue silver grass. Over a dozen tendrils of the resilient blue silver grass spread forth, resembling the serpentine mandragora. Witnessing this, Wang Sheng gasped in astonishment. The blue silver grass can transform like this. Unbelievable. Be careful, boss. Yi Ming, employing her martial spirit's power, refrained from utilizing soul skills. Her 100,000-year spirit ring must remain concealed for now. Upon absorbing the spirit ring, Yi Ming's strength had significantly increased, a fact she attributed to her second martial soul. Additionally, she possessed a portion of the Titan giant ape's might, rendering her capable of handling Tang San without necessitating soul skills. Tang San chuckled inwardly. Indeed, she has yet to acquire a spirit ring. Prepare for defeat, and then kneel before me and Yu Xiaogang in apology. He swiftly maneuvered, employing ghost shadow misty steps. Wang Xing was astonished. Tang San was now faster than during their previous combat. Soon, he darted to an angle difficult for Yi Ming to detect and instantaneously unleashed his first soul skill. Entangle. The resilient blue silver grass surged forth. Yi Ming did not evade. With a series of hissing sounds, she found herself ensnared by the blue silver grass, resembling a cocoon. Tang San smiled, reveling in the ease of his victory. This was to be expected, for the gap between Yi Ming and him was substantial at present. This is the result of Yu Xiaojing's teachings. Yi Ming, I am not surprised you fell so swiftly. The tenacity of the blue silver grass makes it nearly impossible for you to escape, and it is laced with toxins that will paralyze your body, rendering you utterly powerless to break free. Yi Ming, you have been defeated. However, in the next instant, Tang San's voice abruptly ceased, his expression transforming into one of astonishment and disbelief. Tang San, stop the idle chatter and pack your things to sleep in the pigsty. Under Tang San's horrified gaze, Yi Ming's body trembled as he forcefully broke free, with a sharp crack, the blue silver grass snapping under an overwhelming force. Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng exhaled in relief. While Tang San had indeed grown stronger, Yi Ming was even more formidable. How could you possibly break free from my blue silver grass solely through the power of your martial spirit and physical strength? How can you possess such might? Your body should be paralyzed by now. Tang San pondered in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. Yi Ming scoffed, to poison me. Your blue silver grass's barbs must first pierce my skin. Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eye, scrutinizing Yi Ming closely. Yet he could not find a single wound on Yi Ming's body. The barbs had failed to penetrate his skin. Not only was his strength impressive, but his defense was equally formidable. Whoosh! Yi Ming moved with remarkable speed, leaving Tang San alarmed. So fast. Utilizing the ghost shadow misty steps, Tang San quickly maneuvered while employing his purple extreme demon eye and simultaneously using silent hidden arrows, determined to prevail even with the use of concealed weapons. As he moved swiftly, it became increasingly difficult to evade since visibility was obscured. Tang San was confident he could injure Yi Ming, aiming his projectile at Yi Ming's eyes. However, Yi Ming could clearly perceive the trajectory of the silent hidden arrow and effortlessly dodged it, outpacing Tang San and swiftly delivering a punch from behind. Ah! Tang San felt a searing pain in his back, and even with his resilience, he cried out in agony, crashing to the ground like a dog tumbling in the dirt. Tasting the earth with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You have lost. Yu Ming looked down upon Tang San. Tang San trembled, unable to accept that even with his soul skills, he could not best Yu Ming. You won't be entering the dormitory. Take your bedding and hurry off to the pigsty. Wang Sheng had already retrieved Tang San's bedding and tossed it to him. Tang San received the bedding, his face a mask of despair, rising but remaining motionless for a long while. Yu Ming taunted, "What's the matter? Are you unable to keep your word?" By this time, a considerable number of students had gathered, all witnesses to the spectacle. "Yu Ming, I will challenge you again." Tang San could only carry his bedding towards the pigsty. Upon entering, he spread out the bedding. The students held Yu Ming in immense admiration. Tang San was destined to sleep among the pigs before graduating. Chapter 20. The tragic Tang San. Yu Ming had become the most revered figure at the Notting Junior Academy, recognized as the strongest and effectively the leader of the institution. Tang San's expression darkened. To sleep in the pigsty, he would need to shoo away the pigs, for how could he rest otherwise? The pigs grunted and squealed incessantly. And Tang San couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that these pigs were behaving oddly, as if they had entered their mating season. His gaze was somewhat askew. At that moment, the dean arrived, having learned that Tang San had been defeated by Yu Ming and was to reside in the pigsty. The individual responsible for the breeding of the pigs approached, apologetically stating, "Dean, the sow is still en route and will take a few more days. I will urge them to expedite the process." The dean glanced at the restless boars, and then at Tang San, who was settled in the sty, feeling a sense of impatience. At this juncture, Tang San, upon hearing the breeder's words, felt a heavy weight in his heart. Indeed, these pigs had reached that certain age, and the sow was still on its way. The dean shook his head. "No worries, there's no need to rush." "Understood, Dean," Tang San replied, his heart ablaze with indignation. Was the dean intentionally speaking this way? Meanwhile, the students erupted in laughter. How amusing! Yi, the Great, is truly formidable. Making Tang San sleep in such a sty is delightful. Tang San approached the dean, causing him to recoil and cover his nose, overwhelmed by the stench. Tang San pleaded, "Dean, could you possibly relocate these pigs?" He felt it was intolerable to share quarters with the pigs. It was too noisy and unsafe, not to mention the foul odor. The dean flatly refused. "You are to sleep in the sty. Don't even think about moving the pigs." With that, the dean departed, leaving Tang San with clenched fists. Frustrated, the dean paused momentarily to remind him, "Tang San, should anything happen to even one of these pigs, you will owe a significant compensation." This struck Tang San like a thunderbolt, extinguishing any secret plans he had to deal with the pigs. After the afternoon classes concluded, Tang San exited the academy to visit Yu Xiaogang. Before he could enter the house, he heard Yu Xiaogang's anguished cries, struck by lightning once more. The pain was compounded by his previous injuries. Tang San suggested, "Perhaps we could administer some anesthetics to Uncle Xiaogang. At least he wouldn't feel the pain." Flender sighed. "Alas, I have spent the entire day searching but have found no one willing to sell." This left Tang San bewildered. "If I were to purchase them, no one in Notting City would sell to me, knowing I haven't helped Uncle Xiaogang. But surely, it would be easier for you to procure them?" Flender replied, "You are thinking too simply. The entire city prohibits the sale of anesthetic drugs. To purchase them, one must bring the patient in person, otherwise, they will not dispense it. They have evidently coordinated to do so." Tang San was astonished at the lengths to which these individuals had gone, preferring to forego profit rather than sell medicine to Yu Xiaogang. His heart ached for Yu Xiaogangs plight. Flender reassured, "There are always solutions. We can seek out the ingredients ourselves." Tang San nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang weakly inquired, "Little San, did you win? Did you beat Yu Ming so badly that he suffers like I do?" This is what Yu Xiaogang yearned to know. It would grant him a sense of inner relief. Yu Ming had repeatedly ridiculed himself, even going as far as to consume the 9-turn large intestine, which propelled him into a fit of rage, much to Yu Xiaogang's chagrin. Furthermore, if Tang San were to triumph over Yu Ming, it would serve as a testament to Yu Xiaogang's prowess in training Tang San to surpass Yu Ming. However, Tang San's grave expression left Yu Xiaogang perplexed. "What troubles you, San?" he inquired. Tang San, with a hint of remorse, replied, "Uncle Xiaogang, I regret to inform you that I was unable to defeat Yu Ming." This revelation took Yu Xiaogang by surprise, and he asked, "Did he acquire his first spirit ring?" Tang San shook his head. "I am uncertain whether he obtained one, but he defeated me without employing any spirit skills." This left Yu Xiaogang profoundly shaken. How could this be? It was not that Tang San was weak. Rather, was Yu Ming truly a monster? A wave of distress washed over Yu Xiaogang, who had believed that his guidance would empower Tang San to possess formidable strength capable of surpassing others. If Yi Ming were merely a first-ring spirit master and still managed to win, it would have been more palatable. But the fact that Tang San fell without utilizing spirit skills was a significant blow to his confidence. Tang San offered solace, saying, "Uncle Xiaogang, this is not your fault. Under your tutelage, I have indeed grown stronger. However, Yi Ming is exceptionally formidable." Yu Xiaogang, still confident, reassured him, "Although you may not have bested him now. With my continued support, you shall undoubtedly surpass him in the future." "I believe in that," Tang San affirmed. Just then, his stomach growled, signaling his hunger. As he lacked the funds for a meal, he contemplated taking on odd jobs, though the people of Notting City recognized him and were unlikely to hire him. However, he could wear a mask. Yu Xiaogang, too, found himself financially constrained, no longer a guest elder of the academy and even purr. Yet, there was a place where he could earn some money. Despite his discontent with the Spirit Hall, Yu Xiaogang visited it monthly. "San, you can go to the Spirit Hall in Notting City early tomorrow morning to undergo Spirit Master Affirmation. You are now a first-ring, level 12 Spirit Master, eligible to receive the monthly stipend from the Spirit Hall." Flinder, feeling embarrassed, added, "I am also quite impoverished. Otherwise, I would offer you some assistance now." "No worries. I shall go first thing tomorrow," Tang San replied. As night fell, he returned to the academy, his countenance darkened by the prospect of having to sleep in the pigsty, as the academy's regulations forbade external accommodations. In the 7th dormitory, Yi Ming had now reached level 20 as a first-ring spirit master, exhibiting formidable combat abilities. However, Yi Ming was certain that after acquiring the 2nd spirit ring, he would immediately ascend to level 30. After all, the first spirit ring was a 100,000-year one, and he was already innately endowed with a full spirit power at level 20, allowing for rapid cultivation and a high spirit ring age, making such an advancement inevitable. Yet, the task was not entirely completed. To truly green Tang San, it required a genuine connection with Xiao Wu. Although their relationship had been steadily improving, the moment was not yet ripe, and Xiao Wu was still too young. Despite being significantly older in years, she still possessed the physique of a 6-year-old girl. Sharing a bed with Yi Ming, Xiao Wu found it difficult to sleep, filled with anticipation and trepidation. After all, the child of destiny could eliminate misfortunes twice, and Xiao Wu fervently wished for her mother's resurrection. In 3 days, she would have her answer. For now, she needed to rest well to prepare for action. "Big brother, I understand. Thank you." Xiao Wu recognized Yi Ming's concern for her, and her feelings for him deepened. In the pigpen, Tang San returned and promptly fell asleep, his bedding strewn in a corner. The pigs were grunting, yet he felt overwhelmingly exhausted, both mentally and physically, and soon succumbed to slumber. However, it wasn't long before the 10 special pigs turned their gaze towards Tang San. As he rolled over in his sleep, he inadvertently turned his back to the herd. In an instant, all the pigs charged at him like wild bulls, their heads butting against him with tremendous force. The impact was so great that Tang San's small 6-year-old body was lifted into the air. He soared upward, only to be continuously thrust skyward by the relentless pigs. The sheer force was excruciating. Tang San awoke, seething with anger and humiliation, realizing he was being assaulted by a group of pigs. "Damn it! Stop!" Furious, he contemplated unleashing his martial spirit, intending to bind the pigs with his blue silver grass, yet he feared causing them harm and incurring compensation. The commotion roused the dormitory students, who turned on their lights and rushed to the door, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Tang San is being toppled by pigs. He can't get up, it's hilarious. Well done, pigs." Yi Ming, Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and others naturally witnessed this unprecedented scene. Tang San felt utterly humiliated, knowing that the entire academy was aware of his disgrace, especially with Yi Ming as a witness. His resentment deepened, not because of Yi Ming, but because of the sheer indignity of the situation. Tang San summoned his martial spirit, blue silvergrass, and swiftly bound the pigs until they collapsed in exhaustion. The dean, witnessing the chaos, was furious. "Tang San, these pigs are worth 100 gold soul coins. You must pay." Tang San replied, "Dean, these pigs are not dead. However, your blue silvergrass is laced with toxins. Do you believe the students would dare to consume these pigs? Compensation is imperative." Tang San's expression darkened severely. He was already financially strained, and this situation only exacerbated his woes. even if he sought aid from the Spirit Hall. The monthly stipend of a single gold soul coin for a first-ring spirit master was utterly insufficient. Tang San felt overwhelmed by the challenges ahead. The following day, Tang San arrived early at the Spirit Hall in Notting City. Yet, his efforts proved futile. Although he had steadfastly become a spirit master, no financial support was forthcoming. Nor would it be in the future. The Spirit Hall had declared that Tang San and Yu Xiaogang would no longer receive any subsidies. This left Tang San perplexed. But he soon learned the reason: his previous relationship as a disciple of Yu Xiaogang. Tang San's countenance reflected his dismay as he sought out Yu Xiaogang. Upon seeing him, Yu Xiaogang inquired, "Xiao San, how did it go? Were you able to secure the subsidy?" Tang San shook his head, responding, "No, neither my own nor yours was granted. We will no longer receive any support." Yu Xiaogang was taken aback, questioning how such a predicament could arise. "It is because you hold two negative titles. And given the depth of our relationship, the Spirit Hall has decreed we are ineligible for aid." This revelation cast a shadow over Yu Xiaojiang's face. It was unexpected, especially considering that the Pope was Bibi Dong. It appeared that the Spirit Hall was not solely under her dominion. Flinder remarked, "Xiaogang, leave your sustenance to me. As for you, Tang San, I understand your resolve to be self-sufficient, particularly in light of your teacher's situation." Despite wearing a mask when visiting the Spirit Hall, Tang San's distinctive martial spirit was too recognizable, and he was identified. At his age, possessing the blue-silver grass as a martial spirit and already being a first-ring spirit master marked him as unique. Just then, the sky darkened once more, and Yu Xiaogang found himself in despair as a new day arrived. Tang San departed, donning his mask, and set out to find employment to earn a living. As long as he refrained from revealing his martial spirit, he would remain inconspicuous. Soon, he arrived at a street bustling with blacksmiths crafting various weapons and armor. Tang San felt this was a fitting endeavor, as he had learned the art of forging from his father. Thus, he could earn money while honing his skills, an ideal arrangement. Gazing upon the weapons, Tang San recalled his past life, where he specialized in crafting concealed weapons. These hidden armaments were the backbone of the Tang sect's prosperity, generating substantial wealth. In his previous life, the Tang sect only sold non-toxic and conventionally lethal concealed weapons. Even so, demand consistently outstripped supply. This led Tang San to contemplate that if he were to create poisonous concealed weapons with increased lethality, the profits would be even more substantial. As Tang San contemplated the possibility of effortlessly establishing a factory for crafting hidden weapons, he envisioned its growth and expansion. In his previous life, although the Tang sect excelled in the production of such weapons, it adhered to a moral code, refraining from creating anything malevolent. They exclusively dealt in non-toxic and ordinary items, fully aware of the insidious cruelty that hidden weapons could inflict. Even the lesser-ranked weapons could bring immense suffering to their victims, hence the sect never engaged in their trade. However, Tang San was indifferent to such principles. If fortune smiled upon him in the future, he would undoubtedly manufacture numerous hidden weapons for the benefit of his faction. Those who opposed him or his allies would soon experience the terror of the Tang sect's hidden weapons. Meanwhile, at Notting Academy, in Dormitory 7, Ming was taken aback when the system's notification sound unexpectedly echoed. The Who Treats Who system began to inform the host of a negative title in advance, which left Ming astonished. Why was she being forewarned? Naturally, she had no knowledge of what negative titles lay ahead, only discovering them upon each elevation of her realm. Yet now, the system had chosen to disclose a negative title prematurely. This title, the most malevolent of them all, left Ming momentarily speechless. The most malevolent? Soon, she speculated that perhaps it was due to her thoughts of Tang San and hidden weapons. It seemed that Tang San was currently pondering weapons, and the system, displeased, had decided to inform her ahead of time. Intrigued, Ming mused that when her realm ascended, this title would undoubtedly belong to Tang San. After all, hidden weapons were indeed terrifying and a violation of humanitarian principles. Tang San, unaware of this, was resolutely intent on developing the most formidable and fearsome weapons, vigorously promoting their use. Thus, it became increasingly clear to Ming that a title of hypocrite would surely suit Tang San in the future. He prided himself on righteousness, condemning the Spirit Hall for its malevolence in slaying soul beasts, while justifying his own acts of killing as just. He frequently employed hidden weapons, such as the dragon whisker needle, which inflicted excruciating pain by piercing the body and disturbing the flesh. Far from being a compassionate act, his actions were profoundly hypocritical and reeked of double standards. unbeknownst to Tang San, who continued to strategize for his grand ambitions. He was oblivious to the unfolding thoughts of others. Chapter 022. The frustration of Tang San. Tang San soon noticed a blacksmith's forge where a muscular man, bare-chested and with sun-kissed skin, was relentlessly hammering a glowing piece of iron. Tang San felt that this line of work suited him well and that he could excel at it. Upon entering, the blacksmith inquired, "Young lad, what do you wish to purchase? If you're here to buy something, you should have an adult accompany you. This place is quite dangerous." After speaking, the burly man resumed his work. Tang San politely replied, "Hello, sir. I am here to apply for a position." This declaration momentarily stunned the blacksmiths, who paused their tasks to regard Tang San, perceiving his statement as a jest. "Child, stop joking around and leave. Even if we were to take on apprentices, we wouldn't accept someone so young." Tang San declared, "I am a work-study student at the Notting Junior Academy." This revelation sent a shiver through the blacksmiths, for it meant he was a cultivator of the soul. He continued, "I can assist with odd jobs after my classes. I believe I possess quite the talent for forging." Oh, Tang San chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he picked up a forging hammer that stood as tall as himself, determined to demonstrate his skills for a quicker employment. The blacksmiths were astonished as he effortlessly lifted the heavy tool. Their amazement only deepened as he began to wield it with ease. Having acquired a soul ring, Tang San felt his strength amplified, perceiving the hammer as light and gaining confidence in his forging abilities. Firmly planting his feet on the ground, he summoned his strength through his calves, applying the techniques his father had taught him. With a resounding crash, he swung the hammer down, sending vibrations through the workshop and visibly reducing the iron block before him. He did not pause. As the hammer rebounded, he executed a swift turn and struck again, the hammer landing precisely on the glowing red iron. The blacksmiths were left in awe, their astonishment growing as he continued his rhythmic forging. After 27 strikes, he finally halted, leaving the blacksmiths utterly shocked. The once glowing iron block had shrunk noticeably, a feat that would have taken seasoned blacksmiths several hours. Yet Tang San accomplished it in a mere moment. The blacksmiths were struck with realization. This was the chaotic wind hammer technique, the most formidable continuous forging method known. Unaware of the significance, Tang San shook his head. "I've never heard of it. My father taught me." The blacksmiths felt they had stumbled upon a treasure and deemed it imperative to hire him. "You may begin work tomorrow," they stated, bringing a smile to Tang San's face, for he was in dire need of funds. "What will my monthly salary be?" he inquired. "1 silver soul coin per month," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression shifted. It seemed far too little. As a soul master, he received a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin from the spirit hall. Nevertheless, for an ordinary person, a salary of 1 silver soul coin was still quite generous. Tang San asked, "Is it possible for a higher rate?" The response was reassuring. "It can be increased based on your performance." Accepting this as the best option, Tang San recognized it would suit him well, allowing him to hone his skills. Moreover, he noticed some discarded scrap materials in the blacksmith shop that he could repurpose to create hidden weapons, a win-win situation. Feeling somewhat uplifted, his mood shifted abruptly as he spotted Yi Ming approaching. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. Would she recognize him? He mused that he was safe behind his mask. As long as he remained silent, his identity would remain concealed. However, unbeknownst to him, Yi Ming had already discerned who he was, given his age and the distinctive chaotic wind hammer technique. She stepped forward and asked, "Boss, are you in need of an apprentice?" This caught Tang San off guard. Did Yi Ming not have sufficient funds? However, Yi Ming was there for training. The boss was taken aback as 2 applicants arrived in succession today. Yet, Tang San, endowed with innate strength and mastery of the chaotic wind hammer technique, seemed unlikely to encounter further challenges. Although not rejected, if one could exhibit excellence akin to his, it would be acceptable. The boss glanced at Tang San, who chuckled inwardly, convinced that Yi Ming would inevitably falter. After all, his own success was attributed to the chaotic wind hammer technique. Did Yi Ming possess knowledge of forging? Yi Ming picked up the forging hammer and declared, "I shall give it a try." With that, he began to wield the hammer. Tang San, observing as if watching a performance, anticipated Yi Ming's impending struggle. Knowing that while Yi Ming possessed considerable strength, technique was paramount, he readied himself for the spectacle, waiting for Yi Ming to lose control and send the hammer flying due to the recoil. Yet, in the next moment, Tang San was astonished. It did not happen. What shocked him most was Yi Ming's wielding technique, which mirrored his own, with power emanating from his legs, force surging upwards, and his waist acting as the pivot. Ming's entire body functioned as a cohesive unit, maximizing the force in his hammer strikes. After one powerful blow, his body spun, delivering another strike. The resounding clank surpassed Tang San's best efforts, causing the entire forge to tremble, and the iron block visibly diminished in size, proving more efficient than Tang San. The blacksmiths were flabbergasted, another practitioner of the chaotic wind hammer technique, and with greater strength. Tang San could hardly believe his eyes. How could he also possess such skill? Given that the blacksmiths had claimed this technique was long lost, it seemed improbable for anyone to master it. Although Ming would not have known it naturally, his ability to replicate such a technique stemmed from a single glimpse through the beast spirit's eye. The effectiveness of this technique was undeniable, maximizing strength and suiting him perfectly. The rhythmic clang of the hammer continued, growing in intensity, causing the ground to tremble. Soon, after 27 strikes, Ming showed no signs of stopping, while Tang San, hidden beneath his mask, wore a deeply troubled expression. The blacksmiths were left in stunned silence, counting in disbelief. 30, 35, 40. Ming continued to forge, leaving the blacksmiths in awe, while Tang San's face grew increasingly grim, his heart filled with unbalanced astonishment at Ming's prowess, which surpassed his own. Upon reaching 50 strikes, Ming finally reached his limit. He set down the hammer, and the heated iron was now at a workable stage. The blacksmith's eyes gleamed with excitement, exclaiming in astonishment, "More impressive than him. Unbelievable. Surely, he must also be a student of Nodding Academy." Ming turned to Tang San and inquired, "Are you also a student? Which class are you from?" Tang San, however, remained silent, unable to respond. At that moment, the blacksmith faced a dilemma. While both of you are remarkable, the workload is not extensive, especially for individuals of your caliber. Offering you a high wage for such efficiency is unnecessary with two of you. Therefore, the blacksmith turned to Tang San. "I must decline your application. You should seek employment elsewhere." At this point, Ming interjected, noting that they could not be accepted casually, particularly being students of Nodding Academy. Ming's words left the blacksmiths momentarily stunned, while Tang San felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. It was not long before the blacksmiths regained their composure and slapped their foreheads in realization. Indeed, they had nearly forgotten that the child associated with Yu Xiaogang was from the Nodding Junior Academy. They needed to inquire about his name, should they inadvertently recruit him. It would spell disaster. Instantly, the blacksmiths cast skeptical glances at Tang San. Meanwhile, other blacksmiths from nearby shops, drawn by the earlier forging, contemplated the competition for not accepting another apprentice. However, it was imperative to confirm first. "Could you remove your mask?" Tang San's fury ignited. "Ming, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" Ming replied, "That voice, Tang San, is unmistakably yours." At once, the blacksmith's expressions transformed in astonishment. It was indeed Tang San. "Thank you. Otherwise, we would have unwittingly taken him on as an apprentice." The other shops soon learned of the situation. Realizing that the child who wielded the erratic hammering technique was none other than Tang San, spread the word quickly and extend it to the neighboring cities. Tang San felt utterly devastated, his anger boiling over. Chapter 023. Tang San's family is no more. Tang San seethed with rage. Without Ming, he would not have been discovered. The blacksmiths expressed their gratitude. "Ming, we are truly thankful. We would have mistakenly recruited him." Tang San gritted his teeth as he departed, unable to find work, for the news had spread like wildfire. As long as he wore the mask, they would need to see him first. Upon returning to Yu Xiaojiang's residence, Tang San's expression was grave. Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder inquired, "Xiao San, what happened?" After recounting the events, Yu Xiaojiang felt remorseful. "Xiao San, I am sorry. This is all my fault." Tang San shook his head, saying, "Uncle Xiaojiang, do not speak like that. It has nothing to do with you. The main issue is my lack of strength. However, I believe soon the people on the continent will not despise me any longer, even though I was once your disciple. In no time, they will seek to befriend me. And even you, my teacher, will find that they are less inclined to target you because of my reputation." Flinder was taken aback. Could such a miracle truly occur? After all, Xiaojiang was a high-ranking official and a self-proclaimed master. How could Tang San make such assertions? Yu Xiaojiang surmised, "Xiao San, it seems you possess great confidence in your potential to attain the title of the Chosen One." Tang San nodded affirmatively. Flinder thought Tang San might be overly confident. Although he possessed innate full soul power and dual martial spirits, the continent was home to many prodigies. Nevertheless, Flinder also recognized the possibility. While there might be others with innate full soul power, The combination with dual martial spirits was exceedingly rare. Thus, Tang San's qualifications indeed showed promise. However, such matters were not the essence. Qualifications alone would not lead Tang San to believe he was destined to be the chosen one. The reason for such confidence lies in the fact that I am a time traveler. Flandre expressed his anticipation. I hope, dear Tang San, that you can attain the title of the chosen one. That would be splendid. The Academy would benefit from increased enrollment fees. Just your presence alone, without the need for any personal appearance, would draw the attention of many across the continent who wish to join Shrek Academy. Flandre's imagination soared. Captivated by the prospect of Shrek's esteemed reputation flourishing, bolstered by the presence of a student of such significance, which would inevitably attract considerable investments into the Academy. With this thought, Flandre's eyes sparkled as if money were glimmering before him. Tang San, puzzled, inquired, enrollment fees? Flandre elucidated. Indeed, Shrek Academy only admits extraordinary talents. Thus relying solely on tuition fees is unfeasible. However, the application fees are non-refundable, even if one is not accepted. As he spoke, Flandre bore a rather shrewd expression, which enlightened Tang San. Yu Xiaogang sensed the dire situation at hand. Recognizing the necessity of a strong backing, his own safety felt precarious. He speculated that Tang San's father was likely the individual he had heard of. Tang San, take me to meet your father, he urged, confident that upon seeing him, he would surely recognize him. With a formidable ally like Tang Hao, things would surely improve. Tang San, too, was eager to return home, lacking funds himself. And with both Yu Xiaogang and Flandre in the same predicament, he resolved to visit his village to see his father and perhaps procure some money from old Jack. With this in mind, he acted swiftly. Flandre assisted Yu Xiaogang, while Tang San led the way. The distance from Shenghan village to Notting City was not far, and with their brisk pace, they arrived by afternoon. The small village, where he had lived for 6 years, was now visible in the distance, evoking a wave of warmth in Tang San's heart. This was his home. Suddenly, Flandre, with the keen eyesight of a hawk, spotted a plume of black smoke rising in the distance. Could there be a fire? He speculated. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to look. It was indeed in the direction of his home. It can't be my house, can it? He thought, anxiety mounting as he quickened his pace, with Flandre hastily following, carrying Yu Xiaogang. Soon, Tang San arrived, his face transforming with shock and fury. His home was ablaze. Around him, villagers were tossing torches into the flames. The sound of crackling fire accompanied the relentless collapse of the structure. What are you doing? Why are you burning my home? Tang San's voice was icy. Had these not been his fellow villagers, he would have unleashed silent daggers upon them. To think they would destroy his home was a grave offense. It's Tang San. He's back. Someone shouted. Look, the two individuals with the murky green titles. It's Yu Xiaogang. Instantly, the villagers were engulfed in profound disdain. Yu Xiaogang's expression darkened as he realized that the people of the continent instantly recognized him as the fraudulent master Yu Xiaogang, his title appearing exceedingly tarnished. Tang San. How dare you return? They shouted. Leave at once. Do not tarnish our holy soul village. And you, fraudulent master Yu Xiaogang, quickly depart. Do not pollute our holy soul village. The villagers roared in contempt, brandishing their hoes in an attempt to drive them away. Tang San, evading their wrath with agility, sought to extinguish the flames of animosity, but it was too late. A thunderous crash echoed as his home collapsed entirely, reduced to ashes. Tang San's gaze became vacant. He had lost his home. In the next instant, his fists clenched tightly as fury surged within him. Why would you do this? Why? You were once a disciple of Yu Xiaogang, and now, being so closely associated with this charlatan, you cannot possibly be one of us from Holy Soul Village. You and your father do not belong here. Leave at once. Your home was built by us, and now it has been destroyed by our own hands. We are in the right, and we possess the authority to act thus. Do not bring misfortune upon our Holy Soul Village. Depart immediately. This left Tang San's countenance exceedingly grim. Yu Xiaogang seethed with indignation at the villagers' loathing. Where is my father? Tang San's voice brimmed with menace, startling the villagers into instinctive retreat. If anything had befallen his father, he would ensure retribution against these people. Just then, old Jack arrived. Tang San, cease this. Tang San turned, his expression softening. Grandpa Jack. Do not call me Grandpa. Old Jack frowned, clearly disapproving and feeling that Tang San had fallen from grace. This made Tang San's face darken. Grandpa Jack, even you, Tang San, you have chosen your companions poorly. Knowing he is a fraudulent master and associating with such a loathsome individual is the true error here. and it deeply disappoints me. Tang San furrowed his brow. Uncle Xiaogang. I do not wish to hear your explanations. Old Jack interjected. I am the hope of the village, and I am your pride. I will grow strong in the future and repay you. The villagers scoffed. Humph, who knows what the future holds? Stop dreaming and leave. Old Jack disregarded Tang San's aspirations and made a decisive proclamation. As the village chief of Holy Soul Village, I hereby expel you, Tang San and Tang Hao, from Holy Soul Village. You have no ties to us. This is no longer your home. Chapter 024. The title of the Chosen One descends. Tang San's expression was one of utter despair. His home was completely gone. Just moments ago, he had reveled in the warmth of returning home. And now it was all lost. Anger surged within him, yet deeper still was his fury directed at the title god. Had it not been for that title god, his teacher would not have acted as he did, and he would not have been embroiled in this turmoil. However, as he contemplated the necessity of relying on the title god to attain the status of the Chosen One, he reigned in those thoughts. Yu Xiaogang felt a profound sense of injustice for Tang San. The actions of these individuals were intolerable. In indignation, he declared, "You shallow-minded people will come to regret this. You have no foresight, expelling Tang San from Holy Soul Village. Had you not done so, he would undoubtedly have become the pride of your village, destined to become a formidable force, perhaps even a title Douluo, or even a god." Yu Xiaogang was unwavering in his conviction that these villagers would rue their decision today. Yet, the villagers merely laughed at Yu Xiaogang. Go ask your family if they regret severing ties with you, they jeered. Surely they do not. Especially since you are nothing but a false master, the first to bear a negative title, and one of two at that. They must be relieved to be rid of you. This remark struck a painful chord with Yu Xiaogang, causing him to falter. He contemplated the possibility that Tang San might indeed earn the title of Chosen One, and in the future, could even attain some positive titles. Yu Xiaogang vowed, I shall return to witness your true faces. I firmly believe that Tang San will earn a positive title. He was eager to see the villagers' expressions when that day arrived. Anticipating the swift arrival of the Chosen One title, Tang San sighed deeply. There is no choice but for me to depart, yet mark my words, you will regret this. You are so resolute in my expulsion now, but in time, you will plead for my return. He too looked forward to receiving the title of Chosen One. Well known to all, and then returning. The villagers would surely be in disarray, filled with remorse. As Tang San left, Flender followed closely behind, carrying Yu Xiaogang. Flender spoke. Though your home is lost, there remains Shrek. That is your true home. Understanding Tang San's potential, Flender believed he would undoubtedly thrive at Shrek Academy. Tang San cast a grateful glance at Flender, though worry etched his features. Yu Xiaogang reassured him. Are you concerned for your father? Fear not, Tang San, I assure you. Your father is safe. Although the reasons behind Yu Xiaogang's words remain unclear, Tang San chose to believe him, feeling a sense of relief within. Soon, 2 days had passed. On this particular morning, everyone at the Nodding Academy arose early. Yi Ming and Xiao Wu emerged from dormitory 7, while Tang San awoke from his pigsty, reeking of unpleasant odors. Simultaneously, the entire continent shared this fervent anticipation, for today marked the arrival of the title of the Chosen One. Many prodigies fervently prayed, hoping to be bestowed with this illustrious title, for the rewards were plentiful, and being recognized by the divine as the Chosen One was undoubtedly extraordinary. To bear the golden title of Chosen One would be immensely prestigious. At this moment, a handsome boy with flowing golden hair, only 9 years of age, strolled down the street, flanked by 2 charming girls. He was Dai Mubai, who pondered whether he might indeed be the Chosen One, given his striking looks, royal lineage as a prince of the Star Luo Empire, and exceptional talents. He believed it was a distinct possibility. With status, wealth, good looks, and genius, he thought it was quite likely that he would be recognized as the Chosen One. Dai Mubai held a hopeful belief that he would undoubtedly earn some commendable titles, never negative ones. Meanwhile, in Yi Ming's mind, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! A future negative title has been revealed to the host, the scoundrel title. And there is more than one. Yi Ming was not surprised. It seemed yet another individual was lost in fantasy, inciting the system's displeasure. She suspected it was Tang San's group, as the system primarily harbored discontent towards Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and the Shrek gang. Thus, Yi Ming speculated whether Dai Mubai might be included. She anticipated that each member of Shrek might receive a negative title, creating a rare spectacle. At this moment, the entire continent gazed skyward, awaiting the manifestation of the Chosen One in the heavens. Yu Xiaogang, supported by Flender, stepped outside. feeling a mix of discontent towards the title deity yet still eager for a positive title, secretly hoping that he could be the chosen one himself. However, as he daydreamed in broad daylight, a sudden tremor coursed through his body, compelling him to nearly weep. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, heralding another day of impending strikes. This amused the citizens of Notting City, eager to witness Yu Xiaogang's misfortune once again. Tang San gazed at the sky, his heart racing with excitement, anticipation, and joy. The long-awaited day had finally arrived, although only 3 days had passed since the last negative title was revealed. It felt like an eternity. Tang San believed he was destined to receive the title of Chosen One, yearning for the moment to arrive swiftly. Observing Tang San's fervent anticipation, Yi Ming sighed inwardly, still overthinking. Let us begin. In the next instant, a tremor coursed through the bodies of all on the continent, plunging them into silence. For the divine proclamation resounded. The time had come. The title of the Chosen One was about to descend, on the occasion of the book's release. It is noteworthy that QQ Reading has predominantly adopted a standard of 50,000 words for publication. For those esteemed members, this book is accessible for free. However, non-members must subscribe to read. Becoming a member proves to be an advantageous investment, not only granting complimentary access to this book, but also to hundreds of thousands of other titles available to members. Given the current membership model, joining allows one to explore an extensive library, making it far more economical than individual subscriptions. For those who appreciate this work, I encourage you to consider membership. For existing members, the experience is utterly delightful without any financial burden. Following the release, the author will craft even more exhilarating narratives. The better the reception, the more frequent the updates. Your support is earnestly requested. Chapter 025. The Arrival of the Chosen One. Tang San is thrilled. Upon hearing this, Tang San was filled with immense excitement. It is finally happening. In response to Tang San's words, the students exhibited a mixture of sarcasm and concern. Is Tang San really this confident? Truly believing oneself to be bestowed with the title of the Child of Destiny? Although possessing twin martial souls and an innate full soul power, the primary martial soul is merely blue-silver grass. Overly self-assured. However, the Chosen One of Destiny is undoubtedly selected from among the gifted, thus it is indeed plausible for Tang San to be among them. I do not wish for Tang San to succeed. It is undoubtedly unattainable. Ignoring the students' discussions, Tang San remained unfazed. You must be envious. The harder you try to conceal it, the more unbearable it will be for you when I achieve my goals, declared Tang San with unwavering confidence. While he acknowledged that his innate talent might not be the finest in this realm, he possessed a singular advantage, his identity as a transmigrator. He cast a sardonic glance at Yi Ming and remarked, in the end, it will be you, Yi Ming, who suffers the most. You shall deeply regret opposing me. This audacious assertion elicited a frown from Xiao Wu, who remarked, Humph, Tang San, do not be overly confident. Our leader's prowess surpasses yours. Even as a mere spirit master of the first ring, you cannot contend with him. Tang San merely chuckled at her words, fully aware that the essence of being a transmigrator was a secret he alone held. In that fleeting moment, the entire continent turned its gaze skyward as the title of the Chosen One materialized. Instantly, the entirety of Douluo Continent was bathed in a radiant golden light. The words Chosen One gleamed resplendently, emanating countless beams of light that seemed almost tangible. Those who beheld it were enraptured, captivated by the title's dazzling allure. As the brilliance gradually receded, the onlookers' expressions were filled with fervent intensity. Yu Xiaogang, having endured a thunderous strike, was in excruciating pain as he gazed at the sky, his eyes reflecting a yearning for the title of the Chosen One. Grant me Yu Xiaogang, Tang San exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the sun of destiny above. To anyone else, it was within reach, vividly apparent. Yet, to Tang San, it felt as though it was tailored specifically for him, a close proximity that resonated deeply within. At last, it has emerged. How splendid! Tang San exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. Unable to contain himself, the frustration he had previously endured now promised to transform into an exquisite delight. He was particularly eager to witness Yi Ming's reaction. What expression would she wear upon seeing her rival ascend to the status of the Chosen One? To attain the title of the Chosen One inevitably meant that Yi Ming would be subjected to a life of servitude, akin to that of a dog. Despite the limited availability of only 3 slots, she would undoubtedly claim one. The mere thought of this brought a smile to the corners of Tang San's lips. The title of the Child of Destiny, swiftly come to me. Oh, God of titles, reveal it at once. Xiao was filled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. It would be splendid if it were conferred upon Ming. Yet, she harbored a fear that Tang San might receive it instead. In that moment, Ming remained remarkably composed, for the deity of titles they spoke of was none other than himself. Observing Tang San's eager gaze fixed upon the title of the Child of Destiny, Ming inwardly chuckled. Apologies, but this title has already been predetermined. However, it may be for the best. The more fervently one yearns, the greater the ensuing collapse. While Tang San's heart brimmed with hope, Ming's own anticipation grew even stronger. Meanwhile, Tang Hao gazed up at the sky. I hope to attain it, for I must resurrect Yin. I, Tang Hao, am the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, endowed with formidable combat prowess that surpasses my rank, and possess exceptional potential that may lead me to become the Child of Destiny. Even if I cannot achieve this, I must ensure that my son, Xiao San, does. For he is my flesh and blood. Tang Hao gazed towards the direction of Notting City, anticipating that the title of the Child of Destiny would soar towards him or the city itself. At this moment, all the great powers were praying, filled with trepidation. After all, the title of the Child of Destiny is immensely powerful. At the Spirit Hall, the worshippers stood outside the temple, filled with hope. I hope that the members of our Spirit Hall will attain the title of the Son of Destiny. Suddenly, a figure emerged silently, catching the titled Dueluo's present off guard. Bibi Dong was the first to notice. Glancing over, his arrival was not unexpected, given the nature of such a divine occurrence. The figure appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, exuding an aura of profound tranquility. Dressed simply, he nonetheless inspired a sense of reverence and veneration. This individual was none other than Qian Daolu, the grandfather of Qian Renxue, the supreme elder of the Spirit Hall, the grand priest, the master of the Dole Hall, the six-winged angel of the spirit, an extraordinary titled Douluo with a formidable rank 99 in the assault system, known by the title Angel and nicknamed Invincible in the sky. Salutations, great offering. The titled Douluo, including the Golden Crocodile, Azure Phoenix, Mighty Lion, and Radiant Feather, respectfully bowed to Qian Daolu. Qian Daolu slightly nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze intensely fixed upon the title of the Chosen One. Hope is that one of my martial soul hall will be the one to receive it. However, regardless of who it may be, I shall endeavor to unite them with Xiao Shui in matrimony. Although Xiao Shui possesses an innate spirit power of 20, marking her as exceptionally gifted, I firmly believe that the Child of Destiny will undoubtedly be extraordinary as well. The worshippers naturally found this arrangement entirely acceptable. The Child of Destiny becoming the son-in-law of the martial soul hall seemed fitting. Bibi Dong, in her heart, felt quite pleased, believing that neither she as a mother nor the grandfather would oppose such a union. Other factions, including the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the Haotian sect, harbored no desire for a member of the Martial Soul Hall to gain this advantage. After all, the Martial Soul Hall was already formidable, and should they gain further strength, it would spell even greater peril for the rest. Ning Fingji gazed into the sky, silently wishing, I hope Rongrong can meet the Child of Destiny. Yu Yuanjin offered a prayer. My son Xiaogang has suffered greatly. I hope for a favorable outcome for him. In the next moment, everyone felt a sudden jolt as a divine resonance echoed throughout the air. The title of the Chosen One has begun to descend. In an instant, all eyes were fixed, eager to discern the direction it would take. Daimu Bai declared, it must come this way. Otherwise, I shall have no chance at all. Ma Hongjun expressed his hopes. If I could attain the title of the Chosen One, I would no longer worry about where to channel my excess energy. At Notting Academy, Tang San confidently asserted, it is undoubtedly heading in my direction. As the divine sound echoed, the title of the Chosen One transformed into a golden stream of light, shooting forth with great speed. In that fleeting moment, many across the continent felt a pang of disappointment, for the light did not soar toward them. Tang San's eyes sparkled with realization, yet he remained unfazed, for the title was indeed approaching him. With a sense of certainty, he remarked, as expected. The students looked on, clearly discontented. Though we are headed in this direction, it encompasses too many cities. Can we truly ascertain that we are flying towards Nottingham? However, in the next moment, both the students and the citizens of Nottingham were filled with astonishment. For soon, the title of the Chosen One drew near, soaring over countless cities, and arriving at Nottingham. Moreover, it was heading towards Nottingham Academy. Tang San was filled with exhilaration. His certainty was now unshakable. Although he had been confident before, witnessing it firsthand ignited a fervor within him. As the golden title of the Chosen One drew ever closer, Tang San burst into laughter. Huh? The title of the Chosen One is soaring towards me. I, Tang San, am indeed the Chosen One. At this moment, Tang San, overwhelmed with excitement, no longer kept his thoughts to himself but shouted out loud. He was utterly elated, as he had imagined he truly was the Chosen One. When the title began to fly in his direction, he felt a sense of certainty, even amidst the multitude of cities surrounding him. Upon arriving in Nodding City, his conviction solidified. Now, witnessing it approach the academy, the distance between them diminished with each passing moment. This revelation cast a pall over the students, leaving them visibly distressed and burdened within. Is Tang San truly the child of destiny? Not only have they arrived in Nottingham, but they have also soared towards our esteemed academy. Infuriating. Such a person as Tang San obtaining it would be utterly repugnant. Alas, the truth is about to unveil itself before our very eyes. How infuriating it is to witness Tang San's current demeanor. It only intensifies my frustration. Alas, there is no other way. Observing the expressions of his fellow students, Tang San felt a surge of joy and satisfaction, yet he was not entirely at ease. He was curious to see how Yi Ming would react. In Tang San's eyes, Yi Ming would undoubtedly appear even more disconcerted and flustered. After all, in this world, the person he harbored the deepest animosity towards was Yi Ming. Casting a glance at Yi Ming, who stood not far away, he furrowed his brow. For Yi Ming's countenance was remarkably composed, devoid of any signs of panic or unease. Feigning calmness? Or does he truly believe that when he begs for mercy later, I shall grant him forgiveness? Tang San averted his gaze from Yi Ming, turning his attention back to the increasingly radiant title of the Chosen One. A cold smirk crept across his face as he thought, Yi Ming, no matter how fervently you plead, reconciliation is beyond our reach. I shall bring you to the brink of despair, making you regret opposing me and lament not becoming my friend. If I were to select 3 individuals to accompany me, you would undoubtedly be the first choice. The mere thought of it sent a thrill through Tang San. The prospect was utterly delightful. Moments earlier, Yu Xiaogang had been filled with joy and anticipation, witnessing the title soaring toward Nodding City. He mused to himself, is it truly me, Yu Xiaogang? Yet, this sense of elation was swiftly replaced by disappointment as the title veered toward the Nodding Junior Academy. After a brief moment of dismay, Yu Xiaogang found himself once more enveloped in happiness. Whether Xiao San succeeds or not, Flander exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Feeling that encountering Tang San was indeed a stroke of fortune, or rather, a fortuitous windfall. He marveled, Xiao San possesses such confidence in his ability to achieve success. Thus, he surely will. Yu Xiaogang sighed softly. I am well aware of Xiao San. He is not blindly arrogant. Since he harbors such beliefs, there must be a possibility for success. Perhaps his innate talent is merely a fragment of what we comprehend. Xiao San undoubtedly possesses an even greater self-assurance. Recalling the earlier hunt for the mandala snake, Yu Xiaogang had witnessed its peculiar movements, the deft techniques, and the formidable steel spikes, elements he had never encountered before, leaving him astonished and convinced that Tang San was far more extraordinary than he had initially conceived. Yu Xiaogang sighed again. Indeed, knowing Xiao San is a stroke of luck for me. With Xiao San earning the title of the Son of Destiny, my own burdens may lighten. He is bound to become a formidable force, not merely a title Douluo but a deity. When that time arrives, my days of hardship will come to an end. And as a god, Xiao San will surely lift the penalties that weigh upon me. Filled with anticipation, Yu Xiaogang urged, take me to Nodding Academy. I wish to witness firsthand as Xiao San is crowned the Son of Destiny. Excellent. Flanders was equally eager, as he would soon be the esteemed headmaster of Shrek Academy. And such a position would undoubtedly bring him great pride. Prosperity awaited him. At that moment, powerful factions such as the Spirit Hall, the Houghton sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan expressed their regrets. The Golden Crocodile Douluo sighed. The title of the Chosen One does not belong to our Spirit Hall. The Lion Douluo remarked, if it does not belong to us, we must attempt to win them over, even if they do not acquiesce. It is best not to be adversaries with the Chosen One. The Light Feather Douluo stated, with a formidable backing like ours, everyone would desire it. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. Qian Dalu commanded. Commence an immediate and thorough investigation to uncover the true identity of the one bearing the title of the Chosen One. The Grand Offering has already informed the cities with the Soul Division, and upon receipt of this information, they will promptly report back. It is believed that we will soon ascertain both the whereabouts of the Chosen One and their identity. Qian Dalu nodded, saying, that is well. When the time comes, I shall ensure that Xiaoxue meets him. I believe that with her remarkable qualities and beauty, she will undoubtedly capture the attention of the chosen one. Qian harbors a deep desire for his granddaughter, Qian Renxue, to become a formidable force, and he yearns for her to attain divinity, hoping that she will thrive in both strength and love in the days to come. On Sea God Island, Seahorse Douluo gazed towards the direction of the chosen one's title, which was entirely opposite to that of Sea God Island. The title of the Son of Destiny does not belong to my Sea God Island. Will the title of the chosen one eventually belong to the High Priestess? It is conceivable that the High Priest is now the most formidable being on the continent, surpassing both Qian Daolu and Tang Chun in strength, with unparalleled innate talent. Let us hope, remarked the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. The family members expressed their regrets, acknowledging that their aspirations did not align with this direction. Yet they found solace in the fact that it was not the path of the Spirit Hall. Yu Yuanjin felt a surge of excitement. That direction points towards Nodding City. Could it truly be Xiaogang? The family members could only voice their thoughts inwardly. The chieftain is truly overthinking. How could it possibly be the useless Yu Xiaogang? A faux master? A grand eunuch? Bestowed with the title of the destined child? Such a notion is utterly absurd. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Haotian School breathed a sigh of relief. Although their factions did not obtain the coveted title, neither did the Spirit Hall. Nevertheless, action must be taken. They could not allow the Spirit Hall to recruit him. Even if recruitment proved impossible, they must seek to establish connections. In a flurry of activity, the leaders and elders of various factions began to seek out their beautiful granddaughters, hoping to see if they could facilitate an introduction to the destined child. At the Nine Hearts Begonia School, Yi Lingling's mother expressed her hope. Lingling, you must meet the destined child. If fate allows, we shall meet. At this moment, Tang Hao felt no sense of loss. Although it did not soar towards him, its trajectory was nonetheless directed towards the city of Nottingham. Perhaps it would indeed be wonderful to be like a mistress. I shall make a brief journey to Nottingham. It must be that wretched third party. Our family shall soon be reunited. At Nottingham Junior College, Tang San was filled with exhilaration, for the title of the chosen one was tantalizingly close, ready to grace his very brow. 100 meters ahead, the coveted title of the chosen one soared towards him. He spread his arms wide, as if to flaunt Yi Ming. Behold, the title of the chosen one above my head. Indeed, I, Tang San, am the chosen one. As he beheld the golden title approaching, a surge of joy enveloped him, and he let out a cold, mocking laugh. Yi Ming, keep your eyes wide open and prepare to regret opposing me. You are on the brink of despair, soon to crawl and plead for mercy at my feet. The title of the chosen one is about to rest upon me. Ha ha ha. Tang San was ecstatic, brimming with pride and mirth. This moment had finally arrived. Yet, a sudden rush of wind whooshed above him, causing Tang San's entire body to tremble. He glanced upwards, his eyes widening in horror as his pupils constricted sharply. Above him, there was no golden title of the chosen one. In a frantic whirl, he turned to face Yi Ming, only to be struck dumb in astonishment. The title of the chosen one now hovered above Yi Ming's head. Observing Tang San's stunned expression, Yi Ming inquired with a smile, surprised? Unexpected? In the small building of Yaoxing. Chapter 27. Tang San spits blood in anger. In response to Yi Ming's inquiry, Tang San did not reply immediately. Instead, he stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the top of Yi Ming's head. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. The child of destiny is Yi Ming, not Tang San. The child of destiny has appeared. After the exclamation, the classmates erupted into laughter. Haha, that utterly amuses me. Tang San believed it was his own. Yet the title of the chosen one merely swept past him. At one moment, Tang San was filled with ecstatic joy, and in the next, he found himself utterly stupefied. Haha, the most amusing scene of my life. Tang San is on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Tang San was engulfed by a myriad of overwhelming emotions. The surrounding sounds gradually brought him back to reality. He instinctively took a step back, his eyes wide with disbelief as he murmured to himself, struggling to comprehend the situation. This cannot be true. It cannot be true. Tang San repeatedly shook his head, utterly devastated within. At that moment, Flinder happened to arrive, carrying Yu Xiaogang. But upon witnessing the scene, he was profoundly shaken. Flinder's expression darkened. The title of the chosen one did not belong to Tang San, and it appeared that the chosen one harbored a grudge against him. Yu Xiaojiang's face paled drastically, his mood no better than that of Tang San. How could it possibly be Yi Ming? Flander furrowed his brow and inquired, Xiaogang, Do you harbor animosity towards this fated child, Ming? Yu Xiaogang hesitated to respond, as turmoil and unease surged within him. It was not merely a matter of poor relations. The enmity ran deep. Yu Xiaogang felt overwhelmed, filled with anger and despair, not directed at the third party, but rather towards Ming, with whom they shared a profound vendetta. He had hoped to rely on the third party for a resurgence, yet the fated child was, in fact, the very individual they resented the most. Conversely, they too were the source of Ming's discontent. Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over Yu Xiaogang. Among the rewards associated with the title of the fated child was a particular ability, one that allowed 3 individuals to be subjected to a servile state for 2 hours each day. Surely, Ming would not wield such power against him? Tang San shook his head repeatedly, as if in a frenzy, his pupils losing focus and luster, murmuring to himself, "Impossible, impossible. Why is he the chosen one, and not me? This cannot be. I am special. I am unique. Why?" From a distance, Flinder observed Tang San's distress and furrowed his brow, sensing impending trouble. Although Yu Xiaogang was overwhelmed and desperately wanted to roar, he recognized that he must soothe Tang San. Should this continue, Tang San might succumb to madness. Despite his remarkable resilience, the magnitude of this blow was overwhelming. The greater the hope, the harsher the disappointment. Tang San remained their beacon of hope and could not be allowed to falter. Flinder understood this and swiftly approached Tang San, delivering a sharp slap across his face in an attempt to rouse him. Slap. Tang San received the blow yet remained in a daze, murmuring to himself, "It is impossible. Impossible. There must be a mistake. A mistake." Yu Xiaogang observed Tang San's demeanor, his expression heavy with concern. He never anticipated that the blow would be this profound. After all, Tang San's tenacity and intellect surpassed that of his peers, yet in this moment, he appeared so utterly defeated, revealing the extent of his anguish. Tang San possessed an extraordinary mindset, but he had been stifled for too long. The torment inflicted by Ming weighed heavily upon him. He had hoped to attain the title of the Chosen One, imagining the moment when Ming would crumble, filled with regret and desperation, eagerly anticipating her subsequent reactions. However, the title of the Chosen One was not his to claim. If the title had belonged to anyone else, Tang San would not have experienced such despair. Yet, it was Ming who bore the title. This realization plunged Tang San into the depths of despair, causing him immense sorrow. Tang San, awaken. Recognize the reality. It is not yours. Do not allow this to shatter your spirit. It would greatly disappoint both me and Xiaogang. You possess grand potential. You are a genius. Endowed with dual martial souls and innate full soul power, your future is luminous. If you did not attain it this time, await the next opportunity for the title to descend upon you. You shall undoubtedly earn a rightful accolade in due course. Therefore, do not remain in this state. Rise and regain your composure." With that, a resounding slap echoed across Tang San's face. His gaze cleared somewhat, no longer lost in desolation. He turned once more to behold the shimmering golden characters above Ming's head, child of destiny. Indeed, it was not he, but Ming. Ming, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "Tang San, are you not smiling anymore? What were you saying just now as you spread your arms wide? What did you wish to see? How infuriating. Why must it be you?" Tang San, utterly devastated, roared towards the heavens. "Why am of all people? Why?" With that, he expelled a torrent of blood, akin to a fountain, spraying into the air. This caused Yu Xiaogan's expression to shift dramatically. "Xiao San," Flinder remarked, "it's nothing." His anger has overwhelmed him, resulting in his spitting blood. Yet, in a way, this release is beneficial. Yu Xiaogang struggled to fathom the depth of the pent-up frustration and fury that could lead Xiao San to lose such a significant amount of blood. The sound of divine resonance echoed through the air. The title of the Child of Destiny has been bestowed upon us. The destined child is Ming. In an instant, everyone on the continent was filled with envy. The destined child, Ming. How enviable. Undoubtedly, it is an extraordinary existence. With a golden title atop his head, he was undeniably striking. At this moment, as Tang Hao prepared to leave the valley, he hesitated, his steps faltering, his expression darkened to the utmost, filled with profound sorrow. It is indeed impossible to resurrect Ain without the involvement of the third party. After a brief moment of sorrow, Tang Hao expressed his conviction. Titles will continue to arrive in due course, and there remains hope. Have faith, both Xiao San and I shall undoubtedly attain honorable titles. Oin, there is still a chance for our family to reunite. Yu Yuan sighed. Alas, it is not about Xiaogang. The others were not surprised. It was rather Yu Xiaogang who seemed out of the ordinary. Chieftain, we must cultivate a favorable relationship with the child of destiny. At Noting Academy, the students felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Fortunately, it is not Tang San, but Yi Ming. Wonderful. Truly deserving of the title of divinity. Yi Ming's innate talent far surpasses that of Tang San. I feel truly exhilarated. Ha ha ha. Tang San has been thoroughly slapped in the face. The expression just now, along with the blood spitting, was truly exhilarating to behold. Are you enjoying it now? The best is yet to come. Indeed. Let us observe how Yi Ming deals with Tang San. Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement, realizing that Yi Ming was the fated child, although she had speculated about it. Considering Yi Ming's remarkable talents, she could not be certain, for there are always those who surpass others. Yet, she was astonished to discover that the fated child was indeed so close to her. Xiao Wu pondered whether Yi Ming would assist her by utilizing the opportunity to eliminate her misfortunes, but she felt that the likelihood was greater than that of others. Wang Sheng believed that knowing Yi Ming was the greatest fortune of his life, for their leader was the fated child. Curiously, Wang Sheng inquired, "Leader, congratulations on being the fated child. So, who will you make suffer like a dog every day?" Yi Ming cast a glance at Tang San and Yu Xiaogang and replied candidly, "Is there any need to ask?" Instantly, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were filled with trepidation. In that moment, Tang San was alarmed at the prospect of living like a dog for 2 hours every day. He was furious inside, yet managed to maintain a calm facade, contemplating his options. One must not display excessive anger. It is essential to remain calm, as there is still an opportunity. They are merely children, and playful scuffles are entirely normal. A heartfelt apology, accompanied by a plea for forgiveness, should suffice to earn their pardon. Although he felt a surge of indignation. After all, the destined child was not himself, but Yi Ming. The reality was undeniable. He had initially envisioned the forthcoming scene as one where Yi Ming would confront him. However, the roles had shifted. Having contemplated how to interact with Yi Ming upon acquiring the mantle of the destined child, he decided to reverse the dynamic. Despite the humiliation that gnawed at him, he recognized the necessity of this course of action. He could no longer remain adversarial towards Yi Ming, even though the notion of the destined child weighed heavily upon him. A tumult of emotions, anger, humiliation, despair, raged within him, yet Tang San understood the imperative to suppress these feelings and act wisely. He approached Yi Ming and offered a sincere apology. "Yi Ming, I apologize, it was my fault in the past. Let us put aside the grievances between us. Congratulations on being bestowed the title of the Chosen One." Tang San's unexpected reversal left others in a state of astonishment. Previously, there were declarations of obtaining the title of the Chosen One, with intentions to make Yi Ming feel regret and despair, yet now, the situation has taken such a turn. The change in attitude is remarkably swift. How hypocritical. "Surely, this apology is insincere," remarked Yi Ming with a smile. "Oh, were you not filled with rage towards me? Did you not wish to see me utterly distraught?" Tang San felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, yet he managed to respond with a smile. "I merely spoke those words. Let us bury the hatchet with a laugh, shall we?" Yi Ming replied, "Words alone? I beg your pardon, but I am not so inclined." This caused Tang San's expression to shift, yet he refrained from displaying anger, opting instead to maintain a cordial demeanor towards Yi Ming. "Yi Ming, I was in error. Please forgive me. After all, we were once part of the 7th dormitory, and you have always been my leader. From this moment forth, I wish for you to take on that role once more. Trust in me, Tang San. I possess the qualifications to reclaim this position, as you are well aware of my potential. Although I may not match your brilliance, I too am a prodigy." As he spoke, Tang San privately mused. "Though I may not surpass you now, it is only a matter of time before I do." Yi Ming inquired with a smile. "Oh? Was your previous mistake not a result of my own actions?" Tang San, adopting an expression of profound contemplation, sensed an opportunity. "You are not at fault. It is indeed my error. Yu Xiaogang is certainly not in the right and cannot be regarded as a master. Had he not been so self-assured, believing himself to be a master, he would not have earned the title of pseudo-master. Thus, the title of God of Titles is entirely justified, and I should not have been so protective of him in the past." Listening to Tang San speak in this manner, Yu Xiaogang felt indifferent, as it was merely an effort to ease the tension in their relationship. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang approached, filled with remorse. "I too have erred. Your sarcasm is well-founded. I am indeed not a true master. My actions have been ones of plagiarism and amalgamation, leading me to mistakenly believe in my own prowess, particularly regarding my martial spirit. Yet I am far from where I ought to be. Tang San continued. Yi Ming, let us reconcile. Yi Ming observed Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, relishing the moment. As for Tang San's words, naturally, they were not to be trusted. Was it not Tang San who was at fault? This sentiment felt all too familiar. It reminded her of the time when, upon arriving at Haotian's sect, he knelt in supplication, claiming it was his father's error, not that of the sect. Subsequently, after becoming a titled Douluo, he boisterously proclaimed that all the blame lay with Haotian's sect, absolving his father of any wrongdoing. Yi Ming understood Tang San all too well. He was hypocritical and exhibited double standards, adopting one demeanor when weak and another entirely different when strong. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang gazed at Yi Ming with hopeful anticipation, wishing for her not to oppose them. With a heavy heart, Tang San lamented, I deeply regret my actions. I should have treated you better. As we are roommates after all. What do you say, Yi Ming? Will you forgive me and Yu Xiaogang? Instantly, silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone turned to Yi Ming, eager to hear her response. A smile graced her lips, igniting a flicker of hope in Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. However, Yi Ming then shifted the tone of her words. Not good. Instantly, this caused Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang's expressions to change. Though they felt a surge of anger within, they had to suppress it. Why is that? Tang San was taken aback. He had thought there was hope. After all, it was merely childish bickering, not something to harbor such deep resentment over. Yi Ming replied, what you say may differ from what you truly feel. This remark darkened the expressions of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. To their ears, it conveyed a sense of insufficient sincerity. Exchanging glances, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, though reluctant, understood the necessity of their actions. Opposing the fated child was ill-advised, particularly when they did not wish to be treated like dogs for 2 hours every day. Bang! In the next moment, the expressions of the surrounding teachers and students became utterly captivating, as Yu Xiaogang and Tang San knelt directly before Yi Ming. Yi Ming, indeed we were at fault before. Given the circumstances, you must surely perceive our sincerity. I, Tang San, do not bow to heaven or earth, only to my parents. Yet, in order to apologize to you and to demonstrate my genuine remorse, I kneel before you. Yi Ming, I am deeply sorry. Let us reconcile. Yi Ming did not respond to Tang San, instead casting her gaze down upon Yu Xiaogang. Keep your distance from me. The green hue atop your head is blinding. Although Yu Xiaogang felt quite distressed, he nonetheless retreated swiftly, kneeling at a considerable distance. Yi Ming, forgive me and the third party. Let us transform our conflict into reconciliation. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang thought to themselves, surely this would suffice. Yet, they were mistaken once more. Yi Ming sighed, previously, you were quite arrogant, believing you could attain the title of the Chosen One. Just imagining you wielding such power over me sends shivers down my spine. So, you expect me to forgive you so easily? Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang's expressions darkened. Their efforts were in vain. However, they were unwilling to concede. It was evident that Yi Ming still harbored resentment. Pleasing her was imperative. In an instant, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San exchanged glances, a silent agreement forming between them. Yi Ming, it is my fault. I deserve this punishment. I shall strike myself. The resounding sound of slaps echoed as Tang San and Yu Xiaogang knelt on the ground, relentlessly slapping their own faces. Although this act was laden with humiliation, it was a necessary penance, for Yi Ming was the child of destiny. The slaps continued to fall, their hands alternating between left and right, and soon their faces were flushed and swollen, marked with the imprints of their own hands. Yi Ming, I apologize. Are you satisfied now? If not, please express your thoughts. I would do anything to reconcile with you. Tang San gazed longingly at Yi Ming while engaging in a duel with Yu Xiaogang. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Ming replied, what would truly appease me? This sparked a glimmer of hope in Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. However, Yi Ming continued, it would undoubtedly bring me satisfaction to see you both groveling like dogs. In an instant, the expressions of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang shifted dramatically, their faces contorting with rage, unable to maintain their facade any longer. In a fit of fury, both of them rose abruptly. Yi Ming, have you never considered reconciling with us? Yi Ming replied, indeed, if I were in your position, no matter what I did, you would not relent, would you? You. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang exclaimed in fury, unleashing a torrent of invectives. Yet, Yi Ming activated the powers bestowed upon him by the title of the Chosen One. Bark, bark, bark. Woof, woof, woof. In the next instant, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were filled with terror, as Yi Ming treated them as if they were mere dogs. Their vehement curses transformed into the sounds of barking. Moreover, the foul scent wafting from the nearby restroom overwhelmed them, and they could not restrain their primal instincts. With a swift motion, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang dropped to all fours and dashed towards the restroom like dogs. Instantly, everyone around erupted in laughter. In Chapter 29 of Remote Star's Small Building, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, although not truly transformed into canines, resembled dogs as they raced towards the restroom on all fours. Soon, they were about to reach their destination. Some onlookers leaned in to witness the spectacle, while others, anticipating the ensuing scene, refrained from approaching, fearing they might be repulsed. The spectators reveled in the absurdity of the situation. Ha ha ha, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang persisted for 4 hours, akin to dogs. Behaviors and cries are akin to those of a dog. I am uncertain whether I can utilize my martial soul and soul skills. It should be possible. But like a dog, my strength still remains. Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of shame and anxiety as he neared the restroom. I am a human, not a dog. How could I possibly rush into the restroom deed? Absolutely not. Yu Xiaogang, however, was completely overwhelmed by instinctive behavior, driven by the tantalizing aroma. As he prepared to burst in, Tang San summoned his martial spirit, and the blue-silver grass erupted forth, barricading the restroom door. In an instant, both Tang San and Yu Xiaogang found themselves halted outside. Yet, in close proximity, Yu Xiaojiang's tongue lolled out, drooling with frustration. Although he could unleash his martial spirit and retain his strength, his thoughts resembled those of a dog, specifically, that of an emotionless mad dog. It is well understood that a mad dog possesses no feelings. The slightest provocation sends it into a frenzy of barking. Moreover, the path to his meal was obstructed. Instantly, Yu Xiaogang instinctively began to howl in protest at Tang San. Wong 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 wong. Yu Xiaogang barked at Tang San, piquing the curiosity of everyone present. What is Yu Xiaogang speaking about? Is there anyone who understands the language of dogs? It must be because Tang San blocked the restroom, which angered Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang exclaimed, "Hurry and retract the blue-silver grass. I desire to consume it. I simply cannot restrain myself. We are human, not merely." Tang San desired to remain lucid, yet he found it utterly impossible to do so. Naturally, he shared the same thoughts as Yu Xiaogang. Come on, Tang San, Yu Xiaogang. At that moment, a student tossed away the remnants of a chicken leg bone. Instantly, upon witnessing the bone soaring through the air, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang sprang into action, their mouths agape, eager to seize the coveted morsel. Upon landing, it was Tang San who managed to grasp the bone firmly. Yu Xiaogang barked in protest. Did you not claim to be human? That bone is mine. Allow me a taste. At that moment, even a mere bone was an exquisite delicacy for both of them, utterly irresistible. It was akin to a man of sound mind confronted by a stunningly beautiful fairy, willingly offering herself, unclothed. Anyone in such a position would undoubtedly leap forward without hesitation, and thus, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang reacted with the same fervor at the sight of the bone. Tang San barked excitedly while gnawing on the bone. I shall not comply. I am not a human. I am merely a dog. Quick, give me some to eat. Yu Xiaogang was about to rush over to snatch it. But Tang San turned around, his voice more ferocious, like a mad dog guarding its food, his eyes glistening with a fierce red. Bark, bark, get away. Just moments after transforming into a dog, Tang San still clung to a fragment of human rationality, but now he had completely succumbed to his canine form. The two of them were indeed dogs, possessing only the instincts and thoughts of their new identity. There was nothing of their former selves left to offer. Give it to me. Yu Xiaogang rushed forward, and in an instant, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, like two ferocious beasts, began to tear into each other, frantically biting away. The onlookers around them erupted in applause and cheers. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly, it is a title bestowed by the divine. So terrifying that it renders one akin to a mere dog. The biting is quite intense. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San are locked in a playful bite. Haha. I never imagined I would witness such a scene. Opposing Ming will be the most regrettable decision of their lives. Not worthy of sympathy. If Tang San were to prevail, he would undoubtedly seek revenge on Ming. Soon, they grappled fiercely, their clothes torn and their bodies marred with wounds. Ultimately, Tang San emerged victorious. Observing this scene, Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. Primarily, it was the formidable strength of the system. Ming mused, in my past life, I have encountered numerous fanfictions of Douluo, yet none have delivered such exhilarating torment to Tang San and his companions as the Douluo Divine Punishment List. Only that particular tale. which commenced with the divine punishment of Yu Xiaogang, can compare to the current experience I am crafting. Undoubtedly, Yiming believed that immersing oneself in this reality, especially orchestrating it personally, brought unparalleled delight. Watching the spectacle unfold was utterly captivating. The thought of having 2 hours each day akin to this filled Yiming's heart with exhilaration. As for the other slot, Yiming considered bestowing it upon Tang Hao. Thus, one could only imagine the scene when Tang San, Tang Hao, and Yu Xiaogang encountered one another in a state of fervent rivalry. After consuming the bones, it was nowhere near sufficient. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang simultaneously cast their gazes towards the restroom. To humans, the reasoning was unfathomable, but to dogs, it was a delicacy. In an instant, the two canines, raced towards the restroom in eager anticipation. As they approached, Tang San withdrew his blue-silver grass. Consequently, the two dashed into the restroom. Some could envision the ensuing chaos and chose not to enter, while others felt they could endure it and decided to take a look. Yiming, Xiaowu, Wang Xing, and the others returned to their dormitory. Let us depart. There is no need to linger, lest we be overwhelmed by the stench that may arise later. Very well, my leader. Wang Xing and the others rejoiced, feeling immensely fortunate to have made the acquaintance of such a leader. The leader was the child of destiny, and thus, as friends of the leader, their cultivation speed increased by 50%. At that moment, Yiming's power had also surged, receiving the first reward of the child of destiny, boasting a 100% enhancement in strength. Xiao Wu was overjoyed and filled with excitement, yet found it difficult to articulate her feelings. After all, this power to eradicate misfortune was extraordinarily potent, capable even of bringing the dead back to life. Yiming discerned Xiao Wu's innermost thoughts, recognizing her deep yearning mingled with shyness. Xiao Wu, Yiming said, I will help you eliminate your misfortune and resurrect your mother. This declaration filled Xiao Wu with exhilaration, her heart brimming with joy. However, this reward is of utmost importance. Boss, you could utilize it in a manner more advantageous to you. I am willing to wait. Perhaps in the future, there will be a favorable title and such rewards. Yiming smiled softly. There may indeed be opportunities in the future, so using one now is inconsequential. This brought tears to Xiao Wu's eyes, filled with profound gratitude and joy, for she would soon be reunited with her mother. Boss, Xiao Wu expressed immense gratitude. She would willingly do anything that Yiming asked of her. There is no need to speak. It would only highlight our unfamiliarity. At that moment, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang emerged from the restroom, prompting the students to quickly distance themselves due to the overwhelming odor. It reeks. Leave at once. Leave the academy. The instructors of the institution promptly began to usher them away. Until they reverted to their human mentality, they were not permitted to remain on campus. Soon, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were expelled, seeking a place to rest, feeling overwhelmed. They quickly discovered an unmonitored location, but soon found themselves besieged by incessant barking as a pack approached. Upon closer inspection, they realized there were approximately 40 of them, causing them to shrink back in trepidation. It was evident that this was their territory. However, after sniffing around behind them, the dogs launched an assault, viciously attacking Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. They fled in disarray, their hearts burning with indignation. At that moment, they encountered a solitary female dog. Instantly, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Instinctively, they were struck by a notion, or perhaps an impulse. The female dog, sensing the admiration in their gaze, displayed no surprise nor did she retreat. With limited intelligence and perceiving Tang San and Yu Xiaogang as kindred spirits, she did not shy away. Coincidentally, she was also in season. Without hesitation, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang rushed towards her. This initial interaction among dogs typically involves approaching to sniff one another. Moreover, the dynamic of a male dog and a female dog heightened their curiosity. As they drew near, confirming her gender, they prepared to take action. Yet, as there was only one female dog, a dispute ensued between Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. I shall be the first to behold it. I shall come forth. I have arrived. I am an old dog in my 40s. Allow me to take the lead. You are still young, although I am merely 6 years old. In the realm of dogs, I am already considered advanced in age, entering the prime of my youth. Therefore, I must assert my presence. You may be older, but I shall take the lead. Once again, you dare to compete with me. I shall end you. Victory first. In an instant, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang began to fiercely contend with one another, akin to two dogs vying for the affection of a female. At that moment, a throng of onlookers gathered, closely watching the spectacle unfold. They could all surmise what was transpiring. It is Tang San and Yu Xiaogang who have been reduced to mere pawns by the Son of Destiny. Indeed, each day feels like a relentless 2 hours, akin to that of a dog. How formidable! How delightful it is that those whom the destined child opposes are precisely Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, who have long been a source of our displeasure. They are competing, vying for what is to come next. Haha, in the past, it was hard to believe. Even when others spoke of it, I remained skeptical. Yet now, I find it entirely credible. Quickly summon more people. Instantly, the streets of Nottingham echoed with cries. And, punished like mere curs by the Son of Destiny, now prepared to turn their ire upon a she-dog. This proclamation piqued immense interest, prompting a swift rush of onlookers, eager to witness a spectacle that might not grace their lives for millennia, a confrontation between man and dog. Moreover, the detested, along with, who had once been his disciple and now faced widespread animosity, drew a crowd. Soon, the news spread throughout, compelling everyone to converge. In the 7th dormitory, upon hearing the news, could hardly contain his excitement. Ha ha ha, it's evident that it will be captivating. My friend, let us hasten to witness it. Go ahead. I will join you shortly. Naturally, Yu Ming would not miss such a splendid performance. At this moment, Xiao Wu was filled with excitement. Yi Ming led Xiao Wu to the wooded area behind the mountain, preparing to make use of it. Seize the opportunity to eradicate misfortune. Yu Ming activated the ability bestowed by the title of Child of Destiny, directing it towards Xiao Wu. In an instant, Xiao Wu's miseries were alleviated. Before her stood a figure that seemingly materialized from thin air. This sight filled Xiao Wu with overwhelming excitement, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. The figure that emerged was none other than her mother. Mother! Oh, how I have yearned for you. In an instant, Xiao Wu embraced her mother. Xiao Wu's mother, striking and graceful, bore a remarkable resemblance to her daughter. Upon her resurrection, she appeared bewildered and astonished. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Wu, her face lit up with joy. Despite Xiao Wu's transformation into human form, she recognized her at first glance. Xiao Wu, my daughter. Mother, you have returned to life, how wonderful. Xiao Wu's mother, named Ruo, was astonished, assuring herself that she was not merely dreaming. What is happening? I distinctly recall facing a formidable opponent and 2 titled Douluos. I should have perished, Aru reflected, remembering how she had desperately held off those 3 powerful beings to protect Xiao Wu. Yet now, she found herself unscathed. Xiao Wu began to elucidate the circumstances, and soon, Aru comprehended the truth. She had indeed been slain, and had become the 9th spirit ring of that woman, who was now the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Her resurrection was attributed to Yi Ming, the one known as the Child of Destiny, who had the power to dispel misfortune. The greatest calamity Xiao Wu faced was Aru's demise, and her deepest desire was to see Aru revived, which led to this miraculous return to life. At that time, Aru had been an 89th level spirit Douluo, and now, perhaps due to the aftermath of that battle, she had transcended to the 90th level. Consequently, there was no need to hunt for a spirit ring. Aru directly acquired her 9th spirit ring, ascending to the rank of title Douluo. Thus, Yi Ming had a formidable ally in Aru, along with De Ming and Air Ming. In the presence of Yi Ming, Aru knelt in profound gratitude. Without Yi Ming, she would not have been resurrected and would have been eternally separated from Xiao Wu. The depth of her appreciation was beyond words. Thank you, Yi Ming. Even if Yi Ming were to lead her through the most perilous of trials, she would not so much as furrow a brow. Aunt, I am merely good friends with Xiao Wu. There is no need for such formality. Xiao Wu remarked. Are we merely good friends? I believe it is something more profound, but how should one describe it? At this moment, Xiao Wu still possessed a touch of innocence. Aro, with a smile, interjected, naturally, that would make you a couple. Yi Ming observed the gaze cast upon Xiao Wu by her mother, akin to that of a mother-in-law scrutinizing her son-in-law. Auntie, it is still a bit early, said Aru. She too felt that although Xiao Wu had lived for quite some time, her current human form resembled that of a little girl, and Yi Ming was still young as well. However, Yi Ming believed that there was more to achieve than just completing the task. She had also developed deep feelings for Xiao Wu over time. And you and Xiao Wu may reminisce first. Yi Ming left, naturally drawn to the unfolding drama. At this moment, Tang San had once again triumphed in his contest with Yu Xiaogang, thus securing the advantage. The crowd had swelled into a veritable sea of people, so densely packed that it seemed impossible for anyone to pass through. Many were even fervently pushing towards Notting City. However, upon Yi Ming's arrival, numerous individuals willingly parted to create a pathway, allowing her to reach the front and witness the spectacle. After all, it was she who had made this possible. Most importantly, Yu Ming was the child of destiny. All eyes were cast upon her with envy. The Soul Masters yearned to forge friendships with her, as they believed it would enhance their own cultivation speed. Many young women, particularly those who considered themselves attractive, aspired to know her, even contemplating relationships beyond mere friendship. After all, the partner of the child of destiny was destined for divinity, and upon achieving such status, their power would be magnified. Yet, Yu Ming would not entertain such notions. What she sought was genuine affection. As she arrived and surveyed the scene, she noticed Tang San had already made his move. The anticipation was palpable. Then, the event commenced, and joy erupted among the onlookers. Ha ha ha, it has begun. What an extraordinary scene. Ha ha, a human and a dog. I wonder, when the time comes and they revert to a human mindset, what emotions will they experience? What transpires is naturally remembered. How could it be anything but overwhelming? Ha ha ha, I eagerly anticipate the moment when they awaken. Shortly thereafter, Tang San concluded his task, and Yu Xiaogang could hardly contain his excitement. As the task came to an end, the time was also nearly upon them. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San lay resting, but in the next instant, a sudden chill coursed through them. Their eyes widened in shock, pupils constricting as images flickered rapidly through their minds. When they recalled the final moments, their expressions shifted dramatically. Was this all a dream? They wished it were so, yet the sight of the dog beside them shattered their hopes. In that instant, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were plunged into despair, their hearts wrenched as they let out a heart-rending roar. No. Chapter 031 of Yaoxing Bi Xiaolu. The title of Scoundrel is about to descend. Oh! Tang San and Yu Xiaogang cried out in anguish, overwhelmed by the calamity that had befallen them. However, as their voices clashed in a cacophony of despair, the rancid odor of their recent meal in the restroom flooded their memories. Instantly, both Yu Xiaogang and Tang San succumbed to violent retching. This prompted everyone around to cover their noses and distance themselves, repelled by the unbearable stench. Yu Ming. Infuriating. Tang San was seething with rage, harboring a strong desire to confront Yu Ming. This sentiment ignited the surrounding Soul Masters, who saw an opportunity. As soon as Tang San made a move, they would seize the chance to strike at him. Naturally, they could not afford to miss the prospect of befriending the child of destiny. Although Tang San yearned to act, he remained acutely aware of his own limitations against Yu Ming. He understood that the moment he engaged, he would be besieged by the other Soul Masters, rendering any such action futile. In the past, he refrained from acting recklessly. Now, even more so, he recognized that without formidable strength, restraint was imperative. Yu Xiaogang was equally incensed, longing to return to his family to seek their assistance against Yu Ming. Yet, even his family would not dare to intervene, fearing the repercussions from other factions. To curry favor with Yu Ming, they might annihilate his family without hesitation. Thus, even though Yu Ming was merely 6 years old and her power was still in its infancy on this continent, they could not afford to retaliate. However, the humiliation they felt was profound. Yu Ming had reduced them to a state akin to that of dogs, a disgrace they could hardly bear. The indignity of chasing after scraps, even scurrying to the restroom, was compounded by the abominable reality that they had shown deference to a mere pup. The thought of it conjured vivid imagery in their minds, making Tang San and Yu Xiaogang feel nauseous with embarrassment. Undoubtedly, they had become the laughingstock of the continent, their shame witnessed by many. Soon, tales of their humiliating exploits would undoubtedly circulate widely. At that moment, Flender arrived. Though he was a Soul Douluo, he too refrained from acting against Yu Ming, recognizing the necessity of prudence. This was not the opportune moment. The onlookers felt an exhilarating thrill, with one person among them speculating, "Do you think that she, the female dog, will bear Tang San's offspring? Surely, one is a human and the other is a dog." It is indeed plausible, for at that time, Tang San was akin to a dog, making it truly possible. If so, it would indeed be utterly absurd. Haha. One of the most peculiar occurrences in the world. Yu Xiaogang is a eunuch, so it is impossible for him, but for Tang San, it is indeed a possibility. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt utterly devastated. Yu Xiaogang internally felt a slight relief, grateful that he was a eunuch and free from such concerns. Wang Sheng remarked, "It is indeed possible. Although he is human, he behaved like a dog just moments ago, so it could genuinely happen." Yu Ming also entertained the possibility, prompting the question, what would Tang San do? A tremor ran through Tang San's heart, as he too considered the likelihood of it, realizing it was not an interspecies issue. After all, he had just been a dog. In that instant, Tang San's despair deepened. At that moment, a female dog approached, rubbing against Tang San's calf, exuding an aura of affection as if to declare, "You are my husband." This sight sent everyone around into fits of laughter. How about Tang San and this dog getting married on the spot? Ha ha ha, we concur. Tang San, you must take responsibility. Tang San was infuriated, his heart brimming with resentment. These individuals were courting their own demise. He meticulously etched their faces into his memory, vowing that once he grew powerful, he would ensure their demise. Observing the dog incessantly nudging against his pant leg, Tang San felt a surge of anger rising within him, with no outlet for his fury. It is all because of you. Without you, we would never have engaged in such actions. Tang San's face contorted with rage, exuding a fierce demeanor as he unleashed a powerful kick. Begone! I, Tang San, am not a mere dog that you are worthy of. A piercing scream echoed through the air as a dog was sent flying by Tang San's powerful kick, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. Tang San, being a first-ring soul master, delivered a blow that proved fatal for the creature. The dog fell to the ground, convulsing a few times before letting out a final wail towards Tang San, as if to lament his heartlessness. After this act, Tang San felt a sense of relief, knowing that it eliminated any possibility of offspring. Yu Xiaogang also felt a sense of vindication, approving of the decisive action taken. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Truly ruthless. It is clearly one's own doing. Yet the resentment is directed towards that dog. The unfortunate dog, a victim of misfortune. With these words, Flander departed alongside Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang was in utter despair, tormented daily by thunder, living like a dog for 2 hours each day. How could one endure such a fate? Tang San contemplated the necessity of being watched every day. When reduced to such a state, they ought to be restrained to prevent further transgressions. Upon returning, Tang San found himself unable to bear it any longer. I must eliminate Yi Ming. Flanders sighed. At this moment, it is certainly unwise to act. Yi Ming is surrounded by numerous individuals eager to curry favor with him, and soon, the major powers will seek to win him over. Even if they cannot, they will not easily become adversaries. Rather, they will endeavor to forge alliances. Therefore, we cannot take action unless we possess overwhelming strength or power. However, even if that is a possibility, it will require considerable time. Tang San was aware of this lengthy endeavor, yet he remained resolute in his determination not to give up. Afterward, I shall establish the most formidable force. I must become a titled Douluo, or even ascend to godhood. At that time, should I wish to eliminate Yi Ming, none shall stand in my way, and I shall fear no power. Yu Xiaogang nodded. Xiao San, your aspirations are commendable. Endure for now. Once you become the strongest, you will be free to pursue any endeavor you desire. Although Yi Ming is indeed a formidable opponent, if you can ascend to divinity faster than he, vengeance shall be yours. I have faith in your potential. Xiao San, you are more than capable. Flinder added, upon entering Shrek, your companions will be extraordinary. They are all exceptional talents, and together, you shall grow stronger. Tang San vowed internally that he would indeed attain godhood and establish the mightiest force. He anticipated, Yi Ming, the title of the Child of Destiny may belong to you this time, but believe me, I shall surely earn a prestigious title of my own. This was their shared hope. The arrival of the title was merely the beginning. At this moment, the major powers had already begun to take action. With the Spirit Hall leading the charge, swiftly learning of the Child of Destiny, Yi Ming, residing in Nodding City. Qian Daolu quickly discerned that Yi Ming was merely 6 years old, lacking any powerful backing, which presented a prime opportunity for them. With a titled Douluo of his caliber, a 99th level powerhouse, as their support, who would not wish to align with such strength? Beside Qian Daolu stood a stunning young woman. Her skin was as fair as snow, her nose straight, and her delicate phoenix eyes held a hint of regality. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her figure was equally impressive. Clad in a golden gown that could not conceal her perfect silhouette, her waist slender, her bosom well-developed, and her flowing golden hair framed her face, from which a small six-winged angel mark adorned her brow. She was none other than Qian Renxue. Qian Daolu remarked, Xiao Shui, let us venture to Nodding City and make the acquaintance of the Child of Destiny. Qian Renxue, too, was eager to meet him. Even if her grandfather did not take her, she would find a way to leave the Tiando royal family for a time, shedding the guise of Shui Qinghe to present her true self to the Child of Destiny. At that moment, a notification echoed in Yi Ming's mind. Before revealing the title granted to the host upon acquiring the second soul ring, two negative titles emerged, the scoundrel title and the thief title. In Chapter 032 of Yaoxingbi Xiaolu, the system's prompt continued. Moreover, each of these two negative titles encompasses more than one instance. The scoundrel title has two, and the thief title also has two. This revelation intrigued Ming, sparking curiosity within, implying that each title was bestowed upon two individuals, who will be bestowed with the titles of two scoundrels. Ming anticipated, eagerly awaiting her ascension to the status of a second-ring soul master, at which point the coveted title would surely be conferred upon her. She mused, perhaps, atop Yu Xiaogang's head, a noxious green negative title shall soon be added. Meanwhile, in Notting City, there was a notable lack of activity. Although there existed a branch of the Spirit Hall here, the overseers did not approach Ming, deeming themselves unworthy, thus reflecting the Spirit Hall's lack of earnestness. At that moment, Qian Daolu arrived first, accompanied by Qian Renxue, followed closely by Bibi Dong. Other factions began to investigate Ming's whereabouts, and upon discovery, they promptly took action. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family also mobilized. And despite learning of Ming's conflict with Yu Xiaogang, they felt compelled to treat her with respect. Of course, Yu Yuanjin was infuriated. The notion that Ming had punished Xiaogang, making him endure 2 hours of servitude daily, enraged him beyond measure, prompting him to vow to teach Ming a lesson. However, he was restrained. Should he attempt to harm Ming, other formidable individuals would undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, the Spirit Hall would certainly be the first to learn of any such confrontation, perhaps even arriving before him. Any assault on Ming would provide the Spirit Hall with an opportunity. In such a scenario, Yu Yuanjin would face dire consequences, and his entire family would be embroiled in peril. They believed that Yu Yuanjin's recklessness, motivated solely by concern for his son Xiaogang, could jeopardize the entire family, a situation they deemed unacceptable. Soon, Yu Yuanjin regained his composure. If he acted impulsively, Xiaogang would not be safe outside. Ultimately, he chose to prioritize the welfare of the family. However, he found it impossible to command others to confront Ming. Consequently, Yu Yuanjin distanced himself from family affairs, alleviating some of his guilt regarding Xiaogang. Yet, even if he wished to confront Ming, he would find success elusive, as Ming was protected by a titled Douluo, a Ro, the mother of Xiao Wu. A Ro's strength was comparable to that of Xiao Wu, who would later become a titled Douluo with similar soul skills. Thus, a Ro had attained the formidable rank of a level 91 titled Douluo. At this juncture, Bibidong's 9th soul ring and her 100,000-year soul bone remained intact and would not dissipate due to a Ro's revival, as her return was not contingent upon the foundation of the soul ring and soul bone. Concurrently, Yu Xiaogang planned for Tang San to apply for graduation from the Notting Junior Academy in a few days, confident that Tang San's prowess was more than sufficient. Following this, they would proceed to Shrek Academy. After all, enduring 4 hours of servitude daily necessitated vigilance to prevent a recurrence of past incidents. Thus, he resolved to bind Yu Xiaogang and Tang San together should the situation arise. At this time, various factions had already infiltrated Notting City, starting with those from nearby locales. They harbored no illusions about Ming joining their ranks. Their resources and strength were incomparable to those of the 3 clans, the royal family, or the Spirit Hall. Nonetheless, forging a friendship would not be amiss. Tang San watched with intense envy as nobles and influential figures arrived, bearing various gifts, wealth, and attractive women, further unsettling his inner equilibrium. How infuriating! Without Ming, the title of the Child of Destiny could have been mine. Tang San's heart hardened further, realizing that it was Ming who had deprived him of this honor. Flinder, too, was nearly drooling, not over the women, but rather over the lavish piles of golden soul coins. If only it were a third party involved, that would have been splendid, but alas, it was not to be. As for these gifts of wealth, Ming had little interest, unless they were divine herbs. However, it was evident that such treasures were beyond the reach of mortals, as the inhabitants of the continent were oblivious to their existence. Regarding women, Ming held no attraction. He sought something rooted in genuine emotion. Moreover, despite the beauty of these women, they paled in comparison to Xiaowu, Qian Renxue, and Zhu Zhuqing from his childhood. Among them were numerous talented young ladies. And although Ming was merely 6 years old, he found the idea of an age gap romance rather appealing. Yet, he firmly rejected all advances, and they dared not persist, fearing they might provoke the Child of Destiny's ire, while it was of little consequence if they could not befriend him. They were resolute in ensuring that he bore no ill will towards them. The streets of Notting City were packed, nearly impassable, and they felt compelled to act swiftly, taking advantage of their geographical positioning to enter before the arrival of the larger powers. Once those formidable forces arrived, their chance would be lost. Many young ladies aspired to enter Notting City, fully aware that the child of destiny was not one to engage in frivolous liaisons. He sought authentic love. Yet, what if he were to fall for them at first sight? Such was the fantasy of many a young girl. Naturally, they lacked the potential to become titled Douluo. But the child of destiny was assuredly exceptional, and merely knowing him would be a boon. Ming contemplated that while the title of child of destiny brought significant benefits, it also came with its share of troubles. As 5 days passed, the crowd began to dwindle as the major powers gradually arrived. At this moment, Ming and Xiao Wu were meandering through the streets, accompanied by a row. They chanced upon the unfortunate Yu Xiaogang, who was about to be struck by lightning. Naturally, they paused to observe. Yu Xiaogang was immensely furious. How detestable. I must find that scoundrel who turned me into a eunuch. At this instant, the system notification chimed in. The third function has been activated, designed to empower the host even further when provoked by those who incite frustration. The more vexed one becomes, the greater the enhancement of the host's physical form. This revelation delighted Ming, for the third function had finally emerged. The first function involved task completion. The second pertained to titles, and the third revolved around inciting someone's ire. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's current state, Ming was struck by inspiration. Yu Xiaojiang was seething with anger, not due to the individual in question, as he would not be rendered a eunuch, nor would he be unfortunate enough to acquire the title of Grand Eunuch. Flander inquired, Xiaojiang, what characteristics does that individual possess? Yu Xiaojiang pondered, still in disbelief, as it seemed like a dream. How could a mere spirit master possess a soul ring that had existed for 100,000 years? Tang San also found the notion absurd, yet it was undeniably true. He possesses a first spirit ring of 100,000 years and has the ability to summon spirit beasts. This revelation left Flander in a state of astonishment. Anyone who heard it would likely dismiss it as a jest. As Tang San felt a surge of emotion, he resolutely declared, Teacher, he may indeed be a monster, but I am certain that I will surpass him. Yu Xiaojiang was in considerable anguish, having been struck by lightning once again after the thunderclap. At that moment, he noticed Ming approaching, igniting a profound rage in both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu expressed her confusion, asking, Boss, why haven't you yet acquired your spirit ring? Ming replied, In truth, I have already obtained my first spirit ring. This revelation shocked Tang San, for it implied that he had been defeated even without the full exertion of his strength. You obtained it? Ming inquired. Would you like to take a look? Tang San pondered. Did she hunt it herself? Even with the optimal spirit ring configuration, its age surely cannot surpass mine. However, in the next moment, Ming unleashed her martial spirit. A crimson, 100,000-year spirit ring descended, swirling around her. Instantly, Yu Xiaojiang was rendered speechless, and after a brief moment of shock, he raised his hand, his arm trembling uncontrollably as he pointed at Ming. Indeed, Ming chuckled, It's me. Are you angry? Chapter 033. The consequences of castration. This scene sent Yu Xiaojiang into a furious rage. The person who had rendered himself a eunuch was someone he longed to confront immediately, to enlist the help of Flanders in defeating him, and then to exact his own torment upon him. In that moment, thoughts of vengeance consumed him. Now that he knew who it was, instead of the satisfaction of avenging a deep-seated grudge, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The one who had made himself a eunuch was none other than Ming. What did this signify? It was undoubtedly intentional. Having rendered himself a eunuch, he now flaunted his martial spirit before Yu Xiaojiang, revealing his soul rings as if to say, I am the one who has done this to you. What can you do about it? Yu Xiaojiang's fury reached its peak, his teeth clenched, fists tightly balled, eyes nearly bursting with rage. His reaction clearly indicated that he was infuriated. Although he yearned for Flanders to intervene, he understood that it was an impossibility. Tang San, equally incensed, questioned, Ming, why did you do this? What grievance does Yu Xiaojiang hold against you? There may be one now, but there certainly was none before. Indeed, there is. For he is your teacher. Knowing that he is a false master, I am even more grateful for my choice. At this moment, Ming could sense that the strength of his physical body had increased by 10%, which was quite remarkable. This left Tang San with a grim expression, filled with a desire for vengeance. After all, Ming had inflicted great suffering upon them. Yu Ming, although you are the destined child, do not overstep your bounds. Flander could no longer contain himself. Witnessing his closest friend being targeted in such a manner compelled him to intervene. He unleashed his martial spirit, 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black swirling around him. This stirred emotions within Yu Xiaogang, who felt touched, yet understood that it would not sway Yu Ming. At that moment, the Soul Masters were poised to act. Originally, Notting City's formidable Soul Masters were few, but now, numerous Soul Saints, and even titled Douluos had gathered here. As soon as Flander took action, they would lend their support to Yu Ming. However, before they could act, Aro released her martial spirit. 9 soul rings cascading down in succession, instantly shaking all the Soul Masters present. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings, a title Douluo. In an instant, Flander instinctively took a step back, realizing that a title Douluo had appeared beside Yu Ming. Though he anticipated this, he did not expect it to occur so swiftly. The other Soul Masters looked on with immense envy. Even being a title Douluo and serving as Yu Ming's bodyguard was a source of great admiration. To be in the company of the destined child was tremendously beneficial for one's cultivation. Flander promptly withdrew his martial spirit, clarifying, "I had no intention of making a move." You should be able to sense that. Tang San's expression darkened with envy and jealousy. At that moment, members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan arrived. From a distance, murmurs of discussion could be heard. The formidable warriors of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family have arrived. Clearly, they have come in search of the Chosen One. Could it also be in search of Yu Xiaogang? Surely not, for he is but a false master. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family would be more than eager to distance themselves from him. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang also overheard the murmurs. Instantly, a profound sense of grievance welled up within him, and his eyes reddened. The misfortunes he had endured were truly pitiful. He had been emasculated and bestowed with the title of a high eunuch, struck by lightning, transformed into a dog by Yu Ming, and even witnessed Yu Ming unapologetically confessing to his actions right before him, leaving him utterly powerless. At this juncture, upon seeing his family approach, Yu Xiaogang felt his composure wavering. He pondered, could it be that my father, upon learning of my plight, could not bear to see me suffer in such desolation and thus sent someone to bring me back? He dismissed the thought that they had come to curry favor with Yu Ming. After all, if his father were to find out, he would surely harbor the deepest loathing for Yu Ming, or perhaps even take action against him. In the distance, Yu Xiaogang spotted members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family approaching, among them his second uncle, Yu Lumyan, an 83rd ranked Soul Douluo, and the father of Lu Erlong. "Uncle, are you here to pick me up?" Yu Xiaogang began to speak, but abruptly fell silent, for the individuals accompanying his uncle brushed past him, disregarding his presence. This left Yu Xiaogang in a state of profound embarrassment. Upon encountering Yu Ming, Yu Lumyan exhibited utmost courtesy and politeness. After introducing himself, he got straight to the point, offering various assurances. He did not expect Yu Ming to join their ranks, but merely hoped to foster a friendship, which would significantly enhance their family's cultivation pace. He yearned for wealth and the finest resources for cultivation, among other desires. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang stepped forward and inquired, "Uncle, how is my father?" Yu Lumyan frowned. "We have nothing to do with you. Keep your distance from us." The family members were filled with disdain, having already looked down upon him. Now, seeing the 2 unsightly green titles above Yu Xiaogang's head, their contempt only deepened, which painted a grimace across Yu Xiaogangs face as he was reminded of his predicament. "Second uncle, this Yu Ming is the culprit behind my acquisition of the title of Grand Eunuch. Otherwise, I would only bear a negative moniker. It was he who castrated me, turning me into a eunuch." Yu Xiaogang sought sympathy. Wishing for his second uncle and the others to comprehend the animosity he held towards Yu Ming, hoping the family would speak out on his behalf. The people around them began to murmur among themselves. "Will you speak out in defense of Yu Xiaogang, the son of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan leader?" Although it was accomplished by the Child of Destiny, I must say, it was executed splendidly. Indeed, it remains uncertain how they will proceed. Yu Xiaogang yearned, unable to conceal the grievances swelling within him in the presence of his family. In that moment, had his father been there, he would have undoubtedly clung to his father's leg, weeping profusely like a child, lamenting his misfortunes. In times of utter helplessness and profound injustice, one instinctively seeks the solace of family ties, especially when they belong to one of the esteemed 3 great clans, and his father, a formidable title Douluo. is undoubtedly mightier than the title Douluo by Yi Ming's side. Tang San pondered, what does it matter to oppose the chosen one? It will not impede my cultivation speed. Even if I were to be relegated to a mere dog, there remains but one slot. Thus, in a grand family, what is there to fear? It would be best to teach Yu Ming a lesson. Does the chosen one think he can act with impunity? Tang San was filled with anticipation, eager to witness Yi Ming face consequences. Meanwhile, a row had already positioned herself protectively behind Yi Ming. Yu Xiaogang furrowed his brow, which brought a flicker of joy to Yu Xiaogang's heart. Even his second uncle found the situation excessive. However, in the next moment, Yu Xiaogang was taken aback. Yu Xiaogang regarded Yu Xiaogang with a sense of satisfaction, a release of pent-up frustrations. Well done, you scoundrel, you deserve to be punished. How dare you lay hands on my daughter? It is truly a violation of human decency. The chosen one indeed, what a magnificent act. Such words were not merely spoken to leave a favorable impression in front of Yi Ming. They reflected his genuine sentiments. This caused Yu Xiaogang's expression to crumble instantly. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, Yu Xiaogang commanded, "Be gone." Yu Xiaogang let out a wretched cry as he was sent flying. Flinder's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that he would turn against Xiaogang. Meanwhile, those around them erupted in laughter. How delightful. Yu Xiaogang truly suffers. Yet he is entirely deserving of it. The more tragic the situation, the greater our satisfaction. Yu Xiaogang scolded, Yu Xiaogang, how dare you seek assistance from the family? Have you not already brought enough misfortune upon us? You, a mere eunuch and a false master, hold the dubious honor of being burdened with 2 negative titles. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family wishes to have no association with you. And now, you expect us to take action against the chosen one on your behalf. What is your true intention? Do you wish for the family's ruin? Depart at once. Yu Xiaogang, utterly devastated, watched as Yu Xiaogang finished his tirade, only to continue engaging amicably and jovially with his greatest adversary. In that moment, Yu Xiaogang contemplated death. In a distant place, one could read freely without hindrance. Chapter 034. The title of a scoundrel. Is Yu Xiaogang unfazed? Yi Ming remarked with satisfaction, the actions of your family are indeed wise. This pleased Yu Xiaogang, who developed a favorable impression of Yi Ming. Thankfully, Yi Ming did not allow Yu Xiaogang's individual failings to tarnish the reputation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. However, Yi Ming also did not agree to join their faction, nor did any significant relationship form. Yu Xiaogang sighed inwardly, understanding that many factions sought Yi Ming's allegiance. Yet, the absence of hostility towards the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was a positive sign. Flinder, accompanied by Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, left with feelings of utter despair. Flinder said, Little San, graduate as soon as possible and distance yourself from this place. Both Yu Xiaogang and Tang San shared the desire to leave swiftly, as if this place were a harbinger of misfortune, vowing never to return to Notting City. Upon returning to the academy, Yi Ming learned that even more formidable forces were on the horizon. She had already devised her response. At that moment, 2 figures approached, so powerful that even a row had not sensed their presence. The very air trembled, a testament to their immense strength. The newcomers were Qian Daolu and Qian Renxue. Qian Daolu immediately recognized Xiao Wu and Ero as spirit beasts. However, he harbored no intentions of hostility, as they were friends of the chosen one, or perhaps even guardians. Behold, I am Qian Daolu, the grand priest of the spirit hall, he declared. Yi Ming instantly recognized him. Qian Daolu was indeed the father of Qian Renxue. Having perused the original work and watched the anime, Yi Ming was well aware of Qian Renxue's unparalleled beauty. Yet, witnessing her in person at this moment left her utterly awestruck. Truly beautiful, she is indeed one of the goddesses of Douluo, and among all the goddesses, she stands out prominently. When Qian Daolu arrived, Yi Ming was taken aback, especially by the presence of Qian Renxue. Was this an attempt to unite her with Qian Renxue? Xiao understood that Yi Ming, having become the chosen one, attracted the attention of numerous women eager to befriend him, while many elders brought their exceptionally talented granddaughters to seek his company. Upon seeing Qian Renxue before her, Xiao felt a surge of discomfort, a sense of emotional crisis. Qian Renxue was extraordinarily beautiful and possessed an impeccable aura. Given the affiliation with the Spirit Hall, Ero remained vigilant, and Xiao Wu's expression reflected hostility. Qian Dao spoke gently, You are friends of the Chosen One. I will not offend. Sensing no hostility from the other party, Ero relaxed somewhat. Yi Ming remarked, I am aware of your intentions. The old man does not insist. He merely hopes for you to interact with my granddaughter. Should you find it impossible to become friends, it matters not, for I shall not intervene." Despite these words, Qiandao was filled with confidence, believing that Yi Ming could indeed forge a friendship with Qian Ruxue. Yi Ming felt that her current strength was insufficient, and she required a sense of security. "One can get acquainted, however. I require your assistance," Qiandao remarked. Yi Ming nodded. "Indeed, but to be precise, only intervene during moments of imminent peril when I find myself utterly unable to cope." Upon hearing this, Qiandao was taken aback. For, even if Yu Ming were to appoint him as a full-time bodyguard, he would readily acquiesce. In such a scenario, Yu Ming would face no threats until she became a formidable force, yet she chose this alternative. To have a 99th level title Douluo offering protection at all times, how impressive. Qiandao inquired. "Only to intervene in life-threatening crises? Indeed, constant protection may hinder my personal cultivation and growth. A flower in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempest's wrath." This revelation illuminated Qiandao's eyes, causing him to regard Yi Ming with heightened esteem, and he sighed. "Truly worthy of the chosen one, your future shall undoubtedly be extraordinary. I shall grant your request." Qiandao turned to Qian Ruxue, stating, "Little Shui, you may remain here for a month or two. It matters not if you choose not to leave." Qian Ruxue, bearing another identity, could not be absent for extended periods, but could spend time with Yi Ming whenever possible. However, should circumstances flourish exceptionally, relinquishing that identity would pose no significant issue, particularly concerning the spirit hall. Qian Ruxue nodded, feeling a fondness for Yi Ming, not merely because of his status as the chosen one, but due to an inexplicable aura of distinction. Qiandao inquired, "Your soul power has reached the threshold for acquiring a second soul ring. Do you require my assistance? What kind of soul beast do you desire?" Yi Ming replied, "I have higher aspirations for my second soul ring." Qiandao speculated, even for a prodigious talent, the optimal configuration of soul rings is paramount. "Are you suggesting that you seek a 1,000-year soul ring?" This statement astonished Qian Ruxue, as such a configuration was beyond her wildest dreams. A 1,000-year second soul ring. Was that even feasible? Yi Ming shook his head. "Not 1,000 years. That is not my aim." Qiandao exhaled in relief. "Even 1,000 years carries inherent risks. As the chosen one, you must avoid courting danger in this regard to prevent untimely demise. So, what type of soul beast do you wish for? I can assist you in obtaining any soul ring from the 2nd to the 9th. As for combat training, you may engage with other soul beasts. My assistance in hunting for your soul ring will not hinder your practical experience." Yi Ming stated plainly, "Neither 1,000 years nor 100 years. For my second soul ring, I desire one that is 100,000 years old." Eru and Xiao Wu remained unfazed, but Qiandao and Qian Ruxue were rendered speechless, doubting whether Yi Ming was jesting. 100,000 years for a second soul ring. How could that be possible? It was tantamount to courting death. Yi Ming summoned his martial spirit, and 100,000-year soul ring descended above him, elucidating his intentions. "After all, my first spirit ring is 100,000 years. If the second spirit ring were merely 100 or 1,000 years, it would not be impressive. Naturally, it should ascend in value." Once again, Qiandao and Qian Ruxue felt as if they were in a dream. For a first spirit ring of 100,000 years is indeed unprecedented. Stunned into silence for a prolonged moment, Qiandao exclaimed, "Truly deserving of the title Child of Destiny, your extraordinary prowess far surpasses my expectations. A first spirit ring of 100,000 years indicates that you must have received a willingly sacrificed spirit beast of that age. To forcibly hunt such a creature would be beyond my capabilities, and even if I could, you would not be able to absorb it. However, finding a spirit beast willing to sacrifice itself for you is an impossible feat for me." Yi Ming responded, "Thus, you need not concern yourself with the acquisition of spirit rings." Very well. Qiandao felt it was time for him to leave, allowing the young individuals the opportunity to interact. Qian Ruxue believed her talents were commendable and felt that, according to the words of the destined daughter, she might indeed attain greatness. Thus, she presumed her difference from Yi Ming was minimal. Yet, to her astonishment, Yi Ming's prowess far surpassed her own. Yi Ming and Qian Ruxue departed to the back mountain for a leisurely stroll and conversation. Meanwhile, Yi Ming also sought relaxation. Despite the presence of a row, she understood that her rivalry with Tang San posed a significant threat, particularly from Tang Hao. However, at this moment, she could rely on Qiandao to intervene during her perilous times, alleviating her concerns regarding Tang Hao. Meanwhile, Tang San had swiftly applied for graduation and, accompanied by Flender and Yu Xiaogang, left Notting City, heading towards Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang, in a state of disarray and needing support. Glanced back after exiting the city and murmured to himself, "Departing from this city of misfortune, I fervently hope that my forthcoming fortunes will be more favorable, and that I may eventually attain a positive title." At that moment, Yu Ming's divine voice resonated, heralding the announcement. "Announce the next negative title in advance. The title of a scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang let out a sigh of relief. "The title of a scoundrel has nothing to do with me, so there is no need to panic." In Chapter 035 of The Little Building of the Distant Star, the hypocrite's title, does it truly concern Tang San? Yu Xiaogang let out a sigh of relief, only to realize he had overreacted. "Why should I feel anxious? The disquiet I experience upon hearing negative titles seems to stem from the psychological shadows cast by previous ones. I, Yu Xiaogang, vow that I shall not accumulate any more negative titles. Thus, I remain utterly unperturbed. The negative titles that may arise henceforth will certainly not be mine." Yu Xiaogang believes that when a positive title is bestowed, it is his turn to be recognized. As for the title of scoundrel, he internally sighs. "Scoundrel? That has nothing to do with me." If Qian Xuanji were still alive, he would likely be the one to receive such a title. The mere mention of Qian Xuanji fills Yu Xiaogang with resentment. Tang San, too, breathes a sigh of relief, convinced that only positive titles await him in the future, devoid of any negative connotations. Yet, in the next moment, a divine sound reverberated. "The next negative title will be a title of theft," exclaimed Yu Xiaogang. Tang San felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Theft? Surely, he would not be the one to receive it. Tang San's heart also trembled momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. The title of theft had no bearing on him. There was no cause for alarm. His thoughts mirrored those of Yu Xiaogang from moments ago. Although he had committed theft in his past life, pilfering the supreme techniques of the Tang sect, what relevance did that hold for his current existence? Furthermore, they were no longer in the same world. Thus the divine presence would undoubtedly be unaware of his previous transgressions. Reassured, Tang San knew he had not engaged in any acts of theft in this life. There was no reason for concern. He would certainly not acquire any negative titles. Even if he were to earn the title of hypocrite in the future, it would bear no connection to his pure and unsullied self. On the other hand, Yu Xiaogang felt a pang of anxiety. He did not wish to bear another negative title, nor did he want to face further punishment. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's distress, Tang San offered comfort. "Uncle Xiaojiang, do not worry. In the realm of soul masters, so many individuals engage in theft. How could it possibly pertain to you?" Yu Xiaojiang, still unsettled, lamented, "I am so unfortunate. I was the one chosen for the title of eunuch, and now this title of theft." As he spoke, he began to tremble. Tang San reassured him, "Uncle Xiaojiang, you will not receive it. Although you peruse the books in the Spirit Hall library, that can at most be deemed plagiarism, not theft. The two are distinctly different." This alleviated Yu Xiaojiang's unease. Indeed, he was merely seeking knowledge. Though he had borrowed books, he returned them afterward. As for his own writings, they were merely excerpts and could only be classified as plagiarism, not theft. With this realization, Yu Xiaojiang felt at ease. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai appeared somewhat distressed. Surrounded by two enchanting twin beauties, he instinctively loosened his embrace, his expression turning grave. The twins, noticing Dai Mubai's concern, offered him words of solace. "Master Dai, what is it that causes you to panic? You are not a scoundrel. Rather, you are a charming libertine, and we are willingly complicit." However, despite this assertion, Dai Mubai felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, his penchant for indulgence led him to abandon those he had once cherished, continually seeking new pleasures. Most notably, he was bound by a marriage pact, yet he behaved in such a manner. Nonetheless, upon reflection, he reasoned that he could not truly be deemed a scoundrel, for he had always offered compensation to those he parted ways with. "Do not panic. The title of scoundrel has nothing to do with me." Flander pondered. Which two individuals will next bear negative titles, and in what circumstances will they emerge? Dismissing further thoughts, Flander, accompanied by Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, arrived at Shrek Academy. Upon gazing at the academy, Tang San felt no surprise. Although dilapidated, its existence was to be expected. After all, it only admitted exceptional talents. And the institution was financially constrained, all of which Flander had previously elucidated. At that moment, several teachers from the academy, including Zhao Wujia, emerged to greet them, each struggling to muster a smile. This was due to a swirling green light approaching them, unmistakably Yu Xiaojiang. Henceforth, the bearer of negative titles, Yu Xiaojiang, would be part of their academy, a reality they were reluctant to accept, yet could not evade. "Welcome, esteemed teachers, they initially intended to address the master, but quickly realized their mistake. "Welcome, friends of the dean." Yu Xiaojiang's expression was undeniably grim, fully aware of their aversion towards him. Yet he could only muster the courage to remain, as this was his sole sanctuary. Flander remarked, "Please do not let the matters concerning Xiaojiang here be disclosed." Understood. Clearly, there was a desire to protect Shrek's reputation, as well as a reluctance to see a lack of participants for the entrance examination, which would ultimately result in a loss of registration fees. However, what Flander was unaware of was that the news had already spread. Yu Xiaojiang journeyed to Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaojiang shares a profound camaraderie with the dean of Shrek Academy. It is truly unwise not to choose to distance oneself, but rather to draw closer. Bringing Yu Xiaojiang to Shrek Academy. The Shrek Academy is absolutely off limits. In no time, word spread from person to person, and the surrounding cities, as well as Notting City, quickly became aware of it. Before long, the entire continent was almost informed. The continent buzzed with discussions. Who will be bestowed with the two negative titles? Scoundrel, theft, anticipation. What sort of punishment shall it be? Upon the notion of theft, my thoughts turned to Yu Xiaojiang. If one were to attain it again, it would be simply extraordinary. A string of green atop her head. The seven treasures glazed sect. Ning Fengji admonishes his daughter. Rong, you may choose any academy in the future, but you must absolutely avoid Shrek Academy. This is due to the presence of the negatively titled owner, Yu Xiaojiang, who has become a member of that institution. This revelation filled Ning Rong with disdain. I certainly shall not attend such an academy, nor engage with someone bearing a negative title. Ning Fengji expressed his satisfaction. Indeed, that is commendable. The destined child has publicly declared that at the age of 14, he will decide which faction to join, and for now, no faction shall seek him. Therefore, we shall observe which academy the destined child chooses, and Rong, you may accompany him. Ning Rong nodded, eager to meet the destined child. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing also harbored reservations about Shrek Academy, primarily because of the individual with a negative title. She contemplated whether Yu Xiaojiang might depart. Should he leave, she could reconsider. But if he remained, she vowed never to attend Shrek Academy, firmly refusing to associate with someone of such a dubious reputation, as that would be tantamount to jeopardizing her future. Meanwhile, Yi Ming was escorting Qian Rinxue away from the academy. After a month of companionship, their relationship had flourished beyond mere transactional interactions. They had genuinely become friends. Bibi Dong had visited previously, but had since declared her intention not to align with any faction. This news was neither advantageous nor detrimental for the Spirit Hall, as she had chosen to remain unaffiliated until her 14th year. This was a strategic delay, allowing her to enhance her strength before making a definitive choice. Fuer, come back when you have some free time. Very well, farewell. After bidding adieu, Yi Ming returned to the academy and commenced his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, 6 years slipped by, and Yi Ming, now 12 years of age, prepared to seek admission to a prestigious academy, naturally choosing not to join Shrek or accompany Tang San and his companions. However, at this moment, there was a pressing matter at hand, which was to find a place to stay with Xiaowu. It was already within reach. In the kingdom of Barak, within the city of Soto, Yi Ming and Xiaowu sought a refuge for their stay, as they were on their way to report to their respective academy. Soon, they halted before the entrance of a lavishly adorned hotel. Let us choose this establishment. It appears to be the finest one in the vicinity. Yi Ming remarked to Xiaowu. Very well, let us proceed inside and secure a room first, Xiaowu said, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks. The two entered the grand hall, where the opulent decor and lavish furnishings exuded an air of magnificence. A receptionist, upon noticing the two strikingly handsome individuals, approached them immediately, captivated by their extraordinary appearance. Dear guests, are you here to check into our hotel? We currently have one room available. The attendant's demeanor was respectful, adorned with a warm smile. Having recently joined the establishment, he approached each guest with unwavering diligence. Very well, we shall proceed with the booking. Please refrain from disturbing us unless absolutely necessary, Yi Ming stated, promptly handing over the payment to the receptionist. That is only natural. Our service philosophy is customer-centric, and we would never disturb our guests without reason, the service attendant said respectfully while bowing. Just as the two were about to ascend the stairs, a loud and arrogant voice echoed from the entrance. You must be new here. No wonder you are so unfamiliar with the rules. That room was reserved by me. Let them go elsewhere and summon your manager for a conversation, spoke a tall figure with a commanding presence. his golden locks cascading down his back. His resolute features were accompanied by two strikingly beautiful women, resembling twin sisters, who flanked him as he strutted towards Yi Ming, exuding the demeanor of a privileged youth. The receptionist at the front desk, upon noticing his attire, recognized him as a noble scion and hurriedly turned to fetch her manager. Fully aware that such a personage was beyond her capacity to provoke, any misstep could lead to repercussions from her superiors. The hall was filled with patrons, predominantly couples who appeared to be regulars. Upon seeing the young man, they averted their gazes, fearing to meet his eyes, privately believing that Yi Ming and Xiao were destined for misfortune. 6 years later, Yi Ming, though merely 12, stood tall, nearly matching the golden-haired youth in stature. Her visage had transcended childhood innocence. Her eyes sparkled like a vast galaxy, imbued with an enigmatic allure, and her beauty was strikingly refined and exceptionally handsome. Yi Ming recognized that the approaching figure was none other than Dai Mubai, yet she remained undaunted as he advanced towards her. Being from the same academy as Tang San and Yu Xiaogang suited her just fine. She contemplated the impending arrival of the scoundrel's title with a sense of anticipation for the night's unfolding events. "Ah, isn't this Master Dai? I apologize for the lack of proper reception. This newcomer is rather clueless. Please allow me to arrange accommodations for you," said the hotel manager, who hurried over after hearing his subordinate's report. However, Dai Mubai paid no heed to the manager's words, instead directing his gaze towards the unperturbed Yi Ming. And then his eyes lingered on Xiao Wu, scrutinizing her from head to toe. 6 years later, Xiao Wu had blossomed into a striking beauty. Her long and slender legs graceful, her waist delicately slender, and her bosom notably well-developed. Her stunningly adorable visage was flawless, her complexion radiant. With a long ponytail cascading down to her waist, complemented by a pair of whimsical rabbit ears that sparked the imagination. Sensing Dai Mubai's gaze, Xiao Wu huffed. "What are you staring at? Be careful lest I turn you into a pig's head." Yi Ming also noticed Dai Mubai, a hint of desire flickering in her eyes as she positioned herself protectively in front of Xiao Wu. "Give yourself 3 seconds to leave this place. If you do not comply, you shall come to regret it." The speaker was Yi Ming. Over the past 6 years, although she had yet to acquire her second soul ring, she had not wavered in her cultivation. The strength of her innate summoned soul beasts had grown considerably, owing to her relentless training regimen. She began with a 1,000-pound weight while performing push-ups, completing 1,000 each day for an entire year, followed by 2 years of running on mountainous paths with the same burden, and then 3 years of ascending the turbulent waters of a waterfall, leaping upwards with the weight. At this moment, Yi Ming's mere presence instilled a sense of trepidation in Dai Mubai, prompting him to instinctively take a step back, as if confronted by a majestic mountain. Despite feeling somewhat overshadowed in terms of aura, the moment he heard the demand to leave, his pride was immediately stung, and he regarded Yi Ming with a haughty expression. Disdain evident in his demeanor. "Who dares to stand before me like a mere insect? It is you who should retreat. Yet I shall not allow you to depart so easily. What a level, staying in the same hotel as I do." Dai Mubai glanced at the two, his demeanor abruptly shifting as he clenched his right fist and unleashed a swift blow, the speed so remarkable that it reached Yi Ming in the blink of an eye. Yet he refrained from utilizing any soul power. Observing this, Yi Ming gathered strength in his right arm and retaliated with a punch. The onlookers were taken aback, witnessing the young man daring to confront the situation with his fists, showing no signs of retreat, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of concern for him. With a resounding clash, 2 fists collided, producing a sharp sound, yet in the next moment, all present were left in a state of utter astonishment. Yi Ming stood firm, not having moved an inch, while Dai Mubai felt a surge of immense power coursing through his right arm, causing his sturdy frame to tremble before he was hurled backward, shattering the tables and chairs behind him. As Dai Mubai staggered to his feet, utterly humiliated, he thought to himself, "This young man appears to be a few years my junior. How could he possess such strength? Could it be that his soul power surpasses mine?" The onlookers, in their hearts, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. They had often been subjected to bullying by the esteemed Dai, who, leveraging his royal lineage and wealth, would brazenly flirt with their exceptionally beautiful girlfriends, leaving them seething with indignation, yet powerless to voice their grievances. "Very well, you young lad are worthy of my soul's power. My name is Dai Mubai, a soul master of the 37th rank." With a hint of trepidation, Dai Mubai signaled to Yi Ming. Should it prove that the opponent possessed a higher soul power, he would swallow his pride. Prior to his arrival, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang had also been at Shrek Academy. After enduring a lightning strike, Yu Xiaogang lay in bed, his wounds being tended to by Tang San. Dai Mubai had routinely arranged for the two of them to come to the hotel, providing them with certain services. Even if he were truly at a disadvantage, Tang San would swiftly bring Yu Xiaogang here. Together, they would undoubtedly teach Yi Ming a severe lesson. Are you truly certain you wish to stand against me? Yi Ming spoke calmly. Dai Mubai, observing Yi Ming's evident confidence, inquired with a hint of skepticism. Humph, what a jest. Do you truly believe I would fear you? You appear to be several years younger than I am. Could it be that you are intimidated? You may possess greater strength than I, yet your spiritual energy level pales in comparison to mine. Indeed, I am merely a first-ring soul master. Although my soul power stands at 21, I have yet to acquire a second soul ring, Yi Ming remarked with a hint of jest. He was well aware of Dai Mubai's intentions and chose to indulge him, eager to see what would unfold next. Despite possessing innate soul power at the 20th level, Yi Ming's abilities had not augmented upon attaching his first soul ring. It was likely that a surge would occur only upon obtaining the second. The prospect of 200,000-year soul rings raised questions about how significantly his soul power would elevate. Dai Mubai felt a surge of joy in his heart. Indeed, this lad merely possessed brute strength. If I were to engage him using my soul power, I could undoubtedly overpower him with ease. Do you dare to accept my challenge? If you lack the courage, leave your girlfriend behind, bow to me 3 times, and then depart. Dai Mubai, shedding all restraint, became increasingly arrogant. You, a soul sovereign of the 3rd ring, dare to confront me? A mere soul master of the 1st ring? Are you not afraid of the humiliation that awaits you? Yi Ming declared with unwavering conviction, a glint of mockery dancing in his eyes. In truth, he bore the title of the Chosen One, yet he chose to conceal this distinction to evade unnecessary complications. The system advised that only a legitimate title could assert such a claim. Should he face Dai Mubai while flaunting the title of Chosen One, the encounter would lose its intrigue. Enough of the chatter, let us commence. First soul skill, White Tiger Guardian Shield. As Dai Mubai invoked the skill, a spectral image of a white tiger manifested behind him, enveloping his body in a luminous white barrier that significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities. He charged towards Yi Ming, firmly believing that his opponent could not breach his protective shield solely through sheer strength. With a powerful punch, he struck, and the ethereal white tiger mirrored his action, its resilient claws lunging towards Yi Ming. Yet, Yi Ming remained resolute, showing no intention of utilizing his soul power. He stepped back with his right foot, slightly tilting his body as he gathered strength in his right fist. His previous punch had been restrained, for should he unleash his full might, the encounter would lose its thrill. With a resounding bang, a more overwhelming force reverberated, shattering the windows and glass of the hotel. The moment Yi Ming's right fist made contact with Dai Mubai's protective barrier, the shield swiftly cracked, yet Yi Ming's fist maintained its relentless speed, striking Dai Mubai's abdomen, causing him to spew blood and be violently propelled away once more. How is this possible? Dai Mubai emitted a piercing cry of anguish. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, having just arrived at the door, heard the familiar voice and hurriedly entered. However, upon catching sight of Yi Ming, both were momentarily stunned. In a corner of the hotel, Dai Mubai languished in pain, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, motionless. Although struck by the forceful blow, his protective barrier absorbed a portion of the impact, preventing him from losing consciousness entirely. He felt a profound sense of shame, which kept him from rising immediately. Dai Mubai soon realized that Tang San and Yu Xiaogang had entered, yet their gazes were fixated solely on Yi Ming, the one who had dealt him the blow. Quickly regaining his composure, he stood up with great effort, suppressing the pain, and thought to himself how perceptive they were, having often arranged for their comfort. They did not spare even a glance at him in the corner. With a facade of nonchalance, Dai Mubai approached the two. Oh, you two have arrived at quite an inopportune moment. Allow me to attend to a matter, and then I shall escort you both upstairs for a more pleasurable experience. Do not interfere. I can handle this alone, said Dai Mubai, attempting to step forward. However, the two remained unresponsive, staring blankly at Yi Ming. For a full 6 years. Only they understood the trials they endured during this time, and how maddening it was when they were transformed into dogs. Eventually, they grasped the rhythm of time. Whenever a transformation was imminent, they would have Flander knock them unconscious, yet they feared waking up during the 4-hour interval. Flander would bind the two unconscious individuals at the back mountain of Shrek, exposed to the elements, wind, sun, and the extremes of heat and cold, resulting in a most pitiful state, with a considerable portion of the trees being gnawed away. Yi Ming, how did you end up here? Yu Xiaogang's voice trembled, while Tang San contemplated an immediate retreat. What? He is Yi Ming, the prophesied one, is he not? Surely you must have mistaken him for someone else. He bears no title upon his head, Dai Mubai remarked, casting his gaze towards Yu Xiaojiang's crown before shifting his attention to Yi Ming. In that moment, the guests within the grand hall exhibited little astonishment upon seeing the two, well aware that they frequently graced this place, bolstered by Dai Mubai's presence. Their eyes, however, were drawn predominantly to Yi Ming. Is he truly the chosen one? It is indeed a privilege to witness such extraordinary brilliance. I have long harbored discontent towards these three individuals. They consider themselves the chosen ones. It is time to teach them a lesson. Indeed, let that young master be treated each day as if he were a mere dog. Let them be cast out. The crowd erupted into a clamor, each person eager for Yi Ming to seek retribution on their behalf. Upon hearing the mention of transforming into a dog, Dai Mubai was taken aback. He had heard the two speak of Yi Ming and was aware that there remained a slot for someone else to undergo the transformation. Rest assured, this opportunity is not meant for you. You are simply not worthy. In due time, there will be a chance that truly belongs to you. Yi Ming remarked coolly, observing the pretentious Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai let out a sigh of relief and turned to Tang San, saying, Little San, there is no need to fear him. He is merely a soul master of the first ring, even if, as you both claim, he possesses a soul ring of 100,000 years. But if we join forces, we shall surely defeat him. Tang San's expression shifted, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If that were indeed the case, he would have no reason to fear. Presently, he possessed a soul power of 29 levels. With a combination of control and fierce offense, perhaps he could truly teach that Yi Ming a lesson. Moreover, Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing track, hidden weapons, and purple extreme demon eyes had significantly improved compared to before. This realization bolstered Tang San's confidence as he gazed at Yi Ming, his eyes brimming with animosity. Yet, a trace of concern lingered within him, for he was acutely aware that Yi Ming was accompanied by a powerful titled Douluo, who happened to be Xiao Wu's mother. Yi Ming, are you the only two here? Tang San inquired, his voice trembling as he cast a wary glance at the pair. Tang San, why are you everywhere? It's truly disgusting. You smell so bad. Hurry and leave, spoke none other than Xiao Wu. At this moment, Tang San's gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, and he faintly sensed something amiss. Activating his purple extreme magic eye, a glimmer of understanding illuminated his eyes, as if he had unraveled certain mysteries. Ah, I now comprehend the situation. It truly caused me an unnecessary scare. Teacher, our good days are approaching. Yu Xiaogang gazed at the frenzied Tang San, feeling somewhat bewildered. Teacher? What troubles you, dear San? I see now, so that's how it is. Haha, you two have your day. Dai Mubai was also momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Tang San was referring to. The girl before Yi Ming is transformed from a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. I merely remarked, with the teacher's profound knowledge. How could there be any error? Teacher, Mubai, if he were merely a first-ring soul master, then it would make sense. Upon hearing this, the master still appeared somewhat perplexed. Yi Ming, it seems that your first spirit ring was bestowed upon you as a sacrifice by her father. Indeed, it appears that your fortune has played a significant role in this. No wonder you bear the title of the destined child. Indeed, ordinary individuals seldom possess such fortune. It must be her father. In times of peril, he had no choice but to offer a sacrifice to you. I wondered why you always protected her. Upon hearing this, the master trembled with excitement, for at that moment, he finally understood. With such excellent conditions, one would still only be a first-ring soul master. Yi Ming could not be bothered to elaborate further. Soon they would comprehend why they remained at the first ring. The standards were exceedingly high. Mubai, let us advance together, Tang San remarked to the nearby Dai Mubai. Without hesitation, he unleashed the ghost shadow phantom steps, swiftly approaching Yi Ming. Dai Mubai, too, shed any reservations, activating his third soul ring, which glimmered with a resplendent purple hue of a millennium. The white tiger's diamond transformation. Dai Mubai radiated a brilliant golden light all around him. This is an enhancement soul skill that can double all attributes. The second soul skill, White Tiger's Raging Light Wave, emerged from Dai Mubai's lips as a sphere of white energy surged forth, targeting Yi Ming. Simultaneously, Tang San unleashed his first soul skill, Blue Silver Grass, to ensnare. Their intent was clear. to eliminate Yi Ming, thereby ensuring that the influence of the title, Child of Destiny, would vanish. Yet Yi Ming remained unmoved. As her first soul ring, a magnificent 10,000-year soul ring, illuminated the entire parlor with its crimson radiance. The first soul skill, Summon Titan Great Ape. And then a Titan Great Ape, towering at 5 meters, emerged. The 5% increase in attributes rendered Yi Ming's physique even more formidable. As 6 years elapsed, the current Titan Great Ape's cultivation rivaled that of 5,000 years, possessing the strength to contend with some ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. Titan Great Ape Soulbone Skill. Gravity Mire, Titan Celestial Cannon, were unleashed simultaneously. Tang San and Dai Mubai found their movements momentarily hindered, instantaneously sensing the obstruction to their actions. How is it possible? His first soul skill can actually grow stronger. This is impossible, and then a towering blaze erupted, sending the two flying out of the hotel doors with no place to evade. Yu Xiaogang was stunned. He then rushed out, illuminated by a green light, to ascertain whether they were alive or dead. The onlookers in the living room were awestruck by the prowess of the destined child, erupting into cheers. Yi Ming, however, remained unperturbed. Aware that the two would not easily succumb to death, she led Xiao Wu toward the guest room. It was time to attend to serious matters. Upon entering the room, Xiao Wu appeared somewhat bashful, as it was her first time. After more than 6 years of companionship, her admiration for Yi Ming had only deepened. Observing Xiao Wu's flushed cheeks made her even more enchanting. Yi Ming stepped forward, encircling the delicate waist, lifting Xiao Wu, and gently placing her before the bed. After spending the night together, the following morning, Yi Ming awoke and looked tenderly at the still slumbering Xiao Wu in his arms. Then, the voice of the system resonated. The first round of tasks has been entirely completed, and the reward is a sacrifice of 100,000 years of Soul Beast, the Azure Dragon Python. All soul skills, including those acquired thereafter, shall receive a doubling in power. Here it comes. Yi Ming's heart raced as he finally awaited this moment. He gently covered Xiao Wu with a quilt and sought a secluded spot to absorb his second spirit ring, pondering how many levels his spirit power would elevate. Furthermore, once absorbed, the titles of scoundrel and thief would inevitably descend upon him. In another room of the hotel, the manager had prepared a suite for Tang San and Dai Mubai the previous night. The two, reclining on the bed, appeared to have regained much of their strength. Fortunately, they were no longer in grave danger. All that remained was to recover fully. A healing spirit master issued some instructions before taking his leave. Yu Xiaogang felt a wave of relief. Had it not been for Flinder's timely call for the healing spirit master, the two would have faced prolonged internal injuries that would hinder their cultivation. Yu Xiaogang murmured to himself, "How despicable! I underestimated the power of 100,000-year spirit skill. I hope a genius title emerges in the future, for with Tang San's dual martial spirits, he is sure to attain it." Yi Ming was merely fortunate. After 6 years, he remained a spirit master, failing to break through to a great spirit master. Truly a waste of potential. Let us see how long he can flaunt his 100,000-year spirit ring. The two lying in bed overheard Yu Xiaojiang's musings and realized it was their momentary lapse that had led to their defeat. Tang San propped himself up. Pain etched across his face, while Dai Mubai, though somewhat stronger due to his beast martial spirit, was equally troubled. His expression darkened as he slammed his fists against the wall, never having endured such humiliation. That Yi Ming relied solely on his spirit bone skills. Surely his spirit power was nearly depleted. Such carelessness, they should not have engaged directly. With this lesson learned, Dai Mubai vowed to avenge their disgrace. Tang San, contemplating, thought, "Once I become a spirit venerable and acquire a 1,000-year spirit ring, my power will undoubtedly increase. I will ensure that Yi Ming experiences true despair." His eyes reddened with determination as he gritted his teeth. Observing their reactions, Yu Xiaogang felt a surge of comfort. The past 6 years had left him despondent. Yet now hope rekindled. He placed all his hopes on Tang San. Should Tang San earn a prestigious title in the future, it might alleviate his own negative influence. He was determined to nurture Tang San into a figure of reverence, a god in the eyes of the world. Patting Tang San's shoulder, Yu Xiaogang allowed a rare smile to grace his lips. Yi Ming's failure to acquire a second spirit ring must stem from his inferior talent. He likely can only absorb a 100-year spirit ring, creating a stark contrast that would surely embarrass him. He dreams of relying on his so-called destiny. But his luck has surely run out. "Little San, your third spirit ring must not be less than 2,000 years." Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Dai Mubai expressed his agreement, fully aware of Tang San's innate talent, which would undoubtedly lead to success. The three of them grew increasingly confident, engaging in spirited conversation. Meanwhile, Yi Ming sought a secluded valley to commence the sacrificial offering to the sky blue bull python. A brilliant red light soared into the heavens, and the formidable magnetic field unique to the 10,000-year soul beast began to spread. The overwhelming energy was absorbed into Yi Ming's body without a hint of discomfort. After a brief interval, a vibrant red soul ring encircled him, its influence extending 100 meters beyond. Success was achieved. The essence of the sky blue bull python fortified Yi Ming's physique, filling him with joy. Even more exhilarating was the surge of his soul power, which escalated to the 30th level after assimilating the second soul ring. As anticipated, the previously acquired 10,000-year soul ring had been storing energy, which now erupted in full force. Summoning the sky blue bull python, a colossal serpent with a bull's head, towering over 10 meters and adorned with azure scales, manifested before him. Yi Ming activated the beast's summoning divine eye, causing his gaze to shimmer with resplendent gold. His strength further amplified. The Titan Great Ape's cultivation also reached 10,000 years. In this full-powered state, he was comparable to several 50-plus level soul kings. However, the limited soul power meant that summoning and the associated soul bone skills incurred significant consumption. The Sky Blue Bull Python bestowed upon Yi Ming a right-arm soul bone, endowed with two skills, the Sky Blue Annihilation Divine Thunder, a single-target attack that unleashed devastating lightning accompanied by the might of a dragon's roar, and the Sky Blue Dull Claw, which rendered physical defenses ineffective. Possessing locking and tracking capabilities, once ensnared, an opponent's agility and perception would diminish. Yet, at present, Yi Ming's prowess could only render his foes twice as sluggish. His soul power was insufficient to unleash the full potential of the soulbone skills. A system notification chimed, indicating the fulfillment of triggering conditions for a title to be bestowed. Yi Ming had already designated the recipients in his mind. And soon the divine voice resonated. In 10 minutes, the titles of Scoundrel and Thief shall descend, each for 2 individuals. After 6 years, the divine voice echoed across the continent once more, captivating nearly all soul masters, eager to discover the identities of those to be punished. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Yu Xiaogang exited the hotel, where a crowd of onlookers had gathered, their gazes fixed upon the sky. Among them, Yu Xiaogang attracted considerable attention. "I will not be chosen. I have merely perused a few books," he remarked, unperturbed. Tang San, upon hearing Yu Xiaogangs words, reflected that his previous life's clandestine study of techniques bore no relation to his current existence. Dai Mubai maintained a calm demeanor. "I am certainly not a scoundrel. The women I have shared my bed with have done so willingly, drawn by my charming presence." Tang San pondered a thought. Could Yi Ming be bestowed the title of scoundrel? His destiny as the favored one has surely enamored many girls. Indeed, over the past 6 years, he must have wooed quite a number of young women. Dai Mubai nodded in acknowledgement. The voice of the divine echoed once more. If they were to discover that Yi Ming was merely a first-ring soul master, would they reconsider his title of the destined child? Yu Xiaogang expressed a hint of anticipation regarding this matter. At that moment, Yi Ming returned to the hotel, accompanied by Xiaowu, and naturally noticed Yu Xiaogang and his companions. The divine voice resonated, heralding the arrival of negative titles such as scoundrel and thief. All eyes across the continent were drawn to the descending, feculent green characters. From the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Yuanjin remarked, "At last it has arrived. This will bring some balance to Xiaojiang's heart, as he will no longer be the sole bearer of a negative title." I am most familiar with Xiaojiang's character. Long ago, he had severed ties with that girl, Erlong, and had not been in contact since. He certainly would not have connections with any other women. Outside the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong reminisced about her past. "Xiaojiang was deeply devoted to me. Had it not been for that incident years ago, perhaps every so often, he would have presented me with the papal decree he gifted me, allowing us to meet." For beams of green light sliced through the sky, simultaneously heading toward the skies above Soto City. Yi Ming cast a scornful glance at the top of Yu Xiaojiang's head, feeling a surge of pride within. Witnessing the direction of the title's descent, Yu Xiaojiang was ecstatic, shouting, "Scoundrel title, come forth." Yi Ming is near the hotel. Tang San and Dai Mubai, upon seeing the 4 beams of green light converging over Soto City, found their suspicions confirmed, certain that Yi Ming would soon acquire the title of scoundrel. What a fool! Has Yu Xiaojiang truly lost his mind after 6 years? Indeed, how could the destined child be a scoundrel? The crowd began to mock Yu Xiaogang, yet it was understandable. He might be the one who anticipated this day the most, having borne too much over the years. In the next moment, the 4 beams of green light surged toward the hotel where Tang San resided. The onlookers were incredulous at such a coincidence, after many years. How could 4 titles still converge within the same vicinity? Could the title of thief also belong to someone in this hotel? It cannot be mine. There are too many diverse individuals in this hotel. Yu Xiaogang appeared anxious, but the thought of Yi Ming receiving the scoundrel title brought him some solace. The hotel manager, however, was left dumbfounded, lamenting inwardly, "Alas, the reputation of my hotel is doomed." Yao Xing's small building reminded you. Remember to bookmark after reading. Chapter 039. Yu Xiaogang's scoundrel title. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of relief. Exhaling deeply, "I only sought solace in girls due to the influence of my martial soul, the evil fire phoenix. It seems that being a scoundrel is contingent upon one's appearance. Just look at me, a straightforward and honest little chubby fellow." He remained unaware that a title uniquely his own awaited him, one that would bring punishments far more severe than that of a mere scoundrel. In Soto City, the entire populace, upon witnessing the 4 beams of green light in the sky, rushed toward the hotel, baskets in hand, engaged in lively discussions along the way. Surely, it cannot be the local residents of Soto City. Our customs have always been simple and unpretentious. Indeed, it is a disgrace. Such individuals must not be allowed to depart from Soto City so easily. Once again, 4 beams of green light descended simultaneously, leaving outsiders to speculate on our nature. Indeed, I am currently preparing to finalize a significant trade deal with the neighboring state. If this falls through, I shall be left to endure the harsh winds of misfortune. Within the imperial palace of the Starry Empire, a man who bears an uncanny resemblance to Dai Mubai stands. This individual is none other than Davis, the elder brother of Dai Mubai. Your Majesty, once again in the Heavenly Empire. This time there are 4 negative titles. If there are so many like this, what is there to worry about for the future of Xinghua? Davis proclaimed with an air of arrogance, believing himself to be the most likely candidate to inherit the throne of Xinghua. Davis, do not forget, there is another destined child in the Heavenly Dough. As a member of the royal lineage, you are the most qualified to be chosen as the child of destiny. However, neither you nor Mubai have been selected. So do not indulge in pride. Even if one does not attain success, one must not be disheartened, for opportunities lie ahead. As a prince, it is imperative to strive for a commendable title for Xinghua. To set an example for the citizens is to unify our Xinghua in purpose and stand together against the outside world. The speaker is none other than the Emperor of Xinghua, possessing the formidable strength of a level 94 Douluo. In Soto City, the hotel where Yu Ming resides has seen an increasing number of people gathering. Tang San's heart swells with joy. The scale of this event surpasses that of 6 years prior. Yu Xiaogang and Dai Mubai are also scanning the crowd, and at the same time, they catch sight of figures not far away. Yi Ming is over there. Just now, he was not visible. He must be feeling guilty, believing he cannot evade the negative labels, which is why he has chosen to emerge now. The 3 exchanged knowing glances and proceeded towards Yu Ming's location. Upon approaching, Tang San wore a look of schadenfreude and remarked, "Yi Ming, you must have been quite the scoundrel over the past 6 years, haven't you? It is no wonder that after 6 years, you remain merely a first-ring soul master. It appears all your energy has been devoted to that endeavor. Haha. It seems you are destined to earn the title of a scoundrel. Do you feel anxious?" As he spoke, Tang San glanced up at the descending excrement green characters looming over the hotel, his eyes shimmering with a violet glint, the purple extreme demon eyes at play, his tone laced with mockery. At this trajectory, in no time, 4 beams of green light will indeed mark your very location. Yi Ming scoffed, "It's not as if I am the only one here." Dai Mubai snorted dismissively, "I am merely a libertine, and those women never display any signs of emotional injury. The title of scoundrel shall not be mine. Certainly not a master. After all, for the past 6 years, he has been struck by lightning daily, leaving him no energy to indulge in frivolous affairs." Upon hearing the latter part of the statement, Yi Ming feigned agreement, casting a glance towards Yu Xiaogangs groin. Yi Ming nodded and remarked, "Indeed. I was unaware of his character before, but in these past 6 years, he has certainly been incapable of such indulgences, being a deceased eunuch." Yu Xiaogang, witnessing Yi Ming's actions and hearing her words, grew increasingly incensed. Coldly, he declared, "Soon enough, you shall weep. Your title of the chosen one shall be erased alongside it. The humiliation I endured back then, I shall reclaim it today. Upon hearing the verbal assault directed at Yi Ming by Yu Xiaogang and the others, Xiaowu could no longer tolerate it, especially since she had become Yi Ming's ally after last night. Just as she was about to retaliate, Yi Ming stopped her, saying, "Xiaowu, there will be others to deal with them shortly." After speaking, she glanced around and noticed a figure making their way through the crowd towards them. The hotel manager. What brings him here? Xiaowu also noticed the newcomer. Shortly after, the manager approached the spot where Dai Mubai and the others were gathered. Leaning in to murmur quietly, "Are you certain you did not misinterpret?" Dai Mubai spoke, his voice trembling with emotion upon hearing the news. "Indeed, young Master Dai. It is absolutely true." Yu Xiaogang and Tang San both appeared visibly exhilarated as they gazed into the sky. They then turned their disdainful eyes towards Yi Ming. With Yu Xiaogang remarking, "I heard from the manager that you left the hotel alone through the rear window this morning?" Yi Ming felt a sense of bewilderment, as her intention was to remain inconspicuous while absorbing a century's worth of soul rings. "Yi Ming, I never anticipated that you would share my fate, simultaneously acquiring 2 negative titles. Haha, did you perhaps sneak out and take something that did not belong to you?" The trio, upon witnessing the theft title, became increasingly convinced of their suspicions. Yi Ming, with a teasing tone, remarked, "For negative titles in total, with a maximum of 2 for each person. Are you 3 truly unperturbed?" It was only then that they realized, even if Yi Ming were to obtain 2 negative titles, there would still be 2 more to account for. You have committed theft, and Xiaowu is undoubtedly complicit in your actions. She will inevitably bear a negative title as well, Yu Xiaogang asserted decisively. Furthermore, Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and Dai Mubai directed their gazes towards the manager standing aside. The hotel manager, Dai Mubai suddenly realized that the influx of beautiful women here was overwhelming, and the hotel's rates were the highest in Soto City, making it inevitable that such transactions would occur. The manager, taken aback, thought to himself, "Despite my usual support for your hotel and the care I have shown you, I never anticipated you would turn out to be such a scoundrel." The manager stood speechless, unable to defend himself, as the ominous green letters began to descend. A green light fell from above the hotel. "At long last, I am no longer subjected to such indignity," Tang San exclaimed with a heart-wrenching cry. Indeed, according to past patterns, one would not transform into a dog after a single stick of incense. Yu Xiaogang exclaimed with tears of joy. In the next moment, as the title descended, Yi Ming swiftly embraced Xiaowu and retreated a few steps. A green light enveloped the spot where Yi Ming had previously stood. At that instant, Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and Dai Mubai instinctively closed their eyes. The 4 beams of green light were too dazzling. The 3 chose to endure the discomfort in their eyes to witness the tragic moment of Yi Ming. As they opened their eyes, they were dumbfounded to see Yi Ming and Xiaowu in the distance, their heads devoid of anything above. A sense of foreboding arose in the hearts of the trio, chilling them to the core as they glanced toward the manager's head, sinking into utter despair. They then looked up at their own heads. How could this be? It's impossible. Yu Xiaogang was utterly devastated as 2 large, excrement-colored characters appeared above his head, leaving him slumped on the ground. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai bore the title of scoundrel, while Tang San was labeled a thief. "I refuse to accept this. It must be a mistake." In the next moment, sensing the agitation within the crowd, the 3 individuals grew anxious, for the punishment had yet to be administered. "In the future, even if you hide indoors, it will be evident from afar that it is you, Yu Xiaogang," Yi Ming mocked. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang, adorned with 4 negative titles, stood at an imposing height of 4 meters. A voice resonated. "The titles have now been conferred. The list will be announced to the entire continent. Due to the negative ownership, I harbor resentment and shall reveal the reasons." In Chapter 040 of Yaoxing's Small Pavilion, titled Tang San acquires the title of thief. Within the Grand Hall of the Pope, a figure adorned in an exquisite black robe intricately embroidered with golden patterns stands tall. Her graceful silhouette is accentuated by a 9-curved crown of purple gold and softly cascading, light purple curls, rendering her countenance breathtakingly beautiful. In her hand, she wields a staff approximately 2 meters in length, encrusted with a myriad of precious gems. Her fair complexion and alluring figure are striking, particularly her elongated, slender legs accentuated by opulent high heels, which further amplify her distinct presence and exude an air of superiority. Bibidong, are they truly coming? Such mercy is remarkable, yet the continent is rife with scoundrels. It is but fitting to announce 2 negative titles. Indeed, Even the divine cannot punish an excessive number of individuals, for each is bound by their own destiny. However, the two chosen ones must undoubtedly be the most despicable. At this point, Bibidong's gaze turned frigid, evoking memories of the past. Her grip on the scepter tightened, producing a creaking sound, revealing her profound disdain for scoundrels. Once it is made public, even in the face of divine retribution, I shall ensure that the two are tormented to the brink of death. Experience the excruciating agony wrought by the venom of my soul-eating spider emperor. If only all men in the world could be like Xiaogang. Even though the circumstances of how he became a eunuch remain a mystery. Yet, once I ascend to divinity, I shall undoubtedly devise a means to restore Xiaogang. A true man ought to embody his essence. As she spoke, Bibidong's expression transformed from one of frigid detachment to a hint of tenderness. In the Star Luo Empire, within the prestigious Zhu family, an elder adorned in opulent attire stood beside a girl exuding an aura of icy composure. Bamboo Qing. You must remember the name of the scoundrel that the divine is about to reveal. The Starry Empire boasts numerous prestigious institutions of higher learning. If you are determined to go to Tiando, I shall not impede you. However, Tiando is a place where the noble and the base intermingle. Be cautious in your choice of companions. The recent negative title has once again emerged in the heavenly. You are still young. Should you have the fortune to meet that destined child, it would be splendid. Despite appearing to be over 50, the man retained a youthful visage and a ruddy complexion, suggesting he was indeed a formidable figure. The young girl nodded. I understand, father. You need not worry. As for the destined child, if we were to meet, we would merely be friends at most. I have heard that he is in Tiando. I wish to witness what kind of person he truly is. Though he is the third prince of Xinglua, I have yet to make his acquaintance, and I remain unaware of his character. Should he possess a flawed disposition or exhibit arrogance, I shall certainly refrain from entering into a union with him. The girl's voice was crisp, carrying an air of frigidness. She was Zhu Zhuqing, who had just turned 12. Yet, her figure was strikingly voluptuous, an incongruity for her age, her development nothing short of impeccable. Cascading down her shoulders was a cascade of black hair, and her beauty was nothing less than breathtaking. Zhu Zhuqing's father, with a tone of indulgence, remarked, "Due to the nature of our martial souls, our family has historically forged unions with the royal family of Xinglua. Qinger, rest assured that third prince possesses extraordinary potential, surpassing even his elder brother in strength during his youth. Moreover, she possesses a striking appearance. I have heard that she is enrolled at Shrek Academy. If you happen to go there, seek him out. Remember, his name is Dai Mubai. I have encountered Mubai on several occasions, each time. While traveling by carriage to the palace, I would often come across him in front of various inns or places of indulgence. However, do not misunderstand, as a prince, he possesses a profound empathy for the populace, discerning where the most nefarious of men are likely to emerge. On that occasion, I encountered Mubai, who was admonishing a man. Mubai did not reprimand him without reason. I witnessed the man slap his girlfriend, and only then did he intervene, kindly offering his chest for the woman to weep upon. He undoubtedly harbors a profound disdain for scoundrels. With the arrival of this negative title, it is certain that he will take action. Upon finding the two individuals, with Mubai's temperament, she would undoubtedly give those two scoundrels a resounding slap. What is indispensable for the youth is a profound sense of justice. It is said that he is also willing to invest his wealth in the hotel. Certainly, it is imperative to cultivate a cadre of managers to prevent the recurrence of such incidents. Qinger, I will not misjudge a person. If there exists a title of national husband in the future, he shall undoubtedly possess it. Zhu Zhuqing pondered deeply. In a secluded mountainous region of Tiando, the ground was adorned with an abundance of blue-silver grass. Ain, after all these years, our son has grown up. Following this negative designation, it is highly probable that the next will be a positive one. The third party will undoubtedly succeed. Our son exceeds my own capabilities from years past. I hope to attain the title of a lovesick soul, unmatched by anyone. You were once breathtakingly beautiful, and even now, should you transform into a mere blade of grass, my devotion shall remain unwavering." The individual, possessing a robust physique and a resolute countenance, with tousled hair and a rugged beard, is none other than Tang Hao, who at this moment is gently caressing a blue-silver grass before him. Because initially, several elders in the sect were profoundly dissatisfied with me, believing that my possession of 2 soul bones from the sect's lineage, which implied my unspoken status as the sect leader, was in direct contradiction to my love for soul beasts, thus inciting their opposition. I longed to take you away. At that time, I possessed an impressive level of 89. and I believed that by challenging myself, I had a considerable chance of breaking through to level 90. Although my elder brother has stated that he will persuade the esteemed elders, I shall not allow them to speak ill of you. Their words about me shall not concern me. I chose to depart for the sake of my beloved, even if it meant severing ties. It is further proclaimed to the outside world that for the sake of my wife and children, I, Tang Hao, would willingly forsake the position of sect master, thereby allowing the world to witness the depth of my devotion. However, I did not anticipate that the spirit hall would be so audacious. That battle propelled me to a new height. Yet for your sake, I instinctively withdraw entirely, believing that no one can impede my progress. Yet, how could I allow you to sacrifice yourself in vain? The 100,000-year soul ring is akin to having you by my side. Witnessing the astonished expressions and fearful countenances of those from the spirit hall, I have become the youngest titled Douluo on the mainland. And I hope to attain such a commendable title. When confronting opponents weaker than myself, I invariably unleash my 9 soul rings. For the emergence of that crimson hue signifies the finest companionship between us. Should Yu Ming hear such words, she would promptly reduce Tang Hao to a mere dog. Tang Hao, however, maintained a visage of utmost seriousness. The battle against Qian Xuanji left me grievously wounded, resulting in a lingering ailment. Yet, I firmly believe that I shall ultimately attain a title of honor. The moment I beheld the dual martial souls of the third party, I placed all my hopes upon him. Yet now the situation is changed. Where there exists the title of scoundrel, there shall undoubtedly be the counterpart of passionate lover. When the time comes for restoration, I shall return to the Haotian sect to enlighten those obstinate elders, revealing that the fault lies not with me, Tang Hao, but rather with them. The elders, aware of my love for you, have compelled me to return the soul bone. Had it not been for the desire to lead you away from the sect with the strength to protect you, how could I have repaid them? Yet, I find myself unable to act in such a manner. They also claim that my failure to repay constitutes theft, an act of larceny. Our little third party resembles me greatly. Now let the divine reveal to the world the identity of the thief. The voice of the divine resounds. Beginning to announce, the thief is titled Tang San. The title of scoundrel belongs to Dai Mubai. Yu Xiaogang, the scoundrel and thief. Tang Hao. Chapter 041 Tang San. What have I stolen? Tang Hao, unwilling to believe, was utterly alarmed upon hearing the subsequent announcement regarding Yu Xiaogang, for he was aware that his son had previously wished to take him as his mentor. Due to his acquaintance with the principal of Shrek Academy, Flandra, Tang San had also ventured there. Certainly not. I would never be a mistress. As a disciple of the Haotian sect, I conduct myself with utmost integrity. Surely, they must be others with the same name. Even after living together for 6 years, with a mindset akin to that of a mistress, it is unlikely that they would be influenced by Yu Xiaogang to commit acts of theft. Beholding the names of 3 individuals emerging in the sky, Tang Hao remained steadfast in his belief that his judgment could not be mistaken. In the hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong exclaimed, "How could it possibly be Xiaogang? No, it cannot be. Is it still due to the fact that I once clandestinely perused the treasured knowledge of martial spirits held by the Spirit Hall? This merely indicates that Xiaogang possesses a fervent eagerness for the study of martial souls. Such ambition is indeed rare and commendable. Even if he were to discreetly inspect, it would not be deemed as theft. Is it wrong for him to aspire to bring a revolutionary understanding to the realm of spirit masters?" Bibi Dong's expression darkened, believing that the deity had erred. However, she would not outwardly express her dissatisfaction with the divine, for she alone possessed the deepest understanding of Xiaogang. And even if the deity had made a mistake, it mattered not. One hopes for punishment, yet not too severe, Bibi Dong expressed with a hint of concern. However, how could the title of scoundrel be attributed to Xiaogang? It was I who took the initiative to propose the breakup due to that incident. Bibi Dong appeared utterly perplexed. The Zhu family of the Xinglua Empire. Father, I shall compose a decree of divorce at once and sever ties with him at Shrek Academy, declared Zhu Zhuqing, her countenance as frigid as ice. Her father, attuned to his daughter's temperament, merely maintained a stern expression without uttering a word. Upon hearing the announcement from the divine voice regarding the unworthy recipient, the Star Luo imperial family, particularly the Star Luo emperor, was immediately engulfed in a wave of indignation. Their faces flushed with fury. As a member of the royal lineage, this is truly disgraceful. Davis, you are to go to Shrek Academy and ensure that Mu Bai departs from there. Convey my decree, stating that Mu Bai has been influenced by the teachers of Shrek. Youth, lacking experience, is easily swayed. The celestial emperor now seeks to restore the dignity of his royal lineage. Above the city of Soto, the divine sound resonates once more. Attention all across the continent. The backgrounds of the three individuals have been revealed. Tang San, a student of Shrek Academy, while in another place, upon hearing the announcement. A resounding crash echoed as Tang Hao clenched his fist and struck the ground with tremendous force, causing fissures to spread across the earth. In his overwhelming rage, he failed to notice that the most extraordinary blue-silver grass had its roots exposed due to the ground's rupture. A gentle breeze brushed against the densely tangled tendrils at its base, causing its upper half to sway precariously, on the verge of toppling over. Tang Hao faintly heard the murmurs of Ayin. It was only then that he realized that his earlier effort had nearly cost Ayin half of her life. In a flurry, he quickly supported the base that was about to topple and buried it in the soil. "I apologize, Ayin. I am merely incensed by that Yu Xiaogang. Shrek Academy, under the tutelage of Yu Xiaogang, has truly misled its disciples, bestowing upon the third party a tarnished reputation. Rest assured, Ayin, I shall make a trip to Shrek and teach that Yu Xiaogang a lesson." Meanwhile, the divine voice informed Tang San of his status as a student of Shrek Academy, yet the revelation did not conclude there. It lacked sufficient detail. Alas, Tang Hao felt a surge of unease within. The divine voice remarked, "Moreover, Tang San hails from the Haotian school and is the son of the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao." A profound sense of humiliation engulfed Tang Hao's heart, for as the saying goes, if a child falters, the parent bears the blame. The world would undoubtedly perceive it as a failure in his upbringing. At this moment, Tang Hao's anger towards Yu Xiaogang intensified. In the Haotian school's conference hall, the 5 elders wore grim expressions. The 7th elder could no longer remain seated, just like his father, Tang Hao. It appears that the mantle of theft of titles may also rest upon him. The reputation of the Haotian sect has been tarnished by the disgrace brought upon it by the father and son. Should that young man dare to return, even with Tang Zhao's protection, I shall not show mercy to Tang San. The grand elder furrowed his brow and instructed. Inform the outside world that Tang Hao and his son have been expelled from the sect, even if they find themselves in dire straits. The Haotian sect shall not extend its shelter. The hope for punishment is to eradicate Tang San's Haotian hammer martial soul, Elder 7 added. In a training chamber, Tang Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of shame. "Brother Hao, it is truly regrettable for both you and Tang San. If life had not been so unkind, how could Tang San have resorted to theft? You, who are so concerned with your reputation, have caused suffering to the mistress. This negative title is indeed undeserved, as it must be out of necessity that one resorts to theft." In the Tian-Do Empire, within the ceremonial hall of Yuxian Pavilion, Tang Yuehua gazed at the horizon and said, "Second brother, the mistress has been without a mother since childhood. Rest assured, in the future, when I encounter her, I shall teach her the ways of life." The announcement proclaims the title of scoundrel to Dai Mubai, hailing from Shrek Academy and the third prince of the Star Luo royal family. Yu Xiaogang bears 2 negative titles, alongside the dubious honors of pseudo-master and grand eunuch. He is acquainted with Flander from the Shrek Academy, idling away his days within the institution. In Soto City, the surroundings of the hotel have become a scene of tumult, as a throng of citizens hurl their spoiled eggs and decaying vegetable leaves at the 3 individuals. The onslaught is overwhelming and seemingly endless, prompting Tang San and Dai Mubai to unleash their soul abilities to shield themselves. "Oh, how it hurts. It's so foul. Ugh," lamented Yu Xiaogang. Before long, Tang San and Dai Mubai's spiritual energy also began to wane. 3 piercing cries of anguish echoed throughout the entirety of Soto City. A divine voice proclaimed, "Now, let us reveal the reasons behind the possession of negative titles. Tang San, having committed the theft of another's body, has illicitly appropriated supreme techniques and acquired blueprints for crafting exceedingly perilous artifacts." A stir of astonishment rippled through the surrounding crowd. Some still commit the theft of bodies, which is an affront to the deceased. Truly monstrous, let him perish. The populace hurled a barrage of hardened, foul-smelling eggs at Tang San. Only Tang San himself comprehended that the act of body theft referred to the consciousness of his former self occupying this physical vessel. However, such an extraordinary notion was difficult for the common folk to grasp, leading them to believe that Tang San was a grave robber. "Ah, please do not hurl stones at me, I beg of you." The eggs were as hard as rocks, and before long, Tang San found himself bloodied and battered, his body marked with bruises and his face swollen beyond recognition. The divine voice continued to announce, "The scoundrel known as Dai Mubai, notorious for his libertine ways, exploits his royal lineage to possess any woman of exceptional beauty, disregarding their relationships, employing various forms of coercion and allure. Most egregiously, he is already betrothed. In the next moment, the crowd erupted in an uproar, their fury directed even more vehemently toward Dai Mubai. Those who were further away rushed to the adjacent high-rise buildings, filling every window and rooftop with onlookers, unleashing a torrent of invective from every angle. Yu Xiaogang, having clandestinely appropriated the confidential texts of the Spirit Hall, could undoubtedly ascend to an extraordinary status across the various empires if utilized wisely. When he departed from the Spirit Hall in his youth, he proclaimed that he would have no further ties with the hall, yet he did not return the Spirit Hall token. Youth fell in love with Pope Bibi Dong, and even after their separation, was unable to relinquish the affection they held for him. In the Pope's palace, upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a warmth enveloping her heart. However, the person whom Yu Xiaogang held dear in his heart returned to the sect, and, not long after, began a romantic involvement with his cousin. Bibi Dong's expression shifted dramatically. She struck the ground fiercely with her staff, unleashing a surge of soul power and a palpable aura of murderous intent. Lu Erlong. It must be because of you. Yu Xiaogang felt a burning shame wash over him, a profound embarrassment that was almost unbearable. Xiao San, quickly think of a way to leave. I am about to transform into a dog. In Chapter 042, as the elders of the Tang sect confront Douluo, they pursue Tang San. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang appeared exceedingly strained, his soul power depleted at a pace far surpassing that of Tang San and Dai Mubai. He could only rely on sheer physical strength to maintain his standing, fighting against the overwhelming force of the objects hurtling towards him, which threatened to topple him, leaving him feeling incredibly weak. How despicable. He even preys upon his own cousin. What a disgrace. Let's crush him. The crowd seethed with indignation, each person harboring their own sense of outrage. Meanwhile, Tang San, his face swollen like a pig's head, could only mumble incoherently. Tang Hao's heart was heavy with worry. I can only hope that at this moment, Xiao San is at the academy, aside from divine punishment. I pray he does not provoke the wrath of others. Reflecting on how all negative titles stemmed from Shrek Academy, Tang Hao resolutely decided, I shall not only teach Yu Xiaogang a lesson, but I will also dismantle Shrek Academy to restore the world's perception of me. In Soto City, the fury of the masses showed no signs of abating. In the future, one must not show any kindness to the teachers and students of Shrek Academy. Indeed, let us refrain from selling them provisions. May these scoundrels face starvation. The news spread that within a single day at this academy, one could only wonder how many girls would be captivated. Upon hearing this, the crowd outside swiftly formed groups, eager to make their way to Shrek Academy. The announcement of the punishments for the three shall now commence. The solemn voice instilled a profound sense of reverence in all present. The punishment for the theft of titles allows the holder of a positive title to seize an item from the accused, who cannot resist. Failure to comply results in immediate obliteration. Despite his dire circumstances, Tang San felt a sense of relief, for this punishment was far more lenient than being struck by lightning. Yu Xiaogang, however, was somewhat anxious, as currently, the only individual with a positive title was Ming. In the next moment, a voice echoed, I demand the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night from Yu Xiaogang. As the words were spoken, the title of the Chosen One appeared above Ming's head. Yu Xiaojiang's heart ached, for that item was a precious storage-type soul guide bestowed upon him by Dong, appearing merely as a belt. Since Yu Xiaogang had become a eunuch, he would fold the belt and tuck it away daily, finding some solace in doing so. Outsiders, upon seeing this, might mistakenly believe he had consumed a miraculous herb and had fully recovered, though the discomfort persisted. He extended a trembling hand to touch his waistband, but felt nothing at all. Do not touch that, it belongs to me, Ming commanded with a wave of her soul power. Levitating the 24 Bridges bright moonlight in the air, gazing triumphantly at Yu Xiaogang. The onlookers around Ming were astonished, exclaiming, the divine is omnipotent. Having spoken, it instantly vanished. Yu Xiaogang felt a sense of frustration welling within him, while Tang San cast a sidelong glance at Ming, as if to convey, I possess nothing. What can you possibly do to me? In truth, the punishment was not insignificant. It merely had not yet reached its appointed time. Should the number of individuals with positive titles increase in the future, Tang San would find himself in a predicament. Ming contemplated. He would not even covet the sea goddess trident. Surely, Xiao Wu will also attain a positive title. And on a future day, owing to the connections from his former alliance with Tang Chen, Tang San was brought back to Sea God Island by Poseidon, feeling quite accomplished. Upon his return, he sought out Yu Ming. The trident of the sea god belongs to me. Tang San, what do you intend to do with it? It is rather heavy. Tang San, my hand. The punishment for being labeled a scoundrel is a complete nullification of any affinity with all individuals of the opposite sex, including those previously acquainted. Yu Xiaogang was utterly distraught, his inner turmoil reaching a fever pitch. No, this cannot be. Let it be something else. I would accept any other punishment, no matter how severe. If Tang San fails to attain divinity, his greatest reliance will be on Bai Dong, while Lu Erlong seeks solace in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan as her sole support. A zero affinity signifies an erasure from the memories of others, as if one had never existed. Alas, this fate had already been sealed. In the papal hall, upon hearing those words, Bai Dong was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Oh, what was I just thinking? Why is my heart racing? Bibi Dong felt a sense of unease, uncertain about what had transpired. Her thoughts drifted back to the recently announced title of scoundrel. Yu Xiaogang, your demise is imminent. Bibi Dong's gaze was cold and merciless, having long forgotten the shared experiences of her youth. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Limyan observed his daughter Lu Erlong, who momentarily appeared dazed. He secretly rejoiced and feigned composure as he inquired, Erlong, do you still remember your cousin Yu Xiaogang? Father. I was unaware that there existed such an individual within our clan. How is it that I have suddenly acquired a cousin? Yu Luomian burst into hearty laughter. It is I who have been foolish, but fret not, all is well. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she had no recollection of this arrangement, having merely heard from her family about her engagement. Yet, upon hearing that name, an instinctive aversion welled up within her. Resolute, she took the divorce papers and set forth towards the Tiando Empire. Dai Mubai was at his wit's end, exclaiming, No, I implore you, divine being, in your boundless mercy. I am willing to face the wrath of the heavens. I do not wish to rely solely on my hands in the future. It would be unbearably painful. Upon hearing the divine punishment, everyone in the mainland felt a sense of exhilaration. At Shrek Academy, Flinder gazed into the sky, momentarily lost in thought. Xiaogang, I shall not abandon you in Mubai. He refrained from mentioning Tang San, as Dai Mubai would continue to financially support the academy. Flinder was not one to forget kindness, yet in truth, Dai Mubai's actions were motivated by a desire to enhance the academy's environment, attracting beautiful individuals and ensuring his own comfort as well. Ma Hongjun felt a surge of delight in his heart. This is wonderful. No one will contest with me anymore. I am truly grateful to the divine. I acted in such a manner not out of weakness, but due to the mutation of my own martial soul. What sound is that? Feeling the ground tremble slightly, Ma Hongjun was somewhat bewildered. Red June hastened to summon Zhao Wuji to the entrance of the academy, quickly. Flander had already darted out of the school building. A throng of people was hastily converging upon Shrek Academy. Simultaneously, Tang Hao, Davis, Zhu Zhuqing, and Bibi Dong set forth. In Soto City, the fury of the crowd had somewhat dissipated. At the hotel entrance, refuse had accumulated into a small mountain, with only the heads of the three individuals still visible above the debris. A voice echoed, Yu Xiaogang and Dai Mubai, due to having a zero affinity with all women. On this goddess festival, feeling the disdain of women across the continent, face an additional punishment of being hunted for 1 hour by those who harbor animosity towards them. And furthermore, they are prohibited from utilizing their soul skills for the duration of this hour. The two were taken aback, but in the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were heard barking. Woof woof woof. Yu Xiaogang thought to himself, this is dire, the time has come. And we have neither returned to the academy nor been knocked unconscious. The aroma is delightful, so familiar. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang instinctively responded. Their spirits lifted and their apprehension dissipated, for the scent was simply irresistible. Two figures sprang exuberantly from the heap of refuse, their movements in midair akin to the leaps of a dog. As they landed, their speed was astonishing. At that moment, they resembled dogs, ears drooping, limbs moving in unison, racing towards a nearby latrine, saliva dripping along the way. Please stop. Oh no, go faster. It's simply delightful. I haven't tasted this in 6 long years. Dai Mubai was taken aback. How could it become so vibrant? Noticing the numerous disdainful gazes around him, with many wielding large scissors, Dai Mubai instinctively covered himself. Let me transform into a dog. I would rather not become a eunuch. Dai Mubai gazed at Yi Ming with a pleading expression. The divine voice proclaimed. Due to Yu Xiaogang simultaneously acquiring dual negative titles, an additional penalty has been imposed. The knowledge of martial souls he had stolen has been reclaimed, and a portion of the golden sacred dragon's bloodline has been stripped from him, rendering him a true waste of a soul. Henceforth, no celestial herbs or external substances shall enable him to transcend. Tang San faced additional punishment, with the elders of Tang's sect seeking to eliminate him, initiating a relentless pursuit lasting an entire hour. Chapter 043. The Haotian sect comes to eliminate Tang San. Dai Mubai, engulfed in despair, found himself unable to utilize his soul skills, with his remaining soul power dwindling to a mere 10 minutes at best before it would be utterly depleted. Escape seemed impossible. However, upon witnessing the vigorous transformation of Tang San, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Perhaps, by adopting a more subservient stance, he might evade the relentless hunt for a brief hour. Everyone, let us rid ourselves of this scoundrel. The divine has granted us the right to pursue him, which is tantamount to permitting us to take decisive action. With these words, a leader among the crowd charged forward, prompting a multitude to follow suit. Dai Mubai gathered his strength, leaping from the refuse and sprinting away. Yu Xiaogang, transformed into a dog, ran with remarkable swiftness. Now, he found himself alone, being relentlessly pursued by this throng. Do not take my life, for I am the third prince of the celestial royal family. If I were to perish, the Star Luo Empire would wage war against the heavenly dough, and the ones to suffer would be you ordinary folk, Dai Mubai declared, invoking his own identity to instill fear in those who sought his demise. A voice resonated. Dai Mubai, whether Yu Xiaogang lives or dies amidst the pursuit, should anyone seek vengeance, they shall be utterly obliterated. With that, the crowd felt no more trepidation, while Dai Mubai's heart sank completely. At that moment, numerous individuals, predominantly women harboring animosity, surged through the streets of Soto City. Utilizing his scant soul power, Dai Mubai fled across the rooftops. He knew that once his stamina and soul energy were exhausted, his fate would be sealed. In the midst of his escape, he caught sight of two figures resembling hounds, pursuing him relentlessly, their speed unwavering. One can only rush towards their direction. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Yu Xiaogang realized that he had fallen several hundred meters behind Tang San and was instantly filled with panic. Xiao San, wait for me. I haven't tasted it in 6 years. You cannot consume it all alone. At this moment, Tang San's mind was completely consumed by that flavor, utterly disregarding Yu Xiaogang's words. While the impending threat of being pursued by the elders of the Haotian clan left him feeling utterly despondent. Even if I were to face death, I shall indulge in a sumptuous feast. None can rival me, for all shall be mine. Almost there, how delightful, how fragrant, Tang San exclaimed as he surged forward with great speed. Yu Xiaogang stood in astonishment. Tang San was in a state of overwhelming hunger, and since he could not utilize his soul power for an hour, he was no different from an ordinary dog. However, Tang San was not the same. He was being pursued by an elder of the Haotian sect, a title Douluo, which meant he was not restricted from using his soul power or skills. Thus, even in his current form, he could harness his soul power, allowing him to outrun Yu Xiaogang effortlessly. Tang San was akin to an adept hound. In a state of urgency, Yu Xiaogang called out, Xiao San, wait for me. Leave some for me. He gasped for breath, quickening his pace. Ghostly shadows Tang San moved with an eerie grace, his limbs executing peculiar motions, leaving behind a trail of phantoms as his speed reached its zenith. Oh no! Yu Xiaogangs eyes reddened as he descended into a frenzied state. This spectacle was witnessed by the fleeing Dai Mubai. Such primal ferocity. I too wish to transform into a beast. I cannot afford to be caught. Meanwhile, Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eye. We are almost there. Just 500 meters to go. Such a significant distance. In a matter of breaths, Tang San, resembling a hound, reached the threshold of the restroom. Yet his speed did not wane as he prepared to force his way inside. Xuan Yu hand. Tang San's feet transformed into a lustrous white akin to jade, effortlessly tearing apart the door of the latrine. With a graceful leap, he positioned himself within the pit. It is utterly delicious, so fragrant, and remarkably fresh. Tang San exclaimed as he devoured the food voraciously, swallowing it without even chewing. Before long, Yu Xiaogang arrived behind him. The second soul skill, Parasite. Just wait until I've had my fill, and then I shall allow you in. It is simply irresistible. Tang San's second soul ring radiated a brilliant light. Instantly, Dozens of violet-hued vines adorned with venomous thorns enveloped the entire latrine. Yu Xiaogang, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Xiao San, how could you be so inconsiderate? Let me in." The latrine was tantalizingly close, yet Yu Xiaojiang's emotions were a tumultuous blend of longing and frustration, for the delicacy before him remained unattainable. Nevertheless, the aroma grew increasingly intoxicating, and with each breath he took, his yearning deepened. "Regardless, I must savor something warm and delightful," exclaimed Yu Xiaojiang, darting towards the latrine. With fervent determination, he bit down fiercely on the vines, enduring even the toxic thorns. Over the past 6 years, he had been tethered to the mountainside, suffering from hunger. Occasionally, he managed to consume some food, but as time wore on, his appetite waned. Consequently, he gnawed relentlessly at the massive tree trunks. Now, Yu Xiaojiang's teeth had become remarkably sharp, and the vines began to show signs of fracture. The barrier is about to break. Just a little more effort. Ah. It smells so delightful, I must partake. Yu Xiaojiang's lips had swollen to a deep purple, yet the fervor for the culinary delights within him was insatiable. He clamped down on the vine's head, vigorously shaking it, and in a short while, he managed to tear open a gap and dove in. In the distance, Dai Mubai gasped for breath, several scissors protruding from his back, blood oozing profusely, and his consciousness began to fade slowly. Just one more minute, and my soul energy will be depleted. I must catch up. Dai Mubai urged himself to persevere. Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang paid him no heed. Engrossed in savoring the delicacies from the pit. "Delicious. I am utterly full, yet I still wish to indulge," Tang San exclaimed, his abdomen round and swollen. "It is truly a nourishing delight, unmatched in its exquisite flavor." Yu Xiaojiang emitted a pleasurable murmur. "I'm so blissful. Being a dog is wonderful, as I can indulge in delicious food at any moment." Yu Xiaojiang was immersed in this joy, yet he sensed a subtle disturbance. "Oh, I can no longer eat. I am utterly stuffed, yet I still yearn for more. I can still consume." At this moment, Tang San felt akin to a canine with a soul power of 29. Having indulged excessively in nourishing delicacies, he seemed on the verge of a breakthrough. Nevertheless, Tang San showed no inclination to cease. He continued to gaze longingly at the gourmet delights within the pit. "Xiao San, cease immediately. Do not break through here, for the fluctuations of soul power may overwhelm the surroundings," Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed in distress. However, Tang San remained indifferent. As the elders of the Haotian sect were advancing to strike, this might very well be his last sumptuous meal. Observing Tang San's unwavering demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang resorted to biting Tang San's hind leg, attempting to pull him away. In a fit of rage, Tang San barked, "Get away. Denying me my meal is tantamount to seeking my demise." With a sudden surge of strength, he kicked Yu Xiaojiang aside. "Ah, what a delightful sensation. Oh, I feel as though I might burst. How fragrant, truly exquisite." The pursued Dai Mubai flickered and, summoning his last ounce of strength, stood atop a pavilion. "At last. I have found you. Tang San, master, please save me." Spotting a latrine directly below, Dai Mubai leapt downwards. "I have arrived. If I hide, there is hope for escape. Quickly, Tang San, take me away." Dai Mubai was acutely aware of Tang San's elusive agility. As long as an hour passed, safety would be assured. Just then, Dai Mubai was less than a few meters away from the top of the restroom. With a resounding explosion, the restroom was blown apart, sending Dai Mubai hurtling to the ground as he was swept away by the shockwave. In the air, a cascade of delectable dishes and broths rained down. Oh no! Dai Mubai lay on the ground, devoid of strength, gazing up at the sky, engulfed in despair. A tremendous noise caused the pursuers to pause, while others nearby rushed to investigate the commotion. Yet, before they could approach, everyone covered their mouths and noses, exclaiming, "What an awful stench! What has happened?" At that moment, an elder from the Haotian clan, accompanied by disciples, also arrived at the scene. The area surrounding the latrine was crowded with onlookers. Chapter 044. The arrival of the Tang sect elder. Dai Mubai could only watch in dismay as the sky rained down delicacies and broths upon him. "Ugh! What a foul stench! How repulsive!" Dai Mubai exclaimed before fainting. Tang San let out a satisfied belch, still savoring the moment, while Yu Xiaojiang beside him appeared quite displeased. "You, the third party, have gone too far. You are well fed while I remain hungry. This is akin to a delectable dish being overturned and scattered upon the ground." Yet, captivated by the aroma, Yu Xiaojiang, unwilling to let it go to waste, crawled on the ground to partake. Once the clamor subsided and tranquility returned, the scene that unfolded before everyone sent shivers down their spines. It was utterly revolting and reeked to high heaven, causing them to hesitate in approaching too closely. Yu Ming and Xiao Wu arrived from a distance of 100 meters, witnessing the ruined toilet and the three figures, prompting Xiao Wu to bury her head in Yu Ming's embrace, unable to bear the sight. Yu Ming could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, how grotesquely indulgent." The members of Shrek certainly revel in the bizarre. Above, the disciples of the Haotian sect, each wielding a Haotian hammer, stood in a state of bewilderment. The seven elders. Among those three figures below, which one is Tang San? The speaker, a robust figure, was none other than Tang, who from the younger generation. Could it be that the one lying there motionless is the culprit? Tang long mistook Dai Mubai for Tang San, his body covered in repulsive substances. However, this assumption was not without merit, for the other two figures could hardly be considered human. One resembled a larger dog, indulging in the nauseating substances on the ground, occasionally licking the sauce off its body, provoking a wave of nausea in everyone present. The other, in stark contrast, lay comfortably, resting its head on its arms, eyes closed in tranquil repose, occasionally licking its lips, a smile gracing its face as if dreaming of joyous moments, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Tang Hu. Do not be mistaken. Tang San bears the title of thief upon his head. The seventh elder fixed his gaze intensely upon Tang San, who lay asleep on the ground, his inner fury intensifying. You have truly tarnished the reputation of our esteemed Haotian sect, Tang Hu. Let a single strike send you on your way. Indeed, Elder 7. Tang Hu replied with a furrowed brow. Although it filled him with a sense of revulsion, he had no choice but to steel himself and proceed. Above the heavenly hammer, the three soul rings, yellow, and purple, illuminated with a radiant glow. Tang Hu, a formidable level 36 soul master, I humbly seek your guidance, he declared, his aura surging as he swung the Haotian hammer towards Tang San. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Tang San instinctively rolled away like a dog, narrowly evading Tang Hu's powerful strike. The hammer crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. With remarkable speed, Tang Hu swung the Haotian hammer again, aiming for Tang San, who remained suspended in the air. In that moment, Tang San executed the phantom shadow technique, using the Haotian hammer as a leverage point, and leaped onto it. There he stood, squatting atop the hammer, licking his right hand just like a dog would. At that moment, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, having indulged himself to the fullest, letting out a satisfied belch. Ugh, what a foul stench. Tang San, you are truly repulsive. Meet your demise. Tang Hu could no longer endure it. The first soul skill, Thunder's Might. In that instant, Tang Hu unleashed the tempestuous power of lightning from the Haotian hammer, its ferocious aura radiating outward, sending Tang San hurtling away. Tang Hu advanced swiftly, yet in the next moment, several tendrils of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, ensnaring Tang Hu's feet with unwavering grip. What is happening? Where did these vines come from? How infuriating. Tang San did not grant him a moment's respite, as the silent sleeve sword concealed within his right leg shot forth with great speed. Despicable, Tang Hu exclaimed as he positioned the Haotian hammer, imbued with the power of thunder, before him, deflecting the silent sleeve sword. The second soul skill, Parasitism, Tang San declared as the blue-silver grass materialized in his hands, the second soul ring illuminating with brilliance. Earlier, while seated upon the Haotian hammer, he had sown the seeds of the blue-silver grass. Dozens of tendrils sprouted forth from the hammer, swiftly spreading and ensnaring Tang Hu's hands in their grasp. With such trifling tricks, do you think you can ensnare me? Behold my second soul skill, Thunderbolt. From the Haotian hammer emerged a myriad of slender arcs of lightning, dancing across my body and shattering the vines. In the distance, Elder 7 observed with astonishment. How is it that his martial spirit is not the Haotian hammer, but rather the seemingly worthless blue-silver grass? Did he not receive the martial soul inheritance of the Haotian hammer? At this point, the seventh elder felt a sense of relief. Tang Hu, strike swiftly and decisively. Incapacitate him and bring him back to torment at leisure. Indeed, Elder Tang. Tang Hu's demeanor shifted, revealing that he had not exerted his full strength earlier as he swung his hammer with fervor. Tang San, in a state of alarm, believed that having attained the 30th rank, he could ensnare his opponent with the resilience of his blue-silver grass and gradually erode his adversary with poison. However, the venom could not breach the formidable defenses of his opponent and was effortlessly shattered. In the blink of an eye, Tang Hu had closed the distance, unleashing nearly 100 slender arcs of lightning towards Tang San, who struggled to evade with his ghostly shadow technique. In a moment of inattention, a lightning arc struck him. And feeling the raw power of the electric force, he was subsequently struck by Tang Hu's hammer. Had it not been for Tang San's quick reflexes in raising a vine to shield himself, mitigating half the impact, he would have suffered even more grievously. Nevertheless, he felt a jolt of pain in his chest, spitting blood as he was sent flying. Tang Hu pursued relentlessly. The purple third spirit ring of the Haotian hammer illuminating. The tenacity of the fierce tiger, Tang San, meet your demise. A roar reminiscent of a tiger emanated from the Haotian hammer, its power now more savage. In response, Tang San summoned a pitch-black hammer in the palm of his right hand, though it was considerably smaller than Tang Hu's. With a resounding clash, the two hammers collided, producing a deafening sonic boom. Tang San was sent flying, crashing forcefully against the wall, while Tang Hu remained utterly unyielding. The disparity in their levels was insurmountable, compounded by the sheer might of the Haotian hammer. At this moment, Tang San's blue-silver grass was entirely overwhelmed. It hurts so much. How could it be this powerful? I am no match for it. The impact caused Tang San to vomit, his entire body in turmoil. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Hu instinctively turned away, exclaiming, "Ugh, how disgusting." Seizing the opportunity despite the excruciating pain, Tang San bolted away like a frightened dog. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, awakened by the recent thunderous sound, was startled to find Yu Xiaogang about to lick the delicacy off his body, dangerously close to his face. In a panic, Dai Mubai delivered a forceful kick aimed at Yu Xiaogang's groin. It is swelling, he exclaimed, clutching the protruding areas beneath with a visage contorted in agony. Observing the throngs of onlookers who kept their distance, Dai Mubai glanced at the repugnant stench emanating from his own being. In that instant, a realization dawned upon him. Perhaps he could survive this ordeal. He began to smear the scattered remnants of delicacies from nearby onto his body. Though such an act would invite ridicule and disgust, the instinct to survive compelled him to proceed. Tang Hu noticed that Tang San had fled, and despite his own speed, he found himself unable to catch up. Tang San was like a dog, elusive in his swift movements and peculiar agility, making him a difficult target. The seventh elder suddenly appeared in midair, his form adorned with 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, illuminating simultaneously. This spectacle incited a wave of astonishment. Heavens, he is indeed a title Douluo. The second soul skill, soul hammer control, the colossal Haotian hammer materialized above Tang San, an invisible force pressing him down to the ground. Ming remarked. Tang San is in trouble, as she beheld several figures emerging in the distance. Hold on. Tang San shall be dealt with by our Tang sect, proclaimed the newcomer, his voice resonating with an impressive gravitas that even the radiant sun Douluo found startling. Tang San thought to himself, it's over, it's them. Chapter 045. 5 venerable elders clad in flowing white robes exuded an overwhelming presence, their faces concealed behind silver masks, save for the leader, who donned a golden one. Although the radiant sun Douluo was aware that these 5 were formidable individuals, his temperament would never allow him to relinquish Tang San to their care. With a cold snort and a countenance reflecting his displeasure, he declared, Tang San is under the jurisdiction of my Haotian sect, and it is our duty to address this matter. Regardless of the circumstances, one must adhere to the principle of precedence. You claim you can simply hand over your allegiance? Although the Haotian sect has retreated into obscurity, it is not one to shy away from confrontation. The elder at the forefront wore an expression of astonishment. What did you say? Tang San is a disciple of your Haotian sect? I have never heard of such a sect. The elder of the Tang sect turned to glare at Tang San, who was pressed down to the ground, and scolded, such treachery. Ghostly despair leaping from the precipice. Those lofty proclamations you utter are truly moving, yet utterly hypocritical. I never imagined you would have fled to this place. Initially, I commanded the disciples of the Tang sect to search for your corpse at the behest of Gui Jianzhou, and they searched for 3 days without success, a brilliant stratagem of evasion. Though we are unaware of our whereabouts, we find ourselves inexplicably present in this place. Yet, since you have come, I shall not show you mercy. Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Today seemed destined for his downfall. No matter how he attempted to explain himself, no one would believe him. This brought to mind the words he had once spoken atop the ghostly wail, as a member of the Tang sect in life. I shall become a ghost of the Tang sect in death. Clearly, they would not accept that he had traversed realms. They believed he had betrayed the sect and joined another. Observing Tang San's silence, an elder from the Tang sect issued a command. Act swiftly and eliminate this traitor. Meanwhile, the sunlit Douluo, upon hearing that the opponent was unfamiliar with the Haotian sect, grew increasingly enraged, pondering that if it were not for Tang Ho, how could the Haotian sect have faded into obscurity? Thus, Tang San must be brought back to the sect for judgment. Do you truly believe that my Haotian sect is without allies? Today, Tang San shall undoubtedly meet his demise at my hands. The sixth soul skill, the soul clone, and the seventh soul skill, the true body of the martial soul, invoked simultaneously, the radiant sun Douluo wielded two enormous Haotian hammers, their fiery bodies radiating an intensity that left all present gasping for breath. The 5 elders of the Tang sect were taken aback, having never witnessed such extraordinary prowess. Each elder, channeling their internal energy, summoned 5 distinct mechanical hidden weapons into their respective hands. The elder at the forefront coldly declared, "Should you insist on meddling, do not blame the Tang sect for employing numbers to overwhelm the few." The Sunfire Douluo hesitated momentarily upon witnessing the items in the hands of the 5. Confronting the foremost martial spirit of the continent, you need not even summon your own spirit. Allow me to witness the extent of your capabilities. The Sunfire Douluo swung his colossal double hammers towards the 5. With the Tang sect specializing in hidden weapons, the 5, possessing an eerie agility, wisely chose not to engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, an alternative hidden weapon emerged in their hands, an instrument resembling the claws of a beast. Crafted from a blend of various metals, known as the Celestial Claw, ascending the surrounding structures with a fluid grace. They distanced themselves while simultaneously launching an array of 5 distinct hidden weapons towards the Sunfire Douluo. From a cylindrical hidden weapon, 7 iron rods were discharged, nearing within 5 meters of the Sunfire Douluo. With a thunderous shout, he proclaimed, "Fourth soul skill, as solid as a fortress," manifesting an illusory wall of hammers around him. The metallic clash resonated throughout, met with his disdain, yet in the next moment, the iron rods released a vast cloud of toxic mist. Observing this, Sunfire summoned his soul power and wielded the Haotian hammer, unleashing a tempest that swept the poison skyward. What had just been unleashed was the Tang sect's 8th-ranked mechanical hidden weapon, the Sand Shadow Shot. Meanwhile, the Tang sect elder maintained an unrelenting offensive. Another elder, traversing through the air, showcased formidable internal strength. Utilizing the Shadow Phantom technique, he deftly maneuvered, swiftly closing the distance to the Sunfire Douluo. "Humph. Daring to approach me without even a proper weapon," Li Yang scoffed, swinging his hammer in response. In mere moments, he had unleashed dozens of strikes. Yet the opponent's figure was illusory and elusive, effortlessly evading each blow. The 5th soul skill, gravity control, in the next moment, bolstered by the weight of gravity. The combined mass of the 2 Haotian hammers surged to an astonishing 10,000 pounds, descending relentlessly upon the elder. The elder, with no means of evasion, found his hands transformed into a lustrous white akin to jade, embodying the practiced technique known as the mystic jade hands, as unyielding as rock and harder than steel. Controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, the elder uttered in a low voice, not flinching as he firmly received 2 Haotian hammers, effortlessly redirecting their force. Simultaneously, from the intricately adorned crossbow strapped to his back, he unleashed 3 steel arrows, their tips a sinister shade of purple-black, clearly laced with deadly poison, catching his opponent off guard. At this moment, Li Yang's hands were firmly grasped, rendering him immobile, as the steel arrows were poised to pierce through. The 3rd soul skill. Radiant son of the Haori, the hammer glowed in intense crimson, its searing heat rendering Xuan Yu uncomfortable, forcing him to retreat. As he broke free from his restraints, the radiant sun lowered its head, and with both hammers, it struck upward to deflect the steel arrows. At that moment, 2 spherical projectiles soared toward the radiant sun. Released by another elder, these were the lethal mother and child soul pursuit darts, iron being the mother and poison the offspring. As the 2 spheres collided and generated friction, a toxic mist enveloped the area, obscuring visibility. "Humph." Employing the same old tricks, Li Yang scoffed, continuing to brandish his chaotic cloak. In the next instant, hundreds of tiny poison needles shot forth from the orb, leaving Li Yang alarmed. The 1st soul skill, Hammer Soul Possession, proclaimed as the yellow 1st soul ring illuminated, signifying a union of man and hammer, enhancing defensive capabilities to withstand the onslaught of poison needles. However, the relentless barrage of poison needles persisted, and a few managed to penetrate his defenses. The fierce sun Douluo hastily summoned his soul power to fend them off, yet the 3 elders had already closed in, each wielding a different concealed weapon aimed at the head of the fierce sun. They refrained from striking, though, The fierce son realized his oversight. He had yet to unleash his 8th and 9th soul skills, but the opportunity had slipped away. From the 3 concealed weapons, he sensed an overwhelming aura of death. A single hit, even for a titled Douluo like him, would spell instant demise. "We have come solely for Tang San, and it is not our intention to cause any offense," the elder stated with a calm demeanor. "If I were to fight alone, any one of us 5 would find it difficult to achieve victory." The blazing sun furrowed his brow. "A defeat is a defeat. I shall allow that young man a breath of reprieve. Should I encounter Tang San again, I shall ensure he suffers greatly." Noticing that the blazing sun no longer intended to intervene, the 5 elders materialized before Tang San, while the blazing sun relinquished his control over him. Lying down like a dog, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the 5 elders. "Tang San, even in this state, I shall not extend my sympathy towards you." The disciples of the Tang sect possess dignity. "Rise," the elders observed Tang San, who resembled a beaten dog, and mistakenly believed he was pleading for mercy. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang, witnessing Tang San surrounded by 5 individuals and recalling the recent skirmish, realized the formidable power of hidden weapons. He thought of the silent wrist darts Tang San had previously gifted him, which he had yet to employ. Seizing the moment while the 5 were distracted by Tang San, he activated the mechanism, launching the silver needles towards the 5 elders of the Tang sect. Unbeknownst to Yu Xiaogang, the 5 elders had mastered the highest realm of their Xiantian skills, their mental fortitude immensely powerful. Without even turning their heads, Xianyu effortlessly deflected the needles. The elders of the Tang sect grew increasingly enraged. "Who dares claim that I, Tang San, would ever swear to the heavens that I would divulge the secret techniques learned in the Tang sect?" Tang San found himself at a loss for words. While not far away, a robust figure clad in a black cloak, sporting a full beard and wielding a hammer, approached. "Who dares to harm my son?" Ming murmured. "A splendid spectacle is about to unfold." Chapter 046. The elder of the Tang sect mercilessly punishes Tang Hao. Behind Tang Hao, a colossal human-shaped phantom emerged, wielding the Haoyan hammer, its crimson eyes blazing with fury. A tangible aura of blood-red murderous intent enveloped the air, manifesting the domain of the god of slaughter. The 5 elders felt an unsettling chill, channeling their Xiantian energy to steady their minds, their eyes imbued with purple energy as their spiritual powers expanded. Gazing at the divine figure above, Tang Hao moved, grasping the Haotian hammer with both hands, lifting it high above his head before bringing it down with ferocity. Thunder erupted. "Perish." In the stillness of the corridor at midnight, a faint sound of footsteps echoed suddenly. Zhao Yu, sleeping like a log, remained oblivious, snoring as he dreamt of counting riches. It was particularly embarrassing for such a disgraceful matter to be known by his eldest son. Surely he would extract something valuable from the Duke of the nation. "I fear I may not wait for you." Fu Amonian's soft words were swallowed by the wind. He turned to her. "Yu Huanxi, you must strive to catch up with me. You cannot falter." Yang Sueki kept her head bowed, her cake fork slicing the cake repeatedly. Though not much was consumed, Suega stared at him in exasperation for a moment before finally remarking, "Fool." They had just entered the manor. This feeling seemed to have begun from the moment he had apologized to himself earlier that morning, as Yu Huanxi pondered slowly in her heart. "Your Highness, what do you mean? Is there something you wish to convey?" Yi Qing, not having heard my words clearly, stepped closer to inquire. Rogers appeared somewhat at a loss, particularly in his ludicrous attire, which only heightened his discomfort. Suega glanced at the nearby black-clad group, who wasted no time in preparing the implements for punishment. Presenting a fearsome display, Xia Xiang endured for a long while but could not comprehend the meaning behind the two's silence. Noticing their reticence, she nudged Zhao Qian, her eyes revealing her confusion. "Since that is the case, Mr. Chen, let us proceed to the office to record your statement. You are the only one present. We will need your cooperation in the coming days," Director Li stated. Since his mother's passing, Zhang Bo had been making annual contributions. Lin Yang had never utilized the funds. Yet he was aware that the sum was undoubtedly substantial. Yang Zhentian was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the implications. But he grasped his son's intent and promptly beckoned Lin Yifei, as the group shared laughter while entering the Jiang sect and settling into the reception room. Yet at this moment, her greatest concern remained the figure beneath the bronze pillar. She clearly understood the origin of her situation, fortunately. The Zhuke mark on her brow bore a slight connection to Mu Yi, allowing her to sense that he had not truly perished, but rather seemed to be in a state of feigned death. After several repetitions, Yi Shinjun soared hundreds of meters into the sky, carving a new path in his wake. "Have you lost your mind?" Do you wish to owe a favor to a being of creation? Do you not fear? The shadow of darkness was somewhat taken aback by the white shadow's thoughts. The matter was simply beyond imagination. It was from downstairs. Come with me. Chu Shuyan led me down the stairs and knocked on the door. A haggard middle-aged man opened it, and upon seeing Chu Shuyan, welcomed us inside. The door opened once more, revealing Tian Zijing. Upon seeing him, an ominous premonition stirred within me. Wu Xian sat beside him, having only eaten a small amount. Her brow furrowed in silence. It was not that the food was unpalatable. Rather, she sensed something amiss with Shui, prompting her to pause. The white elephant was forced back 2 steps, and seizing the opportunity, Lingji Bodhisattva thrust the flying dragon scepter towards the white elephant, followed by the ethereal figure of the jade dragon, roaring and clawing. Simultaneously, the colossal body of the Yin serpent king swiftly retreated as if severed from its tether. Although Yang Yu was forcefully merging the herbs, he endeavored to harmonize their integration. Chapter 047. Tang Hao has beaten a gigantic humanoid shadow materialized behind Tang Hao. Wielding the Haotian hammer, its eyes blazing with fury, a crimson, palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the air, embodying the domain of the god of murder. The 5 elders felt a wave of discomfort, channeling their Xiantian energy to steady their minds. Purple energy glimmered in their eyes as their spiritual force expanded. Gazing at the war godlike figure above, Tang Hao moved, gripping the Haotian hammer with both hands, raising it above his head, and brought it crashing down with ferocity. Thunderous crash, perish. A formidable shout reverberated, akin to a mountain's weight pressing down. The 5 elders, their expressions grave, appeared diminutive in this moment. Yet not a trace of fear adorned their faces. One elder soared into the air, his hands converging, his eyes alight with a resplendent violet glow. As if the purple extreme demon I could perceive all. Behind him, a radiant golden light manifested 6 golden arms, resembling deities. With a mere thought, he intoned. Tongman's concealed weapon technique, the 100 resolutions, 4th resolution, 1001 nights. Instantly, 1001 concealed weapons, whether in straight lines, diagonals, or arcs, surged toward the colossal Haotian hammer. The metallic clangor echoed as the elder's form flickered, appearing above, below, or around the Haotian hammer, unleashing a barrage of hundreds of concealed weapons upon its surface. Observing this, the elder's right hand gathered golden light, compressing the remaining concealed weapons into a singular golden short arrow. The Xiantian technique reached its zenith, and a beam of golden light surged forth, colliding with the blazing phantom of the descending Haotian hammer. A thunderous roar resounded through the heavens, erupting in the air as shockwaves rolled forth, obliterating the towering edifices surrounding them. Tang Hao and the elder were propelled backward by the force of the blast, their hands trembling slightly, rendered somewhat numb by the impact. Gazing incredulously at the elder, all present were momentarily frozen in astonishment. The sheer power was overwhelming, particularly the dazzling golden light. The sun Douluo, observing Tang Hao's expression at that moment, felt an immense sense of delight, eager to witness what further means those 5 enigmatic figures might employ to temper Tang Hao's fervor. Xiao Wu was equally astounded, exclaiming, "What kind of technique is this? Such a piercing attack." Yi Ming offered a faint smile as she glanced at Tang San, who lay on the ground, his face contorted in agony. Tang Hao planted the Haotian hammer firmly into the earth, allowing his numbed arms a moment of respite. His expression hardened, and the 9th soul ring illuminated around him, a brilliant red of 100,000 years radiating as his formidable aura surged forth like a tidal wave. The ground trembled, debris soared into the air, causing the surrounding space to shudder, while purple lightning crackled across the Haotian hammer. The 2nd elder. That individual seems to be taking things seriously. Can you handle it? The elder, adorned with a golden mask, turned to speak to the side. The 2nd elder remained utterly composed, replying, "Let this ignorant wretch witness the terror of the Tang clan." In the next moment, a circular concealed weapon appeared in his hand, its internal components exquisitely arranged, precisely the violent rain pear blossom needle, the most formidable single-target attack of the Tang clan. Tang Hao brandished the Haotian hammer, its handle extending continuously, and the Haotian hammer grew in size at a pace visible to the naked eye. With a mighty strike, Xiao San, pay close attention. Tang Hao forcefully stomped the ground, his right hand gathering strength as he swung the Haotian hammer in a sweeping motion towards the 5 elders in the distance. The 2nd elder, wielding the rainstorm pear blossom needles, stood at the forefront, his right hand steady and aimed directly at Tang Hao. Observing the audacity of his opponent to confront his hammer head-on, Tang Hao let out a cold laugh. Arrogance, you cannot withstand this blow. The second elder activated the mechanism. And instantly, 27 pear blossom needles were launched in rapid succession, each capable of slaying a soul Douluo, let alone the barrage unleashed simultaneously. Yet, Tang Hao remained supremely confident, resolutely lifting his hammer. Nearby, Tang San, witnessing his father's daring attempt to endure the rainstorm pear blossom needles, urgently called out, "Father, quickly evade." Tang Hao, brimming with pride, replied, "Xiao San, allow me to demonstrate the true power of the Haotian hammer. It was this very technique that severely injured the Pope of the Spirit Hall." In the next moment, the Haotian hammer collided with the 27 pear blossom needles. As the sound of the first 3 impacts resonated, Tang Hao's hammer remained steadfast, not moving an inch, locked in a moment of stalemate. His hand tingled from the shock, almost slipping from his grip. At that moment, the soul bone on his right arm manifested. This marked the first time he employed the skill of his soul bone. A treasured relic passed down through generations of his sect, reportedly extracted from an 80,000-year-old crimson gold thunderstorm bear spirit beast. In an instant, his strength doubled. Tang Hao roared, his eyes crackling with lightning, his aura seemingly boundless, dimming the very heavens and earth around him. However, as the 13th pear blossom needle clashed with the Haotian hammer, Tang Hao faltered, forced to retreat. When the 20th needle approached, the Haotian hammer slipped from his grasp, spinning into the air, prompting him to urgently activate a defensive soul bone skill. With a resounding crash, Tang Hao was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. A massive pit formed in the earth, spanning a radius of 10 miles. Pain surged through his chest, and he coughed up blood, feeling utterly humiliated. The onlookers turned their gazes towards the pit, noticing that the figure within remained eerily motionless. Could it be that they have perished? Who could that individual be? Possessing such formidable strength? The terror lies in the objects they wield, which I have never encountered before. Indeed, it is a punishment bestowed by the heavens, capable of even severely injuring the mighty Haotian Douluo. The gods are exceedingly powerful, remarked the radiant son Douluo, filled with joy, as he resolved to share the events of the day with the other elders upon his return. Ming, however, appeared deep in thought. "Is something troubling you?" Xiao Wu inquired. "Isn't it better that Tang San's father is dead? That way, he can no longer pose a threat to you." Ming gently caressed Xiao Wu's forehead and replied, "It is far from over. He cannot perish just yet, for I have yet to reduce him to a mere dog." At this moment, Tang Hao was engulfed by waves of agony, a pain that overshadowed even the wounds sustained in his previous battle. Rising slowly, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Enduring the excruciating discomfort, he advanced, and when he re-emerged into the sight of the crowd, he feigned composure. The blue-silver emperor's right leg bone skill activated, enveloping him in a verdant stream of life energy that soothed his body. To mask his embarrassment, Tang Hao smiled, saying, "Truly worthy of a god, if such power descends, I must take this seriously." From a distance, the second elder could not help but express admiration. This man indeed possessed considerable prowess. At that moment, the second elder, Xian Yu, summoned 3 small needles, each merely an inch in length and entirely black, emanating an ominous aura. The other elders felt a chill in their hearts upon witnessing the poisoned needles. Tang Hao too sensed the incredibly sinister aura of death, instinctively wanting to retreat but managing to suppress the urge. Tang San's lips quivered slightly as he uttered, "The King of Hell's decree, a single decree for a double kill. An inescapable, lethal poison." However, seeing his father remain remarkably composed, he believed that the full extent of his father's power had yet to be unleashed. Little third. Pay close attention. The extraordinary skill I am about to demonstrate is not a soul technique, but rather a unique art of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao declared, as he grasped the air with his right hand, summoning the Haotian hammer back into his grasp. The Haotian formation, the 9 absolutes of Haotian, 9 circular formations, emerged above, each adorned with a distinct character. Above the formations, lightning surged violently as Tang Hao stood at the heart of the formation, wielding the Haotian hammer. "It is time to conclude this. You 5 may come at me together." Tang Hao cast aside his black cloak, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. He remained entirely unperturbed, knowing he still possessed formidable skills. Chapter 048. The Soul Master's Fantastical Descent into the Abyss. Tang Hao is bested by the elders of the Tang sect. Dear disciple, the subsequent incantations are to be etched in your memory. When you master them, you shall wield the mightiest of techniques, Tang Hao proclaimed, his gaze imbued with disdain as he regarded the 5 elders of the Tang sect. Upon hearing his father's words, Tang San felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The aura emanating from Tang Hao was so potent that it seemed to transform him entirely. The dragon beard needle constricted within his body, intensifying his pain. And beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead, yet his eyes shone with admiration as he gazed up at Tang Hao. Endure a little longer. Once we vanquish the adversary before us, with my father's tidal level soul power, I shall surely compel the dragon beard needle to emerge. Tang San gritted his teeth, lifting his gaze with unwavering focus, intently listening to the incantation his father was about to impart. Observing this, Lai Yang felt an ominous premonition. Tang Hao, you have betrayed the sect. Only the heir of the Haotian 9 Absolute possesses the qualifications to learn it. Your son is further burdened by a negative title, which is intolerable to the Haotian sect. Tang Hao scoffed, his gaze icy. My son, Tang San, possesses the bearing of a deity, from beginning to end. It has been your short-sightedness. I, Tang Hao, am not at fault. It was indeed your Haotian sect that acted with trepidation. In the future, when my son ascends to divinity, he will undoubtedly remember the ties of blood and protect the Haotian sect. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Lai Yang felt a profound disdain, considering him utterly shameless. Tang Hao, in the beginning, you acted with obstinacy, entirely disregarding the sect. At that time, the spirit hall had grown immensely powerful. Even if you were to break through, a direct confrontation with the twin Douluos of the Haotian sect could lead to the annihilation of your entire clan. The truly terrifying aspect lies within those few individuals in the offering hall, particularly one whose presence rivals that of our ancestor, Tang Chun. Had it not been for the deliberations of the sect elders, who publicly declared their withdrawal from worldly affairs, a tragic calamity might have ensued. Their resentment towards the Haotian sect, each stemming from you, Tang Hao, has led to the 4 clans, strength, destruction, sensitivity, and defense, severing their ties with the Haotian sect. As Lai Yang's words echoed, they incited a flurry of discussions among those present, each well aware of the underlying truths. The 5 elders of the Tang clan shared a profound understanding, their disdain directed towards those who jeopardized the sect, particularly those like Tang San, who clandestinely imparted the sect's esoteric teachings to others. Ignoring Lai Yang's remarks, Tang Hao remained impervious within the formation, exuding an overwhelming presence as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying the solitary demeanor of a master. I, with the 9 supreme techniques of Haotian, can take on 5 opponents single-handedly, and there is no reason I cannot. Tang Hao gazed at Lai Yang, his voice resonating with depth. Have you ever witnessed me at my prime? Lai Yang fell silent, finding the bravado too much to bear. Allow me to showcase my strength to all of you. Even against the entirety of the offering hall, I, Tang Hao, harbor no fear. I possess divine skills capable of defeating demigods in myriad paths. At this moment, Tang Hao's eyes gleamed with arrogance, exuding an air of superiority as he looked down upon others, seemingly gazing disdainfully at the world. Unable to tolerate this any longer, the second elder channeled his internal energy, launching 3 venomous needles, resembling Yama's edicts, directly towards Tang Hao, who stood within the formation. Little 3, take heed, for this battle shall resurrect the illustrious name of Haotian. As 3 poison needles swiftly approached, Tang Hao skillfully wielded the Haotian hammer. Compatible and steadfast, the empty valley reverberates, the vast heavens render the void absolute. From the heavenly hammer, a surge of energy radiated, a tempestuous force resonating through the skies, causing ripples to dance in the air. The 3 cursed needles of the King of Hell met this energy, their venomous essence corroding it instantaneously, unimpeded in their swiftness. Tang Hao continued to exert his power with finesse, as if drawing a bow, sealing force with steadfastness. The word seal becomes absolute. In the very moment the cursed needles of the King of Hell approached, a cerulean halo formed above the heavenly hammer, expanding continuously. It enveloped the cursed needles, suspending them mid-air, their slender forms quivering, buzzing as if striving to break free. Cracks appeared upon the halo, and Tang Hao's expression shifted slightly. With a seamless flow and a relentless assault, the essence of penetration is epitomized. A hammer descended with unwavering force, driving the King of Hell's edict into the ground. Tang Hao scoffed, just 3 strikes will shatter your nefarious and insidious techniques. The second elder let out a cold snort, producing a fan-shaped object that was none other than the peacock feather. Ascending into the air, he directed it towards the array encompassing Tang Hao. In an instant, that 3rd-ranked concealed weapon burst forth in a dazzling display, reminiscent of a peacock unfurling its feathers, as 30 lethal bone-piercing needles shot forth in unison. Observing this, Tang Hao wielded the Haotian hammer, his voice resonating with depth, motion, and stillness in harmony, piercing the surface through the essence. A beam of azure light surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The peacock feather contained 365 concealed weapons, categorized into 12 distinct types of needles, including the bone-piercing needle, thunderfire needle, armor-breaking needle, blade-rending needle, demon-suppressing needle, overlord needle, mourning needle, dragon-slaying needle, desire-extinguishing needle, dragon whisker needle, annihilation needle, and seven killers needle. With a mere thought, the second elder commanded the peacock feather to unleash the thunderfire needle. Tang Hao, not daring to be complacent, proclaimed, twisting silk and spiraling strength. The straight and the curved give birth to one another. He stood firm with the hammer raised skyward, as dozens of bolts of lightning pierced the clouds, transforming into countless threads of thunder that entwined around the thunderfire needle. The crackling sound and blinding brilliance compelled the onlookers below to instinctively shut their eyes. Utilizing strength against strength, with motion and shock absorbed, the essence of shock is severed. Tang Hao unleashed a mighty blow, releasing a wave of ferocious power. From within the peacock feather, 30 armor-piercing needles were shot forth in succession, this time capable of dissipating the force emanating from the Haotian hammer. It was evident that as time progressed, the potency of the needles would only intensify. Tang Hao, sensing the urgency, continued to exert his strength. With a harmonious force, swift and destructive, the essence of break is severed. The obliterating force surged forth, countering the armor-piercing needles and rendering them ineffective. At that moment, Tang Hao realized that the silver needles launched by his opponent were becoming increasingly formidable. He persisted in wielding the Haotian hammer, intoning with conviction, unfettered as the body. In an instant bright and dim, the essence of instant is severed. The end followed suit, and even the power of the Rakshasa, upon the emergence of the, was instantaneously transformed into the intangible. How is this possible? I, Tang Hao, am also formidable with each strike surpassing the last. Tang Hao, filled with disbelief, focused his energy, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Radiant meteors, a mountain collapses ahead, the ninth absolute, the collapse character absolute. Tang Hao bellowed. The Haotian hammer extended its handle and surged forth with a powerful strike. The second elder, observing the situation, appeared unperturbed, continuing to wield the peacock feather with grace. He remarked calmly, merely relying on the overlord needle can easily dismantle your celestial collapse. Tang Hao felt an overwhelming force emanating from the Haotian hammer, a might that seemed to dominate the world. Not daring to underestimate this power, he swiftly manifested 9 illusory figures, each executing distinct movements. In an instant, all techniques converged, and the Haotian hammer seemed poised to shatter the heavens as it descended with ferocity. The remaining 180 needles of the peacock feather were unleashed in unison. At the moment of collision, a deafening roar resounded. The heavens themselves trembled, yielding a fissure within, revealing an abyss of darkness. Bang! Tang Hao was sent flying downwards. The ground was no longer a deep pit, but had split open into a chasm, plunging downwards. Tang San was momentarily stunned. Even the formidable Heavenly Do 9 extremes could not withstand the onslaught of the 365 concealed weapons wielded by the peacock feather. Despite being a disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, he had never employed these highly ranked hidden weapons, and he never anticipated their immense power. Everyone else was equally astonished. Those seemingly unremarkable objects were remarkably formidable. Could it be that it is a divine artifact, bestowed upon us by the heavens? Tang Hao was utterly overwhelmed, which was quite satisfying. His selfishness was his own downfall. Ming understood that the Douluo realm was considered the weakest, even when employing divine techniques. Chapter 049, Tang San. Mother's soul ring must be remarkably effective. Beneath the ravine, Tang Hao was covered in silver needles, resembling a porcupine. Yet he was still alive, regaining some consciousness, but was utterly incapable of movement. His injuries were too severe, leaving him without the strength to even utter a word. I cannot succumb just yet. I, Tang Hao, have never known defeat, even if it cost me my very life. I shall ensure that the world recognizes the true might of the Haotian Douluo, which is not merely a hollow title, he thought, filled with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. With a mere flicker of intent, the Haotian will surge forth, visibly accelerating the healing of his wounds and expelling the hidden weapon. Yet, utilizing such a technique comes with grave repercussions. Just as the crowd was secretly reveling in the spectacle, Tang Hao leapt from the chasm to the ground, exuding an air of unparalleled pride. I should have anticipated it. That was a divine artifact. In a moment of carelessness, it is time to employ my extraordinary skills. As the black fifth soul ring illuminated from his body, Tang Hao did not unleash his soul technique. Instead, the true form of his martial soul transformed into a resplendent gold. The soul ring ascended to the palm of that ethereal figure. With a firm grasp, Tang Hao shattered the soul ring, allowing the energy to disperse and then coalesce into a golden circular emblem that hovered behind him. His eyes turned a brilliant gold, and the Haotian hammer underwent a profound metamorphosis as he stepped forward. Explosive ring, had it not been for the divine artifact in hand, at the very outset, you would have lacked even the strength to retaliate. At this moment, Tang Hao had already unleashed 4 10,000-year spirit rings, which shattered into pure power. He then provocatively beckoned to the 5 elders of the Tang sect. The so-called explosive rings involved condensing the energy of the spirit rings and augmenting it onto the Haotian hammer, striving for the utmost limit of strength. Without any superfluous movements, he struck down with a single hammer, signaling the second elder to step aside. From his sleeve, he retrieved an item resembling a lotus flower in bloom, which was none other than the Tang sect's ultimate treasure, the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, and cast it into the air. The hidden weapons utilized by my 5 companions are the result of the painstaking efforts and ingenuity of the eminent talents within our sect, showcasing the pinnacle of Tongman's craftsmanship. As the name suggests, hidden weapons strike unseen and without form. At that moment, the Buddha's wrath manifested in the form of the Tang Lotus, soaring into the air. Its metallic petals unfurling to reveal a heart that radiated an enchanting crimson glow, utterly mesmerizing. Tang Hao felt the disquieting aura emanating from the lotus. As the 10,000-year soul ring erupted, augmenting the power of the Haotian hammer to an imposing level, akin to that of a semi-divine artifact. The reason Tang Hao refrained from detonating the previous 4 soul rings was to conserve some soul power. Otherwise, should all 9 rings explode, he would be left in a weakened state, vulnerable to any adversary's attack. Upon the detonation of the 5 most potent soul rings, Tang Hao turned his gaze towards the ascending red lotus, now devoid of any reservations. Meanwhile, Tang San witnessed the Buddha's wrath lotus and felt a surge of emotions, knowing it was the fruit of his countless days and nights of labor. At this moment, Tang San was eager to witness the terrifying might of this ultimate hidden weapon. His initial thought was not one of concern for his father's safety, but rather an insidious hope that the Buddha's wrath lotus would surpass divine techniques, filling him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Tang Hao, proud and unyielding, harbored no intention of evasion, as the Haotian hammer, imbued with boundless divine might, descended upon the Buddha's wrath lotus. With a resounding bang, the Haotian hammer collided with the fully bloomed lotus, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion from its core. The crimson glow was extraordinarily resplendent, akin to a ruby, instantly enveloping the mountain-sized Haotian hammer. With a resounding crack, the Haotian hammer began to shatter. At that moment, Tang Hao was engulfed by an overwhelming despair, as a crimson mist, infused with the scent of death, spread forth from the splintering Haotian hammer. A piercing wail of despair resonated, causing all present on the ground to shudder at the sheer terror it evoked. Tang Hao lay like a broken rag doll, his body limp and emitting wisps of dark smoke as he plummeted downward. Tang San did not glance at his father. Instead, he stared vacantly at the resplendent Buddha's wrathful lotus in the sky, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. It was only as his body descended towards the ground that he regained his senses and sprinted towards Tang Hao's position. As Tang San approached, akin to a dog, an involuntary tremor coursed through him, for the lingering crimson mist of blood surrounding Tang Hao filled him with dread. In that moment, Tang San finally beheld the horrifying sight. His father's arms had entirely vanished, and his complexion was ashen. Behold, what is that in the sky? It appears to be radiating light. It appears to be too. Their shapes are quite peculiar. Yi Ming, Xiao Wu, and Liang Douluo all gazed into the sky. Could this be the 2 inherited soul bones of my Haotian sect, radiating a brilliant purple light? Liang exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion. Such is the retribution. Arrogance has led to the severance of one's soul bones. With a thought, Liang summoned his soul power, drawing the 2 fragments of soul bones into his possession before turning to depart. Tang San utilized his Xian Yu hand to assist Tang Hao in rising, sealing several acupuncture points to staunch his injuries. Slowly, Tang Hao opened his eyes and struggled to stand, only to realize that both of his arms were gone. Unable to suppress the fury within, his eyes were bloodshot. His face contorted in anguish. He glared at the Tang sect elder and vehemently exclaimed, "Who is the treacherous fiend responsible for this? I must eliminate him. He is utterly detestable." To devise such a ghastly weapon of darkness is truly cruel and utterly inhumane. I, Tang Hao, must stand forth today to reveal the formidable power of that hidden weapon. Otherwise, how many lives may be tragically lost beneath its lethal grasp in the future? The onlookers unanimously sensed the tremendous lethality of this weapon, acknowledging its potential to indiscriminately harm the innocent. Recognizing the crowd's agreement with his viewpoint, he felt a sense of dignity despite his own defeat. The elder of the Tang sect remarked coolly that Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus was crafted by your son, Tang San. We were also unaware that he secretly crafted them behind our backs, presenting one to us while concealing two more in his own dwelling. When we beheld it, we were equally astonished. Could it truly be fashioned by someone? Tang Hao was left dumbfounded. No, this is impossible. It cannot be the third party. Casting a glance at his son, he noticed Tang San with his head bowed in silence, an almost imperceptible pride flickering across his countenance, which left Tang Hao feeling utterly embarrassed. Utilizing his soul power to manifest an incorporeal arm, Tang Hao realized that due to the shattering of his own martial soul, he would require time to mend it. The severance of his dual-arm soul bones had reduced his current level to 81. Contemplating the future, he understood that no one would ever again address him as the Haoyan de Law or His Majesty Haoyan. Tang Hao's complexion turned ashen, and at that moment, a more devastating event unfolded. His 100,000-year soul ring and right leg bone detached from his body. The crimson soul ring lingered in the air, in disregarding Tang Hao's presence. Tang San raised his gaze in excitement, his eyes gleaming with avarice. It is my mother's soul ring. I have just reached the 30th level. Huh? Tang San's figure flickered as he materialized in an open space, settling into a cross-legged position. With his mind's intent, he summoned the blue-silver grass martial soul into the palm of his hand. I, Tang San, possess a soul ring of 100,000 years. Yi Ming. Prepare for your demise. As the title of the chosen one manifested for Yi Ming, he glanced towards the soul ring, realizing that he too had reached the 30th level. Chapter 050. Rise Again, My Beloved. Tang San understood in his heart that this century-old soul ring was a result of his mother's sacrifice. Thus he harbored no fears of unforeseen events. I am unwilling to accept this. It is something I have painstakingly planned for a long time. Tang Hao exclaimed in a moment of desperation, instinctively voicing his thoughts. Overwhelmed by despair, he quickly covered his mouth, leaving everyone around him in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that Tang Hao's selfless actions back then were merely a facade? One person in the crowd pondered aloud. Yi Ming concurred, saying, I recall that at that time, shortly after Tang San's birth, that woman named Ain was exceedingly frail. Another middle-aged man enlighteningly remarked, indeed, it was not long after that Tang Hao clashed with the elders of the clan. Could it be that he intentionally chose that moment to depart from the Haoyan sect with his wife and children? Indeed, if Tang San's mother were to recover, the spirit hall would face immense consequences should they attempt to act against her. Xiao Wu seemed to recall something. When I was very young, I heard my mother speak of the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor. Speaking of her strength, it is quite formidable in the expanse of blue-silver grass, Yi Ming added. What a coincidence, Tang Hao and his wife, having just departed, were discovered by the spirit hall, leaving them no time to reach the forest. At that moment, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. Such shamelessness, to resort to such actions in pursuit of a breakthrough, is utterly inhumane. I have heard that Tang Hao was merely one soul bone short at that time, and the sect provided him with all that it could. What a clever calculation. 100,000-year soul beast is bound to yield a soul bone. Upon overhearing the murmurs of the crowd, Tang Hao felt a pang of guilt and wished to depart swiftly. However, as he beheld the 100,000-year soul ring ascending towards the sky where his son was situated, a sense of relief washed over him. Unbeknownst to him that this direction was also where Yu Ming resided. After all, the third is the son of Ain, and he certainly would not place the blame on him. With the dual martial souls and innate full soul power of such remarkable quality, becoming the third's third soul ring renders him invincible at the same level, effortlessly capable of surpassing his peers. Initially, I perceived hope in the presence of the third party, which prompted me to abandon my daily despondency. What I deemed unattainable for myself, I was certain my son could achieve. Once the third child ascends to divinity, the perception of the world towards me will undoubtedly transform. Perhaps I shall even be revered as a deity, Tang Hao mused, envisioning a future while gazing at the 100,000-year soul ring. 2 hours elapsed, and all attention remained fixated on that illustrious soul ring, while the 5 elders of the Tang sect seemed to have vanished without a trace. The time for punishment had elapsed. Tang San watched as the crimson soul ring drew ever nearer, his eyes closed and soul power circulating, poised for absorption. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yu Xiaogang stirred awake. Observing Tang San meditating, with the blue-silver grass emanating a radiant glow. The expansive crimson soul ring, spanning several dozen meters, approached slowly, rising with immense anticipation. He thought to himself that even with 4 negative titles, with the third child present and a 100,000-year third soul ring, no one would dare look down upon him. Yu Xiaogang. The crowd believed that the 100,000-year soul ring would be sacrificed to Tang San. For their martial spirit, the blue-silver grass shared a profound connection, and Tang San was the only one with blood ties. It is truly detestable, having absorbed a soul ring of 100,000 years. Tang San will undoubtedly become as arrogant and conceited as his father, believing himself to be infallible in all matters. If he were to master the 9 absolutes of Hao Tian and Tang Hao's explosive rings, would he become even more unrestrained? I have heard that Tang San possesses innate full soul power and is a twin martial soul, which grants him an overwhelming advantage. Everyone expressed their concerns, fearing the potential harm that someone with such a negative title as Tang San could inflict when he becomes powerful. Xiao Wu furrowed her brow, glancing at Yu Ming, her heart beginning to fill with worry. "What's wrong, Xiao Wu?" Yu Ming inquired with concern. Xiao Wu anxiously nestled into Yu Ming's embrace, saying, "If Tang San, in his quest for suitable spirit rings, faces the threat of annihilation from a soul beast, will our clan be at risk? After all, I hail from the realm of spirit beasts, and I am acutely aware of the arduous struggle they endure for survival. Furthermore, in his quest for divinity, will Tang San resort to hunting high-aged soul beasts? By the time they reach 80,000 years, they will possess wisdom and emotions. Additionally, he has dual martial souls, thus requiring a greater number of soul rings than the average individual." Yu Ming gently caressed Xiao Wu's ponytail. "I promise you that from now on, I shall prevent Tang San from recklessly hunting soul beasts, and I will refrain from obtaining soul rings through the slaughter of these creatures. As for how I will obtain it, that remains a secret. You must trust me." Tang San naturally would not divulge to Xiao Wu that he possessed a system. Xiao Wu nodded, her face radiant with a sweet smile. Yi Ming was acutely aware of Tang San's profound disdain for the faceless demon spider. In the realm of soul beasts, the law of the jungle prevails, establishing a survival system unique to them. The grandiloquent proclamations of only slaying malevolent soul beasts, or those that initiate attacks, are mere rhetoric. If all soul beasts were gentle and refrained from conflict, such tranquility would ultimately lead them to extinction. It is akin to the world of soul masters, where only the strong wield power while the weak are trampled upon. Daimubai observed that the master was no longer a mere dog, and the threat of being hunted had passed. With newfound confidence, he looked towards Tang San, thinking that as long as he had him to rely on, even if he were a scoundrel, no one would dare to lay a hand on him. Meanwhile, Daimubai, with his keen senses sharpened by the evil eye white tiger, noticed Yi Ming standing amidst the crowd not far behind Tang San, cradling Xiao Wu in her arms, her expression darkening. He promptly informed Yu Xiaogang, "This leaf of tea still dares to remain in this place. Once the third party absorbs the 100,000-year soul ring, it shall meet its demise. Moreover, let Tang Hao understand that his son has become a mere dog because of Yi Ming, and he will not let this go unpunished." At this point, Yu Xiaogang cast a glance at Tang Hao, who was standing nearby. Heio Xiamian paused for a moment, feeling a lingering dizziness in his head and a burning pain in his face, although the strike did not utilize any soul power. A blow to the face is something no one can easily endure. "Tang Hao, what has transpired?" Yu Xiaogang promptly rephrased his inquiry, and subsequently, Dai Mubai provided a detailed account of the recent events that had unfolded. "What? The Buddha's wrath over the Tang lotus. Is the mistress a genius with hidden weapons? It is no wonder that those 5 individuals pursued me relentlessly. Were I to possess such capabilities, I too could pose a threat to the sect. If I were to betray, it would be reasonable to expect that I would face relentless pursuit, even if my accomplishments in the study of martial souls are erased. I possess a strategy that will still earn me the title of master." Yu Xiaogang stroked his beard, gazing at Dai Mubai, who appeared utterly bewildered. "Establishing the Tang sect. Allowing the mistress to instruct me in the art of concealed weapon crafting, with the astute intellect of Yu Xiaogang, the title of Grandmaster is surely within reach. This requires Mubai, who can provide some financial assistance." Dai Mubai understood, recalling the terrifying hidden weapons. The Star Luo Empire would no longer need to fear the Heaven Do Empire. In front of his elder brother, Davis, he would be able to hold his head high, and his father would not reproach him for his negative title. Meanwhile, Tang San sensed the impending aura of the 100,000-year soul ring and raised his left hand, holding the blue-silver grass aloft. "Come forth, my mother," as Tang San exclaimed, evoked in Yiming a particularly melodramatic phrase. "Arise, my beloved. Ding, the punishment has concluded." And the next titles will be announced in advance, 3 for the positive genius title and 3 for the negative wolf in sheep's clothing title. Tang San was overjoyed. "With my twin martial souls and 100,000-year spirit ring, I will undoubtedly obtain the genius title." Chapter 051. Tang San, do you know how to spend these 6 years? The divine sound resonated across the entire continent, once again causing a stir within the spirit master community, marking a full 6 years since the last announcement of positive titles. Yiming clearly understood that once she acquired that third spirit ring, the titles would soon follow. In Soto City, curiosity ran rampant among the populace regarding which 3 individuals would rise to prominence as the elite. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and the spirit master community echoed their sentiments. Tang San sat cross-legged, feeling the familiar aura of the 100,000-year spirit ring drawing ever closer. "I, Tang San, have the potential to absorb a soul ring of 100,000 years, which could elevate my soul power to the 40th level. Moreover, the synergy between my mother's soul ring and my martial spirit is remarkably harmonious, undoubtedly enhancing the quality of my blue-silver grass. Even if Yiming possesses a 100,000-year soul ring, the abilities derived from luck, such as soul skills and soul bone powers, shall never surpass my own. Upon reaching the 40th level, I desire the 4th soul ring to exceed a millennium in age. At merely 12 years of age, I shall soon ascend to the rank of soul master. Ha ha ha. I shall be the unparalleled first of all time," Tang San thought to himself, filled with joy. Becoming increasingly elated, possessing dual martial souls, with the second being the foremost weapon martial soul of the continent. An inconceivable soul ring configuration, 100,000-year soul ring, soul bones. Achieving the rank of soul master at the tender age of 12. On that day, I reluctantly accepted the title of genius, Tang San mused, believing himself to be so extraordinary that the term genius scarcely did him justice. It is truly unfortunate. How could there possibly be individuals who share my renown, let alone 2 of them? Contemplating this, Tang San's closed eyes slightly furrowed, and a sense of disdain welled up within him. He considered himself a singular genius. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, no longer despondent, became exceedingly exuberant, his gaze brimming with anticipation. An utterly absurd thought took root in his mind, prompting him to laugh heartily towards the heavens, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. "I understand now, ha ha ha. So that's how it is, truly fate, ha?" Yiming and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, somewhat bewildered by the situation. At this moment, Tang Hao's demeanor was utterly frenzied. Such is the nature of humanity. When confronted with despair, a glimmer of hope is seized upon with fervor. Tang Hao was no exception. All eyes were drawn to him, eager to hear what he would say next. After his ecstatic outburst, he calmed somewhat, noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of those around him. With a triumphant air, he gazed skyward and proclaimed, "Do you know why the positive titles have yet to arrive after 6 long years?" Upon uttering this, he surveyed the crowd, still appearing dazed and confused. "I, Tang Hao, once epitomized perfection. As the youngest titled Douluo, I possessed a spirit ring of 100,000 years and had gathered 6 pieces of soul bones. Everything is so perfect, which is why the title of genius has emerged now. Indeed, the divine perceives that for such a flawless individual, no reward could possibly suffice. Yet today, I shall step forward to unveil the terror of hidden weapons, severing my own arms, detaching my soul bone, and descending to the rank of a soul fighter. 100,000 years of soul rings and 3 pieces of soul bones have vanished, leading the divine to believe that a reward could be bestowed upon me, Tang Hao. God, next time just call my name. The title of genius belongs to me, Tang Hao," he proclaimed, bursting into laughter at his own declaration. Yiming and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, their hearts filled with disdain, perceiving his thoughts as utterly fanciful. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Yu Xiaogang felt a surge of confidence, convinced that he too was worthy of the title of genius. After all, genius is not solely defined by one's martial spirit. Individuals like him, endowed with intellect and strong analytical skills, possess the potential to become a national master. Therefore, I, Yu Xiaogang, shall undoubtedly attain the esteemed title. It will undoubtedly be the third party, myself and Tang Hao, he said, a look of self-satisfaction gracing his features as he glanced towards Tang San's position. The crimson 10,000-year soul ring had already appeared above Tang San's head, enveloping him in a gentle surge of energy. Become my soul ring, mother, and let Xiao San accompany you forever. Tang Hao felt a sense of comfort. Allowing Xiao San to absorb it meant that his previous efforts were not in vain, as it was something he had obtained through betrayal of his sect. Behold, the soul ring of 100,000 years has appeared atop Tang San's head, exclaimed the onlookers, pointing in awe. Alas, he has just acquired the title, as the advantage was undeniably apparent. How utterly disheartening, to allow such a person to attain this. I shan't watch any longer. It vexes me. I shall take my leave, bellowed a loud-voiced middle-aged gentleman, as he turned to depart, prompting many others to prepare to follow suit. Ah, that soul ring appears to be in motion, showing no signs of cessation, remarked a younger woman, pointing towards the sky. Those who were about to depart turned their gazes back, exclaiming, Indeed, but why does it seem to accelerate so noticeably as it passes above Tang San's head? Certainly. One has discerned the loathsome countenance of this father and son duo, but which direction does it point to? Behold, the title of the chosen one belongs to Yi Ming. 100,000 years of soul rings have chosen the child of destiny. How splendid! Tang San hurriedly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky, instantly rendered speechless. This is impossible. How could you not choose me? I am your son, after all. Could it be that the soul perceived is not that of his own son? Tang San would not consider that he had erred in any way, nor would he believe that he was despised for not being chosen. The 100,000-year soul ring soon circled above Yu Ming's head, drawn upwards by that crimson energy. Under the divine gaze of the illusory beast's eyes, his own transformed into a resplendent gold, exuding an aura of sanctity. Yi Ming felt the vibrant life force of the soul ring and soul bone merging. A powerful wave of soul energy emanating forth, as a crimson soul ring materialized around him. With a mere thought, he directed it to descend towards the earth, and at the moment of contact, dozens of blue-silver grasses sprouted from around Yi Ming, their hues bright and shimmering with a cerulean glow. The vitality is remarkably strong. My soul power has ascended to the 38th level. Yi Ming felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within. Subsequently, he glanced at his third soul skill, the summoning of the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, whose offensive techniques leaned more towards control. With its manifestation, the blue-silver domain would also be activated simultaneously. However, at the third ring, it could only exert 30% of the domain's full potential, yet that sufficed, as his mental strength had significantly amplified. The right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor bestowed upon Yi Ming two extraordinary abilities. One was the unquenchable wildfire, which resurrects life with the gentle breeze of spring, allowing for self-repair of the body, even the regrowth of severed limbs in an instant. Moreover, within the blue-silver domain, an area is abundant with blue-silver grass. The recovery of consumed soul power would be halved, a truly monstrous advantage. The other soul skill granted him the ability to fly, requiring minimal soul power expenditure. Yi Ming had gained a considerable understanding of his current prowess. Now, the soul beasts summoned by his three soul skills possessed a cultivation of 10,000 years. Upon summoning, each soul beast would contribute 20% of its 100,000-year attributes to his strength. This meant that when he summoned the 10,000-year Titan giant ape, his power would mirror its own. Additionally, having previously completed the task of placing a green hat on Tang San, the power of all his soul skills had doubled. The title of the Chosen One also conferred 100% enhancement to the wielder's strength. However, at present, his soul power was insufficient to simultaneously summon three 10,000-year soul beasts. Tang San watched as his own 100,000-year soul ring was absorbed by Yi Ming. Father, that Yi Ming has ruined him. I shall make him wish he were never born. Chapter 052. Tang Hao will transform into a dog. Tang Hao, witnessing the absorption of his hard-earned 100,000-year soul ring by another, was consumed by an overwhelming rage. Father, it is that Yi Ming, who, under the title of the Son of Destiny, subjects both my teacher and me to daily humiliation akin to that of dogs. As long as one is subjected to his animosity, and the targeted individual exhibits overwhelming rage, they will be transformed into a dog for 2 hours each day. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's expression instantly morphed into an incongruous grin, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. He recalled that there was still one remaining opportunity for transformation into a dog, and Tang Hao was now consumed with the desire to deliver a resounding slap to his son. However, he was so infuriated that he could not allow his true feelings to surface. Do not take to heart a mere 10,000-year soul ring, my dear. When the title of genius is bestowed upon you, the rewards from the divine will be far more splendid. Moreover, there will be even more commendable titles to come. Xiao San, I truly envy you. With your dual spirit souls and yet to possess a soul bone, the gifts bestowed upon you are undoubtedly of the highest quality. The 10,000-year soul ring does not befit you. Yu Ming felt a stir within her body, prompted by the energy of the third soul ring, and immediately conceived a plan. Hearing his father's explanation, Tang San felt a sense of relief within, casting a cold glance at Yu Ming, a peculiar smile creeping upon his lips. Yu Ming, you have truly stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. It appears my conjecture was not in vain. Your first soul ring was indeed acquired by sheer luck. In this world, power is paramount. No amount of luck can alter that. Unfazed, Yu Ming strode confidently through the crowd, making her way towards Tang Hao's position. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings illuminated around her, a brilliant crimson, a vibrant red that enveloped the entire arena. Everyone was left in awe, including Xiao Wu. How could it be? Just yesterday, he was merely a 20-level spirit master of the first ring. How did he achieve this? When did that second soul ring appear? 100,000 years. This is impossible. Tang San trembled as he saw Yu Ming approaching him. While he could attribute the first and third soul rings to fortune, the existence of the second soul ring completely bewildered him. Tang Hao's expression was exceedingly grim. He contemplated whether to risk becoming a dog and eliminate Yu Ming before it was too late, for this young man's potential undoubtedly posed a threat to him. At that moment, Yu Ming reached Tang San's side. Feeling the chilling gaze, Tang San knelt down immediately, yet Yu Ming did not pause, continuing forward towards Tang Hao's position. If I do not take action today to teach you a lesson, how can I reconcile with the third spirit ring? Upon hearing this, immediately rose, turning with a face full of schadenfreude. 2. Realized that as long as he did not exhibit anger, would provoke him on her own. This antagonism, which he found insatiable, made him feel like a mere dog. While maintaining a facade of seriousness, he was eager to resolve the matter with. Despite possessing 3 spirit rings of 100,000 years, he was still only in his 30s in terms of levels. He still had 4 spirit rings that had yet to be unleashed, and although they could not yet be repaired, remained confident. Should you wish to challenge me? Be prepared to accept defeat with grace. It is imperative that you do not harbor animosity towards me as a result, Tang Hao opined, advocating for a cautious approach. Yu Ming, not one for unnecessary words, activated her first soul skill, summoning a Titan great ape towering 10 meters high, an ancient creature of 10,000 years, doubling its might. Tang Hao, employing his legs as hammers, moved with remarkable swiftness, appearing as if by teleportation directly before the Titan great ape's head, delivering a powerful kick. The Titan great ape unleashed its domain, exerting control over gravity. Under the formidable influence of its 10,000-year, double-strength domain, Tang Hao was immediately enveloped in an overwhelming, intangible pressure. The first soul skill, Mountain Suppression, Tang Hao bellowed, confronting an entity as formidable as a mountain. His right leg surged with power, delivering a forceful kick. The Titan great ape responded without hesitation, its obsidian-hued right arm, with muscles harder than granite, coiling back to unleash a punch against the incoming assault. The sound of an explosion resonated, as both man and beast staggered back a few steps. Tang Hao felt a twinge of astonishment, his leg tingled. For he realized that even against a 40,000-year ordinary soul beast, he could effortlessly emerge victorious. How could it be possible that its strength is on par with mine? This was a Titan giant ape with double the strength, equivalent to a typical soul beast of 60,000 years. Tang Hao's 200-year soul ring glowed, and he exerted force with both legs, rapidly spinning in the air. The second soul skill, Earthquake. In the blink of an eye, I arrived at the Titan giant ape's abdomen, my spinning body coming to an abrupt halt, the bones in my right leg cracking audibly, indicating that my strength had vastly increased compared to before. As the abdomen was on the verge of being struck, the Titan giant ape gathered all its might into the palm of its broad hand. It is the grip of the Titan, an uncontrollable force. Weighing a staggering 10,000 pounds, Yu Ming spoke calmly. With a graceful flourish of her hand, she struck directly towards the incoming right leg, which descended like a colossal axe. A sharp and resonant sound pierced the air, striking the ears with an unpleasant clarity. The Titan great ape, undeterred by the pain radiating from its palm, exerted a tremendous grip, seizing Tang Hao's right leg and bringing his body to an abrupt halt. With a powerful motion, it flung him aside, sending him crashing to the ground. Dazed and momentarily disoriented, Tang Hao remained focused, for the Titan great ape descended upon him, its colossal feet resembling hammers, intent on reducing him to mere pulp. Summoning strength from his legs, he pushed off the ground just in time. Leaping into the air as the third soul ring, a vibrant purple of a millennium's age, illuminated around him. My third soul ring manifests as a rare power-type explosive crimson flame bear, boasting an impressive 4,000 years of cultivation. Its might rivals that of a 10,000-year soul skill. Prepare to meet your end. Tang Hao's legs radiated explosive force, turning a vivid crimson. With a simultaneous surge of power, his legs propelled him forward like a meteor plummeting through the sky. The Titan Great Ape unleashed its primal strength, swinging its fist directly in response. At the moment of collision, the ebony arm was rendered crimson by the overwhelming power emanating from Tang Hao's legs. However, Tang Hao had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle. His focus was solely on Yu Ming. He believed that with his final strike, he could obliterate him, leading to the inevitable demise of the Titan Great Ape as well. Tang Hao perceived the formidable nature of the soul skills granted by 100,000 years of cultivation, yet he noted that Yu Ming was merely 12 years old, and thus his own strength must be significantly lacking. In an instant, Tang Hao vanished, reappearing above Yu Ming. Witnessing this scene, Tang San was filled with immense excitement. At last, I, Tang San, am no longer condemned to live like a dog. My father has slain him and shattered his soul bone. Yu Xiaogang and Dai Mubai were equally overwhelmed with emotion, their hearts brimming with an intense hatred for Yu Ming. He died just like that. It is truly too lenient for him. All the onlookers instinctively covered their eyes, feeling an unsettling discomfort within. I trust him, for he has declared that he shall not spare the scoundrels who deceive and exploit the emotions of soul beasts, Xiao Wu stated resolutely, directing her gaze towards Yu Ming. Indeed, we must place our faith in him. Yu Ming is truly the chosen one. The crowd's emotions surged with fervor. Tang Hao, increasingly incensed, gathered all his soul power and bellowed, fourth soul skill, Annihilation Strike. With a forceful stomp of his right leg, Yu Ming remained remarkably composed. Possessing the strength of a Titan Great Ape doubled over 10,000 years, and with the title bestowing a complete enhancement to his attributes. His power far surpassed that of the Titan Great Apes summoned by the third ring. The Titan Giant Ape, with the soul bone skill, Titan Skybreaker. At that moment, everyone held their breath. Chapter 053, Tang Hao's Bark. Upon seeing Yu Ming, Tang Hao, with a hint of disdain in his smile and a chilling expression, could hardly believe that she would dare to confront him head-on with a soul bone skill. Embrace your demise, Yu Ming. Such a formidable first soul skill, if allowed to flourish, could indeed become quite troublesome. The remaining soul power you can wield is merely a fraction of the soul bone's potential. With your own strength being feeble, I have little to fear from your strike. A sense of quiet concern enveloped the onlookers regarding Yu Ming, for he was, after all, still quite youthful. Meanwhile, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Yu Xiaogang exchanged derisive smiles, their thoughts consumed by the impending demise of Yu Ming, leaving behind any lingering sense of humiliation they once felt. With Yu Ming's demise, the title of the Chosen One shall undoubtedly be mine. With the convergence of fortune and my innate potential, the title of genius shall soon be bestowed upon me. No one of my caliber, Tang San, can rival my prowess. Yu Xiaogang beamed with satisfaction. Xiao San, upon returning to the academy, I will assist you in seeking an appropriate third spirit ring. Should the opportunity arise, among the three of you, you shall be the strongest. A radiant joy illuminated Tang San's face as he mused. The title of genius will surely be awarded based on the varying levels of talent among the trio, and I, Tang San, shall undoubtedly claim the title of the foremost genius. Meanwhile, on the other side, a surge of earthy energy coalesced in Yu Ming's right hand, forming a formidable barrier. With a powerful punch, an overwhelming shockwave erupted from within that barrier. Tang Hao's right leg descended with ferocious force, a terrifying destructive power manifesting as a sphere of white energy upon his foot. The intensity of his killing intent instilled a palpable sense of dread in all who beheld Yu Ming. Boom rumble, the collision of two forces instantaneously obliterated the aura surrounding Tang Hao's right leg, as the immense energy pierced through his body. This strike, which nearly depleted all of Yu Ming's soul power, was comparable in potency to the ninth soul skill of those who had just ascended to the rank of title de law. Tang Hao was engulfed by this overwhelming force, sent hurtling into the air, rendered unconscious without even a sound of agony. With a swift motion, Yu Ming activated his flight ability, appearing mid-air, and grasped Tang Hao by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Tang San, witnessing his father's humiliation at the hands of Yu Ming, felt the mockery drain from his expression his body frozen in place with terror etched in his wide eyes. Yu Xiaogang, stunned by Yi Ming's explosive aura, collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai gazed at the unconscious Tang Hao, hoping for a miraculous turn of events. He could not believe that, despite Yi Ming's formidable soul master prowess, even with a terrifying soul ring configuration, his strength would be limited, and that Tang Hao had simply underestimated him. Indeed, Yi Ming was acutely aware that his ability to unleash the full power of the 10,000-year Titan Giant Ape Soulbone skill stemmed from the enhancement of his summoned beast's age to 10,000 years after reaching the third ring, which dramatically amplified his own strength, compounded by the augmentation of the title of Child of Destiny. However, this nearly exhausted his soul power. Yi Ming had cleverly exploited Tang Hao's overconfidence. Knowing he would choose to confront him directly, the 10,000-year Soulbone skill was indeed formidable, rivaling the 9th soul skill of a title de law. Yet it could only be executed once. Yi Ming currently lacked the means to contend with the strength of a title de law. Should he fail to incapacitate his opponent with a single blow, death would await him, as he risked depleting his soul power entirely. Furthermore, with Tang Hao's martial soul shattered and the Haotian hammer lost, even with 4 remaining soul rings, his capabilities were diminished to that of a soul master at the level of a soul king, possessing merely a fraction of his former strength. As he unleashed the Titan's celestial break, Yi Ming summoned the Titan Giant Ape back with his mind, surveying the disheveled Tang Hao. Without employing soul power, he relied solely on his physical strength, channeling a powerful punch into Tang Hao's chest, shattering the fabric of his back and releasing a force that sent shockwaves through the air. The wails that followed roused Tang Hao from his stupor. His face contorted in pain as blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. He screamed in anguish, "It hurts. Yi Ming, how can you be so ruthless? Is the Child of Destiny truly this cruel?" Every bone in Tang Hao's body felt crushed by the power of the soul bone. Had it not been for the other 3 soul bones, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Yet despite his torment, Tang Hao refrained from expressing anger, fully aware that succumbing to such humiliation would spell disaster for him. How excruciating. My entire body is in agony. If only the bone of the blue silver emperor in my right leg were intact, Tang Hao lamented, his body trembling uncontrollably from the piercing pain. Dai Mubai, witnessing Tang Hao's awakening and evident suffering, clung to a glimmer of hope and respectfully urged, "Your Majesty Haotian, Yi Ming's soul power must be utterly depleted. Do not hold back any longer. Swiftly eliminate him." Yi Ming cast a cold gaze towards Dai Mubai, holding Tang Hao closely. The turmoil emanating from the ancient blue-silver emperor's soul intensified. The 30,000-year soul ring illuminated, and with the scant remaining soul power, he summoned the true form of the blue-silver emperor. "My soul power can only sustain you for a minute. This is all the assistance I can offer," Yi Ming expressed with a glimmer of sympathy in her eyes. Suddenly, a golden-blue humanoid phantom emerged in the air, emanating an overwhelming vitality. Yi Ming, with no resistance from Tang Hao, hurled him towards the position of Tang San. The moment he landed, Tang Hao let out a pained scream, cold sweat pouring from him. Yi Ming then returned to the ground, raising her gaze towards the century-old blue-silver emperor. As the energy fluctuations spread, the blue-silver domain expanded beyond 100 meters. Countless blue-golden blue-silver grasses sprouted from the ground, enveloping everyone in a profound sense of comfort. Subsequently, luminous blue-golden energy particles began to emerge from the vines and leaves of the blue-silver grass, swirling dreamily and converging into Yi Ming's being. The soul power is gradually recovering. The blue-silver domain possesses such an ability, Yi Ming remarked in astonishment. The blue-silver emperor cast a glance at Yi Ming before shifting his gaze towards the position where Tang Hao stood. "Xiao San, swiftly take me away from here to your academy and find a healing spirit master for me. The pain is unbearable." Previously, he had contemplated assisting Xiao San in resolving his crisis, even going so far as to dismantle Shrek Academy and assault its principal in Yu Xiaogang. In this moment, Tang Hao was in a state of panic, sensing the profound hatred emanating from the ancient blue-silver emperor, urging him to flee at once. Upon hearing his plea, Tang San invoked the ghost shadow perplexing track in an attempt to whisk Tang Hao away. Dai Mubai and Yu Xiaogang were equally despondent, turning to escape. The blue-silver emperor raised an ethereal finger, and instantly, massive vines erupted from the ground, each as thick as a barrel. From these main vines sprouted thousands of slender tendrils that moved with astonishing speed, ensnaring the 4 of them and dragging them skyward. No matter how fiercely they struggled, They could not break free. The ancient blue-silver emperor's vines were incredibly resilient. Suspended in midair, the four of them resembled gourds hanging from the vines, their faces etched with terror as countless slender tendrils lashed out at them mercilessly. Within mere moments, Tang Hao, Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and Dai Mubai were left battered and bruised, their anguished cries echoing around them. Consumed by rage, Tang Hao's humiliation erupted in a desperate roar. "Ah, Yi Ming, the title of genius has descended. I, Tang Hao, shall surely slay you." Yi Ming responded with a faint smile. "Then, let Tang Hao become a dog." Chapter 054, Yu Xiaogang. I shall not attain the title of a white-eyed wolf. "Stop, Yi Ming, do not transform into a dog." Yi Ming stood frozen, for that voice did not belong to Tang Hao. In his current state of furious rage, Tang Hao was willing to endure the humiliation of becoming a dog to express the turmoil within him. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he cast his gaze towards the figure. The speaker was none other than Yu Xiaogang, disheveled and bruised, bearing a visage of pain intertwined with a hint of despair. Yu Xiaogang instinctively uttered those words, prompting a shift in Tang Hao's perception of him. A sense of surprise washed over Tang Hao. Is this the true intent behind recognizing him as my master? Yu Xiaogang is not entirely devoid of merit. He values loyalty and friendship. Hearing someone intervene on Yi Ming's behalf warmed Tang Hao's heart, yet the oppressive frustration remained, amplified by the harsh taunts. Yi Ming, however, remained indifferent to the scorn, for his decision to spare Tang Hao's life rather than execute him was deliberate. The blue-silver emperor did not relent, the tendrils thrashing about. As Tang San felt tears welling up with confusion, "If you must harbor hatred, let it be directed at your father. He is the one who deceived you. Why must I suffer alongside him?" Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken. Yu Xiaogang sensed the chilling intensity in Yi Ming's gaze and involuntarily shivered. "I did not mean it that way." He was unsure why he felt compelled to stop Yi Ming, but an image flashed in his mind of the three of them transformed into dogs. Aware that when it came to delicacies, he could never compete with the father-son duo. With a crisp sound, the slender vine struck Yu Xiaogangs face, compelling him to cast aside that thought. "I wonder why I have such thoughts. What am I worried about? After all, I am merely a human." Yu Xiaogang repeatedly pondered within his mind. Yi Ming shifted her gaze to Tang Hao and spoke with an icy demeanor. "Tang Hao, I hope that even in your 2 hours as a dog, you maintain the same arrogance and audacity, relentlessly pursuing what you desire without hesitation. Please, do not turn him into a dog," Yu Xiaogang cried out in anguish. Perhaps it was the phrase about obtaining what one desires by any means necessary that pushed Yu Xiaogang to his breaking point. The fine tendrils surrounding Tang Hao were exceptionally dense. Each one inflicted a torment so profound that it rendered him almost lifeless. Yet, he continued to utter fierce threats, his voice growing hoarse, showing no signs of relenting. "Ah, Yi Ming, having received the divine reward and restored my strength, I shall torment you to the depths of despair. I want you." Woof, 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 the frantic barking echoed as Tang Hao's eyes glowed crimson, his limbs resembling those of a dog, tearing at the vines with fervor. "That should suffice. You four may take your leave," the blue-silver emperor declared, casting the four individuals to the ground. Yi Ming summoned back the blue-silver emperor and turned to make her way toward the throng where Xiao Wu was situated. The crowd erupted in cheers, eagerly parting to create a path for the two, who then vanished amidst the sea of spectators. Meanwhile, Tang San struggled to rise, supporting Tang Hao as the four of them limped towards Shrek Academy. After a while, they arrived at a spot roughly a mile from the academy. Faintly, they could hear the lively sounds emanating from the academy's entrance, though the words remained indistinct. Yu Xiaogangs' eyes brightened as he murmured, "It is that time of year again when every academy recruits new students. This clamor cannot be mistaken. Our academy has never witnessed such a scene in previous years. It must be that upon hearing the imminent announcement of the title of genius, our academy has always upheld the principle of admitting only prodigies. The title of genius is about to be claimed by the third party. Perhaps our Shrek Academy will witness the emergence of two prodigies." As he spoke, Yu Xiaogangs' face, once contorted in pain, suddenly radiated a sense of pride. Engaging with individuals of genius, be they companions or friends, undoubtedly enhances the efficacy of one's cultivation. Our Shrek shall rise, and in due time, we shall establish a battle team. Aspiring to earn the prestigious title of the strongest academy in the upcoming Soul Master competition 3 years hence. Ma Hongjun, Oscar's martial spirit is indeed exceptionally formidable. Tang Hao's expression also softened considerably. The title of genius, come forth swiftly. I, Tang Hao, am favored by the divine. Meanwhile, Yi Ming, having ascended to a new realm, awaited the arrival of her title, which was to be bestowed upon her in just 3 days. The divine voice resonated. In 3 days. 3 slots for the positive title of genius and 3 slots for the negative title of ingratitude will be conferred. Upon hearing the divine proclamation, Tang Hao paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, declaring, I, Tang Hao, am indeed a child of the divine. As the 4 approached the academy, an unsettling feeling began to envelop them. Hand over Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, and Dai Mubai. Otherwise, we shall dismantle your Shrek Academy today. It is said that the Pope of the Spirit Hall is also en route, determined to torment Yu Xiaogang to his demise. Take him to the Spirit Hall to claim the reward. The benefits will undoubtedly be significant. Upon hearing the commotion from the crowd, Yu Xiaogang was instantly filled with panic. It dawned on him that his rapport with the opposite sex had dwindled to nothing. Thus, Bibi Dong must have completely forgotten their past entanglements. She detested scoundrels the most. And with Mubai backed by the Star Luo royal family, Bibi Dong would certainly avoid unnecessary trouble for the sake of Dai Mubai. However, Yu Xiaogang was in a different predicament, having been expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Indeed, it was a gathering of 3 individuals scorned by their respective sections. With a look of anxiety, Yu Xiaogang urged, quickly, enter through the rear entrance of the academy. I have a plan that may help us escape this dire situation. However, that is the dog hole left for the 2 of us when we transformed into canines, Tang San remarked, appearing somewhat distressed. Yu Xiaogang grew increasingly anxious, exclaiming, there's no time for such considerations. Our lives are at stake. We must leave at once. Meanwhile, upon hearing the crowd mention that the Spirit Hall would come, led by the current Pope, Tang Hao recalled the presence of Zhu Dalaw and Gui Dalaw beside him, who invariably accompanied Bibi Dong on her outings. Dear Xiaosan, you all may head to the academy without me. I have some matters to attend to and shall not remain at the academy, Tang Hao declared with utmost seriousness, betraying not a hint of fear. Tang San inquired with concern, Father, your injuries are quite severe. It would be wise to recuperate at the academy first. There is no rush to go. Meanwhile, Tang Xin appeared somewhat awkward, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Under the illustrious sky of the heavenly emperor, how could I possibly crawl through a dog hole to enter the academy? Tang San replied, Father, if you enter through the main gate, you bear no negative titles and no one will recognize you. Your current appearance is so vastly different from before, perhaps the crowd, seeing your disability, would even graciously part ways and assist you in. Speak not too much. My father has his own plans, and I possess the means to recover from my injuries. You should leave swiftly. Tang Hao desired nothing more than to depart quickly, for he had once dealt a severe beating to both Zhu Doluo and Gui Doluo, and he was fearful of encountering them again. Take care, Tang Hao, Yu Xiaogang remarked, still feeling a burning sensation on his face. Tang Hao, however, paid no heed. Admiring Yu Xiaogang even more, he was not one to indulge in flattery. My son, Tang San, possesses a discerning eye. Once Tang Hao departed, Yu Xiaogang shed his pretense and hurriedly said, quickly return and find Ji Kuan. He has been at the academy for 2.5 years. And his martial soul is quite unique. He has the means to help me transform, to become a woman. He refrained from expressing this in front of Tang Hao, as it felt too embarrassing. Tang San and Dai Mubai were left dumbfounded. Master, what does this mean? Chapter 055, Yu Xiaogang. Bibiong calls me sister. As the 3 were about to reach the back mountain of the academy, they discovered a small hole in the wall, barely large enough for a dog to pass through. Xiaosan, hurry up and keep up. Once we enter, head straight to Ji Kuan's residence. This is precisely the time he engages in his cultivation, Yu Xiaogang exclaimed breathlessly as he sprinted. At the bend of the cave entrance, with remarkable agility, Yu Xiaogang transitioned from a standing run to a prone position, his upper body nearing the ground. In an instant, he supported himself on his arms, executing a swift drift around the corner like a dog, maintaining his speed effortlessly. Subsequently, he crawled on all fours, his belly pressed against the ground, slipping inside. Tang San closely followed, mimicking the same motion as he entered the narrow passage. Behind them, Dai Mubai was left astounded, witnessing the proficiency of their movements. The swift turn signifies true speed. Little 3, Master, you indeed deserve the moniker Fast Man, as the entire process took less than 3 seconds, exclaimed Dai Mubai in awe. The exterior walls of Shrek stood a towering 5 meters high, and with his soul power yet to be restored, Dai Mubai could only find his own way to slip inside. Within a few minutes, the trio arrived at the exterior of a house, which appeared remarkably pristine, adorned with vast patches of resplendent red and blue flowers, whose vibrant petals served as materials for rouge. Upon hearing a commotion from within the house, Yu Xiaojiang's previously clouded expression brightened instantly. Splendid! Kuan is indeed inside the house. Salvation is at hand. The three individuals heard the sound of Kuan's voice emanating from within, resembling a form of rhythmic chanting. Ah, my dear, you are simply exquisite. Bebe, truly breathtaking, exclaimed Yu Xiaojiang, bursting through the door with exuberance. Inside the room stood a figure clad in suspenders, with a center-parted hairstyle, fair skin, exuding an elegance not typically associated with masculinity. At that moment, Ji Kuan had his left hand resting on his groin, while his right hand gestured in a peace sign, his feet positioned in a wide stance, rhythmically shifting his weight. Upon noticing the door to his room being flung open, Ji Kuan's expression turned to one of displeasure. You, what are you doing? Yasuhiro fixed his gaze on Yu Xiaogang, his voice resonating with an alluring magnetism. Kuan, there is no time for explanations. Use your martial soul to transform me into a woman, quickly. Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed in a state of panic. Ji Kuan's martial soul is an exceptionally rare variant among avian species, known as the feathered princess belly. Its feathers are a lustrous black, and it is a remarkably vain male. Ji Kuan's admission into Shrek Academy signifies his exceptional talent, and for the past 2.5 years, he has diligently practiced in his room at this hour. Those who mock Ji Kuan's mutated martial soul often face dire consequences, while some admire its glossy black feathers and striking appearance. The admirers of the feathered princess belly, collectively known as the Little Black Fans, have even bestowed upon it the affectionate nickname, BB. Ji Kuan's martial soul is formidable among beast martial souls, and as a 31st level assault-type soul master, he possesses an optimal configuration of soul rings. Ji Kuan's first soul skill, Arm Feather Transformation, adorns his right arm with the black feathers of the feathered princess. Leaning slightly forward, he rapidly shakes his shoulder and elbow, launching the razor-sharp feathers with tremendous force. Thus, Ji Kuan practices this movement thousands of times each day. The faster he performs it, the greater the power he wields. His second soul skill is called Soul Power Sphere. The feathered princess belly gathers soul power, hatching spheres of energy compressed into soul power, whose trajectories are unpredictable, dictated by Ji Kuan's own movements. As his soul power level rises, both the potency and quantity of the soul power spheres increase. Due to the feathered princess belly's profound vanity, constant praise significantly enhances the attacking power of the soul power spheres. This is the essence of Ji Kuan's practice, where he continually sings praises to bolster his skills. Ah, how exquisite you are, Bebe. Truly, you are beyond beautiful, oh Bebe. The exclamation of "oh" emanated from Ji Kuan, resonating with the very essence of his soul, enabling instantaneous communion with his spirit. The third soul skill of Ji Kuan was precisely the reason for Yu Xiaojiang's visit. This soul ring originated from a 2,000-year-old soul beast adept at camouflage. Although Ji Kuan was perturbed by the interruption, his mood soured. He was nonetheless a good friend of the dean. With a mere thought, he attempted to summon his martial spirit, yet it remained dormant. His martial spirit, the feathered princess Bailey, held a disdain for Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, in a state of panic, realized, it must be my recklessness that has caused the proud feathered princess Bailey to refuse assistance. Ji Kuan, in resignation, stated, Master, I am unable to assist you. However, a spark ignited in the master's eyes, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. Yu Xiaojiang then approached Ji Kuan, his countenance betraying an expression of admiration. Yuhan Belly I, Yu Xiaojiang, delight in singing and dancing, and I dedicate this performance to you. Yu Xiaojiang felt a surge of anticipation within. Spending too much time idly at the academy leaves me wandering aimlessly, and each time I approach the entrance of Ji Kuan, I find myself peering through the window to steal a glance. The allure of that movement was so captivating that Yu Xiaojiang could not help but become increasingly enthralled, stifling laughter at the sheer absurdity of it all. Yet, at that moment, Yu Xiaojiang was determined to maintain an air of reverence, his expression one of admiration. With a graceful leap and a turn, he faced away from Ji Kuan, mimicking the whimsical actions with remarkable precision and flair. As he danced, Yu Xiaojiang effusively praised Yuhan Belly, leaving Ji Kuan both perplexed and irresistibly tempted to join in the dance. Haha, I have often stolen glances in my spare time, and now it proves useful. Yu Xiaojiang sensed an unusual aura emanating from Ji Kuan, and his instinct for survival intensified. His movements became increasingly adept, particularly during that segment of Taishanko, which flowed with an effortless grace. Your beauty is unparalleled, Bebe. As Yu Xiaojiang's expression grew increasingly deranged, Tang San and Dai Mubai found themselves utterly bewildered, overwhelmed by a sense of utter humiliation. It seemed that Yu Xiaojiang had reached the zenith of his emotions, signaling that it was time to unveil his ultimate weapon. With a sultry tone, he called out, "Brother Wuji." His voice was sharp and laced with a peculiar timbre, sending shivers down the spines of Tang San and Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this reverent and deeply admiring address, Yuji Bailey made her grand entrance. Her feathers were a striking black, and the comb upon her forehead shimmered with iridescent hues, while her eyes sparkled like sapphires, with lashes elegantly curling upwards, rendering her exceedingly enchanting. In that moment, the third purple soul ring on Ji Kuan's body began to illuminate. The third soul skill, Wings of Love, the Enchantress. The Enchantress by Li, adorned with a resplendent, multicolored crown upon her brow, emanates a dazzling radiance. Those who harbor hostility towards her host become entranced by this brilliance, rendered dazed and ensnared in a shroud of inky feathers, encapsulating them into a sphere of darkness. This enchantment persists for a duration of 1 minute, during which the feathers incessantly siphon the opponent's soul power. Throughout this process, the host must refrain from offensive actions, focusing instead on control, thus enabling a decisive strike in collaboration with teammates. However, should the adversary's mental fortitude vastly surpass that of the host, the enchantment proves ineffective. Conversely, those who harbor affection and admiration for Bailey find themselves enveloped in the dark feathers, undergoing a transformation, which, after 1 minute, dissipates the feathers, successfully concealing their true form. Yet, to maintain this guise requires a substantial expenditure of soul power. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang would find his daily soul power consumed solely for the purpose of sustaining the disguise, rendering him increasingly insubstantial. Meanwhile, at the main entrance of Shrek Academy, the Pope Bibidong has arrived. Flinder and Zhao Wujie are locked in a tense confrontation with the spirit Douluo and the ghost Douluo, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. A magnetic female voice resonated, exquisitely melodious, gentle, and sweet. All the residents of Soto City, along with Bai Dong, Zhu Doluo, Flinder, and Zhao Wujie from the spirit hall, turned their expectant gazes towards that figure, for the voice was so enchanting that it could only belong to an unparalleled beauty. However, when everyone beheld her visage, they were taken aback. Chapter 056. Yu Xiaojiang is even more effeminate than Zhu Doluo. Even Bai Dong, the current pope, appeared somewhat flustered, for the appearance was truly eye-scorching. Clad in a flowing gown of azure silk, she hurried towards the academy's main entrance, her arms slightly bent, fingers delicately poised. As she ran, her heels exaggeratedly approached her posterior, reminiscent of Daji's gait. The long skirt billowed in the wind, revealing sturdy calves adorned with a profusion of leg hair. Coupled with a barrel-shaped waist, while her bosom was ample, it sagged significantly. Her coarse visage exuded an oily sheen, with blush on her cheeks appearing freshly applied. The lipstick on her lips accentuated their size, and a thick, dark stubble adorned her chin, devoid of an Adam's apple. Her long, raven-black hair appeared dry and lifeless. It seemed as though something had entered her nostrils. As she ran, she fiddled with her nose using her index finger, akin to a flower in bloom. How terrifying! We must flee. Within mere moments, nearly everyone was seized by panic and hastily departed from the scene. Bibidong's expression darkened. The figure drew ever closer, and as the Pope, she could not afford to retreat, maintaining an air of superiority. However, the smile that adorned that face sent a shiver down her spine. Upon reaching the main entrance, the figure showed no signs of halting, preparing to embrace Bibidong with outstretched arms. A surge of soul power erupted, and an overwhelming pressure rendered her immobile. It was none other than the disguised Yu Xiaojiang. "East, it's me, Xiaogang. Do you not remember?" Yu Xiaogang contemplated transforming into a female, pondering whether this alteration might rekindle the affections of those he once knew. Even in the direst outcome, he would not be subjected to the torment of being regarded as a scoundrel. Zhu Doluo, unable to bear the sight, felt a sense of revulsion towards Yu Xiaogang, whose demeanor, influenced by the nature of his martial soul, bore a somewhat effeminate quality. With a mere thought, a blade of pure gold was pressed against Yu Xiaogang's neck. Flinder had never encountered this individual at the academy, but upon hearing him claim to be Xiaogang, he cast a fleeting glance before hastily averting his gaze. The resemblance was unsettling, However, the four grotesque green titles above his head only served to confirm his identity. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Gue Kun soon arrived, hastily releasing their martial souls, ready to take action without pausing to ponder the reasons behind the unfolding events. Yu Guan, step aside. This woman seems to know me. She refers to me as Donger, which must mean she is someone I encountered before my time in the spirit hall. Bibi Dong was reluctant to delve into her memories. However, upon noticing the negative title above the other's head, her brow furrowed. Although disguised as a woman, the derogatory moniker of a scoundrel still lingered. Yu Xiaogang felt disheartened. His affection had not been rekindled, and without the backing of the spirit hall. He pondered the necessity of establishing the Tang sect. Yet, sensing that Bibi Dong still cared about the title she bore and perceiving no murderous intent from her, he breathed a sigh of relief. Having been childhood companions, he recounted a few of her past experiences, which left Bibi Dong in astonishment. Yu Xiaojing shook his head with a long sigh. In my youth, I too was a figure of unparalleled elegance, renowned for my striking beauty, often hailed as the most beautiful person across the continent. As for the reasons behind my current state, I find it difficult to disclose, for there are unspoken complexities. At this juncture, her voice, sweet and melodious yet tinged with an unsettling quality, resembled that of Dong Shi imitating a frown, revealing her inner turmoil. Her expression was one that evoked a sense of discomfort in those who beheld it. Even Bai Dong felt a shiver run through her soul, possessing dual martial souls, both of which bore the eerie visage of arachnids. She was accustomed to such species. Thus, one can only imagine the frightful appearance of the woman before her. Abandoning the thought, she departed from Shrek Academy. Upon their return to the academy, Yu Xiaogang ceased to maintain his disguise, reverting to his true form. Yet his complexion was ashen, and his eyes were devoid of life, appearing exceedingly frail. Teacher, please assist me in finding a suitable third spirit ring tomorrow, Tang San said eagerly. In his mind, Yu Xiaogang found himself engulfed in a void, as if all the knowledge he had clandestinely acquired had been erased. Master is weary. I shall retire to my chamber for rest, and we shall speak again tomorrow, Yu Xiaogang remarked as he returned to his room, delving into his books. Meanwhile, Yi Ming and Xiao Wu departed from their hotel, making their way to the Tiando Royal Academy for enrollment. Given Yi Ming's extraordinary talent and the accolades of genius attributed to her, there was little cause for concern regarding any soul-level individuals troubling Xiao Wu. After all, the three esteemed committee members, along with the formidable poison master Gubo, remained loyal to the Tiando royal family. Any attempt to harm Xiao Wu due to such trivial disputes would compel them to expel Yu Ming from the academy, a loss they could ill afford. Thus, there was no necessity to venture into the icy flames of conflict or to seek the heart-wrenching red of longing. Ding! The first round of eliminating Yu Xiaogang and humiliating Tang San has been completed. Proceed to release the next round of tasks. First task: etch the faade of a hypocrite onto Tang San's visage. The reward shall be the doubling of all soul ring durations, including those acquired in the future. The second task: having claimed the first blood of Qian Renxue. A reward of 100,000 years of the dark demon evil god tiger will be voluntarily offered as a sacrifice. A voice from the system, audible only to Yi Ming, resonated. Etched upon the face? This is far more humiliating than a title atop one's head. Upon hearing the rewards bestowed by the system, an exhilarating sensation surged within, particularly regarding the second task's promised boon. The first task was a mere trifle for Yi Ming, and upon receiving the reward, he willingly offered a 200,000-year dark demon evil god tiger as a sacrifice. It is noteworthy that a soul beast with merely 60,000 years of cultivation could pose a challenge even for Tang San, a title de law. Contemplating the possibility that if all soul beasts were to elevate their cultivation to 200,000 years, would the duration of his 3-ring summoning change? If it were to change, perhaps with a 4-ring summon, he could call forth a 60,000-year dark-eyed evil god tiger, which would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of soul power. Its attributes are impressively diverse, comprising 6 elements: evil, darkness, space, time, wind, and lightning. The beast's speed is nothing short of terrifying. Should he summon it, inheriting its attributes would surely compensate for his current shortcomings in velocity. However, the second task is not without its challenges. Even Tang San, with his pseudo-personality, could make Qian Renxue harbor feelings of affection. With thoughts of Xue Qinghe at the Tiando Imperial Palace, Yi Ming quickly devised a plan. As the two journeyed onward, a familiar silhouette caught Yi Ming's attention. The young woman possessed a stunning figure, exuding an aura of a mature enchantress, clad in a tight black and purple ensemble that accentuated her ample bosom. With an exquisite visage framed by soft, flowing locks, it was not difficult for Yi Ming to deduce that she was en route to Shrek Academy. However, her expression clearly conveyed dissatisfaction, likely in pursuit of that Daimubai. Meanwhile, Yi Ming's title of the Chosen One remained unmasked. Zhu Zhuqing wore a frosty countenance, contemplating how to dissuade the individual, yet she was unaware of the direction to Shrek Academy, just as she intended to inquire from a passerby. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a youthful figure brushing past, the dazzling 4 characters above his head causing her to pause and turn back. "Excuse me. Could you please direct me to Shrek Academy?" The voice was melodious, akin to a celestial serenade. Yu Ming halted in her tracks, and upon hearing the enchanting tone, Xiao Wu turned around to behold a girl of extraordinary beauty. With genuine concern, she approached and cautioned, "Shrek Academy is not a place to be taken lightly. Are you intending to enroll there? Would you consider joining our academy instead?" Meanwhile, Yu Ming stepped forward and gestured towards the distant sky. "Do you see that green light? That is where Shrek Academy resides." Chapter 057. Zhu Zhuqing's changing orientation following Yi Ming's indication. Zhu Zhuqing gazed into the distance, and indeed, far beyond. A green light reminiscent of the aurora illuminated a portion of the clouds. Zhu Zhuqing then addressed the two. "I initially intended to report to Shrek Academy. However, the negative titles are all attributed to Shrek and his companions. Now, they must attend to their own affairs. I have yet to decide which academy to join, but I will certainly contemplate it." Yi Ming could sense Zhu Zhuqing's apprehensions. After all, she hailed from the Star Luo Empire. Joining a prestigious academy affiliated with the Tiando royal family would inevitably raise suspicions among the Star Luo royalty, potentially impacting her family. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude to Yi Ming, and as she glanced at the adorable figure of Xiao Wu, a subtle smile graced her otherwise icy visage. "My name is Zhu Zhuqing, and I have yet to make any acquaintances in Tiando. Once I have attended to my own matters, would you mind taking me around?" Observing Xiao Wu's enthusiastic and charming demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing felt a warm sensation in her heart. Apart from Ming and Ming, Xiao Wu had not made any other friends, and she eagerly approached Zhu Zhuqing, filled with immense joy. "Bamboo Qing, the individuals from Shrek Academy are unreasonable, and their thoughts are rather base. It would be unwise for you to go alone. Perhaps I and Yi Ming could accompany you. He is indeed quite formidable. They wouldn't dare to take any action against you." Xiao Wu expressed her concerns, pouting slightly. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, reluctant to involve others in her troubles. Yu Ming appeared to have a thought, her lips curling into a faint smile as she murmured, "It is also time to obtain something from Tang San. He is aware that Shrek Academy harbors 2 soul saints and 1 soul emperor, which may pose a challenge." Yi Ming approached Xiao Wu and remarked, "Zhuqing, I too have matters to attend to. Let us proceed together." Zhu Zhuqing no longer hesitated, and the 3 companions set off towards Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the dean instructed an administrator to prepare for this year's enrollment registration at the academy's entrance. It is likely that the members of the Spirit Hall have departed, and Daimubai's soul power has yet to be restored. You may summon the chubby one to accompany you. Recently, due to gambling, I find myself in a precarious financial situation. You understand what needs to be done," said the man, sporting a pair of distinctive mustachios adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, and possessing a pair of cunning, hawk-like eyes. Indeed, he was Flandra. "The academy cannot afford to support so many individuals. Do you understand?" The steward nodded, then prepared to take his leave. "Wait a moment. Xiao Gang is feeling quite weak right now. Please inform Xiao Ao that Xiao Gang desires to have a taste of his delicacies and ask him to come inside." At the mere mention of this, the manager couldn't help but shudder, recalling the disguised appearance. He wondered whether Yu Xiaogang's inclinations were indeed conventional and secretly felt a pang of anxiety for Oscar. Meanwhile, Yi Ming and the others arrived at a desolate wilderness where the ground was overrun with weeds and the surrounding trees intertwined chaotically. The path beneath their feet was a rugged, uneven dirt road. After traveling a short distance, the trio spotted a gathering of more than 20 individuals lining up to register ahead. How can there still be people attending such a dilapidated school? It appears utterly worn down, and the green light is even more blinding, Xiao remarked with confusion. At that moment, Yu Ming noticed a wooden cabin within Shrek Academy, from which emerged large, feculent green characters. They fluctuated slightly, making them difficult for ordinary individuals to perceive. The person in that room is undoubtedly Yu Xiaogang. I cannot fathom what he is doing inside, his head bobbing up and down. Is he perhaps consuming something? Yi Ming expressed her bewilderment. The trio swiftly approached the assembly, eavesdropping on the murmurs within the crowd. Accompanied by their parents, the children had come to register for the first time. Although they were aware of the negative notoriety surrounding the academy, the prospect of graduating from such a place rendered all grievances trivial. An elderly lady, upon surveying the dilapidated facilities, wore a countenance full of discontent. Is this truly considered an academy? It lacks even a proper entrance, merely constructed from wooden stakes, remarked another middle-aged gentleman as he held his child by the hand. I heard from those in the spirit hall that graduating from here grants one the title of Viscount. This is truly the only opportunity for us common folk to rise above our station. To gain admission to the academy undoubtedly signifies a remarkable future. Yet one cannot help but wonder if the brilliance of such an opportunity may be overwhelming for the children's eyes. Meanwhile, the accompanying children felt a sense of embarrassment about attending school here, burdened by 6 negative epithets associated with Shrek. Yet they hailed from humble beginnings and possessed no alternative options. Perhaps the true academy does not reside here. This is merely a test. The registration fee amounts to 10 golden soul coins, a woman added. A single gold soul coin could sustain an ordinary family of 3 for several months. The woman reached into her pocket, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart, for it contained her entire savings. Yi Ming, overhearing the murmurs within the crowd, felt a surge of disdain, for upon Yu Xiaogang was a token bestowed upon her long ago by Bi Dong, undoubtedly leveraging the reputation of the Spirit Hall to amass registration fees, while promising a noble title upon graduation. At that moment, a modestly dressed youth, unremarkable in appearance, approached respectfully alongside his father, producing a bulging pouch of coins. Teacher, here are 10 gold soul coins. Please accept them. The youth declared as he tossed the coins into the wooden box resting on the table, his gaze directed towards the attendant responsible for registration. The attendant, however, appeared to be dozing off, his head tilted to one side, and with a languid voice, he muttered, "Extend a hand." The youth rolled up his sleeves and placed his hand upon the table, while the teacher remained in a relaxed posture, squinting as he rested his hand on the youth's pulse. With an expression of displeasure, he impatiently stated, "Not of the appropriate age." Next, an adult nearby interjected urgently, "Please make an exception. My child has just turned 14 and has excelled in the previous academy, boasting a first soul ring of a yellow 100-year and being a level 21 Great Soul Master." The responsible teacher furrowed his brow. Having encountered many individuals harboring such misplaced hopes, he rose and coldly declared, "The academy has regulations. Those over the age of 13 will not be admitted. The requirement is that one must possess a soul power exceeding level 20. Should either of these criteria not be met, do not waste your time here. Feel free to depart." After uttering this statement, the overseer discreetly narrowed his eyes, keenly observing the reactions around him. The individuals in line behind him were well aware of the enrollment conditions. Their decisions were made with careful consideration, and they harbored no illusions of fortune. Noticing that no one chose to leave, the overseer felt a sense of quiet satisfaction within. Currently, there were only 5 students enrolled in the academy, and today, at most, one more would be accepted. He mused that this was merely the first of 4 assessments. To gain entry into Shrek Academy, one must be truly exceptional. It seemed that today would yield a considerable amount of gold soul coins, which would surely please the dean. With that thought, he turned and lazily resumed his position in the armchair. "The registration fee, please refund it." "I will seek alternatives," the middle-aged man said, his heart filled with reluctance. Upon hearing this, the teacher's expression darkened. "The registration fee is non-refundable. Leave promptly and do not disrupt the others." The middle-aged man retorted angrily, "You are clearly deceiving us. If I cannot enroll, why is a refund impossible? 10 gold soul coins are sufficient to cover 2 years of expenses. If we don't get a refund today, we shall not leave." The manager, seemingly accustomed to such individuals, approached a tree and called out, "Fatty, wake up. Someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee." Following this, a figure leaped from the 10-meter-high tree, moving with such swiftness that it was difficult to discern, possibly due to its size. "Look, what has fallen?" Everyone's gaze turned towards the sky. "It seems like a pig," Yu Ming scoffed coldly. Hearing her words, Luo Hongjun was consumed by a mix of anger and shame. Yet in the next moment, his gaze shifted to Zhu Shuqing and Xiao Wu beside him. A lewd expression overtook his face, as the wicked desires within him became increasingly difficult to suppress. Yi Ming positioned herself before the two, her 300,000-year soul rings glowing simultaneously, summoning the blue-silver emperor, whose domain extended across 100 meters. Indeed, the individuals from Shrek are utterly unreasonable. Their thoughts are quite sordid, Zhu Xing reflected disdainfully. Chapter 58. Who could the ungrateful wolf be? A formidable aura emanated from Yi Ming, her icy gaze fixed on Ma Hongjun in the distance. All those present were left in utter astonishment upon witnessing Yi Ming's soul ring configuration. They had never encountered her before. The crowd, lined up, stood agape in disbelief. My goodness, could that red ring truly be a 100,000-year soul ring? I had only heard whispers of such a phenomenon, never expecting to witness it firsthand. Wasn't the optimal first soul ring supposed to be a yellow one from 100 years? The youth appeared. After a moment, Qin Huairu, her cheeks flushed, stepped out of the room. Su Damao closed the door behind her, feeling a surge of irritation as Yi Zhonghai happened to pass by at that moment. In his previous life, during a tumultuous period for China, he often engaged in strategic discussions within the presidential office, making numerous pivotal decisions that would influence the nation's fate. The scarcity of fertile land in the region, coupled with the absence of a monarch, allowed for survival. Moreover, if a proper battle formation was established, and mutual cooperation was understood, even a mediocre quality lacking spiritual plants could prove formidable. Just the weakest middle grade level, when employing a combination formation or agricultural technique, would be exceedingly challenging to counter. All right, I will replenish my drink first, and then we shall toast, Guo Wei stated, and under Wang Yan's cheerful gaze, he filled his glass with the previously untouched wine. Long Shun faced the enormous shadow of a claw, as wide as several meters, bearing down like a wall. He clenched his right fist and struck with force. Each successful defense not only showcased his prowess to the opposing team but also invited admiration from the audience. As he pointed towards the position occupied by their esteemed leader, Li Ck. As critical moments approached, Luo Hao became increasingly composed, strategizing with a calm demeanor. Clutching the 5 remaining pieces in his hand, feeling as though he had returned to a previous life on Kunlun Mountain, besieged by those who had attained enlightenment. Subsequently, he usually reduced, even ceased, the supply of lunch boxes, while Su Damao opportunely revealed himself, consistently providing plain steamed buns. Naturally, Qin Huairu's attitude towards him shifted, if only to secure better provisions. A pair of slender legs, akin to white jade, subtly emerged beneath her skirt, evoking intrigue, adorned with transparent crystal shoes. Reminiscent of a princess stepping out from a comic. Even the mightiest Yuan Wei was on the verge of defeat at Lin Zhe's hands. What could they do? He inhaled deeply, lowering his ambitions as his body felt rejuvenated. Yet, in the next moment, Kaiza reappeared. Reflecting on this, he swiftly retrieved a grenade from his pocket and tossed it into the nearby thicket, setting aside the fact that they had been separated since childhood. How could Nangong Shang harbor any significant feelings for her after nearly 20 years apart? Loda would certainly never divulge that she would rather die than admit to being rubbed into the ground if she did not resist. The emotions of defiance had elicited a response from the ale energy. Nan Su wished to carry Chun Mashing, yet his trembling body rendered him powerless, and he failed to lift him several times. Although the hit rate of the rifle was not particularly high, it masked the gunfire from Chun Mo's earlier shot, allowing the enemy to remain oblivious to the unexpected guests on the battlefield. Du Ziyuan observed this rather mundane scene at the Lin family gate and felt a flicker of warmth. Even though he had now become a renowned comic artist, bestowed with the title of prince and had mastered the art of flight, with the prospect of immortality ahead, he still yearned for such warm and simple days. She could never forget the moment she was brought before Su Jingzhou, when her father scrutinized her with a cold and unfeeling gaze, delivering a frigid warning against harboring any illusions about the Su Corporation. Each visit to the academy left him with the sensation of being a rare animal on display in a zoo. This is what I ought to do. Sometimes, a simple word of concern can capture a person's heart. Chapter 059, Yu Xiaogan's thoughts on Flander. The opponent is a soul saint. Merely hearing this title evokes a sense of terrifying pressure. How audacious of the chosen one to jest with him. It appears that dire consequences await. The surrounding crowd, each accompanied by their children, retreated to the sidelines, fearing for their own safety. The disparity in levels is exceedingly vast. Even if the destined child possesses 3 soul rings of 100,000 years, their soul power is unlikely to endure for even the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. The other party appeared formidable. The destined child displayed an overbearing strength, leaving no room for retreat. The strong are proud, possessing a fiercely protective sense of self-esteem. And to be subjected to such humiliation is likely to provoke a violent reaction. The distressed uncle, who had just been frantically seeking a refund for his registration fee, remarked with a hint of concern. After all, Yu Ming had stepped forward, openly shaming the opponent, which somewhat restored his equilibrium. Meanwhile, the steward, Li, sensed the sarcasm in the words and violently shook his staff, unleashing an oppressive aura that filled the air. His expression darkened with anger, impudence. Though Dean Flander is absent, Teacher Zhao is the acting head of the academy. To speak such slander is to insult Shrek itself. After uttering this, he turned to Zhao Wujia, addressing him with deference. Dean Zhao, this arrogant youth is not worthy of your intervention. However, Zhao Wujia offered no response to Li's remarks, arms crossed before his chest, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Ming. No one had ever dared to humiliate him in such a manner. He was accustomed to being the instigator. In the past, on the continent, his temper had even provoked the Spirit Hall, leading to an ambush by 16 Soul Emperors, despite being a Soul Emperor himself at that time. Now, as a formidable Soul Sage of level 76, he was restrained only by his earlier words and the presence of numerous applicants around him. Otherwise, he would have eagerly lunged at Yu Ming to tear him apart. Observing Zhao Wujia's grim demeanor and silence, Li erroneously assumed that his words had been tacitly accepted and prepared to take action, drawing perilously close to Yu Ming. Wait, please step back, Yu Ming said, covering her nose, pointing towards the other stick, her brow slightly furrowed. What's the matter? Are you afraid? It seems rather too late for regrets now. Manager Li scoffed with a look of smug satisfaction. Why does your stick smell so foul? Has it been used by someone else? Or is it that you are the one responsible for cleaning the restroom in your academy? Yu Ming waved her hand in front of her nose. The odor was simply suffocating. Xiaowu and Zhu Qing, upon Yu Ming's subtle cue, stepped aside. Meanwhile, everyone around them also caught a whiff of the pungent smell. Manager Li glanced down at his long staff, his expression turning grim as he muttered to himself. Oh no, I didn't expect to summon my martial spirit today. I left without tidying up. The meals for all the members of Shrek Academy were under his purview. And since the dishes conjured by his martial spirit were deemed delectable by Tang San and the others, the recently prepared dish was particularly exceptional. Enough. Quickly take the overweight man to Xiaojiang's room. His injuries are quite severe. Zhao Wuji vanished from his spot, reappearing before Yu Ming in an instant. The steward, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Wuji, secretly rejoiced and returned to the academy. Young one, I am the immovable king. No one of equal standing can inflict even the slightest harm upon me, hence I have earned this name. Humph, do you not fear your own tongue when boasting? Are you brave enough to accept my recent proposal? At this moment, Zhao Wuji felt apprehensive about Yu Ming's potential rejection, for their levels were indeed disparate, and the latter was merely 12 years of age. Direct confrontation would tarnish his reputation, especially since all present were well aware of his identity. Yu Ming replied coolly, I accept your challenge, but I believe your proposal is flawed. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted. Could it be that she considered the duration of a single incense stick too lengthy? If she were to shorten the time, he would find it difficult to decline, yet that would be overly lenient towards Yu Ming. The crowd's countenance reflected a palpable unease. It is finished. The destined child is far too impetuous. I hope he proposes a duration of half a stick of incense, as this might spare him some suffering. A kind-faced woman then spoke. Time is not the most crucial factor. It is imperative to propose the requirements for the soul skills. And the sixth soul skill must not be utilized. Perhaps there remains a faint glimmer of hope. Alas, I shall leave it to fate. Fortunately, the renowned speedster Flander was absent. Otherwise, escape would have been exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, within the academy, Manager Li supported the unconscious Ma Hongjun as they made their way to the residence of Yu Xiaogang. Upon seeing the disheveled Ma Hongjun, he was filled with confusion. Did Yu Ming not strike him in the abdomen? Why then is the rotund fellow's face so battered and bruised? Upon realizing that Zhao Wuji harbored a deeply vengeful spirit, comprehension dawned. Just as he assisted Ma Hongjun to the threshold of the house, the commotion within caused Li Guancher to halt abruptly, his hand poised to knock frozen in midair. Master, please refrain from consuming any more. I am on the brink of collapse, my vitality nearly depleted. Within the confines of the room, Oscar felt his spiritual energy waning, as he watched in dismay as the restorative sausage he had crafted was once again about to be devoured by Yu Xiaogang. Master, please lie down and rest for a while. Allow me to recuperate before I serve you again, Oscar panted, pausing his production of soul power sausages. Outside, Manager Li shuddered at the sounds emanating from within the room, his mind conjuring vivid images that filled him with dread. In that moment, he seemed to grasp certain prior events. It dawned on him that Yu Xiaogang, whenever feeling particularly weak, would borrow his own martial spirit, the dragon pattern staff. Given his relationship with the academy's director, Li found it difficult to refuse, especially since he possessed a token that allowed him to do so. It was said that using the dragon pattern staff for support would hasten his recovery, as the dragon aura it emitted would aid his body. Now, Manager Li realized that Yu Xiaogang had used his staff for some rather humiliating purposes. It is truly bizarre. No wonder the odor emanating from the stick has become so pungent. I initially thought it was related to the 2 dishes being prepared. At this moment, Manager Li felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Meanwhile, the sounds within the room once again drove him to the brink of collapse. Xiao Ao, your sausage is simply delectable. No wonder it is the fare of a food system soul master endowed with innate full soul power. Hurry, I desire more. It is utterly delightful. And I find myself reluctant to move. Please, place it directly into my mouth. Lying in bed. Yu Xiaogang marveled at the effects of Oscar's first soul skill, the recovery sausage. Meanwhile, Oscar, seated at the table, was channeling his soul power. At that moment, Manager Li yearned to depart swiftly, but upon glancing at the unfortunate Ma Hongjun and listening to the sounds from within, he decided to wait until the commotion subsided before entering. Master, please take your time and do not rush. It will soon be ready, thought Manager Li, inwardly cursing the 2 peculiar individuals, particularly Yu Xiaogang, whose wildness was excessive. Meanwhile, within the room, Oscar, under the influence of his soul power, was nearing the completion of the large sausage. The master is about to emerge. He is coming. Oscar, having exhausted his spiritual energy, finally produced the restorative sausage. Upon hearing this, Manager Li let out a sigh of relief. The ordeal was finally drawing to a close. Inside the room, Yu Xiaogang eagerly exclaimed, "Hurry! Give it to me, I must consume it." Oscar approached Yu Xiaogang's bedside and fed the restorative sausage into the master's mouth. Master, this substance is a great tonic. It must be swallowed bit by bit. Outside the window, Manager Li was utterly despondent. Chapter 060, Yu Xiaogang and Ma Hongjun. The peculiar Yu Xiaogang had an unusual fondness for that, which was rather revolting. Manager Li was tormented internally, yet he bore it, knowing that Zhao Wujia had commanded him, and failure could lead to retribution. He resolved that if Yu Xiaogang were to borrow the dragon pattern staff again, he would refuse. Little Ao remarked, after swallowing this, "I no longer feel weak. The delicacy you concocted is exquisite." Upon finishing the last of the restorative sausage, Yu Xiaogang found his soul power and previous injuries fully healed. Other nations would not be so foolish as to provoke during a time when the might of Huaxia was at its peak. As long as a neutrino-capturing modulator was placed outside, coupled with a neutrino capable of intercepting such characteristic waves, the problem that had plagued you for so long would be resolved. Zhou Yu spoke calmly, presenting his solution. Moreover, he was still young, having just tasted the sweetness of love, and yearned for a life spent together. As for grand ambitions, he harbored no particularly lofty thoughts. Liang Zi pushed against the heavy door, but it did not budge. He gestured for everyone to exert their strength together. Chen Yingying was puzzled by what Tang Na meant and leaned in closer to see. However, Lu Song had endured many disdainful glances over the years and understood that Tang Na looked down upon her. In such events, the front row positions were of utmost importance. Not everyone could occupy them. Yet, Qin Mu and Zhao Ren sat down there, causing an unsettling premonition to stir within Pan Shuelian. In his previous life, although Qin Mu did not integrate well with his classmates, he was still aware of some news after graduation. But what did it matter? This position could not be attained before their eyes improved. Outside, discussions resumed. Shang Yang said little. Given the circumstances, there was no need for further words. He turned and pushed open the car door, stepping out. Seeing this, Tang Yu opened the other side of the door. In Yun County, free from industrial pollution, the air was pristine, with a clear moon suspended in a cloudless sky. The moonlight cascaded down, elongating shadows on the ground, and the sound of insects resonated through the mountains. Had it not been for the bizarre disappearance incident, Lin Qianmao might have been enchanted by the beauty of the night in the mountains. It matters not. I will inevitably be yours, whether sooner or later, Han Yishua said softly. Yixing thought of Fan Shun and Xiao Yong, reminiscing about the carefree days spent with his brothers. If he were to pledge allegiance to the beast god lineage, would he still be able to revel in the world with them? Qin Yan's words. akin to precious pearls, resonated deeply within the stillness of the palace, leaving the valleys and hills in a prolonged silence before finally eliciting a long sigh. In terms of confidentiality, their environment resembled a secluded paradise, a state of affairs likely linked to the absence of any significant research projects. Popular endeavors yielded no tangible results, ultimately resulting in mere financial depletion. The grass, not yet entirely withered, followed the contours of the hillside, forming a natural carpet. Beneath the soft surface lay a partition, shielding against the earth's dampness, while the edges of garments draped beyond the cushion hinted at moisture, faintly exuding a trace of dew. After informing those present, the process of amending his credentials proved rather simple. He entrusted the task to his assistant, and the following day, Wang Huan beheld his freshly minted name. Seated before him, Su Dawei was bound by ropes, his face marred with scabs from past wounds. Cheng Yang slightly loosened his grip, feeling the gentle drift of his hand in the water, accompanied by the heavy breaths of the man beside him. The only son of the elderly couple had passed away, leaving them in utter despair, seemingly devoid of spirit for any endeavor. Moreover, the eyes of the matriarch, likely a result of years of sorrow, warranted a physician's attention. Xiao Tao and Chu Qingying had once visited the Golden Sands Temple, nearly embracing the Buddhist faith within an illusion. Fortunate that Master Deming intervened to rescue them from the mirage, instilling in them a deep admiration for him. Chapter 61. Zhao Wujin strikes Yu Xiaogang. Shedding any reservations, was acutely aware of Zhao Wujin's prowess, while Dai Mubai's fear was supplanted by hatred, his gaze turning frigid as he followed closely behind Tang San. At the academy's entrance, Yi Ming faced Zhao Wujin without a trace of trepidation. Previously, he would never have dared to challenge a soul saint, certain to be overwhelmed. Even with formidable soulbone skills, his own soul power could not unleash its full potential. However, circumstances had changed. Since absorbing the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, Yi Ming discovered its quality surpassed even that of the 100,000-year Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, both esteemed soul beasts. The reason he perceived the blue-silver emperor as superior lay in its provision of a blue-silver domain, albeit influenced by its age. Currently, the area it covered was somewhat limited, yet its significance was paramount, as it could continuously supply him with soul power. Yi Ming believed that through the domain's enduring capability, he could summon 3 soul beasts simultaneously. Furthermore, within the blue-silver domain, his perception, mental fortitude, and various attributes experienced enhancements, particularly vitality. Presently, the domain conferred a 10% increase in speed, strength, and defense, alongside a 50% boost in mental and soul power. This was the rationale behind Yi Ming's confidence in his ability to engage in sustained combat. As his level rose, should the blue-silver emperor reach 1,000,000 years of age, its domain could encompass the entire Stardow forest, offering immense benefits. While some boast of invincibility in the skies, on land, or at sea, Yi Ming believed that relying solely on the blue-silver emperor, he could achieve unmatched endurance in battle. For even titled Douluos would eventually exhaust their soul power. Yi Ming was convinced that should the blue-silver emperor evolve to a 1,000,000-year level, it would be as if he commanded this continent, able to utilize all living plants. He also believed that his primary martial soul, the beast summoning divine eye, could truly unlock the potential of his soul rings, far exceeding the mere acquisition of skills through singular soul ring absorption or the addition of soul bone capabilities. The amplification from summoning soul beasts was immensely more powerful. Thus, when Zhao Wujin proposed a contest lasting the duration of an incense stick, Yi Ming felt equipped to handle it. Nonetheless, the domain's coverage was limited to 100 meters, which imposed constraints on its restorative capabilities. Sustaining soul power for the duration of the incense stick was manageable. Additionally, he discovered that besides the domain's assistance, the blue-silver emperor also provided protection. As the emperor of plant-type soul beasts, it possessed the ability to mimic. Unfazed, Yi Ming addressed the confidently smiling Zhao Wujin, stating, "In response to your proposal, I would like to add a condition. The competition must not extend beyond a radius of 100 meters. If I were to endure the burning of an incense stick, what then?" Zhao Wuji laughed coldly. "How foolish. My only flaw lies in my speed. Should you possess an advantage in that regard, perhaps you might clumsily manage to last until the incense burns out. How dare you impose limitations? Do you intend to conserve your energy for fleeing, thereby allowing yourself to endure a few more blows?" Zhao Wuji found the words of his opponent utterly absurd. for he was well aware that the effective range of his fourth soul skill extended to 100 meters. In the next moment, 3 figures materialized at the academy's entrance. Observing Zhao Wuji's displeasure, the atmosphere grew palpably heavy, and they could not help but feel elated. Naturally, everyone else noticed the trio as well, believing that the green light had become even more blinding, and they turned their attention to the titles hovering above the 3. Yu Xiaogang paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. At that moment, the humiliation that had long been suppressed within him was finally on the verge of dissipating. That Yi Ming truly has lost touch with reality. Believing that having triumphed over the severely injured Tang Hao, she can act with such unrestrained audacity. Today, I shall ensure he does not return. There are plenty of onlookers around. At last, it is Yi Ming's turn to be humiliated. Yu Xiaogang wore a smug expression, his gaze towards Yi Ming brimming with uncontainable animosity. Meanwhile, Tang San shouted to Zhao Wujin, take your time to torment him, spare no effort. That scoundrel shares a deep-seated grudge with me. My father, Tang Hao, will arrive at the academy in 3 days. Do not let me down, or else. At this point, Tang San cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Wujia. The title of genius would soon be bestowed, and he had previously arranged with his father to seek out Yi Ming on that day. Zhao Wujia was displeased to hear Tang San address him so openly in front of so many people. However, upon hearing the latter part of the threat, his expression darkened even further, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He recalled how he had once provoked Tang San when he first enrolled, only to exact revenge upon him afterward. Yet, that very night, he was soundly beaten by a formidable title Douluo for an entire evening. Zhao Wujia dared not show his dissatisfaction but regarded Yu Ming with an even more menacing glare. Convinced that she must have had some prior conflict with Tang San to warrant such a command, he then turned to Tang San and declared, I, Zhao Wujia, am a man of my word. I have previously stated that I shall not employ my 7th spirit skill. Rest assured, I will ensure he leaves Shrek on his own 2 feet. Tang San paid this no mind, believing that he could easily crush Yi Ming without resorting to his martial soul's true form, his heart brimming with anticipation. Similarly, Yu Xiaogang harbored an intense animosity toward Yi Ming, yet found himself powerless against her. Zhao Wujia, I have a task for you, Yu Xiaogang said, his demeanor increasingly dismissive as he retrieved a token emblazoned with the emblem of the spirit hall from his waist. Zhao Wujia's expression darkened further, for he recognized that it was a token of an elder from the spirit hall, granting direct access to the upper echelons. If the other party were to divulge any information about his presence here, the consequences would be dire. That Yi Ming, he is the root cause of my obtaining the title of Grand Eunuch. I shall trample him into oblivion, making him wish for death. Yu Xiaogangs lips trembled in anger. Under such orders, Zhao Wuji clenched his fists tightly, emitting a creaking sound, while a fragrant stick materialized in his hand. Youngster, I initially intended to give you a thorough beating. However, it appears you shall be spared half of your life today. Perhaps, with the advantage of your soul rings, you might stand a chance against the Soul King. Yet before me, you possess no arrogance to boast of. With that, he intended to ignite the incense. While Yu Ming scoffed and remarked, I had thought that the immovable Vidra would remain unyielding, steadfast in spirit, impervious to manipulation. Yet, in the presence of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, both burdened with negative reputations, not a single soul dared to utter a word. Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow, his heart seething with fury. Meanwhile, Yi Ming surveyed the crowd surrounding them, ultimately fixing her gaze upon Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. If I can endure for the duration of a single incense stick while remaining on my feet, then let both Yu Xiaogang and Tang San withstand the same challenge at the hands of Zhao Wuji, who must unleash his full power in the form of his martial soul. This is my final request. Do you dare to accept it? Tang San and Yu Xiaogangs faces twitched in response, thinking to themselves that Yi Ming was about to meet his downfall while still seeking to engage in a war of words. I accept. Yi Ming, do not presume that having defeated Tang Hao, you are capable of contending with the Soul Sage. Yu Xiaogang spoke urgently, for he had awaited this day. Tang San nodded in agreement, and then, with a hint of impatience, remarked, let us commence without further delay. Yi Ming's gaze burned with intensity, and his demeanor grew fervently animated. I eagerly anticipate the extent of my strength when fully unleashed, Yi Ming declared, his aura surging with intensity. With a mere thought, the blue-silver emperor behind him transformed into a magnificent blue and gold spear. The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python materialized simultaneously, unleashing thunderous roars. Standing resolutely with the spear in hand, Ming radiated a colossal wave of soul power that enveloped the entire arena. Chapter 062. The unmoving king truly remains unmoved. Zhao Wujie's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. The Ming before him was a stark contrast to the one he had encountered just moments prior. The oppressive atmosphere is truly terrifying. No wonder this young man displays such arrogance. He must have temporarily attained enhancement through some arcane method. Humph. To think one could defeat me with such feeble skills is nothing short of a delusion. With that, Zhao Wujia's first spirit ring ignited, transforming him into a ferocious beast. His entire being emanating a blood-red radiance that enveloped him completely. Youngster, this is my first soul skill, the immovable king body. Its defensive power is formidable. If you wish to harm me, let us see if you possess the strength to breach it. Zhao Wuji gazed at Ming, a smirk gracing his lips. A look of mockery upon his face, as he believed that Ming's attacks could never penetrate his defenses. I, Zhao Wuji, am not merely a name without substance. If I remain steadfast, beneath the soul sage, no one can move me by even a fraction. With these words, Zhao Wuji crossed his arms over his chest, dramatically thrusting his right leg forward, causing the ground to shatter. As he lowered his center of gravity, an aura of indomitable strength enveloped him, presenting an unshakable presence. He then beckoned to Ming, prompting a slight change in expression on Tang San's face from a distance. What is Zhao Wujie doing? Why isn't he making a move? It has already begun, he remarked, casting a frigid gaze at the lit incense stick. He yearned to witness Ming endure a thorough torment. Her anguished cries echoing in despair, as this would alleviate the resentment that burdened his heart. Dai Mubai, having spent the most time at the academy, possessed the keenest understanding of Zhao Wujie. The two often engaged in sparring sessions, aiming to demonstrate that the unmoving king was no longer the same as before. Meanwhile, the crowd gathering at the academy's entrance swelled, as those participating in the second and third rounds, drawn by the commotion, made their way to the scene. Currently, the majority of individuals beyond the academy are outsiders. Teacher Zhao seems intent on ensuring that his name resonates throughout the continent once more, declared Dai Mubai with an air of arrogance. Meanwhile, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang found themselves perceiving Zhao Wujie's actions as insincere, overly preoccupied with his reputation. As they observed the incense slowly burning away, their anxiety intensified. The crowd was also fixated on the two, eager to fathom the strength of the fated child Ming, who possessed 3 soul rings of 100,000 years. The opponent was a renowned soul sage, and they had never witnessed such a high-caliber battle before. The excitement among them was palpable. Similarly, Xiaowu and Zhu Zhiqing were equally curious to ascertain the full extent of Ming's capabilities. If Ming can endure for a single incense stick's duration, then I shall venture to the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. My journey this time is indeed driven by my own aspirations. Zhu Zhiqing directed all her attention towards Ming, completely oblivious to a covetous gaze that was appraising her, belonging to Dai Mubai. Meanwhile, Ming instinctively sensed Dai Mubai's unusual interest and immediately began to formulate a plan. The Titan giant ape and the azure bull python need not engage in battle. Simply instill fear in the 3 over there, Ming said calmly, directing her gaze towards Tang San's position. The 2 soul beasts held Ming in the highest regard and soared into the air in an instant. Zhao Wujie naturally noticed the formidable presence of these 2 top-tier soul beasts, sensing their cultivation level to be around 10,000 years. Yet, Ming understood that they were 10,000-year soul beasts with double combat prowess. The reason she chose to face them alone was that she had inherited 3 soul beasts, each at 100,000 years, with a 20% strength capacity. Thus, summoning them simultaneously granted her an attribute that was the sum of their powers, something unprecedented. Coupled with the augmentation from the blue-silver domain and the title of the Chosen One, Ming felt her strength rivaling that of a soul emperor. Her soul power becoming significantly more robust than before. She aimed to intimidate Yu Xiaogang and the others, fearing that they might flee at the first sign of danger. Should they alert Flinder, it would put her in jeopardy. Ming felt fortunate that Flinder, known for his gambling tendencies, was not at the academy but had gone to Suatua City, likely believing he would reap substantial gold soul coins today. As the 2 soul beasts approached, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Sensing that the Titan giant ape and azure bull python bore no intent to attack her, she remained immobile in the position of the unmoving king, her defenses fully activated and her center of gravity as steadfast as a rock. helplessly watching the two soul beasts pass over her head while she remained still. The soul beast appeared behind Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Yu Xiaogang, exuding a slight aura of pressure that left the three stunned and unable to move. Yiming smiled calmly, Zhao Wujia, with such confidence. Let us see how I shall breach your defenses. Do not move, or it will be quite embarrassing. Remain still, the unmoving king, Yiming instructed, casting a glance around to find himself surrounded by a throng of onlookers. The decision to refrain from engaging his two soul beasts in battle was deliberate, allowing his soul power to be fully unleashed. After all, the consumption of soul bone abilities is merely 1/5 that of soul skills. In the next instant, Yiming sprang into action, propelling himself forward with such force that the ground beneath him crumbled, brandishing a blue and gold spear. Energy from the surrounding domain rapidly coalesced at the tip, emanating a brilliant azure light. With a powerful thrust of his arm, the strength amplified by the Titan Great Ape erupted instantaneously. The Titan's might enveloped the spear, rendering its edge as unstoppable as a raging torrent. Its speed so swift that it eluded the gaze of all present. Zhao Wujia felt a deep-seated alarm, an overwhelming sense of peril that instinctively roused his beast martial soul into a state of vigilance, his expression turning grave. He swiftly channeled his soul power, solidifying his aura barrier, leaving no room for negligence. In that moment, as Yiming loomed above Zhao Wujia, the resonant hum of the spear's tip echoed ominously, a testament to the terrifying power it wielded. Break it! Yiming shouted vehemently, launching his spear downwards with tremendous force. The tip of the spear collided instantaneously with the energy shield, unleashing a violent wave of energy. The sound of the spear resonated as sparks erupted upon the surface of the shield, the intensity of which made Zhao Wujing acutely aware of the mounting pressure. To his astonishment, cracks began to form on the protective barrier. In that fleeting moment, when Yiming hurled the azure golden spear, a surge of brutal power converged in his right leg, forcefully driving it down upon the opposite end of the spear. With a resounding crash, the protective barrier shattered entirely. Yet the momentum of the spear remained undiminished as it thrust downward. Zhao Wuji, caught off guard, unleashed a powerful strike with his great strength diamond palm, daring to meet the spear head-on. The clash echoed violently as Yiming retreated into the air, while Zhao Wuji was forced back several meters, his expression one of embarrassment. The man known as the Immutable King found himself repelled by the 12-year-old Yiming. In midair, Yiming activated her flight skill, wielding her spear as she swept downwards toward Zhao Wuji's head with fierce intent. Zhao Wuji, however, reacted swiftly, narrowly evading the blow with a deft movement. Yiming, exhibiting remarkable control, seized the spear as it descended, twirling it adeptly before planting it firmly into the ground, casting a disdainful smile at Zhao Wuji. She reveled in her dominance. Zhao Wuji's countenance darkened considerably. Although uninjured, the renowned Immutable King had been forced to retreat in a most undignified manner. Seemingly pushed to his limits, he let out a thunderous roar, his entire form expanding, muscles visibly bulging. Tang San watched with glee, remarking, Yiming is in for it now. Zhao Wuji is serious. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's attributes surged, entering a state of rage, his eyes glowing a wild crimson. With a mighty shout, he propelled his right leg forward with explosive force, unleashing a barrage of punches aimed squarely at Yiming. In response, Yiming brandished her blue-gold spear, summoning tendrils of blue-gold vines from the ground that ensnared Zhao Wuji's legs. In midair, Zhao Wuji responded with his great strength diamond palm, striking fiercely at the advancing vines. In an instant, the tendrils shattered, reduced to mere dust. However, the sheer number of crossbow machines unleashed a torrential rain of arrows. And despite Huang Yi and others' best efforts, several arrows still found their mark on the temple knights. As Lin Su approached Qin Chao, she looked up with a charming smile, reminiscent of times past. How long has it been? Although Qin Yu mentioned that simply lying down to practice internal skills would lead to immediate meditation, this alone was worth noting, causing Qin Ning and Qin Shui's voices to tremble slightly. Weak water, having endured the destructive influence of the malevolent spirits during his inheritance, found himself unable to fully grasp the legacy, suffering instead from backlash, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Conversely, Lu Lingxian, after nurturing 2 children, had unknowingly shed the sinister aura of the demonic sect, gradually purifying herself and breaking the shackles of her own dark powers, achieving mastery. Suppressing a twinge of embarrassment, he acknowledged that his ability to discern talent was not of his own making, but rather a result of the knowledge from his previous life. In this era, Familial ties equated to political alliances, and in a short span, the bond between the two transformed from that of strangers to brothers united in purpose. The closer one adhered to the Great Path and the Longevity Sutra, the more perilous the world became, if you were indeed correct. Would there be no salvation for the realm? And yet, do you persist? Wu Xiaogang glared at Qin Zhao, while Dong Zhongshu, grounded in the premise of inherent goodness, took 5 years to achieve his insights, whereas Qin Zhao accomplished much in merely 6 months. Originally, Zhang Tianyuan's purpose for visiting the antique shop was to expose his 2 disciples to the world, with the sale of cigarette labels being merely ancillary. Among the main combatants were Regent Wang Lu, Governor Lu Jianying of the 2 Rivers, Governor Cheng Yucai of Huguang, and Governor Su Zichuan of Sichuan. Lu Ling, a mere mortal, was no exception. However, he had not anticipated that his return to the realm of cultivation following his reincarnation would occur with such abruptness. As the lights were rekindled in the hall, the emperor's countenance radiated delight, while discussions and praises circulated among the attendees. Wang Shi sensed 2 intense and peculiar gazes upon him, causing a chill to creep down his spine. Upon investigation, he discovered them to be the crown prince and a man clad in a purple-blue brocade robe. The lair of the octopus demon king was situated several dozen feet below the mountain summit. Within, the cavern was remarkably spacious, extending over 200 feet in depth, filled with a nauseating stench and remnants of demonic energy. The ground was littered with the bones of birds and beasts, for the demon king feasted upon their blood, rendering the once pristine cave a den of filth and refuse. Li Si, with such formidable prowess, effortlessly evaded police scrutiny along with his entourage. As for the incident, the police would undoubtedly conceal the details. After all, mysterious occurrences abound on Earth. Wu Song returned home with great joy, considering this journey a triumphant return. Li Si furrowed his brow, his expression marked by confusion, pondering the origins of these individuals, which left him in a state of awe. The roar of the warring states period resonated across the globe through the image telephone worm, igniting a fervor worldwide. No need, it is too late. I shall release you now and send you back to your homeland. Feng Jiren stuffed the cloth back into the mouth of the pockmarked man. A report was delivered as another Japanese military officer entered the parlor, handing a piece of intelligence to Nakagawa Eiichi before departing. The intersection between Mingpa and Elder Yang was merely a fleeting romance, while Xie Yan's destruction was merely a necessary consequence of the Celestial Order's planning for that realm. Chapter 064. The Fall of Shrek Academy. Above Yiming, a blue vortex emerged, unleashing a tempest of thunderous power that transformed the very fabric of the sky. An overwhelming pressure instilled reverence in all present. From within the vortex, 2 azure dragon-shaped silhouettes intertwined, emitting a series of dragon roars as they ascended in formidable wrath. Accompanied by the crackling of azure lightning that resonated through the heavens, their momentum continually surging. Zhao Wujie claimed to remain unfazed. Yet Yiming understood the hypocrisy of the individuals within Shrek Academy all too well. In a single moment, he unleashed 3 soul-bone abilities, nearly exhausting his soul power. To ensure victory, he employed 2 restrictive skills to immobilize Zhao Wujie, knowing that the celestial blue annihilation thunder required time to charge before unleashing its full potential. Amidst the crowd, one individual couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of the unmoved king." Even in the face of such a formidable skill, he remains unperturbed. Both Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were filled with trepidation, for the terrifying aura was exponentially more potent than before. As worry gnawed at their hearts, their gazes turned toward Zhao Wujie. Despite his dull perception, Zhao Wujie's expression radiated an unparalleled confidence, leaving the 2 feeling reassured by his unflinching demeanor. Zhao Waoqi, a true man, commands my admiration, Yu Xiaogang thought, unfazed by the formidable 10,000-year soul-bone abilities, his brow unwavering. Witnessing Zhao Waoqi's fearless demeanor, Yu Xiaojang's spirit soared. Beside him, Tang San shouted at the top of his lungs. Yiming has also exhausted his soul-bone abilities in succession. That skill must be his most potent attack. Zhao Wujie. After this move, Yiming's soul power will surely be depleted. Even if there is a restoration effect in the domain, it is improbable to recover a substantial amount of soul power in a short period, rendering him unable to unleash formidable skills thereafter. The formidable and illustrious Fudmai, a true man, boldly receives this challenge head-on. Let it be known to all that under the true manifestation of the martial soul, even the mightiest defensive measures and soul-bone abilities are rendered utterly ineffective against you, leaving you unmovable by the slightest degree. Vidra Akala, Vidra Akala. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San rallied to cheer for Zhao Wujie, their voices echoing and drawing the attention of all towards him. Whispers spread through the crowd. Indeed, Zhao Wuji shows no intention of evading such a ferocious strike. His expression reveals not a trace of fear. The indomitable spirit of Fud Mai is a rarity in this world. Once a word is uttered, even if mountains were to crumble before him, he remains unmoved. Such unwavering confidence is the hallmark of true strength and pride. Behold, the true form of Zhao Wuji's martial spirit. The ground is beginning to fracture, such a terrifying gravity. It appears even more stable. Only Yi Ming understood that this was the effect of her gravitational mire. The crowd erupted in excitement. The earth cannot withstand it. Indeed, remarkably stable, it seems Zhao Wuji's intends to endure this attack head-on. Although Zhao Wuji's perception had dulled, his hearing remained unaffected. He heard Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, those two fools, orchestrating the atmosphere, making his predicament even more difficult. Zhao Wuji's was aware that this limiting skill could not be sustained for long, and the ability being unleashed by Yi Ming in the air required time to charge. Thus, once the pressure dissipated and his perception returned, before that terrifying skill could arrive. If the defense of his martial spirit's true form could not withstand it, at the moment of the breach, he might still have an opportunity to evade. Yet at this moment, the crowd was utterly captivated by his unwavering confidence and stability, collectively affirming his immovability, thereby shattering Zhao Wuji's intention to dodge. Since everyone holds me in such high regard, what does it matter if it is a soul-bone skill from 100,000 years ago? I, Zhao Wuji, shall accept it. Feeling the terrifying aura in the air reaching its zenith, Zhao Wuji solidified his resolve. Yi Ming, with her keen spiritual perception, noticed the subtle change in Zhao Wuji's demeanor and understood that the praises from those around him had inflated his vanity, leading to a burgeoning arrogance. A faint smile graced her lips as she pointed her finger forward, summoning the azure dragon, infused with the might of thunder, to swoop down rapidly towards Zhao Wuji. As it traversed the space, a distortion ensued, and the two dragon-shaped shadows converged into a formidable beam of light that struck the protective barrier of his martial spirit. A series of resounding booms echoed through the air. The azure beams of light surged relentlessly against the true form of the martial spirit. All gazes were captivated by the astonishing spectacle before them, with an increasing number of eyes fixated upon Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji must hold on. I, Yu Xiaogang, shall bestow upon you the title of the foremost defender. Your fortitude is undoubtedly formidable, as befits a true man. At this moment, however, Zhao Wuji felt his strength waning, as all his soul power was devoted to the defense of his martial spirit's true form. With a resounding crackle, the true form of the martial soul reverberated, as the forces of thunder unleashed their wrath. With a resounding bang, the explosion reverberated through the heavens, and Zhao Wuji's martial soul was utterly shattered. At that moment, the oppressive weight of Yi Ming's gravity mire and the sluggish grip of the azure talon dissipated. Zhao Wuji felt a sudden lightness, which only intensified his panic. He found himself yearning for the oppressive sensation and lethargy to linger a while longer. I will surely endure. My martial spirit's true form has withstood the majority of the energy, and the forthcoming attacks are of no consequence. A cold smile crept across Zhao Wuji's lips as he summoned the last of his soul power to manifest the unmoving king body, preparing to confront the onslaught head-on. Bang! A piercing scream echoed, causing a collective tightening of hearts among those present. A figure was hurled into the academy by the shockwave, leaving a wide and deep chasm in its wake that spread relentlessly. The azure light wave obliterated every structure within Shrek Academy. Above the scene where Zhao Wuji was sent flying, the power of thunder extended, reducing the collapsing buildings to mere dust. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang found themselves utterly powerless to intervene, helplessly witnessing their beloved academy transformed into a desolate ruin. After a brief moment, as the dust settled, the sight before the newcomers rendered them motionless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The once majestic Shrek Academy lay in ruins, billowing smoke into the air. Beneath the debris, 3 individuals were trapped: Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the practicing Ji Kuan. Zhao Wuji, too, lay beneath the wreckage, in a pitiful state, convulsing and contorted. Yi Ming, employing her mental acuity, discerned that Zhao Wuji had not succumbed to unconsciousness, while not far from him, the incense stick had just burned out. Zhao Wuji, come forth. I am aware that you still draw breath. It is you who has succumbed. Amidst the ruins, Zhao Wuji, racked with pain, heard Yi Ming's voice yet feigned ignorance. For he understood that emerging now would be a source of great embarrassment. Unbeknownst to Zhao Wuji, beside him, Beneath a shattered wooden post, Qi Kun lay trapped as well. Teacher Zhao, someone is calling for you. What has happened outside? The room collapsed in an instant, said Ji Kun, utterly bewildered. Zhao Wuji, on the other hand, wore an expression of deep embarrassment as he crawled out from the debris, staggering towards the entrance of the academy. Meanwhile, from a distance, Yu Ming cast a disdainful glance at Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, her eyes revealing contempt. With a mere thought, the Titan great ape behind her swiftly kicked the two into the center. Subsequently, Yu Ming lit an incense stick, directing her gaze towards the disheveled Zhao Wuji in the distance. Now, it is your turn to wholeheartedly confront those two. Surely, you are aware of who instigated this rhythm. Otherwise, you would have had the chance to evade. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened to the utmost, his fist clenched tightly, his gaze fixed intensely upon Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Chapter 065. Tang San's excitement. The title of genius approaches. Tang San felt the overwhelming fury emanating from that gaze, causing his body to involuntarily tremble. Zhao Wuji, my father will recover in 3 days. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, when the title of the heavenly genius descends, Douluo will not spare you. Zhao Wuji lowered his head, his footsteps unwavering, yet his heart brimmed with indignation. The multitude surrounding him rendered a breach of promise impossible. Most importantly, he yearned to vent the fury that simmered within him, indifferent to the potential retribution that might follow. Realizing that his words failed to intimidate his adversary, Tang San summoned the blue-silver grass into his palm. Zhao Wuji has undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. Perhaps, with the aid of his soul skills and the elusive ghost shadow, he can endure for the duration of an incense stick's burning. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang also believes that relying on Xiao San to restrain the opponent may spare him some suffering. Dear confidant, the burden now falls upon you. If we can endure this day, it shall mark our day of resurgence. Tomorrow, I shall lead you to acquire the 3rd spirit ring, and the day after, we shall await the arrival of your title. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Tang San felt a sense of unease dissipate from his countenance. With the activation of his purple extreme magic eyes, he found himself imbued with newfound confidence. The prospect of soon attaining the title of genius filled him with anticipation, especially considering that he had just threatened Zhao Wuji. Would it not lead others to perceive him as lacking in courage? Yu Xiaogang, noticing the transformation in Tang San's expression, from initial trepidation to a now defiant demeanor, could not help but feel a sense of pride. Truly, my chosen disciple possesses remarkable adaptability. With just a slight nudge, he faces adversity with unwavering resolve. My intellect shall await the arrival of the title of genius. I wonder what rewards the divine will bestow upon me. Yu Xiaogang. Just as he indulged in this reverie, Zhao Wuji had already approached the two of them. Master Tang San, I am a person who honors my commitments and accepts the outcomes of my wagers. You may both come at me together, Zhao Wuji declared, his expression one of indifference as he cast a glance around, gauging the reactions of the onlookers. Though it was undeniably humiliating to be so thoroughly bested by a mere 12-year-old boy, he was determined to maintain his reputation. Thus, he adopted a facade of coldness to salvage his image, refusing to show any leniency even towards a fellow academy member. Observing Zhao Wuji's audacious demeanor despite his grievous injuries, Tang San could not help but smirk with a hint of mischief, his voice icy as he retorted, Zhao Wuji, if that Yu Ming could reduce you to such a state, rest assured that I, Tang San, am equally capable. I retract my previous statement. The unmoved mover is nothing extraordinary. Yu Xiaogang paused momentarily, then slowly turned his gaze towards Zhao Wuji, noticing the deepening gloom on the latter's countenance. He nudged Tang San with his arm, constantly signaling him with furtive glances. It seemed as if he was subtly warning him not to provoke Zhao Wuji any further. Faced with Zhao Wuji's presence, he felt a sense of trepidation, while Tang San possessed means for self-preservation in the event of unilateral torment. Yu Xiaogang found himself in a dire predicament. At this moment, they wished to stay close together, with Yu Xiaogang positioned to the right of Tang San. Teacher, are you implying that I should? Very well, I shall no longer conceal it. Today, let everyone witness the terrifying power of the twin martial souls. Tang San, observing the master repeatedly tapping his right hand, immediately comprehended the implication. Come forth, Haotian hammer. From the palm of his right hand, a pitch-black hammer materialized, emanating a ferocious power. When he first enrolled, he had managed to gain the upper hand over Zhao Wuji using the hidden weapons and the Haotian hammer. Now, with his soul power surpassing 30 levels, the Haotian hammer had grown considerably larger than before. Indeed, possessing twin martial souls, No wonder he is so arrogant. Among the crowd, aside from Yi Ming and a few others, the rest were unfamiliar with Tang San, their faces filled with astonishment. This only served to inflate Tang San's ego further. As he cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Wujin, his eyes brimming with contempt. Zhao Wuji, I hope you can endure the duration of an incense stick in my presence. The leaf of Ming has already reached the third ring, while I remain merely a grand soul master. Once this incense has burned out, should you wish to flee, I shall not impede you. Tang San's confidence stemmed from his possession of the purple extreme magic eye, which assured him that his opponent was gravely injured and merely putting on a brave front for the sake of pride. Beside him, Yu Xiaogang observed Tang San, who held the blue-silver grass in his left hand and the Haotian hammer in his right. No longer intimidated, he straightened his posture, placing one hand behind his back while the other rested thoughtfully on his chin, adopting an air of mastery, with a hint of sarcasm glimmering in his eyes. Zhao Wujin, in truth, I have concealed a matter from everyone, including the third party. Upon hearing this, Tang San beside him wore an expression of keen curiosity. However, Zhao Wujin's countenance darkened to an extreme as he realized that despite his severe injuries, if Tang San were to employ his enigmatic agility and concealed weapons, coupled with the control of his blue-silver grass, he might still pose a challenge. But for that incompetent Yu Xiaogang to speak to him in such a manner, despite the potential adverse effects of overexerting his soul power, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a violent reprisal upon Yu Xiaogang. His bloodthirst surged, his expression contorted into a menacing snarl as he prepared to strike. In a state of panic, Yu Xiaogang instinctively retreated behind Tang San, urgently exclaiming, Zhao Waoqi, are you not curious why Flandre chose to keep me at the academy? Even though I bear multiple negative titles and spend my days idly within the academy, my status surpasses yours by a considerable margin. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie struggled to suppress the fury boiling within him. He had narrowly escaped the pursuit of the Spirit Hall, emerging gravely wounded, and it would not be long before the Spirit Hall's agents discovered his whereabouts. Fortunately, he encountered Flandre, whose remarkable speed enabled him to evade peril and find refuge. Zhao Wujie had always obeyed Flandre's commands without question. However, after Yu Xiaogang arrived at the academy, Zhao Wujie found it incomprehensible that Flandre would associate with such a person. Yu Xiaogang sensed the other's curiosity and felt a sense of relief wash over him. Approaching Tang San, he elegantly flicked his sleeve, placing his hands behind his back. Gazing towards the horizon, and sighed contemplatively. You should consider yourselves fortunate to gain a profound understanding of martial souls today. That would be the Trinity fusion technique. I humbly admit that I am the one who leads it. Thus, I am entrusted by Flandre, for even I, the Grand Soul Master, possess a trump card that rivals the title Douluo. Aside from Yi Ming, everyone else wore expressions of astonishment. It was their first encounter with such extraordinary secret techniques. Observing the reactions of those around him, Yu Xiaogang felt an even greater sense of pride. 3 days hence, upon the arrival of the title of genius, I shall beseech the divine to restore my golden sacred dragon bloodline. Zhao Wuji, when the time comes to act, I hope you understand the boundaries. Observing Yu Xiaogangs increasingly frenzied demeanor, Zhao Wuji felt a surge of disdain within him and scolded, You worthless fool. What does the title of genius have to do with you? Meanwhile, Yu Ming could no longer bear the sight of such shamelessness from the two. With a mere thought, the crimson glow of 100,000 years enveloped the space, drawing the attention of everyone present. The child of destiny, what could this mean? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang shivered, their hearts gripped by an overwhelming fear, causing their words to falter and stammer. Yi Ming, you mustn't act recklessly. We agreed to endure a single incense stick's duration under Zhao Wuji's watch. Yu Xiaogang, emboldened by the presence of those around him, adopted a firmer tone as he spoke. Yi Ming responded with a faint smile. I did make such a statement, but I recall it well. Is it to let Zhao Waoqi unleash his full power upon the two of you for a mere incense stick's duration, correct? Upon hearing this, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang exchanged glances filled with unease before nodding in agreement. Zhao Wuji, my third soul skill, the Blue-Silver Emperor, possesses an ability that can temporarily restore one to their peak state. That is the blessing of the Blue-Silver, he declared. As the ethereal image of the Blue-Silver Emperor materialized above Zhao Wujie's head, enveloping him in a radiant, azure golden glow, Zhao Wujie rejoiced. What a terrifying skill. My strength is completely restored. In stark contrast, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, who had been so audacious just moments before, were immediately rendered despondent. Their expressions now filled with dread. Chapter 066. Does Yu Xiaogang desire the title of genius? The two were plunged into utter despair, as Zhao Wujie in his prime effortlessly dominated them. At this moment, Tang San's once defiant demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of earnest supplication directed towards Zhao Wujie. Teacher Zhao, once I attain the title of genius, I shall certainly assist you in teaching Yi Ming a lesson. Moreover, regarding the spirit hall, once I attain sufficient strength, I shall exact vengeance upon those who once pursued you. Those words I just uttered were indeed presumptuous. Please do not take them to heart, Tang San said humbly, his gaze cast downward. Similarly, Yu Xiaogang contemplated that if he did not adopt a more submissive demeanor, he would surely face a harsh reprimand from the other party. Director Zhao, I have my grievances with the spirit hall as well. Once my sacred dragon bloodline is restored, I shall seek an explanation on your behalf. Zhao Wujie had long harbored discontent towards Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, and today he has gained a clearer understanding of their true natures. The protection of the blue silver has its limitations. A mere incense stick's worth of time is sufficient. The seventh soul skill, the true form of the martial spirit. Zhao Wujie no longer hesitated and resolved to unleash his full power. His soul rings illuminated in succession, simultaneously invoking gravitational compression and enhancement. The overwhelming pressure forced the two to the ground. Zhao Wujie leaped from the sky, his feet crashing down with immense force. Tang San, unwilling to yield, activated his blue-silver grass skill in an attempt to counterbalance some of the force, but in an instant, the tendrils were obliterated as if made of mere paper. With a resounding thud, both feet struck the ground fiercely, unleashing a piercing howl. My bones are shattering. The pain is unbearable. Zhao Wujie's expression remained impassive, his gaze devoid of any trace of compassion as he trampled the two beneath his feet, relentlessly raining down blows with his fists. The anguished cries echoed like that of slaughtered pigs, eliciting cheers from the gathered crowd. The air was thick with voices, all filled with scathing denunciations. These two individuals are truly despicable, excessively snobbish. When Zhao Wujie was unwell, they displayed nothing but a countenance of biting sarcasm. Indeed, the negative titles are never misapplied. The divine is truly omniscient. In their hearts, everyone silently cursed Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, deeming them deserving of their fate. Meanwhile, Yi Ming, disregarding the misfortune of the two, approached Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, her lips adorned with a gentle smile as she gazed upon the two unparalleled beauties. Xiao Wu, the hour is getting late. We can no longer afford to delay. We must head to the academy for registration. Yi Ming affectionately patted Xiao Wu's head, then turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, who stood nearby. Let us proceed. Dai Mubai is not far away. We must attend to our business, Yi Ming remarked, gesturing towards Dai Mubai's location. Zhu Zhuqing followed his gaze and noticed him as well. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, seemingly aware of the scrutiny upon him, diverted his attention from Zhao Wujie and turned his head. Upon noticing the enchanting figure assessing him, Dai Mubai's demeanor shifted, becoming somewhat lecherous, as his eyes audaciously roamed over her alluring form. Exquisitely alluring, her physique is undeniably captivating, and she emanates a youthful vibrance that suggests her tender years. Could it be that I have captivated her with my handsome visage? Indeed, even with a compatibility score of 0, my exceptional appearance may still enchant the ladies. Dai Mubai mused inwardly, his gaze growing increasingly dreamy. However, Zhu Zhuqing, due to the nature of her martial spirit, possessed an acuity surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Upon witnessing the repugnant expression on his face, a surge of fury ignited within her. In an uncanny flash, she swiftly appeared before Dai Mubai, forcefully slapping a divorce letter onto his face. A crisp sound echoed through the air as a sharp slap resounded against Dai Mubai's face, igniting a fiery sting that momentarily stunned him. Just as he was about to unleash his anger, he caught sight of the fiery young woman before him, and his frustration dissipated without a trace. His gaze fell upon a piece of paper lying on the ground, its text facing downward, leaving him momentarily perplexed. In an instant, however, clarity washed over him. Overwhelmed with excitement, a radiant smile broke across his face as he turned to the young woman, her exquisite features captivating him. He softly remarked, "This method of confession is rather direct, don't you think? It perfectly complements your fiery figure. Your objective has been achieved. The fiery pain upon my face has rendered your impression upon me all the more indelible." With that, Dai Mubai leaned forward eagerly, his trembling hands reaching for the paper on the ground. Upon glimpsing the elegant script, he was momentarily struck dumb. Disbelief etched across his features as his beautiful fantasies lay shattered before him. Zhu Zhiqing emanated an aura of icy detachment. Her melodious voice devoid of any warmth as she coldly stated, "Once you have finished reading, please sign." Yu Ming and Xiao Wu also approached, standing behind Zhu Zhiqing. Casting glances at the derogatory label of scoundrel hovering above Dai Mubai's head, before their eyes shifted to the divorce letter. A sense of unease coursed through Dai Mubai. He had heard from his father about his betrothal, but had never imagined it would be to such a stunningly enchanting maiden. Back in the Star Luo Empire, his family had urged him to visit the Zhu family to meet his fiancée, yet his pride had held him back, deeming it beneath him. He had thought it was enough that she sought him out, but now, filled with regret, he wished he had acted differently. Had he known his fiancée, he possessed such a captivating figure, exuding an aura of purity and beauty beyond reproach, he might have seized the opportunity. Yet now, with Yu Ming standing before him, the illustrious title of Son of Destiny shining brightly above her, his own label of scoundrel felt utterly incongruous, and though he yearned to explain, he knew it would only exacerbate the situation. "Zhu Qing," Dai Mubai tentatively called out. In the next moment, a chilling glint emanated from Zhu Zhiqing's gaze as her yellow spirit rings illuminated. Her slender fingers transformed into razor-sharp weapons, poised against Dai Mubai's throat. "Should you dare to address me carelessly again, I shall show no mercy." The chilling tone sent a shiver down Dai Mubai's spine. In truth, Zhu Zhiqing was being rather polite. Were it not for her family's influence, she would not have extended any courtesy to someone like him. Yet, Dai Mubai seemed to harbor lingering resentment, his expression darkening as he glanced at Yu Ming, his heart brimming with discontent. Zhu Zhiqing was extraordinarily beautiful, igniting within him a desire to conquer. Even if he could not attain her now, he was certain that opportunities would arise in the future. 30 years of the River East, 30 years of the River West. Do not belittle the youth and poverty, Dai Mubai pretentiously remarked to Yu Ming. In truth, he was indirectly addressing Zhu Zhiqing, having noticed the connection between Yu Ming and himself. His eyes narrowed, seemingly issuing a warning to Yu Ming that his woman was best left untouched. However, Yu Ming did not acquiesce to his intimidation. With a swift kick, she sent Dai Mubai sprawling into the nearby debris. With a mere thought, the unique vines of the blue-silver emperor ensnared Dai Mubai, lifting him into the air amidst the ruins. She picked up a white paper and gestured towards the distant Titan giant ape. The colossal figure, towering nearly 10 meters, instantly appeared before Yu Ming, respectfully half-squatting to accept the letter of divorce, then approached Dai Mubai. Though the ancient Titan giant ape lacked the ability to communicate, it was not hesitant. With a hand the size of a banana leaf, it delivered a resounding slap to Dai Mubai's face. In no time, Dai Mubai was left bruised and battered, pleading for mercy as he signed the distinctive royal script of the Star Luo Empire on the document. After handing the divorce letter to Zhu Zhiqing, the trio prepared to depart, but the frenzied screams of Yu Xiaogang, who was being ruthlessly beaten by Zhao Wujia, piqued their curiosity. There lay Yu Xiaogang beneath Zhao Wujia, appearing utterly disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his expression was one of exhilaration. "Little San, I have found a solution." "Oh, it hurts so much," Yu Xiaogang cried out, having been beaten. "Release your thunderous might, come forth, Luo Sanpao." With the last vestige of his strength, he managed to summon his martial spirit. Everyone looked on in confusion, yet only Yu Xiaogang understood that when transformed into a canine, the allure of delicacies had rendered Luo Sanpao's flatulence even more odorous. Chapter 067. Yu Xiaogang overwhelmed by Luo Sanpao's stench. Unleash the earth-shattering Ro Sanpao. Quickly release the toxic mist, and exert all your strength. Surround me and the third party, maintain control of the perimeter, and persist until that incense burns out. Commanded Yu Xiaogang, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed at Luo Sanpao before him. The so-called toxic mist was nothing more than Luo Sanpao's flatulence. The reason for maintaining the range was due to the master's limited soul power. Luo Sanpao understood the implication, positioning his swine-like posterior towards Tang, San, and Yu Xiaogang. The sound, reminiscent of thunder, echoed ominously, prompting Zhao Wuji to retreat to a distance. The two of them gasped for breath, the oppressive sensation dissipating. Yet a profound ache coursed through their joints. "Xiao San, take a deep breath and hold it in, quickly," Yu Xiaogang urged anxiously, as the noxious mist loomed closer. With a determined inhale, Tang San obeyed without hesitation, fully aware of the foul odor that awaited him. He had witnessed it firsthand when he obtained his first spirit ring, a scent that even the mandala snake regarded with trepidation. In the next moment, a thick cloud of toxic mist enveloped the two of them completely. In the distance, Zhao Wujie wore a grim expression, prepared to unleash the formidable Vajrapam to disperse the poisonous fog. Fully aware of the potential harm it could inflict on the surrounding crowd, I am eager to witness how long the two of you can endure. Yu Xiaogan's taste is truly intense. Such a method is simply disgusting. Zhao Wujie expressed his disdain, standing silently at a distance, patiently waiting. Everyone was taken aback, including Yi Ming, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, who were equally astonished. Truly a formidable individual, willing to employ any means necessary to minimize physical suffering. Look, the plants near that jade Xiaojiang have all withered. It must be quite foul. Fortunately, the scope was contained, and only the two of them could perceive it. The crowd erupted into a cacophony, finding that Yu Xiaogang was indeed eccentric. Meanwhile, amidst the noxious mist, "Teacher, I can hardly hold on any longer. I feel so miserable and desperately crave for breath." Tang San's face, stained with blood, was now flushed crimson as he gazed at the indistinct figure beside him. The dense toxic mist obscured their vision, rendering it difficult to discern one another, and Yu Xiaogang was equally affected, his face reddened, veins bulging on his forehead. His expression one of profound discomfort. "Ah, my dear mistress, I find myself on the verge of surrender, yearning for a breath of fresh air. Yet the foul stench unleashed by San Pao is unbearable." Yu Xiaogang wrestled with his inner turmoil, caught in a distressing predicament, unwilling to endure the nauseating odor that permeated the air. "Teacher, I can't hold on any longer. If I don't breathe soon, I shall perish." Tang San could no longer contain himself and drew a deep breath, but in the next instant, his entire countenance turned a ghastly shade of green. "Ugh! How can it be so foul? Teacher, what did you eat today? It stinks." Tang San took only a single breath before covering his mouth, feeling as if he might retch. However, the thought of such humiliation compelled him to endure it. Upon hearing Tang San's reaction, Yu Xiaogang felt a wave of dread wash over him, as he too struggled to contain himself, and then took a deep breath. "Ugh!" Yu Xiaogang, unable to contain himself, unexpectedly vomited, as he was in close proximity to Tang San. The outcome was predictable. Tang San, feeling a slight lack of oxygen, had mentally prepared himself and did not breathe as forcefully as he had during their first encounter. However, he soon detected an even more repugnant odor, which caused him to regurgitate all over his companion. "Such repulsive behavior. I can no longer contain myself. Ugh! Teacher, what on earth did you consume this morning? It is far more odorous than the foulest of farts," lamented Yu Xiaogang, his expression one of exasperation. This morning, he had risen early and had specifically requested Manager Li to prepare a special dish for him. Yearning for stinky tofu, he placed Manager Li in a rather awkward position, who, utilizing his martial soul, the dragon-marked staff, ground some beans into a paste. After the preparation, a generous bowl of stinky tofu was presented, which Yu Xiaogang devoured with great relish, showering praises upon the dish, claiming that the stinky tofu crafted with the dragon-marked staff was remarkably pungent, yet delectably delightful. Once finished, he insisted that Manager Li prepare him a bowl of pickled soup, whose aroma was equally potent. Sipping it, Yu Xiaogang found the taste utterly exquisite, leaving him with a lingering sense of satisfaction. "Xiao San, perceive how much longer that incense will burn." Yu Xiaogang felt himself on the verge of fainting. It was an excruciating ordeal. Activating the purple extreme magic eye, Tang San's heart sank as he realized that only half of the incense had been consumed. "It feels as though I have transformed into a dog. Perhaps then I could be immune to the foul stench. How utterly uncomfortable. Teacher, please render me unconscious. Once the time has passed, allow San Pao to retract the toxic mist and then awaken me." However, Yu Xiaogang remained unresponsive to Tang San, having already succumbed and fallen into unconsciousness, foam escaping his lips. The onlookers surrounding them exchanged glances, noticing the stillness between the two. "Let us disperse. The Shrek Academy is no more. Perhaps we should seek another institution. Indeed, it is fortunate that I did not enroll, even if I were to graduate and attain the title of Viscount. Remaining in the company of such individuals for an extended period would undoubtedly lead to a descent into madness. Everyone, please reclaim your registration fees and refrain from returning here. We are immensely grateful to the Chosen One for granting us a clearer understanding of the individuals from Shrek." Upon concluding these words, all eyes turned to Yi Ming, expressing their gratitude. Meanwhile, the steward Li had mysteriously vanished. Yi Ming distributed the storage boxes on the table to the crowd for their self-allocation, Having completed this task, Yu Ming accompanied Xiao Wu while Zhu Xing followed closely behind, departing from the scene. In a short while, all the parents who had come to register, along with their children, left in succession. Sensing the stillness, Dai Mubai, bearing the weight of his injuries, approached Zhao Wujia. Teacher Zhao, everyone has left. There's no need to pretend any longer. Hurry and go check on the mistress and the master. Zhao Wuji abruptly rose to his feet, unleashing a powerful punch towards the distant poisonous mist, dispersing it with sheer force. However, he refrained from advancing, for the nauseating presence emanating from the two individuals was utterly terrifying. Mubai swiftly searched the ruins for Oscar. If something has truly transpired, Tang Han will certainly not spare me, nor will the dean. Dai Mubai felt utterly exhausted as he trudged towards the debris. At that moment, Manager Li also arrived. Rendered speechless, he had hurried to the back mountain to find a spring to cleanse the dragon-patterned staff before rushing here. Upon witnessing the devastation before him, along with Tang San and Yu Xiaogang lying on the ground, he appeared utterly bewildered. As his gaze fell upon the wooden crate that lay discarded, an ominous premonition surged within him. He hurried forward, lifted the crate, and shook it, only to succumb to despair. Oh no, the dean has gone to Soto City. And he went on credit. We must not lose, otherwise. Manager Li collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant. Meanwhile, in an underground casino in Soto City, Flandre found himself surrounded by a group of menacing individuals, with their leader exhibiting an imperious demeanor. Even in the presence of a soul sage, he showed no signs of fear, likely due to his position as the manager of this casino, which undoubtedly had certain influential connections. Flandre, it appears that fortune has not favored you today. Including your outstanding debts, you owe a total of 1,000 gold soul coins. Please settle the payment promptly. The steward's expression was one of discontent. Flandre, seemingly accustomed to such remarks, was in high spirits today and replied with a smile. Today marks the day of our academy's enrollment. You have sent someone to accompany me to the academy. I can certainly manage this sum, without waiting for a response. Flandre strode forward with an air of extravagance. The steward, aware of Flandre's frequent patronage, nonetheless instructed a nearby servant to ensure the situation was handled with caution. Go summon that esteemed guest and ask him to accompany me. The servant replied with a respectful nod before hastily departing. Flandre turned back, his smile broadening, and jested. There's no need for such formality. My character is well known to you. Is it really necessary to trouble that esteemed predecessor, Contra? Aha, well, it is also a good opportunity to let him witness the grandeur of my Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Manager Li sat slumped on the ground, his right eyelid twitching incessantly. Chapter 068, A Bright Future for Yu Xiaogang? Before long, the esteemed guest arrived, with the earlier servant respectfully trailing behind him. My apologies, esteemed sir, for troubling you with such matters. The steward greeted with a smile, casting a sidelong glance at Flandre, his expression revealing a hint of discomfort. The guest clearly understood that their choice to enlist his assistance stemmed from the recognition of his considerable prowess, as the potential for unforeseen circumstances loomed. Indeed, I have been informed of the general circumstances. Let us set forth, remarked the guest elder with a calm demeanor, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Flandre nodded in acknowledgement, yet the elder paid him no heed as he strode outside. As a guest elder, he occasionally resolved intricate matters for the casino, thus possessing an intimate knowledge of Soto City and its surrounding geography. Upon reaching the streets of Soto City, the elder, endowed with the strength of a soul de law, swiftly darted towards the direction of Shrek, akin to a teleportation. Flandre, being an agile attack-type soul master with a flying martial spirit, closely followed in his wake. The steward, whose soul power had recently ascended to the 71st level, struggled to keep pace behind them. In the blink of an eye, the Soul de Loa and Flandre found themselves atop a mountain, where the foliage was dense, and the trees towered majestically, reaching heights of over 10 meters. You lead the way, yet you have never heard of Shrek. It must be situated in a remote area, rather unremarkable, I presume. The guest elder hovered in midair, his brow slightly furrowed as he surveyed his surroundings. With his mental acuity, he could hardly overlook any institution of a standard size, even if he had not visited it personally. Flandre, upon hearing this, wore an awkward expression and respectfully replied, Our Shrek Academy, also known as the Monster Academy. Does it ring a bell for you, esteemed elder? After speaking, Flandre turned to observe the elder's facial expression. I have not heard of it. The indifferent voice of the veteran echoed. Flandre's face grew tense, yet he remained reluctant to concede. Senior, As a guest elder, you must be preoccupied with affairs, having not engaged with the Soul Master realm for quite some time. Noticing the lack of response from the other party, Flanders forced a laugh, his heart brimming with discontent. Suddenly struck by an idea, he clutched his abdomen, feigning an expression of agony. "Senior, my stomach is in great pain. I might have eaten something bad this morning." "Please go ahead," Flanders said as he descended to the ground. The guest, hovering in the air, pondered for a moment, half convinced, before suddenly appearing beside him. At that moment, the steward also approached, observing the two below with a puzzled expression, before gracefully landing on the ground. Flandre felt a sense of satisfaction within himself and turned to the two, saying, "Let us proceed along the mountain path. I sincerely apologize for taking up your time, and upon returning, I shall certainly reprimand old Li, who is responsible for the meals." The guest maintained a demeanor of indifference, remarking, "You often lounge around in the city. Since you are out, you might as well take a stroll." Flandre recalled his earlier words and felt somewhat embarrassed, inwardly chastising. "Today, I shall properly guide you along the paths of the academy." Humph, such rustic simplicity. With that, he clutched his stomach and moved slowly along the mountain trail. After a moment, he noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance, filling him with immense joy. "Senior, we are approaching the academy. Today marks the day of enrollment. It appears that this year's registrants will be significantly more numerous. Have you noticed the scene over there? The dust is swirling, undoubtedly a result of the throngs of people. A veritable sea of humanity in motion. Due to the dense foliage, the two of them could only glimpse a hazy cloud of dust in the distance. Haha. Our school charges an enrollment fee of 10 golden soul coins. It seems that today, there are no less than 1,000 applicants for the assessment," Flandre exclaimed with excitement. His previous anguish replaced by a look of exhilaration, for that amounted to a staggering 10,000 golden soul coins. He quickened his pace and continued along the mountain path. While the two individuals behind him exchanged glances, their expressions more composed than ever. "It seems that there will be no mishaps. This will spare us considerable trouble." A hint of a smile graced the previously indifferent expression of the guest. The steward, bowing and nodding, replied, "I was overly cautious. Upon our return, I shall host a banquet for you at the finest hotel in the city." After their exchange, the two hastened to follow, and soon, Flandre and his companions arrived at a corner. "Senior, just ahead lies my Shrek Academy. I shall have the crowd part for the two of you. There is no way. The Academy's reputation is too formidable, and it will undoubtedly be challenging to push through." With that, Flandre summoned his martial spirit, his face radiating excitement as he soared into the sky, gazing down with intent to shout. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Flandre was utterly bewildered. As far as his eyes could see, chaos reigned. Houses lay collapsed and shattered, while thick smoke billowed into the air. What has transpired? How could this be? Could it be that the spirit hall has returned? Fran's gaze was vacant, his eyes glazed over, and his voice quivered with trepidation. Meanwhile, the two individuals below, sensing something amiss, leapt into the air, casting their eyes towards the distance, their brows furrowed in concern. "Flandre, are you toying with us?" The steward appeared somewhat flustered, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The 1,000 gold soul coins might slip through their fingers. Flandre, regaining his composure, wore an expression of fury and, in the blink of an eye, materialized before the ruins. The steward, Li, who had been slumped to the side, hurriedly rose upon seeing the return of the dean. "Wonderful to see you back, Director. It seems I was overly suspicious." Manager Li approached and scrutinized Flandre closely. "To return so smoothly. It is certain that there has been no defeat. How many gold spirit coins has the dean won? It appears that the reconstruction of the academy is now within reach." He began. As his gaze met that of the others, Manager Li hesitated, a chill coursing through him. At this moment, Flandre's face flushed crimson with indignation as he glared at the old Li before him. "Tell me, what has transpired?" Just then, two formidable presences loomed before Flandre, and Manager Li, sensing their malevolence, felt an even deeper despair wash over him. He fell to his knees, anxiety etched upon his face, and recounted the events that had unfolded earlier to Flandre. "The matter is fundamentally as such. The specifics elude my understanding, for I was not present at the time. The specific details can be inquired from Zhao Wuji," said the steward, casting his gaze upon the ruins. The guest, utilizing his spiritual perception, sensed Zhao Wuji amidst the debris. Naturally, Zhao Wuji felt the call and swiftly emerged. Upon seeing the dean among them, he recounted the events with greater clarity. Upon hearing the latter part, the Soul Douluo was taken aback, harboring a deep curiosity about the destined child. Even though he understood that Zhao Wuji's arrogance led him to seek validation from the immutable king, he had not initially exerted his full strength, being preoccupied with defense. Flander, how do you intend to repay this? The steward spoke with a chilling tone. Noticing the other party's silence, the guest elder surveyed the terrain and immediately devised a plan. Let us use this expanse of land to settle our debts. Henceforth, it shall belong to us. Upon uttering these words, he produced a contract and extended it towards Flinder. Although Flinder's heart was heavy with reluctance as he accepted the document, he recognized that there was no alternative at present. The prospect of rebuilding Shrek Academy now seemed utterly bleak and devoid of hope. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Dai Mubai gradually regained their senses. Oscar and Ma Hongjun appeared bewildered, while Yu Xiaogang composed himself, surveying the surroundings with an air of calm. He strode confidently towards Flinder, adopting the demeanor of a sage. Flinder, of course, understood that the crux of this situation stemmed ultimately from Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. I have a strategy that can extricate us from our current predicament, Yu Xiaogang confidently declared, one hand resting casually behind him. Do you still remember Qinlai? He hails from our Shrek Academy and is now serving as a teacher at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. At that moment, Ming and Xiao were en route to the academy. Upon hearing this, Flinder appeared momentarily lost in thought, as if a realization had struck him. And a glimmer of cunning danced in his eyes. His thoughts turned to Lanba Academy, for Lu Erlong was the principal there, and given his infamous reputation, Lu Erlong would likely harbor no fondness for Yu Xiaogang, thus presenting an opportunity for him. With this thought, Flinder erupted into hearty laughter, leading Yu Xiaogang to believe that his ideas had been validated. He gestured for silence with a shu sign. Pay heed, for I possess another stratagem that can alleviate our pressing predicament. The title of genius has arrived, the sacred dragon bloodline has been restored, and I, Yu Xiaogang, possess the demeanor of a deity. The soul arena beckons. It is time to embark on that journey, for the battles there promise rapid advancement. Chapter 069. Yu Xiaogang grows increasingly envious due to the mutation of his martial soul. Yu Xiaogang became negligent in his training. At the age of 50, he remained merely a great soul master, with a soul power level of 29. Born into a distinguished family, he exerted considerable effort to avoid being perceived as worthless. In his youth, he relied on his appearance and cunning to earn the trust of the young Bibi Dong, thereby acquiring substantial knowledge regarding martial souls at the Spirit Hall. He even claimed that his soul's mutation was unfavorable, a mere excuse to save face. It is essential to recognize that although Yu Xiaogang possessed only 2 rings, he had the optimal soul ring configuration, which was far from ordinary. His constant air of despondency revealed that his thoughts were not genuinely focused on cultivation. It was only after the divine decree to revoke a small portion of his sacred dragon bloodline that he realized his latent potential. Tomorrow, make sure to visit the soul arena of Sota. With my level 29, I am certain to triumph effortlessly at this rank, Yu Xiaogang asserted with increasing confidence. Tang San, however, wore a look of confusion and replied, Teacher, we are both merely second-ring soul masters at this moment. We should first assist me in acquiring my 3rd soul ring, which would provide us with a greater advantage. Yu Xiaogang shook his head in response. Xiao-san, it seems you are entirely unaware of the intricacies of the soul arena. To put it simply, our level advantage is substantial. The soul arena assigns combatants randomly based on the quantity of soul rings. In other words, under the same soul ring, the higher the soul power level, the greater the likelihood of victory. Thus, a segment of individuals in the soul arena engages in combat to pursue practical experience, thereby enhancing their own abilities. For instance, some soul masters of the 21st rank primarily seek to accumulate experience, as they can achieve breakthroughs in their soul power through battle at a relatively accelerated pace. Thus, for those who have reached the 29th level, defeat is their only outcome. Yet, this very path emerges as the swiftest route to becoming a formidable force. Moreover, there exists a segment of individuals who are driven by the allure of fame and fortune, seeking the coveted soul badge. The soul combat emblems are categorized into 8 titles: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. The diverse array of badges brings with it immense advantages. Tang San listened intently to the master's explanation, his expression filled with longing. For them at present, with nowhere to turn, both cultivation and sustenance posed significant challenges. However, should they obtain a badge, their status within the soul arena would grant them exceptional privileges. Not only would there be various simulated training grounds available, but the quality of meals would also vary dramatically according to the different levels of badges. Furthermore, upon attaining a title above Sapphire, one could even access exceedingly rare celestial herbs for cultivation purposes. Tang San, brimming with excitement, remarked, "If I were to refrain from acquiring the third spirit ring, wouldn't a soul master of the same rank be invincible? Moreover, my badge level would ascend rapidly." Yu Xiaogang furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. If this were indeed the case, those driven by ambition for renown might intentionally exploit this system, leveraging their badge titles within the soul arena for indulgence and excess. Oh, my dear, it is not as you perceive. The elevation of badge levels necessitates the accumulation of points. For instance, to attain the Iron Soul badge, one must accumulate a total of 10 points, while a Grand Soul Master can only secure a Bronze badge, which necessitates 100 points. To advance further, one must enhance their soul power level. Battles in the soul arena are categorized into individual, duel, and team combats. In each battle, one can only participate once per day. It is only by securing 3 consecutive victories tomorrow that one may earn a mere 3 points. However, there is no need to feel disheartened, pondering when one might attain the coveted high-level badge. Should one achieve a winning streak exceeding 5 matches, for each subsequent victory, 10 points shall be awarded, while the silver spirit shall be doubled to 20 points, and this pattern shall continue accordingly. To attain the copper soul, one must accumulate 1,000 points to elevate to the silver soul. Progressing to the golden soul requires 5,000 points, while the purple gold necessitates 10,000. The sapphire demands 40,000, the ruby 6,000, and the pinnacle, the diamond badge, requires a staggering 100,000 points. Should one attain the illustrious diamond badge, their standing would rival that of imperial monarchs. However, the requisite prowess must be no less than that of a titled Douluo to partake in the corresponding competitions. Moreover, the soul arena exists independently of the 2 great empires, and even the spirit hall dares not provoke it lightly. The formidable beings within the soul arena are prohibited from engaging in external conflicts unless they are directly challenged, in which case they may respond with unparalleled ferocity. In the Douluo Continent, while there are only a little over 10 titled Douluo, the spirit hall dominates the scene. However, this is not entirely accurate, for the number of titled Douluo within the soul arena surpasses that of the spirit hall. The members of Shrek Academy, aside from Tang San, will participate in the contests of the soul arena to varying degrees. At this moment, Tang San gazed at the ruins of Shrek Academy behind him. His heart lifted with newfound clarity. "Teacher, once we obtain the Iron Soul, the arena will surely provide accommodation and meals, truly resolving our immediate concerns. Once I obtain the Silver Soul badge, I shall make my way to the Heavenly Fighting Royal Academy. At that time, even with a negative title looming over me, I will proudly display the silver badge at my waist. Surely, the individuals within that esteemed academy will think twice before casting judgment upon me." Tang San felt a surge of optimism for his future. With the advantage of his martial spirit, coupled with his mastery of hidden weapons and the Tang sect's unparalleled skills, he was confident that he would swiftly attain a high rank within the soul arena. Upon hearing Tang San's words and witnessing his fervent determination, Yu Xiaogang felt a profound sense of relief as the shadows of previous insults brought forth by Ming dissipated from his countenance. The accommodation provided by the third Iron Fighting Soul is rather dilapidated, and the meals are quite plain. However, upon reaching the Silver Fighting Soul, it may very well surpass the facilities of our Shrek Academy by a considerable margin. Yet one must not succumb to complacency, merely existing in a state of indulgence, content with having obtained the silver spirit without making any further progress. Upon mentioning indulgence, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Yu Xiaojing's face as he cleared his throat. The arena of souls is by no means a refuge. Thus, if one's badge level remains stagnant for an extended period, designated officials will scrutinize your information. Should they discover that you have not engaged in combat for over 10 days, points will be deducted. If your score falls below a certain threshold, your badge level will diminish, resulting in significantly diminished privileges. Therefore, I set a goal for all of you. Within the span of 3 years, before graduation, you must achieve the Silver Spirit Soul. Yu Xiaogang gazed intently at Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others, his demeanor exceedingly grave. Fatty, Mubai, through practical combat, will undoubtedly achieve remarkable accomplishments due to the uniqueness of your martial souls. As for Ming, it is only with the aid of a 100,000-year soul ring that her soul power level will experience a temporary elevation. Oscar, and you too, a con. With the optimal soul ring configuration, your soul power levels surpass those of your peers by a considerable margin. Finally, Yu Xiaogan's gaze rested upon Tang San as he approached him, gently patting Tang San's shoulder. It must be quite challenging for you, enduring so much on your own. I assure you, it shall not be the case any longer. Teacher, I have been bestowed with the title of genius. I shall train alongside you in the soul arena, and together we will confront the spirit hall and establish the Tang sect. At that time, Ming was 12 years old, possessing 3 soul rings of 100,000 years each, and her level stood at 38. Xiao San, with your 200-year soul rings, you have already attained the remarkable level of 30. Trust me, through years of honing your skills in the soul arena, your soul power will undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. When you encounter Ming again, relying on the synergy of your team, you shall surely redeem yourselves. At this point, the resentment in Yu Xiaogan's eyes surged, mirrored by Tang San's own. Teacher, you are indeed correct. The environment in school is excessively comfortable. Only through relentless practical experience can one truly compensate for the disparity in the age of soul rings. However, esteemed teacher, there is one point where I believe you are mistaken, Tang San remarked with a solemn expression, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Yu Xiaogang looked on in bewilderment, asking, "Oh, where have I erred? I, Tang San, shall undoubtedly obtain the Silver Soul Badge within a year, and in 2 years, I shall proudly wear the Golden Soul Badge around my waist." The thought of the resplendent badge filled him with ambition, even with Ming's title of the Chosen One. He felt no fear. Upon hearing Tang San's declaration, Yu Xiaogang chuckled, brimming with joy. The third party, as an instructor, is on the brink of the restoration of the Holy Dragon bloodline. In 3 years, I shall proudly adorn my forehead with the golden emblem, declared Qikuan with unwavering determination. Master, grant me 2.5 years. The Golden Soul Badge is destined to be mine. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ming and Xiao Wu hired a carriage, and within its confines, only Ming could hear the voice of the system resonating. Beep achievement system activated, tasks released. Within 3 years at the Soul Arena, rewards will be granted based on the level of badges obtained. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ming's lips curled into a sly smile as he contemplated inwardly. After reporting to the academy, let us proceed to the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Although it may be somewhat distant, it certainly offers more excitement than the arenas within the Heaven Do Empire. Chapter 070. Anticipating the title of the White-Eyed Wolf as twilight descended, darkness was swiftly approaching, and the day's exertions had taken a considerable toll on Ming. The battle with Zhao Wujia affirmed his belief that he possessed strength rivaling that of a soul emperor. Although Zhao Wujia was ultimately defeated by his soul bone skill, the primary factor lay in the foolishness of Tang San, whose arrogance led Zhao Wujia to lower his guard and expend his soul power on defense, seeking validation for the moniker Unmoving King. Had the opponent unleashed their full might from the outset, it would have been Ming who faced defeat. He understood well that other soul saints would not exhibit the same hubris as Zhao Wujia, now standing invincible beneath the realm of soul saints. His primary aim was to elevate his power swiftly. Within Shrek Academy, he would certainly have the opportunity to inscribe his mark upon Tang San's face. Yet Ming felt it was not yet the opportune moment. He sought to bring Tang San to despair in an exceedingly humiliating manner. Then let us inscribe the title of hypocrite upon his external spirit bone. Ming resolved with determination. Noticing her companion's evident fatigue, Xiao Wu gently leaned closer and spoke. You must be tired. Would you like to lie down and rest for a while? Within the carriage, there was ample space, and at that moment, Ming and Xiao Wu sat closely together. Observing Xiao Wu's innocent and radiant charm, Ming felt a warmth in her heart as she embraced her tenderly. The journey to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do is still quite distant. We shall arrive by dawn tomorrow, Ming remarked, gazing out at the encroaching nightfall. Her mind wandered in myriad directions. The decision to choose the Heaven Do Royal Academy was not made lightly. On one hand, her title as the Chosen One would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Spirit Hall, making an early choice prudent. Moreover, even though Xiao Wu's mother had returned to the Star Do Forest after her resurrection, she would undoubtedly harbor animosity towards the Spirit Hall. By guiding Xiao Wu to align with a powerful faction sooner rather than later, they could circumvent many potential troubles, allowing Ming to strategize once her own strength had sufficiently grown. Additionally, the tasks assigned by the system would enable her to encounter Xue Qinghe while at the Royal Academy. With these thoughts behind her, Ming soon succumbed to fatigue, leaning against Xiao Wu and drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, The others gazed mournfully at the ruins before them, a sense of loss weighing heavily on their hearts. Aside from Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, the rest wore expressions of sorrow, having spent many years here and formed a deep attachment to the place. Sensing the collective melancholy, Tang San stepped forward. I am a disciple of Shrek, and I shall surely restore the glory of our academy. There is no need for anyone to feel disheartened. As he gazed at those beside him, Tang San was filled with righteous indignation and unwavering determination. The mistress is correct. Let us first seek a place to rest. The sky is darkening. Let us first find accommodation at the hotel in Soto City, Yu Xiaogang remarked, casting a glance towards Flander. This left Flander in a somewhat awkward position. As the academy's dean, it was entirely reasonable for him to lead the students to their lodgings. However, presently, having lost all his money, he looked helplessly at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai naturally noticed Flander's discomfort. Director, allow me to cover the expenses for tonight. Let us embark on our journey. After a good night's rest, I shall venture to the Arena of Souls tomorrow. My soul power has now reached the 37th level. Dai Mubai had not visited the Arena of Souls for quite some time. His prior activities had been confined to the academy and indulging in frivolities at the hotel. The humiliation wrought by Yi Ming had galvanized him, instilling a resolute determination to swiftly enhance his strength. Mubai, what level of badge do you currently possess? Yu Xiaogang inquired. Dai Mubai possesses a strong competitive spirit. However, he is acutely aware that revealing his record would be quite embarrassing. At present, I find myself in the Soul Arena, having participated in a total of 56 matches, with my points standing at. At this moment, his tone noticeably paused. Upon hearing the number of matches, Tang San's eyes sparkled, and he turned to Dai Mubai with a visibly invigorated expression. Let us proceed directly to the Soto Arena of Souls. With the formidable martial soul of Mubai, the evil-eye white tiger, having participated in numerous battles, he has undoubtedly attained the Copper Soul badge. Venture there, for the hospitality may surpass that of a hotel. Mubai, I am well aware of your concerns. Your points must undoubtedly be quite high. It is fear of voicing it that burdens me. Rest assured, I shall soon catch up. Dai Mubai cleared his throat, his expression darkening, and inwardly cursed Tang San. Yu Xiaogang nodded. Ah San, you truly live up to being my disciple. I had not even considered that. Reflecting on the humiliation they suffered when the negative title was bestowed upon them, the three of them realized that going there would be quite inappropriate. Then let us set forth to the Soto Great Spirit Arena. With a flourish of his sleeves, Yu Xiaogang exuded an air of formidable authority. Previously, he believed that the mutation of the martial soul, particularly with Luo Sanpao resembling a pig, was entirely incongruous with the esteemed lineage of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex and its inherited martial spirit S virtues. Thus, he had not devoted himself to rigorous training. However, circumstances had shifted. At the age of 50, he realized that it was not too late for him. Having attained the title of genius, he was on the verge of awakening the sacred dragon bloodline. Observing the fervor of the two, Dai Mubai felt compelled to intervene, lest they find themselves in an irrevocable predicament. Master, I possess merely 2 points, barely reaching the level of Iron Fighter's soul. 29 victories and 27 defeats. Yu Xiaogang paused momentarily, while Tang San gazed incredulously at Dai Mubai. I initially reached level 29 with ease, achieving 4 consecutive victories. However, after a breakthrough and acquiring the 3rd spirit ring, my level ascended to 31. Due to the disparity in levels, numerous matches were lost. However, that is no longer the case. Tomorrow, I shall undoubtedly achieve a consecutive victory. Upon hearing Mubai's explanation, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang also felt a sense of relief. Seeing Dai Mubai's unwavering confidence, Flinder appeared to recall something and turned his gaze toward Tang San and the master. The Soto Duel Arena, with a capacity to accommodate 60,000 spectators, also allows one to place bets on their favorite team. Little third, your age appears rather youthful in the arena of combat, and your martial spirit is merely blue-silver grass. The first competition, in the absence of knowledge regarding your true abilities, only a fool would wager on your victory. I hope that in the first match, the underdog encounters an opponent who appears to be formidable. The odds will be terrifyingly high, and the moment for a turnaround has arrived. Upon hearing Flander's words, Tang San was filled with immense joy. He was determined to earn the recognition of many in the first match, vowing to give his utmost effort. The title of genius shall arrive the day after tomorrow. At that moment, I shall choose to unveil it in the arena of combat, beneath the gaze of the multitude. allowing the golden title to grace my brow. Even now, adorned with the title of a thief in a shade of ghastly green, it shall be overshadowed by the resplendent golden light. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaogang also eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. Beloved disciple, in the arena of soul battles, I have contemplated that both of us, as esteemed soul masters. How about forming a duo? Upon hearing this, Tang San hesitated. Although partnering with his teacher would ensure an effortless victory in battles against great soul masters, he feared that during the soul master competition, obtaining the third soul ring, Yu Xiaogang might hinder his progress. Do you doubt my ability to attain the title of genius? My dear disciple, Yu Xiaogang furrowed his brow slightly. Thus it is settled. The name shall be derived from your blue silver grass and my lineage from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, henceforth known as the blue tyrant combination. Upon hearing the name of the combination, Flander felt a wave of unease. Lu Erlong was the head of the Blue Tyrant Academy, and their relationship was anything but ordinary. He had also contemplated urging Erlong to rename her academy as Shrek Academy, yet at this moment. Chapter 071, The Yin-Yang Man, Yu Xiaogang. Tang San hesitated no longer. Though it was with great reluctance, he recognized that the spirits of everyone had just begun to rise from the depths of despair, and it would be unwise to dampen the teacher's spirits. His gaze then turned resolute. Indeed, the teacher is the apex of the golden triangle. Even if the knowledge of martial souls is surreptitiously acquired, it can still be revoked. With intellect coupled with insight, one's future achievements are bound to surpass those of the past. Upon hearing Tang San's commendation, Yu Xiaogan's expression returned to its usual composure. You are indeed correct. Henceforth, cultivating my skills is one aspect, but I shall not relinquish my pursuit of understanding the martial soul. Once I devise a new theory, perhaps the title of pseudomaster that looms above me shall vanish. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogan's words, Oscar and Ma Hongjun felt an immense sense of relief. The uniqueness of their martial spirits left them utterly perplexed regarding the selection of their soul rings. Oscar approached Yu Xiaogang, linking arms with him and shaking him enthusiastically. Master, my soul power has now reached level 29. As a food-type soul master, I must be included in the team battles. The solitary game, the advantage in rank, is utterly useless to me, offering no means of offense whatsoever. Manager Li, observing Oscar's playful and endearing demeanor, felt an inner resistance. This Yu Xiaogang is truly terrifying. He has completely grasped Xiaoao. A sense of dread filled my heart. Be gentle, Xiaoao, it hurts. Yu Xiaogang cried out in pain. Having been mercilessly beaten by Zhao Wujuan, his injuries had yet to heal, and his voice, now sharp and piercing, carried an unsettling tone that made Manager Li's scalp tingle with discomfort. Xiaoao, you will be paired with the chubby one to participate in the duo battle. Team battle. My companion and I will guide you. It will be quite secure. Yu Xiaogang was brimming with a sense of accomplishment as night descended and darkness enveloped the surroundings. The Shrek group traversed the mountain path towards Soto City. Should ordinary folk catch sight of them, they would surely find it difficult to sleep, for along the pitch-black road, an eerie green light emanated. Tang San and his companions were shrouded in this green glow, their faces rendered ghastly. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the eastern gate of Soto City. However, the streets were ablaze with light, bustling with people. Yu Xiaogang halted. While Tang San and Dai Mubai wore complex expressions, the glaring green light above their heads was too conspicuous, raising fears of being shunned by the city's denizens. Flander, sensing the trio's unease, commanded Zhao Wujie to take the lead and intimidate those around them. As they walked through the streets, the residents cast peculiar glances their way. Yet the imposing figure of Zhao Wujie, exuding an air of menace, quelled any potential dissent that could only whisper amongst themselves. Soon, they arrived at the hotel lobby, which was bustling with guests checking in. The arrival of the Shrek group left the other patrons momentarily stunned. Upon noticing the theft and scoundrel titles hovering above the newcomers' heads, they hastily secured their valuables, clutched their girlfriends, and made a swift exit from the hotel. This exodus left the manager, who was responsible for the hotel, feeling quite pained, but after a moment of resignation, he greeted them with a smile. Master Dai, is it necessary to take up residence despite the long journey? Yu Guang cast a glance, noting that there were a total of 8 individuals present. Arrange 8 exquisite guest rooms for Master Dai, said Dai Mubai with a haughty nod, as the entourage followed the manager upstairs. The following morning, at the entrance of the Royal Academy, a throng of people had gathered, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the fated child, Ming. The the three archbishops, along with over 60 esteemed faculty members, exhibited palpable excitement. Before long, the sound of hooves echoed, and a carriage of notable grandeur approached the crowd. The driver was taken aback by the spectacle. What remarkable status must the two young ones inside possess, especially since Ming had previously concealed their title? With a deep sigh, the coachman firmly pulled the reins, bringing the carriage to a smooth halt at the entrance of the academy. Two radiant youths gracefully descended from the vehicle, with Ming stretching languidly as she held the hand of Xiaowu. The three esteemed bishops promptly approached, their faces adorned with smiles and expressions of flattery. Esteemed guests, after your arduous journey, the Academy has prepared a sumptuous feast. In terms of accommodation, the Academy has taken care of everything. On behalf of the Royal Heavenly Doe, we warmly welcome your arrival. The faculty members of the Academy turned their attention towards the two individuals, one of whom could hardly conceal his excitement as he scrutinized Ming. It was Qin Ming, who had received prior notification that he would be responsible for Ming's arrangements. This was largely due to the exceptional performance of the Royal Doe team, which Qin Ming led. Ming inclined his head slightly, signaling his respect. There is no need for such a grand reception. I am somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. Ming appeared quite affable, devoid of any airs, which further endeared him to the three bishops present. The Academy's leadership was ecstatic at the prospect of the chosen one joining, and the members of the Royal Doe team were sure to achieve greatness through their association with Ming. One bishop commanded, Qin Ming, please escort Ming and his friend to dine, and then familiarize them with the Academy. Qin Ming respectfully stepped forward, leading the two into the Academy. The environment and facilities here were of the highest caliber, adorned with opulent decorations, and the floors were laid with marble, creating an elegant atmosphere that was truly refreshing. Upon entering the Academy, they drew countless gazes from the students, whose uniform attire and demeanor exuded an air of aristocracy. However, one particular gaze immediately made Ming feel a sense of hostility. His mental acuity detected an arrogant demeanor from the individual, who sported long red hair and bore a look of enmity in their eyes. Could it be Avalanche? Ming's first reaction was to think of this individual. Apart from one other person, the entire academy felt a sense of pride at the arrival of the chosen one. Among the hundreds of students, that malevolent gaze unmistakably belonged to Avalanche. It is unclear whether his current demeanor is a facade or a genuine reflection of his deep-seated defiance against fate. After all, he too is a prince, Ming speculated. Xuebing looked at Ming, internally conflicted. If I don't provoke him, I may very well be doomed. I must find an opportunity to teach Ming a lesson. He understood that the terror of Xue Qinghe necessitated a display of foolishness to ensure his survival. Ming chose not to dwell on it further, recognizing that Xuebeng was fundamentally not malevolent. After the banquet, and following a thorough explanation from Qin Ming, Ming and Xiaowu gained a general understanding of the academy. Come, let me introduce you to your future companions, Qin Ming exclaimed, leading the way ahead of the two. Xiaowu appeared quite delighted, asking, Teacher, are there any girls among your students? Qin Ming replied as he walked, Of course. There are indeed two. Truly splendid, Xiaowu exclaimed with exuberance. Ming, fully aware of the moment, felt a flicker of anticipation, for Yi Lingling was among them, wielding the martial soul 9-heart begonia, and possessed a most enchanting appearance. At the entrance of a hotel in Soto City, Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, and their companions set forth towards the Soto Great Spirit Arena. I wonder what kind of opponent Yu Xiaogang, will encounter in the first match later. It is truly lamentable. Right from the break of dawn, I am nearly rendered unconscious by the noxious fumes of Luo Sanpao. No one can withstand such an assault. Tang San, with a lightness in his step and a buoyant spirit, remarked, The opponent in the first match is dreadfully unfortunate. Soon, they shall succumb to my violet-black vines. Last night, Flinder, through Dai Mubai's connections, had borrowed 100 gold soul coins from the hotel manager. The more he contemplated it, the more he could hardly contain his excitement. Wealth was within his grasp. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujin felt a deep aversion upon witnessing the expressions on Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang's faces. He inwardly cursed in a one-on-one match. I truly hope Tang San faces Yu Xiaojiang. Chapter 072. Ming torments Tang San. The Tiando Royal Academy, expansive in its grounds, housed within a certain pavilion, where, under Qin Ming's guidance, Ming, accompanied by Xiao Wu, arrived at this location. Qin Ming, with a kindly demeanor, stated, At this time, the team members are engaged in their training. The academy boasts various types of simulated training rooms. Assault, agility, and control systems can all be cultivated in the most suitable environments. In a simulated environment, it is possible to conjure soul beasts that correspond to their respective ranks. Allow the members to engage in first-hand experience and uncover the weaknesses of various soul beasts. Ming understood that it was essential to first accumulate a certain level of combat experience. Otherwise, venturing into the soul beast forest without the guidance of a mentor would pose significant dangers, unless the objective was to acquire high-aged soul rings, where the mentor would intervene. One could not solely rely on protection to grow strong. In the world of soul beasts, the law of the jungle prevails, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, providing a substantial advantage in combat. Ming, the academy boasts over 500 students, all of whom are scions of nobility from the empire and its affiliated kingdoms. This has led to some students becoming overly arrogant, while others display a lack of quality. Ming said, shaking his head in helplessness. If one encounters unreasonable troublemakers, there is no need for leniency. Xiaowu clenched her delicate fists, displaying a playful yet fierce demeanor. Teacher, if anyone dares to bully us, let them experience the prowess of my gentle techniques. Ming gazed at the innocent and adorable visage of Xiaowu, an embodiment of youthful charm, feeling as though his heart was melting. This only deepened his affection for her. Ming playfully pinched Xiaowu's puffed cheeks and affectionately reassured her, "Rest assured, with me around, who would dare to bully us?" Ming continued to patiently explain matters to the two of them. There exists a dedicated training facility for support-type soul masters, complete with a physical conditioning chamber and a gravity training room. Within the academy, there exists a classification of students based on their respective abilities. Those with a strength level below 25 are classified as Tianwei grade. From 25 to 30, one reaches the celestial level. Those above level 30 are the highest, the heavenly Dou level. Xiaowu pouted, "I am currently at level 29, which means Ming is at the heavenly Dou level." The allure of the benefits associated with the title of the Chosen One was so tempting that Ming did not inquire about the levels of the two. Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, his gaze intensified as he turned to look at Ming. "I am currently at level 38, Ming said nonchalantly. This revelation astonished Ming, who was aware of Ming's age. The 12-year-old Xiaowu, at level 29, was already considered a prodigy. Yet Ming surpassed even that with her extraordinary talent. Furthermore, the members of the battle team were a few years older than them. Ming instructed a steward to inform the team members. In a short while, 7 members of the royal battle team arrived in the courtyard. Ming warmly approached and stood beside Ming. "I would like to introduce to you both of our new members." Everyone turned their gaze towards Ming, for they had been informed in advance that the Chosen One was to arrive. Although Ming was merely 12 years of age, he towered over his peers and possessed an extraordinary countenance, strikingly handsome. The 7 individuals exchanged puzzled glances towards the crown of Ming's head, and at that moment, the title of the Chosen One manifested, no longer concealed, radiating with a brilliant golden light that was exceptionally dazzling. "Greetings, I am Xiaowu, the dancer," Xiaowu exclaimed joyfully as she approached a young maiden. Ming glanced over, captivated by the girl's graceful stature, which exuded an ethereal aura. Her clear, luminous eyes were refreshingly unique, and her youthful visage bore an unmissable hint of shyness. With a delicate countenance that could render one spellbound, there wafted a faint, enchanting fragrance in the air. Clad in an immaculate white gown, the diaphanous satin fabric accentuated her lithe figure. Her skin was as fair as snow, radiant like jade, and remarkably smooth. Her waist was slender and delicate, yet the white gown could not conceal her long, elegant legs, which stood straight and true, enhancing the girl's extraordinary presence. With a light-hearted laugh, she introduced herself. "I am Yi Lingling, a soul master of the 9 Hearts Begonia, at level 35 in the support category. Yu Tianheng, the captain of the royal combat team. His martial soul is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, a formidable level 39 assault-type battle spirit master," proclaimed a man of striking presence. Du Guyin, vice captain of the imperial battle team, possesses the martial soul of the phosphorescent serpent and is a level 38 control spirit master, a stunningly beautiful woman stated, her gaze sharp and vigilant. Following her introduction, the other 4 members of the squad also presented themselves. Ming stepped forward, nodding in satisfaction as he regarded Ming. They are all exceptional talents among the Tianshou ranks, with soul rings perfectly attuned. Upon hearing this, Ming promptly approached Yu Tianheng. Ming, aged 12, possesses the martial spirit of the divine beast eyes, with a soul power level of 38. Diguyan exclaimed in astonishment. What? You have reached 38 levels? The other 6 members of the team also appeared utterly astonished. Recalling that at their 12 years of age, their own soul power had only reached 28 or 29 levels. Yu Tianheng pondered, is your ability summoning? Then you must be a support-type soul master. Rest assured, I will protect you in future battles. This led Yu Tianheng to believe that the summoner Yi Ming possessed a somewhat weaker physical constitution. Captain, you need only charge ahead. We shall take it upon ourselves to protect Lingling and Yiming, declared the 2 stout brothers, whose appearances were strikingly similar, as they thumped their chests with unwavering conviction. Our martial souls are none other than the Black Tortoise, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. No one can harm him at the same level. Upon hearing his teammates' eager declarations, Qin Ming felt a swell of satisfaction. A harmonious team atmosphere is indeed a blessing. Yi Ming felt a warmth in her heart as she said, Thank you, everyone. But I am not a support-type soul master. The 7 members of the Huangdou team exchanged puzzled glances. Then what type of soul master do you belong to? Yi Ming pondered for a moment and replied thoughtfully, I would categorize myself as an all-rounder soul master. The group fell silent, including Qin Ming, who stared at Yi Ming in astonishment. Xiao playfully glanced at everyone, teasing, Don't be so surprised. You'll gradually adapt. Yi Ming, however, possesses strength that surpasses your imagination. Yi Ming smiled gently and turned to Qin Ming, saying, Teacher, Xiao Wu and I plan to visit Soto City tomorrow. It may take us some time to return. Qin Ming, puzzled, replied, Yi Ming, you have witnessed the profound heritage of the academy. By cultivating here, your abilities would surely be further refined. The simulated training chamber can provide battle scenarios for students below level 50. Yi Ming pondered, murmuring, Are there training rooms within the academy for those above level 60? Qin Ming remained silent. It is noteworthy that those with soul power levels exceeding 60 hold a status within the academy that is only surpassed by the 3 major committees. The members of the Emperor battle team felt a whirlwind of emotions, all believing that Yi Ming was being overly extravagant. Even the chosen one cannot be so presumptuous. Can they? I wish to spend some time with Xiao Wu at the Soto Arena, casually acquire a high-level badge, and then return. Qin Ming nodded in appreciation. Yi Ming, it seems you inquired about this before coming to the academy. Indeed, every member of my Royal Combat team possesses the Silver Soul Badge. In Chapter 073, Ambush, the 7 members of the Royal Combat team displayed expressions of agreement as Yi Ming's thoughts garnered their acknowledgement. However, it had taken them a full 3 years to attain the Silver Soul Badge, a feat achieved through their collective effort, as participation in team battles necessitated the presence of all 7. Qin Ming felt a sense of joy upon realizing that Yi Ming harbored such a grounded perspective. Yi Ming, although you inquired prior to your enrollment, your genuine intent is all that truly matters. There is no need to follow in the footsteps of Tianheng and his companions. The Soul Arena can indeed facilitate rapid advancement. If you wish to engage in a friendly spar, feel free to approach any member of the team, for they possess the battle experience of Silver Soul fighters. Witnessing Qin Ming's enthusiasm, Yu Tianheng, the captain, also stepped forward. Yi Ming, the teacher is indeed correct. Your soul power level is not significantly different from ours. Yet we possess a wealth of combat experience, and engaging with us will undoubtedly impart valuable lessons. Yu Tianheng directed his gaze towards his teammates. Yi Ming, however, expressed her gratitude, saying, No, thank you. I still believe that battling unfamiliar opponents is preferable. Qin Ming's expression grew troubled as if a thought had struck him. His eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Yi Ming, how about we have the members of the Royal Duel team to accompany you on your journey? They have yet to acquire the Silver Battle Soul, but with a team, it will be considerably easier. Yi Ming gently declined, stating, My aspirations do not lie with the Silver Battle Soul. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling Yi Ming's earlier remark about being satisfied with merely obtaining a badge, which he assumed to be the Bronze Battle Soul, indeed, a task not overly challenging, the teacher did not insist any longer, saying, Once you obtain the Copper Soul Badge, do return. Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback and replied, Teacher, you misunderstand. I wish for Xiao Wu and myself to acquire the Silver Soul Badge within a month. Then, for 3 years, a gasp of astonishment interrupted Yi Ming. Aside from Xiao Wu, everyone present was utterly shocked. Achieving a Silver Soul Badge within a month, was this a jest? And with only 2 individuals? A third ring and a second ring soul master participating in both duo and team battles would inevitably face opponents who were third ring soul venerables. And to bring Xiaowu along in just a month? How could this be feasible? A silver soul badge requires 1,000 points, with 3 matches a day, totaling 90 matches over 30 days. Even if they won 6 consecutive matches in the first 2 days, starting from the 5th match, each subsequent victory would only yield an additional 10 points. 6 consecutive victories would amount to 24 points, and even if they won all of the remaining 84 matches, they would accumulate just 864 points. To obtain a silver soul badge within a month, one would need to engage in leap-level battles, where each victory would increase points by 100. Yet, this was simply implausible. A soul venerable would be burdened by a second-rate soul master in a duo battle. How could they contend against 2 soul venerables? In a team battle, they would confront 7 soul venerables, something even the Imperial battle team could not accomplish. Qin Ming's expression was one of concern. Yi Ming. The title of the Chosen One indeed shines too brightly, but you must not become overly zealous. Yu Tianheng, as the core of the team, understood the immense difficulty of obtaining a silver soul badge. Approaching Yi Ming, he offered words of comfort. If you are determined to pursue this, then take along members from the second team. One cannot perceive oneself as omnipotent, believing that an individual's strength can rival that of an entire team. Yi Ming exclaimed with a look of helplessness. Her teammates were overly enthusiastic, and considering they would be part of the same squad in the future, she felt there was no need for pretense. In an instant, she retreated several dozen meters. How swift! Yu Tianheng secretly marveled. The title of the Chosen One enveloped Yi Ming in a golden radiance, his eyes gleaming with a dazzling golden brilliance that overwhelmed all. In an instant, the members of the Imperial battle team were left utterly astonished. Even Qin Ming, a soul emperor of level 62, stared with wide eyes, frozen in place. 3 soul rings descended in an orderly fashion from above Yi Ming's head, swirling around him, their brilliant red light illuminating every corner of the courtyard. 300,000-year soul rings. Qin Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, the spectacle did not conclude there. The blue-silver domain unfurled, and beneath everyone's feet, a radiant glow of azure and gold spread forth. With a mere thought from Yi Ming, the stone pillars within the pavilion were ensnared by the ascending blue-silver emperor vines, which constricted relentlessly. The sound of shattering reverberated, and in an instant, the stone pillars were reduced to mere powder. The force is truly terrifying. The buildings within the academy are all constructed from granite. If I were to be trapped, I wonder if I could break free. Yu Tianheng pondered, believing that his martial soul was among the most exceptional of beast martial souls. Perhaps there was a chance. Such formidable control, those vines appear remarkably resilient. Du Guyan pondered to herself, convinced that her own Bai Ling snake was certainly no less proficient in the art of manipulation than those vines. Come forth, my 3 companions. Yu Ming's voice resonated with authority. The crimson soul ring shimmered, manifesting in the air above Yu Ming's head, as 3 figures emerged from the 10,000-year soul ring. The ethereal silhouette of the blue-silver emperor stood protectively behind him. 2 colossal soul beasts stood respectfully at Yi Ming's sides. The atmosphere surged once more, akin to that of a sovereign, overwhelming the members of the royal battle team with an intense sense of dread, causing them to tremble involuntarily. The aura suddenly intensified, as if the individual had transformed entirely. It appears even more formidable, requiring no protection whatsoever. The ferocious power emanating from Yi Ming left everyone in a state of astonishment. Teacher, within 3 years, I strive to lead the team to obtain the Sapphire Badge. Upon hearing these words, Qin Ming's heart was stirred. The Sapphire Badge corresponded to the strength of a soul Douluo. Beyond that, the Ruby Badge was associated with the title Douluo, while the Diamond Badge could only be attained by a select few peak Douluo and limit Douluo. Yi Ming, with such a terrifying soul ring configuration, it is not difficult to obtain a silver soul fighting spirit even in battles beyond one's level. Perhaps 3 years of growth can indeed accomplish it. In the realm of solitary combat, you are entirely capable of overcoming challenges across 2 tiers. Henceforth, participating in daily solo battles shall suffice, Qin Ming proposed with palpable excitement. Yi Ming shook her head, responding, Teacher, my aspiration is to attain the silver soul of battle and subsequently engage in the arena alongside my team. 3 years. And everyone shall attain the Sapphire title. My ambition is the Diamond Badge. Qin Ming stumbled slightly, appearing unsteady on his feet. The 7 members of the royal duel were equally incredulous. Very well, esteemed teacher. I wish to return to my dormitory for a brief moment, and I shall seek you out again shortly. Xiaowu, Let us depart. With Xiao in tow, Yu Ming turned and left, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Within the grand hall of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the sect leader Ning Fengji, upon receiving the news, summoned both the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo to deliberate on matters concerning Yi Ming. I intend to send Rongrong to the Royal Academy of Tiando. What are your thoughts on this matter? Chen Xian stepped forward, exuding an air of elegance and valor, his sword-like brows and starry eyes distinctly remarkable. Master, the Royal Academy exhibits a disparity in its teachings, yet it is rumored that the Chosen One has joined the Imperial combat team led by Qin Ming. At merely 31 years of age, Qin has already attained the esteemed rank of Soul Emperor. I believe sending Rongrong would serve as an invaluable experience for her growth. Ning Fengji remarked, Sword Master, you have always been quite indulgent towards Rongrong. Since you endorse her journey, it would be fitting for you to accompany her. Indeed, my lord. I shall promptly instruct Rongrong to gather her belongings and proceed to the Royal Academy. Xin, wielding his sword, prepared to depart, while the Bone Dole murmured softly beside him. Do not forget to assess the strength of that young man. A glimmer of determination flickered in the eyes of the sword Douluo as a plan began to take shape. Meanwhile, within the majestic halls of the Tiando Imperial Palace, Xue Qinghe could no longer remain at ease. Chapter 074, Capturing Qianrangshu. To become the companion of the destined child. Possessing the potential to attain the title of Douluo is undoubtedly a path to divinity. In addition, she is a god whose power has doubled. Within the imperial palace of the Heavendo Empire, Xue Qinghe gazed with longing, or rather, it was Qianrangshu. Proud of spirit, at the age of 22. She had already attained the rank of a level 70 spirit saint, and reaching the title of Douluo would be an effortless feat for her. Even should she ascend to divinity, she yearned to be among the elite of the gods. The thought of inevitably becoming a deity was a goal she fervently pursued. Having infiltrated the Heavendo Empire at the tender age of 9, she disguised herself as the second prince, whose indifferent nature led him to disregard fame and fortune. Despite the expectations placed upon him by the Snow Knight Emperor, Xue Qinghe harbored no ambitions of imperial grandeur, which captured Qianrangshu's attention. Now, after 13 years of concealment, she found herself perplexed by the prophesied son of destiny and the imminent arrival of the title of genius. With an innate soul power of level 20 and a divine martial soul, the six-winged angel, the thought of the deity revealing Qianrangshu, coupled with the golden title descending upon my head, could spell tremendous trouble. After years of concealment, it would all be for naught. If only a positive title could be concealed, murmured Xue Qinghe, no longer dwelling on her thoughts. She stepped outside the palace and instructed her servants to prepare a carriage for her departure to the Royal Academy. One can only proceed step by step. First, I shall approach the destined child under the guise of Xue Qinghe and forge a connection with him. With that, Xue Qinghe exited the heavenly, followed by dozens of guards. Meanwhile, within the illustrious halls of the Heavenly Royal Academy, upon receiving the news, Xue Lang was thrown into a state of panic. Xue Qinghe, why has he suddenly decided to come to the academy? Upon this thought, I could not help but tremble. I had clearly made every effort to present myself as utterly inconsequential. Surely, I posed no threat to his standing. Could it be that he has come to investigate my true capabilities? With this notion in mind, a plan began to formulate within me. The child of destiny. Your arrival is indeed most ill-timed. Others may hold you in esteem, yet I cannot afford to do so. Otherwise, I would be left in a precarious situation. Today is the moment to impart a lesson to you, and it shall be done in the presence of Xue Qinghe. I apologize. I am not yet ready to meet my demise. Today, I shall undoubtedly exhibit foolishness. Su Bing furrowed her brow, but with a supportive backing. She promptly exited the courtyard. The higher echelons of the academy were also informed, and the 3 members of the education committee hurried to the academy's entrance, preparing for a reception. Before long, a royal carriage arrived, and amidst the escort of guards, Su Qinghe arrived at the academy's doorstep. Your Highness, the second prince. We apologize for our inadequate welcome. Please, allow us to escort you inside. The 3 members of the educational committee expressed their utmost respect at this moment. Indeed, I have come here upon hearing of the arrival of the Chosen One, as the second prince of the empire. I come to pay my respects on behalf of the royal family. The 3 members of the education committee exchanged glances, fully aware of Xue Qinghe's typically low-profile demeanor and disinterest in imperial affairs. The sudden decision to represent the empire was perplexing, yet they dared not show any sign of negligence. Meanwhile, Yi Ming and Xiao Wu returned to their dormitory, tidied their beds, and then proceeded to their respective pavilions, where they engaged in lively conversation with Yu Tianhing and Yi Lingling. At that moment, Qin Ming arrived with a beaming expression, sensing that the teacher was in good spirits. All members of the royal battle team ceased their discussions. Yi Ming, the esteemed second prince of the empire, has come to pay a visit in the spirit of hospitality. The moment is nearly upon us, Qin Ming exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, Yi Ming also sensed it and thought to herself, Qian Rinxue arrives rather swiftly. This is advantageous as it saves us considerable trouble. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of the 3 committee members, Xueqinghe entered the courtyard of the imperial battle team. A throng of students gathered to witness the event. Among them was Xue Bong, who immediately recognized Yi Ming due to her resplendent title. Xueqinghe approached with a gentle demeanor, saying, as the child of destiny, your inclusion in the imperial battle team will undoubtedly strengthen the empire's future. Yi Ming responded with polite formality, yet in her mind, she contemplated how to swiftly gain her favor, with the first step being to unveil the guise she wore. Merely relying on the title of child of destiny, Xueqinghe felt it insufficient and sought to gauge Yi Ming's true prowess. As the second prince, arriving at this esteemed academy signifies a representation of the empire, and I shall witness the prowess of the students. Upon her arrival, Yi Ming was met with the question, who among you would be willing to allow the chosen one to delve into the profound heritage of the Royal Academy? The eyes of Xue Bing sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a rare opportunity. However, it was imperative not to confront Yi Ming openly. Xue Bing needed to ensure that Xueqinghe remained convinced that she posed no threat to him. At this moment, Xue Bing positioned herself closer to Yi Ming, remaining just behind her. Just as Xueqinghe was about to inquire about Yi Ming's willingness, a shadow suddenly launched an attack. With a swift motion, a left kick aimed directly at Yi Ming was executed. It was an unexpected assault, and despite Xue Bing's lack of prowess, she was still a soul master. However, at the very moment of impact, Yi Ming reacted with remarkable speed. Without employing her soul power, she merely relied on her formidable presence to deflect the attack effortlessly. With a resounding thud, Avalanche crashed to the ground, contorted in agony, curling up in a display of immense suffering. Yet, within, a sense of joy blossomed. The ambush had utterly failed, and the repercussions were undeniably severe. How embarrassing! Nevertheless, the objective was achieved. All the students, upon witnessing the spectacle, harbored disdain in their hearts. Yet none dared to exhibit even a hint of mockery upon their faces. Subsequently, several students approached with feigned cordiality, assisting him to a nearby location. For Avalanche's connections were formidable. Xueqinghe furrowed his brow, inwardly cursing, what a fool. He truly brings disgrace to the royal family. However, he no longer felt any wariness towards Avalanche. Yi Ming, ignoring Avalanche entirely, turned her attention to Xueqinghe and spoke coolly, Second Prince. If you wish to gauge my abilities, fortuitously, I plan to visit the Soto Sol Arena tomorrow. Your Highness, would you care to accompany me? In that case, from the audience seats, you shall surely comprehend my prowess. Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe felt a stir within her heart. The title of genius was within reach. This opportunity would allow her to depart from the royal confines without arousing suspicion. Moreover, it was in Soto City, at that time. She could seek a secluded spot to secure the title of genius. Having lingered within the palace for quite some time, how could one refuse such a gracious invitation from the Son of Heaven? Then let us embark together. Tomorrow, I shall instruct my servants to prepare a splendid carriage. In less than half a day, we shall arrive at Soto City. Yi Ming nodded in agreement. Her intention to seek an opportunity to unveil her disguise and seize Qian Rinxue in Soto City was clear. However, as she gazed upon the resplendent title of genius adorning Yi Ming's head, Xueqinghe felt a sense of unease stir within him. By the way, Yi Ming, isn't the title above the arena a bit too ostentatious? Yi Ming smiled knowingly. How could he be oblivious to Qian Rinxue's thoughts? With a mere thought, he concealed the title, alleviating any lingering concerns within Xueqinghe's heart. Excellent. It seems that a positive title can indeed conceal one's identity, thus preventing any exposure, thought Xueqinghe to herself. Then I shall not impose any further. I will return to the royal court to make preparations. With a slight bow, he signified his respect. Yi Ming responded courteously, and then Xueqinghe departed from the academy. The onlooking students dispersed, and the 3 committee members returned to their respective residences. However, scarcely had they settled in when a steward hurriedly arrived. Esteemed members of the Education Committee, the Sword Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is approaching the academy's entrance. The committee members, taken aback, pondered anxiously, what could this mean? arriving at the break of dawn, awaiting the destined child. Just as things had calmed down, the second prince arrived, accompanied by a formidable title Douluo. That is none other than the unparalleled sword path of Chen Xian. He hastily rose to greet at the entrance. Chapter 075, The Trial of the Sword Duelist. Outside the Royal Academy of Tiando, Chen Xian stood with one hand resting behind his back, exuding an aura of invincibility. Nearly standing there, the sharpness of his sword intent evoked a profound sense of reverence. Beside him, a young maiden linked her arm with his right, resembling a delicate princess. Grandfather sword. I feel suffocated within the sect. At last, my father has gained enlightenment. Ning Rongrong declared with an air of pride, her gaze subsequently shifting toward the Royal Academy. This place is far larger than the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It seems it will be quite intriguing. The girl, with her sapphire-like eyes, surveyed the academy before her. The sword Doa spoke with a tone of indulgence. Rongrong, now that we are here, you must refrain from being headstrong and willful. With Grandfather Jian absent, there will be no one to protect you. Ning Rongrong pouted playfully. I am famously known as the Little Witch. No one dares to provoke me. So Grandfather Jian need not worry. At that moment, 3 members of the teaching committee approached the academy's entrance, bowing respectfully. Senior Jian, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our Royal Academy? I kindly invite you to discuss it inside, he said, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong beside him, as if he had guessed something. Jian Duo replied solemnly, at the behest of the sect master. I wish for Rongrong to study at your esteemed academy. I have heard that the Chosen One is also present there, under the guidance of Qin Ming. It is an honor for the academy to be esteemed by the esteemed Lord Ning. Allow me to escort you both, accompanied by 3 committee members. They soon arrived at the heart of the academy. Ning Rongrong's exquisite beauty instantly captivated countless gazes. What a beautiful young lady, so pure and innocent. Dressed in a flowing azure gown, her chestnut hair cascades gracefully down to her waist. Her clear, bright eyes and exquisite oval face resemble that of a celestial being descending to earth. I still believe that Goddess Yu Lingling is more beautiful. Her aura is extraordinarily pure. The students present whispered among themselves, casting glances at the young girl before them. Qin Ming, leading his students, also arrived at the central square. At this moment, Qin Ming felt an immense joy in his heart, for his team was about to welcome a supportive soul master from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Senior Sword Douluo. I am the instructor responsible for the royal fighting team. Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction. Before him stood Qin Ming, exuding a profound aura, accompanied by a fervent wave of energy that elicited admiration from Sword Douluo. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards the group of students behind him. Meanwhile, Xiao appeared somewhat panicked, anxiously hiding behind Yi Ming. Upon encountering the esteemed figure, Yi Ming felt a surge of excitement. The aura emanating from Sword Douluo was overwhelmingly potent. As his piercing eyes swept across the scene, Yu Qianheng, Du Guyan, and the others were filled with trepidation, instinctively retreating a few steps, as if confronted by a sharp blade. Upon locking eyes with Yi Ming, Sword Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly. You are the Chosen One. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming reassured Xiao behind her not to worry and stepped forward. Indeed, I am the younger generation, Yi Ming. At that moment, all the teachers and students in the center of the academy gathered around, eager to witness the elegance of Jian Daochen Xian. With a mere thought, Sword Douluo summoned an invisible force that drew Yi Ming to the center of the plaza. As he advanced, the aura surrounding him gradually unfurled. Yi Ming, though startled and unable to break free, felt no fear within her heart. Is this a test of my strength? All the teachers and students turned their gazes towards Yi Ming, each one pondering in speculation. Is the swordsmanship of dust and heart destined for the child of heaven? It appears that today we shall clearly discern the extent of Yi Ming's extraordinary talent, which has garnered such significant attention from the academy. The crowd brimmed with anticipation, including Qin Ming and the 7 members of the team, all of whom recognized Yi Ming's exceptional prowess, though their understanding remained insufficient. Chen Xian, wielding his sword above Yi Ming, channeling his spirit power through his fingertips, exerting pressure upon her. Yi Ming merely shrugged, unfazed, and inquired, Senior Sword, has the test commenced? Chen Xian furrowed his brow, realizing that the spirit power he released matched Yi Ming's level. He had previously observed that Yi Ming appeared to be of similar age to Rongrong, yet her spirit power level astonishingly reached 38, prompting his eagerness to assess her capabilities. Confronted by a title Douluo, Even an extraordinary talent must unleash their martial spirit to withstand pressure of such magnitude. As a sword Douluo, Chang Xian stood as a paragon among titled Douluo. Yet, before him, Yu Ming maintained an air of effortless composure. Not even a flicker of spirit power emanating from her, let alone compelling him to invoke his martial spirit. Meanwhile, the members of the Imperial Do battle team felt the overwhelming pressure, their hearts racing in trepidation. It is worth noting that the oppressive force unleashed by the sword Douluo was solely directed at Yu Ming. Even the residual waves of spirit power were beyond their capacity to endure. The surrounding students, positioned even further away, struggled to maintain their footing. Yet their gazes were fixed upon the figure in the sky, filled with admiration. Jian Douluo, so incredibly handsome. I, too, yearned to soar through the skies on a sword. Such a magnificent sight. I also wish to adopt the same hairstyle as my esteemed mentor, Sword Douluo, and dye it a striking silver white. How incredibly cool that would be. In the future at the academy, I shall diligently cultivate my skills, aspiring to one day become a formidable warrior akin to Sword Master Qinshin. The surrounding students, brimming with excitement, gazed adoringly at the sword Douluo. Qinshin could not help but exclaim, "Yiming, you are truly gifted, but this is merely the beginning. One hopes you can remain unperturbed in the face of the impending hierarchical oppression," Yiming remarked with a serene smile. "Senior Sword Douluo, you overestimate me." Some female students, witnessing Yiming's composed demeanor, gazed at her with admiration. Chun Xian's aura surged once more as he spoke in a low tone, "You must be cautious." In an instant, the soul power pressure beneath his sword escalated to level 40, a full 5 levels higher than before. Moreover, unlike earlier, this was now a suppression exerted by a sword Douluo at the soul sect level. A formidable force descended abruptly, shaking the ground and causing the members of the royal combat team to retreat. Ning Rongrong was no exception. Her soul power stood at 28, one level lower than Xiao Wu. Aside from the teachers of the academy, the surrounding students also withdrew a distance of 10 meters. The members of the royal combat team, however, chose to remain closer. The atmosphere is utterly terrifying. Even the martial soul has begun to spiral out of control. Yi Lingling furrowed her delicate brows as the 9-heart sea pearl manifested in the palm of her hand. As a support-type soul master, her physical prowess was somewhat lacking. However, with the emergence of her martial soul, Yi Lingling appeared even more enchanting, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yi Ming, her fair complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. The subsequent reaction from Yi Ming left everyone astonished, their expressions a blend of disbelief and shock. "It feels so comfortable. Last night, I spent the night in the carriage, and I can't shake off this lingering soreness in my body. Now I feel much better, Senior Jian. Thank you so much." Yi Ming twisted her body, her bones cracking delightfully, a look of sheer enjoyment on her face. Qin Ming trembled with excitement, his heart brimming with joy. "This truly brings great honor to the captain of the Emperor battle team. It's quite impressive." Yu Tianheng's lips twitched. "Is this even human? Yi Ming is simply extraordinary." Jian Deluo's expression turned solemn, and with a mere thought, he spoke in a deep voice. "This young man, it is time to get serious." Chun Xian emanated a brilliant azure light, his eyes shimmering with a blue glow, as the intent of the sword instantly enveloped the surroundings. And Jian Douluo swept his right hand down decisively. "I am like a sword." A low exclamation echoed. A 7-kill sword materialized before Yi Ming, an intangible sword aura enveloping her. The unity of person and sword, embodying the essence of the sword path, exuded an overwhelming presence. The fierce sword energy sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. Chapter 076, The Terror of Yi Ming. The resonant sound of buzzing emanated from the 7-kill sword. While in midair, Chun Xian was surrounded by a myriad of blue-green sword rays, resembling a celestial swordsman, exuding an air of elegance. His silver-white hair floated gracefully without the slightest breeze, and he donned a fitted outfit that radiated an aura of formidable power. The sword energy enveloped Yi Ming, yet under Chun Xian's mastery of the sword path, it merely exerted pressure. All the students of the Royal Academy, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in astonishment. The essence of swordsmanship is now more refined, exuding an unparalleled charm. The 7-killing sword wielded by the sword Douluo is exceedingly majestic, radiating an intense and formidable sword intent. Although the onlookers were taken aback, their admiration for the sword Douluo soared to new heights. "Look, Yi Ming seems to be struggling. Is she on the verge of collapsing?" exclaimed a student from the crowd, drawing the attention of all present. At this moment, Yu Ming had beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her teeth clenched tightly, and her expression was particularly grave, her fist clenched in determination. A wave of trepidation surged within her. What an overwhelming aura. This pressure is far greater than before. My heart races, and I can hardly catch my breath. Yi Ming's face flushed as she found it increasingly difficult to withstand the oppressive force emanating from the sword energy. It was evident that Shen Xin, the title Douluo, was serious, and the sword Douluo, noticing that Yi Ming could still stand with such difficulty, furrowed his brow, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. Under the blade of my 7 kills sword, you remain steadfast, Yi Ming. I must concede, your extraordinary talent is unparalleled, the finest I have encountered in my lifetime. Then next, if I cannot compel you to unleash your martial soul, the illustrious reputation of my sword path, Shen Xin, shall be rendered mere empty words. With that, the sword Douluo's mind stirred, and 9 soul rings simultaneously emerged, encircling him, amplifying his formidable presence. With a soft thud, Yi Ming knelt on one knee, her right hand bracing against the ground as her limbs began to tremble. Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng could not help but feel a surge of concern for her, while Xiaowu, standing nearby, wore a face of deep worry. The students of the academy gazed at Yu Ming with a sense of admiration in their hearts. If I were to confront such terrifying pressure, even unleashing my martial spirit would render me instantly prostrate upon the ground. Yet Yu Ming appeared to struggle. An extraordinary being indeed. Henceforth, I must forge a friendship with the destined child. The murmurs of discussion reverberated throughout the space, as all the students felt a swell of pride for being in the same academy as Yi Ming. The 3 major commissioners displayed expressions of approval, their gazes fixed upon Yi Ming with palpable anticipation. In the next moment, a resplendent title materialized above Yi Ming's head, her eyes sparkling brilliantly. The golden radiance erupted, an almost blinding light that instinctively prompted onlookers to shield their eyes. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Yi Ming rose effortlessly, brushing off her knees. Bathed in the golden glow, she resembled a sovereign, directing her gaze towards the sword Douluo hovering above. Shen Xin nodded with satisfaction, his eyes filled with admiration. Yi Ming, the soul power pressure I am about to unleash is derived from the state of unity between man and sword. Exercise caution. As his words fell, the sword Douluo descended to the ground, his hands interlaced upon the 7 killing sword, unleashing an immediate wave of sword energy that radiated outward. A fierce wind howled past as students in the distance summoned their martial souls, their soul rings manifesting. Meanwhile, over 60 faculty members of the academy, all of whom were at the soul emperor level, activated their soul power, forming diverse protective barriers to shield the students from the overwhelming aura. The entire plaza was a spectacle of brilliance, igniting the flames of enthusiasm within every heart, a scene so magnificent it was utterly breathtaking. 48 levels. Shen Xion's voice echoed as his soul power continued to ascend. Observing that Yi Ming remained unfazed, despite unleashing his martial soul, he had yet to employ the power of his soul rings. Level 52, the oppressive sensation surged to the realm of the Soul King. A hint of a smile graced the lips of the sword Douluo as he gazed at Yi Ming. At the epicenter of this pressure, Yi Ming felt the ground beneath her feet crack, yet she remained steadfast, her attributes significantly enhanced by the title's augmentation. The residual aura of soul power spread outwards for hundreds of meters, causing fissures to appear on the marble-paved ground. The 3 esteemed educators felt a sense of urgency. Yi Ming, how much longer can you endure? The academy may not withstand this. Qin Ming was filled with excitement. Yi Ming, you are truly extraordinary. The teacher has decided that tomorrow, we shall venture to the Soto City Soul Arena together. Yi Lingling's thoughts were in turmoil as she looked upon Yi Ming's proud figure, a flicker of admiration igniting within her heart. The family S9 Heart Begonia martial soul was a rare lineage, being one of the few top-tier support martial souls in existence, rendering the 7 treasures glazed tile the premier support martial soul on the continent. To share moments with the child of destiny, one wonders if it is possible to encounter certain fortuitous opportunities. Would it not delight my mother even more if the 9-heart sea-tangled spirit could be renowned alongside it? Yi Lingling mused within her heart, within her clan. Her elders had told her that should she encounter the fated child and become his companion, there would be a chance to ascend to divinity, which would be the greatest aspiration for their family. Yi Lingling gazed at Yi Ming, illuminated by golden light, already devising her plan to seek him out, wishing to accompany him to Soto City the following day. Meanwhile, in the Star Luo Empire, after Zhu Zhuqing presented her letter of resignation to her father, He learned of her association with the fated child and promptly dispatched someone to escort Zhu Zhuqing to the Royal Academy for registration. They were already en route and anticipated their arrival within half a day. In the heart of the academy, Yi Ming faced the sword Douluo, who exerted the pressure of a soul king, yet he appeared remarkably at ease. Chen Xian, astonished, solemnly remarked, "Level 58. With a sudden, forceful grip." The seven-killing sword cleaved through the ground, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Yi Ming did not dare to be negligent. 300,000-year soul rings simultaneously ignited, casting a crimson glow across the earth. The students, unaccustomed to such a terrifying configuration of soul rings, found their voices faltering into fragmented whispers. No, it cannot be. 3 red spirit rings. The black 10,000-year soul ring on Jian Douluo appeared dull and lackluster. How did Yi Ming achieve this? The brilliant golden light and resplendent red radiance rendered Yi Ming's demeanor all the more composed. The red 100,000-year soul ring, with its broader coverage, left Jian Douluo astonished. Even the well-versed warrior found himself momentarily taken aback. Chen Xian erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Well done, young lad. You have truly redefined my understanding. When the day arrives that you ascend to the rank of title Douluo, I shall certainly seek you out for a duel." Beside them, Ning Rongrong stood utterly mesmerized by Yi Ming's display of power. Under the tutelage of Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle in their sect, she had believed her own soul power level to be quite remarkable within this academy. However, at that moment, her exquisite visage bore no trace of arrogance, only pure astonishment. Chen Xian, witnessing Yi Ming's formidable soul ring configuration and the overwhelming aura of soul power, perceived it to have surged to level 60. The pressure emanating from a 96th level super Douluo, particularly one as esteemed as Jian Dao Chen Xian, rendered Yi Ming's expression somewhat grim. A resounding roar echoed as the Titan Great Ape, the Azure Bull Python, and the Emperor Blue Silver Emperor manifested behind Yi Ming. Their combined attributes once more amplified his capabilities, as these 3 supreme bloodline soul beasts alleviated the burden, allowing Yi Ming to feel a sense of ease. 67th level. Level 68. The expression on Chen Xian's face was grave. He could not be oblivious to the formidable soul beast before him, one that possessed the potential of a forest emperor. The aura of the Blue Silver Emperor was equally formidable, rivaling the massive forms of the 2 figures before him. Yi Ming maintained a calm demeanor, declaring, "Blue Silver Domain." Jian Douluo was taken aback. At the tender age of 12, he had already mastered a domain. Upon returning, how would Feng Zhi and Gu Rong react? Chapter 077. Reluctance. The imposing presence of Jian Douluo indicated that his soul power was on the verge of ascending to the soul saint level. Among the academy's instructors, aside from the 3 major committee members who possessed the strength of a soul Douluo, the majority of the other teachers were soul emperors, with soul saints being a rarity. Looking towards Yi Ming, he felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Could it be that Yi Ming surpasses us, the soul emperor level instructors? The academy's grounds were adorned with blue-golden blue-silver grass, with specks of blue light shimmering, creating an exquisitely beautiful sight. Is it possible that Yi Ming possesses a domain? The 3 esteemed leaders of the Dream Divine Machine were filled with excitement. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chen Xian's soul power was directly elevated to level 70. And the oppressive presence of the soul sage brought by the sword Douluo weighed heavily upon Yi Ming's countenance. Is this truly my limit? No, I can endure further. Yi Ming declared with unwavering resolve. He harnessed a portion of the Titan Ape's earth power, allowing the earthy currents to weave through his limbs and bones, thereby enhancing his capacity to withstand challenges. Coupled with the fortitude bestowed upon him by the Azure Bull Python, Yi Ming concentrated his thoughts, causing the blue-silver emperor vines to entwine around his waist and extend for tendrils firmly into the ground, rendering him even more stable. The pressure of a soul saint surpasses that of a soul emperor by tenfold. If one can withstand it at the 70th level, then it must be at the 72nd level. With a low exclamation, Chen Xian summoned 3 ethereal 7-killing swords, their blue silhouettes shimmering behind him. Town. 3 shadows of swords descended upon Yi Ming, enveloping him in a shroud of sword energy. The previously intangible aura began to materialize, transforming into a peculiar blue-green barrier that pressed down upon Yi Ming. As he sensed the descending pressure, a look of anguish crossed his face. The blue-silver royal vines relentlessly absorbed the scattered energy from the ground, gathering around Yi Ming. Yet, the tangible sword energy was overwhelmingly powerful. Ming felt as though he could no longer endure. His consciousness began to blur, but he gripped the vines with all his might, refusing to surrender. As the illusory blue-green barrier approached his head, Ming's bones cracked ominously, and he felt his heart racing violently. Quite impressive, with 300,000-year soul rings. One is truly invincible beneath the soul sage. Chen Xian could not help but express his admiration. Just as the oppressive aura was retracted, the ethereal blue barrier dissipated. Yet a transformation occurred within Ming. With a resounding boom, a surge of energy erupted from Ming's being. The soul power has astonishingly surpassed, reaching level 40. Chen Xian exclaimed. As the pressure dissipated, Ming gasped for breath, exhilaration coursing through her veins. Under immense strain, she had directly ascended 2 levels. Thoughts of swiftly defeating Qian Rinxue filled her mind, eager to obtain the formidable 4th soul ring, the dark demon evil god tiger. The prospect of summoning it was dazzling, and the thought of her speed becoming terrifying thrilled her further. Chen Xian retracted the 7-killing sword, while the members of the Emperor fighting team and Qin Ming advanced to assess Ming's condition. Without a second thought, Xiao Wu hurried to Ming's side. Rest assured, I am quite unharmed, Ming spoke calmly, then turned his gaze towards the sword duelist. Thanks to my senior, I have successfully advanced to level 40. Initially, I intended to achieve this breakthrough in the soul arena before confronting Qian Rinxue, but this turn of events has alleviated many of my concerns. Qinshin remarked. This is your own opportunity. If you wish to express gratitude, I kindly ask that you take good care of Rongrong in the future, as she is a support-type soul master. He then gestured towards the petite princess, who obediently approached the sword Douluo, her large, sparkling blue eyes gazing curiously at Ming and the royal entourage before her. Senior, I shall attend the soul fighting in Soto City tomorrow, and our team is in need of a support soul master. I will take Rongrong along, Ming respectfully inquired. Chen Xian's gaze turned towards Ning Rongrong. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, very well. That girl Rongrong, accustomed to her pride, could benefit from some trials and tribulations. Perhaps you should engage in the duo battle alongside Rongrong, Qinshin stated with a solemn expression. Ming sensed the unease emanating from Xiao behind her, who pinched herself as if to convey, if you partner with Ning Rongrong, what will become of me? Ming comprehended Xiao Wu's sentiments, and her countenance reflected a hint of difficulty. She recalled that Zhu Zhuqin would likely return to the academy after attending to her own matters, at which point she could pair her with Xiao Wu. Moreover, it seemed that Xiao Wu held a fondness for Zhu Zhuqin, and with this thought in mind, Ming leaned closer to Xiao Wu and whispered a few words in her ear, casting a glance toward the sword Douluo before them. Very well, senior. Then I shall join forces with Rongrong for a duet battle. Qinshin nodded, yet a hint of concern lingered. Moreover, during team battles, as Rongrong serves in a supportive capacity, she may become a target for our adversaries, so you must ensure her protection. Rest assured, senior, I shall attend, said Ming, casting a glance at the delicate Ning Rongrong before her, already harboring her own thoughts. After a round of pleasantries, Chen Xian offered some words of caution to Ning Rongrong before departing from the academy. Amidst a chorus of cheers, Ming returned to her designated pavilion alongside her team members. The faculty and students of the Royal Academy held Ming in profound admiration. Within the pavilion, Qin Ming expressed his intention to accompany Ming to Soto City, while Yi Lingling also articulated her desires, which Ming graciously accepted. Subsequently, Qin Ming relayed some matters to Yu Tianheng before taking his leave. Except for Yi Lingling, the members of the royal fighting team dispersed to pursue their training, while Ming, recognizing her own strength, opted not to engage in mimicry training and instead returned directly to the dormitory with Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong was then guided by Yi Lingling to familiarize herself with the layout of the academy, and the sight of the two enchanting young women together instantly evoked envy among all the male students. The child of destiny, so fortunate, surrounded by an abundance of enchanting beauties in the team. I wonder if any beautiful girls will come to our academy for Ming. Meanwhile, Qin Ming left the academy and ventured into a mask shop, contemplating his journey to Soto City the next day, where Shrek Academy is located. He regretted his decision to attend Shrek, having been lured by Yu Xiaogang, who had deceived him with stolen knowledge. The thought of Yu Xiaogang adorned with a grotesque array of titles filled Qin Ming with disdain. In Soto City, Tang San and his companions set off early in the morning and, before heading to the Soul Arena, arrived at a secluded area. Yu Xiaogang believed it would be more prudent to wait until 2 hours had passed since their transformation into dogs. Meanwhile, Davis, who had traveled from the Star Luo Empire, faced numerous challenges before reaching Shrek Academy, only to find it in ruins, igniting his fury even further. At that moment, Davis heard a cacophony of barking from below and, intrigued, swiftly ascended into the air. He noticed several green lights gathering in the distance, and a sinister smile crept onto his lips as he raced down the mountain. Transformed into dogs, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang had not allowed Fran to render them unconscious, as they anticipated receiving their genius titles the following day, hoping to be spared from their canine forms. Thus, on this day, they sought to fully embrace the experience of being dogs, relishing the moment as their barks echoed, releasing the pent-up frustration within them. On the final day of embodying a canine existence, a sense of reluctance washed over Tang San, who barked with a hint of melancholy. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang was consumed by thoughts of culinary delights, lamenting the imminent loss of savoring such pleasures. As he barked fervently, he inhaled deeply, yearning for one last indulgent feast. In Chapter 078, Master Dog Yu Xiaogang, the members of Shrek observed Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, reminiscent of dogs, fervently sniffing the air. Their expressions darkened with discontent. "It is fortunate that we chose the outskirts. There is unlikely to be anyone around. If we were to be seen, it would be utterly embarrassing," murmured Flander. As the dean, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame to witness such behavior from his own students. Yu Xiaogang, despite being his closest friend, carried a reputation as part of the renowned Golden Iron Triangle that many recognized. However, upon seeing Tang San's title of thief emblazoned above his head, a cunning glint sparkled in his eyes as he contemplated the soul fighting arena. With the infamous blue-silver grass, a well-known useless martial soul, coupled with the negative title, it was certain that no one would bet on Tang San in a one-on-one match, promising a lucrative opportunity for those who dared to wager. Mubai. I find myself at the hotel, having borrowed 100 golden soul coins, albeit with interest, and I owe this favor to your connections. Dai Mubai humbly acknowledged this, asserting that his reputation as a scoundrel was not entirely irredeemable. In the arena of soul battles, acquiring a higher rank badge would indeed restore a measure of respect. Flander, in a jubilant mood, proclaimed, "Our bright days are on the horizon. It is unlikely that we will attain the copper soul badge in the near future. Participating in 3 battles of the soul in a single day, after tomorrow, you shall acquire the iron soul. The treatment of iron fighting souls is, once again, the most deplorable in the arena. It is inconceivable to reside in dilapidated thatched huts, subsisting on thin broth and wilted cabbage, enduring conditions akin to that of swine." Flanders harbored no anxiety, for the gold soul coins earned would undoubtedly be allocated for his students, securing the coveted golden fighting soul badge. During this time, they would naturally stay in hotels, ensuring a comfortable experience. Meanwhile, a pack of wild dogs appeared in the outskirts, likely drawn by the barks of the two. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, upon spotting their kind, immediately sprang into action, rushing towards them, and soon a chorus of barking ensued. Dai Mubai found the cacophony excessively disruptive and expressed his displeasure. "Principal, I shall go and drive away the wild dogs." Flanders interjected, "Let them be. That pack of barking dogs is likely on their way to a gathering. On Xiaogang's final day as a dog, let him assume the role of a canine master." Dai Mubai remarked, his gaze directed towards Tang San and a pack of wild dogs, all neatly arranged in a row. Perched upon a stone, Yu Xiaogang stood with his paws together, articulating his canine philosophy. A sense of accomplishment radiated from him as he observed the pack below, his fellow canines, who, under his barks, seemed to lose their sense of self and gazed up at him in reverence. Master Dog, Tang San and the wild dogs echoed in unison, their barks resonating through the air. Yu Xiaogang felt a sense of validation, his vanity momentarily appeased, as he revealed a smile reminiscent of a Shiba Inu. As time gradually passed, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang remained exhilarated, oblivious to the impending conclusion of their transformation. Meanwhile, Davis moved with remarkable swiftness, his figure darting back and forth among the trees. The path ahead is clear, and the sound of barking grows increasingly intense. Davis leaped from the woods, landing gracefully upon the ground in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the usually stoic Davis was rendered speechless. The 2-hour ordeal had come to an end. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were no longer dogs, yet they were still intoxicated by their experience. Yu Xiaogang, in a fit of madness, declared, "I, Yu Xiaogang, am the Grandmaster of Dogs." Meanwhile, Tang San's gaze was dreamy as he proclaimed, "Long live the Grandmaster of Dogs. I adore you." Hearing their exclamations, Dai Mubai's expression darkened considerably. He was acutely aware of his elder brother, Davis, standing in the distance, his face a mask of fury, eyes filled with murderous intent, coldly fixed upon him. The negative titles of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, along with their recent behavior, led Davis to perceive that Dai Mubai, who shared a similar dubious reputation, was akin to them. Flandres also took note of Davis's sudden appearance, which was unexpected, especially as it coincided with the moment when Xiaogang and Sen shouted. Instinctively, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang covered their mouths, casting anxious glances around, filled with shame, hoping that no outsiders had overheard. In the next moment, they noticed a figure in the distance, looking in their direction. "Alas, I have been discovered. It cannot be allowed to spread, for it would be quite embarrassing." Tang San, relying on the advantage of numbers, felt a surge of murderous intent and cast a glance at the master. Two shadowy figures, cloaked in a sinister shade of green, surged forth with lethal intent towards Davis. "Stop, you seductress!" Dai Mubai exclaimed in haste. However, the two were resolute, determined not to allow him to escape alive. Davis's expression darkened as four soul rings descended from above, shimmering in hues of yellow and purple. Tang San was taken aback, realizing he is indeed a soul sovereign. Judging by his splendid attire, his status must be extraordinary, and he cannot be spared. As he charged forward, Tang San called out to Dai Mubai, "What are you waiting for? Let's take him down together." Employing the ghost shadow perplexing track, Tang San swiftly reached Davis, closely followed by Yu Xiaogang. Meanwhile, a pack of wild dogs surged forward in defense of Yu Xiaogang. The white tiger phantom materialized around Davis as he unleashed a powerful punch. A wave of white light instantly engulfing Tang San. A piercing scream echoed through the air as Tang San was sent hurtling backward. Upon witnessing this, Yu Xiaogang panicked. Summoning Luo San Pao before turning to flee, Davis unleashed his fourth soul ring, activating a formidable Millennium Soul skill, and with a chilling command, declared, "White Tiger's divine obliteration." Yu Xiaogang had no time to evade. A more anguished scream erupted from him as he coughed up blood, being violently hurled to the ground. A pack of wild dogs approached, concerned, licking Yu Xiaogang's face. Just as Davis prepared to strike, Flinder, embodying his cat-eagle spirit, manifested before him. His orange-yellow eyes gleamed as the pupils expanded, and two enormous wings, spanning 5 meters, sprouted from his back, allowing him to swiftly interpose himself between Davis and his target. 7 soul rings illuminated around him, instilling fear in his adversary. Dai Mubai, with a grim expression, followed closely behind, asserting, "Davis, what is your intention?" "They are my friends." Xiao Ao hastened to provide treatment for Xiao San and Master, commanded Davis with a defiant expression. "Father has instructed me to escort you home, away from the company of Shrek's people. Is your shame not yet sufficient?" Upon hearing the unfriendly tone, Zhao Wujin prepared to take action but was restrained by Flinder, who stood nearby. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai had no intention of returning. In Xing Luo, the throne could only be inherited by the strongest. He was acutely aware that his own rank could not match Davis, and he would inevitably meet his demise. Furthermore, only by ascending to the throne could he wield the power of the evil, Holy King. Return to the Emperor and convey that I shall soon achieve remarkable accomplishments. After undergoing Oscar's treatment, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang had nearly fully recovered. "It turns out you are the Prince of Xingluo. What a misunderstanding." Yu Xiaogang feigned the demeanor of a master as he approached. "I happen to possess 2 items that I wish to present to the esteemed Emperor Xingluo. Our paths shall undoubtedly cross again in the future." Davis furrowed his brow, harboring no fondness for Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang, with his own ambitions, aspired to establish the Tang sect, necessitating a formidable force as his foundation. The crafting of hidden weapons demands both manpower and financial resources. Thus, offering certain advantages now serves to lay a solid groundwork for the future establishment of the Tang sect. "Xiao San, hand me those 2 blueprints," Yu Xiaogang said, gazing at the 24 bridges of the moonlit night at Tang San's waist. Understanding the request, Tang San presented the blueprints of the Zhuge Divine crossbow and the silent sleeve sword to his mentor. Following the forging method outlined in the blueprint, once successfully crafted, it can unexpectedly annihilate even a soul sovereign. This is my humble intention. I hope you will accept it. Davis took the blueprint, gazing at the intricate designs, his heart filled with astonishment. If mass production is achievable, Xingluo will not fear the heavenly fight. Tang San had faith in his teacher's decisions. Yet a lingering unease gnawed at his heart. The elders of the Tang sect will not reappear, will they? Chapter 079. Does the Tang sect aspire to rise? Davis did not dwell on the matter. If the potency of this hidden weapon was indeed as formidable as Yu Xiaogang had asserted, then equipping the Xingluo army with it would undoubtedly create a powerful legion of soul masters. Let us embark on our journey to the soul arena, remarked Yu Xiaogang, filled with optimism for the future. He had taken the first step towards the establishment of the Tang sect. He was determined to make those who had ridiculed him, Yu Xiaogang, feel remorseful. Whether it was in the spirit hall, where he faced derision due to differing perspectives on martial soul knowledge, or within his own family, where he could no longer bear the peculiar glances and the whispered mockery behind his back, he had endured much. As the son of the clan leader, he felt his dignity was wounded by the scorn directed at his martial soul, which resembled that of a pig, ultimately leading him to choose a path of departure. Once the Tang sect rises to prominence, I shall personally annihilate the spirit hall, reclaiming Bibi Dong into my embrace alongside Lu Erlong. Indulging in the bliss of a life filled with love, Yu Xiaogang resolved quietly. Even if he were a eunuch, it was merely a temporary state. Once he grew powerful, he believed there would be celestial herbs capable of restoring what was lost. In a short while, the group arrived before a magnificent edifice. This place appears to be exceedingly vast, truly magnificent, Oscar exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder upon his first visit. Tang San, upon witnessing the elliptical structure, felt a surge of joy. As the dean mentioned, it can accommodate 60,000 spectators. Naturally, the more people present for my debut, the better. Furthermore, with the genius title arriving tomorrow, despite the presence of the theft title, he was confident that his innate talent and strength would captivate all, garnering him a multitude of admirers. Tang San gazed upward, exclaiming, "How lofty it is," seemingly reaching 120 meters. He recalled Dai Mubai mentioning that during the battles in the Soul Arena, a gentleman clad in a tailcoat would stand on a flying soul guide platform, providing commentary throughout. The thought of this filled Tang San with anticipation for the morrow. He envisioned himself standing atop that platform, soaring to the highest point, under the gaze of 60,000 onlookers, as the genius title was bestowed upon him. Noticing the excitement radiating from Tang San, Flinder could no longer contain himself and urged, "Little San, you, along with Xiaogang, Oscar, and Kuan, are all participating in the Soul Arena for the first time. Let us proceed to register." Ji Kuan, also a first-time visitor, shared the same fervor, contemplating the fanfare he would attract at the Soul Arena, especially with his self-developed soul skills. The group from Shrek arrived at the grand entrance of the Soul Arena, where towering stone statues, each 5 meters high and wielding spears, stood imposingly beside the palace-like doors. A lengthy red carpet lay beneath their feet as Tang San and his companions stepped inside, greeted by opulent decorations. They soon arrived at the registration counter. The Soul Arena held no distinctions of rank or status, though the staff felt a certain aversion upon seeing the murky green title. They maintained a respectful demeanor and offered warm service. Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, Oscar, and Ji Kuan presented their respective information to the personnel. Yu Xiaogang, age 48. Martial Soul, Golden Sacred Dragon, Soul Power Level, 29. The registration personnel harbored a sense of disdain while documenting this information. Yu Xiaogang, believing that the bloodline of the sacred dragon surpassed that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, proudly conveyed this to the registrar. After completing the registration, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang approached the duo's assembly to declare their blue tyrant combination. Meanwhile, Oscar and Ma Hongjun devised a name of their own and approached the counter, where they encountered a captivating beauty. Ma Hongjun wore a lewd expression, which elicited a look of disgust from the young woman at his greedy gaze. Oscar then spoke. "Our combination shall be known as the Evil Fire Sausage Combination." Upon hearing this, the young lady tossed Oscar a standard badge exclusive to the Soul Fighting Arena. Noticing the inscription on it, Oscar realized something was amiss. A character had been incorrectly inscribed. The beauty remarked, "It is the Infernal Sausage, not the Eruptive Sausage." The young woman responded with an icy tone, "Please re-register. A fee of 10 soul coins is required." Oscar contemplated asking Flandre for assistance, yet was met with refusal. "Oscar, this money is reserved for the purpose of supporting Xiao Sen Sheng. Let us proceed under this name for now." Oscar nodded in reluctant agreement, while Ma Hongjun appeared quite pleased with the moniker Xie Huxiang Chong. Ji Kuan could only team up with Dai Mubai, as they were both soul respect level. Yet the derogatory title of scoundrel that hung over Dai Mubai troubled him greatly. Ji Kuan's martial spirit, Yu Bai, was notably vain and would likely disapprove of a scoundrel. Dai Mubai found this predicament troublesome. Kuan, you choose the team name. Learning from past experiences, Ji Kuan, dressed in overalls with a center-parted hairstyle, exuded a somewhat effeminate charm as he approached the beautiful girl. Upon noticing Ji Kuan's handsome appearance and his earnest gaze devoid of ulterior motives, the girl smiled radiantly, wishing to ensure that she would not miswrite their team name. Ji Kuan opened his mouth to say, "Sister, you are truly exquisite. The name of the ensemble shall be Just Because, only because you are simply too beautiful." The girl beamed with joy upon receiving such a compliment. She then handed a modest badge emblazoned with the words "Only Because" to Iskin. Subsequently, the group made their way to the resting area, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the competition. Meanwhile, Flander proceeded to the betting area, where he approached the person in charge to inquire about Tang San's name, placing a bet of 100 gold soul coins. Within the Soul Arena, there existed a total of 12 subsidiary arenas and one main arena. Soon, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, guided by their respective staff, prepared to participate in the individual soul battles. Along the way, Yu Xiaogang mused with anticipation about the opponents he might face, fueled by the frustration of negative titles, which ignited within him a strong desire for victory. Flander, filled with excitement, hoped it would be best if Xiao San's opponent possessed a soul power level of at least 29. In no time, Tang San arrived at the passage leading to the 6th subsidiary arena. His gaze fell upon the circular combat platform before him, and a surge of exhilaration coursed through him as he stood in the passage. At long last, the moment has arrived, and outside, there are a staggering 60,000 spectators. Although there are 12 arenas, they will simultaneously host one-on-one battles. However, I appear too youthful, undoubtedly capable of captivating the attention of the entire audience. And this is my inaugural participation. The audience's curiosity about me is surely at an all-time high. Above the 6th arena of combat, a host clad in a tailcoat, microphone in hand, and adorned with tinted sunglasses, proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Welcome, everyone, to the Soto Arena. The upcoming match promises to be unprecedented. The contestant participating in this competition is the youngest in history. Let us applaud and cheer for his bravery." Instantly, all attention was captivated by the voice of the host at the 6th Soul Arena. The audience erupted in cheers, waving their glow sticks, their curiosity ignited. Flinder paid no mind to which arena Xiaogang would be assigned. Upon hearing the host's introduction, he was fully aware that Tang San was in the 6th Soul Arena, and he couldn't help but smile brightly at the enthusiasm of the crowd. Meanwhile, Tang San, in the passageway, felt the deafening cheers from the audience and yearned to appear at the center of the battleground immediately. The contestant, at the tender age of 12, has already attained a soul power of 30. The host continued with enthusiasm, his voice resonating powerfully. The audience erupted once more, and Tang San swelled with pride. In the arena of the 12th Soul Arena, each host passionately introduced the competing contestants. Tang San anticipated, "The audience is incredibly enthusiastic. I am about to gain a multitude of fans." The gentleman in the tailcoat, while introducing, gracefully executed the moonwalk, occasionally performing a splendid turn, enhancing the professionalism of the 6th Soul Arena, making it the focal point of the entire event. With a booming voice, the host proclaimed, at 12 years old, "With a soul power of 30, what thrilling match shall unfold? Let us await with bated breath." In the audience, while cheers erupted, some were engaged in discussion, saying, "Choosing to compete without obtaining a 3rd soul ring, but rather opting for a duel of great soul masters, is indeed a wise decision. It seems victory is firmly within reach. Now, let us welcome this contestant as we call out his name, Thousand Hands." Flander allowed them to name themselves, while Tang San, known for his thieving reputation, chose the moniker Thousand Hands. Zhao Wujia scoffed, "It truly suits your title." In the audience, "Thousand Hands, Thousand Hands." The cheers resounded fervently, a cacophony of applause. Within the passage, Tang San held his inaugural performance in high regard. However, the ominous title hovering above him posed a singular challenge. With a mere thought, Tang San summoned his martial soul, the blue-silver grass, enveloping the disparaging title completely. The sight was rather comical, resembling a green-hued cap, and he had deliberately donned a mask to obscure his face. Let us endure for just one more day. Tomorrow, upon receiving the title of genius, we shall no longer need to wear it. As he spoke, Tang San stepped forward, positioning himself at the center of the arena. The moment everyone beheld Tang San, adorned with a green hat, their expressions shifted dramatically. Ha ha ha, that made me laugh so hard. It's so green. How amusing it is. Why wear a green straw hat with such a quaint design? How peculiar. This is my first encounter with such an eccentric style. After the audience erupted in laughter, they found the Sixth Soul Arena to be extraordinarily unique, drawing even more attention. It is often the most unusual that captivates the masses. Initially, Tang San wore a grim expression, but upon realizing that all eyes in the arena were upon him, he became increasingly self-satisfied. Meanwhile, on the other side of the corridor, Yu Xiaogang, listening to the host's introduction, had initially anticipated that his opponent would be Tang San and had considered conceding immediately. However, upon hearing the murmurs from the audience, he breathed a sigh of relief. It appears it is not Tang San. Now I can rest easy. In such an occasion with 60,000 people, I, Yu Xiaogang, would not dare to wear a green hat. Although in his youth he shared a deep affection with Bibi Dong, he never laid a hand upon her, which undoubtedly left a lingering desire. Reflecting on Qiang Sunji's betrayal of him, Yu Xiaogang felt an intensified fury towards the Spirit Hall, vowing that one day he would lead the formidable Tang sect army to storm the Hall of Offerings. I hope that in the future, negative and malevolent titles will descend upon Chihiro for defying Dong-er's wishes and forcibly indulging in Bibi Dong. Surely, one will be chosen, even in death. One will linger above the grave of Qian Sun. At that moment, a voice interrupted Yu Xiaogang's contemplation. Next, allow me to introduce another contestant. Yu Xiaogang exclaimed with excitement. At last, the moment has arrived. Although my opponent is quite young, their soul power is on par with that of a third-level competitor. My debut is equally significant to me. I hope my opponent's martial soul is rather feeble. The host's voice resounded once more. This contestant's age is quite astonishing in the entire realm of soul combat. The audience's curiosity was reignited. A great soul master. No matter how inept, would at most be in their 30s. If Su Yuntao were to hear the comments of the 60,000 spectators at that moment, he would undoubtedly wear an expression of utter despair. Indeed, today's sixth battle arena is truly fascinating. An unprecedented roar of cheers erupted throughout the arena, as the audience's emotions soared to new heights. The host, visibly pleased, spoke with an air of mystery in his voice. This player possesses a particularly unique martial soul, a rare variant among beast martial souls. At the venerable age of 50, let us raise our voices in admiration of his courage. He is none other than the formidable Uncle Gang, renowned as the Mighty Dragon. The Mighty Dragon is a moniker bestowed upon himself by Yu Xiaogang. As he envisions a resurgence in that realm, the cheers erupted in unison, their fervor surpassing that of Tang San moments ago. Uncle Gang, Uncle Gang. The audience was in uproar. Yu Xiaogang ascended the steps from the passage, striding towards the arena. What followed was a scene that plunged the audience into silence as large feces green characters emerged from the passage. Yu Xiaogang furrowed his brow. Why the silence? Keep shouting, but do not call me Uncle Gang. Refer to me as Lord Dragon. Meanwhile, Tang San was taken aback, staring at the continuously appearing title, further convinced that his opponent was indeed his teacher. Flender felt a pang of anxiety. In this 12th duel, with 24 contestants, Tang San's opponent is truly Xiaogang. How infuriating. Zhao Wujin secretly rejoiced. In a one-on-one match, Tang San faces Yu Xiaogang. Splendid. As Yu Xiaogang reached the center, he feigned an appearance of vigor, yet still exuded a sense of despondency. After a moment of dazed silence, the audience's expressions shifted to disdain, the four negative titles above his head too glaring to ignore. The jeers echoed. A person like this dares to participate in the soul fighting competition. How shameful. The raptors have vanished. They are no longer formidable in any sense. Surprisingly, his martial soul possesses the unique ability of flatulence. Is a pig truly considered a beast martial soul? How absurd. Yu Xiaojiang's countenance darkened. The humiliation before 60,000 spectators struck him deeply. His gaze fixated fiercely upon his opponent, who wore a green straw hat. This contest, I must conquer. Even if I must resort to hidden weapons, I shall ensure that those who mock me recognize my formidable strength. Tang San sensed the audience's disdain and resentment towards his teacher, feeling no sympathy whatsoever. On the contrary, he believed that the more scathing the insults directed at him, the more satisfying his eventual victory would be for the crowd. He resolved inwardly, I shall certainly deliver a thorough thrashing to my teacher and inflict a severe defeat upon him. Meanwhile, Fran was engulfed in despair. As his opponent was the inept Xiaogang, and his dreams of abundant rewards were shattered, it was evident that no one would wager on Xiaogang's victory. The host announced, before the duel commences, all spectators may place their bets on their favored contestants. Contestant, unleash your martial soul and rally support for yourself. Yu Xiaogang declared in a grave tone. Arise, thunderous earth shatter, 3 cannon. The audience responded with disdain. What an unsightly pig. Tang San recalled the words of Flender, suggesting that he should fight using his blue-silver grass martial soul, as no one would wager on his victory, resulting in favorable odds for him. However, his opponent was a teacher burdened with a plethora of negative titles, making it evident that no one would place their bets on Yu Xiaogang, rendering the effort unnecessary. Then, let us wield the Haotian hammer. I apologize, master. Tang San's aura surged as a pitch-black hammer materialized in his grasp. He held the hammer with one hand, positioning it horizontally upon the ground. Leaning slightly, he placed one foot upon the Haotian hammer, striking a pose replete with grandeur. Yu Xiaogang observed with growing familiarity and, upon seeing the Haotian hammer, suddenly realized, it truly is Xiao San, and he is remarkably earnest. The audience recognized the weapon spirit and murmured in recognition. Could it be the foremost weapon spirit, the Haotian hammer? Instantly, the atmosphere erupted, with spectators exclaiming in excitement. Rallying behind Thousand Hands for victory, Tang San felt the fervor emanating from the stage, a smile gracing his lips as he channeled his Xiantian skill, his voice resonating throughout the arena. Today, I shall release my pent-up frustrations and deliver a resounding defeat to the negative title bearer, Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang, feeling a surge of panic, contemplated surrendering immediately. Chapter 081. The Evil Soul Master. Tang San. Upon witnessing Tang San's malevolent expression, Yu Xiaogang could not help but tremble. He knew he stood no chance against the formidable adversary, especially with the explosive might of the Haotian hammer in Tang San's grasp. Panic-stricken, he exclaimed, "Host, I concede." Yet, before he could finish his plea, Tang San moved with an unsettling grace, his speed astonishing, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he wielded the Haotian hammer, launching a direct assault at Yu Xiaogan's face. "Concubine, what do you intend to do?" "Luo Sanpao, stand firm for me." Luo Sanpao was in close proximity to Yu Xiaogang and, with a swift sidestep, appeared right before him. With a resounding thud, Luo Sanpao was sent flying, emitting a pitiful squeal akin to that of a distressed pig. The shockwave subsequently toppled Yu Xiaogang to the ground. Tang San, his expression grave, swiftly dashed to his side. As Yu Xiaogang attempted to rise, Tang San, with a deft motion, pressed his hand against his face, forcing him back down onto the earth. The audience gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Such remarkable agility! That hammer appears quite heavy, yet his movements remain so nimble." It is no wonder that at the tender age of 12, one possesses a soul power of level 30. The advantage of their martial spirit is simply overwhelming. Victory shall be mine. Let me teach that false master, Yu Xiaogang, a lesson he will not soon forget. Tang San felt the adoration of the audience enveloping him, his vanity swelling within, beneath his mask. His expression grew increasingly sinister and malevolent. Yu Xiaogang, on the other hand, was filled with panic, and at such close proximity, Tang San cast a glance towards him. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "Teacher, we must not concede defeat. Tomorrow, the title of genius shall be bestowed upon me. This inaugural performance is of utmost significance. When the time comes to be bestowed with the title of genius, I shall reveal my identity before 60,000. I, Tang San, have attained a commendable title thanks to the guidance of Yu Xiaogang. Therefore, in the first match, I shall showcase my prowess before 60,000 spectators, allowing them to recognize the legitimacy of my title as a genius, which is also a testament to my mentor's teachings." Fearful of revealing too much, Tang San swiftly retreated to a distance. Yu Xiaogang, still coming to grips with the situation, stood up and cast a glance at Tang San. Suddenly enlightened, he realized, "How foolish of me. My disciple is indeed formidable, surpassing his predecessors. 60,000 people will come to regard me, Yu Xiaogang, as a master of profound teaching." Reflecting on the recent moment when he almost yielded in fear, he realized that his reputation would have been tarnished. Yu Xiaogang had always believed that his intellect would earn him the title of genius, alongside 2 other contenders, himself, Xiao San, and Tang Hao. Indeed, surrender is not an option. However, under the onslaught of the Haotian hammer, it is exceedingly difficult for me to endure until Xiao San reveals his full potential. Yu Xiaogangs thoughts stirred, and a spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes as he conceived a potential strategy. He clasped his hands behind his back, adopting the demeanor of a master, and approached the center of the battle arena. With a deft touch of his toes to the ground, he subtly leaned forward, allowing his arms to hang limply. The audience was enveloped in a haze of confusion, murmuring, "What is this useless Yu Xiaogang attempting to portray?" Look swiftly. His movements are transforming. They appear strikingly familiar. It seems like a dog. What does he intend to do? Subsequently, a profound silence enveloped the audience, each person eager to discern the next move of the opponent. In the arena, Tang San appeared utterly bewildered, while Yu Xiaogang surveyed the surroundings with an air of confidence. I, Yu Xiaogang, in the 6 years of my transformation into a canine, encountered a formidable individual whose martial spirit was that of a dog, possessing the remarkable strength of a soul Douluo. Because my demeanor resembles that of a dog, I have garnered the admiration of others, who have offered me guidance on a few occasions. The esteemed senior Jing boldly proclaimed that it would not be long before he ascended to the rank of title Douluo, possessing such formidable strength that he could single-handedly safeguard an entire city. Moreover, I assisted in conceiving a title for him, and I firmly believe that, in the near future, the name of the canine hero will resonate throughout the continent. Perhaps that senior could still ascend to divinity. The audience of 60,000 erupted in laughter upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's absurd proclamation. Haha, this Yu Xiaogang must have gone mad, playing the role of a dog. A heroic police canine? Has he even become a deity? Does he truly believe that his pig-like martial spirit can elevate him to the status of a divine swine? At this moment, Yu Xiaogang assumed a posture of vigilant alertness, entering a state of profound concentration as he endeavored to recall details from his memory. Quickly recall his movements. Perhaps it can surpass Tang San. In the next moment, Yu Xiaogang transformed into a dog, his limbs moving in a peculiar manner as he leaped and bounded around Tang San. It is indeed better to be a dog. My speed has significantly increased, and my agility has improved, Yu Xiaogang exclaimed with delight. At that moment, Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eyes, and as the shadow of the dog charged towards Yu Xiaogang, he struck with a hammer, landing a blow to its abdomen. Boom! Yu Xiaogang fell to the ground once again, limbs splayed in disarray, curling up in agony and wailing in pain. Upon witnessing his teacher in such a pitiful state, Tang San felt no pity whatsoever. The inability to use blue silver grass would betray his true identity as Tang San. Thus, he realized he had yet to unleash the full potential of his chaotic wind hammer technique. Among the audience of 60,000, a silent cheer erupted. Well done. Truly impressive. Even without employing the soul rings, one need not employ soul techniques to deal with the worthless Yu Xiaogang. At merely 12 years of age, possessing such strength is truly monstrous. Tang San was overjoyed. The absence of additional soul rings on the Haotian hammer, instead, yielded an even more remarkable outcome. Indeed, I am a genius. Thus, at the break of dawn tomorrow, I shall embark on the quest to acquire the third spirit ring, becoming a soul master at the tender age of 12. The title of genius has become more assured. I hope to encounter further opportunities. Yi Ming, just wait. You are merely fortunate. Do not delude yourself into thinking you will claim a positive title again tomorrow. Tang San believed that Yi Ming's soul rings and soul power levels were solely derived from sacrifices. It was nothing but sheer luck. He possessed no innate talent. All thanks to Xiao Wu. Yi Ming's first soul ring originated from Xiao Wu's father. Previously, he pondered why the second soul ring was also 100,000 years. But after some contemplation, Tang San came to understand. On the day of the title of the Child of Destiny, Yi Ming resurrected Xiao Wu's mother. But she was never seen again. It was certain that during the early morning when Yi Ming left the hotel, he found a secluded spot to have Xiao Wu's mother sacrificed for him. He deceitfully claimed that he would resurrect her when the time for the title came. As for the third 100,000-year soul ring, it belonged to his own mother, Ain. At that moment, Yi Ming stirred the crowd, revealing the truth to his mother, who had chosen not to embrace him due to his father's transgressions. Behind the mask, Tang San's eyes were filled with a chilling darkness, and he seethed inwardly. Yi Ming, you are truly cunning. Once I obtain the positive title, I will choose to resurrect my great-grandfather, Tang Chun. At this moment, Tang San was unaware that the king of slaughter was, in fact, Tang Chun himself. At that time, my great-grandfather will undoubtedly be immensely grateful to me, and soon, the Haotian sect will belong to me in the near future. As for those 2 pieces of inherited soul bones, upon this thought, Tang San beneath the mask wore an increasingly enigmatic smile. Having already acquired the title of a thief, I, Tang San, shall no longer hold back. Even if the old fellows of the sect refuse to grant it to me, I shall seize it for myself. Moreover, I shall pilfer from the spirit hall in the Tindo Empire. I shall seize every treasure. Contemplating this, Tang San could not suppress a sinister smile that sent chills down the spine. On the ground, Yu Xiaogang writhed in pain, his face contorted in agony. As Tang San's momentary distraction faded, an unsettling laughter escaped his lips, deepening Yu Xiaojiang's trepidation. With a trembling voice, Yu Xiaojiang implored, Xiao San, just kick me off the stage. This is far too terrifying. You are more fearsome than any evil soul master. Yet Tang San paid no heed. Grasping the Haotian hammer, he flickered forward and sent Yu Xiaojiang soaring into the air. His voice, devoid of any emotion, rang coldly. Haotian's ultimate technique, the chaotic storm hammering method. No, Yu Xiaojiang was utterly terrified. In Chapter 82, Ma Hongjun took action against Yu Xiaojiang. Suspended in midair, Yu Xiaojiang's undergarments were thoroughly soaked. Previous beatings from Yi Ming and Zhao Wujie had not rendered him so utterly discomposed. Yet, at this close range, only Yu Xiaojiang could perceive the sheer terror reflected in Tang San's gaze. Before he could descend, Tang San adeptly harnessed his strength, wielding the Haotian hammer, and propelled himself with a forceful kick. The chaotic wind hammer technique descended upon him relentlessly, as Tang San, suspended in the air, skillfully transformed his body using the unique force generated from his waist and legs. In that moment, Yu Xiaojiang resembled a mere ball, repeatedly struck aloft by Tang San's hammer. The audience erupted in applause. Incredible! At such a tender age, he has mastered the chaotic wind hammer technique and can execute it continuously, having struck the anvil 23 times. The momentum of each blow grows ever more formidable. The title of genius, this young man in the green hat may very well have a chance to attain it. The audience eagerly anticipates the imminent arrival of this prestigious title. Should the radiant accolade descend upon the Soto arena tomorrow, it would undoubtedly bring great pride to its residents and earn them the respect of those from neighboring cities. On the platform, discussions arise in a lively exchange. Hope tomorrow, a prestigious title, will grace the Seoul arena of Soto City. The audience's gaze collectively turned towards Tang San, who was showcasing his chaotic cloak. Previously, for disparaging titles were bestowed upon the city of Soto. Indeed, tomorrow 3 titles of White-Eyed Wolf will be bestowed, making it exceedingly perilous for someone like Yu Xiaojiang to remain in Sotoa City. Upon mentioning Yu Xiaojiang, the air was thick with the ceaseless indignation of the crowd. Haotian hammer, the 36th strike. Tang San swiftly appeared above Yu Xiaojiang, channeling his energy to deliver a powerful blow. With a resounding boom, a beam of green light shot forth, striking the ground and causing Yu Xiaojiang to faint instantly. The host, clutching a microphone, appeared nearby, covering his mouth and nose in response to the overwhelming stench emanating from the large wet patch below Yu Xiaojiang. Hello, how provocative. The man in the tailcoat frowned and subsequently announced the results of the competition. A chorus of cheers erupted, while Tang San, hidden beneath his mask, refrained from glancing at his teacher even once. With his hands raised high, he surveyed the crowd, absorbing the fervor of the audience. The sensation of being pursued by the crowd is truly exhilarating. I eagerly await the arrival of tomorrow. With his debut performance concluding perfectly, Tang San naturally shed his pretense for the upcoming doubles match. To avoid any negative repercussions from the audience, he decided to battle using the blue-silver grass for the subsequent 2 rounds. Upon reaching the backstage area, he took advantage of the solitude to remove his mask and green hat, retreating to the resting zone. Flender, observing the ruthless tactics employed by Tang San, recognized the nature of the Seoul arena and refrained from further comments. With the spectators overwhelmingly betting on Tang San's victory and the odds being exceedingly low, the gold soul coins won would scarcely suffice to cover the interest owed. Before long, Yu Xiaojiang regained consciousness under Oscar's treatment. Tang San feigned an expression of remorse, saying, "Teacher, I have caused you suffering." 60,000 spectators unanimously believed that the disciple would earn the title of genius. Your dedication, esteemed teacher, is indeed meritorious. Yu Xiaojiang nodded. After a brief period of rest and adjustment, the Blue Overlord team triumphed effortlessly in their first match, which brought him a semblance of inner peace. However, the audience, disenchanted by the ineffectual Soul Blue Silvergrass and the seemingly useless Yu Xiaojiang, opted not to place any bets. As the day drew to a close, Flinders settled the outstanding debts, along with the monthly stipends for the other Soul Masters, repaying the hotel in full, including interest. The remaining funds are only sufficient for one final night. Flander exclaimed, his expression one of resignation. Tang San turned to the dean and eloquently declared, tomorrow. The person in charge of the Battle Soul Arena will undoubtedly seek me out to serve as their spokesperson. In terms of expenses, there is no need for concern. Everything will improve by tomorrow. Flander, no longer disheartened, thought to himself that with the innate talent of a dual martial soul, his success was virtually assured. Master, please procure for me the third spirit ring, a purple millennium spirit ring, which will elevate my strength to an entirely new level. Tang San expressed his eagerness, anticipating a grand display of prowess the following day. Yu Xiaogang pondered for a moment before responding. Little San, I have already devised a plan. The maximum age for absorbing the third spirit ring is 1800 years. You are extraordinary, hence my expectations of you are elevated. In terms of soul beasts, the choice of the face-devouring spider is most fitting. Yu Xiaogang believes that when Tang San becomes ruthless, he embodies a certain malevolence, making the face-devouring spider particularly suitable. Then, dear teacher, let us embark on our journey, striving to acquire the third soul ring before darkness descends. The mistress, with her extensive experience, is akin to a formidable spider. It would be quite challenging for us to subdue her. Let us involve Zhao Wujia as well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia displayed an expression of reluctance and replied, Master, you have personally experienced the prowess of the mistress. There is truly no need for my intervention. If even a diminutive human-faced demon spider cannot be dealt with, how could one possibly contend with you, Ming? Tang San pondered briefly and found this sentiment to be valid. It is only through personal strength that one can attain a sense of accomplishment. Teacher, even if I must endure some hardships, I am determined to conquer it. Teacher Zhao's intervention was effortless. Opportunities are often seized by a select few. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaogang recalled the torment he endured earlier at the hands of the third party, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Resolutely, he contemplated the necessity of selecting a 5-meter-tall faceless demon spider. A sinister smile crept across Yu Xiaogang's lips as he inwardly mused. The process of absorbing the soul ring of the faceless demon spider is indeed excruciating. The master shall select for you a beast of cultivation exceeding 3,000 years. With that, the two set forth towards the starred Do Great Forest. As the day's 3 matches concluded, the night was poised to envelop the land. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, feeling the surge of his inner fire, sought to venture into the streets in search of a companion to alleviate his urges, promptly exiting the hotel. In a nearby alley, a shifty-eyed figure, the unscrupulous Nodal, was also on the hunt for his desired target. On the other side, at the entrance of the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire, a girl of frosty demeanor clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, her figure alluring, was none other than Zhu Qing, reporting for duty. Yu Ming and Xiao Wu, having received word, arrived at the entrance. Zhu Qing, how wonderful! From now on, we shall be part of the same academy, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, her excitement evident. She then led Zhu Qing into the academy, instantly drawing countless gazes. The male students looked on with envy, whispering amongst themselves. Yu Ming, how fortunate you are to be surrounded by an array of exquisite women, each possessing their own unique charm. She is utterly exquisite. Do you think she might be bestowed with the title of unparalleled beauty? Will the 4 goddesses of our Royal Academy be chosen? If such a possibility truly exists, I sincerely hope to spend a few years in tranquility, for by that time, the goddesses will be even more enchanting. Upon arriving at the pavilion, Qin Ming beheld his battle team, which had welcomed an exceptionally talented and beautiful new member. The members of Huang Do took turns introducing themselves, while Yu Ming, having just reached level 40, contemplated that it was time to embark on their journey. Teacher Qin, please notify me regarding the second Prince of Zwiking. I wish to set off immediately, so that I may arrive in Soto City by dawn tomorrow, Qin Ming stated. Very well. I shall send someone to notify them at once. Should the second prince choose to accompany us? Yu Ming glanced at the sky outside and shook her head. That would not be the case. Yu Ming was acutely aware that if Xue Qinghe were to opt for a late-night journey together, she, Qin Ming, and Xue Qinghe would find themselves in the same carriage, which would undoubtedly render Qian Renxue uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shiqin would be in a separate carriage. I wonder if Tang San has obtained the third soul ring. Contemplating the excruciating process of absorbing the 8 spider spirit bone, it is only natural to wait until Tang San has completed his absorption before transferring it to my own back. Yi Ming eagerly anticipates the despair that tomorrow will bring for Tang San. Simultaneously, the title of genius will bestow upon him bountiful rewards. Chapter 083, the 6th. As night falls on the outskirts of the Stardow forest, visibility remains unimpeded. The vegetation here radiates a myriad of enchanting hues, vibrant and resplendent. Teacher. Just ahead lies the territory of the Millennium Soul Beast. Tang San observed his surroundings with vigilance, unable to contain the excitement within his heart. The cunning human-faced demon spider is exceedingly shrewd. When you encounter it later, be sure to remain vigilant. The breath of its web, once ensnared, becomes perilous. Yu Xiaogang stated with gravity. After uttering these words, the two hastened deeper into the woods, but soon Yu Xiaogang began to show signs of fatigue. He gasped, "Xiao San, let us take a moment to rest." Reluctantly, Tang San found a clear patch of ground and sat cross-legged. Before long, a swirling purple mist began to converge upon them. Tang San's eyes shimmered with violet energy as he sensed something amiss. Not far off, the vegetation rustled ominously. In a flash, Tang San leapt onto a tree. Peering toward the source of the sound, a colossal spider, with a human visage, advanced swiftly on its slender, elongated legs. Alarmed, Tang San exclaimed, "Teacher, quickly take cover. Something is approaching with remarkable speed. It is too late, too swift." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang, with a look of panic, summoned Luo Sanpao. Unleashing a cloud of toxic gas that spread for 10 meters, enveloping himself within its grasp. In the next moment, a human-faced demon spider, radiating a purple glow, soared above Yu Xiaogang. He held his breath, remaining unfazed, and declared, "The stench of Sanpao's flatulence is unbearable. Even the human-faced demon spider cannot withstand it." Moreover, they deliberately expanded the range of the toxic gas, ensuring safety. As he sensed the creature soaring above him, the humanoid spider, Yu Xiaogang let out a sigh of relief. Yet, he overlooked the fact that his murky green title, amidst the poisonous atmosphere, revealed his location with 4 conspicuous characters. The humanoid spider in midair expelled a mass of venom from its mouth. Tang San panicked, and in an instant, the blue silver grass sprang to life, forming a protective wall of vines above Yu Xiaogang's head. "Teacher, quickly evade." In an instant, the venomous liquid corroded and disintegrated the vines upon contact. Yu Xiaogang sensed the impending danger, grasped Luo Sanpao in his hand, and hurled him towards the toxic substance before fleeing. Sanpao, filled with despair, emitted a pig-like squeal as if to convey, "Yu Xiaogang, you scoundrel, this is utterly despicable." Tang San, with hands as white as jade and steps shrouded in an eerie multitude of shadows, advanced swiftly. Just as the venom was about to make contact, he struck Luo Sanpao with a powerful palm. With the Xianyu hand, impervious to all poisons, Tang San exclaimed in a low voice, "The human-faced demon spider." Upon touching the ground, surged forth in an instant. "How swift!" Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Blue silver grass, entwined. Several strands of purple-black vines ensnared the faceless spider. Finding it firmly in place, Tang San thought to himself, "In the Stardow forest, the odds are more favorable for me." Yet, in the next moment, Tang San furrowed his brow as he observed the venom continuously seeping from the spider's 8 legs, corroding the vines. With a resounding crash, 8 elongated spider legs, sharp as blades, exerted a tremendous force, shattering the vines. The toxins upon the vines are utterly ineffective against this highly venomous entity. The demonic spider, brandishing its sharp blades, cleaves through the trees in its path with ruthless precision. Indeed, cunning and astute. This way, I am rendered incapable of utilizing the vines to evade among the trees. In the next moment, the humanoid spider approached Tang San, its elongated purple legs striking forth, unleashing 4 sharp, crescent-shaped beams of light that intertwined with relentless precision. Clang, clang, clang. Tang San's jade-like hands moved with unparalleled speed, creating a series of incessant collisions. It is imperative to maintain a distance. Only by employing concealed weapons can one seize the opportunity for victory. Second soul skill, parasitism. At the moment when the mystic jade hand made contact with the blade, Tang San ensnared it with blue silver grass. In the next instant, countless vines sprouted from the arachnid's legs, enveloping it completely. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San swiftly retreated to a distance of 10 meters, unleashing the Tang Sect's hidden weapon techniques. Hundreds of silver needles emerged from the scene of the 24 bridges under the bright moon, and Tang San propelled them towards the obstructed figure of the faceless demon spider with his mystic jade hand. With a sudden puff, the monstrous spider expelled an impenetrable web from its maw, effectively thwarting the assault of hidden projectiles. The venom woven within the web is truly terrifying and cannot be underestimated. In Tang San's hands, a glimmer of golden light emerged, and in the next moment, 10 slender dragon beard needles were cast forth. They pierced through the web, aiming at the human-faced demon spider. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the dragon beard needles, it broke free from its bindings, its form flickering just in time to evade the onslaught. It then swung its sharp blades towards Tang San, venom continuously spewing from its mouth. Tang San activated the ghost shadow perplexing track, his figure shifting and changing as he deftly dodged. The ground beneath him was relentlessly corroded, releasing a purple mist, while the human-faced demon spider drew closer. In a split second, several thick strands of silk ensnared the creature, lifting it into the air. Utilizing the terrifying tension of the web, 8 spider legs, glowing with a purplish hue, simultaneously launched an assault on Tang San. Confronted with this impenetrable barrage, he found himself unable to withstand it, and in mere moments, several elongated wounds appeared upon his body. Meanwhile, the purple toxic mist gradually enveloped Tang San, unwittingly seeping into his mouth. Alas, my consciousness begins to fade. The poisoned Tang San, with his lips darkened, was relentlessly forced to retreat by the 8 sharp blades. Stumbling, he fell to the ground. In the air, the humanoid spider, upon a swift turn, severed the silk thread with its razor-sharp legs and leaped down, brandishing its forelimbs to strike at Tang San. There is no escaping it. With a thought, Tang San summoned forth a hammer, its obsidian surface crackling with the energy of thunder. Clang! Haoyan raised his hammer before him, successfully blocking the thrust of the sharp blade. In the distance, Yu Xiaogang, upon witnessing this, conjured a Zhuge crossbow in his hands. My dear, you must not encounter any obstacles. The theories I have developed in my pursuit of mastery must be realized through your practice. With a soft puff, the mechanism was activated, unleashing a flurry of silver needles from the Zhuge divine crossbow, aimed at the lateral side of the human-faced demonic spider's abdomen. The soul beast, driven by its innate sense of danger, detected the approaching silver needles, which possessed formidable penetrating power. Swiftly, it evaded the attack with a nimble movement. Meanwhile, Tang San harnessed the Xiantian skill to contain the spread of poison, brandishing the Haotian hammer as he charged forward. Teacher, you stand beside me, skillfully employing your silent sleeve sword to disrupt its line of sight. I shall utilize all my spiritual energy to unleash the chaotic wind hammer technique. Yu Xiaogang comprehended the situation, fully aware of the vulnerabilities of the human-faced demon spider. Tang San brandished the Haotian hammer, ceaselessly clashing it against the sharp blades. I must become powerful swiftly. That wretched demon-faced spider has left me in such a dire state. Torn garments adorned their body, flesh torn and raw. The searing pain compelled them to wield the heavenly hammer with increasing ferocity, each strike more potent than the last. Die? Just die? Tang San's gaze turned sinister once more as he unleashed a frenzied roar. A wave of terror surged within the face-devouring spider. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang seized this fleeting moment, silently unleashing his hidden sword. Whoosh! Silver needles cleaved through the air with astonishing speed, aiming directly at the spider's eye. Caught off guard, a piercing scream erupted. Witnessing this, Tang San's demeanor became maniacal. Not enough. Scream even more wretchedly. Haha. I must grow stronger swiftly, so that I may wield more sinister hidden weapons. The King of Hell's edict and the blood of Bodhi. Go to hell. Dare to oppose me, and I shall make you suffer beyond endurance. Tang San brandished his tattered cloak, accelerating with each passing moment. The razor-sharp legs of the human-faced demon spider began to crack under the pressure, its anguished screams echoing through the air. A sinister smile adorned Tang San's face as he released a 1-meter-long iron rod from the crossbow strapped to his back. The projectile pierced through the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider, anchoring it firmly to the ground. Consumed by an overwhelming fury, he swung the Haotian hammer, shattering all 8 of the creature's legs into oblivion. Call out even louder, it's still not tragic enough. Haha, die for me. Go die? Beside him, Yu Xiaogang felt a chill in his heart. The third party was truly terrifying. Could it be that they would genuinely become a sinister soul master? Chapter 084. Yu Xiaogang disguised as a woman to seduce Bu laughter. Xiao San, this faceless spider has lost all capacity for resistance. The day is waning. Swiftly put an end to it. Yu Xiaogang, trembling with fear, approached Tang San, his face paling at the heart-wrenching wails of the beast. Tang San, consumed by fury, swung the Haotian hammer madly, shattering the 8 spider legs into fragments. Once he had sufficiently vented his pin-up rage, he raised the Haotian hammer high and brought it crashing down upon the faceless spider's head, which burst apart like a ripe watermelon. How relieving it is. I feel much better now. Subsequently, Tang San slumped beside, gasping for breath, occasionally spitting out a mouthful of dark blood, retracting his martial soul, his arms appearing somewhat weakened. Teacher, what is the cultivation level of this human-faced demon spider? Tang San's expression returned to calm, and the hostility within him gradually dissipated. Based on its physique, the leg length exceeds 5 meters, with a cultivation period of 3,800 years. I initially intended to seek a companion of over 2,000 years. Yet at present, it has far exceeded the limits of my absorption. Absorption entails certain risks, Tang San remarked. As he ingested another pill to purge the toxins from his body, yet the pain coursing through him remained palpable. Teacher, my willpower is unparalleled among my peers. I am destined for success. Sitting cross-legged, he channeled his soul energy, drawing in the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider, merging it with his own essence. A sphere of violet light enveloped him, and the initial phase of absorption remained relatively tranquil. However, it wasn't long before Tang San's body began to tremble violently. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. Teacher, it is excruciating. I feel as though my very soul is on the verge of being torn asunder. How distressing. Tang San watched as the man-faced demon spider was ruthlessly slaughtered, inciting an overwhelming sense of resentment within the soul beast. In Tang San's consciousness, his soul felt ensnared in a web, while the man-faced demon spider approached slowly, raising its sharp legs to pierce directly into his body. How infuriating it is. Even in death, to oppose me. My soul has lived 2 lives. I must endure. Damn those soul beasts. When I become powerful, I shall make you understand the dire consequences of defying me. The excruciating pain caused Tang San, seated in meditation, to tremble uncontrollably. Dozens of black and purple vines erupted from within him, tightly ensnaring his body. Beside him, Yu Xiaogang wore an anxious expression. Xiao San, hold on. Remember the humiliation that Ming brought upon us, master and disciple. You must endure. She has yet to experience the agony of a fate worse than death. And there is still the spirit hall. Tang San's brow furrowed, gritting his teeth in determination, his visage contorting, and his pupils suffused with blood. Indeed, I shall torment Ming and his woman, humiliating them before his very eyes. Tang San hastily activated the Shantian skill. As a stream of white energy surged into his mind, nourishing his spiritual sea, the malevolent thoughts within him intensified, gradually suppressing the resentment of the human-faced demon spider. After a brief moment, a violet soul ring quietly encircled Tang San. Success, my dear San, exclaimed Yu Xiaogang with great joy, yet in the very next moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. Tang San's eyes widened in horror as he felt an excruciating pain seeping through his back, his fists clenched tightly. His voice trembled as he uttered, Teacher, the pain in my back is unbearable. It feels as though something is about to break free. Yu Xiaogang, puzzled, responded, It is impossible for such a phenomenon to occur while absorbing a soul ring. Xiao San, hold on, you must have encountered an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Tang San endured the excruciating pain, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow, while the bones in his back creaked ominously. Crackle and pop. A piercing scream echoed through the air. From Tang San's back sprouted 8 sharp, skeletal legs of a human-faced demon spider. Yu Xiaogang was taken aback, exclaiming, What is this? An external soul bone. Such an unbelievable stroke of luck, it is simply beyond belief. This item is even rarer than a soul bone. Haha, splendid. With the emergence of the 8th spider soul bone, Tang San found himself buoyed in midair. The mistress, possessing an external soul bone, has yet to fully integrate it, which is why it remains uncontrollable. Concentrate your spirit and attempt to harness it. Upon hearing this, Tang San closed his eyes, channeling his soul power to draw the 8 spider lances into his body. Yu Xiaogang stepped forward and inquired, Xiao San, what is your current level of soul power? Teacher, with the absorption of the soul ring and the fusion of the external soul bone, my soul power has ascended to level 36. Tang San exclaimed joyfully, his innate talent having once again flourished. Little 3, as far as my knowledge extends, this 8 spider soul bone can evolve through the absorption of energy. Impeccably sharp, imbued with lethal poison, and capable of absorbing soul energy. Perhaps in the future, it shall be regarded as a divine artifact, exclaimed Yu Xiaogang, his expression brimming with excitement. Tang San wore a smug smile, acknowledging that his fortune was indeed extraordinary. An external soul bone is far rarer than a 100,000-year soul ring. Ming, my luck is no less than yours. Ah, my dear companion, this harvest has exceeded all expectations. Let us return to the hotel, Tang San expressed with great satisfaction. Reflecting on the suffering he had endured, which now seemed well worth it, the two then made their way out of the forest, encountering several century-old soul beasts along the path. With a mere thought, Tang San commanded the 8 spider soul bone, effortlessly dismembering the creatures as if they were mere vegetables. Haha, I, Tang San, am finally destined to rise. Before long, the two arrived at the southern gate of Soto City. As they walked along the streets, Tang San felt the peculiar gazes of the residents, but he remained utterly unfazed. The more one is looked down upon now, the stronger the sense of accomplishment will be tomorrow. Upon returning to the hotel, Tang San eagerly gathered everyone in a room. With a hint of confusion, he asked, Dean, has the tea fatty returned yet? Flinder shook his head, stifling a yawn. Little San, is there something on your mind at this late hour? Tang San, brimming with pride, activated his 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple, then turned to address everyone. Dai Mu Bai, perplexed, remarked, Little San, isn't this quite normal? My 3rd soul ring is also a millennium. Your violet radiance appears to shine even brighter than mine. Tang San feigned an air of mystery. My 3rd soul ring approaches a remarkable 4,000 years in age. Zhao Wujia's expression shifted slightly. I must concede that your talent is formidable. Yet when compared to Yi Ming, you still fall significantly short. Oh, is that so? Then what if this is the case? Tang San exclaimed with pride. 8 sharp spider legs, each 5 meters in length, unfurled from his back, exuding a chilling aura, while the purple blades instilled a sense of trepidation. Flinder instantly regained his composure. What is this? An external spirit bone. Haha, splendid. Our Shrek Academy shall once again bask in glory. The title of genius tomorrow shall undoubtedly be seized by Xiao San. At that moment, the Arena of Souls, along with all the merchants, will seek you out as their sponsor. One will undoubtedly reap a substantial fortune and achieve great success. Zhao Wuji could no longer remain still, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Sanner, I should not compare you to Yi Ming. You are truly one of a kind. Dai Mu Bai, astonished, remarked, Little 3. Tomorrow you shall exude an unparalleled aura, crowned with a resplendent title and adorned with an external soul bone. Truly a sight to behold. I want to share a bed with you from now on, waking up each day to the brilliance of that golden title. It's simply too impressive, said Ikuan, in a rather effeminate manner. I have already contemplated the location for the reconstruction of our Shrek Academy. Let us choose a location opposite the Colosseum, one that is even grander in scale. Just as the crowd engaged in animated conversation, the door of the room was pushed open, revealing Ma Hongjun, his face bruised and battered as he entered. Brother 3, I have been mistreated. My adversary is a soul master, the chubby man lamented pitifully. He then recounted to everyone how he had bravely intervened, only to be viciously beaten by the lecherous Dueling. Flander, having frequented various casinos and entertainment venues, was naturally familiar with Bully's notorious reputation. After this incident, that individual will undoubtedly exercise caution and will likely retreat into seclusion for a while. The opponent possesses the martial soul of a ghostly hand, making concealment a vexatious challenge, unless one resorts to the art of seduction. The Shrek group felt utterly helpless, as the academy boasted not a single female. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang stepped forward, declaring, I shall don women's attire to entice Bulu. Chapter 085. Yu Xiaogang's defilement by Bulu. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, vivid images reminiscent of a flower-like figure danced in the minds of all present. Tang San considered the proposition feasible. The teacher's disguised appearance, complemented by a veil and a melodious voice, would undoubtedly lead others to mistake him for a captivating beauty. Kuan, employ your 3rd soul skill to disguise me. Do not worry, he certainly hasn't gone far. We shall set off now and still catch up. With that, Yu Xiaogang summoned Yuheim Bailey and performed a captivating song and dance, successfully disguising himself. Clad in a delicate pink sheer gown, with a rugged visage concealed beneath a veil, he sang in a melodious and soft voice, Hongjun, take my arm and let us stroll nearby. Ma Hongjun felt a stir in his heart. Her voice was utterly enchanting. Had it not been for the unattractive face of Yu Xiaogang hidden beneath the veil, he would have been overwhelmed by desire. As they reached the bustling street, the two displayed affectionate gestures, while Tang San and his companions followed discreetly from a distance. In a playful tone, the cross-dressed Yu Xiaogang teased, You, my dear rotund one, must treat me with utmost care this evening. Ma Hongjun, captivated by the alluring voice, scrutinized the disguised Yu Xiaogang. Though the bosom was ample, it sagged considerably. The hips were generous yet appeared rather loose. "Why are you staring at me so intently? It makes me feel shy," Ma Hongjun exclaimed restlessly. "Your voice is simply too enchanting. I can hardly contain myself." With a resounding smack, he reached out and struck the posterior of the cross-dressing Yu Xiaogang, eliciting a delicate moan. Ma Hongjun trembled all over and seized again with fervor. "Oh, you hurt me. Why must you be so rough?" The group of Tang San, lingering at a distance, stood in astonishment. Ma Hongjun truly had a penchant for the extreme. As the two exchanged playful banter, delightful murmurs occasionally resonated through the air. Hidden in the shadows, Douluo found himself entranced by such a melodious female voice, his mind momentarily adrift. In Soto City, there exists such a beauty. Her voice as enchanting as that of a celestial maiden. I am compelled, without a doubt, to indulge in her charms. The mere act of listening to the sound is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Douluo, his form ghostly, flickered closer incessantly, the sound growing ever more distinct. "Do not touch me anymore. It is so shameful to be like this in public. Let's return to the hotel and indulge in each other then," a teasing voice echoed, prompting a glance of surprise from Douluo, who looked on with a hint of astonishment. Why is it this chubby fellow again? Does the beauty beside him know him? Douluo expressed his bewilderment. At that moment, Ma Hongjun held Yu Xiaojang's chest with both hands, making it appear much more pronounced. Douluo grinned lewdly. "So large and so firm, haha, tonight will be a blessing. She appears slightly plump, undoubtedly a true beauty. Why wear a veil? If not to conceal that exquisite beauty from prying eyes, lest they be led astray by base thoughts." Unhappiness only deepened the anticipation. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun wore a foolish grin, eyes shut tight in blissful reverie, conjuring an ethereal fairy of unparalleled beauty, her hands wandering endlessly over the form of Yu Xiaogang. Tang San, Dai Mubai Oscar, and Ji Kuan stood by, utterly astonished at the intimate display between the two. The corpulent individual exhibits such primal instincts that even the master cannot refrain from taking action. I must never share a room with someone overweight. On the other side, unable to contain himself any longer, his innermost desires surged forth, shattering his vigilance. The martial spirit, ghostly hand, manifested, transforming his entire being into a shadow. In just a few breaths, he materialized 5 meters behind Ma Hongjun. Such a glutton. To have such a remarkable girlfriend, yet previously indulged in frivolous escapades. I cannot tolerate such scum. It is unbearable. Leave quickly. She shall be mine tonight. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun realized the speaker was indeed Douluo. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand, feigning a look of fear, and swiftly fled. Dressed as a woman, Yu Xiaogang, with his back turned to Douluo, displayed a charmingly coy demeanor. He playfully admonished, "You coward, are you not a man? Come back to me. You must take responsibility for me. How could you abandon someone like me?" Upon hearing such a melodious voice so closely, my heart was filled with an irresistible yearning. "Little beauty, let Uncle Douluo cherish you well. Hee hee." As he spoke, Douluo approached the cross-dressing Yu Xiaogang with a lewd expression, his hands restlessly settling on the other's shoulders. "How delightful, my little beauty. What rouge do you wear? Come, let us depart." Dressed as a woman, Yu Xiaogang had her long hair elegantly draped over her shoulder, her head bowed as her fingers nervously caressed the ends of her hair. In the next moment, Douluo placed his hands on her waist, gently turning Yu Xiaogang to face him. With eyes closed, he lifted her veil with one hand, pouting as he leaned in to kiss her. Yu Xiaogang let out a soft, playful protest. "Oh, you are insufferable. All men are the same." Enchanted by her melodious voice, Douluo felt his heart melt. Still with his eyes shut, he placed his hands around her neck. The disguise of Yu Xiaogang made him bolder. And as he embraced her, inhaling her intoxicating fragrance, he pressed his lips against hers, and she offered no resistance. "Little beauty, why does it seem that you have a rather unrefined visage?" In the distance, Tang San and his companions observed the scene and could not help but express their disdain. In the next moment, a look of enjoyment spread across Douluo's face, mingled with a hint of confusion as he grasped the other's neck and gradually lifted their head. "Your lips are so luscious." As the words left his mouth, Douluo opened his eyes. The scene before him became an indelible shadow haunting his life. A grotesquely unattractive face stared intently at him, its coarse, oily skin, thick lips accentuated by lipstick, rendering the mouth even more pronounced. A scruffy beard adorned the visage, while bright red blush painted the cheeks, and the nostrils appeared alarmingly large. As if sensing an itch, Yu Xiaogang fiddled with his nose, resembling a flower in full bloom. In a moment of sheer panic, Dueling forcefully pushed the individual away, staggering backward and collapsing to the ground, his face a portrait of terror. Spirit, wretched spectre, do not approach me. How could this rotund fellow be so ruthless? At that moment, Tang San and his companions surged forward, encircling the discontented figure. Yu Xiaogang also unveiled his disguise, while Ma Hongjun approached from a distance, his face contorted with fury. Humph, do you truly believe you can treat me, Ma Hongjun? In such a manner? Do you take the people of Shrek for fools? Third brother, show him some color. Tang San's lips curled into a wicked smile as 8 skeletal legs of the human-faced demon spider materialized behind him. The piercing, ominous purple light sent waves of dread through Dueling. Enclosed within, Dueling wore an expression of utter despair. Escape was an impossibility. With a swift motion, Tang San wielded the 8 spider soul bones, impaling Duling's shoulders and lifting him into the air. A chilling scream pierced the air. In that moment, Ma Hongjun unleashed his first soul skill, the Phoenix Fire line, which struck directly at the source of the lament. Flames enveloped the figure instantly, eliciting an even more anguished howl that echoed through the street. Meanwhile, at a distance, his accomplices, Tianya and Laoyi, exchanged glances upon hearing the commotion. 5 soul rings simultaneously illuminated around them, revealing that they were both soul kings, while the trio was infamously known as the Lewd Trio. Something has happened to Dueling. We must hurry. When the two arrived, Dueling was already on the brink of death, his body charred. Tang San recognized that his opponents were 2 soul kings. Considering the upcoming battle at the soul arena the next day, engaging in direct conflict would be perilous, even if their group of 5 emerged victorious. The cost would be tremendous. Yu Xiaogang summoned Luo Sanpao, unleashing a cloud of toxic gas. Tang San propelled Dueling directly towards the 2 adversaries, allowing the Shrek team to make their escape from the scene. They took note of their appearance. If treatment was not sought, their lives would be at stake. So they departed. Meanwhile, at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, Ming, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, Lingling, and their mentor Qin Ming had already set forth. On the journey, Qin Ming was lost in thought. If I encounter Yu Xiaogang, will he pursue me relentlessly? Chapter 086. Public display of shame on a clear morning. Yi Ming and his companions arrived outside the Soto arena, disembarking from their carriage, and were instantly awestruck by the grandeur of the edifice before them. However, Qin Ming and Lingling remained relatively composed, for they had witnessed even more magnificent arenas within the jurisdiction of Heaven-Do. As the morning progressed, a steady stream of pedestrians arrived, eagerly purchasing tickets and hastening to secure their seats. The crowd buzzed with lively conversation, creating a symphony of voices. Hurry and secure a prime spot to witness the young lad in the green being bestowed with the title of genius when a miracle unfolds. One must observe it up close. Moreover, as for that Yu Xiaogang, should he dare to show up today, I would undoubtedly ensure he receives the title of a treacherous wolf, and I would not hesitate to put an end to him. Indeed, as I stepped out this morning, I deliberately carried with me a foul-smelling hard-boiled egg and some decaying fruit. I am determined to ensure that the negative title resurfaces in Soto City, compelling that individual to think twice before ever returning. Xiaowu listened intently to the murmurs of the crowd, observing that every resident entering the venue clutched a tightly secured bag. Stretching with curiosity, she pondered, what is it about this soul-fighting arena and such exceptionally gifted individuals that leads so many to believe he is worthy of the title of genius? I believe Ming will undoubtedly succeed, and from their discussions, it appears that insufferable pseudo-master is involved as well. How unfortunate. Zhu Qing frowned, suspecting that the scoundrel Dai Mubai was also among them. Meanwhile, Ming contemplated that upon Tang Hao's recovery, he would surely inquire about Tang San's whereabouts and arrive here. The gathering of those 3 would certainly alleviate some complications, as the number of participants here surpassed the last occasion by more than tenfold. One could only imagine the expressions on their faces when the title of negative ingrate fell upon them. Subsequently, Ming and her companions entered the venue and proceeded directly to the front desk to register their soul master information. The duo, comprised of Xiaowu and Shu Qing, formed a partnership named Qingwu Duo. The staff member processing their registration was particularly enthusiastic upon witnessing their exquisite beauty. Yi Ming, accompanied by Lingling, observed the strikingly handsome young men and women present, providing the staff with a visual feast. Lingling, with a charming smile, remarked, Yi Ming, you should choose the name for our duo. As she gazed at the refreshingly elegant and breathtakingly beautiful Lingling, Yi Ming felt a surge of joy. maintaining an innocent facade. Yi Lingling was 3 years her senior, their heights comparable, and together they exuded an aura of perfect harmony. The 12-year-old Xiao Wu, still in her developmental stage, resembled a cute little girl. Yi Ming pondered, your 9-heart begonia, as pure as snow, truly embodies your unique beauty. Let us name our duo Yi Shui Duo. Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, a hint of shyness gracing her face. The shared surname further signified a special connection between them. Meanwhile, Qin Ming and his teammates arrived at the lounge to await their turn. Since Yi Lingling specialized in support and was not participating in individual competitions, she naturally refrained from registering. Yi Ming, you are all now dressed in the Academy's standardized attire. Here are 5 masks. Please select one to wear. With that, Qin Ming produced a collection of intricately designed masks from his bosom, and Yi Ming immediately gravitated towards one in particular. The white mask bore 4 circular black patterns, the innermost being the smallest, while the second circle was adorned with 3 evenly spaced black swirl motifs. Upon donning the mask, Yi Ming's aura intensified, rendering him strikingly handsome. Xiao Wu opted for a more whimsical design, while Zhu Zhiqing and Yi Lingling each chose their own as well. The remaining mask naturally fell to Qin Ming, and the quartet assigned themselves code names. Yi Ming casually declared, Masked Man Xiao Wu, Gentle Bunny. Zhu Zhiqing, Phantom Cat. Yi Lingling, 9-Heart Camellia. The group found themselves in the VIP section, affording them a panoramic view of the entire Seoul Arena. At that moment, the host's voice resonated. Welcome to the Soto Seoul Arena. Today, the audience remains as enthusiastic as ever. Next, we will commence a one-on-one competition featuring the esteemed Soul Master of the 3 Rings. With the participant Qing Bao, who wields the Iron Horn Bull as his martial spirit and boasts an impressive rank of 38 in the assault system. His opponent, a newcomer, is none other than the Green Hat Boy, possessing a soul power of 36 levels. Yesterday, he was still the esteemed Soul Master of the 2nd Ring. It appears that our budding talent has now acquired his 3rd Soul Ring. Let us anticipate his even more outstanding performance. In the center of the 6th Soul Arena, Tang San, wearing a mask and a green straw hat, appeared quite exhilarated, facing an opponent of higher rank than his own. Humph. I truly wish my opponent were at level 39. Then, upon my victory, the audience's adoration for me would soar even higher, Tang San declared with unwavering confidence. The crowd erupted in cheers, fervently rallying behind the boy in the green hat. Meanwhile, some spectators exchanged glances and engaged in lively conversation amongst themselves. The youth adorned with a green hat, after merely one night, acquired the 3rd Soul Ring, elevating his level to a remarkable 36. Truly, he is a prodigy. Generally, it is considered rare for an ordinary person to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring and achieve a 2-level breakthrough. The title of genius, swiftly bestow it. For the youth in the green hat is truly deserving. I yearn to shout even louder, to capture his attention, and when the moment comes, to request his autograph. The youth in the green hat, masquerading in such a rustic guise and refraining from revealing his true self, surely possesses a disdain for fame and fortune, devoting his heart solely to the pursuit of cultivation. To amass a multitude of admirers can indeed be burdensome, prompting one to don a fade, which is rather noble. In the arena of combat, Tang San, upon hearing the audience's assessment of him, felt not an iota of shame. When the title of genius descends upon me, I, Tang San, shall lay all my cards on the table and cease to pretend. I truly wish that Yi Ming were here at this very moment to witness my attainment of the resplendent title. I wonder what expression would grace her face. Uncertain whether my father has arrived or if his strength has been restored, Tang San pondered briefly. He refrained from utilizing his blue-silver grass martial soul for this solitary contest and, with a mere thought, summoned the Haotian hammer into his grasp. Now at the 36th level, the hammer appeared significantly larger than before. With the Haotian hammer resting upon his shoulder, the audience erupted in waves of excitement. Clearly invigorated by Tang San's imposing presence, Yi Ming, recognizing Tang San, let out a peculiar laugh, remarking, using blue-silver grass to obscure the theft of your title. How utterly hypocritical. Having become a soul master, it is time to acquire the 8 spider spirit bones, Tang San thought with a sense of pride. Without further hesitation, he employed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Qing Bao. Qing Bao was astonished. Such swiftness. That hammer appears quite heavy. Yet he possesses such a nimble agility. However, my martial soul is the Iron Horn Bull, which possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities. As Qing Bao activated his first 2 soul rings, a pair of dark red iron horns emerged from his head, exuding a primal aura reminiscent of a wild beast. First soul skill, Wuhuan Possession. Second soul skill, Rampaging Bull Charge. With the sharp iron horn leading the charge, Qing Bao forcefully propelled his right leg, colliding directly with the opponent's Haotian hammer. Chapter 087, Confidence? Approaching with an air of disdain, Tang San remarked, "To dare to confront the Haotian hammer in such a manner. I cannot ascertain the might of your martial soul, but your head is undeniably made of iron." With a resounding bang, Tang San leaped and struck down with his hammer, the opponent's iron horn clashing directly against the Haotian hammer. Qing Bao's body sank, revealing the strain he was under. "Break for me." In midair, Tang San executed a somersault, bringing the Haotian hammer crashing down once more. With a resounding crash, the Haotian hammer shattered the opponent's iron horn into smithereens. Qing Bao let out a muffled groan as he staggered back a few steps, his third purple soul ring illuminating just in time to stabilize his stance. Among the audience, a man clad in a black cloak, with a resolute visage and penetrating gaze, absorbed the cheers of 60,000 spectators, murmuring to himself, "Truly, my son, the third of his name, soon shall the title be bestowed upon you, for your father shall hold greater esteem." The battle raged on, and as Qing Bao observed his opponent merely swinging the hammer without any intention of employing soul techniques, a sense of humiliation welled up within him. The third soul skill, Iron Horn Drilling Cone. One could see Qing Bao's robust form surge upwards, spinning incessantly, with ever-increasing speed. "Young one, you need not rely on your soul skills. Confront the power of my third soul technique. Today, wield your Haotian hammer and let it carve my name into the annals of history with a resounding victory." Unfazed, Tang San brandished his chaotic cloak and executed the 5th strike of the hammer technique, charging forward. With a powerful blow, sparks erupted in all directions, and a formidable force surged forth. The two combatants found themselves in a stalemate, yet the momentum of Tang San's Haotian hammer remained undiminished. However, after a brief moment, Qing Bao's soul power was nearly depleted, and the rotation of his hammer began to slow. In an inverted position facing the Haotian hammer, Qing Bao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he might succumb to nausea. Sensing his opponent's faltering strength, Tang San swiftly maneuvered and delivered a hammer strike that sent Qing Bao crashing to the ground. "Do not spew all over me. What a stroke of misfortune." The host, gripping the microphone, ascended the stage with an expression brimming with exuberance. What an extraordinary display. The newly ascended soul master, the young man adorned with a green hat, faced the seasoned veteran, Qing Bao, yet refrained from employing any soul techniques. Truly remarkable. Let us cheer and exult in his honor. What kind of opponent must one face to unleash their soul skill? Let us await the spectacle. Instantly, the audience erupted in fervor, their admiration for Tang San reaching new heights. Meanwhile, beneath the mask, Tang San approached the elegantly attired host in a tailcoat. Leaning in closer, he whispered, "When the title of genius is conferred, allow me to stand upon your flying soul guiding device. You may choose to join, but as the host, you are aware of how to convey excitement, aren't you?" The gentleman in a tailcoat was utterly delighted. The other party had invited him to await the glorious title's arrival together. He readily agreed, filled with anticipation, knowing that he would soon be one of the most distinguished hosts in the arena. Subsequently, Tang San returned backstage, shedding his disguise, and made his way to the resting area of Shrek Academy. At that moment, above the 7th Soul Fighting City, another host clad in a fitted outfit proclaimed with fervor, "Today is destined to be extraordinary. The next event will be a team battle, commencing in 5 minutes. The competitors are the Yi Shui duo versus the Ziyin duo. Among the participants, there is also a newcomer. Will he, like the boy in the green hat, bring an unparalleled shock to everyone? Let us welcome them with a resounding applause as we eagerly anticipate their arrival." However, the cheers from the audience were subdued, for they believed that the boy in the green hat had garnered such immense fame that it would inevitably attract imitators. In the resting area of Qin Ming's team, Yu Ming and Yu Lingling accompanied the staff to the passageway of the 7th Soul Fighting Arena. Meanwhile, Shrek's Ji Kuan and Dai Mubai, under guidance, also made their way to a nearby passage. Dai Mubai adjusted his hairstyle and spoke in a low voice, "Kuan, when we take the stage, leave one person to me. That fellow Xiao San has stolen the spotlight, and I cannot afford to be overshadowed." Ji Kuan flattered him, saying, "Understood, Boss Dai. I have heard that the opposing team also possesses a promising newcomer. It must be the remarkable performance of the mistress yesterday that has inspired certain insignificant individuals to seek their moment of glory in the arena of combat. Make sure to show them a thing or two. Do they truly believe they can compare themselves to the likes of us from Shrek? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's face radiated with an air of arrogance, as plans began to crystallize in his mind. Meanwhile, Tang San from the Shrek side shrugged and remarked, "With such a growing reputation, it seems we will soon witness the emergence of a new wave of talent in the soul-fighting arena." However, the other party is truly unfortunate. In their debut match, they found themselves facing the formidable Dai and Kuan, remarked Ma Hongjun, adding, "Third brother's charisma is simply irresistible. In less than 2 days since arriving at the Soul Arena, someone is already aspiring to emulate you. The match is about to commence, and I am eager to witness the moment when our opponent is thoroughly defeated by the formidable Douluo. It shall be utterly exhilarating." 5 minutes later, the voice of the host reverberated once more above the 7th Soul Arena. "Thank you for your patience. I am now pleased to introduce the competitors from both sides. Firstly, we have the combination of characters, featuring Dai Mubai, a powerful level 38 assault system soul master with the martial soul of the evil Eye White Tiger. Moreover, there is the formidable Ji Kuan, a level 38 agility-focused soul master with the martial soul, Winged Queen Belly. Upon hearing that the notorious scoundrel Dai Mubai was among them, the audience was filled with disdain, and whispers of discontent rippled through the crowd. Although Dai Mubai possesses a negative reputation, his formidable strength suggests that the newcomer is in for a dire fate. Will being defeated by someone with the derogatory title of Feces Green result in a blow to one's confidence? Amidst the murmurs of the audience, Dai Mubai and his companion ascended the soul-fighting platform. Due to the disparaging title bestowed upon them, they refrained from adopting their own monikers. The host continued, "Next to take the stage is the Yi Shui duo. The contestant is an exquisite young maiden, codenamed Nine-Heart Camellia, martial soul, Nine-Hearted Begonia, a rank 39 support soul master. The other is the newcomer, codenamed Masked Man. I too find myself intrigued by his martial soul, perhaps due to the peculiarities of the green-hatted youth. This newcomer has declared his intention to refrain from utilizing his martial spirit. Indeed, you heard correctly. This newcomer is even more audacious than the boy in the green hat. Whether it is confidence or some other reason, let us all await with great anticipation." Shortly thereafter, Yi Ming and Yi Lingling, adorned with white masks, appeared on the soul battle stage. At this moment, Yi Lingling did not wear a mask. Her stunning beauty immediately captivated countless gazes. Such beauty. Having spent so long in Soto City, this is the first time I have encountered a young lady so refreshingly exquisite. Her martial soul is, astonishingly, the Nine Hearts Begonia, a presence that can rival the 7-treasure glazed tower. No wonder this newcomer dares to boast so boldly, claiming she requires no martial soul at all. Relying solely on physical prowess, as long as there is breath left, one can be rejuvenated, perhaps even exhausting the opponent. Listening to the murmurs from the audience, Tang San from the Shrek resting area wore a gloomy expression. "How infuriating. You are even more pretentious than Tang San. I wield the Haotian hammer without utilizing any soul skills, simply because I lack the accompanying soul rings. This rascal is imitating me, boldly foregoing his martial spirit and even donning a mask like mine. He truly knows how to steal the spotlight." Chapter 088, Tormenting Tang San. Tang San's expression darkened further, convinced that his opponent was entirely mimicking him. For his debut, he opted for a duo battle, yet his teammate was merely a support type, possessing only healing abilities. Thus, the true combat strength rested solely on his shoulders. It is indeed a clever strategy. Such a debut undoubtedly surpasses my own. However, Tang San believed that the man in the white mask, while under the pretense of protecting her, could never possibly outmatch Dai Mubai. Meanwhile, upon the battle stage, the scoundrel Dai Mubai, captivated by Yi Lingling's exquisite beauty, momentarily lost his composure. It was only when the host's voice reverberated once more that he regained his senses. "Merely a mediocre imitator, not worthy of fear. Kuan, do not interfere." Upon witnessing the girl's extraordinary beauty, Dai Mubai sought to make an impression. He brushed his golden long hair back and stepped into the center of the soul-fighting platform. "You boast with great audacity, daring to forego the use of your martial soul, yet you must remember that your companion is a renowned support type. Such audacious bravado. Have you considered the safety of that fair maiden?" Dai Mubai feigned an air of a noble gentleman, cherishing the delicate flower. In combat, support-type characters are often the primary targets of assault. He believed that this young upstart, in a bid for glory, had ensnared such an ethereal beauty merely for fame. Neglecting her well-being, which he found utterly despicable, Dai Mubai spoke calmly. Young man, to ensure your defeat is both convincing and honorable. I could choose to refrain from attacking that 9 hearts begonia soul master, since you have chosen to forego your martial soul. And my evil eye white tiger remains one of the most formidable among beast martial souls. I shall grant you a single strike. With that, Dai Mubai turned his back to Yi Ming, feigning an air of confidence. Even with a camaraderie rating of 0, Dai Mubai still endeavored to captivate Yi Lingling with his masculine bravado. Meanwhile, the host continually elucidated the exchange between the two to the 60,000 spectators. Indeed, you heard correctly. The young spirit masters of today are truly formidable. The malevolent-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai, audaciously proposed to allow his opponent a single strike. Can that newcomer seize this opportunity? Let us await with bated breath. On the combat stage, Yi Ming, concealed beneath his mask, expressed disdain, lowering his voice as he remarked, "You Shrek individuals truly excel at pretense." Dai Mubai, unfazed, found the voice somewhat familiar. In the next moment, the aura emanating from Yi Ming surged dramatically, exuding an overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, in the audience, all eyes were captivated by the stunning Yi Lingling. As Yi Ming's aura expanded, the 60,000 spectators distinctly sensed a reverence stirred by the formidable energy radiating from the masked figure. Just now, I was entirely focused on that soul master of the 9 hearts begonia. Look, the newcomer beside us exudes an impressive aura. Upon closer inspection, his white mask exudes an imposing aura. Indeed, the mask of the green-hatted youth pales in comparison to that of this newcomer. It is utterly ludicrous. How captivating. I am utterly enchanted. It appears this newcomer possesses a distinct charm. All the spectators, brandishing their glow sticks, voiced their innermost thoughts. On the battle stage, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from his opponent, and a wave of regret washed over him. However, with 60,000 eyes upon him, retracting his words would be a source of great embarrassment. His earlier declaration was primarily intended for the enchanting young lady. In the interest of prudence, I shall directly employ my third soul skill, the white tiger's guardian barrier. To defend oneself with utmost effort should not be deemed a betrayal. The violet millennium soul ring upon him ignited, and a resonant roar of a tiger echoed forth. Dai Mubai was enveloped in a radiant white light, the ethereal visage of the malevolent white tiger cloaking him completely. All attributes were doubled, allowing Dai Mubai to cast aside any lingering doubts. He then turned to face his opponent, an aura of haughty pride manifesting upon his countenance. Observing the arrogance and brazen demeanor of her adversary, coupled with the derogatory title of scoundrel, Yi Lingling felt a surge of disdain rise within her. In the next moment, Yi Ming made her move. As she stepped forward, she materialized directly before Dai Mubai, unleashing a powerful punch with the sheer force of her physical prowess. With a resounding boom, a colossal sound erupted as a fist struck fiercely against the opponent's protective barrier. The white shield began to shatter, yet the force behind the blow remained undiminished, causing Dai Mubai to feel a surge of panic. How could this happen? Dai Mubai grunted softly and was propelled backward, on the verge of being thrown out of the ring. Just as he was about to fall, Ji Kuan swiftly maneuvered and executed a move known as Iron Mountain Lean, propelling Dai Mubai back into the arena. Upon landing, a sudden numbness surged through his shoulder, sending a jolt of alarm through him. The opponent, without employing any soul power, had struck with a force approaching 10,000 pounds. Had it not been for Dai Mubai's third soul skill, which enhanced his defenses and mitigated much of the impact, he might have been sent tumbling off the stage along with his opponent. Steadying himself, Dai Mubai's complexion turned ashen as he clutched his abdomen, overwhelmed by a dizzying pain that coursed through his entire body. In the Shrek resting area, Tang San's gaze sharpened slightly. The speed of that previous attack had been so swift that he scarcely comprehended it. Yet, he believed that under the scrutiny of his purple extreme magic eyes, he could undoubtedly discern the simplicity of his opponent's attack. Is it innate strength? No wonder one chooses not to wield a martial spirit. It appears that in the realm of physical prowess, they hold a distinct advantage. Moreover, the 9 hearts begonia martial soul, which restores health but not spirit power, undoubtedly leads him to favor physical training. Tang San perceived that the opponent's choice to ally with the 9 hearts begonia spirit master must stem from an awareness of both the advantages and shortcomings of their partnership. With the utmost defense under the third soul skill of the formidable Dai, I rely on the chaotic winds, complemented by the current might of the Haotian hammer. The power of the 5 hammers can indeed break through, yet this is not my limit, but rather yours. Thus far, it has come to an end. It is now time for Boss Dai and Kuan to take matters seriously. On the battlefield, Dai Mubai curled in anguish on the ground, subsequently retrieving a recovery sausage from his bosom and stuffing it into his mouth. Yi Ming did not rush to take action, concluding the bout too early would render it utterly devoid of interest. In front of 60,000 spectators, he intended to savor the humiliation of the two slowly. He raised his hand to press down the white mask upon his face, then turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai. In the audience, an uproar erupted. Incredible! With a mere punch, he shattered the 3rd soul skill of the Soul Sovereign. Moreover, the opponent possesses a top-tier beast martial spirit. Yet the young man exhibited not the slightest fluctuation of soul power. I am somewhat eager to witness the extent of his strength when he unleashes his martial spirit. The current rookies are undeniably extraordinary. In a rather inconspicuous seat, Tang Hao furrowed his brow, now fully recovered in strength. He could clearly discern the speed of his opponent's strikes. On the battleground, Dai Mubai slowly rose. His complexion significantly improved as he cast a furious glance at the masked man. In front of an audience of 60,000, he felt utterly embarrassed for the first time. However, a sense of relief washed over him, knowing that his predicament stemmed from allowing his opponent a single strike. It was not entirely shameful. He recognized his own carelessness. The evil eye white tiger martial spirit was inherently more offensive, and he resolved to give his all in the forthcoming confrontation. Kuan, let us unite to deal with him. He has made me appear so foolish before the beautiful ladies, which is utterly infuriating. The 3 soul rings on the bodies of the 2 individuals illuminated simultaneously, clearly indicating their serious intent. Yu Ming crossed her arms defiantly across her chest, exuding an air of dominance that captivated the audience in the stands even more. Chapter 089. The arrival of the tidal white-eyed wolf white tiger's fierce light wave. Dai Mubai exclaimed, unleashing a burst of radiant white energy directed at Yi Ming. At that very moment, Ji Kuan activated his first soul skill, his right arm enveloped in sharp black feathers. Leaning slightly to the side, his shoulder and elbow moved rhythmically and swiftly, unleashing a barrage of dozens of black feathers. Yet, beneath the white mask, Yu Ming remained unfazed. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he emanated an overwhelming aura that startled the 2 observers from afar. As the white wave approached, Yu Ming casually waved his hand, altering its trajectory with a sudden gust of energy. Dai Mubai, taken aback by his attack's failure, thought, the white tiger's fierce light wave is my sole single-target assault. Yet it was effortlessly neutralized by my opponent. Just as the multitude of black feathers surged forward, Yu Ming sprang into action. He delivered a thunderous punch, the ensuing shockwave scattering the black feathers with tremendous force. Then, he darted about with remarkable agility, leaving behind a series of afterimages. When Yi Ming finally regained his footing, he had captured all the sharp black feathers between his fingers. Dai Mubai leaped into the air, activating his 2nd soul skill, the White Tiger Meteor Shower, as he unleashed a flurry of white light pillars raining down. In response to this area attack, Yi Ming exerted a powerful force from his hands, dispersing the dozens of black feathers to collide with the incoming onslaught. An explosion reverberated through the air, producing a blinding white light that compelled Dai Mubai to instinctively shield his eyes. In the next instant, amidst the radiant glow, Yi Ming charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Dai Mubai crashing to the ground beside Ji Kuan. The 2nd soul skill, Soul Power Sphere. With the manifestation of the martial spirit, Yuji Bailey, and the accumulation of soul power, a spherical orb of energy hatched into existence in Ji Kuan's hand. Channeling his soul power, Ji Kuan executed a dynamic movement, spinning and leaping, to launch the soul power sphere with great force. Rather than directly targeting Yu Ming, it struck the ground first, creating a ricochet that allowed it to traverse the air, altering its position with each rebound, its trajectory becoming increasingly swift and unpredictable. Even I am unable to discern the trajectory of the soul energy sphere with this maneuver. Only by striking unexpectedly can one achieve victory. It is time to bring this to a conclusion. You are not worthy for me to unleash my 3rd soul skill, the Feather of Love's Executioner. As the speed reached its zenith, the sphere of soul power accelerated further, creating interwoven phantoms. Beneath the white mask, Yi Ming's gaze was fixated ahead, as if observing an acrobatic performance. With a shrug of indifference, Yi Ming found the spectacle utterly tedious, and her figure vanished from sight, reappearing in midair with a swift motion. Ji Kuan scoffed derisively. How foolish, to dare charge indirectly. within the range of such a rapid soul power sphere. If one cannot discern their location at a glance, surely one will be struck by the soul power sphere, yet that is merely the beginning. The moment one comes into contact with the soul energy sphere, it will absorb the opponent's soul energy, enhancing its elasticity and causing the velocity of the soul energy sphere to surge once more. At that moment, the onslaught shall cease only when the soul power has been completely drained. Yet, under the tempestuous impact, one could be rendered utterly unrecognizable. Dai Mubai, observing Kuen's confident demeanor, rose to his feet and cast a cold, indifferent gaze upward. The subsequent scene plunged both men into despair, suspended in midair. Yu Ming casually reached out toward the realm of shadows and effortlessly grasped the spirit energy orb within his hand. With a deliberate accumulation of power, he crushed the orb with a single squeeze. Dai Mubai's expression darkened. Kuen, unleash your trump card. Restrain him and allow me to take action. Kuen nodded, activating the purple Millennium Spirit ability, as brilliant light radiated from the resplendent plumage atop the head of the avian goddess, Bella. Those who are antagonized by my martial soul, the feathered princess Bella, shall find themselves entranced beneath the radiance. It is a formidable control skill. The time has come to conclude. Yu Ming fell to the ground, allowing the radiant hues to envelop her. She gestured to Yi lingling beside her, then stood motionless in place, yet beneath the white mask. The corners of Yi Ming's mouth curled into a subtle smile, already formulating a plan. Dai Mubai exclaimed with delight, excellent. The charm duration can last for a full minute. That's more than sufficient. I shall deliver a resounding beating to him, casting him off the stage at the very last moment. With that, Dai Mubai stifled his pain and charged directly in front of Yi Ming. In the Shrek resting area, Tang San smirked condescendingly. As for the combination of Yi Shui, I sincerely hope you emerge victorious in this match. In the face of my formidable partnership with the teacher, I shall make 60,000 spectators aware that I, the green-hatted youth, am the true shining star of this arena of combat souls. Meanwhile, beside him, Yu Xiaogang wore a look of pride tinged with a hint of melancholy, letting out a deep sigh. Being grouped with the mistress is rather effortless. Nonetheless, it is for the best, as Yu Shui's duo has faced defeat this time. Next time, I shall undoubtedly unleash my martial spirit, and it will be our turn to vanquish you. On the battle stage, Dai Mubai approached Yi Ming with a foolish grin, swiftly appearing before her within mere breaths. He then mocked her, saying, "You truly startled me. I almost believed I was destined to lose. That would have been utterly embarrassing." Huh, why aren't you being wild? If you have the guts, go ahead and hit me. You even mimic a mistress with that facade. To strike you while wearing a mask would be utterly tedious. I desire for you to stand before 60,000 spectators, so that all may behold. With this declaration, Dai Mubai's laughter became increasingly unrestrained as he reached to remove his white mask. However, just as his fingers were about to make contact, he froze in place, a visage of terror overtaking him. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang from the Shrek resting area shared a similar expression of shock. It was evident that Dai Mubai's outstretched arm had been firmly grasped by Yi Ming, and with a forceful grip, Dai Mubai emitted a series of anguished cries. Kuen, save me. Use your unique soul skill to defeat him. As Ji Kuen was taken aback, his body swiftly darted towards his opponent. With a leap, he positioned himself a meter away from Yi Ming, preparing to unleash his self-created soul technique, Kuen Fist. His feet spread apart in a V shape, the left hand resting at his waist while the right extended forward, palm facing Yi Ming, oscillating incessantly in an attempt to disrupt his opponent's focus. To the spectators, this display appeared utterly ludicrous. In the next instant, Ji Kuen executed a sideways jump, his body leaning slightly as he charged at Yi Ming. Propelled by the force of Iron Mountain, with a kick, he sent Dai Mubai tumbling off the stage. Yi Ming sidestepped, evading the attack while seizing Ji Kuen's neck with one hand and delivering a powerful strike to his face with the other. With a resounding slap, a loud sound echoed in the air. A vivid handprint appeared on Ji Kuen's face, the searing pain jolting him from his immersion in the Kuen Fist. Subsequently, Yi Ming, in an exceedingly humiliating manner, emulated his opponent's Iron Mountain stance and unceremoniously knocked him off the stage. Immediately afterward, the host, microphone in hand, announced with fervor, "In the 7th Soul Fighting Arena, the duo battle concludes with the victory of the Yi Shui combination." As the audience erupted in cheers, they eagerly anticipated the next match between the White Mask and the Green Hat Boy. Following this, Yu Ming accompanied Ji Ling to the backstage. It is now noon. It is time for Shui Qinghe to arrive. Beside her, Yu Lingling remarked. Rong did not join us last night, claiming she would set off early. And she should be nearing us by now. Yi Ming sighed, recognizing Ning Rong's pampered nature and her princess-like temperament. She found the thought of traveling at night to be quite torturous, which was why she chose not to accompany them. Glancing up at the sky above the Soto arena, she declared, "It is time." In that instant, a voice echoed, "The titles of genius and the negative title of the white-eyed wolf will descend in 1 hour. 3 slots each. Rewards will be distributed after the announcement of the list." The atmosphere in the spirit hall was charged with excitement, as Pope Bibi Dong's countenance radiated eagerness. In the Pope's chamber, the respectful figure of Douluo Gue stood to the side, his face betraying an uncontrollable joy. Yu Guan flatteringly remarked, "Your Majesty, the spirit hall's acquisition of 2 genius titles is a harbinger of our imminent dominance over the continent." Bibi Dong, with an air of disdain and unwavering confidence, was the first to possess twin martial souls. With no mentor to guide her, she achieved the pinnacle of a level 98 limit Douluo, even touching upon the legacy of the Rakshasa god. Within the Hall of Offerings, Qian Daolu reflected, "Tang Chun, in the end, I have triumphed. I sincerely wish you were still alive to witness the descendants of the 6-winged angel claim the title of genius and ascend to divinity at an earlier juncture." The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's leader, Yu Yuanjin, expressed his hope, "I aspire for our young generation to secure the title of genius. Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin are undoubtedly exceptional talents, yet my anticipation rests more with my son, Xiaogang. The acumen and intellect of Xiaogang are unparalleled across the entire continent. The coveted title of genius is bestowed upon those with the potential to ascend to the rank of title Douluo, ensuring their divine destiny. Thus, as a level 95 individual, I am destined to be the first in the continent to achieve the status of Dragon God." Subsequently, Yu Yuanjin commanded his subordinates to gather everyone within the sect, awaiting the arrival of the title. As Yu Yuanjin contemplated his younger brother Yu Lumian, the father of Lu Erlong, who has always held a disdainful view of Xiaogang, he resolved that once my son receives the title, he shall personally retrieve Xiaogang back to the clan. Within the Haotian sect, the sect master Tang Xiao and 5 elders convened all disciples together. In comparison to the genius title, their anticipation for the title of White-Eyed Wolf was even greater. The fierce son Douluo exclaimed with indignation, "If Tang Hao does not receive the title of White-Eyed Wolf, I shall leap from this cliff without using my soul power." The other 4 elders shared a similarly aggrieved expression. The sect has nurtured Tang Hao, bestowing upon him not only the legacy soul bones but also the profound secrets of the Haotian techniques for his cultivation. In pursuit of the coveted 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, one forsakes the sect, reveling in external glory while gravely wounding Xianxuanji, thus compelling the sect to confront the wrath of the spirit hall and ultimately choosing to retreat into obscurity. Meanwhile, the sect leader, Tang Xiao, wore a somber expression. After the return of the 7th elder, he had been apprised of the entire sequence of events. He recalled that in his youth, he and Hao shared an affection for Ayin. Understanding Tang Hao's character, as an elder brother, he recognized that someone must inherit the position of sect leader, which led him to withdraw, genuinely wishing the best for Hao and Ayin. He had once pondered why Tang Hao insisted on leaving the sect with his wife and child after Ayin bore offspring, as if foreseeing the events to unfold. Qianxuanji arrived with a multitude of powerful bishops and 2 title Douluos, prepared to ambush. He felt a deep sorrow for Ayin, such a pure and beautiful woman. Deceived by Tang Hao, Lai Yang stepped forward, respectfully gazing at sect leader Tang Xiao. "Master, these 2 inherited soul bones pose too great a danger if kept within the clan. The son of Tang Hao bears the notorious title of a thief. To prevent any further complications, I beseech the sect leader to absorb him." The remaining 4 elders expressed their agreement. As a peak Douluo at the age of 97, Tang Xiao possessed no soul bones, indicating room for further enhancement of his prowess. Upon hearing the elders' suggestions, Tang Xiao could only shake his head in resignation, for he held a deep affection for his younger brother, which led him to allocate all the soul bone resources to him. Since miracles have descended, our Haotian sect can no longer remain timid and hesitant. The spirit hall's influence is becoming increasingly formidable. It is highly likely that Bibi Dong will secure the title of genius this time. When the time comes, all that awaits us is annihilation. In that case, I shall absorb these 2 soul bones, and the Haotian sect will emerge from seclusion to confer with the other 2 sects on strategies to resist the threat posed by the spirit hall. As Tang Xiao's words resonated, The 5 elders and all disciples of the Haotian sect knelt on one knee, their spirits soaring. Meanwhile, in Soto City, Shuqinghe had arrived outside the Soul Arena, having naturally heard Xinyan's voice. Let us first seek a secluded forest, and once I obtain the title, I shall seek out Yu Ming, Shuqinghe declared. Subsequently, she ventured into the outskirts, scanning her surroundings. Taking advantage of the solitude, she shed her disguise. A graceful figure emerged, revealing Qian Rinxue, clad in a resplendent golden gown, its seamless design accentuating her divine and noble presence. The fabric, woven from golden threads, was adorned sparingly, embodying a style that was both ancient and elegant. The golden collar embraced her slender, snow-white neck, while her long golden hair cascaded casually down her back, unrefined in its arrangement. This stood in stark contrast to her previously immaculate royal attire. Her golden eyes were tranquil like still waters, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations, presenting her as an ordinary person. Yet within those golden depths lay an extraordinary essence, an indescribable quality that set her apart. She resembled a deity, exalted and untouchable, evoking a sense of reverence. At the center of her forehead, a small but vividly clear mark of a 6-winged angel glimmered, radiating brilliant golden light. Her skin was as flawless as freshly fallen snow, her beauty striking, and in her 20s, she appeared no older than an enchanting 18-year-old maiden. After a long period of disguise, Qian Rinxue was suddenly enveloped in a sense of authenticity and ease that coursed through her being. With a gentle smile, her expression seemed to possess an enchanting power. The leaves of the surrounding trees began to sway softly, whispering in response. Behind her, her 6-winged angel martial spirit unfurled, gazing into the expanse above the forest. In a fleeting moment, it left behind a few golden feathers, soaring away. Meanwhile, in the Soul Arena, Yi Ming and Yi Lingling returned to the resting area after their dual battle. Shortly thereafter, the host of the Third Soul Arena announced, in this moment, I believe everyone's hearts are filled with immense excitement and anticipation. An hour later, after a 6-year hiatus, the long-awaited title will once again grace us. The competitors in the forthcoming match are poised to deliver an exhilarating showdown. Let us eagerly anticipate the spectacle that awaits. Let the fire-extinguishing sausage duo face off against the Clear Dance team. Tang San, resting in the Shrek area, sensed the audience's anticipation as they realized that a miraculous event was about to unfold. The collective emotions of the crowd seemed to reach a fever pitch, and the sound of cheers echoed throughout the soul fighting arena. Dear friends, you should express your gratitude to the miraculous events that have ignited the fervor of the audience. The performance you all exhibit on the field will be indelibly etched in the memories of 60,000 spectators. Tang San approached Oscar and Ma Hongjun, placing a reassuring hand on their shoulders. At that moment, the door of the resting area swung open, and Tang Hao, clad in a black cloak and emanating an air of profound experience, entered, his gaze cast downward as he approached the group from Shrek. To be precise, I must express my gratitude to Tang Hao, for the miracle has come forth for my sake. Tang Hao removed the cloak from his head, casting a proud gaze upon all those present. Dad, you truly have come. How wonderful. Have your injuries completely healed? Tang San exclaimed, rushing towards Tang Hao and tightly embracing his thigh. Tang Hao was taken aback, for at that moment, Little San mirrored the same actions he had displayed during his previous transformation. A deeper resentment towards Yi Ming surged within him, as he realized that this unfortunate habit had been instilled in his son. Gently ruffling his son's hair, he said, Little San, once we both earn the title of genius, let us first return to the Haotian sect and confront those elders, and then we shall seek out Yi Ming. Just then, Yu Xiaogang approached with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor serious. 3 individuals, each bearing the title of genius, converge in one place. Soon, within the arena of the soul duel, 3 beams of golden light shall illuminate the skies, likely blinding the eyes of 60,000 spectators. Chapter 091. Tang San's external soul bone is gone. Beneath the heavens, young San possesses extraordinary talent, reminiscent of your own in your prime. Truly, you have excelled in your role as a father. Upon witnessing Tang Hao's entrance, Zhao Wujia felt an involuntary shiver run through him, and he promptly approached with an air of cordiality. Tang Hao, however, chose to disregard Zhao's flattery, burdened by guilt regarding his son. In the sacred soul village, it was young San who tended to his daily needs, cooking and caring for him. It was only upon witnessing his son awaken his dual martial souls that Tang Hao began to emerge from his despondency. Having severed ties with his sect, he found it exceedingly difficult to confront the entirety of the spirit hall alone, prompting his retreat to a secluded village where he spent his days in a haze of wine and melancholy. He had never taken an active role in Young San's upbringing, which weighed heavily on his conscience. Observing Tang Hao's indifference, Zhao Wujie felt a pang of embarrassment. Internally, he harbored dissatisfaction, thinking, "Addressing you as Lord Haotian is a mark of respect. With your current rank of 83rd level Soul Douluo, I would not be intimidated in a confrontation." Yet, witnessing Tang Hao's unwavering confidence in his son's talent, Zhao Wujie cleared his throat, recognizing the prudence in currying favor with this father-son duo. Especially since Tang San had also acquired an external soul bone, enhancing his already formidable abilities. Under the celestial canopy, as the youngest titled Douluo of the continent, he recently succeeded in repelling a group of enigmatic individuals wielding concealed weapons. The title of genius has been bestowed, should those individuals dare to appear again. You, who have received divine favor, will undoubtedly ensure they face insurmountable consequences. Zhao Wujie, displaying utmost humility, lavished flattery upon Tang Hao, causing even Fran to feel a twinge of discomfort. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, recalling the terrifying nature of the hidden weapons and the embarrassment he had suffered previously. Upon receiving the reward from the divine, he secretly hoped that those enigmatic figures would indeed reappear. Noticing Zhao Wujie's profound admiration, Tang Hao felt increasingly pleased. Casting a sidelong glance at him, his voice taking on a slightly subdued tone. Since the last encounter, that group of elders who call themselves the Tang sect seems to have vanished as if into thin air, undoubtedly having exhausted their hidden weapons, which compelled them to retreat. If they dare to come again, I, Tang Hao, shall slay them without hesitation. Tang San, witnessing his father's vehement disdain for hidden weapons, displayed a complex expression. Similarly, Yu Xiaogang beside him harbored thoughts of establishing the Tang sect, envisioning a large-scale production of hidden weapons. At this moment, the voice of the host once again resonated throughout the third battle spirit arena. Contestants, please prepare to enter the arena for the 2-on-2 competition. Oscar and Ma Hongjun emerged from the resting area, guided by the staff to the passageway. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, concealed behind masks and adorned in the Royal Academy's uniforms, felt no apprehension about being recognized by their opponents. Zhuqing, we must teach that repugnant fat man a lesson later. His lewd expression is simply intolerable. Xiao Wu pouted, visibly displeased, while Zhuqing nodded in agreement beside her. The host began to introduce the information of each contestant. Firstly, allow me to present to you the Fiery Sausage Ensemble. Oscar, a rare food-type soul master, possesses innate full soul power and boasts a soul power level of 29. Everyone wonders whether this contestant has the opportunity to attain the title of genius. After all, food-type soul masters are exceedingly rare, and his martial soul, the sausage, is no less effective than the 7 treasures glazed tower. In the Shrek resting area, everyone gazed through the glass towards the third soul fighting arena. Tang Hao's eyes reflected a look of approval. This young lad is quite impressive. Xiao San's innate full soul power is attributed to his twin martial souls. It seems that his martial soul possesses formidable power, perhaps even a chance to attain divinity. On the soul arena, Oscar made his appearance on stage, immediately eliciting a wave of cheers. In the audience, all the women wore expressions of infatuation. What a handsome young man, possessing a martial soul that resembles a sausage. I wonder if his prowess is equally formidable. His intestines must be delectable. Perhaps they could preserve my youthful visage. How I long to savor them just once. Upon hearing such adoration directed towards him, Oscar was filled with delight. His own striking looks would undoubtedly attract a multitude of admirers. The host then, microphone in hand, announced, our next contestant, wielding the soul of the evil fire phoenix, is Ma Hongjun, a level 29 powerful assault-type soul master. Ma Hongjun then casually brushed his wine-red hair, swaying his plump form as he narcissistically strode onto the stage. I must perform exceptionally well later. I am certain to attract a multitude of female admirers. When the time comes for my desires to surge, I shall have no shortage of outlets for my passions. Ma Hongjun mused internally, rendering him all the more lascivious in appearance. The audience, however, was filled with murmurs of skepticism, lacking faith in his prospects. Shortly thereafter, under the host's introduction, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing graced the stage. Upon catching sight of the voluptuous Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in astonishment. What an alluring girl! Dressed in a school uniform, she appears even more tempting, utterly perfect. I can't help but wonder what lies beneath that mask. Oscar's gaze, however, was fixed upon Xiaowu, as he favored the appearance of a pure and adorable little girl. Feeling the blatant scrutiny of the two, Xiaowu's heart burned with indignation. The moment the host announced the commencement of the competition, her agile form spun gracefully through the air, executing a delicate leap over the rotund figure, heading straight for Oscar's position. "Fatty, protect me," Oscar exclaimed, his heart racing. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to unleash his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, Zhu Zhuqing, known for her remarkable speed, swiftly appeared before him. With her razor-sharp Hellcat claw, she lunged at Ma Hongjun. The entire scene was a complete domination by the Qingwu duo. Oscar, feeling the grace of Xiaowu's agile techniques, wrapped himself around her, using his waist to kick her off the stage, experiencing both pain and pleasure. Meanwhile, the lecherous fatty, caught at close range, wore a look of rapture, but was soon sent flying off the stage by the combined efforts of the two. Tang Hao's expression darkened. He had just praised the opposing team's potential for greatness, only to be swiftly proven wrong. He murmured, "Food-type soul masters are weak in the early stages. This is normal. Once they acquire powerful soul skills, they can easily defend themselves." Tang San also felt embarrassed. His Shrek team had lost every match in this second round. The host, taken by surprise, did not expect the battle to conclude in less than 5 minutes. With over half an hour remaining until the title match, the organizers decided to arrange a showdown that would captivate the audience. In the 6th fighting arena, the host, dressed in a tailcoat and exuding professionalism, raised his voice with enthusiasm. "Before the miraculous event unfolds, we have resolved to present everyone with an extraordinary clash set to take place in the 6th Spirit Arena. A one-on-one duel. Surely, those present here can deduce the answer, indeed. The upcoming match is a showdown between the two newcomers, the Masked Man and the Green Hat. Who truly shines the brightest in the arena will soon be revealed." Tang San felt a sense of satisfaction just before the title of genius was bestowed. He intended to let everyone know who the strongest truly was. He harbored no concerns, as he could simply lay his cards on the table, utilizing the blue-silver grass and the Haotian hammer to secure victory over his opponent. Moreover, with Yu Ming absent, it was the perfect moment for the 8 spider lances to make their grand entrance. Chapter 092. The title of genius. Tang Hao sat comfortably, a serene expression adorning his face. "Little San, at this moment, I find myself feeling a tinge of envy towards my son. To encounter an opponent who compels you to give your all before the title's solemn presence, allowing 60,000 spectators to witness the true extent of your prowess. The title of genius, once bestowed upon you, may render you the most favored among the 3 of us." As Tang San listened to his father's words, a sense of pride swelled within him, and his anticipation grew ever stronger. In the previous duel, he had yet to encounter an opponent capable of compelling him to unleash his soul skills. It was time for the world to recognize him as the illustrious Tang San, the master of thievery. With the prowess to attain the title of genius, surely no one would dare to mock him again. Reflecting on Yi Ming's title of Chosen One, which could erase misfortune, he envisioned a future where he would no longer be transformed into a dog each day. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang contemplated the prospect of finally living like a human, free from the daily torment of being struck by lightning. "Beloved, wait for me to attain the title of genius. I have a few matters I wish to attend to. When you reach level 40, the teacher will return." Tang San expressed his confusion. "Teacher, if you leave, I won't be able to participate in the duel battles." However, deep down, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He eagerly anticipated a period of absence from Yu Xiaogang. Despite both of them acquiring positive titles, his teacher bore an excessive number of negative ones. Revealing the truth would expose to the 60,000 spectators that the Green Hat Boy was none other than Tang San, who had formed the Blue Overlord duo with the seemingly inept Yu Xiaogang. Contemplating the prospect of finally being free from any hindrances, he envisioned himself obtaining a title and promptly enrolling in the Soul Master level competition, where a victory would yield a 10-fold score increase. At that moment, Tang San wore a facade of reluctance, which deeply touched Yu Xiaogang, who observed it all. "Dear apprentice, over the past 6 years, I have shouldered an immense burden. I wish to return to my sect and show those who once mocked me, Yu Xiaogang, who the true fool is. Then, I aspire to bear the title of genius and embark on a journey around the continent before returning to find you all." Tang Hao exclaimed with fervor upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words. Shortly thereafter, he set off with Xiao San back to Haotinan's sect. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ji Kuan, and Daimabai, filled with anticipation, thought of how Xiao San was on the verge of claiming the illustrious golden title. The shadows cast by their previous defeat dissipated, and they eagerly awaited what divine reward awaited them this time. May the two contestants proceed to the 6th Soul Arena for the competition, the host's urging voice echoed, as Tang San exited the resting area and approached the passageway. Upon realizing that the most professional gentleman in a tailcoat was officiating, Tang San felt a surge of elation. In the spectator stands, all eyes were fervently fixed upon the arena, brimming with anticipation for this remarkable duel. The organizers have truly outdone themselves, choosing to hold an exceptionally suspenseful competition just before the miraculous event. Even I could not have anticipated. The boy in the green hat and the boy in the white mask, who will ultimately triumph in the competition. Indeed, the choice is exceedingly difficult. However, one must place a bet on someone for this match. The title of genius will undoubtedly be bestowed upon one of the two. To support those chosen by the miracles, I choose to go all in. I bet on the boy in the green hat to triumph. A voice rang out from the audience, fervently stirring the entire atmosphere. The thought that the individual on whom they had wagered would be selected by divine intervention was a testament to their discerning judgment. Instantly, the arena erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Today, I have brought all my savings from home, for I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. It has been 6 long years waiting for this miraculous moment to return, and I must seize it. I too believe that the boy in the green hat holds a distinct advantage. I have even brought my property deed as testament to my unwavering support for him. Who can rival my determination? I am prepared to wager everything. At this moment, more spectators reached their decisions. Realizing that prolonged hesitation would amount to a sacrilege against the miraculous event unfolding before them. Meanwhile, within the passage, Tang San, under the penetrating gaze of the purple extreme demon eye, beheld the giant screen displaying the bets of 30,000 on his victory. He let out a cold snort, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure. Simultaneously, another 30,000 had placed their bets on the victory of the white-masked man. For he had dealt a lesson to the scoundrel Dai Mubai, and that grotesquely overweight individual who appeared exceedingly lewd. I truly cannot fathom why there are still individuals placing their bets on the masked man. It is, quite frankly, a display of ignorance. Meanwhile, in the relaxation area of Shrek, Flander, beneath his golden-rimmed spectacles, revealed a glimmer of cunning in his gaze. This is a splendid opportunity for a turnaround. I shall borrow 10,000 gold soul coins from the Soul Arena under the esteemed identity of a soul saint to wager on the victory of the underdog. The supporters of both individuals are nearly equal in number, and the odds are bound to be fearsome. After this match, 30,000 individuals will ascend to the ranks of the affluent in Soto City. Clearly, Flander believed that the 30,000 supporters of the underdog would soon become the elite of Soto City. Having said this, Flander eagerly dashed out, determined to secure a loan of 10,000 gold soul coins before the betting concluded. Now, let us welcome our young lad in the green hat to the stage. Within the passage, Tang San, bearing the Haotian hammer, approaches slowly. The gentleman in the tailcoat fervently hopes for Tang San's victory, for such a triumph would enable him to soar to the pinnacle alongside him, allowing the 60,000 spectators to witness that he is indeed the most renowned host in the arena of soul battles. Facing the forthcoming opponent, have you resolved to unleash your soul skills? Tang San nodded. Naturally, I shall exert all my strength, for the title is about to be bestowed. The gentleman in the tailcoat appeared radiant, while at that moment, Tang San approached, whispering a few words. You are exceptionally fortunate today, for 2 other individuals, each adorned with the title of genius, are also present here, acquainted with me. The moment will not find me alone at the summit, but accompanied by 3. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the host was rendered speechless with excitement. Whom do you bet on to win? Tang San inquired nonchalantly. The man in the tailcoat adjusted his tinted sunglasses with a finger, attempting to project an air of coolness. Naturally, it is you. I shall wager all my savings accumulated over the years on you. Tang San expressed his satisfaction. Excellent. During the upcoming battle, ensure that my commentary is as extravagant as possible. The host declared earnestly. Rest assured, I am a professional. Subsequently, Tang San made his way to the center of the Soul Arena, facing the crowd, with one hand hoisting the Haotian hammer, while the other hand waved to the 60,000 spectators in a gesture of acknowledgement. Next, let us welcome the man in the white mask to the stage. The host's voice, noticeably subdued, lacked its usual fervor. Subsequently, Ming ascended to the dueling platform, where he beheld the insincere Tang San, incessantly greeting the audience and occasionally blowing kisses, akin to a jester. When Tang San caught a glimpse of his rival's gaze upon him, he ceased his antics. With a provocative tone, he remarked, "You, young one, possess quite the audacity. Just yesterday, I gained immense fame, and here you are, attempting to imitate me. Compared to Dai Mubai and the others, they are entirely on a different level. Do not mistake a victory over them for a true measure of strength." With that, Tang San planted the Haotian hammer firmly into the ground and stood on it with one foot, exuding an air of disdain. Yiming lowered her voice, her tone resolute. "I reiterate my statement. Without the use of martial souls or soul power, I can defeat you with a single move." Tang San chuckled, realizing that even at this moment, she still chose to feign bravado. It was time to reveal the truth. "My twin martial souls, what do you possess to contend with me?" Before the spectators, Tang San's blue-silver grass vines receded as he removed the comical mask. In the palm of his right hand, the distinctive blue-silver grass materialized. 3 soul rings illuminated, amplifying Tang San's formidable presence. Meanwhile, the host and the 30,000 spectators who had wagered on the Green Hat's victory felt a chill in their hearts. Chapter 93. The title that Tang San anticipated has arrived. How infuriating to have been deceived. At that moment, everyone came to the realization. Yet there were still 30,000 individuals who had placed their bets on Tang San's victory. The host cast a glance towards the green light above, instinctively taking a step back. Meanwhile, Tang San approached the host, snatched the microphone with authority, his voice resonating powerfully. "Rest assured, I, Tang San, acknowledge my previous transgressions. I assure you that, aside from the title of theft, I shall bear no other negative titles that could be associated with me in any regard." The advantages of the twin martial souls become increasingly formidable as the number of soul rings increases. Those who have wagered on my victory need not be alarmed. I am confident in my ability to attain the title of genius. The expressions of the 30,000 spectators turned grim, as they were compelled to accept this reality. The dual martial souls, after all, belonged to Tang Hao's son, and his talents were indisputable. The audience who had bet on Tang San began to console themselves. He is merely 12 years old, his mind still underdeveloped. Surely, it was that worthless Yu Xiaogang who instigated the theft. After all, in his early years, he pilfered knowledge from the spirit hall, and Tang San was influenced by him. As long as victory is achieved and the title of genius is secured, it can be forgiven. More and more individuals directed their ire towards Yu Xiaogang, especially since they had wagered all their savings. Tang San, who was ready to reveal his hand, felt a sense of relief upon hearing the murmurs of the audience, and then turned his gaze towards the masked man. The opponent was exceedingly arrogant, choosing not to employ his martial soul or soul power, yet still capable of delivering a lethal blow in a single move. "Young man, do you still possess the confidence to defeat me now?" Beneath the mask, Yiming coldly remarked upon witnessing Tang San's insincere visage. "Enough with the idle chatter, let us act." Tang San's gaze turned icy as he activated his third soul skill, the blue-silver grass, conjuring a web of silken strands that descended with astonishing swiftness, enveloping Yiming. Unfazed, Yiming allowed the web to ensnare him, for the venomous barbs could not penetrate his formidable defenses. First soul skill, entanglement. To ensure safety, the purple-black vines of the blue-silver grass tightly bound Yiming. Tang San executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, his figure shifting continuously as he launched hundreds of blue-silver grass seeds. Subsequently, the second soul skill, parasite, was activated, and layers upon layers of vines ensnared Yiming, wrapping him into a large bundle. In that fleeting moment, only a few breaths had passed. All the spectators were astonished, whispering, "Is this the true power of Tang San? His agility, technique, and precise control are simply extraordinary." The opponent was utterly incapacitated, firmly ensnared in place. Yiming aimed to thoroughly dismantle Tang San's psychological defenses, compelling everyone to recognize that resistance was futile, as the attacks were mere trifles, lacking any real sting. After accomplishing this, Tang San, wielding the Haotian hammer, ascended to the 36th level. The ultimate capability could unleash 41 strikes, each more potent than the last. As he adeptly channeled power through his legs, the formidable energy of the Haotian hammer surging ever higher. With a mighty leap, he brought the hammer crashing down upon Yiming, a tempest of rage swelling within him. He poured all the torment inflicted by the absorption of his third spirit ring into this one strike. The audacity of his adversary to regard him with such disdain was infuriating, akin to that insufferable Yiming. In Tang San's eyes, The masked figure ensnared by webs and vines was transformed into Yi Ming. The thunderous might of the Haotian hammer wreaked havoc, with the toxins in the webs and the vines surely paralyzing his foe. Go to hell, Tang San bellowed, unleashing a powerful strike. Meanwhile, Yi Ming's spirit surged fiercely, shattering all restraints that bound him. Harnessing the strength of his body, he clenched his fist tightly, his arm coiling with energy, and delivered a formidable punch. Tang San was taken aback, realizing that his opponent had managed to break free from the layers of constraints he had imposed, relying solely on physical prowess. His brow furrowed slightly, yet Tang San was acutely aware that the might of his Haotian hammer was far more formidable. With the force of the 41st strike, he wielded a power exceeding 10,000 pounds, unyielding and undaunted. Such arrogance. The first-ranked martial soul, the Haotian hammer, is not something your mere punch can contend with. I perceive that you have devoted all your time to the cultivation of your physical prowess. Recalling the 9 Heartseed Butterfly Soul Master, Tang San felt an even stronger conviction. The opponent relied solely on physical strength and endurance, healing without replenishing their spiritual energy. It was evident that they had neglected the cultivation of their martial soul, hence their reluctance to employ it. Meanwhile, Tang Hao in the resting area, sensing the power behind that fist, changed countenance. With a resounding thud, the fist collided with the Haotian hammer, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged forth. With a resounding roar, the entire battleground began to tremble. Tang San felt an overwhelming force surge past the might of the Haotian hammer, sweeping towards his body. Oh, this is impossible. A piercing scream echoed as Tang San, along with the Haotian hammer, was violently propelled away. Just as he was about to plummet from the stage, Tang Hao appeared, catching Tang San and returning him to the platform. The audience was left in a state of shock, and the 30,000 spectators who had bet on the masked man's victory were suddenly filled with discontent. This is clearly a foul, host. The results can be announced promptly. Indeed, in this contest, the man in the white mask emerged victorious. If Tang San is not caught, he will surely fall from the stage. The host's expression turned grim as he glanced at Tang San, and the 30,000 supporters who had bet on his victory fell into a heavy silence. Despair began to seep into their hearts. It seemed there would be no turning point. Yet, just as their spirits waned, Tang San broke free from his father's grasp, enduring the pain, and made his way to the center of the arena to take the microphone from the host. Everyone, please remain calm. I have something to convey. I firmly believe that I, Tang San, have not been defeated. The 30,000 supporters who backed Tang San exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. Could there still be a glimmer of hope? Tang San continued, just now, I was confident that I would not falter off the stage. As he spoke, a 5-meter-long 8-spider lattice external soul bone manifested behind him. Indeed, this is my trump card, an external soul bone, rarer than a torso bone. My father, Tang Hao, remains oblivious to the situation, thus I have yet to face defeat. The host, I believe this competition should be held after the title of genius is bestowed. Everyone was astonished upon witnessing the 8 spider lances behind Tang San. Indeed, those sharp 8 spider blades appear to be a formidable 5 meters in length. They can indeed serve as a means to return to the stage. However, the title of genius is about to be bestowed. If the competition continues, it will hinder the appreciation of marvels. Those who had defeated Yu Ming felt a sense of discontent, yet upon beholding the rare external spirit bone, they realized that there was likely none other like it across the continent. At this moment, Tang Hao felt an unspoken joy within. His son was truly exceptional. I was merely driven by my fervent desire to save my child, which led me to violate the rules of the competition. My son Tang San. I truly had no knowledge of the matter regarding the external soul bone. I apologize, everyone. Tang Hao feigned an expression of regret, and such an explanation was utterly impeccable. Initially, he believed that his son was destined to lose, and even if he were to later receive the title of genius, it would still be somewhat embarrassing. At that moment, the gentleman in the tailcoat, microphone in hand, announced, "We shall proceed with the competition once the miracle descends." Yi Ming let out a cold laugh. "Well then, let the games begin. Soon, you two shall be weeping." The divine sound resonated, echoing across the entire continent. We will now unveil the list of genius titles and the moniker of the white-eyed wolf. Yu Xiaogang, filled with excitement, dashed out of the resting area and hurried to Tang San's side. Tang San beckoned to the gentleman in the tailcoat with a confident demeanor. Soon after, Tang Hao, Tang San, and Yu Xiaogang, aboard the flying soul guide device along with the host, soared to the highest altitude. while the crowd watched with anticipation. They were also filled with confusion. What are those three up to? Why are they flying so high? In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded that left everyone speechless. The gentleman in the tailcoat in the sky was equally taken aback. Tang Hao, reciting incantations, wielded the Haotian hammer and smashed a breach into the circular glass above them. It was really quite a hindrance, but now it is greatly improved. There is no need to venture outside. The resplendent title of genius can be attained here. The three individuals gazed upward with unwavering confidence, for the moment they had long awaited had finally arrived. Chapter 094. Not human. Yu Ming cast a playful glance at the sky, observing the entire arena, which resembled the architecture of a bird's nest. At present, he was still far from being a match for Tang Hao. Even if the latter's power had diminished to the level of a Soul Douluo, he remained a formidable opponent. After all, this was the Soto Arena, and with the backing of the Royal Academy, Xueqinghe would also be arriving shortly. Tang Hao would not dare to strike against him in front of an audience of 60,000, no matter how enraged he might become later. Such an act would be unlikely. Yi Ming mused. Then let us engage in something intriguing. Since those three fools are so brimming with superiority, I shall allow them to languish in their delusions, gradually descending into despair. All the spectators were momentarily stunned as they witnessed Tang Hao swing the Haotian hammer, shattering the overhead glass and creating a vast hole. The host, standing alongside the trio, felt a pang of anxiety. After all, he was merely an employee. The thought that his actions had led Tang San and the others to this critical juncture, witnessing the unique glass above being shattered by the Haotian hammer, with cracks extending for dozens of meters, filled him with concern. Beneath the expansive heavens, the structure of the Soul Arena is indeed costly. Such actions may prove to be ill-advised. The organizers are placing the blame on me. The losses incurred are beyond my capacity to bear. The man in the tailcoat nodded obsequiously, his head bowed as he muttered softly. Tang Hao, upon hearing the man's words, wore an expression of displeasure. Are you questioning me? The miracle has come for my sake, and its descent upon the Soto Arena is indeed your privilege. After today, the renown of this place shall resonate throughout the entire continent. The three individuals bestowed with the title of genius are all present. So what is there to be anxious about? Yu Xiaogang remarked, adjusting his closely cropped hairstyle, and he too believed that Tang Hao's actions were entirely justified. Even if the heavenly crown does not shatter it, the divine light descending shall pierce through it. We three have chosen this place to let our titles descend, not for the sense of accomplishment brought by 60,000 people. Rather, after today, the Shrek Academy will be established directly opposite the Soul Arena. You should consider yourselves fortunate. Broaden your horizons and pursue what is rightfully yours. Yu Xiaogang felt compelled to admonish the short-sighted man in the tailcoat beside him. The man, now enlightened, recognized the confidence exuding from the trio. One was the youngest titled Douluo in the continent's history. Another was Tang San, the rare wielder of dual martial souls, and a 12-year-old soul master at the 36th rank, possessing a unique external soul bone. Observing Yu Xiaogang's foresight, he contemplated the establishment of Shrek Academy nearby, which would undoubtedly attract countless soul masters to join its ranks. Perhaps, in the future, Soto City would evolve into a city of imperial stature. At this moment, Tang San looked down with disdain at the masked man below, believing that the absence of any soul rings attached to the Haotian hammer was the reason the man had been repelled by a mere punch. The voice of the announcer resonated. We shall now reveal the list. Following this, the titles will be bestowed. The title bearer, Tang Hao. At this point, the divine voice lingered intentionally, resonating with an ethereal quality. There was no haste in announcing the next name. The pause was prolonged, seemingly meant for everyone to indelibly remember this name. Upon hearing his own name, Tang Hao felt an overwhelming joy within, his expression radiating pride. God, you truly understand me. Your grace is overwhelming. One might fear that their name would go unnoticed, which is why I, Tang Hao, deliberately pause. My renown within the Soul Master realm is already universally acknowledged. In the Spirit Hall, both Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo wore expressions of terror upon hearing this name. Recalling the overwhelming defeat they had suffered at his hands, their hearts filled with trepidation. They pondered whether he would come to seek retribution from the Spirit Hall now that he was on the verge of obtaining the title of genius. Beside them, Bibi Dong's countenance darkened. Although Tang Hao's talent was indeed formidable, the deity had not explicitly declared which title was being announced. It was possible that the revelation would come only after the list had concluded, implying that Tang Hao might not necessarily be awarded the title of genius. Meanwhile, At the Haotian sect, the sect leader, Tang Xiao, was preparing to lead his disciples down the mountain when he heard the name proclaimed by the deity. The disciples exchanged glances of uncertainty. The Sun King Douluo scoffed, "That Tang Hao is arrogant. I dare say this list bears the title of White-Eyed Wolf." How astute the divine is, for he knows precisely how to deal with Tang Hao. I am truly eager to witness the expression of utter despair that will soon adorn his countenance. Tang Xiao, however, believes that perhaps, given Hao's innate talent, he might indeed secure the title of genius. He hopes to enable Tang Hao to redeem himself with such a positive designation. The elders of the sect would surely accept him. Within the arena, the 60,000 spectators are convinced that Tang Hao is on the verge of claiming the title of genius, and they are filled with excitement. Marvelous! Our city of Soto is no longer burdened by a negative reputation. The last time, I was burdened with 4 disparaging titles, all in the city of Soto. Since that day, I have felt a sense of shame every time I leave the city. Indeed, 6 years ago, the title of the Chosen One first emerged in the city of Notting. At long last, the moment has arrived. Let the deity utter another name. They all believed that although the deity had not explicitly stated it, if the next name was Tang San, it would undoubtedly confirm his genius status. With his twin martial souls, coupled with an external soul bone, and at the tender age of 12, no one else could achieve such a feat. Meanwhile, the host felt it was time to take action. To all present, please wave your glowing sticks and join me in shouting the next name. Tang San. The 60,000 spectators in Soto City were ignited with fervor. A chorus of cheers erupted, and the name of Tang San echoed from every mouth. The unified voices of 60,000 resonated throughout the entirety of Soto City. Hovering in the sky, Tang San felt a deep sense of satisfaction, while Yu Xiaogang's heart was filled with anxiety. Hasten to reveal the identity of the third party. It is now my turn, Yu Xiaogang. The entirety of the continent is eager to discover who the second individual shall be. From the subsequent name, one can infer the title that the divine being is about to announce. At this moment, the voice of the divine resounded, overshadowing the clamor of 60,000 souls. The title bearer, Tang San. The voice resonated through the air, its echoes reverberating across the heavens, and no further announcements were made, as if to engrave the moment in the hearts of all present. After a brief pause, the soul arena erupted with the exuberance of 60,000 souls, all rising to their feet, cheering and shouting in unison. Tang San felt a pang of melancholy within. At last, I shall rise to prominence. After receiving the reward, I shall once again bask in the glow of admiration. Once more against that masked man, I shall employ a singular technique to vanquish him. Yet at that moment, another figure crossed his mind, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. Yi Ming, no matter how fortunate you are, the title of genius has no connection to you. It is time to seek you out. I imagine you are quite taken aback upon hearing the name declared by the divine. Beneath the white mask, Yi Ming observed Tang San's smug demeanor, a look of derision etched upon her face. Meanwhile, at the spirit hall, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, contemplating. Tang Hao's son possesses a twin martial spirit, much like myself. Could his talent surpass mine? Might he attain the title of Douluo before me, or even achieve divinity? Yet, recalling a name that remains undisclosed, I chose not to dwell on it any further. If the next name is not one of us, then it can be confidently concluded that the title bestowed by the divine is that of the White-Eyed Wolf. In the arena of combat, Yu Xiaogang was not surprised. How could the disciples he valued not be prodigies? Then, O God, utter the name of Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 095, Divine Punishment of Yu Xiaogang. In the soul arena, those who had not wagered on Tang San began to feel a pang of regret. It seemed evident that the father-son duo of Tang Hao and Tang San were on the verge of attaining the title of genius, their power poised to grow even stronger. With an air of haughtiness, Tang San cast a provocative glance at Yi Ming, who was concealed behind a mask below. Some are growing impatient. What divine rewards await? Without casting a glance below, Tang San lifted his gaze towards the horizon, contemplating the swift announcement of the final name, after which the titles and rewards would be conferred. At this moment, all disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family had gathered in one place, and upon hearing Tang San's name, the sect leader, Yu Xiaogang, could not help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Wonderful! It is my son Xiaojiang's disciple. Henceforth, no one shall dare to mock him again. Reflecting on the 4 negative titles that burdened Yu Xiaogang, one cannot help but imagine the harrowing experiences he must have endured over the years. As a father, I feel woefully inadequate. Xiaogang, I shall hasten to retrieve you back to the sect, to have nurtured a genius like Tang San. The final spot will belong to Xiaogang. How wonderful it is that after all these years, father and son can finally reunite. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogan's expression fluctuated between joy and sorrow, for he was well aware of the illustrious reputation of Tang Hao. His son, even more remarkable, appeared to be in a state of dilemma. My worthless nephew, Xiaogang, will never attain the title. However, his disciple Tang San is indeed a formidable being, which poses a significant dilemma. Yu Xiaogang believed that his elder brother would undoubtedly use the pretext of befriending Tang San to bring Yu Xiaogang back into the clan. Since the descendants of the Haotian hammer can attain the title of genius, then so too shall my blue electric Tyrannosaurus lineage. Naturally, my son, Yu Tianxin, is the captain of the royal combat team, excelling in every aspect. Yu Xiaogang believed that his son would be the one to wield power over his elder brother, preventing Yu Xiaogang from returning. The thought of his nephew Xiaogang and the deeds he had committed against Erlong filled him with a surging animosity. The unconventional love between the two had stirred up scandalous rumors, placing an immense burden on him as a father. Many nights, he nearly succumbed to despair, fortunately. Yu Xiaogang's intimacy with the opposite sex had been entirely reset. This brought him some solace, as his ineffectual nephew bore the brunt of negative labels, leading many to believe that he would never return to the sect. Pray, announce it swiftly. Could it be my son, Yu Tianxin? At that moment, the divine voice resonated once more, imbued with an even greater authority, penetrating the very depths of every soul present, compelling all to listen intently. Now, we shall announce the third title bearer. The voice resonated like thunder, reverberating with explosive intensity. A wave of curiosity swept across the continent, and even the mighty titled Douluos became solemn in demeanor. What is the matter? There were no such indications when Tang Hao and Tang San were previously announced. The soul-stirring voice seemed to convey to everyone that the names to follow, regardless of the passage of time, must be etched in memory. At that moment, the entire continent was abuzz with speculation about the individual who could evoke such profound emotion from the divine. Yu Xiaogang, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Truly, my son deserves this honor. I am immensely grateful to the gods for this revelation. To be so benevolent towards my son and to deliberately bestow divine grace is truly magnificent. Xiaogang's name shall be passed down through generations." Meanwhile, in the arena above, Yu Xiaogang trembled with emotion, tears of joy welling in his eyes. "Divine Spirit, upon my ascension to divinity, I shall surely repay you." Yu Xiaogang choked with emotion, overwhelmed by the honor of being favored by the divine. The 60,000 attendees fell into a profound silence. The recent divine utterance was so profoundly moving that it compelled a solemn atmosphere. What manner of influential being could evoke even the slightest tremor in the emotions of the divine? The divine presence is truly terrifying. Even the slightest resonance of its voice exudes an overwhelming pressure that instills an unwavering sense of reverence within one's heart. The Liwang Douluo of the Haotian sect felt a jolt of fear. Previously, upon the announcement of Tang Hao and Tang San, he had spoken freely, emboldened by his suspicions. However, the recent divine voice was so commanding that it left him no room for doubt regarding the name to be revealed shortly. Li Wang pondered in astonishment. What manner of scoundrel could provoke such a lapse in the demeanor of the divine? What has this fellow done? Who is this first white-eyed wolf of the mainland? In the hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong shared a similar sentiment. Within the sacred chamber, the 99th level of Qian Daolu, upon hearing this, wore a serious expression, shedding any trace of the unique superiority associated with the angelic lineage. The title seemed to convey, regardless of whether you are being close to divinity or a successor of the divine, this individual who will appear shortly. Even if I become a deity in the future, this name shall be etched in my heart forever. Upon hearing this, the rulers of the Tiando and Shilua royal families immediately lost their composure. The Snow Knight Emperor and the Shilua Emperor had already instructed that the name to be announced later must be treated with utmost reverence, for any disrespect would be an affront to the divine. On Sea God Island, the high priest Poseidon, along with the 7 sacred pillar guardians, gazed up at the sky with reverence. In Soto City, Yu Xiaogang was moved to tears, having persevered through the years. Beside him, Tang San felt assured in his choice. Recognizing his teacher's extraordinary qualities, Tang Hao also reflected on his previous unfavorable opinions of Yu Xiaogang. With a sense of guilt, Tang Hao remarked, "Little San, please make room in the center for the master. Stand to the side. Your teacher is undoubtedly the protagonist of today, the center of attention." Tang San nodded and gently assisted his tearful teacher to the most prominent position. Yu Xiaogang, with arms wide open, allowed tears to cascade down his cheeks, letting out a long, resonant cry, as if he were releasing the pent-up frustrations that had burdened his heart for years. At that moment, the divine voice maintained its authoritative tone, announcing the third recipient, Yu Xiaogang. Ha! Upon hearing the divine voice, Yu Xiaogang laughed, a laugh that echoed with a touch of madness. Even when announcing his name, he articulated each syllable with gravitas, reveling in an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Across the continent, whether among the common folk, esteemed soul masters, or the noble aristocracy, the name Yu Xiaogang was indelibly etched in their memories. In the spirit hall, Bibi Dong let out a cold scoff. Indeed, the first title announced was that of a treacherous wolf. However, her curiosity was piqued. What had Yu Xiaogang done to evoke such emotion from the divine? Oblivious to the heinous acts he had committed, due to her affinity being reset, Bibi Dong could not recall the transgressions of Yu Xiaogang. Meanwhile, within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the clan leader Yu Yuanjin summoned 9 soul rings. Their presence radiating like the roar of a dragon, commanding with an imposing presence. All disciples of the clan, heed my call and join me in welcoming my son, Xiaogang. From this moment forth, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus shall no longer exist in the realm of the 3 supreme sections. Upon Xiaogang's return, he shall establish a third force, named the Dragon God Empire. Send individuals to the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires, instructing them to prepare gifts in celebration of the occasion. Haha. The Emperor of the Snowy Night and the Emperor of the Starry Sky, henceforth the continent, shall witness the rise of another sovereign, one who belongs exclusively to the Yu clan. Let it be known as the Jade Emperor. Just as all the disciples within the sect were about to step outside, a voice resonated like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily frozen in place. Meanwhile, the previously distressed Yu Lumian was utterly elated. The divine voice declared, the title of Wide-Eyed Wolf has been announced. The time for bestowing titles and revealing punishments begins now. Above the soul-fighting arena, Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned desperate, and he stumbled, plummeting from the sky. Tang San and his father, Tang Hao, were too preoccupied to react, standing in place while the words Wide-Eyed Wolf echoed relentlessly in their minds. Chapter 096 once again turned green in the heavens above. As the divine voice concluded, 3 feculent green characters materialized in the sky. Everyone across the continent could see it clearly. 3 beams of green light swiftly descended. To my astonishment, the first announcement was a negative title. I was terrified. I thought to myself, how could that worthless Yu Xiaogang possibly be a genius? At the entrance of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, Yu Luomian came to an abrupt halt, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, as his previous concerns had proven unfounded. The disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family wore expressions of embarrassment, their gazes shifting to their patriarch, Yu Yuanjin. Just moments ago, Yu Yuanjin had exuded an air of confidence, but now he appeared deflated, his head buzzing with confusion. Darkness began to encroach upon his vision, and his body threatened to collapse uncontrollably. Observing this, the nearby disciples rushed forward to offer their support. Do not support me. Allow me a moment to regain my composure. Yu Yuanjin's voice was frail, laced with embarrassment, as he yearned to succumb to unconsciousness. All the disciples within the sect were present, including his second brother. Initially, he had intended to showcase his son, Xiaogang, before Yu Lumian, but now he could only imagine the scorn that must be festering in the other's heart. Master, do not lose heart. The title of genius has yet to be proclaimed, and there remains hope. One disciple, preparing to step forward, uttered these flattering words. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanjin lay heavily on the ground, observed by all the disciples. As he reclined on the earth upon hearing this statement, Yu Yuanjin felt a slight uplift in his spirits. My son Xiaogang must be feeling as though he has plunged into the depths of despair. As a father, how can I bear such despondency? Everything still holds the possibility of a turnaround. Surely, it must be a mistake made by the divine. Xiaojiang's resolute departure from the sect was prompted by certain individuals within the clan who spoke harshly, leading him to make the choice of defection. Therefore, my son is not an ungrateful wretch. I cannot succumb to despair, nor allow others to revel in my misfortune. The fallen Yu Luomian initially sought to faint, hoping to divert the attention of the onlookers. Yet, he could not disregard the remarks made by that disciple. Even his clan's members still harbored hope for Xiaogang. And as a father, he could not afford to relinquish that hope. Rising from the ground, Yu Yuanjin felt utterly humiliated, exposed before all the members of his clan. As the leader of the sect, His dignity lay in tatters. Upon standing, he noticed all his disciples gazing at him, seemingly awaiting his command. Clearing his throat, Yu Xiaogan's voice regained a semblance of authority. Surely everyone is aware that Xiaogang's defection from the sect was a matter of necessity. In his heart, he has always harbored the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Therefore, the title of White-Eyed Wolf should not be taken too seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. However, despite Yu Luomian's deep respect for his elder brother, the moniker of White-Eyed Wolf attributed to Yu Xiaogang could not possibly stem from a single reason. Brother. When the divine voice was announced just now, you must have heard that uncharacteristic display of authority. My nephew Xiaogang is the most ungrateful among the three. The situation is terrifying and far from simple. He wouldn't be contemplating the establishment of a new sect, seeking vengeance against the clan in the future, would he? Upon hearing his younger brother's words, Yu Yuan was instantly displeased. Second brother, how can you so unjustly slander my son? It was precisely such scandalous rumors that compelled Xiaogang to reluctantly forsake the sect. Yu Luomian exclaimed. Eldest brother, the consequences brought about by Tang Hao of Haotian sect are far more severe than those faced by Xiaogang. It has come to my attention that the son of the Sunfire Douluo met a tragic demise at the hands of the Spirit Hall. Disciples of the Haotian sect who ventured out for training have also fallen victim to attacks from the Spirit Hall. That ungrateful wretch Tang Hao has inflicted even greater suffering upon the four subordinate sections. Xiaogang's defection has not brought any harm to the sect, brother. Yu Xiaogan's expression darkened, leaving him at a loss for words. The disciples unanimously felt no fault in the matter. In fact, they believed that the atmosphere within the clan had improved significantly since Yu Xiaogang's departure from the sect. The fact that such a powerful being as the divine capital was so moved indicated that Yu Xiaogang must have accomplished other, undisclosed deeds. All eyes turned towards the descending green light, which swiftly darted toward the direction of Suatua City. Look, it seems that this time the negative title has, much like the last, once again found itself in the same position. Tang San is a disciple of Yu Xiaogang, and they are naturally together. However, it appears that Tang Hao is also present. The last occurrence was in Soto City, and it is the same this time. How terrifying. The residents there will be filled with such wrath towards these three individuals. The people across the continent were abuzz with discussion, all deeming Soto City to be exceedingly unfortunate, vowing never to venture there again. Within the Spirit Hall, Yu Guan and Zhu Deluo wore expressions of malicious glee. What a relief. The higher the reputation once held, the greater the shame now. Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with disdain. Tang Hao, you once held the qualifications to be my rival, instilling in me a measure of trepidation. At this moment, you are nothing but a jest. I am rather eager to witness what divine punishment shall befall you. In the Hall of Offerings, Qian Daolu, who is typically composed, now finds himself unable to contain his fervent emotions in front of the other 6 offerings. Tang Chun, among your descendants, 2 ungrateful wretches have emerged. How I truly wish you were still alive. However, in contrast to this, Poseidon must certainly be aware of the situation and would feel profoundly disappointed. Qian Daolu pondered the wager between the two, believing he had emerged victorious, with the hope that his granddaughter would soon attain the title of genius. Perhaps, through the assessment of the celestial god, he might not have to sacrifice his own life. Once Xiaoxue ascends to divinity, she would undoubtedly bring him along, and at that juncture, Poseidon would choose to remain by his side. Nearby, Qianjun the demon-slaying Douluo, along with the light-feathered Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo, also felt a surge of excitement. Qian Renshue's talent would surely earn her the title of genius. And reflecting on his elder brother, as the inheritor, he would not need to depart from them. On Sea God Island, upon hearing the name proclaimed by the deity, the typically aloof Poseidon wore a rather sullen expression. A tremendous pressure surged forth, causing the ocean to churn, leaving the 7 sacred pillar guardians both astonished and bewildered as to why the high priest was so visibly affected. Suspended in midair, Poseidon, staff in hand, felt a deep discomfort within. Tangshan was his beloved, yet after all these years, there had been no trace of him. Haotian sect, without the guidance of Tang Chun, has produced such individuals among its descendants. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly teach those 2 a lesson. As she gazed towards the spot where the green light had descended, Poseidon silently resolved that she still had the mission entrusted by Lord of the Sea and could not leave Sea God Island lightly. Meanwhile, in Haotian sect, Elder Lai Yong laughed heartily. How delightful. They are indeed father and son, sharing the same values. His gaze fell upon the location where the green light had landed, which was precisely the Soto city he had visited last time. Master, I wish to embark on a journey to Soto city. You and the Grand Elder should proceed to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to discuss matters concerning the Spirit Hall, and I shall follow shortly thereafter. With that, the son Douluo swiftly darted towards Soto city. Meanwhile, in Soto city, the populace of 60,000 was engulfed in complete fury, and all the residents, upon witnessing the green light once more in their city, hurriedly stepped outside. The news of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang's battle in the Soul Arena quickly spread like wildfire. Everyone rushed to the Soul Arena and surround the area. We must not allow those three to leave peacefully. It is utterly detestable. Chapter 97. Punishment of the Ungrateful. In the Soto Soul Arena, the host, clad in a tailcoat, gazed at the two individuals who stood in a daze. With a resounding crash, Tang Hao and Tang San looked up in panic to the sky. As the impact struck the Soul Arena, Yu Xiaogang, engulfed by pain, was jolted back to consciousness. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Why is it always me, Yu Xiaogang? Cursed deity! Once the Tang sect rises, I shall surely take vengeance upon you with hidden weapons." With 60,000 spectators in the Soul Arena, as the green light drew ever closer, despair swept through their hearts, and they erupted in furious curses. Indeed, once again there is the inept Yu Xiaogang. It is infuriating. Do not hold back, strike him down, so that he will never dare to return to Soto city. Countless hard-boiled eggs and rotten fruits were hurled towards Yu Xiaogang. Having fallen from a great height, his body was rendered numb with pain, leaving him utterly immobilized. The soul fighting platform upon which he stood was situated precisely at the center of the circular spectator arena. All around him, the projectiles rained down in a relentless torrent towards Yu Xiaogang. Ah, how I resent this, grandfather. Yu Xiaogang, a person of such integrity. As he grappled with his inner turmoil, countless hard and decayed vegetables flew towards him. In the next moment, anguished cries incessantly escaped from Yu Xiaogang's lips. The title of genius has yet to be announced. How dare you treat me this way? You shall surely regret it. The crowd grew increasingly furious. Yu Xiaogang's defiance and lingering hopes for the title of genius only fueled their ire. With Tang Hao and Tang San standing tall, Yu Xiaogang became the target for the wrath of 60,000 individuals. Moreover, the soul fighting arena was flooded with thousands more, overwhelming the staff who were unable to contain the uproar, which had now reached a boiling point of public outrage. Before long, Yu Xiaogang's indignant shouts were smothered by heaps of refuse, forming a small mountain around him. Within this pile, he exhaled a sigh of relief as the pain subsided. However, apart from the overwhelming weight pressing upon him, a foul odor pervaded the air. With bruises adorning his face, he wore a wry smile, but in the next moment, panic seized him. Above the Soto Soul fighting arena, dark clouds loomed ominously, transforming the previously bright sky into a shadowy gloom. What is happening? Why has the sky suddenly transformed? 60,000 bewildered faces turned towards the heavens, as thunder rumbled ominously, a formidable sense of oppression gathering above. The flashes of lightning erupted with a deafening roar, and a lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, pierced through the gap above and descended directly. This spectacle sent a chill through Tang Hao and Tang San, while the host, startled, hastily activated the soul-guiding device to flee from beneath the breach. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning struck down, cleaving through the mountain of refuse. In an instant, it surged downward towards the buried Yu Xiaogang, trapped beneath the debris. Yu Xiaogang was ensconced too deeply to hear the tumult above. He felt a flicker of relief as the pain began to subside, only to suddenly sense something relentlessly breaking through the layers of refuse that pressed upon him. A wave of confusion washed over him. Could it be that the divine has bestowed the title of genius? Is it me, Yu Xiaogang? Has someone come to rescue him? How infuriating. I did not hear it personally, but it matters not. I, Yu Xiaogang, shall rise, even with 5 negative titles hanging over my head. They are of no consequence. Feeling the weight of pressure gradually dissipate, Yu Xiaogang struggled to turn over. Even in this moment of utter distress, I, Yu Xiaogang, shall not allow others to witness my vulnerability. With great effort, he turned over, causing his injuries to flare up, twisting his face in pain. Lying on his back, Yu Xiaogang forced a faint smile, closing his eyes in anticipation. Come on, unleash your fury. Crush everything in your path. I feel as though I'm being suffocated. As the refuse thrown by the audience piled into a mountain, he could only gauge the tumultuous energy of 60,000 souls through the pressure surrounding him, waiting for the moment it would cease. In that fleeting instant, the weight of the pressure remained unchanged, only to be succeeded by a force that began to disperse it. Above, Tang San silently offered a prayer for his esteemed teacher. Fortunately, the towering piles of discarded materials shielded the teacher from the lightning strike, even though the bolt remained unscathed. However, in the end, if the teacher were to fall, facing away from the thunderous strike, it would no longer be as agonizing as before. The group in the Shrek rest area wore expressions of dismay, acutely aware of the audience's fury. Seeing Dai Mubai and the others filled with despondency, Flanders spoke in a solemn tone. There is still a glimmer of hope. Once Xiao San obtains the title of genius, Xiaogang shall no longer be scorned. After all, he is the teacher of the third party. Everything will turn out well. The group's expressions softened slightly as they gazed at the descending thunderbolt. Dai Mubai felt a sense of confusion. For the past 6 years, Yu Xiaogang had faced thunderstrikes daily, yet today's onslaught was far more terrifying than any before. The seemingly insignificant Yu Xiaogang felt an alleviation of pressure. As the colossal Sotodu Soul stood an impressive height of 130 meters, the lightning now obliterated the 30-meter-high debris, leaving Yu Xiaogang, who lay below, with less than 3 meters separating them. How delightful it is. Who could it be that comes to my rescue? Why does it feel somewhat dazzling? Have they finally arrived? It is the brilliance of thunder. Could it be that my father has arrived? Haha, how splendid. Yu Xiaogang surmised that his father likely knew that he and his disciples would soon receive their esteemed titles, prompting his presence. No wonder the audience had fallen silent. It was none other than Yu Yuanjin, the titled Douluo, who had come. The 60,000 spectators present felt the palpable power of thunder coursing through the air, holding their breath in anticipation. They believed this was a divine punishment bestowed upon Yu Xiaogang, a reminder of the thunderous retribution associated with the title of Grand Eunuch that had haunted them for 6 long years. Yu Xiaogang reclined comfortably, eyes closed in reverie, envisioning his return to the clan and the manner in which he would assert his dominance to exact revenge on those who had once ridiculed him, particularly his second uncle, who had vehemently opposed his relationship with Erlong in the past. Boom. The might of the thunderbolt intensified, forcefully dispersing the remaining debris. The audience was left in a state of shock, and even Tang San, who hovered high above, was rendered speechless. There lay Yu Xiaogang on the ground, arms outstretched, a smile gracing his face, as if he were embracing the very essence of lightning itself. The 60,000 spectators gasped in astonishment. Yu Xiaogang is indeed formidable. Facing divine retribution with such composure, he can still smile. In the next moment, an involuntary shiver ran through everyone, sending chills down their spines. What is happening? Why does it hurt so much? A heart-wrenching scream, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig, echoed throughout the Soul Arena. Yu Xiaogang was enveloped in a storm of lightning bolts, the crackling sounds reverberating from his very being. The excruciating pain plunged Yu Xiaogang into despair. It was not merely the lightning of his father, but rather divine retribution. The previous day's strikes had not been nearly as ferocious, leading him to believe that his father, with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit, had come to rescue him. In the next moment, Yu Xiaogang succumbed to unconsciousness, his body charred and blackened. Were it not for the murky green title above his head, no one would have recognized him. At that moment, 3 beams of green light descended, bestowing upon the unconscious Yu Xiaogang a cold, white-eyed title. In the air, Tang Hao felt a wave of shame as he too noticed the green hue above his head. Tang San's expression darkened, yet he harbored hope. With a genius title, none of this would matter. As Yu Xiaogang lay unconscious, the gaze of the 60,000 spectators turned towards Tang Hao and his son in the sky, just as they were about to voice their reproaches. Tang San seized the microphone from the host and spoke with unwavering conviction. I am exceedingly confident that I shall attain the title of genius shortly. You will bear witness to a marvel. 60,000 individuals suppressed their fury. They had all witnessed Tang San's extraordinary talent. And to offend one who bore the title of genius would yield unimaginable consequences. At that moment, a voice echoed. The bestowal of the title White-Eyed Wolf has concluded. We shall now announce the 3 penalties. Any clan that accepts the so-called White-Eyed Wolf will forever confine all its disciples to a maximum level of 50. The leader of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, beside whom stood Yu Lumian, could no longer contain his joy. In front of his elder brother and all the disciples of the clan, he burst into laughter. Haha, splendid. No matter how miserable Yu Xiaogang becomes in the future, he will no longer receive the protection of the sect. The son Douluo, en route to Soto City, burst into hearty laughter, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction within. Chapter 098. Ghostly despair leads to the fall of Yu Xiaogang. Yu Yuanjin's expression darkened, yet he dared not show his discontent. The divine punishment was beyond his capacity to withstand. It was now impossible for Xiaogang to return to the sect, as the punishment posed no threat to soul masters above level 50. However, within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the majority of the younger disciples remained below level 50, making the punishment particularly harsh for him as the clan leader. Despite any personal inclinations, he could not risk offending the entire sect for the sake of his son, unless he was willing to relinquish his position as leader. Xiaogang was his only son, and he had initially anticipated that the emergence of the divine title would surely bring about a positive title for Yu Xiaogang. He had even considered passing on the leadership to Xiaogang in the future, but now it seemed that all hope had been extinguished. Should Xiaogang return, the disciples of future generations would not surpass level 50, heralding the decline and potential extinction of the clan. No matter how formidable one's martial soul might be, it would inevitably be supplanted by other sections. Meanwhile, Yu Luomian felt the clan destined delight. His nephew was indeed a peculiar individual, always attracting negative titles. The first punishment should be more comprehensive. No academy should accept Yu Xiaogang, muttered Yu Luomian. However, there was no need for concern, as aside from Shrek Academy, it was unlikely that any other institution would take him in. Meanwhile, in the Shrek resting area, Flandre felt a flicker of joy upon hearing this punishment. He had initially worried that Xiaogang would struggle and might choose to abandon his pride in favor of relying on the sect. Even within the clan, his goodwill would be obliterated. Xiaogang might have continued to leverage his status as the sect leader's son to harass Lu Erlong, but this outcome was far better. The unconscious Yu Xiaogang, of course, was oblivious to the divine decree. In midair, Tang Hao gazed down at the charred Yu Xiaogang with an expression of guilt. Had it not been for his use of the Haotian hammer to create an opening above, the thunderbolt would have struggled to penetrate the special glass, and its impact would have been significantly diminished upon descent. As for the first punishment declared by the divine, the father and son both breathed a sigh of relief. They had never intended to rely on the sect. Now, with unwavering confidence, the mistress can pursue her clandestine endeavors. Initially, I harbored concerns that with the title of genius bestowed upon us, those elders would undoubtedly seek to reclaim both father and son. At this juncture, in consideration of the disciples' future, the sect shall unequivocally delineate its boundaries, even if it means relinquishing the bond with his elder brother, Tang Xiao, who has always held him in his thoughts. Upon hearing his father's words, Tang San expressed his agreement, his resolve to establish the Tang sect growing ever more steadfast. Just then, a commanding voice resonated. Now, we shall announce the second form of punishment, which entails parading those bearing negative titles for public display. Belonging to which empire means being shackled by heavy chains on one's own territory, traversing every inhabited place. Upon hearing this divine punishment, Tang Hao's complexion darkened. As the illustrious Haotian Douluo was to bear the ignominious title of a foul green hue, ridiculed by all within the Heaven-Do Empire, truly a source of great shame. Given that inhabited places also included the Haotian sect, the thought of the elders' mocking expressions filled him with frustration. However, Tang Hao dismissed these feelings. He believed that with his own strength, the weight of the iron shackles would be virtually meaningless, imposing no real burden. Meanwhile, Tang San, standing nearby, wore a slight smile. Father, there is no need for concern. This punishment can be seen as more beneficial than detrimental. Tang Hao, perplexed, inquired, "Oh, little San, why do you say that?" Tang San explained, "The title of genius is about to be bestowed, and this public display will allow everyone in the Heaven-Do Empire to witness the resplendent honor that comes with it. Surely, no one would mock a genius simply for being labeled a white-eyed wolf." Tang Hao realized this, and his spirits lifted even further, a thought he had not anticipated. "Haha, this is truly delightful. Bearing the glorious title, this is not a punishment at all. It is nothing short of a display of pride." The conversation between the two was audible only to each other, while the 60,000 spectators 100 meters below could only faintly perceive that Tang Hao and his son appeared to be in high spirits. Subsequently, Tang Hao took the microphone from the host's hand and positioned himself in the center, where Yu Xiaogang had previously stood, gazing down at the audience below. "I, Tang Hao, have always been discreet. Since this is a divine punishment, I have resolved to parade through the entirety of the Heaven-Do Empire twice, allowing all to witness my sincere repentance." The 60,000 spectators were momentarily taken aback, and soon after, Tang San's voice echoed in the Soul Arena, echoing his father's sentiments. However, the announcement made by the divine voice caused both father and son to change countenance in an instant. The divine voice resounded. "During the period of public display, The bearer of the title White-Eyed Wolf shall become an ordinary individual, and their abilities will be restored only upon its conclusion, commencing at dawn. Departing from Soto City. Half an hour prior to arriving at each destination, the divine sound will automatically announce the imminent arrival of the two. At that time, the locals may prepare certain punishments in advance, and resistance is not permitted. Upon hearing the announcement of the second punishment, everyone on the continent felt that the divine plan was exceedingly thorough. To be rendered an ordinary person while bearing the burden of heavy iron shackles would render one's movements exceedingly sluggish. Traversing the entirety of the Tiando realm would likely take several months. However, there was no need for them to constantly inquire about the whereabouts of the two, as the divine voice would inform them half an hour in advance. This ingratiating wretch, Yu Xiaogang, is in for a dire fate. He appeared utterly hollow from the very beginning. When he awakens, how profoundly despairing he shall be. Indeed, becoming an ordinary person is far more ruthless than being unable to wield soul power, as soul masters possess exceptional physical attributes. For formidable individuals like Tang Hao, the wrath of the crowd is merely a trivial matter. In the Shrek resting area, Zhao Wujia felt an immense sense of satisfaction, recalling how he was once soundly defeated by Tang Hao, who refrained from using his soul power. He was fully aware of Tang Hao's formidable physical prowess. However, the prospect of becoming an ordinary person presents a different scenario. A sizable stone, if it strikes a vital point, could indeed lead to fatal consequences. Meanwhile, the son Douluo, en route, felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration in his heart. Tang Hao, today you find yourself in a position of an ordinary person, paraded before the public. Do not forget that the terrain of the Haotian sect is treacherous. At this moment, Tang Hao and his son Tang San were utterly bewildered, filled with regret. In front of a crowd of 60,000, they had boldly declared their intention to publicly repent by parading twice through the streets, which meant that the second round would also fall under the category of punishment. Yet, the words had already escaped their lips, and expressing regret now would seem hypocritical. The potential for future accusations of being a false gentleman loomed ominously. Though Tang San was consumed by fear, he knew he must confront the situation. Father, to me, this is akin to a form of cultivation, bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds as an ordinary person. Once it concludes, my soul power will undoubtedly increase, and my physical prowess will strengthen, so this is not entirely a negative outcome. Tang San solemnly regarded Tang Hao, attempting to soothe his own heart. However, the subsequent remark from Tang Hao extinguished any flicker of hope within Tang San. With a grave expression, Tang Hao warned, "Little San, you have yet to visit the Haotian sect. The terrain there is exceedingly treacherous. The path leading to our clan is marked by a 100-meter-long iron chain, bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds, and our lives could very well be forfeited there, likely resulting in our bodies being shattered." Chapter 099. The Soul Ring's Diminished Lifespan. Upon witnessing his father's grave expression and the mention of perilous heights, Tang San was reminded of the ominous specter and the treacherous chain bridge that lay ahead. His legs weakened, he collapsed onto the flying platform, overwhelmed by dread. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "Does this second punishment mean I am to lose my life?" At that moment, Tang San seemed to have an epiphany, turning to his father with a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he inquired, "Father, if we depart from Soto City, will our next destination be the Haotian clan?" After the recent announcement of the theft of the title, the Sunfire Douluo of the Haotian clan hastily made his way here. This led Tang San to believe that after leaving Soto City, they would soon encounter the treacherous mountain range leading to the Haotian clan. He thought that perhaps the physical exertion would not be too great, allowing them to pass through safely. Tang Hao replied in a deep voice, "Little San, the distance from Soto City to the Haotian clan is indeed not too far. As ordinary individuals, our endurance is indeed unparalleled, perhaps allowing us to safely depart from the Haotian sect. But, as the master said," Tang Hao paused momentarily, casting a glance at Yu Xiaogang on the ground. Tang San understood all too well that their teacher was in a frail state, vulnerable enough to be frightened into submission. Should they venture to another city, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among the populace. Yet, at this moment, an unspoken understanding lingered between the two, their thoughts in perfect harmony. Perhaps, with Yu Xiaogang bearing the brunt of disdain, he would draw the ire of the masses, thereby sparing them from a greater share of suffering. Tomorrow, during our journey, you must certainly accompany the master. One must appropriately slow one's pace and not abandon your teacher. Do you understand? Tang San comprehended his father's words without difficulty. The plan was to utilize the teacher as a decoy to draw everyone's attention. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, Yu Guan and Gue Mei appeared quite disheartened. Being confined to the Tiando Empire, the spirit hall remained isolated between the two nations, rendering them unable to witness Tang Hao's disheveled state. In the Pope's chamber, Bibi Don was filled with exhilaration, preparing to announce the third punishment. The title of genius was imminent. Given that Xian Renxue had only attained the rank of Soul Saint, the golden title promised rewards that would make Bibi Don the first person on the continent to ascend to godhood. In the offering hall, Xian Daolu reflected on Tang Chen's descendants, feeling a sense of delight as they traversed the entirety of Tiando in a state of disarray. Meanwhile, in the Shrek resting area, Dean Flender instructed Oscar to procure restorative sausages throughout the night, ensuring that as many as possible were ready by morning. The third party possesses a treasured gift from the master, the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, which allows for the storage of certain items. Thus, the second punishment is not particularly perilous. Upon hearing the dean's words, Zhao Wujia's expression darkened, and he refrained from retorting. Regarding the third punishment, he only hoped it would be more severe, as it might provide him with some solace. He felt an intense aversion towards Tang Hao and the others. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Heaven Do Empire, upon learning of the additional conditions of the punishment, the residents busied themselves with preparations. Some proposed setting traps along the inevitable paths to torment the worthless Yu Xiaogang. At that moment, the divine voice was about to announce the final punishment. The third penalty, for the holder of the title White-Eyed Wolf, dictates that each soul ring corresponds to a halved cultivation age. Across the continent, a wave of astonishment swept through the populace. The nature of the punishment was unfathomable. This meant that for Tang Hao to elevate the ninth soul ring to that of 100,000 years, he would have to hunt a soul beast aged 200,000 years, an endeavor more daunting than scaling the heavens. The 100,000-year soul beasts were already exceedingly rare, leaving Tang San in a state of utter disbelief. In that moment, both Tang San and Tang Hao found their soul rings glowing uncontrollably, each one dimming significantly in hue. Tang San's first soul ring was derived from the mandala snake with a cultivation age of 400 years. The second soul ring was from the ghost vine, boasting a 600-year cultivation. As the ages were reduced by half, Tang San felt an acute pang of sorrow. Yet he was somewhat relieved that his rings did not turn white. That would have been an utter disgrace. However, the thought of his third soul ring, which had nearly 4,000 years of cultivation painstakingly acquired, losing half its age, brought him to the brink of despair. Tang Hao, too, faced a similar fate. Although his soul ring configuration remained optimal, the drastic reduction in cultivation age was a grievous blow. Father, will this affect our chances of receiving the title of genius? After all, the higher the age of the soul ring, the stronger the innate talent. At this moment, Tang Hao no longer exuded the fierce aura he once had. He resembled an ordinary soul Douluo, unable to even execute some of the formidable Haoyan skills. Zhao Wujia's gaze upon Tang Hao at this moment was devoid of any trepidation. It seems that Tang Hao is unlikely to attain the title of genius. Perhaps the third party still holds some hope. At this moment, I shall no longer show him any disdain. With my powerful golden bear, I am utterly unperturbed. All soul masters opposing Tang Hao were filled with unrestrained joy. The shadows haunting Yu Guan and Gue Mei dissipated entirely, as they perceived Tang Hao's strength had been halved. Even if he were to recultivate to the rank of title Douluo with a ninth spirit ring, it would not surpass 50,000 years. They believed that Tang Hao could never contend with a 100,000-year soul beast. Thus, even upon becoming a title Douluo, he would merely occupy the lowest tier. Tang Hao felt a surge of despair. This punishment is exceedingly harsh. Surely, I cannot be deprived of the title of genius. Ah, how infuriating. Why wasn't the title of genius announced first? With a mere thought, the Haoyan hammer materialized in his hand, yet it had diminished in size by a whole circle, and the once ferocious power now felt significantly reduced. Tang San felt even more vexed. As a twin martial soul wielder, he required a greater number of soul rings. He had initially envisioned that upon becoming a title Douluo, he would adorn his Haotian hammer with soul rings of 100,000 years, thereby elevating his prestige to remarkable heights. However, in the Stardo Forest, there had yet to be any reports of soul beasts with the cultivation of 200,000 years. At that moment, a voice from the audience captured the attention of everyone present. Everyone, look! The soul rings of Yu Xiaogang lying on the ground have vanished. 60,000 pairs of eyes gazed in disbelief at Yu Xiaogang, who, once adorned with the most optimal configuration of soul rings, now found his 2 yellow soul rings diminished to mere white, as their years had been halved. Haha. This worthless Yu Xiaogang is going to make me die of laughter. I wonder how he will react upon waking up. It appears that his original first and second soul rings have not exceeded 200 years in age. 2 white soul rings, there is but one on the continent. Haha, truly unprecedented. Even those with the most inferior qualifications possess merely a white first soul ring. Haha, what a worthless Yu Xiaogang. The laughter of 60,000 people erupted in unison. The fainted Yu Xiaogang appeared significantly aged, his vitality diminished. Within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the sect leader Yu Yuanjin wore a dazed expression, his heart utterly despondent. Meanwhile, beside him, Yu Lumian's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of brilliance, his mood exhilarated. Haha. Splendid. Tang Hao's talent is utterly lacking. The title of genius may very well be bestowed upon my son, Tang Heng. The sun god Douluo's expression was one of elation. The divine support is remarkable. I must hasten my journey. Tang Hao's countenance will undoubtedly turn even greener. Even if he were to ascend once more to the rank of a titled Douluo, he would remain undaunted, for with the 2 Haotian hammers, he could effortlessly overpower Tang Hao. Meanwhile, in Soto City, the unconscious Yu Xiaogang gradually began to regain a semblance of awareness. However, his body was too frail. He lacked even the strength to open his eyes and could faintly hear the sound of laughter all around, leaving him perplexed. My head aches terribly. Why is everyone laughing? Could it be that the mistress has been awarded the title of genius, bringing such joy to all? Excellent. As expected of my disciple. You need not feel embarrassed any longer. Chapter 100, Collapse in the Shrek Rest Area. Flander instructed Dai Mubai to take the recovery sausages crafted by Oscar and administer them to Yu Xiaogang. With a reluctant expression, Dai Mubai hesitated, for the situation was perilous. The fury of 60,000 people was a source of trepidation for him. Mubai, you are the only one here with a negative title. You are the most suitable for this. Upon hearing the commanding tone of the dean, Dai Mubai felt reluctant to refuse. Ma Hongjun and Kuan Kuan exchanged sympathetic glances with him. They bore no negative titles, and their futures remained bright. As long as they maintained a certain distance from the master in such situations, they would not be implicated. Before long, Dai Mubai arrived at the Battle Soul stage and was taken aback at the sight of the charred Yu Xiaogang. Fortunately, I possess but a singular negative title, and the punishment has come to an end. Aside from my frivolous nature, I possess no other flaws. Henceforth, I shall not incur divine retribution. Approaching closer, Dai Mubai knelt down, presenting the intestines before Yu Xiaogang. Regaining a semblance of awareness, Yu Xiaogang found himself utterly devoid of strength, let alone the capacity to consume the offering, which left Dai Mubai in a quandary. Sensing the fury emanating from the audience, he yearned to flee. Yet he could not defy the command of the Academy's dean. It seems this is the only course of action, though it may be somewhat repulsive. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow as he chewed on the restorative sausage and fed it to Yu Xiaogang. In no time, his injuries began to heal at a remarkable pace. Subsequently, Dai Mubai assisted the master to his feet, intending to escort him away from this place. Mubai, has the divine punishment come to an end? Yu Xiaojiang's voice was frail. Although his external injuries had healed, he felt utterly depleted, speaking with a breathless weakness. Master, the divine punishment is past, and the title of genius is about to be announced. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang paused, breaking free from Dai Mubai's grasp and standing still in place. Mubai, you may leave first. I wish to witness with my own eyes as the mistress claims her title. Having endured such torment, I shall make them regret before 60,000 spectators, and then they will come to revere me. Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to utter more words, Dai Mubai swiftly departed from the scene. Glancing upwards, he noticed that even the illustrious Haotian Douluo had turned green, which brought a sense of equilibrium to Yu Xiaojiang's heart. The title of genius, I still have a chance, could it possibly be mine? He then cast his gaze toward the audience, who looked upon him as if he were a mere spectacle. Yu Xiaojiang was bewildered, his expression vacant and devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, upon seeing his teacher, Tang San swiftly activated the Flying Soul Guide, bringing Yu Xiaojiang back into the air. Once they returned to the heights, ominous green characters emerged from above due to the 5 negative titles. In the gap, a blinding green light illuminated the sky. Outside the battle arena, a throng of residents surged forth, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Look quickly, something is emerging up there. Instantly, all eyes turned upwards, and those with keen eyesight discerned the green letters clearly. It must be that useless Yu Xiaojiang, hiding so conspicuously. Could it be that he intends to escape from above? Everyone, please do not push inside. Surround the area to prevent him from having any chance to escape. Above the arena of combat, the three individuals collectively bore no fewer than 8 ominous titles. Under the glow of green light, the 60,000 spectators looked up, instinctively shielding their eyes. It is unbearable. The brightness is too blinding to behold. If only I had colored sunglasses, how embarrassing it is. Even the skies above the Seoul arena have turned green. If this were to spread, it would surely invite ridicule from the neighboring towns. One can only hope that the title of genius will someday grace the city of Soto. Certainly, that masked man seems even stronger than Tang San. One can only anticipate. Above them, the host in a tailcoat, concealed behind sunglasses, could clearly observe the 3 individuals. When Tang San revealed the 3 divine punishments to his mentor, Yu Xiaogang was utterly taken aback. With a mere thought, 2 white soul rings materialized and gently circled around him. In disbelief, he touched his face, feeling the creases and the unmistakable signs of aging. Previously, he was affectionately called Uncle Gang, but now the presence of those 2 white soul rings had significantly diminished his physical prowess. He appeared as an elderly man. His once black crew cut now tinged with strands of gray. How could I be so weak? That detestable deity. Yu Xiaojiang's face flushed with anger as he contemplated the humiliation of being paraded through the streets, fearing he might perish along the way. As a soul master, he was already in such a feeble state. He shuddered at the thought that if he were merely an ordinary person, a single misstep could lead to his demise. The impending burden of 1,000 pounds to be shouldered come dawn filled him with dread. I hope that in due time, the third party will receive the divine reward, thus freeing me from my misfortunes and sparing me from this torment. Tang Hao also wore a face of despair, realizing that with his current talents, there was little hope left. Your soul ring's lifespan exceeds that of an ordinary person's by 2 to 3 times, which has little to no impact on you. Once you ascend to divinity, be sure to take your master along. Yu Xiaogang earnestly expressed his hopes, placing all his faith in Tang San. Tang Hao, no longer disheartened, reflected on his own earlier years spent in despair. Both men entrusted their expectations entirely to Tang San, father, teacher. With the aid of the external spirit bone and the twin martial souls, success is surely within our grasp. Tang San stood at the center, gazing upward, utterly unfazed by the blinding green light beneath the influence of his purple extreme demon eye. Presently, Tang Hao possessed a formidable strength of level 83, a status that rendered him among the least distinguished within the Seoul Douluo ranks. In that moment, an ethereal sound resonated, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. In contrast to the title of the ungrateful wolf, all soul masters and ordinary citizens across the continent were eager to discover who the 3 geniuses would be. The title of genius is now being conferred, and upon its arrival, the list will be unveiled along with divine rewards. This time, the deity refrained from directly announcing the names, leaving everyone even more intrigued. 3 golden titles of genius descended from the heavens with astonishing speed, resembling shooting stars streaking across the sky. The heavenly Dou royal family, particularly the Snowy Night Emperor, eagerly anticipated. I hope the title of genius will be awarded to someone from within our heavenly Dou realm. Faced with the increasingly formidable spirit hall, there is no longer a need to live in constant trepidation. At this moment, even the typically aloof Bibidon displayed a hint of disarray. She gazed at the 3 golden streaks of light in the sky. 2 of them were together, while the other was directed towards the spirit hall. Yueguan's expression radiated joy. Your Majesty, this golden title is rightfully yours. Judging by its trajectory, it is destined to land at the Pope's palace. The ghostly voice rasped. Once your Majesty claims the divine reward, the demise of those 2 emperors in the Star Doe forest will be imminent. A cold glimmer flickered across Bibidon's face. Her second spirit still required 3 soul rings, and to better ascend to the position of the Rakshasa god, she would naturally opt for the 100,000-year soul rings. Once the divine reward was secured, her apprehensions would dissipate. Previously, she contemplated enticing the fated child to align with the spirit hall, but it now appeared unnecessary. After her ascension to godhood, she would wield unparalleled power. That Yu Ming was still young, and even with a title, it was improbable for her to attain divinity in the near term. In the Hall of Offerings, the arrogant Qianjun Da stood atop a towering structure, toying with the dragon staff in his palm, which could be altered at will. The other offerings also fixated on the distant sky, where 6 figures stood, exuding an invisible pressure that permeated the atmosphere. I believe that the title of genius undoubtedly belongs to my elder brother. With the divine 6-winged angel martial soul, and the formidable power of level 99, BB Dong pales in comparison. The speaker, adorned in resplendent attire and wielding an extraordinarily radiant longbow, boasted a handsome visage that belied his years. He was none other than the illustrious Light Feathers Douluo. The other worshippers nodded in agreement, acknowledging that true genius is defined by exceptional talent. Even BB Dong, with her twin martial souls, could not measure up to a divine martial soul. Qian Daolu gazed upon the golden light, contemplating how his golden six-winged angel, paired with the holy sword, was indeed a perfect match for such a title. I too am curious as to whom the title of genius will belong, whether to myself or to BB Dong. Standing beside them, the golden crocodile Douluo, a venerable figure of the guardian angel legacy, firmly believed it would be Qian Daolu who would claim it. When BB Dong was mentioned, the golden crocodile Douluo's expression turned to one of disdain. With my rank of 98 and my martial soul, the golden crocodile dragon, I am not the least bit intimidated by BB Dong, given that BB Dong's level was not far removed from his own. And considering the rarity of his martial soul compared to that of the evil spider, the golden crocodile Douluo was convinced that, in terms of innate talent, he surpassed BB Dong. I have heard that BB Dong holds a considerable apprehension towards Tang Hao. If I were to confront Tang Hao, I would undoubtedly prevail over him with ease. I aspire for the day when the illustrious Haoyan Douluo shall reclaim his zenith, and I shall have the pleasure of slapping BB Dong's face. All the devotees felt an overwhelming sense of pride in their hearts, each of them engaged in daily sparring sessions with their elder brother. They believed that, throughout the entire continent, no title Douluo could rival their prowess. The Qianjun Douluo planted the pan long staff firmly into the ground and gazed intently at Qian Daolu. Brother, it has become exceedingly tedious to remain in the offering hall for such a prolonged period. Let us venture out for some leisure once the golden title graces us. On the continent, it is said that there are several renowned powerhouses who spend their days sparring with Big Brother, which is rather tedious, remarked Qianjun Douluo, as he gripped his pan long staff, contemplating the two most formidable weapon spirits, the Haotian hammer and the seven killing sword. He firmly believed that his own spirit, the pan long staff, was the paramount weapon spirit. Reflecting on Tang Hao's current strength, he felt no desire to engage in combat. Rather, he was more intrigued by the prospect of encountering Tang Xiao and Jian Dao Qinxin. Qian Daolu pondered. As long as either Shuer or I can attain the title of genius, there will be no need for you to guard the offering hall. Miracles have descended. It is time for you all to venture forth. Immediately, everyone turned their gaze skyward, their hearts filled with conviction as the golden light transcended the boundaries of Tiando and began its descent toward them. Meanwhile, the Star Luo Emperor, upon witnessing that streak of radiance, felt a surge of exhilaration. Wonderful! That beam of golden light did not descend upon the Heaven Do Empire. Given that there were two beams of golden light, it was already certain that one had indeed fallen within the confines of the Heaven Do Empire. Thus, he could only place all his hopes upon the final beam of golden light. I hope it does not descend upon Wuhuan City. May it traverse the skies above and land within my Star Luo Empire. God, my Star Luo has never borne a negative title, thus grant us this golden honor. To be precise, it is for my son Davis. At this moment, Emperor Xingluo felt a sense of relief, for when the title of scoundrel was bestowed, Damabai was in the Heaven Do Empire. Meanwhile, Davis stood nearby, pride radiating from his countenance as he gazed into the sky. In his heart, he mused, my useless younger brother could never surpass him. As the prince of a nation, the title of genius is undoubtedly his. In Soto City, all the residents, witnessing the golden light descending upon their city, erupted in ecstatic cheers and jubilations. Wonderful! At last, a positive title has arrived, destined to descend upon the city of Soto. Moreover, there are two challenges, so there is no need to feel embarrassed now. Ha ha! I will not be ridiculed by the people from the neighboring city. Meanwhile, in the Seoul arena, everyone gazed through the glass above and naturally witnessed the trajectory of the miracle. The crowd of 60,000 erupted in fervor, and Tang San, elevated above them, could hardly contain his trembling body. At long last, it has arrived. Indeed, even though my soul rings have been severed, my innate talents remain unparalleled, declared Tang San. Beside him, Tang Hao's expression shifted from despair to one of hope. To think there are two, this implies that the divine acknowledges my strength. After all, I am the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Ha ha, my dear disciple, it seems that the two of us, father and son, are once again poised to fight side by side. Yet, Yu Xiaogang believed that while one could be awarded to Xiao San, the other might not necessarily be Tang Hao. but rather himself. Tang San, his own pupil, had demonstrated such extraordinary talent that it rendered him a master, endowed with an exceptional intellect and a keen eye for potential. Initially, he was the only one to recognize the worth of Xiao San, while others deemed him a mere waste of spirit. Thus, the title of genius would not be bestowed upon Tang Hao. The thought of his golden sacred dragon, paired with a title of such brilliance, filled Yu Xiaogang with unwavering confidence. The 60,000 spectators were abuzz with speculation about the identities of these two individuals. At this moment, Qi Ming was equally exhilarated, having witnessed Yu Ming's prowess firsthand. Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, and Yu Lingling gazed upon Yu Ming, who stood majestically like a sovereign, firmly believing that the title of genius was rightfully his. Yet, they couldn't help but worry. Would the other title truly be awarded to Tang San? Meanwhile, in a forest on the outskirts of Soto City, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes. I must truly express my gratitude to Yi Ming for allowing me the opportunity to depart from Tiando unnoticed, while simultaneously obtaining the title. The hour is late. If we arrive at the Battle Soul Arena too late, it may not bode well. Contemplating the arrival of the title and its subsequent concealment, I made my way to the Battle Soul Arena to rendezvous with Yi Ming. Could it be that Yi Ming, the destined child, possesses a martial soul that rivals the divine? The thought of her rival holding an additional title only deepened her curiosity. Qian Rinxue, proud and resolute, believed she must be the strongest, even if it meant ascending to divinity. Meanwhile, the son Douluo had already arrived in Soto City. It cannot possibly be Tang Hao and his son. Could they be within the confines of Soto City? As soon as I arrived, the golden light appeared. Could it be me? The blazing sun contemplated, realizing that he was the only man in the Haotian sect capable of manifesting two weapon spirits. Perhaps he truly was a prodigy. Haha, it is indeed possible. We must hasten to reach Tang Hao. In the soul fighting arena, the golden light drew ever closer. Now within a mere 200 meters of Tang San, Tang Hao was elated, exclaiming, "It's settled. I shall be chosen. Little San, you will have much to boast about during tomorrow's parade." Tang San's expression was one of complexity. He harbored doubts about his father's current talent being sufficient. His gaze shifted downward, where a figure adorned with a white mask regarded him with a mocking gaze. Could it be him? The thought of being struck and sent flying by a single punch made his heart race. Yet, in the next moment, Tang San smiled, for two beams of golden light, upon nearing the soul arena by less than 100 meters, diverged, with one descending towards the opposite side. Ha ha, it seems my worries were unfounded. I shall simply await my resolution through a single blow. Tang San felt a surge of excitement within, while Tang Hao beside him appeared dejected. Realizing that his concerns were unwarranted, the son Douluo, witnessing the golden light dispersing towards him, could not help but feel elated. Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes flickered. It is finally upon us. Chapter 102. The title of Yu Xiaogang as a dependent husband. Tang San was overwhelmed with exhilaration. As only a solitary beam of golden light remained, he would soon become the sole possessor of talent within the arena, destined to be the most radiant presence there. The fact that his father had not attained this honor was, in his view, a fortuitous circumstance. The more individuals who possess such a claim, the less fervor the audience would direct towards him. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang wore a face of resignation, realizing that he had overthought the situation. Only Xiao San had achieved this accolade. Yet, this was for the best. Everything was shifting towards a favorable outcome, and a delay mattered little. His disciple was the first to attain it, and perhaps next time it would be his turn. He hoped that Xiao San could alleviate all his misfortunes, restoring the sacred dragon bloodline, and ensuring that the soul rings would achieve the optimal combination. The embarrassment of possessing two white soul rings was intolerable. He was the only one in the entire continent to suffer such a fate. Yu Xiaogang believed that he could not participate in future soul battles, fearing ridicule, which would be a torment beyond measure. The mistress has obtained the golden title, and at that time, my intimacy with the opposite sex will also be restored. How splendid! Before gaining strength, I can finally indulge in a life of ease once more. Reflecting on Yi Ming's golden title of the Chosen One, which could dispel misfortune, Yu Xiaogang was certain that his disciple would prioritize him in due time. As his favorability would be restored, he envisioned reclaiming his standing, eclipsing both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. Prior to this moment, Yu Xiaogang had regretted his excessive concern for appearances, having been cast out from the spirit hall. He aspired to return only after achieving significant accomplishments. His own clan had mocked him as a worthless individual, and he fantasized about the day he could return triumphantly. side by side with Liu Erlong. In truth, however, his heart yearned to unite in matrimony with his cousin, not for any trivial reason, but because he was a man who valued his reputation. Should he become renowned, the thought of others knowing that his wife, Bibi Dong, had been taken by another would be utterly humiliating. Moreover, Bibi Dong was well aware of his previous relationship with Liu Erlong, and her jealousy was a testament to her deep affection for him. Yu Xiaogang lamented, "Had I known in my youth to allocate some energy towards courting Bibi Dong first, I would not have miscalculated." In his earlier days, he had been singularly focused on achieving fame through the study of spirit theories, leveraging his connection with Bibi Dong to gain a wealth of knowledge from the spirit hall. After all, those who awakened their spirits at the age of 6 were often sponsored by the spirit hall. Thus, he amassed a plethora of information, surpassing even that which was held by the empire. Yet, his own abilities were woefully inadequate. At that time, Bibi Dong's status was not as elevated as it is now, and the knowledge he acquired was far from sufficient. This led Yu Xiaogang to resort to clandestine means to glean precious texts, spending very little time with Bibi Dong. His energy was consumed by relentless research, driven by a desire to attain the title of master and earn the reverence of all. Each moment spent with Bibi Dong left him worn and weary, with his aspirations feeling insubstantial. Though he beheld the beauty before him, he found himself powerless, unable to act on his desires. He contemplated the prospect of restoring his favor with the opposite sex, entertaining the notion of making Bibi Dong a concubine. The reason he had not sought out Liu Erlong all these years was simply that her fiery temperament was too overwhelming for him to bear. However, in the future, there shall be no more worries. Misfortunes will be dispelled, the sacred dragon martial soul will be restored, and I shall undoubtedly be brimming with vitality. Although he had been expelled from the sect, there had been numerous occasions for him to meet privately with the second dragon, yet he refrained from doing so. He understood that by enticing the other party, he would cultivate a deeper affection from them. Yu Xiaogang contemplated thoroughly in the future. When he established the Tang sect and possessed concealed weapons to rival divine techniques, he would then capture Bibi Dong. Consequently, the spirit hall would also belong to him. And the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, along with his father, would surely bestow upon him the position of sect leader. All misfortunes would be eradicated, and the disciples would have nothing to say. Gazing upward at the golden light less than 100 meters above, Yu Xiaogang appeared even more exhilarated than Tang San. Observing his teacher's reaction, Tang San felt a deep sense of contentment. "Teacher, your current mood seems to be even more joyous than mine. My initial choice was not misguided. You are the true master, while others deemed the blue-silver grass to be a worthless spirit. Only you chose me and guided me. It is time for me to repay you." Yet, only Yu Xiaogang understood that the source of his joy stemmed from his own selfish desires. Yu Xiaogang replied calmly, "Then, dear disciple, may the divine rewards soon eradicate all misfortunes that have befallen your master." Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Tang Hao furrowed his brow. "Master, permit me to seize this opportunity first. After all, your strength is far too feeble. My recovery will yield far greater benefits than your presence." Tang Hao, driven by selfishness, believed that his restoration of power would enable him to effortlessly seize the soul bones of the Haoyan clan and the treasures of the Tiando imperial family. Moreover, as his son, Shao San would undoubtedly be inclined to prioritize him. The thought of being a dignified Haotian Douluo, yet having to conceal himself in a secluded spot each time he transformed into a dog, was a source of torment. Enduring those 2 hours felt excruciating. Should he ever be spotted by a familiar rival, it would be an utter disgrace. "Shao San, allow me to recover first, and then I shall present you with the soul bones that were acquired through deceit." Tang San wore a troubled expression, for he had just promised his teacher, and to renege now would not bode well. Tang Hao, perceiving the underlying tension, spoke gravely, "As your father, I pledge to procure every piece of soul bone for you within 3 years, including the exceedingly rare trunk bone." Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a surge of desire. The offer from his father was truly overwhelming. "Very well, I shall comply, but first let my father dispel the misfortune." Upon hearing the third party's change of heart, Yu Xiaogan's countenance darkened, for the arrival of the next title remained uncertain. Panic set in as he exclaimed, "Tang Hao, though your strength has been significantly diminished, you still hold the title of Soul Douluo. My situation, however, is far more dire. Therefore, allow me to have it first. As for the soul bone, I vow that once I am restored, I shall not resort to thievery, and within 3 years, I shall possess it." Yu Xiaogang, in a fit of urgency, presented an even more alluring proposition, placing Tang San in a state of quandary once again. Was he to retract his word? How hypocritical that would be. He would surely not wish to earn the title of a false gentleman in the future. However, since the teacher had spoken thus, he must possess the confidence to accomplish it, and the swifter the enhancement of strength, the better. Tang Hao, visibly displeased, remarked, "You are merely a great soul master. Even if you were to regain your abilities, aside from theoretical knowledge, what else do you possess to offer?" Tang Hao, it appears that the time has come for you to realize that in terms of cunning, you are utterly outmatched. I, Yu Xiaogang, can effortlessly crush you. Your betrayal of the sect in pursuit of a 10,000-year soul ring is riddled with flaws. Yu Xiaogang could no longer contain his disdain. This recent title of genius had revealed to him that cunning and intellect do not necessarily equate to true genius. Perhaps in the future, he would aspire to earn the title of the strongest mind. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's remarks, Tang Hao's expression darkened. At that time, he truly could not conceive of a better solution. Struck at his vulnerable point, he promptly shifted the conversation. "How dare you, you thief, Yu Xiaogang?" Faced with the allure of profit, Tang Hao was infuriated. He no longer had to worry about such negative labels, as the past was behind him. Relying on theft? What else could one depend on? Will anyone willingly offer it to you? Chapter 103, The Golden Legend. Tang Hao, characterized by his arrogance, could not endure the humiliation of bearing a garish green title above his head, especially since he lacked the illustrious golden designation. "Xiao San, it is settled then. Once you receive the divine reward, first rid me of the misfortunes that plague me." Gazing at his son, Tang Hao asserted with unwavering conviction. He then turned his attention to Yu Xiaogang, intending to continue his jibes. However, Yu Xiaogang felt it was time to cease indulging him. It was time for Tang Hao to comprehend that, in the realm of cunning, he was utterly outmatched. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang Hao and gestured for silence, instantly altering the atmosphere. "Shu, do not utter a word. Your folly renders me breathless. If I were in your position, I would possess 1,000 ways to obtain 100,000-year soul ring without arousing any suspicion." Upon hearing Yu Xiaogangs deeply insulting words, Tang Hao's expression darkened considerably. "Yu Xiaogang, I previously addressed you as master out of respect for Xiao San. You truly believe you are someone of significance, you worthless fool." No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner, and Tang Hao was enraged. Yu Xiaogang remained unfazed, recognizing that only the foolish would respond in such a way. In pursuit of divine rewards, he resolved to demonstrate just how corrupt the heart of a sage could be. If misfortune were to be dispelled, I, Yu Xiaogang, could restore you, Tang Hao, to your pinnacle within 3 days. Tang Hao was taken aback. Yu Xiaogang was truly determined, willing to go to great lengths to eliminate the adverse effects. However, upon noticing the 5 negative titles hovering above his opponent's head, he found it understandable. "Do you truly possess a solution?" Tang Hao inquired with a hint of skepticism. Even if he were to eliminate the negative influences and manage to acquire a soul bone in a short span, it would ultimately be bestowed upon his 3rd disciple. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. His 9th soul ring held paramount importance. In his youth, as a soul Douluo, he had never possessed absolute certainty when it came to vanquishing a 100,000-year soul beast, which had led him to consider deceit. However, witnessing the unwavering confidence of his interlocutor, which seemed far from jest, piqued his curiosity. Tentatively, he probed, "Oh, what method do you propose that would enable me to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring?" Yu Xiaogang did not respond directly to Tang Hao's query. Instead, he gazed confidently upward, adopting an air of mystery. As the golden title was poised to descend, Tang Hao refrained from further inquiries. Meanwhile, the radiant son Douluo, noticing the golden title approaching his direction, positioned himself at a vantage point, his 9 soul rings shimmering. Wielding 2 Haotian hammers in his hands, "Once I obtain the title, I wonder what expression will grace Tang Hao's face when he sees me in the arena of souls." In the arena, with a mere thought, Ming slowed the golden title considerably. At that moment, Tang San must have been overjoyed, not in a hurry at all. In the sky, Tang San observed that the descent of the title was significantly slower, gently approaching the gap. Meanwhile, the high sun Douluo, positioned above, couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Ha, it seems that the divine has bestowed upon me a favor, deliberately slowing down the pace. As I have just arrived in Soto City, which is devoid of any inhabitants, I ponder that the residents must have all flocked to the soul fighting arena. Thank you, my divine benefactor." In this manner, before the arrival of the title, hundreds of thousands of residents in the city will surely rush to my side. Just as the 2 beams of golden light diverged, everyone was momentarily taken aback. However, as the speed began to diminish, They collectively turned their gaze toward that direction. The golden light emanating from the soul-fighting arena is undoubtedly unmistakable. In comparison to the other, it evokes an even greater sense of anticipation. Everyone, hurry to Soto City. It is imperative that we arrive there, one exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the validity of the statement. The prospect of a genius title being bestowed at the Soto Arena stirred their curiosity about the other potential venue. Consequently, hundreds of thousands began to make their way towards that direction. Meanwhile, the formidable Sun Douluo perched high above, sensed the distant commotion. Wonderful! There are so many people. I hope they can arrive before I descend from above. Under the gaze of the multitude, having the glorious title manifest above one's head would indeed be more prestigious. With unwavering confidence, the blazing sun believed there could be no mistake. It must surely be him. After all, why else would his descent begin to slow just as he arrived? Upon receiving the divine reward, I may soon ascend to godhood. Thus, I, the Sun Douluo, shall choose to become the sun god. Among all the deities, you are indeed quite formidable. Haha. The Summit Douluo, with both hands firmly placing the two Haotian hammers upon the ground, wore an expression brimming with anticipation. The only regret is that the family of Haotian sect is unable to witness this remarkable scene before us. When my name is announced by the divine later, Tang Xiao and the other elders will surely be alarmed. At that moment, the Haotian sect will no longer need to unite with the other sects to discuss how to confront the spirit hall. With my blazing sun alone, who would dare to oppose the Haotian sect? Upon returning to the sect, I will undoubtedly be qualified to study the Haotian 9 absolutes. The simultaneous wielding of the two Haotian hammers will unleash tremendous power. Moreover, the explosive ring divine technique, with my innate talent, I shall master it completely. Fortunately, Tang Xiao has yet to absorb those two soul bones, returning to the sect adorned with a resplendent title. The elders will undoubtedly choose me for that esteemed position. My reputation as the radiant sun shall be known far and wide. Just as he indulged in this reverie, a surge of the crowd jolted him back to reality with a powerful tremor. Everyone, look. It seems there is a person standing up there, exuding an impressive aura. Indeed, the distance is so great that it instills a sense of terrifying oppression. Is this the individual deserving of the title of genius? Splendid. It appears that this radiant light shall not emerge from Soto City, leaving us free of concern. The crowd subsequently directed their gaze towards the golden title in the sky. Within the Soul Arena, 60,000 spectators erupted in cheers. Indeed, the divine is remarkably considerate, aware of the multitude of negative epithets that have befallen our city of Soto. Thus, this time, I deliberately slowed down in anticipation of the arrival of the miraculous. Indeed, after being chosen, the positive title can be concealed. This grants us all a greater opportunity to witness miracles up close. Tang San beamed with satisfaction, for his actions had liberated the residents from the shadows cast by their negative reputation. Taking a slower pace was inconsequential. Satisfying the vanity of the people of Soto City was, after all, a commendable endeavor. Consequently, their admiration for him would surely deepen. In a secluded forest on the outskirts of Soto City, Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Why has the speed suddenly decreased? This is perilous. It makes us easily detectable. The unique spiritual power of the angel martial soul enabled Qian Rinxue to perceive that a crowd was approaching her from beneath the golden title in the distance. In the air above the offering hall, the golden crocodile Douluo noticed the golden title and abruptly reduced his speed, filled with delight. Brother, it seems we are on the right track. However, upon arriving here, the miracles have begun to dwindle. One might wonder how a woman as malicious as Bibi Dong could ever be bestowed with the title of genius. Only the just and noble angelic martial soul is deserving of reverence. Haha, I am profoundly grateful to the divine. For a century, I have safeguarded the lineage of angels, and I have no regrets in this life. Deep within, golden crocodile Douluo harbored a strong aversion towards Bibi Dong. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind his elder brother's restraint against her, the divine had taken it upon himself to teach Bibi Dong a lesson this time. 100 miles beyond the hall of worship lay the hall of the Pope. Bibi Dong must have sensed this and surely felt a surge of panic. As golden light ascended above the hall of worship, his speed diminished. The sole reason for this was that the chosen one was not the Pope, Bibi Dong. The other guardians, including Qianjun Douluo and Guangling Douluo, were expressions of exhilaration. Splendid, as expected of my elder brother. I am finally liberated from the duty of guarding the offering hall. With the heart of a swordsman, Wait and see. I shall demonstrate that the Panlong staff surpasses the 7-kill sword. Chapter 104. The Humble Tang San. Qian Daolu leaped into the air, his six-winged angel spirit manifesting behind him, reminiscent of Qian Xuanji's confrontation with Tang Hao. A stunning golden humanoid apparition enveloped Qian Daolu as he conjured a golden holy sword in his grasp. The other worshippers gazed on with excitement. Even before the title was bestowed, the divine golden radiance emanating from their elder brother inspired a deep sense of reverence. Brother, you are simply dazzling. Even more handsome than I appear. Beside him, the radiant Guangling Doa looked on with envy, despite his own striking appearance. He, often referred to as an elder, appeared no more than a child in outward appearance. I hope that in the future, I will shed the title of the beauty ranking. I am confident I can attain it. At the spirit hall, Bibi Dong panicked. Which direction is it? The hall of worship. Could it be Qian Daolu, rather than myself? No, it cannot possibly be him. I have reached the divine status of the Rakshasa. Despite being at the 99th level, he is yet to transcend into divinity. Undoubtedly bound by his own obsessions. The descent is too slow. We cannot afford to remain idle. Bibi Dong signaled to the nearby Ju Gui Do Luo, and in an instant, the three vanished from their location, hastening towards the direction of the offering hall. Your Majesty, do you think those individuals from the offering hall will cause us any trouble? Yu Guan expressed his concern, his thoughts drifting to the formidable Qianjun Dalaw, who instilled a sense of fear within him. This person possesses a fierce competitive spirit and is bound to seek a chance to spar with the two of us. The ghostly voice rasped, why fret? Our soul fusion technique has even bested the esteemed Tang Hao in the past. With your Majesty present, they would not dare to utter a sound. Yu Guan did not respond to the old ghost, noticing that Bibi Dong wore a grave expression, seemingly lost in thought. Over the years, he had grown increasingly powerful, yet the only individual he truly feared was Qian Daolu. Should he obtain it, Yu Guan would be in peril. Bibi Dong understood well that Qian Xuanji was aware of Qian Daolu's death. The reason for his leniency towards her might stem from Qian Renshua, as he did not wish to sever ties with her. If he were to ascend to godhood, it could very well signal the time for reckoning. A minute passed, and Bibidon's figure swiftly ascended to the sky above the Hall of Offerings. The 7 offerings, led by Qian Daolu, stood poised in midair. Naturally, Golden Crocodile Douluo sensed Bibidon's aura and scoffed disdainfully, his tone harsh. Be beyond, you think you've been granted face? The Hall of Offerings is not a place for your presence. His gaze swept past Ju Gui Douluo beside him, a piercing look that instilled fear in Yu Guan and Gui Mei. Meanwhile, Qianjun Douluo regarded Bibi Dong with keen interest, his dragon-patterned staff barely restrained in his grasp. Bibi Dong remained impassive, her 9 spirit rings illuminating simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure emanating from her to intimidate the offerings. Golden Crocodile Douluo showed no signs of retreat, matching her spirit ring configuration and stepping forward to stand in opposition to Bibi Dong. Yu Guan's expression turned fearful. He too possesses a 100,000-year spirit ring. His aura is not in the slightest inferior to Her Majesty's. At that moment, a divine and resonant voice echoed, belonging to Qian Daolu. At this moment of divine manifestation, how can one show such disrespect? Step aside. The Golden Crocodile Douluo cast a glance at Bibi Dong, snorted coldly, retracted his martial soul, and withdrew to the side. Bibi Dong turned her gaze to the figure of Qian Daolu above, where a sacred golden angelic apparition cradled him in its hands. Isn't that a bit overconfident? You've even resorted to using your martial soul's true form. If the golden title does not bestow upon you, aren't you afraid of losing face before the worshippers? Bibi Dong's expression was laced with mockery as she gazed at the grandiose Qian Daolu hovering above. Yu Guan and Gui Mei were filled with anticipation, hoping that their pope would receive a divine miracle. Consequently, the esteemed worshippers would undoubtedly shower Bibi Dong with flattery. In stark contrast to their previously arrogant demeanor, it would be a resounding slap in their faces. Bibi Dong herself was not entirely assured. If Qian Daolu were indeed to succeed, would he not take the opportunity to eliminate her right here? Yet, reassured by her immortality, she dismissed such thoughts and turned her gaze toward the golden light. The Golden Crocodile Douluo, observing the fixation on the title of genius, remarked coldly, how stubborn, still clinging to fantasies. However, it was all the more entertaining. The greater the anticipation, the more embarrassing it would be when his elder brother claimed it. He harbored a deep disdain for Bibi Dong, contemplating that once Qian Daolu attained the divine miracle, he would no longer need to act as her guardian. Thus, The position of Pope piqued the interest of the golden crocodile Douluo, the second worshipper. The Titan Douluo, upon seeing that Bibi Dong possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring, felt an intensified desire for battle. He resolved that after this encounter, he must engage in a spar with the current pope. Meanwhile, the light-feathered Douluo, appearing rather delicate, was difficult to discern as male or female save for the tone of voice. With an unpleasant expression, he glared at the chrysanthemum Douluo, exclaiming, "Is there truly such a foppish elder in the spirit hall? What an omen!" Considering the opponent's extraordinary chrysanthemum a long-range skill, he was determined to teach him a harsh lesson. Yu Xiaogang naturally sensed that a strikingly handsome worshipper was casting a malevolent gaze in his direction. Humph. Once His Majesty obtains the golden title, you mere supplicants will surely seek to curry favor with me, Yu Xiaogang. The more arrogant one becomes, the greater the delight, relishing the sight of your faces being slapped. Furthermore, your elder brother truly pretends to possess it, wielding a golden holy sword, as if it rightfully belongs to him. The specter bore a chilling expression, feeling that the other party was excessively arrogant, secretly yearning for the hope that it might be Bibi Dong who had obtained it. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Soto City, Qian Rinxue appeared in the sky, brandishing a golden longsword, striking down with a single blow, causing the mountain path to tremble. By obstructing the mountain path, one need not worry about being discovered. In the city, Lai Yang stood proudly, wielding dual hammers, his eyes closed in reverie. After retreating from the Haotian sect for so many years, he was finally emerging from the mountains, destined to be revered by thousands. How splendid it was! At that moment, the crowd had drawn near, yet the golden light continued unabated. Is it not him? Could he truly be outside the city? That person must be unwell. Sporting a visage of sheer delight while standing so elevated. Why does he still wield two hammers? Is he disabled? Everyone's expressions transformed into one of dissatisfaction, particularly due to the unwavering confidence radiating from the son Douluo as he stood there. This made them feel as though the golden light was about to descend upon them, and they were on the brink of departing from Soto City. The man is truly unfortunate, standing so high in broad daylight, causing us to rejoice in vain. Hundreds of thousands of residents, upon hearing the title, were on the verge of heading to the outskirts, pouring their displeasure onto the radiant son Douluo. The clamor of the crowd's discussions made Radiant Sun acutely aware that something was amiss. As he opened his eyes, his mood instantly soured. How could it be? I have hastened my journey and encountered no formidable soul master along the way. Why then did the golden light not choose me? Could it be that the other party concealed their presence? The blazing sun was filled with disappointment as he gazed at the throngs of people below, his expression marred by embarrassment. The pretense he had displayed was undoubtedly witnessed by all. He could not linger here any longer. It was too humiliating. Retrieving the Haotian hammer, he flashed towards the direction of the Soul Arena. At that moment, the golden light had already appeared at the breach, and Tang San was overjoyed. His father truly possessed remarkable foresight. It felt so comforting. He looked up at the golden light, a contented expression adorning his features. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang was inwardly cursing. Damn that Tang Hao. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been struck by lightning so severely. Just as the 60,000 spectators anticipated that the golden light would pause above Tang San's head, an astonishing scene unfolded. For brilliant golden characters slowly descended before Tang San's eyes. The previously serene Tang San was suddenly alarmed. Disregarding his image entirely, he swiftly dropped to the ground, prostrating himself, aiming his head at the golden title hovering a meter above him. Please, stop. I implore you, halt above my head. I have shown such sincerity. Tang San lay there, humbled and submissive, akin to a dog, yet the despairing outcome still unfolded before him. Chapter 105, Tang San's Peril. Gazing at the title, so tantalizingly close, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, Tang Hao felt an even deeper turmoil within. It all amounted to naught in the end. Witnessing his son reduced to such a pitiful state, akin to a dog, with 60,000 eyes upon them was unbearable. Yu Xiaogang, in utter despair, collapsed upon the flying platform, his gaze fixed upon the 5 negative titles hovering above him, unable to find solace. Everything has come to an end. Even with the external spirit bones, miracles have not favored the unworthy. The 3 individuals, positioned at a lofty vantage point, gazed upon the descending titles with a sense of unease. The man clad in a tailcoat wore a grim expression, burdened by his own shortcomings. Leading Tang Hao and his companions to the pinnacle, they found themselves with nothing to show for their efforts, their situation only more dire than before. This is disastrous. My career as a host is about to come to an end. In an attempt to salvage some semblance of dignity, the man unleashed a torrent of furious invectives upon the three individuals. You three deceivers, how despicable you are. You should leap from the heights yourselves. The piercing, shrill voice reverberated throughout the arena, creating a stark contrast to the atmosphere. 60,000 spectators directed their gaze toward the descending golden light. A miracle unfolded before their eyes, and the entire arena fell into an eerie silence. The host, realizing his indiscretion, acknowledged the disrespect towards the divine. Meanwhile, on the arena stage, beneath the mask, Ming did not allow the title of the Chosen One to manifest. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, four magnificent golden characters appeared above Ming's head. At that moment, Tang San uneasily retracted his external spirit bone into his body and gradually rose to his feet. Remaining here is exceedingly perilous. We must vacate this place at once. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was diverted to the battle stage, Tang San discreetly gestured and stealthily approached the man in the tailcoat. In a hushed tone, he urged, "Staying here will not serve you well. Come with us." The man recoiled a few steps, his face a mask of reluctance. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang, standing nearby, drew a silent sleeve sword and pressed it against the host's neck. "Control the flying soul guide and escape through the opening above, quickly. Do you believe you can escape before the 60,000 below take notice?" Yu Xiaogang threatened the man. As he envisioned the establishment of the Tang sect, the eloquence of the host before him was precisely what he required to effectively promote hidden weapons. After weighing his options, the man manipulated the flying soul guide, intending to depart silently. Meanwhile, outside, a figure darted across the buildings, revealing the presence of the radiant sun Douluo. Indeed, it is much faster at a height than on the ground. There lies the destination, with a gaze directed towards the not-so-distant horizon, within a few breaths. The blazing sun ascended into the sky. How is there a gap above? Could it be a manifestation of divine intervention? How convenient that is. Haha. Entering from the place where the miracle descended must be quite impressive. With that, the radiant sun's soul rings appeared, and two Haotian hammers manifested in his hands. Entering in this manner will certainly create an impressive spectacle, leaving Tang Hao feeling even more constrained. With a swift movement, the blazing sun surged toward the opening. Noticing that the breach had expanded significantly, with a mere thought, the two Haotian hammers enlarged to several times their original size. Such an entrance is even more imposing. Beneath the gap, the flying soul guide slowly ascended, while the four individuals anxiously observed the scene below. We four shall each observe a different direction. If anyone detects us, we will immediately accelerate. In order to avoid being discovered, Yu Xiaogang flew with extraordinary stealth. While the dazzling golden light was overwhelming, the green light above the heads of the three of them was also enveloped within it. Splendid! A miracle has just descended. At the very zenith of its brilliance, murmured Yu Xiaogang softly, as he observed the four approaching the gap. At that moment, Liang, wielding two enormous Haotian hammers, leaped into the air, appearing above the opening. The Haotian hammers dwarfed Liang's entire form. Bringing the two colossal hammers together, he released his grip, standing atop them. Manipulating the hammers with his soul power, directing them towards the gap below. Concealed by the massive hammers, Liang remained oblivious to Tang Hao and the others beneath him. Meanwhile, the flying soul guidance device, aglow with golden light, had captured their attention as they focused intently on the crowd below. Just as everyone fixated on the golden title above the masked man's head, a thunderous roar erupted, resonating throughout the entire soul-fighting arena. The sudden thunderous roar startled the 60,000 spectators, who were utterly absorbed in the moment. They turned their gazes skyward, only to be rendered speechless. Two colossal hammers converged, crashing down upon the flying soul-guiding device. The flying platform crumpled like a mere pancake, struck squarely by one of the hammers. In an instant, four piercing screams echoed. As the platform lost its equilibrium, Tang Hao and his companions plummeted from above, caught completely off guard. By the time they realized what had occurred, they were already struck. With no opportunity to summon their soul power for defense, the blazing sun atop the Haotian hammer caused Tang Hao to momentarily falter. He retracted his martial soul and gazed downward. There, he witnessed four figures plummeting like cannonballs, crashing violently onto the soul battle platform. However, for a soul Douluo of Tang Hao's caliber, such an impact was of little consequence. He rose, cursing under his breath, visibly irate. Who dares to blame my good fortune? As he cast his gaze upward, Tang Hao's expression turned a sickly shade of green. The figure before him was none other than his arch-nemesis, the sunlit Douluo. He recalled the last encounter, where he had been ruthlessly assaulted by a hidden weapon wielded by an elder of the Tang sect, an incident he had witnessed firsthand. The thought of returning to the Haoyan clan only to become the subject of ridicule was unbearable. In a state of panic, Tang Hao hastily draped a black cloak over his head, yet it proved futile. The title of the White Wild Wolf had completely unmasked him. It was truly unfortunate to encounter an old acquaintance. In midair, the sunlit Douluo's voice resonated with a calm authority. Just moments ago, the shameless Tang Hao attempted to escape through a gap, but I discovered him and promptly intervened. The crowd collectively reacted, murmuring in disbelief. What a grave oversight. Having just witnessed a miracle, they nearly slipped away. I am immensely grateful to you. We cannot allow this pack of ingrates to depart so easily. Reflecting on Tang San, 30,000 individuals had placed their bets on his victory. The adversary, having disguised themselves as a green hat, deceived them into granting their trust, and must not be allowed to escape unscathed. The blazing sun brought a sense of tranquility to his heart as he inadvertently accomplished a commendable deed. Subsequently, he positioned himself not far from Tang Hao, casting a teasing glance at the crown of the latter's head. Tang Hao, you and your son are truly destined to be intertwined with the color green. Tang Hao's expression darkened as memories flooded back of the years he had devoted to guarding the verdant blue silvergrass. Furthermore, the martial soul of his son, blue silvergrass, was also connected to this hue. However, in his current state, he was no match for the blazing sun, leaving him with no choice but to endure in silence. At that moment, a divine voice resonated. The announcement of titles has concluded. Now, the list will be revealed across the continent. Although Tang San did not receive a title, he was more eager to discover the identities of the other two individuals. He silently vowed to remember their names, promising himself that once he had grown strong enough, he would seek retribution against them. Recipients of the title of Genius, Ming, Bai Dong, and Xianren Shui. Now announcing the rewards, Tang San's countenance darkened. It was yet again Ming. However, his gaze soon shifted to the masked man. Recalling his partnership with the nine-hearted sea begonia soul master, whose combination was known as the Yi Shui duo, he realized that this individual must be Xianren Shui. It was evident that to win his favor, Tang San could no longer afford to be antagonized by a bearer of such a prestigious title. When the deity proclaimed the first reward for the title of Genius, Tang San swiftly activated his ghost shadow perplexing steps and knelt before him. Chapter 106. Tang San was filled with envy. Outside the city, Xianren Shui gazed at the resplendent title above her head, radiating an air of sanctity and unparalleled beauty. Casting a glance towards the direction of Sitoa City, she utilized the angelic inherited soul bone to once again transform into the guise of Shui Qingha. Through an uninhabited pathway, she concealed her title and seamlessly blended into the throngs of people gathered below the mountain. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands gathered outside the city were filled with curiosity about who this remarkably low-profile individual might be. It appeared that this chosen one, confident in their ability to claim the title, had arrived at this location long before. Naturally, everyone was aware of the name revealed by the deity. And the Pope of the Spirit Hall, along with the other two individuals, became the subject of widespread discussion among the crowd. Pray tell, was that individual we just encountered atop the mountain none other than Xianren Shui, or Ming? The fabled child of destiny, Ming, was a figure they knew well, and one with whom they were quite familiar. The recent incident at the hotel, where Ming had humiliated Tang San and his companions, had been witnessed by nearly all the townsfolk. I believe it to be Ming, for he recently visited the mountain. On that day, it was the enrollment day for Shrek Academy, and all those present clearly witnessed the ugly faces of Yu Xiaogang and his group. Indeed, I have heard that the academy has transformed into a desolate ruin. The skill of the 100,000-year soul bone is extraordinarily powerful. At that moment within the city, I could faintly hear the sound of a dragon's roar emanating from the mountain, an awe-inspiring experience. By the way, I almost forgot to mention that on that day at the hotel, Yi Mingqing departed quite early in the morning. Indeed, it is said that he ventured to a secluded mountain in the backcountry, suggesting a certain fondness for that remote locale, where he prefers to conduct his affairs amidst the wilderness. Everyone suddenly realized that the golden light in the soul-fighting arena must have been Xianren Shui. However, they were quite unfamiliar with this name, as the deity had not revealed her identity, leaving them perplexed as to whether she was male or female. Upon entering the city, Shui Qingha hurriedly made his way towards the soul-fighting arena. Displaying too much leisure during such a miraculous event could arouse suspicion, despite having earned the title of genius. Shui Qinghe wore a serious expression. He was concerned that Bibi Dong, having also received a title, might dominate the hall of worship with her ambitions. In a short while, Shui Qinghe arrived at the soul fighting arena, guided by the staff in his capacity as a prince of the empire. He soon reached the resting area where Yi Ming was located, with Qin Ming approaching respectfully by his side. Your Highness, the second prince, I presume you are already aware. Ah, just as the golden light descended along the way, I instinctively knew it would be Yi Ming. Qian Renxue feigned an expression of excitement on her face. It appears that the future of the Tiando Empire will be significantly strengthened due to Yi Ming. Teacher Qin Ming, as you have just heard, Bibiong from the Spirit Hall has also received her title. This poses a considerable threat to us in the heavenly. The battle team you lead holds great promise for the future. In future confrontations with the Spirit Hall, having this group of young individuals will significantly enhance our chances of victory. Qin Ming nodded in response to Shui Qinghe's words. The second prince need not worry. For the sake of the heavenly, I, as a mentor, shall devote myself entirely to educating my students. Shui Qinghe nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards the platform. Although Yi Ming wore a white mask, the golden title atop his head allowed for immediate recognition. He then exited the resting area, guided by an official of the arena, and arrived at the passageway. The official wore a courteous expression, for the individual before him was none other than a prince of the empire. Upon reaching the platform, the official's demeanor turned serious as he grasped the microphone and addressed the 60,000 spectators in attendance. The second prince of the imperial royal family has come to our Soto city today. I kindly ask everyone to remain silent. A resounding voice echoed throughout the arena, gradually quieting the audience. The presence of a genius had aroused immense joy among the 60,000 spectators. The arrival of the royal second prince here filled everyone with a sense of vanity, prompting them to engage in hushed whispers. It appears that in the future, the fame of our Soto city will resonate throughout the entire Heaven Do. There will undoubtedly be numerous merchants drawn by its reputation, and our city shall flourish even more. I am truly grateful to that young man. By the way, is he indeed Qian Renxue? The audience of 60,000 was led to believe that the masked man on stage was none other than Qian Renxue, thanks to the leaf-snow combination. Spectators began to speculate on their thoughts, recalling the other beam of golden light that had just dispersed, indicating that Yi Ming was also in the vicinity. The child of destiny tends to be rather unassuming, often concealing their title. After we depart shortly, should you encounter anyone, please be sure to inform them. To allow Yi Ming to experience the warmth of the residents of Soto City, perhaps she will choose to make this place her permanent abode. Indeed, I have begun to eagerly anticipate what title shall be bestowed next. Subsequently, all eyes turned towards the second prince, feeling an unprecedented sense of honor. Yi Ming did not glance at the kneeling Tang San, but instead made her way directly towards Shui Qinghe. Tang San felt awkward, yet contemplating the extraordinary reward for the title of genius, he could only muster the courage to face it. Just moments earlier, the formidable Shun Yin had proclaimed to the entire continent, the bearer of the title of genius may designate 3 friends with whom to share a brotherly bond. If the other party possesses the potential to become a title de law, they are destined for divinity. Instantly, the entire continent was shaken. Previously, there was only one title of the chosen one, and its conditions were stringent. The partner must also have the potential to become a title de law to ensure ascension to godhood. However, this time was different. It was akin to forging a heartfelt connection with a prodigious individual, becoming their confidant. Achieving the rank of title Douluo guaranteed divinity. In the present day, the number of female title Douluo on the continent is exceedingly rare. Upon hearing the rewards announced by the deity, all soul Douluo and title Douluo across the continent felt a surge of excitement. Some soul Douluo believed that by cultivating during this period of camaraderie, they could strive to reach title Douluo and thus attain godhood. At the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, when the sword Douluo heard this, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. If I could forge a brotherly bond with Yi Ming, then I would surely transcend my limitations and attain divinity in the future. Fortune Xin was acutely aware that he would never reach the 100th level in this lifetime. Yet now, circumstances had changed. There are 3 slots available, and I have a chance. After all, I recently had an interaction with Yi Ming at the Royal Academy. Furthermore, under his own trials, he managed to elevate his soul power to the 40th level. Subsequently, the sword Douluo contemplated that in the crucial moments of Yi Ming's peril, he could extend his assistance. Thus, after attaining divinity, he aspired to become a first-tier sword immortal, Shinchi. Meanwhile, within the Tiando imperial family, the poison master Gubo could hardly remain still, as thoughts of his medicinal garden surged within him, prompting an immediate resolution. It is said that Yu Ming, a student of the Royal Academy, is in the same combat team as his granddaughter, Du Guyan. Thus, the matter becomes straightforward. I never anticipated that I, as the solitary and unfortunate, would find myself at the very bottom in the realm of Douluo Continent. In the near future, I shall ascend to divinity. It seems prudent to seek an opportunity to pay a visit to Yi Ming. Chapter 107. Severing Ties. Gubo, though not particularly knowledgeable about the celestial herbs in the medicinal garden, was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the icy and fiery spring waters. So much so that he dared not approach recklessly. It was evident that the flora flourishing in its vicinity was extraordinary. With his extensive experience in forging brotherly bonds, he began to contemplate a powerful name for his impending divine status as he prepared for his transformation. If Jiuhuaguan were to discover my camaraderie with Yi Ming, forging a brotherly bond, would it not send him into a fit of terror? Haha, I, Gubo, am finally no longer in a state of despair. While some revel in joy, others are shrouded in sorrow. Within the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, the leader, Yu Xiaogang, wore a perplexed expression upon hearing the rewards announced by the divine. He was acutely aware of the deep-seated enmity between his son, Xiaogang, and Yi Ming. The prospect of forming an alliance seemed bleak unless he publicly renounced his father-son relationship with Yu Xiaogang to the entire continent, which might offer a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Yu Lingyan's countenance darkened to an extreme, and he could not help but exclaim in frustration, with only 3 slots available, "This is disastrous. How infuriating. Brother, it is all due to your worthless son that we have enmity with Yi Ming. It has become exceedingly difficult for our sect to forge a connection with him." Yu Longyan harbored the desire to befriend Yi Ming, and although he was a soul Douluo, he was certain that in the near future, he would inevitably break through to become a title Douluo. Truly a case of ineptitude that yields more harm than good. This is the end. And I fear the position of the top 3 sects may be irretrievably lost. Yu Luomian's frustration mounted with each passing thought, and he found himself yearning to confront his inept nephew, wishing to chastise him soundly. The opportunity for the sect's ascendance had been utterly squandered by Yu Xiaogang. Yet, upon recalling that Yu Tianheng and Yi Ming were on the same team, his expression softened somewhat. Among the younger disciples of the sect, a wave of resentment towards Yu Xiaogang began to brew. This only exacerbated Yu Yuanjin's predicament, as if he had arrived at a momentous decision. I hereby declare, in my capacity as the sovereign, that from this day forth, I shall sever the father-son relationship with Xiaogang. Roy, you should promptly declare this matter to the public. The sooner, the better. I shall make a journey to Soto City, striving to arrive ahead of others, to forge a connection with Yi Ming. With that declaration, his aura surged, and in a flash of thunderous power, Yu Yuan vanished from sight. Yu Lumian's countenance shifted between shadows and light as he contemplated his elder brother, pondering the implications of encountering the ineffectual Xiaogang in Soto City. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao, accompanied by several elders, halted their progress towards the 7 treasures glazed sect upon hearing the rewards proclaimed by the divine. Tang Xiao remarked, previously, Lai Yong ventured to Soto City. I wonder if he will encounter Yi Ming. With his manner of conduct, he is sure to extend a warm invitation to the other party to partake in tea at our Haoyan sect. I hope to befriend him, fortunately. The 2 soul bones have not yet been absorbed. Tang Xiao thought to himself, believing that by gifting them to the other party, he would have the opportunity to forge a brotherly bond with Yi Ming, thus elevating his own prospects of divinity. However, the other elders deemed the sect leader's aspirations to be unrealistic. The chief elder turned his gaze toward Tang Xiao, wearing a grave expression. Master, do not forget that Tang Hao and his son share a deep-seated rivalry with Yi Ming. To forge a connection with him seems quite arduous, unless Tang Xiao, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. Presently, there exists but one solution: to publicly declare the expulsion of the 2 from the sect. Great Elder Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall has also received a title. The situation is urgent. Then let this matter be entrusted to you. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions filled with joy. They had finally awaited this day. Master, Yi Ming is in Soto City. Let us hasten there at once. Regarding the matter of the Spirit Hall, it can be postponed for the time being. With merely the 7th brother, he cannot embody the sincerity of the Haotian sect. Tang Xiao nodded upon hearing this, and promptly set off towards Suo City alongside the 4 elders. I hope to avoid encountering Hao Di and the third wheel, as it would place me in a difficult position. In the Soul Arena, Tang San knelt on the ground, observing as the second prince of the empire personally approached, evidently seeking to win over the masked man. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang and Tang Hao harbored hopes that Tang San could transform conflict into harmony with the other party. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another without conflict. Tang Hao felt a glimmer of hope, especially since his son was kneeling there like a dog. Bowing deeply, filled with sincerity, Xue Qinghe exchanged simple pleasantries with Yi Ming, and upon seeing Tang Hao, who bore the weight of the world while wielding the Haoyan hammer, Xue Qinghe felt a stirring within. This was particularly poignant for Xue Qinghe, as she believed that her father, Qin Xuanji, had met his demise due to Tang Hao's grievous injuries. Up close, Yu Ming naturally sensed the unusual atmosphere. Shortly thereafter, Xue Qinghe composed himself and, along with Yu Ming, prepared to depart. Seeing the other party turning to leave, Tang San grew anxious and hurriedly called out, "Jianrenxue, hold on a moment. I admit that the outcome of our previous confrontation was a consequence of my father's actions. Here, I offer my sincerest apologies. I implore your forgiveness." Just as Yu Ming and Xue Qinghe were about to step into the passage, both halted in their tracks. Beneath the mask, Yu Ming's expression was nothing short of captivating. By a twist of fate, Tang San had mistakenly taken her for Jianrenxue. Observing the frozen figure of Xue Qinghe beside her, Yu Ming sensed that the situation was about to become far more intriguing. The unexpected voice startled them, and upon realizing her own indiscretion, Xue Qinghe cleared her throat and turned to face Tang San. "You must have mistaken me for someone else. I am Xue Qinghe, the second prince of the empire." Upon hearing these words, Tang San felt utterly perplexed. However, given the illustrious identity of the person before him, he refrained from speaking further. Xue Qinghe was utterly terrified. From the negative title hovering over him, he recognized that the one kneeling before him was none other than Tang Hao's son. The prince's mind raced with thoughts of duels and the consequences stemming from Tang Hao, leading him to believe that Tang San was alluding to the confrontation between Qin Xuanji and Tang Hao years ago. Everything was part of Tang Hao's sinister plot, manipulating the spirit hall to sacrifice the century-old blue-silver emperor, resulting in Qin Xuanji's demise. Witnessing the earnestness of Tang San as he knelt and spoke of forgiveness, Xue Qinghe was thrown into a panic. Could it be that Tang San had uncovered his true identity? That was impossible. He bore divine soul bones that should not be easily discerned. Yet, as Tang San explicitly named him and recounted the enmity between them, Xue Qinghe felt disoriented. Tang San paid little heed to the prince, silently cursing him, wondering if he had mistaken the masked man for Yi Ming. Nevertheless, he considered that Xue Qinghe had traveled a long way and likely did not comprehend the situation fully, prompting him to attempt to win him over. The ensuing actions of Tang San left Xue Qinghe utterly embarrassed, as Tang San bowed deeply 3 times towards him. "Jianrenxue, in the recent competition, it was you who emerged victorious, while I deceived everyone. At that moment, even if my father intervened, I would still be cast off the stage. I should not panic. With the external soul bone, I can return to the stage." With her mask on, Yi Ming glanced back at Tang San and spoke softly. "How could you possibly think that I am Jianrenxue?" Yi Ming deliberately lowered her voice, ensuring that Tang San remained oblivious to any discrepancies in his thoughts. Tang San knelt there, his forehead touching the ground, refusing to lift his head. He believed that only by showing sincere remorse could he hope to earn her forgiveness. Because of the duel between the two, it is the name of your duo. The maiden is named Dueling. Thus the one bestowed with the golden title must undoubtedly be Jianrenxue, because I harbored deep-seated grievances with that Yi Ming. Even if the other party were to turn to ashes, I could never admit my fault. However, Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall, reveals an undeniable truth. You are indeed Jianrenxue. I am willing to be your little brother. Please allow me to follow you." Tang San thought, reveling in the idea of addressing the other as a brother, with Jianrenxue as his formidable ally, freeing him from the fear of Yi Ming in the future. However, the subsequent scene left the kneeling Tang San, along with Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang, utterly devastated. Yi Ming slowly removed his white mask, casting a mocking glance at Tang San, who resembled a dog in his submission. As he unveiled his face, Yi Ming's thoughts stirred, and the title of the Son of Destiny materialized above him. The 2 golden titles starkly contrasted with the prostrate figure of Tang San, creating an overwhelming visual impact that relentlessly battered Tang San's psyche. The realization that he had debased himself, groveling like a dog, rendered all his efforts futile. Kneeling on the ground, Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, on the verge of exploding with rage. Tang Hao felt an even deeper sense of frustration. Things were not unfolding as anticipated. He had envisioned reclaiming his peak power with the title and then eliminating Yi Ming. Yet now, with the divine rewards announced, it had become exceedingly difficult to act against him, leaving the situation gravely unfavorable. Yu Xiaogang was equally incensed. As his most detested rival, Yi Ming had gained yet another title. Meanwhile, the 60,000 spectators, upon recognizing Yi Ming's figure, erupted into cheers. It is Yi Ming. How splendid. With him present, Tang San and his companions will face even greater humiliation. Whenever the titles descend, the fated one is present, and the inept Yu Xiaogang is invariably met with misfortune. Perhaps Tang San has felt a desire for death. How utterly satisfying. Upon sensing the peculiar gazes from the audience, Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened to an extreme. Beside him, the son Douluo held a particular fondness for Yi Ming, setting aside the rewards from the divine. Witnessing the Tang father and son in such a state of disarray brought him great delight. It seems this journey was not in vain. If I could forge a connection with him, I, Liang, would have the opportunity to achieve the divine. Among the titled Douluos present, I was the only one, striving to gain Yi Ming's trust before the others arrived. With that, Liang stepped forward with enthusiasm, saying, "Young friend Yi Ming, I hope you have been well. During our last hasty farewell, I did not have the opportunity to express my gratitude. Should the chance arise, you are most welcome to visit the Haotian sect for a reunion. I, the Blazing Sun, shall extend my warmest hospitality." Yi Ming said with a calm smile, "Senior, you jest. It is my duty to teach a lesson to those scoundrels bearing negative titles." Recalling the last time he had absorbed the blue-silver Emperor's spirit ring and had mercilessly punished Tang Hao and his son, he found the other party's enthusiasm quite justifiable. As for the reward associated with the title of genius, Yi Ming had already identified a candidate. He was eager to discover the extent of their strength should that individual ascend to divinity. However, he had yet to decide on the other two slots. Once he reached the divine realm, having a few allies would certainly alleviate some burdens. At this moment, Qin Ming led the members of the battle team onto the stage. Ning Rongrong had just arrived as well, and upon hearing that Yi Ming had acquired yet another title, her curiosity was piqued even further. Yi Lingling, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong stood on the stage, immediately captivating the attention of the entire audience, their admiration for Yi Ming growing. He was simply exquisite. Meanwhile, in the Shrek resting area, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, already wearing grim expressions, felt their envy towards Yi Ming intensify. Flinder's countenance darkened. It seemed he would no longer be able to make a living in Soto City, having lost all his money and accrued a mountain of debt. He contemplated seeking out Lu Erlong after today to join the Blue Tyrant Academy. Remaining here would only result in continual humiliation at the hands of Yi Ming. Flinder then cast a glance at Oscar beside him. "Xiaoao, go fetch Master and Xiao San. We shall depart from here shortly." However, Oscar remained unresponsive to his dean's command. Flandre followed his gaze, adjusted his golden-rimmed spectacles, and furrowed his brow slightly. "Look, my friend, that girl is simply stunning. She is exactly my type," Oscar exclaimed excitedly to his companion, Ma Hongjun, completely oblivious to the instructions given by Flanders. Flanders, feeling exasperated, could only instruct Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie recalled the last time he had been sent flying by Yi Ming using a soul bone, which he found utterly humiliating. However, recognizing that it was his own oversight, he thought that if he left with the master and the third party in front of him, he could regain a modicum of face. Thus, he rose and departed from the resting area. On the soul fighting stage, Tang San knelt there. Witnessing the elder from Haotian clan displaying excessive cordiality, which only fueled his anger, he believed that Yi Ming was entirely unworthy of the title of genius, attributing his success solely to the fortune of being the chosen one. The 300,000-year soul rings had artificially elevated his potential. Tang San was convinced that his own strength was acquired through diligent effort and steady progress. Therefore, the humiliation he faced now was but a fleeting moment. Once he grew stronger, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance and shatter his opponent's soul rings. At that time, the title of genius would no longer belong to Yi Ming, but instead would rightfully be his. Reflecting on the illustrious techniques of the Tang sect, Tang San's spirits lifted, and he slowly rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang observed his disciple regaining confidence, which significantly lightened his mood. Tang Hao felt similarly, as long as Tang San was present. There would inevitably come a day when dignity would be restored. At that moment, Zhao Wuji arrived, intending to escort the three away. However, upon reaching the stage, he was recognized by a few spectators. Whispers and ridicule began to circulate among the audience, mocking the unmoved king. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened considerably. Currently, only 60,000 people were aware of the incident, but he feared that in a few days, it would spread throughout the entire Soul Master community. By then, the forces attempting to align with Yu Ming would undoubtedly multiply. Observing Tang San feigning confidence, Zhao Wuji could no longer contain his frustration and shouted angrily, "Why are you still putting on that face? Hurry back, how shameless can you be?" Tang Hao, witnessing Zhao Wuji audaciously reprimanding his son before him, instantly felt displeased. Grasping the Haotian hammer, he tugged his black cloak down over his forehead, attempting to project an air of superiority as he approached Zhao Wuji. Unfazed by the display, Zhao Wuji retorted, "Are you still pretending? Do you think I'm giving you face? Previously, I addressed you as Your Excellency Haotian out of respect. Do not overestimate your worth. I fear not the might of your soul rings." As Zhao Wuji emanated a formidable aura, Tang Hao halted his steps. Acutely aware that his current prowess placed him at the bottom tier among Soul Douluo. Should a confrontation arise, the unyielding defense of the Titan Great Bear might allow him to outlast his opponent. Tang Hao's expression darkened as he subtly gestured to his son. Tang San, rising with disdain, cast a fleeting glance at Yu Ming before preparing to depart. In the midst of their dialogue, Yu Ming caught wind of Zhao Wuji's voice and glanced at Tang San. Noticing the confidence in his gaze, she contemplated the opportune moment to instill despair in him. Just as Zhao Wuji and his companions turned to leave, Yu Ming swiftly appeared before Tang San. Zhao Wuji, on high alert, warned, "Do not push your luck, boy. You are well aware of your limitations from our last encounter, so temper your ambitions." At that moment, Zhao Wuji, feeling emboldened, relished the fact that Tang Hao dared not challenge him in front of so many onlookers. Meanwhile, Yu Ming understood that should she unleash her full power, she would still fall short against Zhao Wuji. However, the blazing Sun Douluo, witnessing Zhao Wuji's audacity and addressing Yu Ming, prepared to intervene and teach him a lesson. The previously cocky Zhao Wuji found himself suddenly cowed. "Senior Lai Yang, please quell your anger. I acknowledge that my previous remarks were somewhat loud. I beg your forgiveness." Upon witnessing Lai Yang wielding two Haotian hammers, the overwhelming aura emanating from them far surpassed that of Tang Hao. Lai Yang let out a cold snort and positioned himself beside Yu Ming, intending to intimidate Tang San and his companions. Yu Ming made no attempt to intervene and coldly addressed Tang San. "You stole a title. There is an item on you that I shall take." Chapter 109. A Promising Future? Tang San felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Yu Ming's words. That was the 8-spider spirit bone he had endured excruciating pain to obtain. "Yu Ming, do not go too far. Aside from that, I can offer you anything else." Yu Xiaogang was acutely aware of Yu Ming's desires. The third party had failed to obtain the title of genius, undoubtedly due to the fact that the 8-spider spirit bone had yet to evolve. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang retrieved a Zhuge divine crossbow from Tang San's embrace. "Yu Ming, you may take this concealed weapon with you. The power it possesses is beyond imagination. Were it to be bestowed upon that 9-heart Si Tang Soul Master, it would undoubtedly win her heart." Yu Ming replied with disdain, "As for my supportive teammate, I shall protect her myself. I have no interest in your worthless hidden weapon." Tang Hao, standing nearby, understood well the significance of external spirit bones, yet he dared not speak up, for his sworn enemy, the Sunlight Douluo, was guarding Yu Ming. Tang San cast a glance at Yu Ming, realizing there was no escaping this situation. Thus, he saw no harm in acquiescing. No matter how humbly he bowed, in the end, he would still be the one to lose. It would only serve to flatter the other party, leaving him even more humiliated. However, Tang San felt it necessary to temper the other's arrogance. "Yu Ming, true strength is always forged through one's own diligent efforts, progressing steadily step by step. If in the future, both you and I ascend to divinity, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Take it if you wish." At the moment he uttered these words, Tang San deliberately raised his voice. The sound reverberated throughout the entire soul arena, for he intended for the 60,000 spectators to witness that Yu Ming's current achievements were entirely a matter of luck. He believed the first 100,000-year soul ring was a result of Xiao Wu's father choosing to sacrifice himself for Yu Ming. Tang San had only seen Xiao Wu's mother and was unfamiliar with her father. At that time, when the title of the Chosen One was bestowed, Yu Ming opted to resurrect Xiao Wu's mother, further solidifying Tang San's conviction regarding his decision to forego reviving Xiao Wu's father. The second soul ring, Yu Ming sought to be distinct. Furthermore, when the second 100,000-year soul ring manifested on Yu Ming, Tang San had not seen Xiao Wu's mother again. The third soul ring belonged to his own mother, the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, who chose him. Today, before the eyes of 60,000 spectators, Ming intended to claim his external soul bone, which only reinforced Tang San's suspicions. Should Ming indeed ascend to divinity in the future? He ought to be referred to as the god of luck. The fact that he could summon the formidable Titan giant ape undoubtedly indicated a pact made between Xiao Wu's father and that soul beast. Additionally, the sky blue bull python was associated with Xiao Wu's mother, who had become acquainted with that imperial soul beast in the Stardow Forest. Consequently, Tang San surmised that Xiao Wu, being a soul beast herself, must have connections with those two soul beasts. Reflecting on Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, who had attained the title of genius, Tang San reasoned that, given her esteemed status, she would no longer seek to entice Ming. Thus, at this juncture, he considered revealing to Bibi Dong that Ming was accompanied by a 100,000-year soul beast, and, through Xiao Wu, could pose a threat to the other two forest emperors. Furthermore, since his mother, Ayin, had not chosen him, he had no reason to oppose the Spirit Hall. With a mere thought, the 8 spider lances manifested behind him, allowing Tang San to adopt a composed demeanor. Ming, without further contemplation, directly transferred the external soul bone from Tang San. This scene was observed by Xue Qinghe from a distance. He coveted the 6 soul bones inherited from the angel lineage. As a fellow possessor of a positive title, he too could claim an item from the title of theft, yet such an act would expose him. As Qian Rinxue pondered over the reward for the first title, she considered whom to befriend. It would be ideal for her to have a sister, and apart from Huliana, she was uncertain whom to select for the other 2 slots. Meanwhile, Ming had already devised plans, contemplating how to secure Qian Rinxue's assistance in aiding other goddesses in Douluo to ascend to the divine realm alongside him. At that moment, 10 minutes had elapsed since the first reward was announced. As the populace on the continent digested the information regarding this reward, the divine voice resonated once more. The second reward, the title of genius, grants possession of all soul rings and a remarkable enhancement of cultivation by 100,000 years. The subsequent acquisition of soul rings will enhance the existing ones. The third reward, the title holder, has the option to eradicate all misfortunes from the 3 individuals. Instantly, the entire realm of soul masters was once again astounded. This reward, undoubtedly, held great significance for the trio. Naturally, the higher one's rank, the sooner one would benefit. For instance, Ming possessed only 3 soul rings, while the Pope of the Spirit Hall, with his twin martial souls, had his effects maximized. However, compared to Bibi Dong's soul ring age, Ming's was considerably inferior. As Ming matured, the disparity in strength would become evident. With the divine sound resonating, 3 beams of divine light descended from the heavens. Xue Qinghe was momentarily flustered as he spotted Ming approaching him with a seemingly harmless demeanor. If I had known, I should have waited until the divine rewards were announced before coming here. Now I find myself in trouble. Ming feigned a serious demeanor as she approached Xue Qinghe's side. Second Prince, once the divine light descends, elevate the soul ring's duration before departing. Now is the perfect opportunity for His Highness to witness my true capabilities. Upon hearing Ming's words, Xue Qinghe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. For it was just yesterday at the Royal Academy that he had expressed a desire to observe the extraordinary qualities of the Chosen One. As these words left his lips, 3 soul rings of 100,000 years each illuminated Ming's form. He gazed skyward, where 3 beams of divine light descended, 2 of which were swiftly approaching the direction of Soto City. Xue Qinghe feigned composure, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Meanwhile, Tang San, having returned to the Shrek resting area, was filled with delight upon hearing about the rewards from the divine. Splendid! Haha, Ming. It is time to find someone to remedy your situation. The others, witnessing Tang San's unusual demeanor, were taken aback. Yu Xiaogang, puzzled, inquired, Little San, why are you so joyful? This predicament is even more dire for us. Ming's enhanced prowess plunged everyone deeper into despair. Tang Hao, on the other hand, was concerned that his son might not be able to withstand the emotional toll of today as setbacks and would succumb to a mental breakdown. The third reward from the divine, for us, is undoubtedly the finest. However, do not overthink it. No one will come to our aid. Tang Hao reassured his son with a heartfelt concern, while Yu Xiaogang regarded the eradication of misfortune as a mere indulgence. Observing the reactions of those around him, Tang San promptly conveyed his thoughts to Yu Xiaogang. Teacher, father, let us depart at once, ensuring we eliminate all misfortunes before dawn tomorrow. The two individuals appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Dear Xiaosan, I previously neglected to inform you that Qian Ruxue is highly likely to be a descendant of Qian Xuanji. Being chosen by the title of genius undoubtedly signifies the possession of a divine-level martial soul. Tang Hao believed that his son sought to find Qian Ruxue. However, it is indeed peculiar, considering the fame I, Tang Hao, possessed in my youth. It is impossible to be unaware that the former pope has a wife and daughter. Could it be that she is an illegitimate daughter? This Qianshuan is truly extravagant in her pursuits. Tang Hao wore a perplexed expression, while Yu Xiaogang beside him turned pale instantly, his fist clenched tightly, making a creaking sound. Curse it! That wretched Chihiro not only enamored my donger, but also bore a daughter. If misfortune were to be erased, one wonders whether donger would acknowledge Chihiro Shui as her godfather. Yu Xiaogang began to envision a promising future once more. Chapter 110. The shameless title of Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang harbored the hope that Bibi Dong might alleviate his misfortunes. Yet his affinity with the opposite sex stood at a dismal zero, leaving him utterly hopeless. Tang Hao also felt that the grievances between himself and the spirit hall rendered it impossible for Bibi Dong to offer him assistance. Should he encounter the formidable Qian Dalu, he would surely meet his demise by a single stroke of the latter's sword. Both men were puzzled, speculating what method Tang San had devised to possess such unwavering confidence. The mistress, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, is now likely the most formidable title Douluo on the continent. Moreover, after all soul rings have been elevated to 100,000 years, one might very well ascend to divinity. Tang Hao's visage was one of trepidation, fearful that the other party might seek him out. After all, if that malevolent Douluo were to embellish the tale, his fate would be sealed. Yu Xiaogang expressed a hopeful demeanor, saying, if only Bibi Dong could remember me. With all soul rings elevated by 100,000 years, the soul bones on my body will surely overflow. I hope to share a few pieces with Yu Xiaogang. Tang San observed the expressions of disappointment on his teacher's and father's faces. Teacher, I have a suggestion that may prove effective. He then proceeded to share his thoughts with the two. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie, standing nearby, wore an expression of disdain. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were utterly hypocritical, constantly proclaiming that once they became powerful, they would eradicate the spirit hall. Yet now, they sought to ingratiate themselves with it, displaying a remarkable lack of shame. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. Indeed, this method is feasible, but one must not underestimate the forces surrounding Yi Ming. Now that Bai Dong has grown more powerful, the opposing factions to the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly seek out Yi Ming. This will undoubtedly instill fear in the Spirit Hall, prompting them to eliminate the threat entirely. The mistress, Bibi Dong, with her ambitious nature, will undoubtedly devise means to stifle any potential threats in their infancy. Then let us proceed now. Fortunately, the elder token bestowed upon me by Bibi Dong still remains, which is splendid. An opportunity has arisen. Yu Xiaogangs demeanor began to brighten. He was well aware of Bibi Dong's character. Those who could not be utilized by her or refused to submit would undoubtedly face obliteration. Yu Xiaogang retrieved the elder token from his bosom, and his spirits lifted considerably. Observing this, Tang San grew even more exhilarated, sensing that matters would unfold more favorably. Father, teacher, let us set forth at once. Exchanging 300,000-year soul beasts for a chance to eliminate misfortune is something Bibi Dong cannot reasonably refuse. To be precise, it is a soul beast of 200,000 years. Tang San felt elated, contemplating the prospect of bestowing this opportunity upon his esteemed teacher. Once all misfortunes were alleviated, the bond between his teacher and Bibi Dong might potentially aid in dispelling the adversities faced by both his father and himself. Tang San's smile grew increasingly radiant as he inquired, Teacher, what was the nature of your relationship with that pope in your youth? In a bid for congeniality, Tang San believed that a touch of light-hearted gossip would enhance the ambience. At this juncture, Yu Xiaogangs face beamed with pride as he gazed at everyone from Shrek Academy. It can be said that if in the future there exists a title for charming and talented individuals, I, Yu Xiaogang, would undoubtedly be the foremost recipient. In those days, I was carefree and unconstrained, brimming with talent and intellect. When it comes to the relationship between myself and Bibi Dong, she was the one pursuing me. At this point, Yu Xiaogang's petulant side was once again revealed as he stood there, fidgeting. This behavior repulsed Zhao Wujie, while Tang San, observing from the side, felt an increase in his confidence. His teacher would never deceive him. However, he found himself growing curious about Yu Xiaogan's youthful appearance. He murmured to himself, "I wonder who is more handsome, my teacher or the version of myself from my past life." Reflecting on his time in the Tang sect, he realized that had it not been for his status as an outer disciple, which limited his freedom to leave the sect, perhaps in that world, he too could have relied on his looks to lead a life of leisure. "I eagerly anticipate how handsome I will become in 5 or 6 years." Tang San began to fantasize, envisioning a time when he could use his charm to captivate Qian Rinxue. With a teacher possessing such prowess, he naturally would not fall short. Tang Hao observed his son and Yu Xiaogang, both brimming with impatience, and his expression grew somewhat somber. Sending him to the spirit hall was akin to courting disaster. Contemplating the formidable Zhu Gui Douluo, he knew he would be met with disdain, leading to a most embarrassing situation. "Master, you and the third party may proceed. I wish to visit a certain place." Upon hearing Tang Hao, Yu Xiaogang once again referred to him as master, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy in his heart. He was acutely aware of Tang Hao's identity and the potential complications that could arise from their departure. Yu Xiaogang nodded, saying, "Then I shall ask His Highness Hao Yin to await our good news." Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia, observing Yu Xiaogang's confident demeanor, began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Having just shown Tang Hao disrespect in the soul arena, he feared that should Tang Hao's misfortunes be alleviated and his strength restored, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Clearing his throat, Zhao Wujia remarked, "Master, the circumstances outside are quite unfavorable for the three of you. Allow me to lead the three of you through this perilous situation." With the thought of his formidable defensive prowess as the great strength diamond bear, he felt no fear in the face of the hundreds of thousands of residents of Soto City. Upon witnessing Zhao Wujia's earnestness, Yu Xiaogang's vanity swelled even further. It seemed that after today, with Bibi Dong's backing, he would once again possess a sense of fortitude. At present, he felt exceedingly feeble, pondering the multitude outside who would wish to bring him harm. Having said this, Zhao Wujia, along with the two others, exited the resting area. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, endowed with the strength of a soul Douluo, naturally had his own means of departure. "I hope to receive good news from Xiao San, so that tomorrow there will be no need for public humiliation." Meanwhile, Ming retained the presence of Xue Qinghe beside her. The 300,000-year soul rings left Xue Qinghe feigning an expression of astonishment. The child of destiny truly stands unparalleled, possessing an astonishing configuration of soul rings that has never been witnessed before. "Well, I have witnessed your talent. I shall take my leave now," said Xue Qinghe, his face betraying a sense of urgency, for the golden beam of light was rapidly approaching, and he knew that if he did not escape soon, his true identity would be unveiled. Meanwhile, Ming couldn't help but smirk inwardly, her mind racing with ideas as she contemplated how to play a delightful prank on the enigmatic Qian Rinxue before her. "Your Highness, it is said that among all the princes, you are the most distinguished of them all. I wish to bestow upon you a place granted by the divine. Would you be inclined to accept?" Xue Qinghe felt a surge of unease. The other party intended to forge a brotherly bond with him. The thought of brotherhood leading to divine rewards was a coveted aspiration for many. As he met Ming's earnest gaze, Xue Qinghe found himself at a loss. But soon a realization dawned upon him. He politely declined, saying, "Ming, you hold me in too high regard. As a prince, my talents in the realm of soul masters are woefully inadequate. Perhaps it would be wiser to reserve the opportunity for those capable of becoming the formidable title Douluo, thereby enhancing the strength of the Heaven Do Empire. Thus, I bid you farewell." Snow Qinghe departed swiftly without awaiting Ming's response. Embracing his royal status, he followed the guidance of the attendant and soon extricated himself from the throngs of the bustling soul arena. Upon stepping outside, Snow Qinghe sought refuge in a secluded corner, where his aura surged dramatically, transforming him into a series of fleeting shadows that darted from the labyrinthine alleyways towards the outskirts of the city. As he traversed the path, his disguise shed away, revealing once more the form of Qian Rinxue. The thought of his impending acquisition of 7 soul rings, soon to transform into the crimson hue of 100,000-year legacy, filled him with exhilaration. However, his ultimate ambition was to ascend as the most formidable among the divine, necessitating the augmentation of his power through the title of the Son of Destiny bestowed by Ming. That young man appears rather impressive. His talent has certainly not let me down. One must possess considerable charm and allure to become a partner of another. Then, shall I give it to him? The ever-fluctuating figure of Qian Rinxue revealed a trace of bashfulness on her face. Chapter 111. Gang Z, is being level 30 not enough? In no time, Qian Rushue found herself once again in the outskirts, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of thoughts. I must not betray my grandfather's expectations. Becoming divine is merely the first step. The realm of the divine undoubtedly possesses a hierarchy of strength. When she was very young, Qian Daolu had mentioned that the angelic deity Qi, among all first-tier deities, occupied the lowest echelon. At that moment, Qian Rinshue's gaze became resolute, and her heart gradually harbored feelings for Yiming. She then turned her attention to the divine radiance above, should the soul ring ascend to 100,000 years. The surplus soul bones would be entrusted to the few esteemed in the offering hall. Thus, after the divine light descends, I shall seize this opportunity to return to the Hall of Offerings. Grandfather will surely be delighted to see me. Since Qian Rinshue arrived in Tiando, many years have passed. Yet she still deeply longs for Qian Daolu. I wonder if Bibi Dong is causing any difficulties for the Hall of Offering. A hint of concern flickered in Qian Rinshue's beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, within the Duhan Arena, the 60,000 spectators remained, eager to witness the magnificent transformation of Yiming's 300,000-year soul rings into those of 200,000 years. Standing upon the stage, Yiming shared their anticipation, contemplating the swift defeat of Qian Rinshue in order to acquire the fourth soul ring of the dark-eyed evil god Tiger. However, amidst these thoughts, the task of inscribing the label of hypocrite upon Tang San's face lingered unaccomplished in his mind. Just as he pondered this, he fortuitously spotted Zhao Wuji leading Tang San and Yu Xiaogang toward the exit of the arena. In a flash, Yiming appeared before the trio, fixating on Tang San's face, contemplating the most suitable place for the inscription. Zhao Wuji, seeing his path obstructed, felt a flicker of doubt. While he once held confidence in his ability to defeat the three-ringed Yiming with full force, the thought of the latter soon attaining 300,000-year soul rings instilled a twinge of fear within him. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang, filled with urgency, yearned only to hasten his arrival at the Hall of Martial Souls. Yiming, you have already obtained what you desired. What more do you wish for? As Yiming continued to gaze intently at Tang San's face, Yu Xiaogang found himself puzzled. Meanwhile, Tang San, feeling the weight of Yiming's stare, experienced an unsettling sensation. He inwardly mused, could it be that Yiming possesses a peculiar inclination akin to that of the fatty? After all, I, Tang San, remain uninitiated. Subsequently, he cast a fearful glance towards Zhao Wujia, hoping for his intervention. Zhao Wujia, visibly uncomfortable, recalled his earlier fervent declarations about leading the two of them out of peril. In retrospect, the reality of the situation was proving to be rather ironic. He could not afford to offend Yiming. This apprehension was further amplified as he noticed the Sunfire Douluo approaching their direction. Observing Zhao Wujia falter, Tang San turned his attention back to Yiming, his confidence evidently wavering. Pray, do refrain from reckless behavior. After all, you are a public figure. Isn't it rather inappropriate to do this in front of so many people? Tang San remarked, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread as the other party continued to fixate on his face. Yiming, fully aware of Tang San's misguided thoughts, responded with an innocent and harmless smile. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in you, however. I have long felt that I have overstepped my bounds and wish to make amends. Tang San sighed in relief, wondering if the other party had experienced a moment of conscience, and then cautiously spoke up. Can you help me eliminate my misfortune? Yiming shook her head, a deeper smile gracing her face. With a mere thought, 8 spider soul bones emerged behind her, their sharp blades emanating a chilling radiance. Do not act recklessly. You promised to make it up to me. What are you doing? Tang San instinctively took a step back, fearing that the other party might have sinister intentions. Yiming smiled serenely. Rest assured, I intend to design a tattoo for you, one that is utterly unique. Close your eyes, and you will soon be well, said Yiming. Tang San was perplexed. He was completely unfamiliar with the concept of a tattoo, leaving him in a state of confusion. However, he presumed that a tattoo must be something rather significant. To avoid wasting time, as there were pressing matters at hand, Tang San gradually shut his eyes, brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Yiming harnessed her soul power, and the 8 spider lances unfurled, weaving through the air with remarkable speed, gliding swiftly across Tang San's face. Yiming possessed the knowledge of how to create tattoos. The razor-sharp lance shimmered with a violet light. If it were to cut his face, over time, it would leave a scar. In contrast, a tattoo would accompany Tang San for a lifetime. In a fleeting moment, 5 purple characters materialized upon Tang San's visage, one on his forehead, a false character, one on his left cheek, a gentleman, and one on his right cheek, a title. When viewed together, they formed the phrase false gentleman. Remarkably, the speed at which it was done rendered Tang San completely unaware of even the slightest pain. Well, this is your very own tattoo. Do not attempt to wash it away. Tang San felt a sense of bewilderment, pondering what characters had been inscribed upon him. He then turned his gaze towards his teacher, yet due to Yiming's exceptional technique, it was executed with remarkable swiftness. Additionally, Tang San's forehead was obscured by his long blue hair, allowing Yu Xiaogang to discern only 4 characters. Zhao Wujie also cast a glance, believing the purple lettering to be quite striking. Yiming, could you do me a favor as well? On my face, I want a tattoo of the immovable king. Beside him, Yu Xiaogang also expressed a desire for a masterful tattoo. However, Yiming paid no heed to the two and turned away, awaiting the divine light to evolve the soul ring's duration. Witnessing the reactions of Zhao Wujie and his teacher, Tang San began to feel a sense of anticipation, and then took out a mirror from his bosom, scrutinizing it intently. Such handsomeness. The font is in a shade of purple, adorned with the title of a gentleman. Ha! Even my sworn enemy acknowledges me, Tang San, as a paragon of virtue. Zhao Wujie's trio remained oblivious to the additional character concealed beneath Tang San's hair on his forehead. Yu Xiaogang felt a tinge of disappointment. Had he been able to acquire a tattoo from the master at the Spirit Hall, it would have been far more impressive. Yet, seeing his disciple carry a mirror with him indicated a certain vanity regarding his appearance. Ah, my dear disciple, you truly live up to your potential, just like your esteemed mentor of yore. It appears that in terms of appearance, you bear a striking resemblance to my youthful self. In his younger days, Yu Xiaogang would often carry a mirror with him, for he felt inadequate in his cultivation. Before mastering the theoretical aspects of martial souls and achieving the status of a grandmaster, he frequently gazed into the mirror, using his handsome visage as a means to attain inner equilibrium. Upon hearing his teacher's assessment, Tang San shook his head. Teacher, you're mistaken. I am well aware of what I shall look like in the future, and I can assure you, I will undoubtedly be more handsome than you. The reason for wearing a mirror is to encounter the person one admires in the future. I wish to groom the other person. I, Tang San, aspire to be a warm-hearted man. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Xiao San, I hope that in the future, you shall be bestowed with the titles of both a handsome gentleman and a warm-hearted man. Once all my misfortunes are eradicated and the potential of the sacred dragon bloodline is restored, I shall regain my youth and no longer feel feeble. At that time, the two of us, master and disciple, will surely attain our goal. Yu Xiaogang contemplated Bibi Dong's current prowess, realizing that he should be attentive and considerate towards her. Perhaps this could transform him into a warm-hearted gentleman. Thus, it was not merely a matter of relying on her, but rather an expression of his affectionate nature. One hopes that misfortune can be eradicated, otherwise, such behavior may lead one to be perceived as a sycophant. Subsequently, under the protection of Zhao Wujie, the two swiftly departed from Soto City, making their way towards the Spirit Hall. Tang San, filled with pride, expressed, I hope to encounter Qianren Xue at the Spirit Hall. A unique tattoo may perhaps endear him to others, reflecting on the time before he grew stronger, when he could indulge in a life of ease. He felt an overwhelming joy. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was unaware that he would soon encounter his father, Yu Yuanjin, on the road. As the three exited Soto City, they spotted Tang Xiao and the 4 elders hastening towards them. Tang Xiao's expression was grave. I hope we do not run into the third party, as that would place me in a very awkward position. Chapter 112. Impatience. Yu Xiaogang, relying on the authority of the elders from the Spirit Hall, hired an expensive carriage in Soto City, shamelessly setting off with Tang San and Zhao Wujie after informing the merchant of the payment upon delivery. Meanwhile, in the outskirts, divine light descended, nurturing Qianren Xue's entire being. In just a few breaths, her 7 soul rings began to transform. The red 100,000-year soul ring illuminated the area in a crimson hue, and a golden radiance surged from Qianren Xue as an overwhelming power filled her. This surge elevated her soul power level directly to 80, and a wave of exhilaration caused her to involuntarily gasp. Ah, how delightful! This surge of energy has seamlessly merged with my own angelic soul power. As she gazed at the 7 crimson soul rings, each a testament to 100,000 years, a glimmer of joy flickered in Qianren Xue's enchanting eyes. I am uncertain of the level of my soul power, but I eagerly anticipate how high it will ascend after I acquire my 8th soul ring. Qianren Xue expressed her expectations, as her minimum requirement for the 8th soul ring is naturally 100,000 years. The rewards of the divine are exceedingly potent, They must undoubtedly manifest after one's transformation, resulting in a doubling of one's strength. Once I return to the shrine after waiting, I shall convey my thoughts to grandfather. With Yi Ming's extraordinary talent, he must surely be delighted for me. Qian Rinxue felt a surge of impatience as the energy fluctuations of the soul ring stabilized. 7 pieces of century-old soul bones materialized around Qian Rinxue. Each radiated a distinct hue. Some were a serene azure, symbolizing the wisdom of a skull, while others shone in resplendent crimson or vibrated with the vibrant essence of life in verdant green. Qian Rinxue, sensing the energy emanating from the soul bones, felt her beautiful eyes sparkle with excitement. Among the 7 pieces, one is remarkably a trunk bone. How fortunate! Qian Rinxue gazed intently at the most distinctive soul bone. Having already made her decision, contemplating the gift of the trunk soul bone to Qian Douluo. The lineage of angels, the soul bone of inheritance, now resides within me. Upon returning, I shall inquire which part my grandfather is lacking. Perhaps it may enable him to transcend to a divine level. Just as Qian Rinxue pondered, 2 figures silently emerged beside her. Congratulations, young master, on acquiring the divine relic. You are one step closer to success. The 2 voices, in harmonious unison, expressed their reverence. They were none other than the Douluo and the Douluo. Both knelt on one knee, displaying no trace of disrespect, even in the presence of 7 pieces of 100,000-year-old soul bone. However, as they sensed the overwhelming energy, a flicker of trepidation stirred within their hearts. Qian Rinxue nodded and spoke softly. Rise, for your long-standing vigilance in the Heaven Do Empire has been invaluable. Among these 7 soul bones, I shall bestow the surplus 2 upon you both. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, the 2 rose, their faces adorned with gratitude. Thank you, young master. We shall undoubtedly pledge our lives to follow you. As for the unwavering loyalty of the 2, Qian Rinxue was well aware. In the grand scheme of Tiando, the poison of the stinging dolphin Douluo had greatly aided him. That invisible and colorless venom was fundamentally employed by Qian Rinxue to undermine the royal family's foundation. Those whom he deemed thorns in his side would endure a prolonged period before succumbing to illness, leaving no trace of foul play for others to discern. This was also the reason why the Avalanche feared him. Without irrefutable evidence, they would merely be eliminated by Xue Qinghe. Subsequently, under the influence of Qian Rinxue's soul power, 100,000-year left arm soul bone and 100,000-year right arm soul bone materialized before the 2. The snake spear Douluo, sensing that the right arm soul bone was more suited to him, took it into his possession, intending to absorb it later. I am uncertain of the extent to which my serpent spear's power will amplify under the influence of the soul bone, and my soul power level will undoubtedly break through, thought the serpent spear Douluo, filled with anticipation at his 92nd level of soul power. Beside him, the porcupine Douluo shared a similar vision. With a 100,000-year soul bone and 2 formidable 100,000-year soul skills, he was convinced that his strength would surely rival that of a 95-level title Douluo. Their prowess placed them among the elders within the Hall of Offerings. Initially, both the porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo had taken the initiative to approach Qian Douluo, expressing their desire to assist their young master, Qian Rinxue. Within the Hall of Offerings, 2 other Douluos, the demon bear Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo, surpassed them in strength, prompting the duo to seek merit in order to elevate their own standing. They recalled the arrogance of the 2 Douluos, Qian Jun and Jiang Mo, who frequently troubled them, relying on their martial soul fusion technique and high status to assert dominance. In every sparring match, they faced the humiliation of being relentlessly overpowered by the opponent's dragon staff. Qian Rinxue stored the remaining 5 soul bones in a soul guide device, instructing the 2. You shall remain here and absorb these 2 soul bones. Here I stand, to guard you both. After this, we shall return to the Hall of Offerings. The 2 nodded respectfully, their expressions tinged with impatience. They then sat cross-legged, their bodies rising into the air, drawing upon the 10,000-year soul bones and merging them with their essence. Waves of vibrant energy radiated from them, a spectacle of sheer beauty. Qian Rinxue murmured, with this, I shall possess additional strength upon reaching the Hall of Offerings, enabling me to contend with Bibi Dong. Contemplating the fact that her opponent possessed twice the number of soul bones compared to her own, Qian Rinxue's lovely brows furrowed slightly. Meanwhile, across the continent, the Elephant Armor Sect, the White Tiger Sect, the Windsword Sect, and the Fire Leopard Sect, upon learning that the Pope of the Spirit Hall had acquired the title of Genius, chose to align themselves with the Spirit Hall. Several other sects, aside from the lower 4, also opted for submission. The allure of the 10,000-year soul bones was potent. Perhaps, by excelling under Bibidong's command, they would earn the Pope's favor. In the Quetzalbi sect, a sensuous beauty studied her flawless visage with great interest. If only I could become sisters with Bibi Dong. Once I break through to the rank of titled Douluo, I shall surely ascend to divinity in the future. The woman was filled with joy. She was the leader of the Jiwa sect, and at present, she was merely a soul Douluo, choosing to submit to the spirit hall. She had access to abundant resources for her cultivation. She promptly led her disciples to the spirit hall. The continent was rife with undercurrents, and many obscure factions were making their choices at this juncture. The vast majority of soul masters opted for the spirit hall, believing that Bibi Dong stood to gain the most from this alliance. As for Yu Ming, they had only heard rumors, considering her youth and insufficient soul power. They dismissed her significance. No matter how formidable her soul ring configuration, the trio of soul rings did not warrant the allegiance of these seasoned soul Douluos. Bibi Dong, however, was an entirely different matter, for the foundation of the spirit hall was undeniable. Meanwhile, the two great empires could no longer remain passive, contemplating the threat posed by the spirit hall, which could lead to their downfall at any moment. The Snow Knight Emperor, possessing the strength of a titled Douluo, naturally desired to forge a brotherly bond with Yu Ming, prompting Snow Qinghe to reconsider how he addressed her. In the soul arena, Yu Ming stood resolute. Having completed the task to earn the title of hypocrite, her soul ring's age was elevated by 100,000 years, augmented by the deity's reward. Now, her 3 soul rings had transformed into those of 300,000 years, and the dazzling crimson light left the 60,000 spectators momentarily spellbound. It is truly magnificent. That crimson energy seems almost tangible. Indeed, it is my first encounter, and it is truly magnificent. Qin Ming and Yi Lingling, along with others, turned their gaze towards Yi Ming, their faces brimming with palpable excitement. Chapter 113. Ascendancy. Yi Ming felt an exhilarating surge within, as the 300,000-year soul ring bestowed upon him an overwhelming power. With his 3 rings, he inherited attributes from the Titan Great Ape, the Azure Bull Python, and the Blue Silver Emperor, amounting to a remarkable 30% of their combined prowess. However, now they possess the might of 300,000 years of cultivation. At this moment, Yi Ming's own strength was equivalent to that of a 100,000-year Titan Great Ape, alongside a 100,000-year Azure Bull Python, and a 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor. He was confident that he could effortlessly vanquish even the most formidable title Douluo. It is essential to note that the title of the Chosen One had doubled his strength. Moreover, he was able to summon simultaneously without any concerns regarding soul power depletion. Now, he yearned to swiftly acquire his 4th soul ring and ascend to the rank of soul sect. New titles and tasks would then be unveiled. With a mere thought, Yu Ming foresaw the next title and communicated with the divine sound. The atmosphere within the soul master realm was charged with excitement. Suddenly, a divine sound resonated. Now, I am giving advance notice to the mainland regarding the next title. There are 5 slots each for the negative and hypocritical titles. 5 titles of negative sycophants, each. 10 titles of unparalleled elegance and charm. The titles of stunning beauty and peerless grace were announced, each with 10 recipients. Instantly, the entire continent was once again set abuzz, as the emotions of the people were stirred anew. Oh my, there are so many titles for the next time. Indeed, the positive titles sum up to a remarkable total of 20 slots, which is splendid. Haha, with unparalleled elegance, I possess confidence in my own beauty. Perhaps I am indeed one among the distinguished 10. Oh, please. With your appearance, don't even dream about it. With my captivating beauty, I wonder if I might be chosen. In every city, discussions have begun regarding the recent prestigious title, which is not limited to soul masters. This implies that even as an ordinary person, one can ascend to greatness through remarkable looks. Haha, divine being, I am immensely grateful to you. I hope to be bestowed with a formidable god-grade martial soul, allowing me to realize my dream of becoming a soul master. The deity is truly magnificent. Should one attain a positive title, even an ordinary person, blessed by the divine, could enjoy a prolonged existence. Wonderful. The next title is unrelated to talents or abilities. I believe that while one should express gratitude to God, it is even more essential to extend that gratitude to one's parents. Beauty is inherited, and some are eager to embrace it. Will we have to wait another 6 years? I hope the time is shorter. Some individuals, who consider themselves to be quite handsome, are in the prime of their youth. If the wait is prolonged, they fear that their advantages will vanish as they surpass this age bracket. On the mainland, numerous 18-year-old maidens share a similar hope, yearning for a swifter arrival. For it is only after 6 long years that the titles of genius and ingrate will come to fruition. before the arrival of the miraculous. I shall diligently preserve my beauty. I shall venture to the finest rouge emporium within the city, as well as the apothecary renowned for its mystical herbs. Regardless of the exorbitant price, I am determined to procure items that will preserve my youthful visage eternally. Beyond the realm of soul masters, esteemed nobles have begun acquiring skincare products for their beloved daughters and sons. Upon returning to the Soto arena, Ming contentedly retracted her resplendent crimson soul ring. Casting her gaze upon the four enchanting maidens beside her, she harbored intentions. Presently, they, including Lingling, have reached the tender age of 15, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong are merely 12. Thus, within the arena, let a divine miracle descend in 3 years' time. Contemplating her achievement quest, the prospect of rewards based on the acquired badge levels over the course of 3 years filled Ming with anticipation. Furthermore, she aspired to unveil Xueqing's facade within the span of a month and to secure Qianrenxue. Once she acquires the 300,000-year-old dark-eyed evil god tiger, there would be no rush for the divine miracle to manifest. With this formidable ally, Ming could scarcely fathom anyone on the continent capable of rivaling the 300,000-year-old dark-eyed evil god tiger. Even if all soul rings were elevated to 100,000 years, BB Dong would remain outmatched. In the original narrative, Tang San's soul ring configuration was already fearsome, having nearly succumbed to a 60,000 year level opponent. Unless BB Dong ascends to divinity, there is little cause for concern. Suddenly, an idea struck Ming. She should append a special reward. Just as the entire continent buzzed with fervent discussions, the divine voice resounded once more. The title reward shall be announced upon its arrival. Moreover, the titles of unparalleled beauty and captivating grace. Different rewards will be bestowed upon the top 3. Those ranked 4th to 6th shall receive identical divine rewards, while those ranked 7th to 10th will receive a singular reward. This announcement sent waves of excitement throughout all soul masters across the continent. The divine is exceedingly rational. The differentiation in reward levels is indeed just. I find myself somewhat eager to discover who will be universally acknowledged as the foremost beauty on the mainland. One wonders if that unparalleled first-place figure will develop mutual feelings with the most beautiful woman atop the list. I aspire to become his ardent follower. May a miracle unfold. And it must surely happen in a city nearby. Indeed, that would grant us the privilege of witnessing such unparalleled beauty. A group of infatuated ladies began to feel their hearts flutter. Meanwhile, in Soto City, 60,000 spectators turned their gaze towards the members of the Royal Combat Team on stage. How splendid! 3 years hence, we shall once again witness a miracle gracing our beloved Soto City. The 4 young beauties, after 3 more years of growth, will undoubtedly blossom into even more exquisite visages. I wonder how they managed to secure a place among the top ranks on the list of captivating beauties. I believe that at least one of them will undoubtedly be among the top 3. Haha, you group of old lechers, does no one care about Ming? Subsequently, all eyes turned to the elegant Ming on the stage. The child of destiny is the most handsome individual I have ever encountered. He undoubtedly deserves the foremost position. I am uncertain how many divine rays will descend upon this place in the future. I hope that these golden youths and jade maidens, Ming, will remain in the arena of combat for 3 years, and at that time, I shall surely return. Do not harbor any illusions. Your fortune is entirely entrusted to the ungrateful Tang San. Instead, focus on how to amass wealth within the next 3 years. Everyone resolved that once they departed from the soul arena, they would capitalize on the honor of this miraculous event to establish their businesses. In 3 years' time, they anticipated reaping a substantial profit. By then, the demand for tickets to the soul arena would undoubtedly exceed supply. 3 years hence, I must witness up close Ming and his young girlfriends receiving their titles. On the soul fighting stage, Lingling and her companions heard such words from the audience, their delicate faces flushing with a hint of crimson. The 4 of them felt a twinge of anticipation regarding their future rankings, pondering how their beauty might position them. The higher their rank, the more esteemed their status in Ming's heart would be. The typically aloof Zhu Zhuqing found her gaze sparkling as she assessed her alluring figure. The contours of her form, accentuated by a snug outfit, showcased her impressive bust, long, slender legs, and a gracefully tapered waist, truly a paragon of perfection. In terms of physique, her advantages were undeniably pronounced. Meanwhile, the proud Ning Rongrong pouted, scrutinizing her own figure. Humph, in 3 years' time, I shall stand even more gracefully. I, Ning Rongrong, am determined to secure a place among the top 3 in the rankings. At that time, Grandfather Jian and my father will surely take great pride in me. Meanwhile, in the Shrek resting area, Dai Mubai and Oscar exuded an air of unwavering confidence. The pinnacle of unparalleled elegance, perhaps, is embodied by me, Dai Mubai. 3 years hence, I shall eradicate misfortune and restore my appeal to the opposite sex. All the enchanting beauties on the list of unparalleled elegance shall become my women. In Chapter 114, Unparalleled Grace, Dai Mubai envisioned a future filled with charm, reigniting hope within his heart. He brushed his golden locks, contemplating his height and attractiveness, allowing himself to indulge in fantasies of what lay ahead. Yet, the thought that the coveted title would only be bestowed upon him after 3 years left him resigned to rely solely on his right hand during this interim. Meanwhile, in the Shrek resting area, Kunkin harbored the belief that he would emerge victorious. With his distinctive middle-part hairstyle, silver-gray long hair, and striking appearance, he felt no one could rival his trendiness. He languidly approached Dai Mubai, his suspenders slipping from his shoulders, presenting an air of carefree audacity. Oscar, on the other hand, considered himself still youthful and believed that in 3 years, armed with his unique peach blossom eyes and inherent charm, he would undoubtedly claim the title. Beside him, Ma Hongjun wore a grim expression, acutely aware of his overweight physique and perceived lack of attractiveness among his peers. Yet, the prospect of 3 years afforded him the opportunity to exercise daily and shed the excess weight, igniting a flicker of hope within him as he gazed at the 4 beauties on stage, stirring a tempest of desire within. Flander was exceedingly pleased among his students. With the exception of the plump one, their attractiveness was beyond reproach. Let us remain at the Blue Tyrant Academy for the next 3 years. Once they have acquired their titles, we shall contemplate returning here to reconstruct Shrek. Mubai, Xiao Ao, please tidy up and prepare to set off for Tiando City. The others nodded, realizing that remaining here would only subject them to Yi Ming's relentless humiliation. Dai Mubai cast a glance at Yu Ming on the platform, his resentment intensifying. Just wait. I still maintain my stance. 3 years hence, I shall return to this place. In the presence of all, let the title of unparalleled elegance rest upon my head. Humph, those who dare to covet my beloved Dai Mubai shall await my retribution. He then cast his gaze upon the alluring Zhu Shiqing, envisioning how her beauty would undoubtedly become even more captivating 3 years hence, stirring a tempest of emotions within Dai Mubai. Upon arriving at Tiando, I set a personal goal for myself. When I return here, I shall aspire to become a Soul King. QS, fortunate to possess the title of unparalleled elegance, understands that varying ranks yield different rewards. By that time, my 5 soul rings shall each possess the grandeur of 100,000 years. As for the negative titles, Dai Mubai and his companions believe they will not be selected. Traditionally, it is women who seek him out, thus he cannot be seen as a sycophant. However, reflecting on his current lack of affection, he resolves to restrain his desires over the next 3 years. During times of need, he can simply rely on his right hand for solace, refraining from approaching other beautiful maidens. Soon after, the group exited the Soto City Soul Arena, with Ma Hongjun in high spirits. They had heard that Flinder intended to take them to an academy where acquaintances awaited, and they were filled with anticipation. Director, are there many female students at Lamba Academy? Moreover, the dean there possesses an alluring beauty. One can infer her fiery charm from her name. Ma Hongjun sported a lewd grin, aware that his reputation in the vicinity was rather dismal. Aside from Tsuwa, no other young women would entertain his advances, regarding him with disdain. Flander, recalling Lu Erlong, realized it had been several years since their last encounter. He then shot a warning glare at the rotund fellow. Do not entertain any thoughts about her. Should she ignite in fury, even I would be powerless to intervene. Upon arrival, you shall comprehend. Subsequently, a few individuals hired a carriage and departed from the city, hastening towards the direction of the celestial dual city. Meanwhile, in a secluded area on the outskirts, the soul de law of the and the soul de law of the successfully fused their 10,000-year soul bones with their own essence. Splendid. My soul power has surged by 2 levels, reaching the impressive rank of 95, exclaimed the serpent spear Douluo as he reveled in the overwhelming strength coursing through his right arm. With a mere thought, a magnificent golden spear materialized, its surface adorned with intricate, scale-like patterns. A terrifying golden lightning crackled ominously, resonating with a fierce energy. At the spear's tip, an intense penetrating force radiated outward, sending shivers down the spine of the porcupine Douluo. The terrifying power is remarkable. Now, I am confident that I could triumph over the seventh priest, even in solitary combat. The serpent spear Douluo's countenance was filled with exhilaration, contemplating the possibility of participating in the priestly assessment upon his return. Meanwhile, the porcupine Douluo, having absorbed a century-old soul bone, felt an enhanced confidence in his poison. When it comes to area of effect skills, he believed his strength could also rival that of the priests. Observing the progress of her companions, Qian Renxue deemed it the right moment to return. She then signaled to the two of them, urging them towards the direction of the Spirit Hall. Within the Spirit Hall, the Golden Generation stood guard in an orderly manner outside the temple. Upon hearing that Bibi Dong had been bestowed the title of genius, they eagerly awaited the arrival of the Pope and the miraculous events that would unfold 3 years hence. Nana, with your beauty, you undoubtedly belong at the pinnacle of the national beauty rankings. The speaker was Yin, standing beside a girl with short golden hair, who exuded an air of grace. She was none other than Huliana, her alluring beauty attributed to the nature of her martial spirit. Huliana did not respond to Yin. Instead, her gaze was fixed upon the horizon, yearning for the swift return of her mentor. Observing the indifference of the goddess in his heart, Yin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. At that moment, a man approached, wielding 2 blood-red crescent blades. It was none other than the captain of the Golden Generation, Xieyu. He held great confidence in his sister Huliana, for her elegant demeanor and exquisite fair complexion could captivate anyone at first glance. Shortly after, an elder hurriedly approached Huliana, his expression filled with deference, underscoring her elevated status. Previously, Bibi Dong had visited the worship hall. Thus, as her disciple, Huliana possessed the authority to make certain decisions. Report to the Holy Maiden. According to the scout's intelligence, various factions are hastening towards the Spirit Hall. It appears to be a surrender. May the Holy Maiden make the final decision. Huliana cast a meaningful glance into the distance, her admiration for her mentor deepening. Let them wait outside the city until the teacher returns. I shall inform you then. The elder nodded respectfully and turned to depart. Upon hearing this news, Yan's expression was one of triumph. It seems that it is time for our Spirit Hall to change its name, with so many powers choosing to join us. The 2 nations of Tiando and Shiluo are utterly insignificant. Nana, among those sects that have joined, it seems you will bear the greatest burden, Yan remarked, considering the myriad trivial matters that would fall upon his goddess to manage, expressing his willingness to share the load. H. Li En maintained a calm demeanor, feeling no gratitude for his attentiveness. Instead, a flicker of resistance stirred within her heart. Beside them, she mused inwardly, this Yin is quite the flatterer. Yet, contemplating his own pope and the current configuration of soul rings, his desire for a commendatory title intensified. She believed his appearance exuded a certain cold allure. However, at this moment, he was far more eager to see how Bibi Dong would allocate the surplus soul bones. As the leader of the Golden Generation, he might be fortunate enough to acquire 2 soul bones, which were of the 100,000-year caliber, each endowed with formidable soul skills. Envisioning the upcoming Advanced Academy Soul Master Tournament in a few years, he was confident that their team would undoubtedly shine. Above the offering hall, Bibi Dong stood like a fearsome Rakshasa, merely her presence causing the golden crocodile Douluo to break into a cold sweat. Such embarrassment! It turns out he is not Qian Daolu. I am bound to be humiliated. Chapter 115, in a fluster. The golden crocodile Douluo was consumed by fear as he gazed upon Bibi Dong, who was surrounded by 9 soul rings, each one 100,000 years old. Recalling his earlier insults directed at her, he had shown no respect in front of the other worshippers. In the next moment, his heart raced, and he instinctively edged closer to Qian Daolu. Above them, Bibi Dong stood majestically, activating the 8th soul skill of her first martial spirit, the Death Spider Emperor. With this, a perfect duplicate of Bibi Dong emerged. Simultaneously, the other doppelganger illuminated with 7 soul rings of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, boasting the same configuration of 100,000-year soul rings. Notably, the 9th soul ring of her first martial spirit and the 7th of her second were also of the 100,000-year caliber. At that moment, the 2 Bibi Dongs, flanked by the outermost 2 brilliant 100,000-year soul rings, cast a radiant glow throughout the worship hall. A total of 16 resplendent red 100,000-year soul rings painted the sky crimson. Furthermore, Bibi Dong possessed 7 soul bones, one of which was an exceptionally rare external soul bone. The first soul bone, an external attachment, was acquired from a 6-winged soul beast. Upon slaying it and merging, Bibi Dong gained the 6-winged purple light wings, endowing her with the ability to fly. The second soul bone was a mental immunity skull, gifted to her by another, which came with the skill True World, allowing her to see through disguises and illusions, rendering her immune to charms. The third and fourth soul bones were the arm bones of the Death Spider Emperor, obtained by Bibi Dong through the hunt of a 100,000-year spider. Upon its demise, she claimed the two soul bones it dropped, merging them to acquire two formidable skills. One soul bone manifests as a scythe, while another triggers a series of explosive detonations. The fifth soul bone is a torso bone, capable of emitting a colossal shockwave from the chest. The sixth is the mirror soul bone, which has the ability to replicate the soul skills of opponents. The seventh and final soul bone belongs to the mother of Xiao Wu, although Bibi Dong has never utilized it. Before us, Bibi Dong's arms transformed into scythes, emanating a chilling green light from her skull. Behind her, the six-winged purple luminous wings, an external soul bone, radiated a dazzling brilliance. Initially, this soul bone was not of the 100,000-year caliber, yet it possesses the potential for continuous evolution, enhancing its quality as its corresponding soul rings reach the 100,000-year mark. All the worshippers stood in awe, particularly the golden crocodile Douluo, who cast a helpless glance at Douluo, observing Bibi Dong, who revealed her full prowess. Douluo's expression darkened. This was precisely why he had refrained from confronting her earlier. The current Bibi Dong, having attained the title of genius, was beyond his capacity to challenge. In addition to the 7 soul bones, 12 additional 100,000-year soul bones floated in the air. The recent hunt of the 100,000-year Spider Emperor resulted in the emergence of 2 soul bones. Moreover, upon the ascent of the 6-winged purple luminous wings to the 100,000-year level, an extra soul bone was granted to her. Bibi Dong felt immense satisfaction, as among the 12 soul bones, 2 were rare torso bones while the remaining 10 corresponded to various body parts. This meant that she now possessed 2 complete sets of soul bones. An overt temptation lay before them, yet none of the worshippers dared to step forward and seize it, for the aura radiating from the current pope approached the divine level. Meanwhile, Douluo felt a sense of relief. It is fortunate that she has gathered all the soul bones, elevating her level to 98. After a decade of soul ring enhancement, her soul power ascended to the 99th level, tantalizingly close to divinity. However, the advantage of the soul rings was overwhelming. Even if the opponent cast a disdainful glance, Douluo dared not utter a word. He reflected on his granddaughter, Qianren, who had also attained a prestigious title. If only Xiao were here, the other party would not dare to act recklessly. At that moment, Douluo sensed a flicker of apprehension in Douluo's gaze, which immediately put him on edge. Among all those present, only he and Douluo are aware that Qian was murdered by Bibi Dong. Surely, the other party would not resort to murder to silence us. Bibi Dong possesses the capability to do so, mused the golden crocodile Douluo, his countenance somber as he averted his gaze from Bibi Dong. Previously, Jiangma, who had sought to challenge the Pope, along with his 2 brothers, had succumbed to trepidation. The lion Douluo, the radiant feather Douluo, and the azure wand Douluo felt a sense of relief for having refrained from displaying any disrespect. Their eyes were drawn to the century-old soul bone, contemplating whether to ingratiate themselves with Bibi Dong. Yet, the thought of their young master, Qianren, who had also acquired one, assured them that there would be surplus to share. Upon hearing the prospect of the titles to be conferred in 3 years, both the radiant feather Douluo and the azure wand Douluo brimmed with confidence, believing they could attain such honors. Their striking appearances, coupled with their elegant martial spirits and skills, bolstered their self-assurance. The azure wand Douluo had already conceived a plan for the day the titles would be bestowed. He envisioned showcasing his 8th soul skill, the azure sky ocean sound, in a crowded space, certain that its effects would be nothing short of spectacular. Meanwhile, beside Bibi Dong, the ghostly charm stood tall and resolute, exuding newfound vigor. Even the usually effeminate chrysanthemum Douluo wore a smug expression, reveling in the sight of the 7 offerings, who dared not breathe in the presence of their pope. Just then, Bibi Dong's cold voice shattered the silence that enveloped the gathering. I intend to reorganize and expand the Spirit Hall, establishing a spirit empire that will surpass both the Heaven Do and Star Luo. May I inquire if the esteemed individuals of the worship hall would be inclined to accompany me? At that time, I shall entrust the management of various sects and forces to you. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, the 6 elders cast their gazes towards Douluo. Although Douluo held a certain apprehension towards her formidable power, he remained neither servile nor arrogant. I have gratefully acknowledged the Pope's goodwill. I have always refrained from interfering in the affairs of the Spirit Hall. Only in the face of existential peril will I take action. As a bearer of the celestial lineage, I am also subject to my own judgments. Therefore, Your Holiness, please return." Upon finishing his words, Qian Daolu cast a piercing gaze towards Bibi Dong in the distance, instilling a sense of reverence in the 6 attendants beside him. Meanwhile, the golden crocodile Douluo, reminded of Qian Renxue, who had also attained the title of genius, noticeably softened his demeanor. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward once more, a figure swiftly darted past. Appearing before Qian Daolu, it was the ghost leopard Douluo, whose martial spirit was the black-striped ghost leopard. He was a sensitivity-oriented title Douluo, possessing a soul power of 95. "Great offering. I have just received news that the young master and 2 other elders are currently on their way back." Elder Ghost Leopard respectfully half-squatted before Qian Daolu. Upon hearing this, Golden Crocodile Douluo's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of approval, secretly commending the news. Qian Daolu's voice resonated with authority and sanctity. "Understood. You and Elder Demon Bear shall set out to greet my prodigious granddaughter." As he spoke the latter part, Qian Daolu intentionally deepened his tone. This was, of course, overheard by Bibi Dong not far away, while beside her, Elder Chrysanthemum Ghost harbored dissatisfaction. Qian Daolu's refusal to teach the Pope was undoubtedly reliant on Qian Renxue. "Humph. That little child has not been seen for a decade. Even with a divine-grade martial soul, it matters not. Her age is merely in her early 20s. She likely has not yet reached the Soul Emperor level." The sharp and piercing voice of the Chrysanthemum Douluo echoed, emboldened by the backing of Bibi Dong. As his malevolent gaze fell upon the 7 offerings, the ghost Douluo's voice, tinged with a slight rasp, remarked, "Qian Renxue, disguised as the 2nd Prince of Heaven Do, will undoubtedly neglect her cultivation. I believe that for her to possess 400,000-year soul rings is quite remarkable." The high priests wore expressions of deep gloom. And at that moment, the ghost leopard Douluo, filled with excitement, returned to the Hall of Offerings. "The grand offering, it seems there is no need for a reception, for the young master is about to arrive at the entrance." Upon hearing this news, Qian Daolu was taken aback. What? The title of genius has barely passed a moment. How could it happen so swiftly? One must understand that returning from Soto City to the Hall of Worship would take at least half a day, even for a pure agility-type soul master. The ghost Douluo was utterly bewildered. What level of soul power did Qian Renxue possess? Chapter 116. A surprising turn of events. Bibi Dong was equally astonished. It appeared that her daughter's future achievements might surpass her own. Beside her, the ghost Douluo hesitated slightly, feeling that with Bibi Dong present, no one in the realm of soul masters could pose a threat to them. The 2 of them then gazed at the 12 soul bones, feeling a surge of desire. The ghost Douluo possessed an impressive soul power of level 95. Yet he did not even have a single soul bone. Conversely, the ghost Douluo had at least 1 soul bone, leading them to believe that Bibi Dong would allocate 1 to each of them. Bibi Dong, noticing that Qian Daolu and the others were unwilling to join the Spirit Hall, felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. They had stated that they would only choose to act in the face of the Spirit Hall's peril. Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Qian Daolu, her eyes radiating a chilling, devouring intent. "Qian Daolu, do you believe that in today's world, there exists anyone capable of threatening me, Bibi Dong? If you are willing to submit to me, I shall grant you these 12 soul bones for 10,000 years. Aside from those 2 pieces of soul bones, you may select anything else you desire." Excluding Qian Daolu and the golden crocodile Douluo, the remaining offerings gazed with fervent enthusiasm. Particularly, the brothers Qian Jun and Zhang Mo found their resolve wavering. Even Qian Renxue possessed surplus soul bones, which might not be allocated to the 2 of them. Furthermore, after frequently sparring with their elder brother, they found it rather dull. The 2 exchanged glances, concluding that remaining in the Spirit Hall would indeed be far more engaging. "Your Holiness, we are willing to submit to you." With that, both Qianjun and Zhang Mo retracted their martial souls, the spiral dragon staff, and approached Bibi Dong, bowing their heads, deliberately avoiding the gaze of Qian Daolu. Beside them, the Zhugue Douluo let out a cold laugh, full of self-satisfaction. Meanwhile, the Guangling Douluo, the Xiongshi Douluo, and the Qingwan Douluo recognized the inherent divide between the Worship Hall and the Spirit Hall, acknowledging that their alliance was merely a faction. They too chose to respectfully position themselves behind Bibi Dong. Observing the 5 worshippers making their choices, Qian Daolu did not intervene. The Jin Douluo's gaze was resolute. His duty was to protect the angel lineage. Contemplating Qian Renxue, He noted that she possessed additional soul bones. Though not many, they were undoubtedly valuable. Being of the same 10,000-year caliber, there was no need for her to seek refuge in the spirit hall. Qian Daoliu's expression remained unchanged. Perhaps a miracle had descended. And each individual had their own opportunity. If this chance could lead one to divinity, it would be most fortuitous. And he felt no need to interfere excessively in the choices of the other 5 worshippers. Bibi Dong, your objectives have been achieved. The spirit hall will soon be inundated with many tasks awaiting your attention. Take them away. Qian Daoliu spoke with an air of composure, his thoughts turning to his granddaughter, who was soon to arrive, his spirits lifting considerably. At that moment, an overwhelming presence manifested, leaving everyone in astonishment. Even Bibi Dong turned her gaze seriously towards that direction. It was none other than Qian Rinxue, adorned in her angelic garb, hastening towards them at full speed. Meanwhile, the serpent spear Douluo and the spike porcupine Douluo were still en route. No wonder Xiaoxue was able to reach the offering hall in such a short time. It turns out she possesses the divine attire of an angel. It appears she has ascended to the rank of soul saint. The 6-winged angelic wings behind her shine even more brilliantly than my own. Qian Daoliu expressed his satisfaction, feeling a tinge of nostalgia after many years apart. Aside from Qian Daoliu, all the powerful individuals present were gazing at Qian Rinxue in the distance. When she had departed from the spirit hall, she was merely a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Now, she effortlessly eclipsed even the Pope, Bibi Dong, in both demeanor and beauty. Clad in divine angelic armor, she was nothing short of breathtaking. The resplendent golden armor seemed to have been meticulously crafted to her physique. The pronounced chest plate, the elegantly tapered waist armor, the golden battle skirt that fell to about 1.5 feet, the rounded shoulder armor, and the flawlessly encompassing pieces of armor enveloped her entire being. A delicate halo encircled her forehead where the small angelic mark resided. At its center, a gem shaped like an angel radiated a brilliant light, with 7 undulating waves forming a crown-like adornment above her head. Feathered patterns gracefully traversed every inch of her armor, and the 6 wings behind her displayed a dazzling, translucent golden hue, gently vibrating, sending ripples of golden waves radiating outward from her form. In her hand, she held a golden angelic holy sword, emanating a sacred glow that enveloped every part of Qian Rinxue's being. She turned her gaze towards her grandfather, offering a gentle smile, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. With a mere thought, she released the angelic armor, reverting to her previous attire, unveiling another exquisite elegance before the onlookers, now adorned in a golden palace-style gown. The dress was woven from golden threads, lacking excessive embellishments, and exuded an air of ancient simplicity and refinement. The sheer beauty of her presence rendered the disguised man, Yu Guan, momentarily spellbound. Qian Rinxue stood there quietly, her golden eyes tranquil as still water, devoid of any energy fluctuations. The golden collar safeguarded her slender, snow-white neck, while her long golden hair cascaded casually down her back, uncombed, creating a stark contrast to her meticulously arranged palace gown. Yu Guan could not help but exclaim, "She is the most beautiful being I have ever encountered." It seems Qian Rinxue will undoubtedly claim the top spot on the national beauty rankings 3 years hence. Regardless of her divine essence or her current elegance, she is utterly flawless, simply breathtaking. Bibi Dong was equally moved. Her daughter was even more stunning than she had been in her youth. Yet, as the Pope, she felt it inappropriate to face Qian Rinxue, and thus signaled to the offerings and Zhu Geduo beside her to return to the spirit hall. This left the beauty-loving Yu Guan somewhat reluctant to depart. Qian Rinxue, however, paid no heed to Bibi Dong and, with a swift motion, appeared before Qian Daoliu. "Grandfather, your granddaughter has returned to see you." "He, did you miss me?" Qian Daoliu, with a tender affection, gently stroked Qian Rinxue's forehead and smiled. "Of course I did. Unbeknownst to us, over a decade has slipped by. Would you blame grandfather for having you remain hidden in Tiando for such an extended period?" Qian Rinxue shook her head. "How could I? Staying by grandfather's side would only serve to hinder you. Outdoors, personal cultivation and growth will be more beneficial." Recalling my childhood, Schwer would often wail and whimper. If she had always remained sheltered under the protection of the unparalleled Douluo, how could she ever aspire to become a formidable force? Even if I were to become a god in the future, I would still be the subject of mockery, a god who weeps. Qian Rinxue jested, bringing great comfort to Qian Daoliu. "It seems my little Shui has truly grown up and become much more sensible. Then how long do you plan to stay this time?" Beside her, golden crocodile Douluo appeared quite elated. He had watched Qian Rinxue grow up since childhood, and her current achievements filled him with pride. The years spent safeguarding the angel lineage were undoubtedly worthwhile. I intend to stay for half a day and return early tomorrow morning. Grandfather, there are aspects of my martial soul abilities that I find perplexing. Let us return to the hall. This was indeed the reason for Qian Rinxue's return. Qian Dalu nodded. Just so, I too wish to ascertain the extent of your current strength. He then instructed the ghost leopard Douluo to await the arrival of the serpent spear Douluo, and the three then made their way back to the worship hall. Within the grand hall, Qian Rinxue retrieved 5 soul bones from her bosom. A resplendent light burst forth, the century-old soul bones radiating a myriad of colors. Suspended gracefully in midair. Chapter 117. Sparring. The golden crocodile Douluo could not help but be moved, for among those 5 soul bones was a rare torso bone. However, recalling how Qian Daolu had bestowed 6 legacy soul bones upon Qian Rinxue in her early years, he realized that it was not his fortune to receive such a gift. He thought to himself that acquiring even a single century-old soul bone would suffice. Grandfather, these 5 soul bones are of no use to me. Choose the part of the soul bone that you lack, and absorb it. Qian Daolu gazed upon the century-old soul bone, having bestowed the ancestral soul bone upon his granddaughter. Before the worship hall, there remained a collection of soul bones, yet their ages paled in comparison to the 10,000-year relic. Subsequently, Qian Daolu carefully secured 3 pieces of the 10,000-year soul bone, including the trunk bone, close to his chest. He generously offered the remaining 2 pieces, the left and right leg bones, to the golden crocodile Douluo, who was utterly elated. With these 2 10,000-year soul bones, his foundation would be significantly more stable. Imagining the might of his martial soul, the golden crocodile king, he envisioned the terrifying force that would emanate from the tail. Should anyone dare to challenge him in the future, he would surely unleash a fierce blow to their face. Meanwhile, in Soto City, Tang Hao strolled down the street, casting a forlorn glance at his green-tinted scalp. I hope that the third party can return with good news. Tang Hao believed that Bibi Dong, at this moment, would be eagerly yearning for the 10,000-year soul beast. Thus, he was confident that his son would succeed. He reflected on how the misfortune of Yu Xiaogang had been alleviated. Perhaps the bond between the master and Bibi Dong would aid him in this endeavor. It appears that I must set aside my previous prejudices and journey to the spirit hall. Nevertheless, it is advantageous. There are more soul bones there, and pilfering a few pieces would go unnoticed. Once my strength is restored to its peak, I have heard that a formidable title Douluo will hold a different status within the spirit hall. Naturally, I hold no interest in the elder. My aspiration is to become a high-ranking offering. Considering the formidable strength of Qian Daolu at the 99th level, and the fact that his granddaughter has also earned the title of genius, it is certain she will bestow upon me any surplus soul bones. I cannot contend with the grand offering, so I shall wait until I arrive at the spirit hall to seek a sparring match with the second offering. I am uncertain how many 100,000 years of soul rings that Bibi Dong still lacks. If there are 2, I hope the other party will subdue the Azure Sky Bull Python and Xiao Wu, leaving the Titan Giant Ape's soul ring for myself. With the 9th soul ring of his Haoyan hammer, if he could incorporate this formidable power, he would surpass even his peak prowess. Reflecting on a Yin's sacrifice for his soul ring, it was evident that nothing could be more fitting than the Titan Giant Ape. Subsequently, Tang Hao entered an inn, intending to wallow in despair for a few days while awaiting news of his son. Meanwhile, in the offering hall, after the golden crocodile Douluo accepted the soul bone, he hurriedly departed to his training grounds to absorb it. At this moment, only Qian Rinxue and Qian Daolu remained in the grand hall. Little Snow, in the year of your 8th birthday, you departed from the hall of offerings. Now, allow me to elucidate the capabilities of the angelic soul. The progeny of the 6-winged angel, the holy angel embodies only the attributes of sacredness and luminescence. Upon your ascension to divinity, a third attribute shall emerge, the power of flame, capable of incinerating all forms of malevolence in existence. Furthermore, descendants of the angelic lineage possess soul techniques that are remarkably similar in nature. Now, I shall demonstrate this for you. In an instant, the first soul ring on Qian Daolu shimmered with brilliance. A golden aura coalesced around his fist, and with a swift motion, he appeared suspended in midair, unleashing a powerful punch. Upon the moment of unleashing the first soul skill, a golden light shield is formed, embodying both offense and defense. Imbued with a sacred aura that diminishes and suppresses the soul power of the targeted adversary. It is a close-range, single-target attack technique. Qian Rinxue listened intently, for her grandfather now served as her mentor. In the realm of heaven, though, particularly regarding angelic martial spirits, no one could offer her guidance. Following this was the second soul skill. It was then that Qian Daolu emanated a soft, golden glow, entering a state of ethereality. In a state of void, one is immune to physical attacks, with a 50% immunity to energy assaults, alongside a 20% increase in speed. Qian Rinxue was taken aback, realizing the extraordinary nature of her martial soul's capabilities. She had little understanding of her third and fourth soul skills, as they were purely area of effect attacks without any additional abilities. Soon after, Qian Daolu radiated a brilliant golden light, manifesting his fifth soul skill. A long sword, forged from divine flames, emerged, exuding an aura of terrifying power. Xiaoxiwei. This skill can also be concentrated on the handblade, showcasing an extraordinarily formidable attacking power, while enhancing the purifying effect of your angelic soul force by 300%. A typical soul master, upon being struck by her sword, would first experience a significant depletion of their own soul power, coupled with the injuries inflicted. Even if they were to survive, they would undoubtedly suffer grievous wounds. Additionally, there is a purifying effect that further diminishes the opponent's soul power. If this soul skill is executed based on the divine artifact, the angelic sword, both the offensive power and purification effect will be significantly enhanced. As Qian Ringshu listened to her grandfather's explanation, she swiftly absorbed the information in her mind. The energy coalesced upon her hand, reminiscent of the attack style employed by the sword Douluo. The sixth soul skill is Angel's Roar. Through a unique transformation of angelic soul power, it instantaneously converts soul energy into a mental shock, unleashing a wide-ranging attack. Those who are struck by this assault will experience intense mental turbulence. If the opponent's mental strength is less than half that of the caster's, their soul will shatter, resulting in a fatal blow. If the disparity is within that ratio, the attack will manifest as a mental shock, inflicting psychological damage upon the foe. This ability is extraordinarily domineering and defies the heavens, directly assaulting the opponent's soul while also inducing a state of dizziness. The duration of this disorientation is contingent upon the difference in mental strength between the adversary and the caster. Qian Rinshue's beautiful eyes flickered. So, my angelic martial soul possesses such comprehensive abilities. In terms of both offense and control, it is utterly monstrous. At that moment, the seventh spirit ring on Qian Daoli's body illuminated. It was the manifestation of his angelic true form. Qian Daolu radiated with a resplendent golden light, as the ethereal figure of a six-winged angel quietly advanced behind him. In an instant, Qian Daolu merged seamlessly with the six-winged angelic apparition, transforming his entire being, including his skin and hair, into a pure golden hue. His garments were purified and vanished within that golden brilliance, while a dazzling golden flame enveloped his body, rendering him akin to a celestial being. Even the spirit rings adorning him seemed to be tinged with gold in that moment. In this state, Qian Daoliu's aura surged forth, expanding like an overwhelming tide. Xiaoxue, at this moment, you must have mastered the domain of angels. If you were to further enhance it and simultaneously unleash your martial soul's true form, the pressure you would exert on your opponent would be comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Qian Ringshu was acutely aware of the formidable power of a domain. Any adversary within her realm would be utterly suppressed. Thus, with her level 80 soul power, she could effortlessly dominate even the most ordinary titled Douluo. Qian Daolu patiently elucidated these concepts to his granddaughter, knowing that their parting on the morrow would leave an uncertain span of time before they could reunite once more. The amplification of the true soul of the six-winged angel will undoubtedly not fall short of that of the true soul of the Haotian hammer. Furthermore, upon unleashing her true angelic form, she can augment the effects of the angelic domain by 20%. Qian Rinxue nodded, as she had yet to acquire the spirit ring for her eighth soul skill. The higher the age of the eighth soul ring, the better it is, naturally. Upon absorption, under the influence of the title, the years will also be elevated by 100,000. Qian Rinxue eagerly anticipated the swift absorption of the eighth spirit ring. 8 red 100,000-year rings would enable her to transcend to level 90. Chapter 118, Level Up. Qian Daolu felt a profound sense of satisfaction as his granddaughter's soul power level astonishingly reached 80. Xiaoxue, I believe that in the near future, you shall become the youngest deity on the continent. Reflecting upon himself, Qian Dao felt a sense of melancholy, contemplating that perhaps he would not need to make any sacrifices. This thought led him to consider Poseidon and the possibility of visiting Sea God Island. Tang San had vanished without a trace, likely due to the failure of the Azura god's inheritance, leaving him no longer among the living. Qianren observed her grandfather lost in deep thought and approached him with a gentle demeanor. Grandfather, when Xiao Xue ascends to divinity, she shall be the first to assist you in fulfilling your deepest wishes. After all, the divine is omnipotent. However, for now, we must first acquire the 8th spirit ring. With that, the two exited the worship hall, intending to journey to the Star-Do forest in search of a suitable spirit ring for Qianren. Upon the return of Serpent Spear Douluo and Porcupine Douluo, they were met with the displeasure of learning that the 5 worshippers had chosen to follow Bibi Dong. The worship hall felt desolate, with only the presence of Ghost Leopard Douluo and Demon Bear Douluo. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, the members of the Golden Generation sensed several formidable auras rapidly approaching from above. Hulaina exclaimed with joy, "It is the teacher, and those behind her. Could they be the higher-ranking worshippers?" Yin wore a proud expression, recognizing the growing strength of the spirit hall. In contrast, Xiaoyu appeared quite cold, fixating on the sky. Convinced that those worshippers must have received some benefits to abandon the worship hall. One wonders how many soul bones the Pope possesses. Within a few breaths, Bibi Dong had approached the crowd. As she gazed upon Hulaina before her, the disdain in her eyes vanished, replaced by a glimmer of tenderness. "Nana, accompany me to the Papal Palace. I have a significant announcement to make. The Golden Generation, you two shall join us." Subsequently, the offerings and the group led by the Demon Slayer Douluo returned to the Papal Palace. The Demon Slayer Douluo surveyed the surroundings, murmuring, "This Papal Palace is considerably more magnificent than our offering hall. It seems quite intriguing." The exceptionally attractive Light Feather Douluo and the Azure Wand Douluo were equally pleased. In the Papal Palace, Bibi Dong rose from her elevated seat, brandishing her scepter, and with a forceful tremor, her presence became imposing. The crowd fell silent, their gazes drawn toward the Pope on the platform. Hulaina stood beside Bibi Dong, indicating her distinguished status. Bibi Dong cast a sweeping glance over the assembly and intoned gravely, "After 6 years, the divine miracle has once again descended, elevating my strength to level 99. I intend to seclude myself for profound cultivation, striving to attain the position of the Rakshasa deity. During this period, the Holy Maiden shall oversee the Papal Hall. Before entering seclusion, I intend to venture into the Star-Do Great Forest. It is time to acquire the soul rings of those 2 imperial soul beasts." This was also the reason why Bibi Dong had summoned her guardians to accompany her. In the current tumultuous situation, the other 3 major sects would undoubtedly unite, including the 2 great empires. With the guardians stationed at the Spirit Hall, they would likely refrain from any reckless actions in the near future. Subsequently, Bibi Dong cast her gaze upon the guardians present, using her soul power to levitate the soul bones, which hovered gracefully in midair. These 10 soul bones. Each of you 5 may select one for yourselves. As for those 2 rare skeletal remains, I intend to present them as the reward for the first place in the Soul Master competition 3 years hence. Elder Yuegwan, you shall soon proclaim this matter throughout the entire continent." Zhu Douluo nodded respectfully, his gaze falling upon the dazzling, resplendent 10,000-year soul bone. Below, the demon suppression Douluo exhibited palpable excitement, his form flickering as he selected a 10,000-year right arm bone. Meanwhile, the light-wing Douluo opted for a mental head bone, for his method of attack is executed silently. Thus, the higher his mental prowess, the more precise the skills of his light-wing longbow become. The Qingwan Douluo, whose martial spirit is more inclined towards flight, chose a right leg bone. Both the Thousand June Douluo and the Lion Douluo also made their selections. Subsequently, the 5 offerings retreated respectfully to the side, their hearts stirring with anticipation as they yearned to absorb the 10,000-year soul bones. As for the remaining 5 soul bones, Bibi Dong directed her gaze towards Yuegwan and Gueme. "Esteemed elders, your unwavering loyalty throughout the years of your companionship with me is abundantly evident. The soul bones are undoubtedly essential for you. Once absorbed, the soul hunting operation will proceed with greater ease." Hearing this, the Flower Douluo and the Ghost Douluo were elated and respectfully stepped forward. "How splendid. I never anticipated that I would possess 100,000 years of soul bones at this juncture. With the addition of 2 more formidable skills to my arsenal, I reflected upon my 9th soul skill, which required an incantation each time it was unleashed. This invariably invited mockery from adversaries, branding me as a delicate figure due to the inherent flaw that had cultivated a somewhat effeminate mannerism in me. Yet, With the thought of Bibi Dong and the 3 opportunities to alleviate my misfortunes, Yu Xiaogang cautiously ventured to speak. Your Holiness, is it possible to employ your title to alleviate the misfortunes that besiege me? Upon uttering these words, Yu Xiaogang appeared visibly uncomfortable, failing to articulate his plight with clarity. The multitude surrounding them rendered him hesitant to speak too candidly, fearing the embarrassment that might ensue from such a forthright expression. After all, as a man, any admission of inadequacy would invite ridicule. Bibi Dong, with a perceptive understanding, contemplated the matter for a brief moment. Yu Xiaogang, after all these years, if you were to return to your former self, I would find it rather disconcerting. Your voice is truly remarkable, perfectly complementing your unique beauty. Upon receiving such praise from the Pope, Zhu Deluo felt a sense of liberation, reflecting on the genuine love he shared with Lao Gui, and chose to let go of any lingering thoughts. Meanwhile, Gui Douluo sighed in relief. The two had always been inseparable, and he would find it difficult to adapt if Yu Xiaogang were to become more masculine. However, contemplating the illustrious title he could attain 3 years hence, Gui Douluo mused that if he were to erase the demonic patterns from his visage, perhaps his own charm could earn him that accolade. Furthermore, recalling Gui Mei's tragic childhood, he realized that if all misfortunes were to be alleviated, it would signify a profound release of his own inner turmoil. This, in turn, would undoubtedly benefit his future cultivation. Turning to the Pope, Gui Mei spoke in a hoarse voice. Your Holiness, could you possibly alleviate the misfortunes that beset me? In 3 years, I too wish to bear a prestigious title. Upon hearing these words, all the devoted and the members of the Golden Generation turned their gazes toward the radiant title hovering above Bibi Dong's head. The brilliant golden title shimmered with exceptional brilliance, complementing her noble and disdainful demeanor, exuding an air of dominance. Bibi Dong cast a glance at the ethereal figure, her plight reminiscent of Qin Shu and Ji. Yet the events that had transpired were irrevocable. Evasion would serve no purpose. Old Demon Elder. Although it is said that the titles available 3 years hence will exceed those of previous years. However, when one gazes upon the world, there exists an abundance of individuals blessed with striking beauty. It is not my intention to discourage you. Rather, I believe it prudent to reserve the opportunity to alleviate misfortune for the time being. Perhaps this opportunity could be seized to ally with some more formidable forces. The Spectre concurred, recognizing the difficulty of entering the top 10. Among the offerings below, 2 individuals were exceptionally striking. Bibi Dong addressed the assembly. You shall first absorb the soul bones. At dawn tomorrow, we shall embark towards the Star Do Forest. Surely, those 2 10,000-year soul beasts have heard the divine sound and are aware that my strength has vastly improved. If they choose to conceal themselves, locating them will become quite the challenge. The demon slayer Douluo, upon hearing the intention to hunt the Titan giant ape and the heavenly blue bull python, felt an intense surge of battle fervor ignite within. Chapter 119. The Hunt. The chrysanthemum Douluo contemplated that after the soul-hunting expedition concluded, he would seek an opportunity to teach his arch-rival, the solitary Gu Bo, a lesson. Subsequently, the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo and the other offerings departed from the Pope's hall, intending to absorb the essence of the 10,000-year soul bones. The demon slayer Douluo, wielding the spiral dragon staff, resolved to find Jian Daochun for a sparring session after tomorrow. I hope that in the future, a title for the most powerful weapon soul will be introduced. Thus, my Panlong staff shall become renowned throughout the entire continent. Upon hearing the murmurs of the demon suppression offering, felt it was time for the formidable title Douluos of the outside world to recognize the prowess of his radiant longbow. Meanwhile, the Qinghuan Douluo aspired for an elegant title in the future, believing that his soul skill would never fall out of fashion. Within the hall of the Pope, only the Golden Generation and Bibi Dong remained. You are the hope of the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. It has come to my attention that Yu Ming has joined the Royal Academy of Tiando. In 3 years, during the Soul Master competition, you shall undoubtedly encounter him. At present, I possess 3 pieces of soul bones, each over 100,000 years old. Nana, your talent surpasses all others. These 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones are most suitable for you. Hulaina was somewhat taken aback, trembling as she accepted the 2 soul bones. The remaining piece was bestowed upon Xie, while the other members received their allocations from the remaining 10,000-year soul bones of the Spirit Hall, as decreed by Bibi Dong. With a solemn tone, Bibi Dong remarked, if tomorrow's soul-hunting expedition goes smoothly, I shall return to seclusion within 10 days. During my seclusion, I shall allow those who offer their devotion to guide you in your cultivation. Assaulting the divine position of the Rakshasa is a formidable challenge. The entire evaluation process may well take as long as 3 years. A divine miracle has descended, and with so much uncertainty. I must ascend to godhood sooner to lead the spirit hall towards glory. Soon after, Bibi Dong and Huliena arrived outside the spirit city, preparing to welcome the arrival of various factions. Meanwhile, on their way to the spirit hall, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang reclined leisurely in their carriage. Ah! If all goes well, in 3 years, the title of unparalleled elegance shall rightfully belong to me, Yu Xiaogang, declared Tang San, his face alight with anticipation. At merely 12 years of age, he was certain that he would be even more handsome in 3 years. Reflecting on his former life in the Tang sect, securing a place among the top 3 was a task easily within his grasp. He harbored no concern regarding the negative title of hypocrite. With a flourish, he produced a mirror from his pocket, admiring the purple tattoo that brought him a sense of pride. As for the designation of sycophant, it was far from his reality. Since arriving in this world, he had scarcely interacted with any women. Just as the two were basking in the brightness of their prospects, 5 figures appeared in the distance, hastening toward them. It was Tang Xiao and his companions, en route to meet the sunlight Douluo in Suatua City. Upon spotting a carriage approaching swiftly, adorned with large, unsightly green characters atop, Tang Xiao's expression darkened. "Elders, let us circumvent this situation from the other side," he advised. The elder at the forefront nodded, suspecting that it must be Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, the bearers of those negative titles. It is fortunate that they have departed from Soto City, otherwise, it would be truly unfortunate. To avoid unnecessary complications, Tang Xiao and his companions hastened directly to Soto City, intent on winning over Ming. Their speed increased once more, as they aimed to forge alliances before other titled Douluos could intervene. Meanwhile, deep within the Stardow forest, Daolu, accompanied by Renxue, sought a suitable 8th spirit ring. With his demigod-level perception, Daolu swiftly located a spirit beast of the light attribute, aged around 80,000 years. Golden light erupted from Daolu, expanding at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, enveloped an area of several thousand square meters in the air. Everything around transformed into a shimmering gold. "Xiaoshui, this is the angelic domain that I have conjured. Do you sense any difference?" Qianren inquired. Enveloped within the same aura, Xiaoshui felt a gentle energy wash over her, perceiving a notable enhancement in her soul power. Xiaoshui, in the realm of angels, not only enhances her own overall strength by 10%, but also bestows a 10% increase to her allies' overall strength. The activation of the martial spirit's true form boasts a potency of 30%, while conversely, it can diminish the overall strength of the adversary by 10%. Moreover, it possesses the ability to dissolve and purify the opponent's soul power, and within this domain, it can restrict the enemy's movements, rendering them immobile. Even the act of teleportation would merely result in a futile attempt to remain in place. Even if they escape the initially constrained position, they will be forcibly drawn back by the domain. Furthermore, within this realm, the opponent's mental range is diminished to less than 1 meter, and their visual capacity does not extend beyond 3 meters. Renxue, having limited understanding of domains, observed the 80,000-year soul beast, which remained utterly still under the domain's suppression. Contemplating future battles of equal caliber, the utilization of the angelic domain would nearly guarantee overwhelming superiority. Daolu did not rush to hunt the soul beast, as it provided an opportunity to elucidate his granddaughter's lingering queries. The domain also encompasses an auxiliary skill, angelic purification, within this domain. The opponent's soul power is suppressed and simultaneously purified, cleansing them of malevolent thoughts and uncertainties. Renxue perceived that the hostility emanating from the 80,000-year soul beast was gradually waning, leading to a deeper comprehension of the capabilities of the angelic domain. Thus, upon vanquishing the soul beast, the absorption process would be devoid of any anguish. Xiaoxue, the realm of angels, is capable of evolution. Before ascending to the realm of celestial beings, one can achieve this. Once the divine authority is acquired, a qualitative transformation will occur within the domain. The descent of the angels signifies the second evolution of the domain's abilities. The golden angels, formed by the fusion of one's own angelic soul power and the radiant energy within the domain, can manifest a maximum of 2 to assault the adversary. Furthermore, the attacks of these 2 golden angels carry a stunning effect, and they can only be resummoned once they have dissipated. Renxue marveled, for behind her grandfather, 2 golden phantoms had already materialized. Yet, at present, She could only summon one. Moreover, the angelic doppelgangers represent the third evolutionary skill within the domain of angels. The master of the domain possesses the ability to create these doppelgangers, each of which exhibits genuine offensive capabilities. The number of doppelgangers is determined solely by the domain master, with no limit on the number of splits. Thus, they can be replicated infinitely. However, the more doppelgangers created, the greater the consumption of soul power. In the air, Qian Daolu, harnessing the formidable power of level 99, effortlessly manifested 10 identical forms. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking, as long as the soul power could sustain the expenditure. Engaging 5 foes at once was certainly within the realm of possibility. A golden, sacred light enveloped the expanse above the forest, as Qian Daolu, renowned as the strongest in the skies, displayed such overwhelming prowess for the first time. With a mere thought, 10 golden angelic swords gradually coalesced, poised to strike down upon the immobilized soul beasts below. The resounding roar reverberated through the depths of the Star Doe forest, prompting both the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python to exercise caution. Moments later, a soul ring floated serenely in the air, and Qianrenxue, with a swift movement, appeared before it. She sat cross-legged, channeling her soul power to absorb it, and the entire process unfolded seamlessly. The level of soul power has astonishingly surged to 90. How terrifying! In Chapter 120, titled Unexpected, the title of genius manifested above Qianrenxue's head, as she had just absorbed her 8th soul ring, which had remarkably aged a full 100,000 years. With 8 soul rings of such antiquity, her level ascended directly to 90. Qian Daolu was equally astonished. It seemed he must seek a suitable 9th soul ring for his granddaughter. Before Qianrenxue, a soul bone appeared, produced by the 8th soul ring. Little Shui, for the 9th soul ring, I plan to select one from a 9th level beast. 2 years prior, a menacing wraith had simultaneously claimed the lives of the Ji family as patriarch and eldest son. The matriarch, Madame Zhong, had always been in poor spirits, and this event had dealt her a severe blow, leading her to quietly pass away in her chamber. This was the official narrative. Concerned that moving her might exacerbate her condition, he chose to wait for her to awaken before proceeding further. Experience points are accrued through cultivation and monster slaying. Touching a monster within 10 seconds of its demise allows one to absorb its experience. Conversely, health points may diminish due to factors such as low temperatures, fear, and injuries. De Moer comfortably rested his arms behind his head. The rear space of the Maybach was exceedingly spacious, comparable to a business-class seat, allowing him ample room to stretch his legs. Given the cultivation advantages in the mysterious realm, there were inherently more experts in the Void God realm at Mysterious Peak compared to those from external sects, a fact that needs no further elaboration. The innovative idea of utilizing sword patterns to augment formations would undoubtedly astound those who heard it. Thus, a family could be seen hiking in a tourist spot where visitor numbers had drastically dwindled after the National Day holiday. Tang Ning smiled, displaying no discomfort, as if she were clad not in sleepwear but in an elegant evening gown. Well, I trust you understand that the fewer who know, the safer your life becomes. The more who are aware, the less secure your safety is, I gently remarked as she passed by me, preparing to step outside for a phone call. Then what will you do? If a conflict arises and you get hurt, Su Lan will tear me apart. Zhua Mo glanced around, observing the unique architecture on Antique Street, which was reminiscent of the Jiangnan style. Ding he filled his cup to the brim, finishing his second can of beer, and raised his glass to clink with Li Yuhao's before tilting his head back to drink it down. Zui Mo adeptly juggled the roles of manager, caretaker, and assistant, making it evident that the salary he offered was hardly substantial. Initially, they sent the most promising members of their family to the Sifang Zhenwu Gate, aiming to curry favor with Wang Wantian, the leader of the Sifang Zhenwu Gate, in hopes of connecting with the omnipotent car god of the Shenlong Society. Shen Yueji was taken aback. Despite her meticulous calculations, she never anticipated that Feng Zhouqing would visit her at this moment. After delivering a standard compliment, she took the initiative to embrace Liang Xian, who had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, the surrounding streamers were drawn in by the commotion, gathering to witness the unfolding scene. The voice that emerged was not solely that of Guinevere. It was a blend of her own voice intertwined with the furious roar of the White Dragon. Sitting in the taxi, Shen Yugua had yet to regain her composure, still grappling with the recent events. The fierce and intimidating Bafi investment gazed at the fallen condiments on the ground, his eyes filled with a sense of loss, though the words he uttered were harsh and menacing. Ling Jiantong's mind raced with countless thoughts, and before she could steady herself, a strong hand suddenly encircled her waist, gently pulling her back, allowing her to feel the warmth and solidity of a robust chest. Unbeknownst to her, the youth had whispered something to Ling Luo, who, upon hearing it, gasped in shock, her expression darkening ominously. He had always remembered a phrase spoken by Luo Li: war inevitably incurs sacrifices. Commanders must cherish the lives of their soldiers. Each time he issued orders, he weighed the consequences meticulously, unwilling to witness the death of any warrior. Chapter 121. The advantage is mine. Qian Ruxue marveled at the immense power generated by the collision of the two energies. Even after reaching level 90, she was certain that confronting the 6,000-year-old dark-eyed, evil god tiger alone would not last even the duration of an incense stick under her full strength. The terror of a 6,000-year cultivation was unfathomable. One could hardly imagine the monstrosity of a 100,000-year-old being. However, the opportunity to witness it has slipped away. Guijia, with his emotions entirely restrained, appeared as if nothing had transpired. Xiao Zi and He Xen both gazed with anticipation. Rather than endure the torment of life in the capital, they would prefer to return to the frontier and engage in a grand venture of their own making. Qing Lian was aware that many sought to learn martial arts from Li Yifei, yet Li Yifei adhered to his master's teachings, pursuing martial arts for fitness, avoiding fights and brawls, and refraining from indiscriminately imparting his skills. Chu Jiaoning was acutely aware that Lu Tingxin harbored a profound hatred for her, wishing nothing more than to flay her alive. The reason Chu Jiaoning took He Xian away was her recognition of his capabilities from the very beginning. She had held He Xian in high regard for his potential. Hearing the arrogant laughter of the young master of Jiu, old Xiao gritted his teeth and immediately summoned his sword servant. In that moment, a fire dragon erupted from the scabbard, and with a flick of the sword's energy, it unleashed a series of metallic clangs upon the armor of the opposing guards. The pale green light gradually faded, and the crystalline scales formed by 8 demonic runes, upon reaching the vulnerable points of the armor, transformed into luminous dots that swiftly dissipated. They had always been favored within the royal residence. Thus, even when facing Green Spirit, they remained haughty. It was no wonder that, in his father's business, he needed his mother to navigate awkward situations, much like filming a movie. His mother, lacking prior acting experience, naturally felt apprehensive. Qing Lian had not slept well throughout the night, and as dawn approached, she could no longer lie still. So she decided to rise. She presumed Li Yifei was still asleep, but upon opening the door, she collided directly with him. Qin Ming was ready to slam the table in protest. Supporting roles? Play it himself? Qin Ming understood that Hong Kuan sought to make things difficult for him. However, Qin Ming was undaunted by such challenges. To eliminate the threat I posed, they dared not delay for a moment and immediately charged to attack me. I enveloped myself in flames, wielding the blazing sword as I fought fiercely against them. Lu Ding Tian gazed at the piles of medicinal powders floating around him. Although fatigued, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Despite the last batch of 6 black snake herbs being incinerated, it did not dampen his spirits. These individuals, accustomed to plundering the wealth of the people, would merely go through the motions when devoid of benefits. Jiang Ani smirked, knowing that in due time, the county office would replace a batch of greedy and lazy clerks and bailiffs. Countless individuals from Fulua County would eagerly vie for the monthly tasks. Calculating the time, it was indeed nearing, and they needed to reach an agreement swiftly. Otherwise, when the mountain patrol instructor arrived, they would find themselves stranded outside Yuyan Mountain for 10 days. Zhou Wutian leaned against the tree and spoke. The marriage between Wei Yuqing and Princess Ansho had progressed to the second step of the naming ceremony, and the entire nation was aware that Princess Ansho was to wed Wei Yuqing, the grandson of the prime minister. Thus, the crown prince unabashedly referred to Wei Yuqing as his brother-in-law. Lu Dingtian felt a sense of urgency, desperately hoping that Yixian could assist him in rescuing Huang Yu, or at least provide some advice. The disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain had just escaped the clutches of death. With the mountain gate destroyed and the Grand Elder slain, they were brimming with indignation. Regardless of their capability, they could not allow the reputation of Spirit Beast Mountain to be tarnished. This location was peculiar, surrounded by old local residences, 3-story courtyard buildings. The local populace had dwindled, leading to the rental of these ancient homes to outsiders and nearby students. Chapter 122. A grim outcome. The sinister, dark-eyed, evil god tiger on the ground gazed up at the colossal angelic holy sword in the sky, its icy purple eyes flashing ominously. Suddenly, a powerful layer of gray energy erupted from its tail, enveloping it in a formidable protective barrier. This was the dark demon evil god tiger's most potent defensive skill, capable of instantly shielding its body with the essence of the evil god. Known as Evil Goddess Guardian, Qin Dao Lu bellowed, the golden holy sword slicing through the heavens, descending with a single strike. The massive sword clashed against that defense. Murongbo. Ne Gongquan's expression shifted, his gaze gradually becoming solemn as countless thoughts flickered through his mind. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and he comprehended a terrifying realization regarding what Nangong Han had spoken. Fearing another disruption of his vital energy, Lin Jin chose not to employ divine powers to ascend to the skies. Instead, he wandered through the city, savoring the scenery of a foreign land. The 6 preceding jade pavilions each boasted unique characteristics, showcasing the grandeur of the Dongxian sect. What, then, resided within the 7th jade pavilion? Naturally, items crafted from minerals and other materials produced within the Qingmu blessed land would not be affected by energy depletion. It was evident that merely elevating the primary attribute to 60 points would facilitate an ascent to 4 stars, which seemed rather simplistic. Luo Yan, however, showed no fear, merely shaking off the oppressive aura of the Lulan desert with a gentle motion. He glared back defiantly. Yu Lingwu had already entered the Shura demon domain, oblivious to the dangers within. If he were to protect her, her life would be secure, yet he found himself ensnared in this place. If it comes to that, I shall convert the profit rewards into fixed salary, forfeiting the profit rewards altogether, thought Lei Hao with a sigh. It was clear to Keith that someone had leaked information regarding the investment banking contract with Texas United Petroleum. It could be Lei Hao or perhaps one of the other 3 investment banks, but regardless of who it was now common knowledge that he was on the brink of bankruptcy. The headquarters of the Huayong Group had already relocated and commenced the development of certain findings from their Biological Research Institute. Lord Kasha? The 4 individuals hastily lifted their heads, following Zhou Donglin's gaze, and beheld Kasha standing beside a shop 100 meters away, her expression devoid of any emotion. No, Sister Shui, I speak the truth. It was sheer luck. I continued to elaborate. Given our numbers, we should have been no match for Xiang Tianhua, who, logically, ought to have dismissed us with ease. Yet, in the end, he acknowledged me as a brother. At this juncture, Hu Qianhui felt a tightening in his heart. His system was his greatest reliance. And being a foreigner in this realm, it was evident that Jiu Qiansheng possessed knowledge of his otherworldly identity. Qi Zhen withdrew his thoughts from the recesses of memory, and as his gaze fell upon the array of dishes on the table, the gentle tapping sound of Nan he echoed in his ears. We are all enthusiasts of martial arts, he remarked, and as our conversation progressed, we could not resist the urge to spar with one another. Feng Gu was indeed a formidable opponent. I found it quite challenging to close the distance. Just as we were about to engage further, Li Yanyan called out to me from the balcony on the 2nd floor. The hallmaster was also a perceptive individual, capable of discerning the implications behind his words. While some statements may have been too overt, he was not one to shy away from articulating his intentions. Do you see these dozens of cards before you? Examine them closely for any trickery, for soon I shall no longer reveal them to you, the master declared, extending the cards into Qi Aizhen's hands. Clad in heavy iron armor, his visage remained obscured. Behind him stood a phalanx of shield bearers, arranged in a line stretching nearly 3 kilometers, almost facing the entirety of the northern city wall. This time, she could scarcely comprehend why Yang Hechuan would resort to such nefarious tactics against Lu Yan, especially employing Han Bingbing to do so. Lu Yan's heart was tender. He would never harm Han Bingbing. Chapter 123. Divine Gift of Rewards. The 2 forest emperors believed that all of this was a consequence of the divine phenomenon, which had enhanced the innate talents of the most exceptional human soul masters. For the spirit beasts, this posed an undeniable threat. The Titan giant ape, incensed, declared, "The rewards of the divine phenomenon shall not be bestowed upon spirit beasts. All titles pertain solely to human soul masters." The azure bull python echoed this discontent, exclaiming, "It is exceedingly unjust. Even if the divine has extended the lifespan of their soul rings, it only serves to elevate the soul masters above the spirit beasts." Upon hearing Lin Shiyu's admiration, a surge of accomplishment and pride unexpectedly welled up within Qinzheng. For the first time, he felt that establishing a city was indeed an unequivocally correct decision. No, this cannot be. Lu Yu maintained an expression of disbelief. A wife? Is it akin to the relationship between mother and concubines with father? Zhaoi contemplated for a moment before suddenly posing a question. It was only upon entering this ancient tomb that I realized the complexity of this place surpassed my initial expectations. The tomb of Ming was connected to Genghis Khan. And then inexplicably, many figures related to Jin Kuei Ding emerged. She was not concerned whether these individuals were ancient beings who had lived for millennia. Rather, she was intrigued to witness what the indigenous inhabitants of this origin place were like. Under the host introductions, the competitors from the German team and the American DK team appeared on stage, exchanging handshakes and gratitude before retreating to their soundproof rooms to prepare for the competition. As for the other celestial realms of Yanfeng Gate, one was ensnared by the elders, while the other was obstructed by the senior members of the Tianjin sect. Subsequently, Tang Yuru and Yi Xuanhuan emerged from the vehicle, carrying the carefully prepared gifts, and ascended the stairs. The ambitions of the Hat Man with Venom were indeed vast. Having just obliterated the Avar base the previous night, he was now impatient to devour the Alfred base. Originally merely a novice revered figure, he suddenly emanated an aura akin to Jiang Hai, instantly attaining mid-tier strength. Xian Yuan Hong opted for the Thunder Fist, a technique characterized by formidable power complemented by speed. Its attacks, when unleashed, were tremendously fierce. Yet, it was seldom utilized by ordinary individuals, as close combat was the forte of body cultivators, whose numbers were scarce due to the arduous training process and slow cultivation speed. Sensing that the effects of the rocket had nearly dissipated, Shaoqing cautiously peeked from behind the robot, eager to ascertain whether Song Zheng and the others were still alive. However, the power of the celestial formation was extraordinary. Once activated, this place would be rendered abandoned. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Yan Li Ming had no alternative, while one could seek out another fortuitous land. A life lost was irreplaceable. Lung Haoshuan had always been one to savor life as pleasures. The dining establishments he frequented were never economical. Tang Ming and surveyed the restaurant, overwhelmed by an impulse to curse. How could one possibly choose such an expensive establishment? Ah, so that is how it is. It is now my responsibility, rest assured, gentlemen, the old man declared. Yet, if you truly believe this, you are mistaken, for his body harbored a reservoir of formidable power, capable of unleashing terrifying force to propel himself in any direction at any moment. The river's waters could also carry away the vitality from one's body, making it more challenging for mutated beings to detect the presence of survivors through scent. Murong Qing glanced at him with a sharp gaze, forcefully retracting her hand, only to find herself enveloped in a tight embrace the next moment. I'm sorry, I did not realize it was you. His murmured words brushed against her ear. Nonsense. How could an ordinary power be compared to that esteemed elder? Humph. Hong Ershao reprimanded his subordinate before preparing to leave. The Huaxia Martial Arts School sought not merely elites from specific fields, but rather martial artists capable of battling ferocious beasts and safeguarding the tranquility of Huaxia. However, Su Ming's blatant lack of cooperation, which clearly indicated a desire for his life, pushed the sect leader to a point of no return, compelling him to engage in a desperate struggle. Chapter 124. Peerless Elegance. Feng Xiaodian believed himself to possess considerable charm, frequently adorned with a black mask. Few had glimpsed his true visage. Confident in the title of Peerless Elegance he would attain in 3 years, he felt invigorated by the arrival of miraculous phenomena, which energized the younger generation of soul masters as if they had been infused with vitality. Feng Xiaodian anticipated the emergence of a title associated with a mutated martial soul, for many souls had mutated in unfavorable ways. At first glance, his martial soul appeared to be merely a piece of high-quality black jade, devoid of any distinctive features. Yet, upon grasping it, one would discover its intrinsic magical energy. To be precise, it was a rare warm jade. After perusing the preface of the ancestral teachings once more and examining the final page of the formation, he refrained from touching the formation again, confirming without doubt that this was indeed the ancestral teaching of the Murong family. Thus, upon encountering the corpse of the Titan beast, she could no longer contain herself and cried out loudly. There were 3 adversaries. Upon entering Susan's line of sight, the 3 machines dispersed, with 2 hovering at a distance, while 1 charged forward first. Enough. Silence at once. Luo Xian finally could not hold back any longer, his voice imbued with a significant amount of spiritual power, resonating throughout the venue. She fought desperately, exerting all her strength to break free from Jun Wuxie, yet she remained utterly powerless against him. Lin Xia arose in the dim light of dawn, surveying the chaotic surroundings with a sense of disorientation. Her gaze fell upon the man sleeping peacefully beside her. his chiseled features relaxed and bearing an expression of satisfaction. Of course, during the military tournament, rumors circulated that Tommy and his companions had ascended several levels within just a few months, drawing everyone's curiosity toward the secrets of the ghost wolf. Everyone yearned to uncover whether these rumors were true and, if so, how the ghost wolf achieved such feats. It sufficed that the food appeared appetizing. One must not take advantage of the proprietor's requests to unjustly wield authority, as it would betray professional ethics. The child had already fallen asleep, and I thought the emperor must have urgent matters to discuss, which would surely trouble the prince, so I came to check. Mugu approached, replacing Mu Rong Yufei's cup with warm tea. The swirling leaves danced through the air, each leaf a manifestation of Song Mingyi's inner turmoil and rage. Once inside the office, Zheng Wanru could no longer restrain her anger and shattered the decorations within. "Why have you not rushed to report?" Duan Yongsan spoke again, her voice laced with a hint of anger, causing the 10 or so guards to tremble slightly as they promptly retreated to report. Previously, Yanqing had exhausted all of his celestial energy with his final move, the burnt world feathers, and the earthy seal was dimly spinning at a slow pace. As fine as silk, celestial energy trickled forth. Just as Xiaomu raised his hand, he made 2 discreet gestures, signaling for the release of Daitu. Recently, I observed a significant rise in the water levels of the Guanlan River, and with the continuous rain, what if a flood were to occur? Master Xianing inquired. This puppet bore a striking resemblance to a real person, impeccably dressed, with neatly groomed hair. Ning Chongfeng decisively pressed the learning button, and in the next moment, akin to when he had studied the supreme sword technique, all information surged into the depths of his mind, though due to his current level of mental prowess, he could only observe the first 2 pages. Furthermore, since entering this space, he sensed an unusual presence. His keen intuition informed him that someone had been lurking in the shadows, closely monitoring him. Upon hearing the neigh of a horse, the young man rose from the branches to gaze around, and the young general beneath the banner also looked up. Their eyes met from a distance. Indeed, he must have been detained by the main branch of your own family. Do you possess any information? Wu Qian asked. Chapter 125. The affection is gone. The arrival of the miraculous event had significantly elevated the reputation of Sotoa City, prompting the residents to bustle about. As night fell, the area was adorned with lights and decorations, creating a lively atmosphere. Some shops seized this opportunity to capitalize on the excitement. At the city gates, a plethora of free water and food was provided for the guests arriving from afar. Everyone must seize this chance to transform Sotoa City into a civilized metropolis. Su Man surveyed her surroundings, realizing that it would be difficult for any empty car to pass by in the short term. Reluctantly, she climbed back into his vehicle. The charity gala presented an excellent opportunity for the elite to bolster their reputations while fostering connections, and Su Wan naturally could not afford to miss it. Han Fengwu produced a designer wallet, withdrew a bank card only to return it, then took out another card. Yet, who could have anticipated that fate would intervene? In the final days before the selection was confirmed, the board unexpectedly appointed Lin Yinhua as the executive director for Caesar, delivering a stinging slap to Ma Dongya. Ma Dongya naturally would not let the matter rest, and he directed his displeasure towards Lin Yinhua as well. Sensing the irksome fur of the iron lion beast on her arm, Wen Qiong, without a glance, clenched her jaw and decisively pulled the hair off her arm, casting it aside to refocus on the confrontation. Before departing, Lin Bufan instinctively glanced at the 4 snow peaks, preparing to venture deeper into the Kunlun Mountains. This was his first experience of someone patting his head, leaving him momentarily flustered. The sensation of being touched was quite peculiar. The leader gritted his teeth, glaring at Situ Yaru and Chu Haoran, filled with rage and a desire to clench his fists, yet his body no longer responded with the same vigor as before. Situ Yaru smiled gently, remarking that Haoran was not as romantic and trendy as everyone presumed, as he had proposed with merely a bouquet of flowers. However, I truly love Haoran, so even if he buys nothing, I would still say yes if he asks, she added, feigning a hint of shyness while casting a glance at Chu Haoran. Qin Yumi continued her art class at Yizhong, while Yi Hansheng found no opportunity to seek out his wife. Yet, recalling the difficulty of descending the mountain, her strength entirely spent, she reluctantly climbed onto Yan Jin's back. Suddenly realizing it seemed to be the first time he had carried her, she lifted Cece into her arms, admiring his long, fluttering eyelashes that reminded her of her brother. Qin Sheng cast a fleeting glance at the crowd. I stand by my words. Your prince is destined to be my man. Those who disagree are welcome to challenge. Meanwhile, She planted another kiss on Yun Haochen's face, pulling him into the carriage, where the smile tugging at his lips was impossible to conceal. When she regained her composure and turned to look, she discovered a towering figure that seemed to cast a shadow over all light, instilling her with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Xu Yin reflected on the tight embrace from the previous night. Though it was painful, she also contemplated their days ahead. These were the moments she had always desired. Perhaps it was selfishness, having wholly claimed him, for from that point onward, he belonged entirely to her. She refrained from reprimanding Longini, likely recalling her own muddled state from the previous night when she clumsily allowed Longini to shield Li Jingyu from alcohol, feeling regretful enough to avoid meeting Longini's gaze. Reflecting on recent events, the short duration of Long Ning's pregnancy was perplexing, especially with the timing of the discovery. If there were complications, could that be a possibility? Moreover, Long Ning had clearly rebuffed her proximity, seemingly fearing she would harm him. Did this imply that Long Ning harbored some guilt? The air was imbued with a chill, and Luo Qingluan was reluctant to rise so early. However, due to her appointment with Han Sun, she had to assist her with her grooming. Chapter 126. A startled Bibi Dong behind Qian Renxue, 6 angelic wings unfurled. With a mere thought, an angelic holy sword manifested beneath her feet. After bidding farewell to Qian Daolu, she soared into the sky, darting towards Sutua City. Her speed surpassed that of sound, covering 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. At the main gate of the martial soul city, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang had already sensed the commotion. The radiant green light above their heads was conspicuously striking, attracting the attention of the guards stationed at the city wall. After Li Daochong vanished, the Yang Godstone transformed into an ethereal entity, impervious to removal and shrouded in mystery. Li Daochong inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of comfort wash over his body and a clarity settle in his mind, dispelling the fatigue from the arduous journey from Chang'an to the demon realm. Among the 4 monitors, 2 were focused on the 1st and 3rd floors, while another surveilled an unknown room. After speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Yu, eager to catch a glimpse of her disappointment. To his surprise, she appeared not disheartened but rather pleased for Wang Zhouji, anticipating his release from prison in just over half a year. This is it. Let us proceed. Asahina Nagamasa casually groped around, seemingly activating a mechanism. Slowly, an opening appeared in the ground, resembling a basement. I suddenly lost track of you and was at a loss, she remarked, her smile radiant. I'm fortunate to have persevered in my search along the path, which led me to you. Why did you leave so abruptly? What brings you here? Yubai experienced her first sleepless night, her mind consumed by visions of Nua Air and the red-robed mother. Upon opening her eyes, they were there. Closing them, they remained. Early in the morning, Yubai arose to visit Nua Air and the red-robed mother. Senior Crane Head, which direction would bring us closer to the Demon Crane clan? Li Daochong inquired. This time, the Titan's Thunder God Hammer did not produce a thunderous impact. Instead, Zhang Yu's Qilin War Spear was effortlessly sent flying from the ice wall by the Titan, leaving no trace behind, while a circular hole appeared in the ice. Your perspective is not unfounded. However, circumstances can often shift unexpectedly, independent of your desires. The heavens give life, and thus, there is purpose for you. The red-robed mother advised Yubai. Allow me to demonstrate a spell, Imohu eagerly proclaimed as he leapt onto the hall. 2 magical artifacts were more than sufficient to suppress ordinary corpses, but could they restrain the phantasmal entities forged into evil corpses? Our assistance will only extend to Li Jun. What connection do you have with her? Can you claim any obligation? Cheng Long persisted, though Feng Yifeng was disinclined to engage in disputes, desiring only to unravel the truth of the matter. Xian Air, akin to a lone wolf king bereft of its pack, howled mournfully to the heavens, heart-wrenchingly distressed. Pa. With such triviality, do you think you can impress me? Feng Lixing scoffed. Though he suppressed his own cultivation level, the power within him remained far superior to Chen Xinho's. Feng Lixing was indeed skeptical. How could the mere Chen Xinho possibly gain the upper hand against him? Very well, I shall personally ensure your success. Glancing at Jiasu, who showed no intention of intervening, Dong Zhuo extended his hand to assist Tai Shirtzi while speaking. You are truly exquisite. Such a beautiful form deserves to be admired. Rather than leaving, Feng Yifeng approached the bathtub, pulling aside the curtain that concealed his view of the lovely spectacle. Much like Andy's 10-star magical attack power. Although the distribution was automatic, it surpassed that of an ordinary summoner considerably, and the summoned creatures were immensely powerful. Such a simple song. Each word and phrase delivered by Qin Tang, struck deeply in the hearts of the listeners. Lu Yensong and the others naturally did not hold back. Now that Xia Yiyan had taken the thousand-legged sage as her master, they were all family, and thus there was no need for such clear divisions. Chapter 127 Authority? Within the Pope's chamber, all present were astonished upon hearing about the million-year soul beast. What? Isn't the highest for a soul beast only 100,000 years? Even if it were to exceed that, I have never heard of one reaching 200,000 years. Yu Xiaogang, you must be exaggerating to save your own life. Huyan Zhun, the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, wore a look of disbelief. The individuals present could be considered the elite of this continent. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang, witnessing such reactions from the crowd, understood their astonishment. I am perfectly well, I assure you. I am simply overjoyed, the Empress Ma spoke in a somewhat fragmented voice. To argue against this would undoubtedly offend many, even the Heavenly Soul sect, which would be a loss not worth incurring. Upon observing the changes in the other estimator, Qin Yun realized that the individual was aware of their identity. Why? Sang Mo's voice spiraled into madness, questioning like a lunatic. Yet in the desolate assembly hall, no one was present to hear his inquiries. Was he addressing his revered deity or his own heart? From the path descending from the Zhenlong sect, a group of riders galloped forth, their horses pushed to the limit. With the warmth beginning to permeate, a ray of golden light pierced the darkness before Qin Yun, revealing a man clad in ancient white garments as the light faded. 2 half-step celestials against my singular king realm. Should this be known, where would you hide your faces? Luo Tinga remarked. By decree of the divine sun. Without the Lord's command, none shall enter Waterblue Star. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. The voice of the elder in golden robes was frigid. Surely not, surely not. Is there truly something that can confound Mr. Gu? Song Yin spoke in a peculiar tone. X, being relatively composed, rarely displayed his emotions. Although meetings seemed trivial, they did have some impact on him as a commander responsible for coordinating the combat personnel within the building. He merely suppressed his dissatisfaction within. What was most perplexing was the Japanese military staff meetings, which overlooked the critical aspects of intelligence gathering and logistical support. In numerous battles, there were instances of Japanese soldiers succumbing to the harshness of cold, hunger, and illness, with cases of starvation outnumbering those who fell in combat. Indeed, as Xiao Fangyuan had suspected, the moment Gong Mama finished speaking, a mischievous grin reappeared on Gong Xiaoxia's face. Feng Wu was aware of what Tang Ping had said to Tang Qi, but her curiosity was piqued as she glanced at Tang Yiqian. Her expression was one of disbelief. How could her father expect her to employ her beauty as a tactic? Was her father deranged, or did they believe that revered individuals had peculiar tastes? Outside the door, someone knocked, but remained silent. Zhu Zhu leaned closer to the peephole, peering out only to find a pitch-black void, with even the motion sensor lights in the corridor extinguished. Who is it? Zhu Zhu inquired again, yet silence persisted. The anti-tank rifle team, seemingly unwilling to relent, continued firing at the nearby Japanese soldiers. What was the effect of a 20mm anti-tank bullet striking a body? To describe it as dismembered would be an understatement, with shattered remains and scattered entrails mingling together. Li Yun's experience in healing was limited, and at that moment, he was unsure how to assist the 2 individuals. Nevertheless, taking medicinal pills was undoubtedly a prudent choice. Perhaps Cece held memories of her parents, but they were tinged with bitterness from abandonment. Alternatively, it was possible that she had no recollection of her biological parents at all, which could explain her lack of contemplation on the matter. Feng Lin led the 2 to the back of the line, scanning the surroundings and momentarily taken aback. He saw Li Yun, accompanied by 2 maidservants, closely following a group of practitioners, their expressions filled with trepidation. Feng Yu impatiently opened a container to sniff its contents but frowned, detecting no scent. Lacking knowledge of toxins, he could only close it in frustration, secure it, and head towards Tang Qi's courtyard, with Mei Yu trailing beside him, her brow furrowed in concern, sensing something unusual about her 3rd senior brother today. Chapter 128. A million BB Dong was lost in thought. Now, facing the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, she felt utterly dominant. Yu Xiaogang, the soul beast you mentioned, possesses a cultivation comparable to 1 million years. Does that mean that once I absorb its soul ring, along with the title's additional enhancement of 100,000 years of cultivation, I can attain a unique soul ring? BB Dong expressed her inner doubts, and Yu Xiaogang, with his extensive knowledge of soul beasts, surely possessed insights into their vulnerabilities. A sharp, elongated sound emanated from the bamboo whistle held by the Dao-scarred man, resonating throughout the surroundings. Although Luo Hao perceived their engagement as a mere pretense, he was unaware that Yu Yanran had already begun to regard this charade as a genuine engagement, albeit she had yet to fully confront her own feelings at that moment. I smiled with indifference. In truth, Wang Mingzhu had saved him once, for had it not been for that slap, the teacher might have already made a phone call. After I nodded, Ling Jing returned the gesture, for she had witnessed the supernatural and held great faith in my abilities. Upon exiting the teaching building, I found myself unable to run any longer, bending over as pain shot through my appendix, likely due to the intensity of the exertion. Mu Xinyu offered no further explanation. In such matters, it was impossible to clarify anything without evidence. Watching Zhang Yingying storm away in anger left me feeling a mix of despair and frustration. Hastily putting away the undergarment in my hand along with the letter from Yu Xiaogang, stowing them in a box beneath the bed before I hurriedly followed suit. Chen Xiaoran continued to smile, remarking, "Yet, as I sought to retaliate against her, I noticed her endearing and charming qualities." His change in perception was influenced by her status as an untouched maiden, though such thoughts were best left unspoken. In any case, at that moment, Luo Hao was already a step too late. He had not anticipated that after consuming human blood, Luo Fei would, in an instant, merge with demonic energy, elevating his power to the level of a creation stage 3 cultivator. Well, my brothers, your sincerity moves me deeply. We shall embark. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, we shall face them together, declared Wukong. When the Jade Emperor acknowledged that he had falsely accused Sun Wukong, the surrounding immortals erupted in astonishment. Jiang Ruishuan, seated in his chamber, bore a rare smile. A person whose identity could not be uncovered even by the Wuyin Tower was unknown to Tang Lan. Yet Tang Ruyan recognized him. How intriguing. At that moment, Heiress Lana raised her right arm high, and a chilling aura coalesced in her hand, forming a pristine ice spear. With a swift run, the spear, imbued with holy light and furious power, was hurled into the air with a fierce cry. Master, you remain so untroubled because you have not succumbed to the temptations of the mortal realm. Should you encounter certain people or situations one day, your ease may vanish, remarked Wukong, who was holding the horse nearby. Lulu, struck by magic, left an indelible pain in his heart. Even if Lulo had survived, he could not suppress his sorrow. Jiang Ruishuan wished to pursue, but all strength had evaporated, and he fell slowly like a kite severed from its string. The harem is a place that devours without mercy. In the struggle for power, the victor reigns while the vanquished are scorned. Tang Ruyan revealed a bitter smile. Was she not also a victim of power? However, compared to the plight of Fu Jinxin, she is evidently in a better position. The bracelet, imbued with the extraordinary power of a spatial ability priest, is truly remarkable. Not only does it require no additional energy aside from beast blood during its use, but also, apart from the caster, no one can discern the points of spatial connection. Yet, after harboring resentment for 25 years, he astonishingly returned here, only to discover that he had not been abandoned. In fact, his parents still cherished him, and their decision to send into another realm was merely a last resort. Chapter 129. Bewildered Flander felt a burning sting on his face as he gazed at Lu Erlong, utterly perplexed. Had he been too hasty? Yet, the force of his actions seemed excessive. Flander, at a loss, recalled that Yu Xiaogang had gone to the Wuhuan Palace. Could it be that his negative title had been erased? No, that couldn't be. It must be that he had acted too abruptly, given Erlong's notoriously volatile temperament. Being slapped was entirely justifiable. To clarify the situation, the sailors who had been rescued, along with the crew of the flagship, as well as the soldiers previously saved on shore, could be reassigned to other vessels. This object is, in fact, the Turing disc obtained by Xiaoyang after defeating the spirit beast Turing in the White Family-esque trial grounds. After all, there were only 50 tokens belonging to the outer disciples of the Heelan sect within this valley, meaning that each one taken diminishes the total. Upon hearing the words of the Radiant Messenger, the ancestor of the Nether Mountain couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, wishing to respond to the Radiant Messenger. What are you still standing around for? Kill him, kill him. Li Yuanjie, bloodied and furious, pointed at Zhang Xingxing and shouted fiercely. Subsequently, Wu Pan, a general in her 60s, boldly stepped forward, disregarding her status, and strode outside. Don't try to change the subject. What do you mean by this? Bai Chongshan expressed his dissatisfaction. Shangguan Linger vaguely sensed something. Wu Yi had brought her here today, undoubtedly related to her father, prompting her to rise and prepare to leave. I'm just making money. What of it? Are you going to kill me? Su Duan, realizing he could no longer deceive, adopted a demeanor akin to a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Zhang Xiao, I am Xue Fuguei. Do you still remember me? Xue Fuguei hurriedly approached Zhang Xingxing and called out. However, regarding personal matters, he had only disclosed his secrets to Wang Hao, who never reciprocated with any information about himself. To gain entry, outsiders not only needed the approval of the host family, but must also be personally escorted by security. Even Tang Yiping, usually composed, was momentarily taken aback by the scene in the room, his gaze lingering on the man before he could confirm that the person being fed breakfast at the dining table was indeed his master. Li Chengze understood the character of each child well, yet he was exceedingly busy and unable to attend to every detail. The queen, not being their biological mother, was reluctant to intervene too much, as the children's real mother might disapprove, fearing ulterior motives. This scene was profoundly heart-wrenching. The Amoean Ling sword and the water spider were none other than Tang Yuyu. Introduction. Long stationed around the volcano, the stones, refined by volcanic lava over millennia, gradually developed sentience. Later, amidst the turmoil of heaven and earth and the rampant undead, various sorceries rendered these spirit stones devoid of life, leaving only bloodshed and slaughter. Shen Yin sensed something was amiss and abruptly lifted her head, only to find a man wearing a white mask. Leave me be. I do not require your affection. Qin Feng regained his composure, kicking the car door in disbelief. How could he possibly accept such a terrifying fan? It seems your spirits are high, managing to speak so much in one breath. Chao Xia straightened her back momentarily, her movements no longer as swift as before. She approached LV Hong's bedside and sat in the adjacent chair, observing him with a smile in her eyes. What on earth is happening? The Prime Minister had already confirmed that Shun Qingyun's words were entirely true, and with a darkened expression, he questioned Su Yinyun again. The formation for the first team was a 4-3-3, comprising 4 defenders, 3 midfielders, and 3 forwards, likely due to Duanmu Lu's appearance putting them at ease, resulting in an offensive formation. Upon entering the dining area, Lin Feng felt a mix of excitement and disappointment. The excitement stemmed from his certainty that a story he desired was unfolding nearby. The disappointment arose from his inability to discern whether Liang Mo or Babu's master, Sun Luo, would appear there. Chapter 130, The Ultimate Romantic Mind. The slap was utterly unexpected, leaving even Bibidong stunned. At that moment, the Pope's hall was eerily silent. The leaders of the other 4 sects wore grim expressions, uncertain of the relationship between Yu Xiaogang and Bibidong. However, the current situation was decidedly unfriendly towards them. If Yu Xiaogang truly was present in the spirit hall, peace would likely be elusive. Hu Yanzhen's face darkened as he thought to himself, this Yu Xiaogang must have saved Bibidong's life. She lay on Tang Chuan's chest, savoring his potent masculine aura. The fervent passion of their romance made her yearn to meld her body with his, wishing never to part again. As everyone neared the end of their meal, Maizhuo wiped his mouth and said, I'll take Rose to her bedroom. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable. Someone will come to tidy up shortly. The final sentence was directed at me, but did she truly wish for me to engage more with Ederhade? The other 2 individuals, Du Fei and Wang Fong, have recently graduated from school this year and were directly assigned to teach in this remote area, just as the strong were nearly exhausted to the point of collapse. The slowly shifting realm suddenly accelerated with remarkable speed. On the last day of August, several events transpired, one of which was the central government's new appointments of several officials in Liaodong province. Gao Jiping raised her eyes and noticed a few A-level field personnel from the 6th department returning from a meal, preparing to head back to the Tianshan apartment complex. Yang Guo tapped on the keyboard a few times, and in a moment, he controlled the host through the network neighbor and unlocked the extension. On the rooftop of the 18th floor, a man stood proudly, watching the cruise vehicle depart, his smile dark and cold. Zhuo Ying was acutely aware that Chao Jun had been biding his time, observing the situation, not merely to make a trivial appearance. He aimed to annihilate the more than 6,000 on their side. After all, it is better for a friend to perish than for a Taoist to perish. I should hasten my retreat. The fine grass was too dense, thus it could only be woven together in small bundles, which made it somewhat laborious to twist. However, Lu Juanhao's hands were remarkably nimble, so he did not find it troublesome. In the Spirit Soul City, Qin Yang was more familiar than anyone else. Finding a hotel was exceedingly simple for him. Behind him, the blood-stained rooster continued to move in circles, albeit with diminished majesty. Yet it could still manage for a while longer. At such moments, Mang Ling naturally refrained from intervening, not even stepping off the warship. Her presence was concealed, and no one knew where she hid within the vessel. They had previously overlooked this, only later transmitting their unstable emotions to one another. It was evident that a few years ago, this house was quite grand, and the inhabitants were exceptionally happy. Although it was not an exquisite sword, its materials were crafted from the hardest dark iron found in the universe. They had flown through the air for a full 5 days, with only a few minutes remaining until they entered the next stage. As the flames atop the tree gradually extinguished, Chang Xiao grew anxious, biting his tongue and spewing forth a drop of blood, which landed upon the copper-coined sword, causing it to emit a faint golden glow. Despite leading an army of 300,000, and even possessing unparalleled combat strength among the Ming armies, the treatment given to Prince Wanli by Emperor Jiajing was indeed slightly inferior. Aren't they the athletes who occupied the supermarket? How did they manage to escape? Xianli furrowed her brow. Presently, Wentian had absorbed all members of the Butterfly, establishing a new organization, with its headquarters situated in a location that was neither particularly conspicuous nor entirely devoid of human interaction. The plot was clearly not arranged this way. Did you not inscribe some symbols upon yourself? With a sense of reliance, Yu Miao Miao slept soundly, her lips occasionally twitching as if engaged in the act of eating. Da Hong instructed Wu Peng to assist the Flame Emperor to rest in the rear courtyard, repeatedly urging Wu Peng to meticulously tend to the Emperor's injuries. Chapter 131, Exclusive Title. Within the Pope's Hall, the other sect leaders, who harbored disdain for Yu Xiaogang, speculated that the emergence of the divine sound was attributable to Bai Bai Dong. The absence of such phenomena upon the erasure of the scoundrel title indicated that the ungrateful Yu Xiaogang had incited considerable ire from the divine entities. The Zhu Gui Douluo felt an overwhelming sense of joy, with the divine presence imposing restraint. It was likely that their pope would exhibit a modicum of restraint as well. Contemplating Yu Xiaogang, it seemed he would soon be paraded through the streets as an ordinary person. In other words, there were no 10 days to spare. Silently, Lung Xiaoxiao issued several commands to the Qiankuan Yinyang mirror before stepping into it herself. The battle concluded in a mere 30 seconds. Xia shook off the blood from her sword's ridge, having dispatched 5 with her main body and 3 with her clones. Feng Wang's body became rigid, her eyes wide with astonishment, a chill coursing through her as the ground's icy aura penetrated her legs and seeped into her very core, leaving her trembling uncontrollably. How did you know? Lin Mingwei inquired, her gaze radiating a murderous intent that sent a shiver down Han Xinyuan's spine. Yin Zi, familiar with her cold demeanor, found nothing peculiar in her appearance. He extended his hand and pulled her up, causing Qi Lin to stumble and fall into his embrace. With her innate fire attribute, which surpassed even the purple flames in rank, Lung Xiaoxiao possessed a certain resilience against such heat. No way, my dear, I am truly frightened. What should I do if I encounter a situation like last time? Feng Lanwei interjected, one foot stepping in. Who is this? Lancelot's father, Brod. The patriarch of the Ryan family asked in astonishment. Those who seek official positions solely for wealth, such as the chief officials, are inevitably surrounded by subordinates who are equally entangled in the pursuit of money. For these individuals, serving in their roles is merely a means to accumulate riches, and the quest for wealth often supersedes even the value of life itself. Indeed, for many, the allure of profit transcends existence. As long as there are profits to be made, there exists no action beyond consideration. Jing Yi let out a soft chuckle, extending his tongue to taste the blood that threatened to spill from the corner of his mouth. This action, witnessed by Lan Qingqing, exuded a certain wildness that sent a shiver through her heart, compelling her to turn away in a panic. As she rounded a winding path not far from Fengming Palace, she suddenly beheld a figure darting forth from the depths of the night, moving with a speed akin to lightning, clearly endowed with formidable combat prowess, transforming into a myriad of blood-red wings. The black mosquito momentarily refrained from retracting or attacking the mouse spirit, instead coalescing to block the entrance and prevent the mouse spirit from escaping back into the abyss. Yu Weiyan, upon hearing Bailey Wuchen's words, blinked her eyes, fully aware that not a single word spoken by him held sincerity. She had never been as naive as Yu Weiling to take his teasing remarks at face value. Meanwhile, Shang Guanfei wore an expression that suggested an understanding that left her speechless, deepening her frown. The situation became clear as the cunning of the hunting hounds led to unexpected victories, and the cries of the fallen ceased, while the fog enveloping the great bridge began to dissipate. However, The current dilemma lay in the fact that the dragon clan ahead was under attack by dragon slayers. Should the dragons be provoked and harbor animosity towards humanity, they might indiscriminately strike down Tej and his companion. Even if the dragon clan remained unprovoked, there was still a significant risk that they could mistakenly associate Tej and Sobis with the dragon slayers. Observing Yu Weiyin's demeanor, Zhu Yu felt a wave of relief. It seemed that, in her heart, she still held some regard for her master. Conversely, due to the promising but scarce nature of fifth-level ability practitioners, they were under strict protection from those in higher authority, and any reckless attack upon them would be met with severe repercussions. Old man. Like a grandpa taking a leisurely stroll, what strength is there to speak of? Long Mamu Yun teased. Yet, just as the heavenly dragon eagle sensed the cessation of the ancient nine nether sparrows' assault, the ancient nine nether sparrow unleashed another fierce cry. Chapter 132. Yu Xiaogang has gone mad. Tang San gazed at the silhouette of his teacher, a pang of bitterness swelling within him, perhaps tinged with a hint of jealousy. He hoped that the esteemed Qian Rinxue would also take notice of him, thus surpassing his teacher in excellence. Shortly thereafter, Huliana and several others, including the Douluo of the Chrysanthemum Ghost, arrived outside the papal palace. Yu Xiaogang reclined comfortably against Bibi Dong's shoulder, exuding a rather awkward aura. Huliana's expression soured slightly, but since it was a matter of her teacher's personal affairs, she refrained from making any remarks. What is that pink mist? Are you planning to assault the holy land of the heavenly dragons? Tears of despair welled up, yet the enigma of his actions eluded her comprehension. Indeed, if one were to consider it earnestly, this marked his inaugural venture into matrimony, warranting a serious approach, especially if one were to disregard the previous occasion where he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Memories of last year's Qixi festival surfaced. Recalling the vulnerable side he had revealed in solitude, had that facet of him always existed? Tao Song was not Tao Qian. Under Tao Qian's reign, they could deceive him, for he was prone to compromise, and they believed they could delight him. However, while Li Shiyu contemplated entering to take a look, she had no intention of purchasing, for she lacked the magical prowess to wield a wand effectively. In an instant, a massive conflagration erupted from within the radius of the detonated bombs, the intense heat seemingly igniting the very air, painting the sky in hues of crimson. Just this once, when Li Yi re-entered the chamber, he placed the bowl of medicine once more before her. Yan Shi-san, in a moment of urgency, retreated to the side, still gripping his bow tightly. What could be gained from such actions? What consequences awaited? Han Yu found himself perplexed. He sensed that this meat, rife with resentment, could not possibly be palatable. Cao Huai felt equally helpless. Mo Wui, known for his elusive nature, posed a significant challenge when it came to leading the charge. Yukazuki Shiono, having closed her umbrella, nodded in agreement, expressing satisfaction with the explanation provided by Zai Makuza Ihue. I am filled with trepidation. It is my failure in governance that has led to this. Thus I implore your majesty to mete out punishment. Wang Li bowed deeply before Qin Bozong. In the original Eastern Palace, individuals like Gu Yu, who were valued and close to Qin Bozong, were non-existent, for Gu Yu possessed advantages that none among the original courtiers could claim. Chun Feng ascended the mountain with an air of calm, the ethereal blue glow of the Kanglan blade shimmering in the distance like stars in a darkened sky. The path wound and twisted, long and serpentine. Drip, drip, blood from the dragon blade General Ho's palm flowed down the hilt, falling to the ground. Yet even so, the dragon blade general once more hefted the formidable heavy halberd above his head, unleashing the fifth strike that sliced through the air. Simultaneously, the poisoned hook, straining to glance back, met its end as its neck was severed, collapsing lifelessly, a dagger embedded in its heart, while its abdomen bore the remnants of a grievous wound. The hilt protruding from the back. Among the three major organizations, the elite masters were none other than mid-tier, upper-tier, or even those on the cusp of divine realms. Yi Tianjun may be formidable against 1, 2, or even 5 elite masters, but can you withstand the onslaught of 10, 100, or more elite foes? A thunderous roar erupted, an intense momentum radiating outward in all directions, annihilating everything in its path with a force akin to a tempest. Velaslina acknowledged his combat prowess, bestowing upon him the title of warrior, thus nullifying the celestial and earthly oppression he faced. In that moment, no one doubted the identity of Makuza Ihue. Many of the previously devised plans had to be completely re-evaluated. When Mei Wan took a seat across from him, A sense of trepidation washed over her, as she wondered if Liu still remembered the incident of her dropping his phone, fearing he might demand she replace it. In Chapter 133, The Return of Divine Punishment. The various factions opposing the Spirit Hall collectively exhaled in relief. Any association with Yu Xiaogang would undoubtedly lead to a negative title. At that moment, two streaks of light descended, their speed diminishing, revealing two bold characters before all eyes. "Huh, I was right. Now there is no need for concern," someone exclaimed. The title of Ultimate Scoundrel. Look at that unique frame. It seems something is flitting about. It appeared to be a golden fly. Chen Dong had already reviewed the surveillance, finding no footage of any medical pods entering or exiting, thus ruling out the possibility of tampering. He sensed that the two Demon Clan experts possessed peak Saint Emperor levels of power, 2 realms above his own. When he encountered Lin Feng, who acknowledged him, his eyes brightened with realization. This Lin Feng was undoubtedly extraordinary, possibly a member of a hidden noble family. However, if he were to advance further in just over 6 months, reaching the pinnacle of the casting cauldron realm at the mere age of 13 would be exceedingly rare in the annals of Fengyin Academy's history. Yet, in the next moment, the Prince of Chun, with a swift motion, pulled the plump Lin Jingwen onto his steed before all present, both riding together directly into the palace. Although Mo Yunlu cared little for Lin Jingwen's fate, he was displeased that someone dared to act without his consent in his own royal residence. Tian Hao and his companions swiftly descended from the platform, but Zhou Zheng, before departing, cast a grimace at Yi Li that was more sorrowful than a cry. Upon closer inspection, Miao Yijiwen's expression darkened as he emitted an icy aura, dispersing all those gathered around Lu Sha. He then removed his suit jacket and draped it over Lu Sha's shoulders. The two decided to head to the central control room, progressing cautiously along the path without encountering any unforeseen events. Now, they could only conduct one final experiment, directly administering the blood to test subject No. 3 to see if a miracle would occur. The leader's gaze was ominously intense. He would never harm himself, Su Yin was certain, for the old Taoist was his only kin in this world. Seizing the opportunity, he dealt with a disloyal subordinate before striding forth with his sword, exuding confidence as he approached the individual in charge. Yang Dong, visiting the inner sect of the Baiwei sect for the first time, noticed the profound contrasts in feng shui design, architectural aesthetics, and overall atmosphere compared to the outer sect, each element exuding the legacy of a millennium-old sect. The room remained silent for a prolonged moment. Ultimately, it was Qin Songyu who first broke the silence. She pondered that Jinyu was likely aware of her intentions, yet it seemed she had no desire to engage. Thus, regardless of how long she remained, Jinyu would not take the initiative to speak until she herself did. As the divine beings of the 100 Islands discovered that the impending demonic forces were not the formidable 1,000 demons nor the demon prince, but rather a handful of unfamiliar ordinary demon lords, they began to relax slightly. After a discussion, Yin Yu's lingering doubts dissipated entirely. He had initially felt it rather unbecoming for a burly man like himself to act at the behest of a lady. Should this become known, it would surely invite ridicule. After receiving Professor Kate's reassuring words, Hermione's anxiety eased considerably, even though she understood that Hogwarts was the safest haven in the magical realm. A professor's personal assurance that Harry would remain unharmed brought her considerable comfort. In her past life, Jinyu reflected, it seemed that since her engagement to the eldest son of the Xing family, she had paid little attention to the affairs of the Song family. Guosher gracefully glided towards the carriage, her figure enchanting, while Xiao Yu lacked the gentleness of Liu. His handsome visage and the assertiveness of a nobleman stirred her heart more than the softness of Liu ever could. The host, Huang Duan, soared into the air, declaring the day's sports meet concluded, with a continuation scheduled for the following day. The other lovely participants felt their hearts flutter, captivated by the moment, their eyes sparkling as they focused on the heights, each unable to contain their emotions. Chapter 134. The Yin-Yang person outside the Pope's Hall. Hu Yanjun and Feng Bailong looked at the bewildered Yu Xiaogang, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Bibi Dong was taken aback, unlike the detestable label of love-struck. This was a personal freedom that would not escalate to public outrage. Nearby, Zhugui Douluo and Hulaina approached Bibi Dong. Your Majesty, fret not. Negative titles are often mere societal constructs. Previously, the system had suggested that an upgrade required hosting 500 guests, yet post-upgrade, it failed to clarify the conditions for further advancement. The Emperor furrowed his brow, pursed his lips, and did not respond to Chu Yan's comments, instead fixing a cold gaze upon him. as if striving to see through the sun he had painstakingly raised. They were now acutely aware of one thing: following teacher Zhang guaranteed a feast, devoid of fears of falling into any traps. Serving as the governor of Liaodong felt akin to exile, with the annual task of subduing those whom Rong Wei considered scarcely better than savages, the Mo, the Malgao, and the Suzhen, who had also attacked the frail Giji Joseon. Yet the spoils were insufficient to fund military actions. To his surprise, Bai Haoqing seemed well informed about these matters, recalling Bai Wei's previous words. Shang Jin found himself at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, among the police surrounding the captors, there was a leader named Ling Dao, whose priority was to arrive at the scene, as the CEO of Gaoyu Group had been taken hostage. The fates of the fallen team members remained uncertain, including that of his own younger sister, which caused Hua Feiwa to lament deeply, her voice a strained cry of anger. As she beckoned, the entire arena was enveloped in a verdant summoning array. A Fu felt as if her legs were encased in lead, and she scarcely recalled how she managed to return home. It was only upon seeing Ji Wei cooking that a Fu, as if deflated, embraced Ji Wei tightly. A torrent of questions surged forth, yet he found himself disinclined to respond. Half of the media's inquiries seemed entangled in traps. Answer correctly, and it was expected. Falter. And a plethora of rumors would inevitably arise. Indeed, as Roger suppressed the fire element to a critical point, the concentrated flames ignited his garments without warning. The blaze, ignited purely by elemental fire, swiftly engulfed Roger in its fiery embrace. At that moment, the Sun-Eater wolf emitted an exultant howl, leaping skyward, its gaping maw voraciously consuming the immense flames of the Thunderfire Dragon one bite at a time. However, upon observing his attire of dark, fitted clothing, which suggested an imminent escape, they couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the Xin King had long anticipated the situation as unraveling and was prepared to flee at any moment? To save a person is to see it through to the end. Since we have already rescued him, let us complete our good deed by escorting him home. Hu Yao, she replied with unwavering certainty. Liu Bei firmly grasped Zhang Fei's arm, signaling him to refrain from any rash actions. Zhang Fei held deep respect for his elder brother Liu Bei and did not resist, merely glaring furiously at Dian Wei. In Mu Bai's view, his current predicament was worse than that of the Changchu in the bygone Guangning County. At that time, although Guangning lacked provisions, the Changchu commanded an army of 50,000 officials, still retaining the capacity to battle Zhao Yi's forces to the death. Certainly, the two monstrous beasts depicted on the ancient royal cauldron were sufficiently terrifying. Long Chun estimated that contending with the god King Mo Huang, who possessed the ancient royal cauldron, would be a formidable challenge, inevitably leading to a fierce struggle. His reticence within the family rivaled that of Han Qinyin. Thus, being able to utter this statement to Jiang Li indicated he was profoundly moved. Supporting the Prince of Chun, he gazed ahead, fixated solely on the iron chain bridge and its surface. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they finally descended the iron bridge and entered a lush grove. Surely, there could not be such claims without cause. During the daytime hunt, was there any peculiar occurrence? In the outside of the Pope's hall, everyone gasped in shock. The punishment from the divine was exceedingly harsh this time. Unlike previous divine retributions that merely inflicted physical pain, this was different. It was akin to having Yu Xiaojiang's kidneys removed. For someone with a robust constitution, such loss might not lead to detrimental effects. However, Yu Xiaojiang was far from robust, and losing both at once was catastrophic. His complexion turned ashen, and as the energy continued to surge, the whirlpool's rotation slowed until it came to a halt. Despite the presence of several unborn monsters within Ice Moon Island, their current state remained unknown. As the island's lord, he dared not disturb them. For the position of island lord was a legacy they had left behind. If Ice Moon Island were to be destroyed, he would be deemed a sinner. Upon seeing Chu Yun's straightforward agreement, Lori wasted no time and informed him that she would begin as soon as she changed her attire, suggesting he do the same. Chu Yun complied and promptly retreated to his room, executing the task with remarkable efficiency and without delay. Dao Wuhui was astonished once more. Even Dao Wuhui had manifested in the spirit illusion realm. Did Lingji truly have no connection with Dao Wuhui? Was Lingji unaware that Dao Wuhui had not perished? The situation grew increasingly enigmatic. If it were not for this, the tall man would likely not have allowed Dao Wuhui's meticulously planned attack to succeed. In terms of current strength, he and Dao Wuhui were not even in the same league. Many present recognized that Lung Tian was the shadow demon recently causing a stir in the Bihai Cheong Tian. Yet they were captivated by the ongoing battle and had little thought for the shadow demon. The demon before them was 1,000 times more terrifying, and anyone capable of vanquishing it was of paramount importance, regardless of their identity. Meanwhile, in the presence of Ao, Ming, and others, witnessing the Dragon King unleashing the essence of a divine beast caused great alarm, but they could not linger, regardless of the Dragon King's fate. Princess Ao Xiang's safety was paramount. They departed together, leaving the sea in silence. Shaking his head, Gu Hao realized he must venture outside. In his memory, Xian Hao had seldom left. He only occasionally played near the pond, having hardly seen any other places. Dou Wuhui and Shang Gu clashed once more, with Dou Wuhui displaying no hesitation this time, ignoring Shang Ji's words and focusing solely on his assault. Returning to Hu City, his emotions were indescribable. The stark contrast of suddenly emerging from the underdeveloped Somalia to a bustling metropolis was oddly disorienting. Shenlin Xiang, Su Ji, Bo, Zhang Mingdi, and others were among Wang Qian's closest friends at Beihu television station. If he had the means, he wished to keep them by his side. Wang Qian firmly believed that, with his capabilities, he would not allow them to fare worse than they had at Beihu television station. Zhang was among the most ruthless, a towering figure who prompted suspicion regarding whether he bore the bloodline of a silverback gorilla. Wang Qian's words held merit, compelling Xia Yuno to reluctantly retreat to the sofa in the upstairs living room. At that moment, senior executives from their venture capital firm arrived, fortuitously timed to coincide with the presence of the 4 esteemed patrons. How had his mother, who was seated by the bed, suddenly transformed into a classmate named Li? She gazed at him with her swollen visage, her disfigured fingers caressing his face. Thus, after Jian bent over Duanyu, his left hand remained concealed beneath the table, employing the 6 meridians sword Xiaozi technique to pour all the wine onto the floor. Plepler smiled respectfully. The 3 projects were matters of great concern for the formidable boss before him, and he dared not delay their progression. Why must a certain sum ascend to VIP status? Because it is within those confines that fairness and impartiality reign, where all participants engage and play with integrity. In Chapter 136, the golden crocodile viciously assaults Tang Hao. Bibi Dong's delicate form trembled, her steps halting abruptly as she beheld the headless corpse on the ground, her eyes vacant. Beside her, Tang San was engulfed in despair. This divine punishment, ostensibly directed at Bibi Dong, was unmistakably aimed at Yu Xiaogang. Outside the hall of the Pope, the 5 offerings and various sect leaders seemed to have awakened to a profound realization. The demon-suppressing Douluo reflected with awe, Bibi Dong truly is terrifying. Her response coupled with divine resonance amplifying her formidable presence. From the very first glance at Chu Xuanyu, an inexplicable affection blossomed within her, an unbidden fondness for him. Li Changfeng, with a grand gesture, produced a golden card, prompting the attendant to recognize him as a person of considerable stature. Those who possessed such a card were undoubtedly extraordinary. Similarly, the 5th Prince Hongzhou was accompanied by a leader from the Nuhilu clan, a fact that remained an unspoken secret among the gathered crowd. Qin Changshao paused, turning to scrutinize the young man once more, who appeared quite anxious, as if on the verge of collapsing onto the ground. It was almost amusing, truly. The life of a wealthy scion seemed to take a toll even after just a few days of exertion. Upon hearing the name, Li Yu felt a twinge of discomfort in his molars, recalling that historically, Hong Yun and Hong Pan likely never reached maturity. Qin Feng emerged from the corner, retrieving 2 tattered tiger skin blankets from within a purple gold coffin, wrapping himself in them and giving them a few twirls, feeling their substantial warmth. Lu Feilong, seething with irritation, nevertheless allowed Feng Tianyun to carry him away from the racetrack, opting to forfeit the remaining competition. At present, the Huaxiao nation was preparing to assist them in establishing electricity. It would not be long before some regions would have access to power. His class was exceptional in its own right, as long as the students maintained harmonious relations. It was the greatest consolation for him, unless one were to witness the deliberate auspicious clouds summoned by the old practitioners of the Chan sect, or the earth-burrowing techniques of lower-tier Qi cultivators, or even Jiang Zia's 4 non-entities. One would only catch a distant glimpse from the ground. Of course, that's not the case. It's just that seeing so many high-level players converge upon an 8th-tier imperial beast stirred a bit of excitement within me, and I was eager to discern its origins. Zhang Quan hastily concealed his earlier display of eagerness. Zheng Jinbiao was, after all, a notorious rogue, unbound by conventional norms. Chen Xiaogang had kept these matters hidden from his family. Although Zhang Jinbiao could surmise, he dared not affirm it. "We are moving to a new home. Did you know?" Xiang Qi said, his right arm encircling Lin Fia's waist, applying a slight pressure that sent her tumbling into his embrace. It was precisely because of this overwhelming strength, the ascendant ghostly vigor, that one could not guarantee victory in battle, especially under the current circumstances. Even the mightiest cultivators would find themselves at the mercy of the formidable heavenly tribulations. On the roadside, they veered into a shortcut, leading them to a refueling station near Baiyun Mountain. Yifeng cleared his mind of distractions, closing his eyes and focusing solely on the task at hand, furiously swinging his fists towards the demonic entity. After some pleasantries, the attendant promptly presented exquisite wine and delicacies. Chunyang signaled for the wine to be filled to the brim, offering a toast on behalf of the organizing committee before downing his drink. Except for a few judges, the remaining attendees were seasoned veterans of the drinking scene, who without hesitation raised their glasses in deference. It is worth noting that this event holds great significance, as it is reported that a journalist from CCTV has come to provide live coverage of the proceedings. Due to the slanted nature of this particular site, utilizing a miniature camera proves to be quite challenging. Even if one were to attempt it, capturing any useful footage would be unlikely. On the contrary, as the camera descends, friction with the walls may render it completely inoperable. Chapter 137. The title of Rebellion. Tang Hao, the god of slaughter, cast a shadow over the entire expanse, his 8 soul rings glowing brightly. With the absence of the 100,000-year soul ring, the crimson radiance emanating from his domain imbued him with an air of prestige. When the golden crocodile Douluo beheld those 8 soul rings, a look of disdain crossed his face. "The younger generation truly is arrogant, utterly disregarding my presence. I am eager to see how much strength you possess." With that, the second offering in the sky activated his 9 soul rings. And even the imperious Wang Qing fell silent upon witnessing the Jade Decree, revealing a look of astonishment. Crafting such an item is not particularly difficult. One merely needs to find a carrot or a softer piece of wood and carve an official seal of a certain department. There would be no shortage of documents. Lin Yuan was taken aback, the curses on his lips abruptly silenced as he rushed to the staircase on the 2nd floor, peering through the flames within. Even if a seasoned bone reader were present, they would be unable to discern any trickery in Li Anshin's countenance. Zhang Jiashan was momentarily stunned, then let out a laugh. Indeed. In this new era, reform must take precedence. Strategy shifts are still within my purview. No matter how much you do, it will eventually become outdated. Henceforth, we shall adhere to the standards set by the reforms. In accordance with the events that transpired a millennium later, the Ice Emperor was persuaded by the dreaming ice silkworm to become Hui Yuhao's second martial soul, akin to betraying the Soul Beast faction. Had it not been for the Ice Emperor's inability to withstand the heavenly tribulation, ultimately resorting to a sacrificial act out of desperation, perhaps he would have met the same fate as the dreaming ice silkworm, leaving no trace behind. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp echoed through the air, and rustling sounds emerged from the grass outside, indicating that no one dared to spy further. Mo Shuang's eyes sparkled. Coupled with the deliberate punch skill C he had obtained yesterday, he now possessed 3 skills from that particular man, including a passive ability. Shin Shiyun, consumed by rage, rushed forward and delivered a fierce slap to Yu Xiaogang, subsequently gripping her hair and refusing to relent. The onlookers, empathizing with their plight, offered what little assistance they could, knowing that they would not go hungry. Just as Nanyang Zhaozi finished speaking, Fujita appeared before him with an urgent expression. Observing Fujita's haste, Nanyang Zhaozi felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, Xiao Shan's eyes glimmered with a playful light. The show was about to commence, and Fujita anxiously addressed Nanyang Zhaozi. Qian Shui Mena sighed softly, her heart entangled in sorrow. Humans lack foresight. Had I known it would come to this, I would have never agreed to share in the first place. Now, in a complete disregard for decency, I find myself retracting my consent. Li Rahai withdrew his hand from Wanzi, observing as she finally opened her vital energy channels and began to transform essence into strength, letting out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, a series of crisp knocks interrupted their conversation. Xiao Shan's eyes flashed with a sense of helplessness as he addressed the door. Shi Qianqian was increasingly incensed. For those alluring women were all concubines introduced by Madame Qin to serve Qin Wanfeng, under the pretense that her pregnancy rendered her unfit for labor, thus delegating the care of Qin Wanfeng to these concubines. Furthermore, Li Yu had activated the intellectual brain's permissions, acquiring formulas for the development of over a dozen novel pharmaceuticals. Once these were produced, they would elevate the company to unprecedented heights. When the company matured to a truly prosperous state, the research plan for Drug A would be reignited. Yet by then, the company would no longer resemble its current self. A terrifying tempest of power erupted, as if the very void itself were stirred into tumultuous waves. It was reminiscent of the encounter on the highway to Chihong City, where he had confronted the blonde youth blocking his path in a Ferrari. The individual bound to the first pillar on the left looked on in frantic terror as he beheld the axe in the Tiger King's grasp. He lunged once more toward Ling Tian, but as the stars descended upon him, Lin Qing's assault was utterly obliterated. Chapter 138. The Grave of Yu Xiaogang Overgrown with Blue-Silver Grass. A sense of foreboding rose within Tang Hao. This exclusive title could not truly be intended for the mistress, could it? The timing was too coincidental, coming as it did right after Yu Xiaojiang's tragic demise. If it were indeed claimed by his own son, it would spell trouble. Yet, by chance, Bibi Dong publicly declared she had personally slain Qian Xuanji. Tang Hao worried. Could it be my son's doing? Bibi Dong is too formidable. It is time to weaken her. It is often said that sons resemble their fathers. In his youth, Tang Hao is earmarked as the heir to the sect, celebrated for his prowess in blood-soaked battles. While Leon was adept at transforming the assassin's creed into a berserker's creed, had it not been for his recent arrival, Jalen Ross would have genuinely considered taking a sick day. After all, a troubled mind is still a form of ailment. To prevent any awkwardness for Wen Li and Su Jingjing, the king specially invited Lu Zhizhou to accompany them for dinner that evening. Soon enough, the trio arrived at the edge of the ghost dance forest, where they could see the green light flickering within the woods from afar. There were also some members of the branch family capable of conversing with Mu He, who, upon witnessing Mu He's seemingly leisurely demeanor, exchanged knowing smiles that only men could understand. Chening felt increasingly anxious. Qin Kong had no intention of causing trouble, but upon sensing the unease of the other party, he chuckled and hung up the phone. They all feared the consequences of disobedience, worried that they might be benched by the team, while Brand did not fear being sidelined. He was nonetheless concerned about his image. It was at this moment that many realized the individual before them was a prominent streamer from Huaxia, boasting immense popularity and a considerable following on YouTube. Ming Hai led one polar bear away, while another, curious about the scene, eagerly followed. The resplendent sunset illuminated the verdant rainforest, and the stern-faced teacher Chun, who demanded perfection, finally broke into a smile, bringing a collective sigh of relief. Why must we make things difficult for ourselves? Knowing he was an old pervert, why test his capabilities? Bu Chao's face was awash with tears. At that moment, Wei Wu indeed felt a disturbance in his blood flow, hastily retreating while tossing out a U-shaped magnet, hoping to diminish the chaotic blood formation's power. Lin Shufeng mentioned that he had already inquired, revealing that the method for Dog Duck was quite simple, albeit time-consuming. Wei Wu chuckled, unleashing the magnet to weaken their magical artifacts, and then the playing cards surged forth, forming a formation to encircle and eliminate the 5 individuals. Chen Qi stood amidst the charred leaves, devoid of any foliage upon his attire, yet he persistently pointed his wooden sword skyward, his gaze radiating an unprecedented defiance. Lin Shuxiao remarked that this waterfall was named the Horsetail Waterfall, and upon closer inspection, he indeed found it resembled a white horse's tail. Perhaps due to Chen Qi's insufficient authority, the finest object he could perceive was merely a blue skill manual. Upon discovering Haywood's treachery, Lu Yutu's body suddenly revitalized, wielding a knight's sword to confront Haywood's rebels. This caution stemmed from the instincts of an experienced hunter who sensed the presence of a formidable predator in the vicinity, suggesting the likelihood of a 5th-tier ferocious beast inhabiting such an expansive area. A chill began to spread among the onlookers. Among them, no one understood Mei Jiankai better than Song Changxiao, who spoke with unwavering certainty. At dawn, clarity emerged from the vortex, yet he remained perplexed. Sensing a connection to Huaxiao, Yin Junfeng felt a jolt of surprise. Indeed, it bore some resemblance to his description. Since that incident in the cave, after Tai Xiangxue had ingested that pill, his body had undergone significant changes following the ensuing agony. As you say, I too fear that girl. When Weigua, as a dutiful son, dared not overstep his father's authority, Cheng Lingji felt a shiver run down her spine at his words, a wave of dread washing over her. As she sensed an ominous premonition, the middle-aged man they had just encountered was merely somewhat disagreeable in demeanor hardly qualifying as a villain, especially when compared to the ruthlessness of Fan Shuang and Gao Shuiming, which was leagues apart. Chapter 139. Tang San stroll through Holy Soul Village. Tang San dared not harbor any illusions. Failure to comply would surely result in a graver fate. However, the thought of carrying a headless corpse sent a chill down his spine. Yet, to prevent decay, he knew he had to take some action and apply a layer of medicine. Tang San was apprehensive about being publicly shamed, particularly in Saint Soul Village, where he had grown up. The thought of facing the villagers in such a disheveled state filled him with dread, as their scorn would be palpable. The rarity of an encounter involving village chief Old Jack and a high-level summoner was not lost on him. Lu Jialo wore an innocent expression, saying, "Sister, I came to find you because I missed you." Moments later, Lin Chuan felt a stirring deep within him, an unprecedented sensation that dispelled his fears and instilled a newfound confidence, as if he could communicate with the dragon at the river's bottom. Ultimately, it was the melee prowess of the elemental mage that distinguished him. While others feared their opponents breaching the back line, Yin Yu had never been intimidated. In fact, Captain Yin Yu often charged into battle, becoming a unique spectacle within the league. The youthful boy radiated a vibrant energy, his sunny smile revealing a set of white teeth. Clad in the night team's uniform, "Is this a place for you? Go away and beg for scraps," the sharp-tongued individual shouted at Lin Chuan, attempting to slam the door shut. After hanging up the phone, Gu Xingji's mind was consumed by thoughts of yesterday's kiss, as Lu Yuwei, like a timid child, fled before fully embracing the moment. In a swift motion, he raised his fist and delivered 2 powerful blows to the protagonist's face, causing him to lose all strength to resist. In the midst of laughter, the formidable thieves vanished like smoke, while the bandits fell into my trap. Zhuang Wei chuckled, resembling a protagonist from a Japanese anime. Finally, it was over. Mu Xiao let out a long sigh of relief, for the battle had proven to be more arduous than anticipated. The strength of the adversary was hardly inferior to that of the insectoids encountered by Long Foam on the chaotic battlefield. Additionally, San Xiao and the others still lagged behind in power. These demon spirit pills would serve to enhance their capabilities significantly. A man wielding a cleaver charged toward Lei Xiao, who swiftly turned and fled as the man relentlessly pursued him. Lei Xiao narrowly evaded capture time and again. With the first level of body refinement technique and the first level of Xiantian skill achieved, Ling Bai felt a remarkable transformation within his body, his face alight with joy and astonishment. Dr. Carey cast a glance at him, rising from her chair to approach the glass container, placing her right hand upon it. Her hand seemed to connect with that of the male figure within, as 2 identical rings appeared to narrate an untold story. The cloaked figure once more performed a spell, and the skeletal remains, severed by sword energy, astonishingly regenerated, prompting the crowd to retreat in shock. Fong Nan gazed at the weapons with gleaming eyes, and the old man, noticing his expression, was certain the young man had taken a liking to his treasures. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He now had a new objective, the Storm Pear Blossom and the Xiantian Sphere. As long as these 2 weapons were developed, the rest would be inconsequential. It appeared that you 2 were getting along well. Regarding what I previously mentioned, how have you contemplated it? Xing Luo's expression turned playful, his once serious tone now laced with humor. Dr. Carey repeated her earlier actions, her gaze and palm resting on the tendrils of the serpent dog, precisely where its forelimbs connected to its neck and body. If Ling Bai was not mistaken, this area coincided with the location of the sapphire organ. Goodness, this creature is ruthless. It has left quite a bump on my head. This is disastrous. I cannot survive like this. Constantly being attacked is a harbinger of ill fortune. How many beatings must I endure in the days to come? Chapter 140. Humiliation within the Spirit Soul City. Tang Hao appeared utterly exhausted. After swinging his hammer 1,000 times, he finally unearthed Yu Xiaogang from the earth. As the first rays of dawn broke the horizon, Tang Hao felt drained, his entire being devoid of strength, clearly a punishment from the divine. Before long, Tang Hao met up with Tang San, carrying a headless corpse. "Father, your complexion looks dreadful." Tang San feigned concern, but upon seeing the teacher's body, Zhou Haiming harbored no doubts and purchased another bottle. As a result, his mother ingested 2 bottles of sleeping pills, and thankfully, they discovered it in time, administering an enema for rescue. Moreover, this tremor was not the kind caused by an earthquake. What was happening? Could there be a master lurking in the mountains behind? Both of them were covered in wounds, most likely inflicted by the stones in the river, with additional marks suggesting they had collided with the riverbanks. Had it not been for the desire to avoid conflict with them, The axe that had fallen to the ground would have surely made a fatal dent in their skulls. Have any peculiar individuals appeared in your household? Or have you encountered any strange occurrences recently? Upon hearing Xiao Shiling's inquiry, I hastily turned to Lu Zhini for answers. His question prompted others to glance at Cheng Jianxi, silently seeking an explanation. Additionally, Zhang Heng was well aware of Zhang Tao's father's prowess, and the audacity of the latter to approach Zhang Heng indicated a lack of concern for danger. Long Ying was not one to stoop to quarreling with a mere child. He gestured to Lin Xiu'er, indicating that this matter was in the past. Indeed, his current strength was only at the second level of the out-of-body stage. He needed to elevate his abilities to the fifth level of the out-of-body stage to feel more confident. Otherwise, the probability of failure remained significantly high. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Kelly's heart. Could they be attempting to infiltrate the entire spaceship? Perhaps during the chaos of boarding the new colonial battleship. They might have seized the opportunity to blend in with the passengers of our battlecruiser? The grand hall was filled with guests. A long red carpet stretching from outside the courtyard to the entrance, and the once lively atmosphere had turned silent as everyone awaited the arrival of the newlyweds. Chun Hao perused the list twice, finally locating the only battery manufacturer that still possessed a hydrogen-nickel battery production line. Meanwhile, several four-star electronics vice presidents in the administrative building, upon hearing the piercing alarm, hastily vacated their seats and began to run. The onlookers, including passengers waiting for security checks behind Chun Hao, changed their expressions upon the arrival of a middle-aged man. 8 years had passed, during which he endured relentless suffering, even venturing to the northern wilderness in search of her, only to find no trace of her, as if she had been a fleeting dream over those 3 years, and now that the dream had faded, she had vanished as well. Suddenly, among the 30 or so men in black attire, 10 armed with rifles and submachine guns stepped forward. The former Jean Feng would never have treated him with such cold indifference. If she held any importance in his heart, she would not have easily overlooked Chu Yunlian, the one who harmed her, let alone allow someone to kill her before her eyes. Thankfully, we, at Jufeng Tianqing, had purchased that piece of land 1 billion years ago. I am planning to construct a villa, Gong Chongjian chuckled sinisterly. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Chen Hao wouldn't do anything bad to me. After a brief internal struggle, Pan Dongdong ceased speaking and allowed Chen Hao to lead him into the dimly lit corner of the campus. In that moment, all the shoulder-mounted, mobile, and fixed rocket launchers simultaneously roared to life. Such immense power, even the legendary Xianyuan Huangdi of Yer did not possess such might at this age. When the divine dragon emerges, the world transforms, calamity and fortune become indistinguishable. Is this individual truly the savior, or rather a harbinger of calamity? The elder sighed deeply. Chapter 141. Tang Hao struck by divine lightning. Upon hearing the thunderous roar, Tang Hao instinctively recoiled, for how could a mortal frame withstand such divine wrath? Meanwhile, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that further divine punishment loomed? One could only hope this was merely a precursor to an impending storm. The townspeople looked upward, witnessing the ominous black clouds gathering above, with lightning surging through the sky. The thunder rumbled ominously, sending shivers down Tang San's spine. Surely, the recent oppressive heat must have caused this sudden shift from sunny to stormy. Alas, I had implored my husband not to purchase such a grand ring. Yet he insisted it suited me perfectly, claiming it was a compensation for the hardships I had endured. This brother of mine, enamored with someone, ought to pursue her directly. Yet he adopts a bureaucratic demeanor, leaving her to sign an inequitable contract without clarity. The graceful silhouette was undeniably enchanting, especially accentuated by her movements as she ascended the staircase, exuding a raw, violent beauty. Chang Guxing, donning the python robe that symbolized princely status, though the python had yet to transform into a dragon, emanated a fierce, desolate aura, perhaps even bloodier than that of a true dragon. Now, Chang Guxing, this true python, was set to vanquish Chen Shubao, this false dragon. Under Lu Yi's orchestration, Hui Yan's reputation soared, and at this moment, not only he but the entire Sigu city basked in newfound renown, precisely what Lu Yi had envisioned. Yin Xiao previously knew little of the high priest's role. She merely perceived his formidable presence and esteemed position, leading her to regard him as powerful. Chang Guxing held a firm belief that true mastery lies within integration. To genuinely govern them, one must become part of their world, lest they remain an eternal outsider. Zhu Gai arose with an air of grievance, casting a glance at Chang Guxing that, though unintentional, conveyed a myriad of emotions, causing him to shudder as if he had wronged her in some way. The suppressed voice resonated like thunder trapped within a box, dark and tinged with a hint of fury. The Azura, having listened for an extended duration until her legs grew numb, continued to listen with unwavering enthusiasm. That evening, after receiving martial arts techniques from Su Shan, the subordinates insisted on taking him to a tavern for a celebratory drink. When the inspectors revealed the flying fish banner and marched towards Hongxiu Zhao, they attracted a crowd of onlookers. She had been confined within the West Chamber for several days. Although she had encountered Yi Guangming, the thought of the dowry left her feeling hopeless about life. Should she ascend to power, she must possess means of amassing wealth. Moreover, it is advisable for such methods to remain discreet, lest they attract the attention of the martial emperor. Numerous farmers affiliated with the Heavenly Sword sect, idle martial artists from the rivers and lakes, and various outsiders have gathered. She smiled faintly. The Qi King's directive to have Han Yue burn down the ancestral hall and disrupt her recognition banquet stemmed merely from his growing suspicions, aiming to prevent her from being acknowledged and protected by the Qi family. Liang Mingjiang's consultation with her indicates that this outcome was a decision derived from extensive organizational deliberation. Ultimately, after two heart-wrenching screams echoed, Lao Sha and Tsunade advanced side by side into Konoha. A pair of crimson eyes, with the entire head cloaked in dark scales, presented a humanoid semblance rather than a hybrid of beast and man. It was late, and yet Han Xiyo had not returned. Sin Kurson had promised him that as long as she obediently complied, he would not expel her, and she would frequently have the pleasure of his company, which already brought her great satisfaction. For Long Ming, who possesses a keen sense of the broader picture, the honor of eliminating the Vietnamese agent Wang pales in comparison to the splendor of obliterating the Vietnamese spy base, both actions, undeniably acts of revenge. Bear greater impact and persuasion in the latter. Of course, the simultaneous eradication of Wan Jingtian would also be a gratifying spectacle for Long Ming. I recommend my new book, which is truly captivating. Title: Awakening of the Heroic Spirits, The Beginning of Pangu. Synopsis: The void rends asunder, malevolent spirits descend, and Earth undergoes a cataclysmic transformation, giving rise to formidable evil entities. In an instant, the world is no longer governed by the supremacy of wealth, but rather a brutal survival of the fittest. Where the strong reign supreme, the world becomes perilous, yet humanity is astounded to discover the potential to awaken heroic spirits, determined by their own bloodlines, summoning ancestral spirits. Some awaken the spirit of Liu Bei, capable of summoning multiple heroic figures, the 5 tiger generals. Others awaken divine beings, capable of summoning the magical child Neza, the war god Xingtian, the demon god Qiyu. Having traversed back in time, Li Gu's first endeavor to rise in this dangerous world is to perform a blood oath of recognition, dripping his blood upon an image of Pangu to ensure his awakening. This is common knowledge post-cataclysm, contingent upon having a connection. Pangu, the creator god. Nuwa, the creator of humanity. The Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor. Every individual from Huaxia has ties to these figures, making blood recognition feasible. Yet, after the upheaval, such blood oaths have become futile. Living anew in this treacherous realm, Li Gu possesses the legendary spirits of the 12 ancestors, the Demon Emperor Dijuan, the Eastern Emperor Tai, the ancestor of the Underworld River, the 3 Pure Ones, and the creator god Pangu. Chapter 142. Capturing Qianren Shui. In a brief moment, Shui Qinghe arrived at the Grand Soul Arena, which, unlike its usual ambience, was bustling with activity today. A multitude of soul masters had gathered to register, predominantly comprising strikingly handsome men and beautiful women. Among them, the Tianshui Academy stood out conspicuously, and Shui Qinghe was acutely aware that this attention was largely due to Yi Ming. At that moment, Yi Ming was engaged in a match within the arena, effortlessly triumphing over opponents of equal rank and even those of higher tiers, captivating the audience. Previously, he had stumbled upon the fact that Ouyang Qiansheng had made contact with Jiang Yuer. If his suspicions were correct, Ouyang Qianqing must possess an intricate understanding of the current circumstances in Beiyin, perhaps even being aware of his own true identity. Under Jia Jing's signal, the Zhuma Silver Dragon Python approached, carrying a knight and depositing him before Jia Jing. It was only at this moment that Jiang Yingshui comprehended why Feng Linlang had been so generously helpful to her. She felt fortunate that she had not developed feelings for Feng Linlang. Otherwise, she would have inevitably become another's sacrificial pawn. Upon witnessing the dense assembly of the allied forces, the Death Knights visibly trembled, quickly retreating to relay the alarming news to the Lich King. Yihan's destination was Xianlai Island. According to the records of the Star River ceremony, there exists a desolate island in the far north, where an individual once attempted to transcend the tribulation of ascension. Unfortunately, the endeavor ended in failure, resulting in the obliteration of the person's soul, leaving behind only a shattered identity jade pendant inscribed with the words "Slay Emotion." Speculation arose that this individual may have hailed from the Xinfu sect. His smile bore no trace of provocation, yet it instantaneously ignited the fury of the monstrous members of the Nuliang group. Xiaoying Na's eyes widened in disbelief. Must it truly be this brutal? Compared to the world of football, ordinary compulsory education or university education appears far simpler, yet the entertainment industry seems even more sordid. Ah, Lord Hokage is truly busy. As Tsunade's uncle, he arrives last. Where are the gifts? Zheng Yin remarked with a smile. Perhaps this was a plan set forth by Zheng Yi eons ago for the forging sect, possibly knowing that the sect would face a calamity in the future, requiring his protection to avert disaster. If he were to channel the wind or wild elements into his body, traversing through those exceptional meridians, could he not also consolidate them into a wind beast or a wild beast? In truth, since last year, he had merely been a filler, hardly contributing anything of significance. Were it not for the backing of the Nugulu clan, Inze might have cast him aside long ago. There was no way he would be summoned for matters if he were deemed unnecessary. Could it be Amy? Recalling the words spoken to her by Milu, Morong Xin couldn't help but chuckle. While Cheng Xin displayed commendable taste in selecting a partner, her judgment in friendships was utterly lacking. The specter gestured to the scythe with a series of hand signs, preparing to venture out for reconnaissance, only to be interrupted by the voice of Wu Chang over the radio. Adhering to the principle of valuing humanity over wealth, Lu Yun, after piloting a few flights with the students, relinquished control to them, allowing them to experiment freely, justifying it with the notion that fledglings must endure trials to soar to the heavens. Repeatedly executing the same skill or combining different skills would yield varied effects. Within an incredibly brief span, 3 adversaries were dispatched, and despite not being particularly swift, even a master found it taxing. At that moment, Zhengji arrived, and any further achievements were rendered impossible. Before the explosion, Lu Yi, Milu, and the police officer had managed to distance themselves, only to be knocked to the ground by the shockwave, sustaining no injuries. The night in New Capital City was shrouded in darkness. Not only was there no moon, but not a single star adorned the sky. Cheers erupted, and everyone downed their drinks, while Morong Shuer, at that moment, covertly cast glances at Lu Yi. However, a barrage of bullets swept through, striking the squad leader twice in the head, nearly obliterating it, resulting in an immediate sacrifice to the nation. Blood mixed with brain matter splattered all over Chen Dajiang, leaving him drenched. Chapter 143. The Ungrateful Wolf. At this moment, the streets of Soa City were teeming with residents, most clutching vegetable baskets, their faces etched with indignation. Humph. The next stop is Haoyin sect, so everyone, seize this opportunity and ensure they do not depart in peace. Indeed, it was crucial to inflict severe torment upon these 3 ungrateful wretches. Perhaps the treacherous terrain of Haoyin sect would become their final resting place. It was infuriating that the corpse of that useless Yu Xiaogang remained intact. This dimensional corridor serves as a passage connecting various realms, and due to its nature of bridging space, it is fraught with chaotic energy currents. When Chun Pingson arrived, he looked at me with a hint of confusion and asked, "What do you want from me? If there's nothing to discuss, I shall return to my slumber." That unknown entity, now likely aware that its avatar had been vanquished, seemed to possess synchronized memories. Thus, the true form must also be cognizant of today's events, rendering Chun Shueshan susceptible to further exploitation. Han Xian understood all too well the discomfort of being overweight, gazing into his eyes, sensing that Orlando could indeed commit foolish acts. 3 days passed in a blink, and Chu Haoyan had collected all the bodies into the insect command world. Han Yi had also made contact with numerous disciples from the demon domain, yet only around 160 remained unaccounted for. However, everyone was acutely aware that most of these individuals had likely perished in the celestial secret realm. This year was also referred to as the Dusk of the Saints, for on this day, all saintly beings within the star realm perished. In the entire realm of stars, there will be no more saints or formidable beings for a considerable time in the future. Yet, is there nothing of significance there? Everything in this world is intricately interconnected. Even if we remain unaware, we cannot merely feign the illusion that we possess all knowledge. Chu Haoyan's heart brimmed with joy. He had long worried that Mei Rujiao would object, but now, it seemed we had the official sanction to pursue romance. Given that old Gao is so preoccupied with that dark talisman, it must surely possess considerable significance, although our trio had yet to fully comprehend it. With the talisman in our possession, there was no cause for concern. If I were to falter, it would likely lead to a dead end. I smiled at the phoenix and, under the watchful eyes of old Ouyang and the phoenix, drank the concoction in one swift motion. Upon examining the notice once more, I was taken aback. A merchant named Hu Dalong in the city was offering a reward of 1,000 coins for the whereabouts of the old crone. The cherished beast was deliberately placed in that segment of the cultivation world for two primary purposes. First, to test whether it would be expelled when consumed by the blood which space, and second, to discover where the beast would reappear if it were indeed rejected. Despite the thunderous roar of the waterfall resonating throughout the land, Zhang Chen seemed to hear a voice from Ho Qing. He slowly turned his head, pointed at Yu Fei within the luminous orb, and uttered something, though Ho Qing could not discern his words. Amidst the chaos, Li Mao managed to visit the outer residence where Zhou Yang resided, delivering a grand gift. In the dead of night, his right leg tore through the air, abruptly striking Ying Nustang in the abdomen. Like a bolt of lightning, the hurling Mustang was sent crashing down toward the passage like a shooting star. Su Ying recognized the man as Zhang Yi solely due to the striking resemblance between this young man and Zhang Jie and Zhang Chu. To some extent, the blood which space resembled a domain, yet no cultivator in the current realm possessed the ability to cultivate such a domain, rendering comparison impossible. Nevertheless, from this perspective, Xian Tseng glimpsed hope. Not long after, the three gradually awoke, evidently oblivious to the memories that had been erased moments prior. Li Lingzu was the first to take her leave, departing directly through the subterranean riverway, as Diyu and his companions exited through the passage they had previously entered. Chapter 144. The title of Hypocrite unfolded. Tang San, acutely aware of the derisive glances from the crowd surrounding him, trembled as he reached up to touch his forehead, pride swelling within him at the sight of the violet tattoo beneath his eye. In this moment, Tang San felt a surge of anxiety. For this tattoo had been etched by Yi Ming. He recalled Yi Ming's seemingly harmless demeanor, yet she was indeed his arch-nemesis, suggesting that there was more to the situation than met the eye. Upon touching his forehead, Tang San discerned a character inscribed at its center. Perhaps Su Xing still remembered how others mocked her in her past life. Her expression strained, as if she were attempting to bulge her eyes out in defiance, quite excessive in her effort to appear dashing and valiant. Those who remained in the Demon Suppression Division were formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become powerful. In this radiant light, the earthly ruins erupted with its most potent self-defense, wherein the celestial sovereign intervened to safeguard this realm. Jiangxi was infuriated by her lack of ambition, and while she hesitated to take action herself, a phone suddenly materialized before them. As the workday came to a close, Zhou Kaiyu assisted Wang Xiying in leaving the office, exiting the county government to return home and alleviate Wang Xiying's ailments. Li Huixiao produced her phone, sequentially dialing Su Liangyu, Lu Hachong, Xiao Jingyao, and Zhou Hanyang. After watching his wife enter the restroom, Qi Yu sensed something amiss and turned to glance back. In truth, Su Xing had anticipated these events the previous day. The verified Weibo account remained silent to shield the comment section, where countless insults directed at Su Xing could be found. Ho Wei's nose inexplicably tinged with bitterness, his heartbeat racing to its peak, as the acrid taste of tea spread throughout his mouth, a reflection of his overwhelming sense of panic. Although school officials attempted to intervene, their efforts were thwarted by the unruly behavior of the students, who, like a stubborn pig unbothered by boiling water, persisted in their antics, leaving the school leaders helpless. Moreover, the lack of regard for that piece of land allowed the Wu family to take advantage of the situation. Nevertheless, the sensation of it being clasped was indeed delightful. He extended his right hand to his nose, inhaling a scent imbued with an indescribable aroma, just as the two were about to collide. Castle executed a swift turn with both ball and body, while AIC mirrored the movement with an agile sidestep. Overall, however, the night passed without incident. After all, the chosen location was known for its scarcity of zombies, further complemented by the moss on the gravestones, meaning that the zombies they might encounter were merely a few mindless wanderers. Yi Ming carried only a red envelope containing a gift for Su Xing, adhering to the standard for a celebratory occasion, amounting to 600 yuan, a figure considered quite generous in the new cold climate. The visitor promptly stated his intentions, and Lin Shen instinctively wished to decline, but ultimately decided to listen to what he had to say. However, the matter eluded his memory entirely. In response to Hyun Bin's cooperation, Jin Xuanjin expressed her satisfaction. Ling Yong's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, fixated on Jack Ray with a look of disbelief. Was Jack Ray truly capable of such remarkable feats? Could he really cause a severed leg to regrow? Although he had previously been astonished by Jackery's various abilities, he never anticipated that he would possess such remarkable prowess. Observing his sisters somewhat tacitly affirming his thoughts, Su Xian prepared to embrace the rather peculiar Zhao Zi. The awkwardness from yesterday had entirely vanished, and Zhao Zi was diligently fulfilling his responsibilities as a manager, meticulously arranging everything that needed to be organized. The scroll may have been small, yet it contained an abundance of information, so extensive that even the winds were left in awe. As the elevator doors opened, Xiao beheld the objective of his current endeavor and scrutinized it carefully. "Ah, my dear minister, as a student of the sage, how can you refer to yourself as a commoner?" Xian remarked, his hands slightly raised, an invisible force lifting Pisley's body. Before his words had fully settled, a whirlwind of dust surged around him, cloaking his sparse beard in a thick layer. Chapter 145. The Misfortunes of Tang How. After a brief respite, Tang San extracted 2 fragrant pills from his bosom, consuming one himself. Tang Hao accepted the other, swallowed it, and then rose to head towards the direction of Houtian sect. After a while, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain, where a village, belonging to the Houtian sect, lay. The villagers emerged from their homes, pointing and whispering about the two. Tang Hao led the way. As this place was most familiar to him, he aimed to traverse the streets as swiftly as possible. Indeed, she was the most esteemed princess, the reincarnation of the phoenix, a fact that bore no room for doubt. Over the course of half a month, Wei Xiao had traversed all major television stations, showcasing their flagship variety shows and trending online programs. Su Wushuang observed Gu Shi sitting beside her, with Ailey next to him, while Long Jun and Shu Min directly seated themselves together, choosing to sit between her and Su Min, gazing at Jack. Xiao Qiqing scoffed, a deep jealousy hidden within her dark eyes, yet tinged with a hint of ease. Regardless, since Xiahou Su had chosen to forfeit, why should he not seize the opportunity? Uncertain of how long he had waited, the shopkeeper emerged from the conversation and entered the workshop with a lighter in hand. In the generation of Qin Jinyu, both princes and princesses belong to the Qin lineage, where only the final character of their names is bestowed by the elders, symbolizing their heartfelt wishes or expectations for the younger ones. At this moment, he finally comprehended why his discerning and fastidious brother, despite the multitude of beauties in the world, was so fixated on Qin Jinyu. Time seemed to stand still. The movements of the men rushing towards her appeared excruciatingly slow, yet imbued with an irresistible force. It felt as if everything had truly been liberated, with all emotions extracted, leaving only sheer exhaustion. Approaching noon, most shops on the street had lifted their wooden doors. Yet due to the peculiar functioning of a grocery store and a medical clinic that had transformed into a laundry, the street maintained an air of tranquility. Particularly in the morning when laundry was delivered but not processed. Just moments ago, the middle-aged monk had bowed his head in silence, but now Fa-Fei stood once more. The cold glint in her eyes even more pronounced than before. Whether it was West's mid-range shot or Cousin's interior play, the Lakers found themselves powerless to intervene, forced to witness their perimeter defense crumble before their inner line was next to be exploited. The forging of the Star Iron Motherstone proved to be the most challenging phase. However, thanks to spatial assimilation coupled with the blue heart flame, a modicum of success in crafting was achievable. After uttering her words, Jiwa looked up, feeling a sense of resonance, only to see a red figure materialize in midair, none other than Lu Qianqian, who had accompanied Arthur to the west. Since the beginning of Yongming, an alliance with the Northern Dynasty had been established, and over the past 7 to 8 years, despite occasional skirmishes and disputes, major conflicts had been averted, allowing for annual exchanges between emissaries, a rare epoch of peace. Waves of energy assault struck its form, unleashing bursts of yellow light, creating a series of holes in its earthy armor. Yet, amid the flowing yellow radiance, it rejuvenated completely, unharmed. After all, with an abundance of wealth that seemed inexhaustible, treating the instructor to a meal was merely a token of appreciation for 2 months of arduous guidance. Fang Yu expressed a hint of regret, reflecting on how many human legacies had been shattered and lost following the cataclysm. This is the residence of Yin Xiaoshun of Danyang. Xiaoshun had been bedridden for months, and little did they anticipate that tonight would mark his final hour, as remarked by the princess of Yu standing behind. Tuoba Shun gazed at the twins for a moment, noting that they were only slightly older than Xiao Ling Yuan, although they had not yet fully matured. Their grace was already beginning to reveal itself. It is evident that the initial purchase was intended to captivate and amuse, undoubtedly requiring considerable effort and dedication to refine. However, events have since unfolded in a manner that she struggles to comprehend, leading to the current predicament. Chapter 146. The woeful Tang Hao exhaled deeply, reflecting on his disgrace at the Haotian sect, paraded through the sacred soul village, and contemplating a decisive strike against the Titan giant ape after 10 millennia. Aspiring to reclaim his former glory, Tang San quickened his pace, eager to conclude matters swiftly. As soon as he exited the sacred soul village, he would hire a carriage and set forth for the spirit hall. Fortunately, his master's remains were intact, and he believed that his master's wife would accept them. Following closely behind, Tang Hao stumbled, and soon the two arrived at the outskirts of Notting City. Master Qiu Zhan, in his youth, had traveled extensively with his mentors, visiting numerous large tribes within 1,000 miles, making him the most knowledgeable figure in the entire Lishan tribe. After finishing his dumplings, Yun Ting was still unsatisfied and greedily lifted his bowl to slurp the clear broth. A few hunters, witnessing this, hurried to intervene. Had they not been present, they would have allowed it, but now, if their feet were caught in the fray, they would demand compensation. This would certainly require the assistance of the esteemed Master Shi. After the incident, should there be any requests, feel free to voice them, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them, Shimin Ju said courteously. However, after a brief moment, although Xiao Feng's body had remarkably restored itself, her breath remained absent, signifying that she was still devoid of life. The Wu soldiers erupted in ecstatic cheers, promptly trailing Zhang Liao, occasionally releasing arrows that left him in a state of disarray. Despite his efforts to evade and counter the assaults, many still fell victim to the arrows, while the casualties among the Wu forces remained minimal. A flying sword ascended silently, its blade positioned horizontally above Zhu Ting, with the tip facing outward, rotating slowly. Li Qian and his subordinates dared not approach. For the moment they did, the sword could target any one of them. The helicopter was a pristine white, its entire form blending seamlessly with the azure sky, providing excellent concealment. Departing from Wolf Valley, Zhu Tianpeng soared towards a towering mountain thousands of miles away, where he commenced meditation and recuperation. Upon uttering this, the governor promptly stepped back, hastily allowing the 5 officials from the Demon Suppression Division to pass. He surmised that the projectile was crafted from golden spirit stones, with fire spirit stones mixed into the gunpowder, thus transforming it into a spiritual energy rifle. At that moment, Gu Qingwan's fierce expression faltered slightly after her failed strike, a glimmer of panic finally emerging in her eyes. Yiyang observed from the red staircase for a considerable time, waiting for the footsteps below to fade before stealthily descending the stairs. Moreover, since private funds had been hidden, one would naturally take great care regarding their quantity. So how could one be unaware of the amount? Particularly around the Dantian area, waves of excruciating pain surged, akin to an impending explosion within his abdomen. Li Xiang gazed at the list of names, blinking as his heart raced with excitement. Haha. Linghu Jinyang smiled gently, refraining from an immediate response. He took a seat in the chair vacated by Lin Yifan. However, troubled by familial discord, upon returning to the company, his countenance darkened as he unleashed a significant fury that left the senior executives trembling in fear. Mu Qianxi began methodically arranging the formation, grounded in the power of light, while infusing it with the essence of fire for reinforcement. Having met Princess Yu Yang, they outlined a preliminary plan for the construction of a salt field. Zhao Jia was assigned to rest, and all accompanying personnel were settled on the western side of the residence. Where are the people? They spoke in the local dialect, which Yiling Yu could not comprehend, yet she surmised that they were referring to her. Should the two realms engage in warfare, and should the most formidable of beings, even those ascending to the supreme thrones of emperors and sovereigns, intervene, it would likely escalate to an uncontrollable state, heralding a cataclysmic moment that could obliterate the heavens and annihilate myriad worlds. Feng Mei cradled a glass, sipping red sugar water in successive gulps. The scalding liquid flowed into her abdomen, providing a modicum of comfort, though the dull ache did not dissipate immediately. Having previously clashed, he was well aware of the formidable power of Yunzhong, yet he never anticipated that, compared to their last encounter, the opposing military force would be so overwhelmingly strong. truly a sight to behold, with infantry like fire and cavalry like smoke. Chapter 147. Zhu Zhuqing's request at the main gate of Notting City. Tang Hao hired a carriage and lay back, drifting into a deep slumber. After a month of street performances, although his soul power had been restored, his physical strength was severely depleted. In the distance, Tang San employed the ghost shadow mist, enveloped in tendrils of black mist, exuding a captivating charm. Ahead lay his destination. His strength had surged to such an extent that he could scarcely contain his eagerness. Nevertheless, he decided to return to the spirit hall, first to seek solace from Bibi Dong. From afar, as Tang San and Gu Jingshan walked past her, he grasped Jian Ning's arm, dragging her towards the entrance, flinging open the door to push her out first, subsequently tossing her shoes out like a brutish bandit. He then stepped out, donning a pair of leather shoes himself. Well then, Mr. Su, I shall take my leave. Gu Jiaji, though now angered and irrational, was no fool. He understood the wisdom of retreating in a timely manner and promptly followed the muscular Ming out of the room. Whether Jin's mother allowed him to enter because of his words, or because she still remembered him, seemed to matter little now. A few figures adorned with golden wings suddenly surrounded the Titanic, yet they merely circled it without attacking, extending their hands in greeting instead. With a broad smile, Jing Jian exclaimed, "Was I not eager to return, to find that wondrous washboard?" Laughing heartily, Jing Jian hoisted Zhao Xia onto his shoulder, steadily making his way to the upstairs bedroom. In truth, for him, the best choice would have been to flee, despite the formidable prowess of the brothers David and Sanchez. Escaping posed little difficulty for him. Once he took to the skies aboard the armored beast, no martial artist could hope to pursue him. That morning, I first accompanied Panda and old Jiang to the Heir Chiao residence to assist in their moving. Upon meeting, I discovered that the illustrious Heir Chiao was also invited as a significant guest by Su Su and Guo Jiaji, though it was Guo Jiaji who extended the invitation rather than Su Su. The octagonal house, shrouded in darkness, crumbled under the final blow, collapsing like a set of building blocks, leaving no trace of the once three-story structure that stood proudly in this place. Both my hearing and that of Panda are remarkably acute, especially Panda's, for even those extraordinary fighters from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai would find it challenging to approach us silently. Yet, the sudden appearance of this elderly gentleman, who seemed somewhat physically impaired, was indeed peculiar. It felt as though a switch had been made, and with Lord Tang absent, as well as the venerable old stone and the mysteriously powerful Chao Fong. Perhaps it was destined for Tang Xiaobo to meet his demise. Illusions, mere illusions. The murmurs of Okamura Masaki roused him from his slumber, revealing that it was all but a vivid dream. Tang uttered a brief remark before soaring into the air. His cultivation level here was akin to courting death. Yet his advantage lay in his early comprehension of the devouring power. As long as he refrained from clashing directly with those peak experts of the Shenyuan realm from the Jie family, he could claim an invulnerable position. In the celestial realm, the Yao Pool descended, attended by Buddhist acolytes who took charge of the imperial carriage. The phoenix and the dragon served the Buddha as he and the Yao Pool stood side by side, followed closely by the assembly of immortals as they entered the grand hall of the great Thunder Sound Temple, each taking their respective seats. The rest were rendered speechless by Tang Yi's audacity. Despite being devoid of any combat capability, he still struck with lethal intent. However, recalling how he had initially taken advantage of the situation to slay 7 individuals, they deemed his actions somewhat justifiable. Her freshly dried hair cascading loosely behind her gave her an even more innocent appearance, evoking an irresistible desire to steal a kiss. Xia Yingying, quite alarmed, exclaimed, "Rao Gu, please don't act this way. Long Gu is looking for me tonight." Chapter 148. Assisting Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's fair visage flushed slightly. It was her first time sharing a room with a boy. Yi Ming gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who resembled a water lily in bloom, feeling a stir within. "Zhuqing, if you don't mind, I shall proceed in my own manner." Zhu Zhuqing nodded softly in agreement. Subsequently, Yi Ming concentrated, channeling his soul power, and a slender blue-silver vine materialized in his grasp. With both hands, he unfurled the vine, approaching Zhu Zhuqing closely. What kind of concept does this embody? Just a single round-trip ticket costs no less than 20 million. Their gaze shifted to Chonghui, observing how this celebrated military genius from the western regions would lead them through yet another trial. The 8 members of the Sea had already arrived in Pingxing County, the epicenter of Changzhou, where the reports of the calamities were becoming increasingly detailed. Xing Tian's pupils widened in shock. He gazed incredulously at Ajuan Sawamura on the pitcher's mound, as if he had encountered some extraordinary creature. Previously, Zhang Liang had spent the new year at the restaurant, for such establishments do not observe holidays. The busier the new year, the more bustling the restaurant. Moreover, during this festive period, even public transportation ceases operations early, rendering the notion of finishing work and hurrying home for the celebrations utterly impossible. Yali opened her mouth to speak, but found herself rendered speechless. What could she possibly say at that moment? She understood he could not remain, though she yearned to utter a word of caution regarding safety. The presence of so many observers stifled her courage. She could only watch helplessly as Xiaoqing departed. Thereafter, I seldom sought out Wu Haiping to discuss exam questions. Before I realized it, an entire semester had passed, and Yun Mushi and I had inadvertently known each other for over 3 months. Witnessing the situation, Zhang Liang was genuinely taken aback and hurriedly exerted himself to dash towards Xiangxi. This cunning old man, who had struck a deal with Han Yin, was indeed shrewd. By revealing the treasure's location through his son, he ensured that even with Han Yin's formidable capabilities, he could hardly claim it for himself. Lisa's beautiful blue eyes dimmed slightly, as if she wished to speak, but just as Morongi was about to respond, the door to the private room swung open. Those wrinkled, parched hands repeatedly caressed Yin Qing's closed eyes, while Yin Qing remained motionless for an extended period. In merely 300 years. Your cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the path of inquiry? Daoyan's gaze flickered, finally noticing the changes in Zhang Yi, and he was taken aback. Even at this moment, possessing the form of a lizard man, the Grand Elder held no certainty against the unfathomable Xiongqi. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even with the ability to draw energy from the surrounding space as a lizard man, the Grand Elder had a premonition of being utterly overwhelmed by Xiongqi. As soon as she finished speaking, Hong Yu transformed once more into a stream of light, entering her mental realm. In that instant, her figure surged forth like an illusion towards the sea of red flowers. Perhaps it was this very thought that led the silver gospel to remain stationary thereafter, not daring to move. Yet, the large goggles were already fixed upon me and Harahiano Sora. At that moment, the Grand Elder realized that the red mech's downward strike was firmly pressing against his abdomen. Under the immense force of impact, the Grand Elder had barely regained his footing before being forcefully driven back to the ground by Xiongqi's fierce downward blow. Observing his retreating figure, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly came to the realization that he rarely appeared to run about like an ordinary boy. Today, however, she had witnessed him dash back and forth several times. Could it be that he, like herself, wore a thick disguise in his everyday life? The current him was, perhaps, the true essence of who he was. Previously, he had relied on scattered techniques to fend off adversaries. The profundity of Chinese martial arts lies in its continuous and unbroken sequences of martial forms. At this moment, He Tao finally found the courage to reveal his feelings. Xianyuanli returned to the bedside, sitting down and gazing at her pallid face as she lay motionless on the bed. His heart ached profoundly, his trembling hand gently caressing her ghostly visage again and again. Suddenly, a crystalline droplet fell upon her nostril, tracing a path down her cheek. Chapter 149. Utterly enchanting at this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing, seeking to facilitate Yi Ming's measurements, urged him, "Yi Ming, it's time to begin." Yi Ming, momentarily entranced by Zhu Zhuqing's striking S-shaped figure, hesitated. Jiang Feng, bowing his head slightly, approached Zhu Zhuqing to commence the measurements. Her waist was nothing short of an A4's slenderness, an impeccable proportion. As he began measuring her waist, beads of perspiration formed on Yi Ming's forehead. Even he, typically composed, could not escape the moment's tension. When Si hurriedly arrived at Daiyuan, the midwife had already been inside for quite some time. The prolonged, sorrowful cries of Feng Qiner resonated within, stirring his heart with a pang of empathy. Qin Feng sat on the sofa, gesturing for brother Hui to kneel beside him. The blade poised delicately against his neck, maintaining a precise 2-centimeter distance. "You look so beautiful today," capturing everyone's attention, Zhao Qinshao remarked with a smile to Jiang Yuru, who stood nearby. Before returning to Liqing from country tea, Gu Qingji had expressed her intention to ensure that those who escaped their just punishments and continued their misdeeds would experience the consequences of their actions. He never anticipated that the friend Sun Zhiqing intended to introduce would be such a significant figure. The miners, once lively, now appeared disheartened. They remained silent, their gazes fixed upon Murong Linji. Soon after, Duo entered the secret chamber, where various artworks adorned the walls, many of which were priceless ancient masterpieces. However, Duo held no particular interest in these mundane objects and thus chose not to linger on them. The second team receiving accolades was a B-class convoy, which included 2 B vehicles and their respective drivers. Just moments ago, Fanshin had been contemplating the safety of his parents and sister upon his return to Kyoto the next day. Pang Chan let out a heavy sigh of relief upon receiving a response from Somali. With the issue of angels no longer a concern, the operational scope of this war had broadened significantly. These were undoubtedly divine bodies, devoid of any vitality, emanating an indescribable aura of dread. Speculation arose that the Creation Jade tablet still lacked a master, with 12 formidable experts embroiled in fierce competition for its possession. Many wondered if some had already perished in the midst of this chaos. While not saints, certain esteemed ancestors might have succumbed under the assault of numerous adversaries. How infuriating! Yang Jianong seethed, wishing he could silence Director Zhang. Damn it! I disguised myself to avoid revealing my arrival in Nanji County, and yet you blurted that out, effectively exposing my connection with Fong Lulu to the world. Yi Hin gazed at the Qin Emperor, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He had not anticipated the Emperor's decisiveness, his words mere formality, as he immediately took action without a hint of mercy, unleashing his domain. The square echoed with gasps of astonishment. The essence of a yuaning unit, possessing such immense value, illuminated the formidable challenge of obtaining yuaning essence. Regrettably, my humble abilities pale in comparison. With my master having ascended, Kunlun can only strive to endure. Xiantian sect offered a knowing smile, fully aware that mere words would not restore Li Yingqi's memories. It is common knowledge that those who pass through Jinxiao Palace have their pasts severed, and reclaiming such memories is akin to scaling the heavens. Upon hearing this, Di Jiao was at a loss regarding the management of celestial soldiers. Having been a mere ordinary soldier 3 days prior, his promotion to group leader a consequence of his newfound responsibilities. Observing Guo Ying's elation, he refrained from dampening his spirits and resolved to do his utmost. This time, Di Jia consumed only 2.5 portions of food, cautious not to overindulge as it would hinder his agility. After his meal, he drank a bit of the spring water he had collected yesterday. Following Li Yidao's suggestion, he sat in meditation for a brief respite. Chapter 150. 1 against 2. The carriage sped through Suada City, causing dissatisfaction among the residents. However, Tang San's divine punishment had concluded. Due to his status as a sole master, none dared provoke him. Most notably, Tang San was now a stark contrast to his former self, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence that instilled fear in the hearts of the city's inhabitants, who were left with their anger unvoiced. At that moment, Yi Ming emerged from a shop and chanced upon Tang San driving the carriage. Tang San's scornful demeanor shocked all present. It was an absurdity to suggest that a human could leap from the 3-point line to dunk. Zhao Hao unsheathed his sword and rushed to the outer city wall, peering down from the battlements. Below, a throng of rebels swarmed like ants, scrambling up the ladders in a relentless tide. Before the match commenced, Sun Zhua approached the center circle and called out McGrady's name. Clad in the Rockets' number 1 jersey, McGrady smiled and approached with a basketball, fully aware of Sun Zhua's intentions without needing to read his expression. Tang Jiang made his determination and immediately took action, tidying up before heading towards Ward 520. There were countless messages, each a testament to his longing for her. Every single one opened. What nonsense have I spoken? Leaning back in his chair with arms crossed, Luo Yang was in a foul mood, with Yanqing conveniently becoming his outlet for frustration. Winners and losers, there's no need for your insincere pretenses here. Besides, if it weren't for Guan Shanqi, you would never have been my match. What is there to mock? Du Li grew increasingly agitated, his demeanor bordering on hysteria. I cast a glance outside the carriage. At this speed, it was certain that the phone had fallen over 100 meters away. Most concerning was his ambiguous smile, leaving me apprehensive. How could I dare to nod in response? Fearing that as soon as I alight from the vehicle, it might swiftly depart, leaving me stranded in this desolate wilderness. Xiao Shanshan was momentarily taken aback. In truth, she had been indulging in her own conjectures. The last time she visited his abode, she noticed his fervent desire to hasten her departure, casually uttering such words. She was taken aback today to see him seemingly acquainted with that man, everything aligning perfectly in her mind. Observing Yanai Shui muttering to herself like a lunatic. With the bloodstains on her forehead gradually drying, her expression appeared somewhat vacant. Draco found it exceedingly difficult to fathom how such a person existed or, indeed, to harbor any fondness for such an attitude. Yet, Naturally, he would never voice such sentiments aloud. Wan Jun's gaze subtly shifted, and she suddenly soared towards the disciples of the Shadow sect engaged in combat. To this day, I remain haunted by the harrowing imagery of that brutal battle. Witnessing my comrades dismembered by spore insects is utterly revolting. They frequently invade my dreams, awakening me in a cold sweat, tormented by guilt, repression, and anguish. The man's face was etched with fury, as the billowing smoke below had yet to dissipate. He charged downwards like a cannonball, unleashing a powerful strike towards the ground. Eventually, I came to understand the matter. They wished to keep their positions concealed from the outside world, deliberately hiding themselves in an attempt to sever ties with external influences. Although he and Luo Yuqing were both disciples of Lu Ziyu, they were significantly older than I and Lu Yanyan, being only a few years apart from Lu Ziyu and his peers. Chen Xingfan was at the wheel, yet he was far from dull-witted. Ever since his nephew took the passenger seat, his gaze had been fixed intently upon his face. A young man, impeccably dressed in a deep blue robe, stood at the entrance, ringing the bell at the garden gate. With chestnut hair and blue eyes, he possessed a handsome countenance and wore no particularly extravagant adornments. Yet Sirius recognized him almost instantly, curling his lip in disdain. Chapter 151. Tang Hao began to act once more. Du Gubo's expression shifted from stern to utterly bewildered. Gu Rong, equally astonished, could hardly close his mouth, leaving Chen Xian at a loss for words as well. During their last encounter at the Royal Academy, Chen Xian had gleaned some understanding of Yi Ming's prowess through careful probing. At that time, Yi Ming was capable of contending with the Soul Emperor. Yet mere months had elapsed since then. The sword Douluo wore an expression of disbelief. Yi Ming, I must have misheard. The ancient Banyan, much like myself, is a contender of titles. In his heart, it seems as if everyone is aware that he has succumbed to Long Bing Bing. Yet, he remains oblivious to the fact that the masses are still ensnared in the remnants of that battle, having long forgotten his inconspicuous competition. However, before he could regain his footing, a bare-chested man struck him with a kick, catching him off guard while still somewhat dazed, sending him flying once more. Considering the tally, nearly 810 individuals have been accounted for. There is no need to continue recruiting. Inform everyone to gather at the temporary training ground tomorrow morning for military exercises. Chen Ning declared. This area had already been marked by the artillery brigade of Meimu Musashi, who unleashed a rapid volley of fire that subsequently engulfed the political forces as per the predetermined trajectory. Wow, Shiri, is that truly your vehicle? Luo Yuhang exclaimed, unable to believe his own eyes. Presently, one of the 12 beauties of Fengxia has tragically perished. A piece of news that left both Cui Feng and Yu Lanqin profoundly shaken. Their astonishment was matched by their bewilderment towards the means of the two practitioners from Dekong Longdong. Casting a glance at the wailing Xie Qiao, the haunting memories of that unbearable night 17 years prior surged once more in the elder's heart. Kuchong, it appears I have indeed committed a grave error. Now, it is too late. I have been foolish. The future relies solely on Chen Ning to counterbalance Yuan Shikai, Sun Yat-sen remarked to Huang Xing, with fingers forming into claws. He pierced directly into the chest of the purple demon, forcibly extracting a purple orb the size of a fist. After the elder Tang concluded his words, he issued another command. Suddenly, from the mountains before Yanlong Valley, a tide of people surged forth, creating a purple wave that cascaded into the valley. Bao Feiyong smiled mysteriously, choosing not to respond to Meng Shuang's inquiry, secretly pondering that this was the culmination of his experiences from his previous life. How could the professors at Zhongtian University, who spent all day sequestered in the campus, ever unearth this secret? Glancing at the brilliant miracle, it seemed there were still 45,000 points of mental energy, and the guardian angel's visage remained radiant. When she reappeared before the crowd, she was clad in a form-fitting silver armor, with a 2-meter-long crystal sword hovering behind her. These cameras, easily captured by the eye, while somewhat cumbersome to manipulate, are not particularly difficult. However, the miniature cameras pose a greater challenge. That said, it is worth noting that ordinary security personnel do not possess the authority to access those miniature cameras. Bear witness to the legacy of the elder as he bequeaths the might of the giant clan, allowing the ruler of the giants to inherit the strength he has left behind. Amy suddenly recalled some ancient rituals, yet she chose not to dwell on them any longer. Instead, standing there and softly praying. In the past, filled with fervor and a heart brimming with passion, she faced life with valor, unperturbed by worldly affairs. Now, she was left only with a fleeting glimpse of the sunset, watching the day fade away. A voice emerged from behind Shin Zixing, prompting him to turn around. And he found himself facing the derelict son of a salt merchant who had previously ignored him while admiring a snuff bottle in the hall. Now, this young man held the bottle to his nose, grinning at him. Indeed, the ancient spirit in his eyes brightened unexpectedly. He had thought it was merely a block of ethereal water, yet it proved to have such remarkable effects. With a swift gesture, he sliced off a corner from the large stone and tossed it aside, conjuring a serving of spiritual water from the realm of life. Chapter 152. Tang San's departure. The expression of the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo was complex. Tang Hao's ascension to elder status placed him at an equal standing with the two of them, yet Bibi Dong remained silent, and they dared not speak further. Earlier, when they had gone to the worship hall, Yu Guan and Guai found the two offerings displeasing, and the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo wished to reprimand them, but lacked the strength to do so. Hence, Tang Hao boldly proclaimed before many that he would crush the golden crocodile, surprising the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo. After the initial shock, the 5 offerings were taken aback, as they had searched for 2 days without finding him and had to consult Uncle Kuan, who revealed that his aunt had taken him to the mountains. Uncle Kuan assumed they had been together all along, but Uncle Wang had seen her the previous day at the company, prompting him to check the road conditions, only to discover she had driven to Nanshan. Luo Yihuan had just returned to Xianlin building, her frustration growing as she reflected on the recent events at the Kuju field. That Qingqing truly thrived on chaos. How could the Gongyu family allow such a fool to accompany the precious Gongyu Longwan? At that moment, Shen Liangzhou emerged from the side room for some fresh air. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted the figure of the young lady and strode over with great haste. Wu Hua had already taken her hand, stepping forward to clasp her fists in salute, greeting her as immortal venerable. Regardless of whether in the realm of cultivation or here, they were, by virtue of their lineage, both her seniors. Not long after, the Gongyu family faced a brutal massacre. All members, except for distant relatives and servants, were reduced to servitude, exiled to a frigid land as slaves. Must one always be so courteous? A sudden flash of unusual color appeared on that handsome face. After finishing his bath, he descended to the kitchen for water and spotted Mo Liangji, clad in beige casual attire, reclining on the living room sofa. Engrossed in a video game, a few stools were placed around Xia Zhishui's bed, while Ouyang Huaisin adopted a stance of unwavering determination to resolve the matter at hand today. Mo Liangji was uncertain if this was a fleeting glance that would last a lifetime, yet in this life, the only person he wished to cherish eternally was Ning Yaoguang. Fortunately, his prowess was commendable, and his temperament admirable. The sword, which had nearly claimed his life, merely grazed his shoulder, the blade's energy slicing down from his shoulder to his abdomen, inflicting a grievous wound. With a series of claps, Chu Han led the applause, and the venue soon echoed with sporadic hand claps. To his surprise, before he could retract his foot, Ouyang Baiji erupted in laughter, pushing off the ground and leaping up, casually tossing an object towards him. Simultaneously, he grasped a soup spoon and poured the medicine into Yun Wangqing's mouth, as if heeding Lu Er's words. She drank it down in successive gulps, only coughing lightly a few times, while Lu Er swiftly wiped away the medicinal residue with a handkerchief. Is that so? The flames of battle ignited within Yu Xian, and he gazed down at his clenched fists, feeling the exhilaration of the fighting spirit surging within him. Compared to before, his blocking shield strike now possessed a far more formidable defense, even exhibiting a counter-impact effect. Junior brother, why does this room appear so desolate, devoid of anything? Sha Aoyun cast a glance around the empty chamber before inquiring of Wang Luocheng. Your Majesty, should there be confrontations on the battlefield, there are rules and order to adhere to. However, these mere hundreds of bandits act without any strategy, and once engaged, they will be driven to desperation, endangering innocent lives. Jing and Ho expressed his concern, revealing the absence of a viable strategy. As Bai Longfei spoke, my phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Bai Qi. So I promptly answered, inquiring about his needs. Tai Mu, initially intending to swiftly deal with Bai Longfei and make a hasty exit, was momentarily bewildered by his sudden move. He attempted to retract his fist, only to find it firmly grasped by Bai Longfei, rendering him unable to escape the strength of his hold. Soon after, the steward received his orders and shortly returned with the steward of the Guo residence in tow. This steward, surnamed Tan, bore the single character Qian as his name, which when combined implies a strong inclination towards wealth, suggesting that his parents were perhaps driven mad by the pursuit of money, leading to their obsession with financial matters. Chapter 153. Who truly is the younger brother? In the resting area of the soul fighting arena, Xiao Wu appeared anxious, fearing for the safety of Ming and Ming. Ming stepped forward to offer reassurance. Xiao Wu, do not worry. I have a plan to thwart Bibi Dong. Xiao Wu expressed her concern. Ming, Bibi Dong's strength is no longer what it once was. I fear that no one on the continent can rival her. Ming and Ming are my kin, yet I do not wish for you to put yourself at risk on my behalf. The other members of the royal duel, noticing the heavy concerns etched on the faces of the two, nodded in agreement. Dong then picked up the sheet of paper from the table, unfolding it before our eyes. You do have a sharp tongue, Yu Xiaogang remarked with a playful scoff. She cast a glance at Fengyu Moshe, who chuckled in response. In the midst of providing cover for Li Jigua, he had overlooked the dwindling bullets in the magazine, a miscalculation that had now become a fatal flaw for Li Jigua, who closed his eyes in despair. Where is this? She turned her head to see the deeply affectionate Sabe, instantly breaking into a radiant smile. Yet, that joy was fleeting, quickly replaced by the realization of how absurd and foolish her reaction was. Was it truly necessary for her to behave in such a manner? The elder nodded, continuing with a smile. That is the source rice, which becomes source rice once the husks are removed. It is the rice consumed by cultivators. When Li Qikong and Gudu arrived at the scene to find the trap laid by Chen Tianyu, they could not help but shake their heads in wry amusement. Unless they were elite special forces trained by Zhao Guobang, ordinary soldiers would easily fall into the trap. Before dawn, they packed up and set off, with soldiers on high alert conducting thorough inspections along the way. Li Chifeng had already dispatched personnel to set up the Tiangang formation, and upon her departure, he subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Do not be careless. Another scout warned before resuming his task of digging around the buried mother mine beneath the soil. After excavating about half a foot deeper, another dark green cylindrical object emerged. Of course, all of this had been meticulously coordinated between the military and the aviation company, including the temporary replacement of Zhao Mingming's crew for this flight, considering her presence would facilitate operations. Once the meat began to change color, strips of green pepper and asparagus were added to the pan, stir-fried until everything was thoroughly cooked and fragrant before being plated. The bamboo board was quite painful. If you cannot endure it, you should rest first, and I will proceed while you sleep, Xiaoxi stated sincerely. Qin Tian's seemingly slender leg, when fully swung, emitted a sharp whoosh akin to a mighty axe. Xiaoxi sought rope to bind him, only to discover he was feigning death, pulling a dagger from within his garments. Outside the cave, dusk had already fallen. The darkness was profound enough for the stars to emerge, scattered across the sky, twinkling enchantingly and deeply captivating. Having spent so long together, apart from Ping Un and her master, she had never uttered the names of others. Her master had been away for 3 long years, and Ping Un, being a mischievous child, required no one's care. How could he possibly care for Xiaoxi in return? In addition, there existed a specific line of work dedicated to apprehending those who unlawfully traverse through time and space. It was precisely their interference with time that allowed for the arrest of these individuals, fundamentally resolving the issue at hand. As the words of Shou Yin reverberated softly, the famed sword in his palm quivered in response, a trickle of crimson blood gradually emanating from the hilt, ultimately inscribing the characters for Zhou Xiao upon it. Yu Xiaogang, while overseeing the discipline of his son, could not neglect the guidance of his own nephews and nieces, feeling a tinge of relief in the process. His intention in penning these thoughts was to encourage those studying abroad during this period to reflect deeply, to refrain from recklessly venturing forth without knowledge, and to inspire everyone to explore the world, returning with something of value. Ji Lin, without a moment's hesitation, struck out with her sword, cleaving through the air, oblivious to the distortions arising from the left. Chapter 154. Brewing tea while awaiting you after being illuminated by divine light. The martial souls of Chun Xin and his companions underwent a transformation, evolving directly into divine-level martial souls, consequently elevating their soul power levels. Chun Xin ascended to the 99th level, as did Gu Rong, while Du Gu Bo reached the 98th level. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within their hearts. Chun Xin of the Sword Path, the inheritance of the Sword Immortal has been activated, comprising a total of 9 trials. Gu Rong, the god of defense, inheritance initiated. Upon witnessing this, Mu Sanmei, following Zhuo Lingfeng's instructions, immediately hurled a torch onto the oil-soaked ground, igniting a blaze that swiftly engulfed the area. The members of the Wooden Man clan were thrown into a state of panic, with no path of retreat behind them and a raging fire ahead. Although they managed to fall back, the flames did not reach them. This time, I clearly heard a sound from below, akin to the rustling of leaves colliding with one another before a stone struck the ground. Xia Yin was on the verge of tears, witnessing the escape from one sea of suffering only to unwittingly plunge into another. Chu Weiwei, aware of the historical entanglements between Xia Yin's mother and the Yi Beihan family, felt a pang of anxiety for her, yet still urged her to remain calm. Not long after exiting the dilapidated factory, Peng Jin suddenly exerted himself, springing from my shoulder. Particularly, the sword sealing the front was extraordinarily sharp, belonging to Daoist disciple Dao Zhuangzizi, a renowned sword that, merely brushing against Xia Xian's neck, drew forth a droplet of vivid blood trickling down the blade. This was the deepest pain Peng Jin had harbored for many years. In truth, he was the original instigator of all past events. When he was still known as a Risi Lan, he had always worn a mask, and very few knew his true identity. Well, it seems it is getting late. Let me escort you back. Zhuo Lingfeng suddenly spoke. The soldiers of the West Sea Dragon Palace were filled with dread, unable to believe that Lu Kuei and his companions would indeed show such lethal intent towards them. This man, with a visage as handsome as a celestial being, stood resolute amidst the swirling black mist, sharp as a sword's edge, making it impossible to overlook the brilliance that radiated from him. Clad in a blood-red robe, he exuded an aura of unparalleled allure, his lips curling into a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. His narrow eyes turned towards Yin Tu, revealing a glimmer of curiosity. With each elevation, there came an all-encompassing enhancement, accelerating the absorption and transformation of energy particles, mastering the control and perception of magical power. And even the body itself. Yin Tu felt a surge of joy, realizing that the Aoyue Jutian had refined the spiritual energy, which in turn nourished her. This purified spiritual energy was even more potent, brimming with formidable strength. Though the name seemed peculiar, fate had aligned on this day. And as the two engaged in a fierce exchange, one careless misstep led to an unexpected fall from the stage. Master Ying's words were interrupted by the screech of brakes from across the street. Just as he was about to continue, he noticed that two of his junior disciples had already darted eagerly towards the entrance of the CAF. Now, listen. After a brief exchange of glances, Xiao Yu and Rika, Jukiyama Fuyu, and Asano Ichiri attempted to communicate silently with Sakuraba. Child, do not be foolish. Our leniency is extended solely out of respect for young Master Qinxiang, remarked another man, fair of face with elongated fox-like eyes. With their meager numbers, should they truly provoke the heavenly court, their survival would be in jeopardy. Though Anya and her companions had enjoyed a brief respite, they had not been vanquished, leaving Alan feeling somewhat unsettled. His heart trembled, recognizing that the man earlier sought to capture him alive, yet he understood that he was inferior in strength. His head bowed slightly, forehead touching mine, his shoulder leaning against me, as if he momentarily entrusted all his melancholy, sorrow, and vulnerability to my presence. Chapter 155. Action. Tang San smirked with a devilish charm, intent not only on making Yi Ming regret her choices, but also on ensuring that Xiao Wu would once again experience the despair of losing a loved one. The Kiku ghost Douluo recalled that during the hunting mission, they had also been present. Yu Guan, with an ironic tone, remarked that the woman, relying on her invincible golden body, had once fancied self-destructing her soul ring. However, His Majesty's eternal creation disregarded all physical defenses. Yet, what to do with the additional 100,000-year soul rings? After everyone present had completed their makeup, a live demonstration was arranged, making the effects all too apparent. Originally, such body infusion techniques, akin to demonic arts, would only grant the inheritor a fraction of the abilities of the infuser. Doubled 6, speak up. What exactly are you intending to demonstrate? Sister Zhou eagerly pressed for answers. On stage, Lu Qiangxi offered an awkward smile, taken aback by Su Mu's unexpectedly resolute response to his inquiry. The K2 world's foremost security room is truly the novice village, where the primary task of the Dream Guardians is to enhance their strength. That fool's house, while not situated in a prime location, could easily fetch 5 to 6 million. After much contemplation, I ultimately decided to proceed with this narrative, as the climax's turning point promises to be remarkably different. I find myself quite fond of it and eagerly anticipate its unfolding. This behavior has been observed by many, who now express their astonishment and speculate on how anyone could enter the Iron House. Zhao Chuyun awoke at an opportune moment, instinctively searching for Yin Qing, only to find him crouched by the wall alongside an elderly man with graying hair, presumably the venerable physician. Earlier on their journey, Cheng Feng had informed him that Ning Pan had not disclosed the method for treating madness. Upon arriving at the Tomb Star, the territory of the Silver Alliance, even if human technology were transplanted, the second-tier evolutionists would be utterly inadequate on this apocalyptic planet, where fourth-tier evolutionists might perish at any moment. Bai removed her outer garments, leaving only her final layer of clothing as she burrowed into bed, yet her gaze remained fixed on Yu Qi. For reasons unknown, she felt an irresistible urge to call out his name. The sound of Yu Qi resonated beautifully in her mind, and thoughts of him intrusively filled her consciousness. The disciples assigned to patrol the Beast Mountain lamented their misfortune. Realizing the futility of their task, they hastily altered their course towards mining or cultivating spirit herbs. Jing Tiamen discovered the back door that had been used for departure, still firmly shut, yet devoid of any other presence. To travel north to the Wuxiang sect from this point, one must navigate a single land route, crossing the Bailong River to head northeast, and then traversing the Qing River towards the northwest until reaching Wangshan village. However, Meng Yang remained blissfully unaware, consumed by thoughts of that pure June sword. Suzan gasped in surprise, instinctively attempting to push away the hand that felt as heavy as lead, immovable against her efforts. Driven to madness, she wondered what was happening. Before she could voice her thoughts, she met the fleeting gaze of Uncle Zhang and immediately understood. He feared she might harbor ulterior motives, hence his desire for her to retreat. Upon hearing her icy words, Yi Yuxi unconsciously furrowed his brow, as if he had anticipated this moment. His gaze remained fixed on Ling Yuxing. As Huo Feng spoke, he caught sight of Ning Zhezhou's utterly astonished expression, belatedly realizing that his words may have been somewhat inappropriate. Subsequently, it was Yiyun who personally unraveled everything, while Sister Junsu's greatest error lay in rescuing a wolf that could not be tamed. The prospect of having a child with Gu Xiangbei, though a surprising twist, upon reflection, truly felt delightful. As the season transitioned into the golden autumn, the farm began its harvest, a scene bustling with activity everywhere. This year's crops have flourished splendidly, heralding yet another bountiful harvest. The couple enjoyed a sweet night's sleep, undisturbed until morning, awakening naturally. Chapter 156, Good Fortune. At the Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong returned in a daze, grieving the tragic death of her beloved Xiaojiang. Her mind was plagued with questions. Lu Erlong's gaze was vacant. Perhaps allowing Bibi Dong to capture two imperial soul beasts could be a fortuitous turn of events. Once Bibi Dong ascends to divinity, she might resurrect Xiaojiang, and I shall confront her directly to seek clarity on certain matters. Within the academy, upon hearing the news, Daimu Bai's smile twisted into something more sinister. The spirit hall's modus operandi is indeed transparently ruthless. His ethereal power circulated around Daoyin, enveloping him like a membrane. Deflecting the dagger of Jiao Min, Down gently lifted his hand, and to Jiao Min's astonishment, pinched the dagger between his fingers, with a slight exertion. The weapon splintered into two. Zhang Dao hurried forward, gesturing for Ling Yun to slowly rise and face him. Then he tore open Ling Yun's garments, revealing a long, deep wound across his chest, exposing bone beneath. I must go over there. I need to keep Bei stable. Otherwise, what if Bei harms Ajing? Su Rao stood up, ready to leave with Qin Shenji. They reward with a stick and then follow with a carrot, such is the common practice among those in power. Brother Longxian, it is rare for someone to show me such kindness, Ling Yun expressed, rendered speechless by gratitude. In Madame Wang's eyes, the Qin Mu family were mere outsiders, undeserving of any inheritance. Yet, in truth, Qin Mu's political prospects shone brighter than Qin Jing's. Madame Wang would not dare confront the officials in the court, demanding, "Why promote an adopted son when my husband is the rightful heir?" Lan Qiji's voice appeared calm as still water, yet to those present, it was imbued with a chilling menace, for the intent to kill permeated his words. Here, not only do they wash vehicles, but they also engage in automotive decoration. The advertisement that De Yuan intended to affix to his car was custom-made here. Fortunately, we have already established defenses. Shun Jioming sighed. Since Yan Wuduan refuses to relent, we have no choice but to confront him in a life-or-death struggle. I am but a solitary opponent, insufficient to contend with Yan Wuduan. Yet I am aware of many others who have propelled Zhao Qingxiu towards his demise. If I unite these individuals, victory is not beyond our grasp. When the long-awaited target finally manifested, the soldiers of the 41st Division, who had been yearning for this moment, felt a flicker of joy. As the dust settled below, Long Zhan remained firmly entrenched in the ground, not retreating an inch, a solitary drop of blood trickling from his claw. The figure cloaked in mystery was none other than the individual who had previously vied with Yu Qiu for the Fire Dragon Pearl in the private chamber. Since Liu Yifun's departure, Nan Gongwu had secluded herself in her apartment, emerging only for essential work and studies. Upon seeing Li Yang, Shi Zoning, Wu Yi, and others were overwhelmed with emotion, and Li Yang, gazing at these familiar faces, felt a surge of excitement and guilt. He patted Shi Zoning's shoulder, a flame of anger rising within him. "Thank you," said Yi Jianfeng, as he draped a coat over Chu Yin-Ran, who mustered her courage to express her gratitude. "Here. Managerly, this is the agreed-upon 300 low-grade immortal crystals. Please verify," Yi Jianfeng stated, handing a prepared storage bag to the elderly man in red robes. In the distance, a valley unveiled itself, shrouded in a swirling mass of demonic clouds, an endless expanse of dark purple smoke enveloping the area for miles. The sisters widened their eyes at this sight. Indeed, as Cheng Feng's words faded, an unexpected prompt from the invincible system left him utterly bewildered. The elders, all of divine caliber, remained courteous in the presence of Feng Qiutian, not looking down on him for their superior cultivation. The strange pup lay comfortably in Yu Xiaogang's embrace, emitting a steady stream of soft snores, seemingly in bliss. Chapter 157, Summoning the Dark Golden Claw Bear. Chen Xian and the others were astonished, their gazes fixed on the outermost red soul ring. How could it be? Even at full speed, it would take me 2 hours to reach the Stardow Forest. Not accounting for the return journey, Chen Xian exclaimed, astounded. Yet Yi Ming had accomplished it in merely 1 hour. Du Gubo also marveled. Yi Ming, what is the age of your 5th soul ring? Yi Ming replied, the opponent is a young man, robust and vigorous, embodying the gallant spirit of the northern people, exuding the charm of Yin and Zhao. With every step Lin Yi took, it felt as though he tread upon their very hearts. In the expansive training ground, silence reigned so profoundly that even the fall of a pin could be heard, and the assembled individuals could distinctly perceive the rhythm of their own heartbeats. Lin Yu's words were delivered with remarkable finesse. He neither acknowledged nor denied his connection to the withered log, ultimately employing a tactic of evasion, casting the inquiry back to his interlocutor. Even Fong Duanshan, seasoned as he was in dealing with others, found himself momentarily taken aback by Lin Yu's response, his expression darkening as he regarded Lin Yu, lost in thought. Consequently, as Yi Fei approached, Luo Jun felt a stinging heat on his face, an involuntary surge of trepidation causing him to retreat step by step. The high-ranking cultivator stationed at the center of the defensive formation resumed his transmission of words, suggesting that practitioners in this region were accustomed to navigating the void, employing a method of wide-ranging telepathic communication. Simultaneously, in the northern sector of Area 9, where ordinary citizens resided, an attack by pterodactyls unfolded. Observing the sword master of Mount Shu, Guo Chuanzong displayed no discernible change in expression, maintaining his meditative posture, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the sword master. Meanwhile, in the river, Chen Yuro had searched for a considerable time, yet found no trace of Yi Chun. It had been over 10 minutes since his disappearance, and he had yet to resurface. Given such a prolonged absence without air, even if he had not met his demise, he would surely succumb to asphyxiation. The legend of the 5 elements demon was hardly infamous in the demon realm as it was in the human realm, primarily because the demon tribes were among the rarest of races, limiting the circulation of their legends. In the eyes of high-ranking demons, the 5 elements demons were merely regarded as ordinary earth and wood types, of little consequence. Suddenly, a heavy grunt emanated from beside Master Puji, as a tall, ragged elder with a countenance resembling a withered jujube displayed either an outburst of anger or a naturally stern demeanor. His square face exuded an air of authority without the need for ire. Had she been aware of her financial ruin? It was likely that her own sons and grandsons would be the first to consign her to prison. In the past couple of days spent together, despite the limited time, Yi Yunjia had introduced him to many novel experiences, leading him to regard Yi Yunjia as a true friend. There was a rationale behind her actions. Chu Marin wore a faint smile, increasingly convinced of the brilliance of her idea. Plates of pastries were set down one after another, and Jiang Qi, observing Xiao Mingtian's leisurely demeanor, felt irritation rise within him. He reached out to snatch a piece, only to have Xiao Mingtian swat his hand with his chopsticks. Subsequently, Li Chenla excitedly approached the storm, eager to reach out and stroke its head. Huan Zhu furrowed her brows, turning to Chun Xiezi, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing slightly, radiating a sharpness akin to a sword, exuding an unspoken, formidable presence. Following that, Ingzhang twisted his lower body, unleashing a whip-like kick imbued with the force of wind and thunder towards the green serpent. In the next moment, the green serpent seemed to perceive Ingzhang's movements and vanished behind him as if it had never existed. Although she had regained her divine status, she still felt a sense of pressure in the presence of this beauty. Li Jueyu wished to express her uncertainty, but feared that her lack of information might compel Yin Lingyuan to assist her in leaving. Thus, she strained her mind to recall the details. Consequently, when Zhao Dachui arrived with his men, the soldiers within the encampment had already assembled and charged forth to engage the enemy. Chapter 158. Fusion Technique. Ming gently held Zhu Zhuqing's hand and asked, "Qing, would you be willing to be my woman?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. Everything was too sudden, and she was unprepared. Yet, upon meeting Ming's resolute gaze, she realized he was sincere. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in response. "Yes, I am willing." Months of companionship had already fostered a fondness for Ming in her heart. Ji Huainan, uncertain of what film to watch with his companion at the cinema, opted for a newly released blockbuster. As he executed a spatial leap to escape, he hurled several throwing knives along with a spatial blade. In that extraordinary moment, the entire basin seemed to be enveloped in an ethereal haze. Time froze, and a mysterious aura pervaded the air. Living in water, these beings instinctively harnessed its currents, a trait imprinted in their very essence, having become second nature over countless generations. The master observed your outward elegance and humility, while inwardly you were solely focused on usurping the head position of the Yuanshi sect. He anticipated your descent into betrayal, and thus concocted the funeral flower technique to counter the Tai Xian true scripture. However, his proposal was met with a firm rejection, one so decisive that not even a single additional word of assistance was offered. Many within the online community began to harbor a dismal impression of the father-son duo. Du Tao, the essence of human blood, fortune, lifespan, and desires, serves as rapid pathways for those who practice deviant cultivation. She recalled how her benevolent senior uncle from the Tianji Tower, skilled in celestial divination, had once prophesied that the victor of this poetry contest would be a savior. Perhaps he could rescue her. I was nearly forcefully dragged along, brushing against the shrubs of the landscaped area, unceremoniously pulled along. Now, in Jisha's most cherished memories, aside from Jia Tsong, the most significant figures were the compassionate Master Xiaoshan and Miaoyu, who had accompanied her for many years. They were the individuals she cared for the most in this world. Although it was merely the hour of the dog, the villagers retired early in the mountains. And at this time, every household had shut its doors, enveloping the village in an eerie silence, occasionally pierced by the distant bark of a dog. "Come this way," Lu Lighting said, leading him into his office and instructing him to sit on the sofa while he began drafting the contract. The Han people were aware of their need for fine horses. However, Lu Fan's strategic provocations in those several battles would undoubtedly result in the acquisition of more than 10 steeds. The origins of the mooncake tradition are shrouded in various theories, the most credible of which suggests it arose from a type of military rations utilized by the various warlords during their united resistance against the Sui dynasty, gradually evolving into what we know today. The astute Jingshan suddenly realized his relatively low status. If he were to incessantly propose ideas, it might incite discontent among the others. Thus, he swiftly turned his gaze towards Lin Ear, seeking her counsel. "You have called me sister so many times. It would be ungracious not to comply. How about you take the lead on this order?" The scales of Li Ruoli's heart tipped, offering a morsel of encouragement. Lian grasped the hilt of Lu Fan's sword, only for Lu Fan to deftly seize Lian's wrist as he prepared to draw his blade. After enduring several beatings from different individuals, he began to harbor apprehension, coming to terms with the fact that Sun Buki was no longer the weak adversary of Ur. He was a gentlemanly opponent wielding power and influence, rendering his previous tactics ineffective. At this juncture, Ding Chuanqiu's heart was already steeped in despair. He had long wished to forego the fight, and his supply of poison had dwindled significantly. He could withstand perhaps 100 more moves, but after that, he would be bereft of any means of defense. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xiao Feng insisted on his death, leaving him utterly exasperated. Zhang Lu dispatched a multitude of archers to the city walls, raining arrows down upon the Long Xiang cavalry from their elevated position, shielding the main army as they exited the city. Now, no matter how he tried to deny it, He could not escape the undeniable truth that a significant number of soul fragments had been siphoned off by Chu Tao. Chapter 159. Return outside Soto City. Yi Ming noticed that the day was waning and rose to dart towards the city. As a soul emperor, Yi Ming's attributes had been further enhanced, granting her unmatched speed. Soon, she arrived at the soul arena, returning to her quarters. Stealthily, Yi Ming entered, wary of disturbing the peacefully slumbering Zhu Qing. Subsequently, she lay on her bed, cradling the charming Zhu Qing, and drifted into slumber. In the spirit hall, Tang San sat with his father, Tang Hao. "Let us dine together," he proposed, lifting his chopsticks to select a piece of roasted piglet. Xiao Chongfeng sat by the window, perusing a geographical magazine, relishing this rare moment of leisure. San Zhongyu tugged at Shun Yinxiu's pant leg, signaling him to cease speaking and kneel. However, Shun Yinxiu remained undeterred, holding his head high while gazing at Tian Su. Though inwardly, he was drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, Li Mingyun had lost the inclination to scrutinize the accounts. Even the substantial cash that had been lying in the cabinet seemed far less enticing. The esteemed monks of the Shaolin Temple regarded Lin Pingxi, internally acknowledging, "This young man possesses exquisite techniques, formidable inner strength, and profound thoughts. As he matures, he will undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the martial world." He sat by Chu Jing'an's bedside, taking her hand, his unmasked eyes revealing a deep sense of sorrow. Casting a glance at his watch, he noted it was already 10 in the morning. It seemed he had never slept in. He had become the person he was today, largely due to the consequences of your indulgence. Zhao Ju listened quietly to Madame Zhao's lamentations. This place was evidently not an ordinary locale. The burly henchman charging from the distance wielded clubs nearly 2 meters long. Observing Li Qi Luo's distress, Yi Feng felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, as a man, regardless of the circumstances that led to such an event, he must embody the essence of masculinity and bravely shoulder his responsibilities. Qiu Baiwe understood his intentions, yet felt discomfort at the thought of what could have been a discreet affair becoming a public spectacle. However, upon reflection, Chun Chongqing's reasoning was not without merit. Let us keep our distance and refrain from interfering with the thunder tribulation. We must avoid provoking it into misjudging our intentions as obstruction of the heavenly path. That would not serve to aid him, but rather to harm him. Under the guidance of Lin Zun, the group retreated to a safe distance. Observing from over 100 miles away, Qin Chongqing had once contemplated that after restoring the 9 heavens and 10 earths light shuttle and honing his own 3 divine spirits, he would venture into the central sea to uncover the monumental secrets it harbored. In an instant, Lin Feng dashed forward, thrusting the split sky spear fiercely towards the right eye of the earth-splitting bear. Yu Kaiqing's claim of wanting to give him something was merely a pretext. Yet Yao Tian understood his underlying intention. Yu Kaiqing specifically wanted him to escort Su Zuiyan away, clearly for the latter's safety. Hence, he felt compelled to ensure Su Zuiyan's protection and return him safely. "Stop, stop, stop! Please wait." Bai Qingyan immediately gestured for a halt. Robert, unfazed, simply closed his mouth. He was genuinely curious about Bai Qingyan's thoughts, for communication was the key to fostering relationships among people. As for the Wild Mountain, it was better to forge alliances rather than enmities. Given Qin Chongqing's lingering goodwill towards them, establishing an alliance could prove beneficial. Even if they did not rely on him to strengthen the Wild Mountain, they would not face annihilation at his hands. With his newfound resolve, Lin Feng circumvented the battlefield and rushed towards the passage's entrance, where the defenses of the current falling moon continent had grown notably feeble. Chapter 160. The Three-Eyed Golden Lion. Soon, the 5 arrived at the starry forest, where the foliage radiated a myriad of enchanting hues, resembling a dream. Yi Ming signaled to Xiao Wu, instructing her to reunite with her mother alongside Chen Xian and the others. Subsequently, Yi Ming darted towards another direction, encountering no soul beasts along the way. Perhaps instinctively sensing impending danger, the soul beasts retreated. Before long, Yi Ming reached the location of the 5th soul ring. Here, the ground was carpeted with blue silver grass, twinkling with azure light, while towering ancient trees stood proudly nearby. Although that unique energy entity had become my soul ring, vitality still thrived within. Concealing his presence, Yi Ming skillfully blended with the nearby blue-silver grass, achieving perfect camouflage. Even the semi-divine spirit of Bibi Dong would struggle to detect him. Subsequently, Yi Ming became ethereal, merging seamlessly with the surrounding scenery. He leapt gracefully to perch atop an ancient tree, lying comfortably as he awaited Tang San's arrival. Meanwhile, the trio of Tidal Douluo, Chun Xian, Gu Rong and Dugubo accompanied Xiao Wu as they hastened towards the core circle. At the lakeside, the formidable Tianqing Niumang sensed Xiao Wu's aura and rushed towards them with great speed. It's Xiao Wu's presence, accompanied by 3 titled Douluo. Such terrifying pressure. The approaching individual likely possesses strength akin to a peerless Douluo. Remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, Ming prepared himself, casting his gaze into the distance. Xiao Wu's mother, having sensed the aura of the 3 approaching, noted that they differed from the trio of the spirit hall she had encountered earlier. Perhaps they were not foes. It would be prudent not to act rashly. At the center of the lake, the Tianqing Niumang stood tall, while the Titan giant ape exuded an overwhelming presence on the shore. They have arrived. Soon, the figures of Chen Xian and the others emerged above the lakeside. Gu Rong, stepping forth like a sovereign upon the divine dragon, while Chen Xian, with Xiao Wu, commanded the 10-killing sword, emanating a resonant hum and dispersing a scarlet glow. Dugubo stood atop the head of the Bailin Xiaowang, exuding an imposing aura. Mother, Xiao has returned. Xiao leapt down, tears brimming in her eyes as she excitedly rushed to embrace her mother. The Titan giant ape and Tianqing Niumang displayed expressions of joy and relief. My dear Xiao Wu, you should not have come. This place is far too perilous. To see you one last time is enough for me. You must leave soon. There is still time. Both the Titan giant ape and Tianqing Niumang felt reluctant, contemplating that perhaps this was Xiao Wu's final visit. At that moment, Chen Xian and the others, witnessing the scene before them, were deeply moved. Subsequently, Chen Xian unleashed his sword intent, the domain of the 10-killing sword radiating outward. Thousands of 10-killing swords glimmered with brilliant red light, forming a circle of sword formation that enveloped the lakeside. Chen Xian's voice resonated. Today, with myself and the 10-killing sword, no one shall harm you in the slightest. What he wielded was the comprehension of the 10-killing sword he had grasped not long ago. Gu Rong was equally unwilling to back down. As the bone dragon domain cast a protective barrier around them, Dugu Bo spoke solemnly. With the 2 royal beasts and the 3 of us here, we shall ensure your safety. Below, the Titan giant ape and Tianqing Niumang also felt their battle spirits surge. Xiao Wu's mother looked at the 3 powerful figures with gratitude. With their assistance, perhaps they could truly turn the tide of danger. Yet, she still felt a tinge of unease. Xiao Wu, during this impending battle, find a safe place to hide. Xiao Wu shook her head resolutely. Mother, I will not retreat this time. Do not worry. There is no cause for concern. This time, the assistance is not limited to just 3 individuals. With that, Xiao Wu cast her gaze into the distance. Meanwhile, Yu Ming reclined against an ancient tree, exuding an air of tranquility devoid of any sense of pressure. Before long, Yi Ming's eyes shimmered. They are coming. This aura suggests there are at least a dozen titled Douluos. How intriguing. In a matter of breaths, Tang Hao's voice resonated first. It is just ahead. There can be no mistake. The ancient tree standing tall before us is indeed it. Following this, Tang San burst into hearty laughter. Steady now. I am coming for the 100,000-year soul ring. At this moment, the titled Douluo experts trailing behind exchanged awkward glances at the 2's manic demeanor. BB Dong's expression turned grave. Do not delay the mission. Descend now. After absorbing the essence, we shall proceed to the core circle. A dozen figures landed before the ancient tree. 5 offerings, Qianjun, Jiangmo, Qingwan, Guangling, and the Lion Douluo. At the center stood BB Dong, flanked by the Zhugui Douluo and another female titled Douluo. In the rear were Hu Yinshan, Tang Hao, and Tang San. At this juncture, Tang San was brimming with excitement, rushing forward to stand beneath the ancient tree. Come forth, guardian of the blue-silver emperor, your king has returned. Tang San's expression was one of fervor, filled with anticipation at the prospect of possessing a 100,000-year soul ring. However, upon uttering those words, he found the ancient tree unresponsive. Confused, he glanced back at his father as if to inquire, is this truly the right place? Tang Hao nodded affirmatively, his gaze unwavering, understanding his father's affirmation. Tang San erupted into laughter once more. Guardian, hasten forth to welcome your king. This time, Tang San directly summoned his soul power, revealing the blue-silver grass in the palm of his right hand. He believed the lack of response stemmed from his failure to manifest his martial soul. Yet, even with his martial soul now in view, there was still no sign of movement. A gentle breeze swept through, and silence enveloped the surroundings, causing Tang San's laughter to gradually fade. BB Dong and the others accompanying him wore expressions of bewilderment. Tang Hao, feeling somewhat awkward, muttered, "It cannot be wrong." Ayin said this was the place. Could it be that Xiao San is not sufficiently devout? At that moment, Tang Hao called out, Xiao San, why are you not kneeling? The heir's lineage far surpasses yours. Startled by his father's words, Tang San paused before realization dawned. I have been remiss to accept the inheritance. I must kneel, my father is correct. Thud. In full view of all present, Tang San knelt upon the ground. Simultaneously, he activated his soul skill, entwining the blue-silver vines around the ancient tree. Can you feel me? I am your king. Come forth and grant me the inheritance. Tang San spoke with utmost reverence, his anticipation palpable. Yet, the ancient tree remained unyielding. Tang San, now somewhat dejected, turned to his father, seemingly asking, Father, are you certain this is indeed the right place? Tang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Under the gaze of all present, Tang San knelt and moved toward the ancient tree. Upon reaching the base of the tree, Tang San opened his arms and embraced the trunk fervently. He then produced a crossbow bolt, slicing his hand to let a drop of blood fall onto the tree. This blood acknowledges kinship, noble blood of the blue-silver emperor. It is time to fulfill your destiny. Tang San spoke with fervor, yet the ancient tree remained unresponsive. At that moment, a flicker of anxiety crossed Tang San's eyes as he glanced at his father, tinged with a hint of reproach. Above, Yi Ming watched the unfolding scene with a smirk, relishing the irony. 3 years hence, the title of sycophant shall be yours, Tang San. There is no escape. Meanwhile, Yu Guan and the others began to display signs of impatience. Sensing the moment was ripe to challenge Tang San, Yi Ming released a wave of energy. An ethereal blue figure manifested above the ancient tree, its aged voice resonating. In the sacred land of inheritance, how can one show disrespect to the blue-silver emperor? Tang San, your ability to receive the inheritance hinges upon your actions. Elated by this response, Tang San felt a glimmer of hope. The mention of disrespect reminded him of his father. Could it be that the inheritor was aware of the underlying truth? Memories of his father's cunning deceit, which led to the blue-silver emperor's sacrifice, flooded his mind. With righteous determination, Tang San declared, I, Tang San, am willing to bear the burden of my father's mistakes. He then turned to Tang Hao, steeling himself, and said, Father, before the inheritor, please chastise me severely. The others turned their gazes towards Tang Hao, and Yu Guan secretly reveled in the situation. Realizing that everyone awaited his response, Tang Hao contemplated. It seems there is no choice but to proceed thus. He approached his kneeling son and acknowledged, indeed, that matter was my fault. I am proud that my son possesses such accountability. In truth, Tang Hao believed he was justified, asserting that one must resort to any means to grow stronger. Little San, are you truly willing to accept punishment on my behalf? Taken aback, Tang San found his father's words rendered him further unable to escape the situation. Yes, I willingly accept the punishment. Tang Hao replied, Excellent, you are indeed my son. The father and son harmonized their roles, when suddenly, Bibi Dong urged, Hurry up. Do not delay the important matters. Kneeling before the ancient tree, Tang San looked at his father and nodded in affirmation. Let it begin. Without further ado, Tang Hao raised his hand and struck Tang San's face with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed around them. Just one strike left Tang San's face swollen and red. Father, do not hesitate. Continue. Strike harder. Show your sincerity. Kneeling there, Tang San allowed his father to strike him repeatedly. As the ordeal continued, his words became mumbled, his face resembling that of a swollen pig. Meanwhile, within Yi Ming's mind, the system's voice echoed, Ding. A new round of tasks has been completed, and the rewards are now being distributed. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed through the air. Tang San and his father sensed something amiss and instinctively looked up. But it was far too late for them to evade the impending danger. They were directly crushed beneath the massive three-eyed golden lion. Chapter 161. The chaotic wind hammer. Everything transpired so abruptly that neither Tang San nor Tang Hao had even the opportunity to summon their soul power for defense. Their anguished cries reverberated throughout the surroundings. Beneath the ancient tree, a magnificent beast emerged. Its golden fur glimmered, and its form resembled that of a lion. Yet its paws were akin to those of a dragon, each claw enveloped in a flickering gold flame. Its muzzle was slightly elongated compared to that of typical lion-type soul beasts, and beneath its fur, intricate golden scales were discernible. Apart from its two regular eyes, it possessed a third eye characterized by a vertical pupil. The normal eye sparkled with golden light, while the vertical pupil emanated a sinister red hue, instilling a sense of dread in Bibi Dong, who was observing from a distance. Upon its arrival, The three-eyed golden lion emitted a mighty roar that shook the heavens, then unfurled its wings and ascended into the air. At that moment, Tang San and Tang Hao felt the oppressive weight lift, and they clumsily rose from the ground. Tang Hao, somewhat bewildered, remarked, "Little San, could it be that this soul beast is the guardian of the legacy?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Tang San burst into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, at last, my sincerity has moved it. The beatings were not in vain. I, Tang San, have now acquired 100,000-year soul ring." Perched upon the ancient tree, the concealed presence of Yi Ming watched the three-eyed golden lion with intense excitement. Such an overwhelming aura. A 30,000-year three-eyed golden lion, endowed with dual titles, amounts to 500,000 years. Below, all the titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall gazed upward in awe. The Qingwan Douluo remarked, "What kind of soul beast is this? I have never encountered one like it. My martial spirit seems to be suppressed by its bloodline." Meanwhile, a female titled Douluo expressed her reverence. "It is terrifying. Facing it feels akin to an ordinary person confronting a monarch. I have never witnessed such a soul beast before." The other clergy were equally astonished. "This is unexpected. How could such a top-tier soul beast choose Tang San?" The Zhuge Douluo's expression darkened. Tang San humbly admitted his faults, and this soul beast appeared. How infuriating. If he truly claims it, he will undoubtedly resume his pretentious demeanor. Beneath the ancient tree, Tang San raised his hands high, gazing upward as he proclaimed, "Your sovereign stands before you. Commence your offering to me." Beside him, Tang Hao could not help but feel envious of his son. Subsequently, he stepped back to stand beside Yu Guan, wearing a proud expression. His son was truly bringing him honor. Without a doubt, the quality of this soul beast surpasses even that of the two emperors. As he spoke, Tang Hao's gaze swept past the 5 offerings and the Zhuge Douluo. "You should consider yourselves fortunate to witness such a magnificent spectacle today. Behold, my son's successful inheritance will lead to his transformation and rebirth, with the most significant change being his appearance. From now on, in the Spirit Hall, if my son claims second place in looks, who would dare to claim the first?" The more Tang Hao spoke, the more he reveled in his pride, casting a disdainful glance at the Qingwan Douluo and the Guangling Douluo. Meanwhile, the 5 offerings and the Zhuge elder felt a deep sense of contempt. At that moment, a powerful crimson magnetic field erupted before the ancient tree, flooding the surroundings with a radiant red glow, as if the entire realm were enveloped in crimson. Tang San felt elated. The inheritance has begun. Everyone was awestruck by the scene before them. Zhuge Douluo exclaimed, "This unique, sacrificial red magnetic field is far more spectacular than anything I have seen before." Even Bai Dong found herself momentarily lost in thought, acknowledging, "This is more impressive than the 200,000-year soul rings I acquired." However, she quickly reminded herself that soon she would secure a 1,000,000-year golden soul ring, and thus felt no envy. Moments later, the three-eyed golden lion began to materialize, forming a crimson soul ring with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. As the soul ring emerged, the realm was bathed in an even more vibrant red. In the Stardew Forest, all soul beasts ceased their movements and gazed upward in awe. In the core area, Chen Xian and others, including the Tianqing Niu Mang and Titan Great Ape, also sensed the anomaly, their faces etched with shock as they turned to the distance. Chen Xian remarked, "What is happening over there? I can sense several powerful auras. Could it be members of the Spirit Hall? If they were to seize such an opportunity, it would spell trouble." Meanwhile, upon witnessing the sacrificial phenomenon from afar, Xiao recalled the tragic scene of her mother's demise. She glanced at Ming and Ming. Despite Yu Ming's presence, a wave of concern washed over her. Before the ancient tree, a dazzling crimson soul ring hovered in midair. At that moment, Bai Dong's own red soul ring began to rise. The 200,000-year soul rings I previously acquired, with the title enhancement, became equivalent to 200,000 years. Yet, judging by its hue, this crimson soul ring appears to surpass that, likely being a 300,000-year soul ring. As Bai Dong concluded her thoughts, Tang Hao raised his head high, feeling an overwhelming sense of vanity. "My son, Xiao San, is truly remarkable. He surpasses me by leaps and bounds. Had I known, I would have waited to obtain the Titan Great Ape's soul ring before coming here. My son's glory completely eclipses mine." All the offerings and elder-level powerhouses in the Spirit Hall gazed at the crimson soul ring with avarice. The soul bones produced by such a top-tier soul beast must be extraordinarily formidable. All hopes now rested on 3 years hence. If he could attain the title of unparalleled beauty, the longevity of the soul ring would surely yield corresponding soul bones. Qingwan murmured to herself, filled with anticipation. Beneath the ancient tree, Tang San raised his hands high. Air, in light of my unwavering devotion, bestow upon me an extraordinary external soul bone. He recalled the moment in Soto City when his 8 spider lances were snatched away by Yi Ming. At this juncture, gazing at the soul rings above, Tang San felt a surge of gratitude. Though I bear the title of a thief, Yi Ming, with her commendable title, has already taken something from me. Grant me a supreme external soul bone. There is no need to fear encountering her, for she cannot take it from me again. The wretched 8 spider external soul bone. Yi Ming, when we meet again, you shall regret the choices you have made. Tang San, brimming with eagerness. Yearned to absorb the soul ring and subsequently teach Yi Ming a lesson in Soto City. Above the apex of the ancient tree, the vast red soul ring began to stir. Gradually descending, Tang San was overwhelmed with excitement. He rushed forward to embrace the ancient tree, fervently kissing it in a bewildering display that left onlookers utterly perplexed. The red soul ring halted at a certain height, for at that elevation, Yi Ming was concealed within the branches of the ancient tree. Below, the members of the spirit hall were left in confusion. Why has it stopped? Could it be that Tang San's bewildering antics have offended the ancient tree? Hearing the murmurs, Tang San quickly retreated, gazing skyward in dismay. My apologies. I was too exhilarated and may have been impolite. Please do not cease. I will refrain from kissing. Despite Tang San's fervent pleas, the soul ring remained unmoving. In that moment, Tang San knelt once more, calling out to his father. Quickly, come and strike me with force. Let me atone for my transgressions. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao dashed forward, urgency etched upon his face. Unlike the previous instance, Tang Hao was equally frantic. He summoned strength from his legs, channeling it through his waist. With a deft application of power, he wielded his hand as a substitute for the Haotian hammer to execute a chaotic flurry of strikes. Little San. This opportunity must not falter. To demonstrate my sincerity, I must proceed thus. As Tang San witnessed the escalating power in his father's hands, trepidation gripped him. Yet, for the sake of the red soul ring, he bore it. Knowing many eyes were upon him, there could be no missteps. Father, hold nothing back. Unleash your full strength. At this moment, Tang Hao skillfully directed his energy, thrusting it upward. Crack! The gust of wind howled, and with the first strike, Tang San was left dizzy, staggering to his knees. Then came the second strike, a chaotic flurry, totaling 81 blows. With each subsequent strike, the intensity grew. Crack! 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 A series of thunderous sounds echoed, each louder than the last. Tang San's teeth were shattered, falling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The onlookers gasped in shock. The 5 worshippers, including the elder of the chrysanthemum ghost and even Bibi Dong, could not help but commend. This Tang San is indeed formidable. Chapter 162. The advantage lies with me concealed among the ancient trees. Yi Ming gazed at Tang San, who was being buffeted by the winds, nearly unrecognizable. The crimson soul ring was gradually being absorbed by Yi Ming, and after a brief moment, the red radiance retracted and gradually dissipated. It was a triumph. His soul power level had ascended directly to 79. He could now manifest his martial soul's true form. And he had also come to understand the existence of his second martial soul. Beneath the ancient tree, the members of the spirit hall, witnessing the disappearance of the soul ring, assumed that the inheritance had failed. An afternoon, neither overly long nor excessively short, was ample for Zhang Zuishan, who possessed a solid foundation in theoretical knowledge and exceptional practical understanding, to grasp the basic operations of the plasma spectrometer. He was even able to offer some sound suggestions regarding spectral interference, selection, and instrument optimization. Regrettably, our ancestors took the heavenly scriptures with them when they departed. Otherwise, the Chai family would not have to live in such trepidation. Chai Durong had lived a life of submission, and for years, the Chai family had been under the stringent surveillance of the Mind's Gate. Any hint of deviation would not be met with leniency. Thus, Shaliran, fully aware of his circumstances, took on a position within the military alongside his sworn siblings, thereby demonstrating his loyalty. Zhang Zuishan observed everything quietly. He found himself at the edge of the ancient path, yet refrained from stepping upon it, knowing that something would surely reveal itself. Chun Wei's face flushed at the mention of the word peeping, realizing he had just engaged in the same act. Do you know how repulsive your behavior makes me feel? What? Is being with Xiang Hechu tantamount to submission? In Ah Chen S eyes, there was only disdain for her indiscretion. Lu Neng's shoulder was heavily bandaged, appearing quite feeble. Fortunately, he carried an ample supply of medicinal pills. Aver's laughter acted as a spark, igniting the entire atmosphere, causing all those who could comprehend the situation to laugh, dispelling the previously tense ambience. Even Hage, who had maintained a solemn demeanor, found himself chuckling. Surely, you won't sink beneath the water? Tang San cast a worried glance at Baptiste, who waved his hand dismissively but quickly covered his mouth, seemingly nauseated by the simplest of motions. It remained uncertain whether he was suffering from seasickness or merely the rolling waves, but certainly not from the water itself. Gazing at the shimmering pills floating before him, Suemo did not hesitate. He reached out, grasped the pill in his palm, and, with a casual toss, swallowed it whole. Everyone raised their eyes to behold the three colossal beasts, and Li Feng and others were astonished, realizing that these legendary heroes had emerged not far from their midst. As Minister Han spoke, he prepared to step outside. However, before his left foot could cross the threshold, he was abruptly seized by the arm by Captain Su at his side. Oh! The triangular spear pierced through the sword energy, only to find that the center bore no trace of power, causing a secret delight to swell within. However, the moment of joy was fleeting, for as his trident pierced through, he discovered that the blade of energy did not shatter. Instead, it accelerated towards him, burdened with a large bag of clothes. Li Xiaomai had assumed she was heading home, only to realize that Huang Zijia's vehicle was not steering in that direction, but rather towards another. Indeed, from her vantage point, she could discern the fabric on a man's chest and deduce that the man who had unceremoniously enveloped her in his embrace was none other than her rival, Mu Fangjing. This was quite the predicament. Did he not wish for her demise? It seemed that her wish was granted. Huarong suddenly burst into laughter, recalling Anna's last words, "Huarong, go die," which resonated clearly in her ears. The reason this man was confined here stemmed from his excessive pursuit of Shui Yu Tsonghua, which had become bothersome, necessitating his sealing in this place. It could be said that the second trial's celestial formation was, in fact, designed to bind him. Chapter 163, confronting Bibi Dong. The arriving Tang Hao, wielding the Haotian hammer, stood beside Bibi Dong. Tang San followed closely, joining his father. And upon seeing the three-eyed golden lion beside Yi Ming, the pair was left in stunned silence. At that moment, Yi Ming taunted Tang San. "Come over and receive a few slaps. Let us see if the three-eyed golden lion will choose you." The faces of the father and son flushed crimson, nearly bursting with rage. It was all Yi Ming's mischief. Everything that had just transpired beneath the tree had been observed by her. Ji Beibei called out to Ji Aizhen, refraining from mentioning the pigweed. As there was no rush, Ji Aizhen could afford to delay her task. Just like the cosmetics available on the market, though the brands may differ, their essence remains largely the same. Initially, they may be appealing, but over time, one is bound to grow weary of them. "Stop crying," Yin Changni said, fearing she might suffocate from her distress. He gently extracted her face from his embrace, tenderly wiping away her filthy tears. How to articulate it? Winston calmly sipped from his can of liquor, continuing to listen to Shin Xingheng speak about Shin Bijuan. The personnel from the Heavenly Mechanism Bureau remained present to assist with the guard change and to monitor whether the old general would hasten matters. At that moment, this envoy held immense admiration for the queen. How could she have foreseen this? Chun-Li was thoroughly amused, only then recalling that Zhao Yang had been fiddling with his phone upon entering, which indeed had its reasons. Surprisingly, the millions spent on a Lamborghini seemed rather paltry within the confines of the Zheng family's parking lot. She returned to her seat, yet remained engulfed in a sense of indignation throughout the day, with no respite by the time work concluded. In contrast, Chu Mo had not fared any better. His fists were bruised and bloodied, his internal organs roiling, a bitter taste of blood rising in his throat, which he forcefully suppressed. Moreover, he had encountered an extraordinary fortune, a legacy of array techniques left behind by an ancient celestial supreme. Of course, neither of them had hastened to disclose this matter to the public, believing it prudent to announce it closer to the date of their impending nuptials. The people of the Northern Territories are known for their boisterous drinking habits. A single cup of liquor is rarely consumed in 2 sips, and each guest at a banquet is presented with their own goblet. Meanwhile, Inspector Mu and his fellow officers momentarily believed they had grasped the truth, directing sympathetic gazes towards Hizayin. However, Kid, in a certain light, is a perfectionist and would never employ 2 ace of hearts for a single mission. At this juncture, Suzuki Tsukachiro also chose to interject appropriately. Jiang Yu glared at the interloper, while the corpulent man from earlier expressed his reluctance, prompting others to suggest he assist, which was a slight to her dignity. Fang Chuanqin departed from Xiangzhou, heading directly towards Xinyang near Luoyang, before veering towards Tiyun Peak by the Yellow River, clutching the coveted woofing grass, a task he had long wished to undertake. It is our turn to take action, Katerina. Follow me. I believe we should initiate some measures, I said to Katerina, awakened to this notion. The astute Huiyuan AI observed He Yin's retreating figure and gently shook her head, rising from her chair to follow his lead, only to feel an instinctual urge to glance back as her pupils constricted, reflecting on her time at the Star Academy, during which she had garnered the institution's attention and discovered a shortcut to acquiring adversarial points. The two ultimately nodded in agreement. However, the NPCs that arrived were not the ordinary ones trailing Bazishing, but rather ruthless enforcers from the law enforcement team. The members of the idol group were swiftly overpowered, sent sprawling to the ground, and taken away to face imprisonment, while the excited team of players scattered in all directions, some fleeing, others captured, leaving chaos in their wake. Well then, the competition has concluded. I must take my leave and return to rest. Wang Yu glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist, realizing it was already 11 o'clock. The golden sword energy surged forth with astonishing lethality, overwhelming the surroundings, accompanied by a continuous hissing sound. The phantoms of Yang Xian erupted like a rain of light, creating a terrifying spectacle. In Chapter 164, Sword Path Chen Xian vs. Qianjun Exorcism, the Qianjun brothers felt an intense pressure and promptly unleashed their true forms. The massive coiling dragon staff, one red and one blue, intertwined as they struck out. Chen Xian pointed downward, and the torrential rain of swords descended, clashing with the two coiling dragon staffs. The eighth spirit ring of Qianjun Delaw illuminated the eighth spirit ability. A single throw of Qianjun. A colossal coiling dragon staff rose like a pillar of the heavens, radiating a dazzling blue light. With a slight touch of his fingertip, the pillar crashed down towards Chen Xian with a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, the Exorcism Douluo invoked his eighth spirit ability, Exorcism Coiling Dragon Circle. A dragon's roar erupted as the coiling dragon staff blazed with a crimson glow, revealing an ethereal dragon shadow within. The two attacks intertwined, advancing towards Chen Xian. Yet, Chen Xian remained composed, his hand transforming with unpredictability. 7 Kill Thunder rises, a sword shatters the heavens. Countless sword energies converged, forming a soaring sword radiance. Chen Xian raised his hand and delivered a fierce strike, the immense sword intent tearing through the void, directly confronting the onslaught. The two formidable soul abilities of Qianjun Exorcism were instantly dismantled, causing the brothers to panic as they hastily activated their ninth spirit abilities. Ninth spirit ability, Proof of Bodhi. Ninth spirit ability, Salvation of all beings. Above Chen Xian, 2 whirlpools appeared, with pressures rising from within. It was as if Mount Tai bore down upon him, with the 2 coiling dragon staffs embodying the weight of the world, locking on to Chen Xian and crashing down. Chen Xian looked up, his white hair flowing, eyes shimmering with sword intent. He showed no signs of retreat. The 2 Douluos of Qianjun Exorcism exchanged knowing glances. How audacious. It seems unnecessary to employ soul bone skills now. To dare confront our ninth spirit abilities, even our elder brother Wu Ti takes such risks. What transpired next left them astounded. Chen Xian murmured incantations, and the cup, a melody of 13 strings, through storms and rain, all converges into a single sword, uniting man and sword. Chen Xian wielded the 10-kill sword, his eyes glowing red, his aura steadily ascending, as a gigantic 10-kill sword shot up from beneath him, soaring into the sky. Surrounding him was a veritable sword grave, countless blades trailing behind like a relentless river. The thunderous crash echoed from above as Chen Xian's offensive showed no signs of abating. Meanwhile, the ninth spirit ability of Qianjun Exorcism continued to dissipate, their brows furrowing in disbelief at Chen Xian's formidable prowess, far exceeding their expectations. Exchanging glances, the Qianjun brothers resolved, it seems it's time to conclude this. We shall deploy the 10,000-year soul bone skills to eliminate Chen Xian. The corresponding soul bone parts of the two began to shimmer. Left arm soul bone skill, Annihilating Dragon's Breath. Right arm soul bone skill, Coiling Dragon Annihilation Strike. Both individuals absorbed the spirit bones from their arms, unleashing 2 formidable shockwaves. Facing the skills of the 100,000-year spirit bones, and with 2 abilities at play, Chen Xian remained remarkably composed. With a graceful sweep of his sword, He invoked the unparalleled sword intent of the ninth soul skill, Divine Demon Dual Slash. From behind Xian emerged two formidable deities of slaughter, wielding their deadly blades with fierce precision. The overwhelming force of their attack sent shivers down the spine, its chilling aura palpable. The twin sword beams expanded and collided directly with the spirit bone skills. Crackle. Boom. The 100,000-year spirit bone skills were effortlessly neutralized, yet the sword beams remained unscathed, hurtling towards the two assailants. Qianjun, feeling a surge of panic, was engulfed by a paralyzing dread of imminent demise. Qingwan, save me, he cried. But Qingwan and Guangling were preoccupied. The coordination between the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, two royal beasts, forced them into retreat after retreat. Qingwan, unable to extricate himself, could not bear to watch his brother perish. With a decisive move, he invoked his eighth soul skill, Azure Sky, Cloud Sea Sound. Hush! Qingwan elegantly gestured for silence, and a deep blue vortex materialized above Qianjun, resembling a black hole, intent on devouring Xian's divine demon dual slash. Observing this, Xian shouted, 8 Desolation's sword intent, break. Instantly, a torrent of primordial sword intent surged forth, shattering the blue vortex. In despair, Qianjun exclaimed, No, Your Majesty, save me. In the distance, Bibidong's countenance darkened, unable to intervene in time. Subsequently, the two were ruthlessly slain by the divine demon dual slash, their lifeless bodies slowly descending from the sky. Below, Tang San hid in the shadows, trembling in fear as the corpses of Qianjun and Xiangma landed before him. Terrified, Tang San collapsed to the ground, his pants soaked. Meanwhile, Bibidong found herself ensnared by the dark-eyed evil god tiger and the three-eyed golden lion. The strength of the dark demon evil god tiger exceeded her expectations, its abilities shifting unpredictably among various attributes: space, malevolence, lightning, and wind. Furthermore, Yiming's combat prowess was no less formidable than that of the two spirit beasts. Yiming unleashed the sky-blue annihilation thunder, its dragon-like roar descending with overwhelming force. Alongside this, the Titan giant ape's soul bone skill, Titan Sky Cannon, bombarded Bibidong from all sides, leaving her in a precarious position. The dark demon evil god tiger swung its sinister hook towards Bibidong, while the third eye of the three-eyed golden lion released a mental shockwave. For simultaneous attacks left Bibidong with no avenue of escape. Invoking her ninth soul skill, Immortal Body, Bibidong unleashed a life-preserving auxiliary skill, derived from the death of the 10,000-year soul beast, the Spider Emperor. This ability was accompanied by two remarkable skills. One allowed her disintegrated form to reassemble, while the other enabled her body to become energy incarnate. Both skills shared a common trait: as long as her opponent was not divine, they could never truly extinguish Bibidong in this state. At this moment, she chose to embody energy, unbound by limitations, making this decision all the more advantageous. With a mocking tone, Bibidong declared, Yiming, I must concede that you are indeed stronger than I anticipated. However, without divine control skills, you are utterly powerless against me. For attacks surged toward her, yet the energy-embodied Bibidong remained unperturbed. She had already commenced the assessment for the Rakshasa god, successfully passing the earlier trials. Although her ninth soul skill had usage restrictions, evading this strike would undoubtedly deplete your energy significantly. As the 4 attacks collided with the energy-formed Bibidong, a cacophony of explosions erupted. The energy form was momentarily dispersed but began to coalesce once more, reconstituting into a complete Bibidong. Subsequently, her chest armor solidified, and with her clawed hands, she executed a cutting motion, conjuring a multitude of violet-black blades that formed an eerie shield before her. This shield not only defended against incoming assaults, but also facilitated ranged attacks, embodying a fusion of singular defense and offensive capability. Her target was none other than Yiming. Yet the dark-eyed evil god tiger moved with such swiftness that Bibidong's assault never drew near. The dark-eyed evil god tiger positioned itself before Yiming, unleashing hundreds of black crescents that clashed against her. In response, Bibidong emitted an invisible energy, intent on restraining her opponent. Beneath the dark-eyed evil god tiger, countless violet-black spikes erupted from the ground, aiming to pierce its form. Yiming responded with a tranquil smile, stating, Bibidong, your assumptions are rather naive. Do you truly believe that the abdomen is the dark-eyed evil god tiger's weak point? It is the strongest among all the soul beasts I have summoned. The dark-eyed evil god tiger swiftly spun, invoking the laws of wind, causing Bibi Dong's attack to miss its mark. Seeing this, Bibi Dong seamlessly transitioned to her second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Her appearance transformed accordingly. A dark green web-like pattern adorned her forehead, and a resplendent layer of dark green light radiated from her being. 3 pairs of dark green spider legs emerged from her back, while her arms morphed into similar dark green spears, with her lower body entirely enveloped in a shroud of dark green luminescence. 7 soul rings illuminated, indicating a configuration far superior to that of her first martial soul. Her first soul skill activated, Half Moon. This soul skill features 2 distinct modes of attack. The first is a single-target assault, where 6 spider spears converge behind her, alongside her dual arms forming a spider-like shape, with 8 sharp points directed at the target. A brilliant dark green light, accompanied by the radiance of her first soul ring, suddenly erupts. As the 8 long spears elegantly rise, cleaving through the air to unleash a crescent-shaped beam of dark green light, Yu Ming remains composed, channeling her energy as she strikes with both palms, initiating the dark gold frenzied claw skill. The overwhelming force of the Tear of Heaven collides with the singular green light from Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, however, activates a second skill, a group attack. The intense dark green light, alongside her first soul ring, surges forth, manifesting a shimmering green barrier before her. 8 emerald crescent blades emerge from this luminous shield, all under her meticulous control. These crescent blades, with their unpredictable trajectories, strike from various angles like concealed weapons. Chapter 165. Bibi Dong's Secret Weapon. The crescent blades launch towards Yu Ming from all directions, approaching with cunning angles, evading the dark-eyed evil god tiger and the 3-eyed golden lion. Yu Ming stands unfazed in midair, commanding the battlefield with her blue-silver emperor, ever vigilant of the unfolding conflict. Given that her 5th soul ring derives from the legacy of the blue-silver emperor, all the energy is infused into it, rendering the summoned blue-silver emperor exceedingly formidable. As Bibi Dong's crescent blades draw near, layers of the blue-silver emperor materialize around Yu Ming, enveloping her entirely. The blades strike against this protective layer, producing a resounding clang, yet they fail to penetrate. The quality of the blue-silver emperor approaches that of a divine martial soul. Bibi Dong's expression darkens, recognizing her disadvantage in this confrontation. After vanquishing the 1,000 June demon, Chen Xian hastens to assist Du Gubo, confident that Gu Rong can manage the situation effectively. Indeed, Gu Rong faces the unascended Hu Yinjin and the fiery martial soul female Douluo with remarkable ease. The addition of sword Douluo adds pressure to Yu Guan, leaving them no opportunity to unleash their polar stillness domain, as they would be interrupted by their adversaries. With the 10-kill sword in hand, Chen Xian radiates sword intent, confronting the specters of the underworld, who wail in despair before him. Even the soulless phantoms tremble in fear, and Yu Guan's rare celestial chrysanthemum withers instantly. Frustrated, Yu Guan contemplates that with more allies to help them unleash their domain, the tides of battle could be turned. At that moment, Tang Hao arrives from afar, his body racked with intense pain as every bone aches. He curses. Yu Ming is but a waning force. Sensing impending doom, she preys on the weak. How infuriating it is to lose face before so many. I must hasten to her side. In the Stardow Forest above the lakeside, the 3 offerings faced the dark gold terror-claw bear, activating their true martial souls. Yet upon seeing the bear, their spirits falter. The lion Douluo, on the verge of tears, is mercilessly pummeled and then sent flying by a single swipe, akin to a cannonball. The lion Douluo let out a pained cry as he was sent sprawling into the distance, colliding forcefully with Tang Hao, who was hastening back. Tang Hao, momentarily dazed from the impact, fell to the ground alongside the lion Douluo, cursing under his breath. However, upon recognizing his adversary as the 3rd deity, he could not help but mock. Lion, this only reinforces my belief that I can easily overpower the golden crocodile. And you, the 3rd deity, have been tossed so far away. The lion Douluo rose, visibly displeased, yet he refrained from engaging in Tang Hao's schadenfreude. Do you truly believe anyone can harm me? I was merely affected by the residual force of battle. The Emperor's strength is overwhelming, a true 1 against 10. I intended to intervene, which is why I was flung away. Yu Ming is suffering greatly at the hands of the Emperor. Should you hurry, you might still see Yu Ming's complete form. But delay, and who knows what may occur. Tang Hao pondered this, realizing that no matter how formidable Yu Ming might be, He could never stand against a demigod like Bibi Dong. Filled with excitement, he quickly made his way toward the battlefield. The lion Douluo, wearing a cunning expression, slumped against a tree, contemplating how to wait until Yi Ming's soul power was exhausted before returning. The dark golden claw bear merely possesses a martial spirit that counters my own. I can afford to delay my return. Seeking an excuse, the lion Douluo closed his eyes, feigning unconsciousness beneath the tree. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the dark golden claw bear joined the fray alongside the titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. The Qingluin Douluo and the light feather Douluo, relying on their 100,000-year soulbone skills, found themselves struggling to withstand the onslaught. The dark golden claw bear and the titan giant ape unleashed relentless and brutal attacks, their fists raining down continuously. Light feather Douluo contemplated a retreat, thinking, perhaps I should flee. At this rate, I shall be beaten to a pulp. The Qingluin, equally concerned for her appearance, harbored thoughts of gracing the illustrious rankings 3 years hence. Subsequently, Light Feather brandished her longbow, her left eye shimmering with light. Fifth soul skill, limit. The air instantly turned frigid, an attempt to restrict the movements of the soul beasts. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective, as the disparity in power was insurmountable. The 3 royal beasts advanced relentlessly, offering no escape for their adversaries. Soon, the air was filled with screams as Qingluin and Light Feather found themselves encircled, akin to human punching bags, continuously hurled into the air. Moments later, both were left bloodied and breathless, devoid of vitality. Witnessing the overwhelming dominance of the ferocious beasts, Gu Rong ceased to hold back, unleashing his 9th soul skill, the Bone Transformation Divine Dragon, which swiftly annihilated Hu Yin Zhun and the enchanting female Douluo. Before long, only the Zhu Gui Douluo remained on the battlefield. The two unleashed their 9th soul skills, yet they were no match for the ancient sword intent of Chen Xian. Desperately wishing to avoid a grim fate, Yu Guan implored Du Gu Bo for mercy. Old poison, for the sake of our past ties, spare us. Du Gu Bo, inherently reclusive, was not inclined toward total annihilation of his foes. As long as you cease your loyalty to Bibi Dong and willingly forfeit your soul power, I shall grant you your lives. The bond between Yue Guan and Bibi Dong is not particularly profound, yet it differs significantly from that with Gueme. Yue Guan envisions a serene existence with Gueme, secluded in a rustic village, cherishing the remnants of their lives together. Subsequently, the two expended all their soul power, rendering themselves mere mortals. On the battlefield, only Bibi Dong remained, while Yi Ming had already depleted a substantial portion of his soul power. Had it not been for his skull skill, which reduced soul power consumption by 80%, he would have struggled to endure until this moment. He then retracted the Titan Great Ape, the Sky Blue Bull Python, and the Dark Gold Fearsome Bear. Observing Yi Ming's actions, Bibi Dong felt belittled. Despite being alone, she harbored no fear, convinced that as long as her adversary was not a deity, she could not be slain. At that moment, Qinshin, Gu Rong, and Du Gu Bo approached Yi Ming, but he assured them he could manage the situation and gestured for the 3 to escort Xiao Wu and the others to safety. As he could not guarantee that his full strength would not inadvertently affect them, Bibi Dong, witnessing Qinshin and the others depart, grew even more incensed. The 12-year-old before her dismissed her entirely. Bibi Dong unleashed her 3rd soul skill, Summoning of the Demon Spider, a domain-type soul skill. From beneath her feet, layers of dark green light radiated outward as venomous green spiders, each about half a meter in diameter, crawled forth from the ground, formed from the deathly energy coalescing under Bibidong's influence. The Stardow Forest, a place steeped in bloodshed, greatly favored her. Instantly, a swarm of dark green spiders surged toward Yi Ming like a relentless tide. Yi Ming capitalized on his speed, evading the onslaught as if teleporting. However, the dark green spiders possessed not only offensive capabilities but also served to scout the terrain and track the enemy's whereabouts. Although they could not detect someone in a state of invisibility, they could lock onto scents. Regardless of Yi Ming's swiftness, the overwhelming swarm of spiders would soon redirect their course. No longer dodging, Yi Ming transformed into the dark-eyed, evil god tiger, weaving through the tide of spiders. A multitude of dark green spiders dissolved into green gas, subsequently evaporated by the searing flames of the 3-eyed golden lion. Bibi Dong coldly declared, Yi Ming, I am eager to see how you evade this move. With her 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation, she raised 2 enormous emerald sickles, slashing them diagonally to unleash a colossal green cross-shaped wave. This was one of Bibidong's most formidable single-target attacks. Physical defenses were rendered ineffective, and energy defenses were reduced by 50%. Once struck, the wound would spread endlessly, only mitigated by soul power until it was entirely depleted. Bibidong, brimming with confidence, taunted. "I trust your soul power is nearly exhausted. Let us see how you withstand this." Yu Ming, fully aware that physical defenses were futile, prepared to counter with his own strongest single-target attack, the dark gold fearsome bear's skill, Tear of the Sky, with a swift strike. The world around dimmed momentarily as two powerful attacks collided, sending ripples of energy surging outward. In the distance, Tang Hao found himself momentarily impeded by the residual waves. His enthusiasm momentarily dampened. Such formidable energy fluctuations confirmed the truth of the lion's words. In the center of this chaos, there would be no opportunity for intervention. Bibidong was indeed formidable, and Tang Hao had set his sights on her with determination. With a blissful grin, he hastened toward the core of the battlefield. Above the lake, Bibidong appeared somewhat taken aback. Yu Ming's prowess exceeded her expectations, and she could not allow him to continue growing stronger. 7th Soul Skill, Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor's True Form. In an instant, her body transformed into a ghastly green hue, enveloped in a luminous mist. This martial spirit manifestation not only amplified Bibidong's overall strength but also possessed the ability to heal her own injuries. As she invoked the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor's True Form, 2 green scythes materialized in her hands, a manifestation of her arm soul bones. Clutching the dual scythes, she resembled a fearsome deity, her confidence surging. "Yu Ming, I have yet to reveal even half of my trump cards. Do not disappoint me." Yu Ming understood that Bibidong was not merely jesting or engaging in psychological warfare for her domain of the god of death, the realm of death, and her mental bone illusion techniques had yet to be unleashed. However, Yu Ming felt no fear. The prospect of a thrilling battle ignited his fervor. In Chapter 166, Six-Winged Purple Light Wings, Yu Ming chose to confront Bibidong alone, for the woman before him was exceedingly cunning. Should others join the fray, falling into Bibidong's illusionary world would render them easily manipulable. Yu Ming was not exaggerating in his decision to refrain from calling upon Chen Xin and the others. He had his own strategies. His martial spirit, being his true form, was also a dual-eyed manifestation, and his current mental strength far surpassed that of Chen Xin and his companions. Observing Bibidong wielding her dual scythes, Yu Ming contemplated whether to utilize his second martial spirit. Having ascended to Soul Saint, his awakened second martial spirit was an artifact type, manifesting as 10 golden flying daggers. Although they lacked additional soul rings and appeared diminutive, each dagger weighed a staggering 50,000 pounds, totaling an impressive 500,000 pounds. For reference, the weight of the sea god-S trident was merely 180,000 pounds. My second martial spirit, combined with my dual eyes and formidable mental prowess, will undoubtedly allow me to strike unseen. However, with his current mental capacity, he could control a maximum of 5 daggers. Unlike his martial spirit, the golden flying daggers consumed mental energy. In simpler terms, they required telekinetic control. Furthermore, the weight of the golden daggers would vary with the soul rings attached. The higher the age of the rings, the more terrifying the weight. The size of the daggers themselves would remain unchanged, yet smaller weapons, when controlled at high speeds, could yield effects beyond imagination. For now, he resolved to summon 3 flying daggers. Against the demigod Bibidong, a combined weight of 150,000 pounds would suffice. However, for now, let us observe the prowess of the dark golden claw bear. With clenched fists, Yu Ming gathered golden energy, which transformed into a dark golden hue. He charged forth, while Bibidong wielded her twin scythes, their forms intertwining as they engaged in a fierce exchange, nearly 100 clashes occurring within mere breaths. They maneuvered through the air, waves of energy surging in their wake, the sound of explosions resonating around them. By the lakeside, Chen Xin and the others were astonished. After all, Yu Ming was merely 12 years old. In the air, Yu Ming swung his fists like a blood-soaked deity of war, growing increasingly formidable. Bibidong felt her arms numb from the impact, her strength gradually waning against Yu Ming's onslaught. As she retreated, a web-like pattern on her forehead illuminated. Streams of purple and green energy swiftly coursed around her, significantly amplifying her power. Furthermore, in this state, any contact she made with her opponent or their possessions would allow a layer of this purple-green energy to spread, greatly diminishing their strength. Yet, the side effect of this ability was the muscle pain it inflicted upon her, However, at this moment, Bibi Dong could afford no such concerns. Surrounded by the swirling purple-green energy, she resembled Tang San channeling his Xintian skill. Additionally, the scythes manifested from her soul bone were enveloped in a layer of this energy. With a cold smirk, Bibi Dong charged again, prompting Yi Ming to furrow his brow slightly. At the moment their dark golden fists clashed with the scythes, Yi Ming sensed a diminishment of his attributes. Just then, the three-eyed golden lion, under Yi Ming's control, swooped in. Utilizing its true sunfire, it purified the purple-green energy. Yi Ming distanced himself from Bibi Dong. Knowing well the advantage of having the dark-eyed evil god tiger and the three-eyed golden lion in the skies. Both were adept flyers, rendering them nearly invincible in the air, even against the likes of Qian Daolu. With astonishing speed, the three-eyed golden lion unleashed a torrent of flames towards Bibi Dong. Startled, she hastily swung her scythes, attempting to diminish the searing fire, but to no avail. The three-eyed golden lion, a divine beast, possessed inherent purification abilities that effectively countered Bibi Dong and her venomous powers. Realizing her efforts were futile, Bibi Dong's forehead glowed once more, conjuring a layer of green light shield. The true sunfire collided with this shield. As Bibi Dong summoned her soul power to withstand the impact, Yi Ming, she proclaimed with composure, "You may find it difficult to withstand my next strike." It was her most powerful soul skill, the abyssal slash of space rending. Before my eyes, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor's two immense emerald pincers converged instantaneously, unleashing a breathtaking green blade of light that tore through the fabric of space, consuming all in its path. Moreover, the spatial distortion caused by this ability rendered its trajectory exceedingly unpredictable, making it nearly impossible for the opponent to defend against. Due to this distortion, any detection or locking abilities aimed at countering the skill were rendered ineffective, ensuring that it remained undetectable and untraceable. Yi Ming's expression tightened slightly. Then let us employ the soul-bone fusion technique. This was merely the fusion of the blue-silver emperor and the sky-blue bull python. Both shared a common trait, resilience, allowing them to merge flawlessly in control. As I observed, blue light surged around Yi Ming's legs, while azure light coiled around her right arm. The soul-bone fusion technique, blue-silver sky-blue entwining blade, was unleashed. In an instant, a radiant blue-green light erupted from the heavens, enhancing the azure expanse of the sky. A majestic dragon's roar reverberated, as two energy dragons intertwined and surged towards Bibi Dong's mightiest attack. Bibi Dong, taken aback, realized that had Yi Ming unleashed this move from the outset, it might have indeed ensnared her, for the energy was overwhelming. Bang! The spatial rending slash was firmly ensnared, yet the mightiest attack was not without merit. The energy dragon's form began to fracture gradually. This was, however, Yi Ming's ultimate controlling skill. At that moment, from afar, the supporting figure of the blue-silver emperor released a grand display of energy, augmenting the blue-silver sky-blue entwining blade. Suddenly, the dragon's roar echoed, and Bibi Dong's most formidable attack dissipated along with the energy dragon's form. Between them lay an unfathomable spatial rift. Yet Bibi Dong remained composed. "Yi Ming, I trust your trump cards are dwindling." She continued, "You ought to be aware that I possess many more soul bone skills." However, rather than displaying her soul bones, she decided to reveal a rarer external soul bone instead. 6 gossamer, purple wings emerged from her back, a gift from the soul beast, the purple wing spider emperor. Known as the 6-winged purple light wings, which boasted a flight ability and had nearly evolved to a divine level. In that moment, Bibi Dong's appearance was rather comical, resembling a sinister spider adorned with wings. As the 6 wings unfurled, her speed surged to its zenith. Yet Yi Ming remained unfazed, dark-eyed, evil god tiger. "Someone wishes to race you. Entertain her." With a sudden step, Yi Ming reclined upon the back of the 3-eyed golden lion, preparing to doze off. Confident in the dark-eyed, evil god tiger's capabilities, she was unperturbed. Bibi Dong, witnessing Yi Ming's leisure, felt her face flush crimson with indignation, murderous intent radiating from her. Bibi Dong was utterly incensed. Death domain, god of death's domain. The two formidable domains manifested, exuding a terrifying aura. As Bibi Dong anticipated that the dark-eyed, evil god tiger would cower in fear. However, to her surprise, the dark-eyed, evil god tiger merely blinked, showing no sign of concern. It thought to itself, "To play in my domain before me? Had I not wished for some amusement, I would have already drawn you into my realm." Above the sky, in the realm of the Death Spider Emperor, A brilliant purple light surged forth from Bibi Dong, exuding immense power. At level 99, her domain bestowed 3 formidable effects: a 10% amplification of all her attributes, a 20% reduction of all attributes for her foes, and the inability for enemies within her domain to employ any stealth or teleportation skills. Additionally, a mental deterrent emerged, enhancing her mental strength by 20% while simultaneously diminishing her opponent's mental fortitude by the same measure. The most terrifying effect, however, was the toxic environment. Within the realm's reach, everything was saturated with the lethal venom of the Death Spider Emperor, which corroded and spread viciously, also reducing the opponent's speed by 10%. Once ensnared by the venom, one would gradually weaken until death ensued, posing a catastrophic threat to ordinary soldiers or lower-ranked soul masters in battle. As the god of slaughter's domain unfolded, Tang Hao in the distance chuckled with delight, a smug expression upon his face. I must hasten to join. The dual god of slaughter's domain, akin to a crimson descent, would surely terrify Yi Ming. The god of slaughter's domain not only amplified one's aura but also diminished the enemy's strength by 20% within its confines, allowing the user to exert 120% of their power. At this moment, the dark-eyed evil god Tiger, undeterred by the 2 formidable domains, erupted with a surge of black energy, akin to a black hole, seemingly intent on devouring the forces of the domains. Chapter 167. Astonishing, all enveloped in black energy. The dark-eyed evil god Tiger became even more enigmatic, seeking to disrupt Bibi Dong's line of sight. As both domains activated simultaneously, Bibi Dong unfurled her violet wings and wielded dual scythes, swiftly advancing. The dark-eyed evil god Tiger met her attack with its razor-sharp claws, unflinching, for its sinister tail hook gleamed with an ominous light. Though Bibi Dong's speed surged, she realized it still paled in comparison to that of the dark-eyed evil god Tiger. Realizing that neither domain could interfere with the other, Bibi Dong's head glimmered with the light of her mental immunity skull. True world. Instantly, countless vertical pupils appeared in the sky, exuding an eerie purple glow. Bibi Dong felt a sense of satisfaction. This skill rendered her immune to illusions and enchantments, allowing her to perceive reality directly, while any phantasmal abilities would falter under its illumination. As the true world enveloped the area, the dark-eyed evil god Tiger, concealed within the black energy, was easily detected by Bibi Dong. The utilization of this skull soul skill required the expenditure of 1/3 of Bibi Dong's mental energy. Yi Ming reclined comfortably upon the back of the 3-eyed golden lion, fully expecting to be within the true world. Bibi Dong, once your mental energy is significantly depleted, even with your immortality, restoration will prove exceedingly difficult. The true world holds no sway over the dark-eyed evil god Tiger, for its spatial abilities far surpass yours. Yi Ming narrowed her eyes slightly, crossing her legs in a posture of leisurely comfort. At this moment, the dark-eyed evil god Tiger gazed intently at the eerie vertical pupils and unleashed dozens of black and red light blades. Born from the fusion of wind and malevolent energy, the formidable slicing power of the wind attribute, combined with the fierce corrosiveness of the evil attribute, produced an astonishing force. This malevolence even caused Bibi Dong, who inherited the power of the Rakshasa, to feel a shiver of anxiety. The light blades surged toward the vertical pupils, their overwhelming corrosive power dimming the demonic eyes, which began to close slowly. Observing this, Bibi Dong activated the skills of the Death Spider Emperor's arm bones. These 2 arm bones had fallen from a Death Spider Emperor of 100,000 years of cultivation. A rarity indeed for a single soul beast to yield 2 soul bones. These arm bones were among her most lethal attacks. Each possessed 2 identical skills. One transformed her arms into massive black scythes, while the other caused the scythes to explode simultaneously, unleashing a tremendous blast capable of both repelling attacks and inflicting damage. However, there was a drawback. Although the scythe-shaped blades could regenerate, they required time to do so. Now, Bibi Dong intended to detonate the 2 giant scythes to severely wound the dark-eyed evil god Tiger. The dark-eyed evil god Tiger, however, initiated a sprinting skill, its form shifting unpredictably, unaffected by the constraints of the real world due to its inherently evil nature. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the bizarre vertical pupils closed. Utilizing her 6-winged purple light wings, Bibi Dong spun the twin scythes at breakneck speed, and at the peak of her power, she unleashed them in a crisscross motion. Feel the terror of this explosive force. The two giant scythes, under Bibi Dong's command, locked onto the dark-eyed evil god tiger, relentlessly tracking it regardless of its evasive maneuvers. The dark-eyed evil god tiger had no intention of fleeing. To do so would be a disgrace. Bibi Dong sneered. Humph. Knowing this struggle is futile, prepare to meet your end. As the scythes collided, a terrifying explosion reverberated, shaking the very earth and billowing thick smoke. At this moment, Tang Hao, less than a kilometer away, witnessed the scene before him with astonishment. Could it be that Ming was making a final desperate stand, preparing to self-destruct? Ha! Then his soul bone shall be claimed by me and Xiaosan. Meanwhile, Tang San, concealed amidst a thicket of blue-silver grass, watched anxiously from his hiding place. Under the gaze of the purple extreme demon eye, he quickly spotted his father. Though the foolish grin on his father's face filled him with dread, he wanted to warn his father not to approach, yet feared that any noise would alert Chen Xin and the others. Father, stop dreaming. Ming is far too terrifying. Tang San remained vigilant, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. He hoped that his master still had some powerful trump cards yet to be revealed. In the sky, the dense smoke was beginning to dissipate. Bibi Dong was filled with confidence, believing that the dark-eyed, evil god tiger had been utterly annihilated. However, she was mistaken. The terrifying explosion had failed to inflict even the slightest harm. Just before the blast arrived, the dark-eyed, evil god tiger unleashed its most formidable defensive skill, the evil goddess guardian, transforming its offensive evil god hook into a powerful barrier of intense gray energy that enveloped its form. This protective aura, infused with the essence of the evil god, exceeded the invulnerability of the golden body. The dark-eyed evil god tiger felt it was time to showcase the true artistry of explosive power. It manifested layers of gray light, coalescing around its body into a spherical form, representing a formidable skill known as Dark Demon Evil Thunder. This ability melded its magical and evil energies into a singular force, unleashing a catastrophic explosion that combined wind, lightning, and evil attributes over a vast area. Bibi Dong was taken aback, simultaneously filled with anger, as it was evident that this was a provocation directed at her. Let me demonstrate the might of my 10,000-year bone skill and obliterate you. From Bibi Dong's chest, a colossal beam of crimson light, nearly 1,000 feet in diameter, surged forth. The dark-eyed evil thunder's obliterating aura clashed with the red beam, resulting in a standoff. From the tail of the dark-eyed evil god tiger, the energy of the evil hook surged again, relentlessly pressing down on her. Bibi Dong scoffed. Allow me to show you the power of a demigod skill. I possess a soul skill known as Mirror, which allows me to replicate your abilities. This is my trump card. I have awaited this moment to acknowledge the potency of your attack. At that instant, Bibi Dong copied the opponent's skill and combined it with the power of her bone skill, enhancing its might to rival that of divine techniques. In the next moment, the crimson light surged, bolstered by energy drawn from the obliterated essence of the dark-eyed evil god tiger. Ming narrowed her eyes, sensing the thoughts of the dark-eyed evil god tiger, who glanced back at her with a reassuring look. Ming, feeling assured, closed her eyes once more and drifted into a peaceful slumber, for she was in the presence of the dark-eyed evil god tiger, whose cultivation neared 300,000 years. Suddenly, the dark-eyed evil god tiger let out a furious roar, gathering a black energy sphere in its mouth that rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the size of a mountain, leaving Bibi Dong in a state of shock. The scale resembled that of a small black celestial body, emanating a malevolent aura that sent shivers through her own demonic energy. As Bibi Dong was nearing the final examination of her Rakshasa assessment, she could naturally tap into some of her demonic power. Faced with such an exaggerated attack, she felt a trickle of cold sweat on her brow. It was clear that she could no longer hold back. It was time to unleash the Rakshasa domain. Though she had yet to fully attain the status of a Rakshasa god, her domain power was sufficient. Before one's eyes, Bibi Dong gathered the domain of the Rakshasa, as resentment and dark energies coalesced around her. In her hand manifested a Rakshasa demon scythe, a colossal weapon of deep violet and black hue. Following the emergence of this giant scythe, 8 additional large dark purple scythes materialized from the Rakshasa divine armor, culminating in a total of 9 scythes. In an instant, Bibi Dong fused these 9 scythes into one, transforming it into a singular scythe of pure black and purple, adorned with countless swirling demonic runes, imbued with sinister divine intent. As the chosen one of the Rakshasa, akin to Poseidon, She wielded divine armor even on the brink of divinity. For instance, Poseidon could unleash the domain of the sea god. With the appearance of the Rakshasa demon scythe, Bibi Dong subtly swung the purple-black weapon, and a bizarre scene unfolded. In the heavens, a violet radiance accompanied the sweeping arc of the massive scythe, coalescing into an immense purple scythe blade that stretched several hundred meters, striking towards her opponent. Above the dark-eyed, evil god tiger, a black energy celestial body roared forth, distorting the very fabric of space once more. Below, the ancient banyan tree and dugu bow were filled with trepidation. Facing such an assault alone would spell inevitable doom. Chapter 168. Confronting the past. The attack, akin to the tailed beast Jade, instantly shattered Bibi Dong's assault. With a resounding cry, she declared, "Demon Scythe Flying Slash." The 9 sides merged into one, transforming into a singular black-purple Rakshasa demon scythe, spinning with countless demonic runes, launched directly at her adversary. Bibi Dong possessed the ability to manipulate the Rakshasa demon scythe from a distance. Firmly believing that the might of this skill could effortlessly penetrate the evil divine protection of the dark-eyed, evil god tiger. The dark-eyed creature's gaze flickered slightly, its entire being. Evidently, another unfamiliar young man expressed his bewilderment. Li Tianchen was overjoyed. He had not yet fully negotiated with Tiangong, who was a cunning individual, contemplating the possibility of resorting to some extraordinary measures should the situation not unfold favorably. With the emergence of the tree realm, countless ninjas from Sand Hidden Village were crushed within, leaving barely 1/10 of them alive. With 97 stars, he was tantalizingly close to achieving the formidable rank of the 100-star monarch. Although Li Huanhuan had not reached this milestone, it could ultimately be attributed to mere misfortune. In terms of strength, she was no less formidable than Su Shiguang, the top mage in the national server, perhaps even surpassing him. Qin Fan was aware of the might of the 5 dragon clans, should they be summoned, combined with the forces from the Kunlun of the cultivation realm. It would indeed pose a significant dilemma. She prepared sweet and sour ribs by first frying the ribs, resulting in a delectable contrast of crispy exterior and tender, succulent meat. Rich in savory juices, Lu Yuanxiao noticed numerous responses, uncertain if everyone was simply waiting in front of their computers, anticipating the unfolding drama involving that young lady. None of them knew how to fill out the forms. They had always been functional, yet they should not continue to act so haphazardly. In truth, she represented an extreme duality, possessing a striking appearance yet exuding a charming personality, unexpectedly blending these two extremes without appearing incongruous. For instance, several of the major sanctuaries in the Arctic Bear Nation had long since pledged allegiance to the Shinong Alliance among the 13 powers of the Indian subcontinent. As she unfurled her folding fan, a magnolia tree blossomed forth, and in an instant, the branches were laden with flowers, petals drifting gracefully from the fan to the outside world. The fallen petals touched the ground, transforming into sparks that slowly extinguished. Somewhat dazed, with a tilted head and azure eyes filled with confusion, she instinctively attempted to flick her tail fin, only to realize that her fish fins had long since transformed into legs, her complexion paling. What was meant to be a warm welcome banquet had initially been filled with joy. Elder Yang even contemplated abdicating the throne in favor of Xin Yuanhao. However, due to Alice's illness, one could not afford to be overly excited. Old Jack shook his head, letting out a sigh, revealing a hint of sorrow in his murky eyes. Ziqing, pondering thoughtfully as she stroked her chin, inquired, "Do you know what kind of poison that old fellow was afflicted with?" As she spoke, she opened her mind's eye, allowing Yunqi to observe. "Doctor, do you mean to say that my fever is normal and not a result of encountering a ghost?" Young Liping's eyes suddenly brightened. Akin to the sun breaking through a prolonged cold spell in winter, these mortals truly possess a duplicitous nature. How could they compare to the simplicity of deities from the celestial realm? If one disapproved, they simply dealt a blow, compelling the adversary to submit on the ground. KZ lay feebly on the cold jade bed, her complexion visibly improved, yet her wings remained unhidden behind her. Her gaze fell upon Sangyu, who was returning the ball, her brows knitting in concern, pondering what kind of training these individuals had undergone. His lips were cool, tenderly caressing the enticing crimson lips that haunted his dreams. Inger felt that he resembled someone whose mind had unraveled, desperately yearning to become the county princess. Zhao Juechen thought that rather than this predicament, he might as well return to slumber, for at least that way he could conceal himself behind the facade of being an heir to the Zhao conglomerate. What if he ventured forth and was entirely exposed? Chapter 169. The tragic demise of Tang Hao in the scene, Yu Xiaogang stealthily infiltrated the Soul Hall's library and discovered a tome. A sly grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, "I have found it. The records on twin martial souls. I shall demonstrate to those in my family who have ridiculed me that Yu Xiaogang is indeed a talent. Fortune favors me, and I have encountered Donger. I shall use her to validate my theory. What a foolish woman she is, easily beguiled by my charming appearance and mere words." Yu Xiaojiang's laughter grew increasingly deranged, while Bibi Dong, witnessing this scene, began to grasp the truth. Yu Xiaojiang mused to himself, having been out for so long, "I must hasten to formulate a groundbreaking theory that will astonish the world. This way, I can return to the sect and openly associate with the second dragon." Bibi Dong, observing Yu Xiaojiang's repulsive demeanor, finally recognized her role in his eyes, merely a pawn to be exploited. The scene shifted to that fateful day where the stars dimmed. Bibi Dong's mentor, the former pope of the Soul Hall, Qian Daolia's son, Qian Xuanji, sought her out. He inquired about her relationship with Yu Xiaojiang, for his keen angelic perception had already discerned Yu Xiaojiang's true nature. Qian Xuanji was the person Bibi Dong held in the highest esteem, and thus she did not conceal anything from him. At that moment, Qian Xuanji's expression was grim as he informed her that she was an unparalleled genius of the Soul Hall, possessing twin martial souls. What he, Qian Xuanji, could not achieve, Bibi Dong surely could. Therefore, he forbade any involvement with Yu Xiaojiang, especially with someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. She must never leave the Soul Hall. At that time, Bibi Dong asserted that even if she were to leave the Soul Hall, she would choose to be with the Master. Severely wounded by Tang Hao, Qian Xuanji, realizing his aspirations of divinity were unattainable, placed all his hopes upon Bibi Dong. Thus, he was compelled to resort to desperate measures. Due to his injuries, further advancement of his strength was nearly impossible. Ultimately, he would not survive beyond a century. Yet, the Soul Hall could not decline under his watch. Hence he resolved to act. In the scene, Bibi Dong gazed upon her mentor, lost in contemplation, finally understanding. In the secret chamber, Qian Xuanji struck her with a palm, rendering her unconscious. When Bibi Dong awoke, she found herself lying on a bed in the Soul Hall's secret chamber, her entire body aching and devoid of clothing. Qian Xuanji sat beside her, declaring that even through the most despicable means, he would ensure her remained within the Soul Hall. "You are no longer pure. Your body now belongs to me. What face do you have left to be with that man?" Qian Xuanji's words struck deep into Bibi Dong's heart. She realized that Qian Xuanji had intentionally spoken to her, aiming to use hatred as a catalyst for her strength. Enveloped within the realm of the dark-eyed evil god Tiger, a series of images flickered before her. The scenes transported her to the days when Qian Xuanji led formidable warriors in pursuit of Tang Hao and Ayin. On one such day, Tang Hao sought out Yu Xiaojiang, and their conversation incited Bibi Dong's ire. Yu Xiaojiang had long admired Tang Hao, recognizing him as the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Tang Hao disclosed his plan to Yu Xiaojiang, proposing that he leak information to the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojiang consented, under the condition that Tang Hao would later bring his son to reside in the vicinity of Yu Xiaojiang's location. Yu Xiaojiang had sensed that Qian Xuanji had uncovered his scheme, hence they agreed to meet in Soto City. He intended to remain at the primary academy until Tang Hao's son turned 6. Yu Xiaojiang ingratiated himself, remarking that the son of the Haotian crown would undoubtedly be exceptional. The disciples of Qian Xuanji paled in comparison, and the thought of it was repulsive, especially with the spider martial spirit, which was utterly unsettling. Tang Hao responded, stating that if all went well, once he acquired the blue-silver emperor's spirit ring, he would retreat to a village near Soto City, awaiting the day his son awakened his martial spirit at school, at which point he would have Yu Xiaojiang take him as a disciple. Witnessing their exchange, Bibi Dong yearned to rush forward and eliminate them, yet in her spiritual state, she was powerless to act, forced to observe helplessly. Yu Xiaojiang suggested, "Haotian crown. If you succeed in obtaining a 100,000-year spirit ring, could you assist me in severely injuring Qian Xuanji? Then, once I have completely grasped his disciple Bibi Dong, with Qian Xuanji out of the way, the Spirit Hall will belong to us." He had long harbored disdain for Qian Xuanji, regarding him as an insufferable member of the angel lineage. Tang Hao nodded affirmatively. "Naturally, after I secure the red 9th spirit ring, I will turn my sights on Qian Xuanji. Let my name, Tang Hao, be known across the continent." Yu Xiaojing beamed, envisioning a promising future. The scene shifted once more, returning to Bibi Dong's childhood, when she was taken in and nurtured by Qian Xuanji. In that moment, Bai Dong realized where she had erred. She yearned to return to the Pope's hall and desecrate Yu Xiaogan's grave, ensuring his remains were obliterated. At this juncture, Yi Ming deemed it sufficient and signaled the dark-eyed evil god tiger to retract its domain. Bai Dong snapped back to reality, her desire to continue battling Yi Ming dissipating. She turned to Yi Ming, acknowledging, "This time, I owe you a favor." Yi Ming had made her see Yu Xiaogang for who he truly was. At that moment, Tang Hao, relieved to see Bai Dong unharmed, swiftly approached her. "Your Majesty, I am here to assist you. Together, we shall resolve this with Yi Ming." Tang Hao fixed his gaze upon Yi Ming, but upon noticing that Bibi Dong remained silent, he felt a pang of confusion. Turning to Bibi Dong, he found her staring at him with a dark expression. Without uttering a word, Bibi Dong brandished her demonic scythe and pierced through Tang Hao, lifting him high above her head. Bewildered and filled with despair, Tang Hao sensed his life force rapidly waning. As he was tossed into the air, Bibi Dong teleported and thrust her hand through his chest, seizing his heart. With a sickening crunch, Tang Hao's heart was crushed, sending shockwaves of terror through Tang San, who was hidden in the shadows below. Trembling, Tang San thought, "How could this happen? Why would Bibi Dong seek to kill my father? I must escape. Father, I shall avenge you." With no hope of returning to the spirit hall, he resolved to seek out Dai Mubai, the prince of the Star Luo Empire. Just as Tang San prepared to flee, several figures approached from a distance. It was Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who had acquired their third spirit rings, accompanied by Flander and Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai remarked, "We should head to the core area first." The fat man and little Ao insisted on acquiring their spirit rings first. Wei arrived. The target of the spirit hall as Hunt can't possibly be dead yet. Ma Hongjun added, "Of course, we must endure under the purple Millennium Spirit Ring. It gives us more confidence." At that moment, Oscar produced the flying mushroom sausage, a newly acquired spirit ring ability. How exhilarating. Such incredible speed. Yi Ming cannot match this. He exclaimed, "We must hurry. Perhaps we can make it in time. By the way, I just passed through Soto City and learned that Yi Ming is not at the Soul Arena." Dai Mubai rejoiced. "That means Yi Ming has also come to the Stardow Forest. How splendid." The group moved swiftly, soaring above Tang San, leaving him momentarily dazed. He dared not call out to them, fearing exposure. It was fortuitous that they would divert Yi Ming's attention, increasing his chances of escape. With Dai Mubai's distinguished status, Yi Ming would likely refrain from reckless actions. Tang San dismissed further thoughts and activated his ghost shadow perplexing track, making his escape. Above the lakeside, Tang Hao's eyes widened with resentment. He was dying before Yi Ming's very eyes, his defeat unbearably humiliating. His breath grew weaker. The thought of more witnesses to his demise filled him with dread. Just then, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Flander approached at an astonishing speed. The signs of battle became increasingly evident as they drew near. The duration of the flying mushroom sausage was limited to 1 minute. They needed to catch up quickly. Emerging from the jungle, they found themselves in a clearing by the lake. At that moment, Bibi Dong carelessly discarded Tang Hao, who plummeted below. In despair, Tang Hao thought, "I am about to die. Let me at least maintain some dignity." Bang! Tang Hao fell to the ground, colliding with Dai Mubai and the others who had rushed over. He was filled with tears, unable to close his eyes even in death. Dai Mubai and his companions were taken aback, looking up at the sky. In Chapter 170, unearthing the grave of Yu Xiaogang, Dai Mubai and the others found themselves gazing at Yi Ming and the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Flander was astonished, questioning whether Yi Ming possessed the strength to slay Tang Hao. Could it be Bibi Dong? Panic set in. They had thought their connection with Tang San would provide some safety, yet the situation felt dire. Ma Hongjun, witnessing Tang Hao's tragic demise, felt his heart hollow. Blood continuously oozing from the ground, staining it crimson. Dai Mubai cautioned, "Let us not rush to flee. Yi Ming is before us. Let us observe whether Bibi Dong will strike." Oscar, seeing Tang Hao's lifeless stare seemingly directed at him, became increasingly anxious. "Big brother Dai, I must take my leave. I dare not gamble here. You are the prince of the Star Luo Empire, while I am but a nobody." As he spoke, Oscar conjured a flying mushroom sausage and devoured it hastily before soaring away from the scene. Ma Hongjun, however, wore an expression of uncertainty. The humiliation inflicted by Yi Ming could not be easily dismissed. "Big brother Dai, I stand by you. Thankfully, Yi Ming is still alive. This way, we can witness his demise before our very eyes. Surely, he shall die with eyes wide open, just like the father of Xiao San." Flander, too. Sensed that Bibi Dong would not spare Yi Ming, who was associated with spirit beasts. Above, Yi Ming had already sensed Dai Mubai and the others due to the domain of the Blue-Silver Emperor, naturally able to detect their presence. He regarded Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun with disdain, viewing them as insignificant as ants. Bibi Dong, noticing the discord between Yi Ming and the group below, proposed, "Yi Ming, would you like me to assist you in dealing with them? Consider it a favor repaid." Yi Ming replied, "There is no need. I shall handle this myself. If you wish to repay a favor, simply refrain from interfering with the spirit beasts I associate with." Bibi Dong readily agreed. "Yi Ming, let us disregard any past unpleasantness. My spirit hall has suffered substantial losses this time, which should suffice to atone for the transgressions against that young girl's mother." A hint of melancholy crossed Bibi Dong's face. For the only thing that moved her was the death of her loyal companion, the Jew ghost Douluo, who had fought valiantly by her side for years. She vowed that once she ascended to godhood, she would resurrect them and entrust the spirit hall to their care as recompense. At present, Bibi Dong was eager to undertake a particular task, to unearth the headless corpse of Yu Xiaogang and display it outside the city gates. Proclaiming his character to the entire continent, Bibi Dong regarded Yi Ming with admiration, saying, "Yi Ming, you are indeed exceptional. My daughter, Chen Rinxue, should have the opportunity to meet you." Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback, feeling a touch of embarrassment, and offered a brief response. He mused to himself, "It seems Bibi Dong wishes to foster a connection between me and Chen Rinxue, yet she has already fallen under my influence." Subsequently, Bibi Dong vanished into the sky, darting towards the outskirts of the Stardo forest. Along the way, she pondered how to explain the situation to Qian Daolu. After all, among the 5 revered ones who had followed him for many years, it appeared that only the lion Douluo had fortuitously escaped calamity. In mere moments, Bibi Dong had distanced herself several tens of thousands of meters from the center of the lake. Below, the lion Douluo, who remained, noticed Bibi Dong above and followed her closely. "Your Holiness, it is I, the lion worshipper. Why are you alone? Has Yi Ming already been dealt with? What about Qing Wan and Guangling?" Bibi Dong's expression remained cold as she replied, "Apart from myself, all the elders and worshippers have perished. Yi Ming is still alive. If you seek vengeance, go ahead. I shall not impede you. If not, upon your return, you may return to the worship hall. There is no need for you to serve me any longer." Although Bibi Dong's demeanor was still indifferent, she felt a sense of guilt within. After all, attaining the rank of title Douluo was no easy feat. Upon hearing this, the lion Douluo's expression turned sorrowful, yet there was nothing he could do about Yi Ming. Even if he returned to enlist the aid of the Grand Worshipper and the Golden Crocodile Worshipper, it would be futile. Upon my return, I shall relay the events to my elder brother. For now, I can only place my hopes on the young master. Her chances of ascending to divinity are significant. She may resurrect Qing Wan and the others. Bibi Dong thought of her daughter and felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. Soon after, the two departed from the Stardo forest. Meanwhile, Tang San, who was using the ghost shadow displacement technique and fleeing in disarray, was astonished to see Bibi Dong. What is happening? Why has Bibi Dong left? Yi Ming must still be alive. Has she given up? With no option to return to the Spirit Hall or the Lamba Academy, he resolved to seek out Old Jack in Holy Soul Village. Perhaps he would have a way to help him grow stronger swiftly. Old Jack had previously sealed the soul-eating demon blade within himself and had warned Tang San to seek him out if trouble arose. He possessed methods to enhance Tang San's power rapidly, specifically through the cultivation of the evil soul master techniques. Generally, evil soul masters cultivate at a faster rate than ordinary soul masters before reaching the title Douluo stage. However, their identities as evil soul masters often incite relentless persecution from others, who hold them accountable for their malevolent martial souls and the demands for blood and soul power. Unlike the revered righteous soul masters, evil soul masters are despised by society. Throughout history, in every nation and federation, evil soul masters have invariably faced disdain, capture, and execution. Yet at this moment, Tang San believed that only through strength could he assert his dominance, willing to employ any means necessary. I am not in the wrong. It is this world that is flawed. It is inherently a survival of the fittest. Yi Ming, in 3 years' time, I shall master the evil soul master techniques. When I return, I shall be your nightmare. As he fled, the soul-eating demon blade emanated a terrifying malevolence, causing the surrounding soul beasts to refrain from making any rash movements, allowing him to escape unhindered. Just as he was fleeing, Tang San sensed a figure rapidly approaching from behind. Could it be that Yi Ming has discovered me? I cannot afford to die yet. The speed was astonishing. What should I do? I could only bow my head in submission. I watched as Tang San, in his desperate flight, turned smoothly and knelt upon the ground. Yeshing, I was wrong. I implore you, spare me. He pleaded. I shall never dare again. As he sensed the presence drawing nearer, he prostrated himself on the spot. Oscar, having consumed a flying mushroom sausage, was in a state of panic. He could only fly at the extreme speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken snake for a minute, barely maintaining it for a few seconds. I cannot afford to stop. The velocity was indeed formidable, and I could still harness inertia to propel myself a considerable distance. Soon, the illusory wings behind Oscar completely vanished. Following the momentum, he soared through the woods and out into the open. Tang San dared not lift his gaze. Feeling that the pursuer was very close now, he struck his forehead repeatedly, swelling it, while continuously pleading, Yeshing, spare me. Grant me my life. Barking in imitation. Tang San displayed an uncanny resemblance to a dog, having gained experience in such matters. At that moment, Oscar plummeted from the tree, his clothes torn by the branches. Ah! Tang San recognized the voice, familiar yet unsettling. It was not Yi Ming. In his panic, he had neglected to sense the aura. Just as he attempted to raise his head, it was too late. Oscar descended from above. With a thud, Oscar landed, momentarily dazed, feeling no pain. When he looked down, he realized he was perched upon someone's back. It was akin to riding a pig, and upon realizing it was Tang San, he was taken aback. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun observed Bibi Dong's abrupt departure and turned their gaze to the elevated Yi Ming, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Yeshing, do not misunderstand. We lost our way hunting for soul rings in the forest, and we shall depart immediately. With that, Dai Mubai rolled away like a clown, followed by Ma Hongjun and Flinder imitating him. Above, Yi Ming could not be bothered with their antics. The battle had drained him considerably. Subsequently, Yi Ming rejoined Shen Xian and Xiao Wu. Chapter 171. The Evil Soul Master Tang San by the lakeside. Yi Ming felt somewhat weakened due to the significant consumption of soul power. Shen Xian produced a pill from his robe. Being from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he often carried medicinal aids. Soon, Yi Ming's soul power was restored, and Xiao Wu leaped towards him. The Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python recognized Yi Ming's formidable strength, and Xiao Wu's mother felt immense pride. After bidding farewell, Yi Ming and his companions prepared to depart. Meanwhile, Tang San, realizing it was Oscar, felt humiliated by his earlier actions. He thought it prudent to bring Oscar back to Holy Soul Village, as ordinary training methods were too slow. Xiao Ao, come with me back to Holy Soul Village. I possess a method to elevate your strength dramatically within 3 years. Before long, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Flander encountered Tang San along their path. Dai Mubai inquired, Little San, what has transpired? Did Bibi Dong not make a move against Yi Ming? Tang San's expression darkened as he replied, Boss Dai. It isn't that Bibi Dong refrained from attacking. Rather, she was unable to prevail. Upon hearing this, Flander and the others wore expressions of disbelief. What? In just a few short months, Yi Ming has become this formidable? Subsequently, Dai Mubai's spirits waned, feeling despondent about their prospects. At that moment, Tang San proposed, Boss Dai, Fatty, return with me to Holy Soul Village. The conventional methods of cultivation will not suffice to catch up with Yi Ming. Your Evil Eye White Tiger and Fatty's Evil Fire Phoenix are perfectly suited for a different approach to cultivation. Dai Mubai, taken aback, asked Little San, Do you have a solution? Indeed, I possess a powerful ally who, having only unsealed one layer of his power, is nearly equal to Bibi Dong. Perhaps by fate, both your martial spirits bear the character evil. Thus, join me and become evil soul masters. With renewed hope, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were no longer disheartened. For as long as there was a chance, they would not relent. Flander perceived this as an opportunity. He was willing to employ any means necessary as long as Tang San and his companions could eliminate Yi Ming. However, Flander had no intention of joining them, as he still had matters to attend to at the Blue Tyrant Academy, especially concerning Lu Erlong. Subsequently, Tang San led Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar toward Holy Soul Village. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong and the Lion Douluo were returning from their journey. The Lion Douluo voiced his confusion, Your Majesty. It appears that Elder Zhu Gui is not dead. He has merely been stripped of his soul power, reduced to an ordinary person. Bibi Dong's demeanor softened. Is that truly the case? I sensed no fluctuations of soul power from either of them and assumed they had perished. Go and retrieve them. It is fortuitous that I have a genius title and a chance to erase negative influences. This will allow me to mitigate the misfortunes from our expedition to the Stardo Forest. I shall attend to it at once, the lion Douluo responded, setting off to locate the two. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Bibi Dong felt equally fatigued. Hulaina, not probing further, diligently cared for her. Soon after, Bibi Dong commanded her subordinates to exhume the grave of Yu Xiaogang, whose body, preserved through special means, remained intact despite being headless. Yu Xiaojiang's remains were displayed atop the walls of Spirit City, and Bibi Dong dispatched proclamations across the continent, denouncing Yu Xiaojiang's numerous misdeeds. This revelation stirred considerable controversy, reigniting public discourse about Yu Xiaogang across the continent. He was indeed a vile creature, cunning and manipulative, even exploiting women, a true hypocrite. The negative title that awaited him 3 years from now would be bestowed upon him regardless of his demise, ensuring that he would find no peace in death, a scoundrel, unworthy of even the basest of creatures. Throughout the continent, there has been a chorus of condemnation directed at Yu Xiaogang, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family rejoices, having previously declared their severed ties with him. The patriarch, Yu Yuanjin, mourns, "My son Xiaojiang has been subjected to scorn within our family. This behavior is not reflective of his true nature." At Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong has also released her burdens. Feeling a sense of dread that had it not been for the Spirit Hall's revelations, she might have continued down the wrong path. Meanwhile, Flinder perceives himself as the greatest beneficiary of the situation. He believes that by winning over Lu Erlong, he may seize an opportunity. He contemplates that making sacrifices for the one he loves does not constitute servility. Days later, Tang San and his companions arrive at Holy Soul Village. Old Jack, sensing the presence of the soul-devouring demon blade, is aware of Tang San's arrival. Subsequently, Tang San recounts the recent events to Old Jack. Daimubai, upon seeing Old Jack, can hardly believe that this seemingly frail elder is, in fact, a concealed powerhouse. Old Jack states, "Tang San, before you delve into the path of the evil soul master, I wish for you to visit a particular place first. Beyond myself, you possess another ally, your ancestor, Tang Chun. In the past, I sealed my own divine power and came here seeking a successor. I had high hopes for Tang Chun, yet he was chosen by the Shura god. At that time, I was pursued relentlessly by several deities from the god realm. To avoid detection, I sealed my divine powers and concealed myself here. However, Tang Chen's Shura inheritance ultimately failed. If his malevolent will can be harnessed, it may prove beneficial." Old Jack then imparts detailed information to Tang San, who learns that Tang Chun was the mightiest patriarch of the Haotian clan, the inheritor of the Shura god, and the king of slaughter. He was a legendary figure, one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos in existence, alongside the sea god Douluo Poseidon and the angel Douluo Qian Daolu, all having attained the pinnacle of level 99 soul power. Nearing the divine realm, Old Jack reveals that Tang Chun was deeply in love with Poseidon, having vowed not to return until he achieved divinity. During the assessment for the Shura god inheritance, he was betrayed by the Rakshasa god, leading to his mental downfall and transformation into the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter. Once, Tang Chun was tall, with black hair and black eyes, possessing striking features and profound gaze. Yet now, he is a shadow of his former self, neither human nor ghost. Upon arriving in the city of slaughter, one could behold a figure clad in a blood-red robe, enveloped by an immense crimson cloak with a high collar. This individual, pale of visage with hair and eyes the color of blood, was none other than Tang Chun. His once pallid skin now bore numerous enigmatic blood-like patterns, and upon his forehead rested a magical mark resembling a sword. A pair of magnificent crimson wings unfurled from his back. At this juncture, Old Jack appeared somewhat exhilarated, perhaps seeing a reflection of his former self in Tang Chun. Tang Chun was endowed with great wisdom, yet his relentless devotion to cultivation led him to overlook many other aspects of existence. He had once pursued Poseidon alongside Qian Daolu, who had developed a fondness for him, subtly confessing her affections. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a surge of joy. It implied that the formidable Poseidon might aid him. After all, they shared a certain bond. Once I reunite with my ancestor, the demise of Yi Ming would be imminent. When that moment arrives, I shall inform my ancestor that it was Yi Ming who killed my father. Old Jack continued, stating that Tang Chen's Haotian hammer followed a path of equilibrium, Although the hammer was immensely powerful, it relied even more on the formidable fusion of his soul power and skill, resulting in attacks that were often inescapable for his adversaries. Tang Chen's soul power was at level 99. Surpassing 95 marked a critical threshold, as each increment beyond that would double his soul power. Thus, Tang Chen was capable of confronting at least 8 titled Douluos below the 95 level simultaneously. After completing the 8th trial of the Shura God, he achieved the status of a demigod, becoming the foremost soul master in the world. Among the 3 unparalleled Douluos of his era, Tang Chen was the only one to reach level 99 through sheer strength. And he was also the sole individual with the potential to ascend to divinity through his own efforts, having reached this level 3 years earlier than the sea god. In the absence of geographical advantages, Tang Chen stood as the strongest among the trio. Listening to old Jack's accolades, Tang San felt a swell of pride and was eager to set forth towards the city of slaughter. He declared, "Old Jack, since my ancestor Tang Chen was influenced by the power of the Rakshasa god, I too shall confront and eliminate Bai Dong." Old Jack continued recounting Tang Chen's remarkable deeds, stating that only through centuries of accumulated faith could the mightiest of beings transcend to divinity. However, centuries are an interminable span, and time is of the essence. Thus, Tang Chen opted for an alternative path, seeking to inherit a divine position. Only a true supreme deity can leave behind a trace of their divine essence when transcending this world in search of a worthy successor. Tang Chen traversed the continent and ultimately discovered the legacy of the Shura god in the city of slaughter. Yet, the opposing Rakshasa god had tainted the Shura god's trial with their essence upon ascending to the divine realm, corrupting the Shura's consciousness while transforming the city of slaughter into a locus of depravity and malevolence. Unbeknownst to Tang Chen, he became ensnared by the Rakshasa god's influence, succumbing to malevolent thoughts in the face of the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King. His body became a vessel for the bat, transforming him into the king of slaughter, unable to unleash his full potential against the bloodthirsty creature. Old Jack turned to Tang San. "The reason I have summoned you is to wield the soul-devouring demon blade to sever the 9-headed bat from Tang Chen and seal it within the blade. When the time comes, you shall bring Tang Chen here, and I possess the means to restore him to his former glory." Tang San nodded, understanding that having committed countless acts of slaughter, he could no longer cultivate through conventional soul master methods. Only by becoming an evil soul master could he ensure his survival. "Excellent. Another force has joined our ranks. Yi Ming shall grant you an additional 3 years of life." Chapter 172. Tang San's demise. Tang San was eager to set off for the city of slaughter immediately, filled with anticipation. "Old Jack, accompany me for safety's sake." Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar found the very name of the city of slaughter to be terrifying. Old Jack shook his head. "Tang San, with the soul-devouring demon blade in your possession, there is no need for concern. There, soul abilities cannot be utilized, which grants you a distinct advantage." Tang San understood that while ownership of items could not be transferred to NPCs, if he secured the ship to the pier, there would be no need for a transfer of ownership. As long as Gizmo was willing to safeguard the Tillanier, he could utilize it directly, as the vessel offered no protection when left unattended. For soldiers ambled along the street, when suddenly one of them felt an urgent need to relieve himself, prompting him to allow the others to proceed while he sought refuge in an alley, finding a large tree to squat behind. The Eagle Emperor had already taken the lead, each of his strides seemingly covering a kilometer, as if space itself had contracted. The dragon head conveyed to Zhang Roland that upon his return from studying abroad, the dragon head and his entourage would certainly welcome him at the airport, at which point they would rendezvous with Zhang Tai for an evening of revelry. A chilling breeze swept through, extinguishing all candles, yet Yun Zeiji remained unmoved. From behind emerged an elderly woman, her hair a mottled white adorned with a jade hairpin, her white brows and eyes instilling fear. She bore a high nose, parched lips, and a face etched with wrinkles, leaning on a cane, clad in a black cotton coat. Her back hunched, and upon seeing the person before her, she suddenly broke into a smile. Since the inception of the SAO game, they had not encountered any players wielding a one-handed axe on the front lines. The daily lives of ghouls were far more colorful compared to that of the ghoul investigators, who spent the majority of their time either training relentlessly to combat ghouls or pursuing and gathering intelligence on them, leaving little room for personal hobbies. Chen Bazhou observed the reactions of Chu Zhou and Bai Changming, a smile breaking across his face, revealing a look of confirmation. After Su Qi entered the city, two golden-armored soldiers began to converse from their invisible state. Yi Tian, wielding a hammer with an air of dominance, dispatched any member of the four prominent families who dared obstruct him with a single blow. In an instant, Yi Tian stood before the groom, Sun Wu, his murderous intent unmasked. Yi Eryong had lured Yun Zhanghe here, mentally preparing for this outcome, and given the current situation, it was evident that Lu Tianyu's hesitation had spared Yun Zhanghe's life, but she was poised to deliver a fatal blow soon. During their inaugural experience in such a fierce naval battle, the Tiansu army's navy proved rather inexperienced, with soldiers employing haphazard tactics that caused Wang Yu to shake his head in disapproval. Dongfang Lu reassured, "Rest assured, she is not in immediate danger, otherwise they would only encounter a cold corpse. Fortunately, it was a high-powered German luxury vehicle. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether it could haul his 1-ton burden." This maritime area was notoriously perilous, with the route for transporting prisoners to the Arctic prison being highly confidential and changed every few years. Even though White had traversed it several times in recent years, he could not recall the precise path. The laws in the harbor island regarding the treatment of the mentally ill were relatively humane. Possessing a certificate of mental illness essentially served as a get-out-of-jail-free card, with the worst outcome being admission to a mental institution. Upon witnessing Lu Tianyu's resolute gaze, Zhou Ruolin, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, nodded in agreement. Zhou Xingzu observed the ethereal sword immortal summoned before him, a flicker of understanding igniting within his mind as he etched this moment indelibly into his memory. Just as his hand rested upon the vine of sweet potato, the grave before him erupted with a thunderous roar. Clenching his fists tightly, he gazed at Fang Yuan's retreating silhouette, a surge of frustration rising within him, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. Synopsis: in the realm of Douluo Continent, it is only natural for the protagonist to possess a fortuitous ability. However, Yi Ming asserts that this system seems to harbor a particular disdain for Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. System Ding. Task initiated. Cripple Yu Xiaogang. The host shall be rewarded with 100,000 years of soul beast sacrifice. Yi Ming. This task must be undertaken. The reward is of little consequence, for it is the nature of this task that delights me. System Ding. Carve the words hypocrite upon Tang San's visage, and all soul ring durations shall be doubled.